As the peak master of the sect, your cultivation level is even lower than that of the miscellaneous disciples. Not only does no one want to be your disciple, but you are also ridiculed by the world as the useless peak master. However, you don't care at all. You insist on being lazy every day and never practice cultivation. In the eyes of others, you are an unambitious person who relies on the relationship with the sect master to become a peak master. However, they do not know that you have a super lazy system. As long as you behave like a waste every day, you can receive rewards through the system. For the past 5 years, you have obtained countless treasures through the system, and any one of them can cause a bloody storm. Just as you were thinking about how to slack off tomorrow, your junior martial brother Feng Wuhong found you, senior brother Yi. The sect has issued a new rule that each valley master must recruit new disciples, otherwise they will be expelled from the sect. After listening, you secretly lamented. With your reputation as the useless peak master, who would still be willing to accept you as their master? Just then, a voice sounded, in order to be lazier. The system will issue a new task to recruit 3 peerless geniuses as disciples. As the disciples' cultivation and comprehension improve, you will improve it by 100-fold. Heaven helps me too. Although you have many treasures of heaven and earth, your cultivation level is indeed a bit low. Thinking that you can finally improve your cultivation level, you quickly left the Spirit Spring Valley and arrived at the outer gate area. As you just entered the Lang Lang Mountain, the originally bustling scene suddenly quieted down, and everyone cast excited glances. But when they found out it was you, the originally expectant gazes turned dim and many people just dispersed. Isn't that the useless valley master Ye Lin? Why is he here? I heard he's only at the 3rd level of body refining. What can he teach us? You are already used to these sarcasms. Just as you were looking at the talents of the crowd, a stunning yet cold-looking woman stopped in front of you, Master Yi Valley. My name is Liu Ruyan. Please accept me as your disciple. Although she lowered her head, she could not hide her peerless beauty. The surrounding was filled with sighs. Liu Ruyan was a rare genius in the outer sect, at the 9th level of the body refining realm, just 1 step away from foundation building. However, due to a demonic possession and mistakenly consuming soul-breaking grass, her spiritual roots were completely destroyed, and her cultivation was forever stuck at the 9th level of the body refining realm. Without an earth-shattering opportunity, there would be no possibility of cultivation again. And she also carries a deep-seated hatred. Her father was a general, accused of treason by the emperor of the Jin dynasty, implicating 9 generations of his family. She escaped a disaster because of her spiritual roots, and the mastermind behind the scenes is a powerful family in the immortal domain. In order to seek revenge, she can only stay in the 9-sword sect. The only way for her to continue staying in the 9-sword sect now is to join your sect, because only you, as the useless peak master, might be willing to accept her. I beg you to give me a chance. After speaking, Liu Ruyan knelt down again. The surrounding outer disciples looked playful. How can entering the inner door under the guidance of a waste be any good? You checked Liu Ruyan's qualifications through the system and found that she is actually a top-notch Supreme Qinglian spirit root, and all aspects of the data also meet the system requirements. You pretended to be profound and said, "Since you are sincere, I will make an exception and accept you as my disciple." In the eyes of others, Liu Ruyan is indeed a waste of spiritual roots, but you have all kinds of natural treasures, so you are not worried at all. The surroundings suddenly became noisy. This waste is pretending again, refining the body 3 layers and accepting disciples for refining the body 9 layers. It's really against the heavens. A light voice came. Senior brother, I forgot to tell you, there will be a sect competition in a week, and a month later there will be a trial down the mountain. If Liu Ruyan gets the last place, the 9-sword sect will not tolerate her. According to the rules we discussed before, you may also have to leave the inner gate. Willow's face turned pale. She has no way to cultivate now. However, you vowed to help Willow break through the foundation within a month and become the first in the sect. Everyone thought you were just talking big, satisfying your vanity. Willow listened to the mocking around her and tears welled up in her eyes. She never dreamed you would trust her so much. Willow took a deep breath, bowed to you. You stepped forward to help her up, then led her to your spiritual spring valley. On the road, Liu Ruyan still clung to a glimmer of hope, thinking that you might be a hidden big shot. But when she saw that you couldn't even fly with a sword, her eyes went dark and she almost fell to the ground. Back in the valley, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but ask, "What is your cultivation method?" "But you just said, go with the flow." Hearing this, Liu Ruyan almost despaired. You plan to use the lingfish to help Liu Ruyan restore the spiritual veins, so you throw the lingfish to Liu Ruyan and let her cook the lingfish with lingquan water. Liu Ruyan, although puzzled, still obediently follows suit. She carries a wooden bucket to the edge of the lingquan, scoops up a bucket of lingquan water, and prepares to pour it into the pot. You couldn't sit still when you saw this scene, and hurried to Liu Ruyan's side. Liu Ruyan was startled by your sudden movement. "Master, what's wrong?" Is there a problem with me cooking the fish like this? After listening to you, she became anxious. Of course, if you don't prepare the fish scales or add seasoning, can it be edible? Liu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Never expecting that you take eating so seriously compared to cultivation. Then you took the spirit fish and started cooking, performing a set of smooth and skilled movements that left Liu Ruyan stunned. You took out various precious seasonings and spices from the kitchen and put them in the pot: spiritual energy bean paste, fresh star anise, thousand-year angelica, chaotic sea salt. Each seasoning was very precious, yet you didn't hesitate at all. You control the heat on one side and casually say, "I have been practicing in the Lingquan Valley for many years, diligently studying the way of eating, and my culinary skills are naturally exquisite." Liu Ruyan looked at your confident expression, feeling more desperate in her heart, fearing that her spiritual roots might not be repaired. A moment later, a strong fragrance wafted from the pot, filling the entire thatched cottage. Ye Chuan carefully uncovered the lid of the pot, and a rich fish flavor came out, only to see that the spirit fish in the pot had turned an attractive golden color. The skin of the fish was golden, and the flesh was snow white, tender and juicy. The soup was thick and gave off a fresh flavor. It was just as Ye Chuan had said. This fish soup broth was as white as milk. Ye Chen picked up a long-handled spoon and gently scooped up a spoonful of fish soup to savor it. Ha 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 ha! Delicious! He carefully served the spirit fish soup into the porcelain bowl. Afterwards, Yi Duan took out another bamboo steamer from the kitchen, lifting the lid. Inside was freshly steamed spirit rice. The grains of rice were crystal clear and emitted a faint fragrance. He served the spirit rice into 2 small bowls. Yi Chuan carried the plate of spirit fish and 2 bowls of spirit rice to the stone table outside the thatched hut. He set out the food one by one and fetched 2 pairs of chopsticks and 2 small bowls. Looking at Liu Ruyan, who was still frozen in place, Yi Duan joyfully rose. "Don't freeze. Come and taste the master's craftsmanship. This is a spiritual fish cooked with spiritual spring water, and with spiritual rice. It's absolutely delicious on earth." Liu Ruyan looked at the steaming fish and spirit rice in front of her. His heart was mixed, and there was a hint of weepy bitterness in his tone. She originally still had a hint of expectation for Yi Chen's sentence in front of the sect in the first place. "I will let her crown the world." Now it seems that I was really naive after all. In the Spirit Spring Valley, which is so rich in spiritual qi, you don't cultivate properly and study cooking. Alas! It's just a matter of eating first. Liu Ruyan screamed in her heart, but still picked up her chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish and put it meaningfully in his mouth. The fish is melting your mouth tender, with an instant blend of salt and creamy flavors. The tenderness of that fish melted away in Liu Ruyan's mouth. Fresh and rich, Liu Ruyan immediately widened her eyes at this fish soup. So delicious. In her 18 years of living, she had never eaten such delicious food. That's 200 years of cooking, and it's really something. But that still doesn't ease the bitterness she feels inside. The flavor was overwhelming. But to think that you can't repair your spiritual roots and still enjoy the food. The great revenge could not be avenged. A slash arose in her mind. It's just that it tastes so good. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but pick up another piece of fish and savor it carefully. Nope. This time, she clearly felt a stream of pure aura that entered her body with the fish and traveled through her meridians. This aura was surprisingly several times more pure than the aura she had absorbed in her normal cultivation. Nope. Tens of thousands of times. It was as if the fish was condensed from the aura. It's a spirit fish, and it's still over 100 years old. Ruyan Lu's heart set off waves of shock. This? What's going on? Isn't his master at the 3rd level of the body refining realm? Can you hoist up 100 years of spirit fish? To know. Absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth for a long period of time. Spirit fish contain powerful spiritual energy in their bodies, their blood. Scales and even bones may contain powerful spiritual energy, making them treasures that even Yuaning stage cultivators have to fight for. How can the master fish, not being able to think anymore? Liu Ruyan's chopsticks moved even faster. Another piece of fish. As expected. What a pure aura. This rice. It's not a mortal product either. Liu Ruyan's chopsticks moved faster and faster. The fish soup was also exceptionally delicious. A hot current rose up inside her body. An aura rushed through her like a flood that broke the dike. Ruyan Lu felt that her damaged spirit root was actually beginning to repair itself in a single strand. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. One spirit root was broken. An ordinary spirit fish could not repair one spirit root at all, unless the spirit fish was over 100 years old. And so on. Suddenly countless arcane laws appeared in Liu Ruyan's consciousness. This is the Xian law rule? The chopsticks in Ruyan Lu's hands began to tremble. It's not 100 years of spirit fish. It's 1,000 years. 100-year-old spirit fish contains aura in its body, and only 1,000 years or more may contain the rules of the Xian law. Wait a minute. It wasn't 1,000 years. Ruyan Lu suddenly felt that those auras were actually surging into her spiritual roots. They just started to penetrate into their own spiritual roots to repair them little by little. One must know that a 1,000-year-old spirit fish possessed Xuanfa rules that could be comprehended, whereas a 10,000-year-old spirit fish could possibly directly integrate into one's own body and repair one's own spirit root. Sky. It was a 10,000-year-old spirit fish. With this bite, Liu Ruyan's worldview directly suffered an unparalleled shock. A 10,000-year-old spirit fish that contained the Shen Law rule was an existence that the entire Nine Swords sect and even the Immortal Domain had to coax. Just like this, it was eaten by himself? The opportunity could not be lost, so she hurriedly closed her eyes and operated her heart technique, channeling this pure aura to repair her damaged spirit root. Yi Chen, on the other hand, slowly drank the spirit fish soup. It was so warm. A moment later, Ruyan Lu opened her eyes, chopsticks in her hands, and looked at Yi Chen with excitement to the point of trembling. Master, it seems like my spirit root is starting to repair. Ruyan Lu's voice was shaking with excitement. Yi Duan's expression was bland. That's good. That's good. The spiritual root that one had dreamed of repairing had actually shown signs of repair by eating a single meal. Liu Ruyan was so excited that she almost couldn't hold back the tears that came out of her eyes. Yi Chen sensed Liu Ruyan's emotions coming up. Relax. Relax. After this meal, you have to clean up the dishes before going to cultivate. Yes, master. Liu Ruyan pressed down her inner excitement. To be able to give herself a 10,000-year-old spirit fish to stew in soup. This kindness of master is something that he could not repay in his own lifetime. After finishing the rice, she hurriedly cleaned up the dishes. Just after cleaning up, he immediately headed to a cave. She took a deep breath, sat down on her knees, and activated her family's green lotus sword technique. As she sat cross-legged, as she was guided by her consciousness, a stream of pure aura surged towards her spiritual vein like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Boom! With a soft sound, Ruyan Lu felt the broken spirit root in her body wrapped in Xuanfa rules and began to condense. The spirit roots that were originally broken began to coalesce again. On otherwise dry inner world, the grass is yellow and the earth is dry and cracked. The rain poured down violently. Oh, my God. It's true. It's really happening. The moment Reiki rushed through his spiritual roots, the world of one's own inner landscape came back to life. The rushing, raging rain pours and moistens the parched earth. The roar of thunder disperses the inner gloom of the sky. After the rain cleared, the world of their own internal landscape appeared on the green lush green, a crystal clear, natural green lotus leaping appeared between the mountain ranges. The familiar aura began to surround one's spiritual roots. Repaired. My spirit root. It's really repaired. Ruyan Lu opened her eyes. Her tone trembled, and 2 lines of clear tears slid down the corners of her eyes. Buzz. Right at this moment, a pure aura erupted out of her body from the green lotus root. In the sky above the cave, the wind rose and the aura converged into a huge vortex. Liu Ruyan's inner world was under the influence of the green lotus, and countless tender green grass roots in the earth drew out branches. Is this a breakthrough? Ruyan Lu only felt her skin tingle. All the grass and trees in the inner world were as if they had pressed acceleration. The dry, dead mountains are wrapped in emerald green life, the 10th level of the alchemy realm. She didn't expect that not only had she repaired her spirit root at the same time, but she had also broken through to the 10th level of the body refinement realm? The 10th level of the body refining realm? You've broken through? After eating a fish, he had not only repaired his spiritual roots, he also directly broke through to the 10th level of the body refinement realm? Chapter 4 Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. Ruyan Lu could no longer hold back her long period of high pressure and despair. At this moment, her emotions were instantly released, and she cried tears of joy. She couldn't wait to return to the grass house to tell Yi Duan the news. At this moment, Yi Duan was under the peach tree under the cottage, rocking his rocking chair, relaxing with a cup of tea. It only felt like he was warm and a stream of heat rushed into his inner view world. Unlike Liu Ruyan, Yi Chuan's inner world was a lake where aura lingered, surrounded by green grass. The aura was full of pure and vibrant life. 3-legged golden cicadas, shadowy lizards, even one of the mole crickets was covered in gold. Giant power god ants, all of them were divine pet beasts. And at this moment, a turquoise green lotus emerged from the depths of the lake, growing vigorously and then blooming on the surface of the lake. Then Yi Chuan's inner scene world began to spread with the naked eye. Ruyan Lu successfully repaired the supreme grade spiritual root, the green lotus spiritual root. She broke through to the 10th level of Qi cultivation. The host obtains the cultivation, spiritual root talent, green lotus spiritual root, and gains Reiki *100000. Host's cultivation level, middle stage of foundation establishment. This is the middle stage of foundation establishment? Except for Qi refining, there are 4 minor stages: early, middle, late, and peak. After foundation establishment, Jin Dan, Yuaning, transformation of God, refining void, conformity, Mahayana, transition, and ascension. From the Yuaning stage onwards, every step of cultivation was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Difficulty is exponentially higher. Sitting by himself, he went straight to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Middle foundation stage? 7 steps in a row. It's really comfortable. I just looked up and saw that Ruyan Lu had already arrived in front of me. Put. She didn't even think about it, and her slender and plump long legs knelt down in front of Yi Chen. A large area of snow white trembled at her chest. Master above. Great kindness. Unforgettable. Please accept my disciple's bow. Yi Chuan was startled, and a mouthful of tea was almost sprayed out. Ouch. My little ancestor. What are you doing? Get up. He hurriedly helped Liu Ruyan up. Master, I keep your kindness in my heart. Ruyan Lu's eyes reddened again. What's the big deal? Why are you so serious? It's just a fish stew. Stewed a fish? That wasn't an ordinary fish. It was a 10,000-year-old spirit fish that possessed the Shenla rule. Master, my disciple's spiritual root was broken. Originally I had already despaired. I didn't think that it could be repaired now. Master's renewed kindness. Ruyan Lu's tone choked. My disciple has no teeth to forget. Ahem. Yi Duan coughed twice. It was just a fish. Ruyan calm down. Calm down. Our 9-sword sect, Spirit Spring Valley, focuses most on a follow your heart. Cultivation or life. Happy is the most important. Never involution understand it. Inside roll? Just don't put so much pressure on yourself. Go with the flow. Go with the flow, you know? Follow your heart. Hearing these 2 words, Ruyan Lu murmured and finally couldn't hold back her tears. The master had indeed seen at a glance that he was carrying a blood feud. Keep yourself from being so stressed? In the beginning, he was so eager to get revenge that he caused the fire to go out of control. He went overboard. Failed to advance. Master Yi, sure is a hidden bigot. Woohoo! Master, I understand. She lifted her head and nodded vigorously. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and live up to your expectations. Follow your heart. I'll put this grudge down for now. Well, the children are teachable. Leaf Dust nodded in satisfaction. Wait, what do you mean my expectations? A blood feud? Why did it feel like? Ruyan Lu had brainstormed a lot of things, but Yi Chen didn't care anymore. Directly lying flat again. Having raised 6 or 7 levels of cultivation in one day, the target had been reached. Don't be so tired. Simply rest. Well, it's getting late. Master is going to take a nap. He yawned and stretched. Right. Why don't you clean up your room? Yes, Master. Ruyan Lu responded respectfully. Turning back to Yi Duan, his eyes were sincere. Respectfully, he walked towards Yi Duan's bedroom. Leaf Dust stretched comfortably and took a nap. It's been an hour. Why is there no movement? Instead, he suddenly remembered something and his face suddenly changed. Oops. My Lustful Woman's Heart Sutra. That system rewarded Lustful Woman's Heart Sutra was still in the room. It doesn't hurt to look and learn a little knowledge for yourself. If Liu Ruyan had seen it, this transformation spirit realm technique, what a way to pull her into a vision just by looking at it. She'll go off the deep end because of her weak mind. Yi Chen hurriedly rushed towards Ruyan Lu's room and pushed open the door. As expected, only Liu Ruyan was sitting cross-legged on the bed at that moment. Her pretty face flushed. It was slightly open at the chest. A flash of snowy white. Both legs are snow white and lightly touched at the knee. Her clear eyes were in a misty trance at the moment. Her cherry lips were slightly parted and her eyes were full of love. In her hand, she was holding an ancient book. The very same Lustful Lady Heart Sutra. Crap. Got into the devil. Without thinking about anything else, Yi Chen rushed forward with an arrow step and grabbed Liu Ruyan's wrist. Who knew that Ruyan Lu took the initiative to move forward? The fragrance came to his face. Master, you're finally here. As he looked around, the fragrance was so strong that Yi Chuan was almost pounced upon. Cough cough. Master, people feel so strange. Is it because of you? Said both hands picking up Yi Duan clothes. Yi Chen's body trembled. No, he couldn't let the small head control the big head. Hurriedly pulling Liu Ruyan's tender little hand. You calm down. Well, Ruyan Lu let out a chortle, her body trembling slightly. Those annoying images hopped in the back of his mind. Master? She looked at Yi Duan in front of her. Her eyes were confused, with a trace of confusion and longing. Yi Chen looked at Liu Ruyan's eyes and was shocked. These eyes were not right. Here, have a cup of tea first to wake up. He hurriedly poured a cup of spirit tea. It was handed to Ruyan Lu's lips. Liu Ruyan subconsciously opened her small mouth and swallowed the spirit tea. A coolness spread throughout her body, which allowed her to calm down slightly. Only then did she remember what had just happened, and her pretty face instantly turned red with shame, itching to find a crack in the ground. More importantly, Those humiliating images and that unspeakable position came to mind. Ah, Master, Ruyan Lu lowered her head, not daring to look Yi Chen in the eyes. It's okay, it's over. Yi Chen laughed dryly and comforted, but in his heart, he was secretly afraid. Master, I seem to be, well, a little off. Ruyan Lu raised her head and looked at Yi Chen with mesmerized eyes. Her voice was delicate and carried a hint of an unspeakable meaning. Yi Chuan looked at Liu Ruyan's eyes. Those stunningly beautiful features, full of longing, really made himself a little unable to resist awe. Willow let out a soft gasp, even though she was shy. If she felt right about herself, that gong method was subtle and transcendent. The aura was pure, and it appeared to be an immortal grade gong method, though the practice makes it difficult to talk about. A rare immortal technique in the world. Putting it outside, it would only make the great powers scramble for it. Master, this technique, is it an immortal grade technique? Ruyan Lu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hopeful light, as if she saw the hope of becoming stronger. Yi Chuan's old face blushed at the question, and his line of sight inadvertently swept over Liu Ruyan's exquisite figure. He hastily coughed dryly. On the path of cultivation, when you are down to earth, do not be overly ambitious. It turned out to be his own lack of cultivation. Liu Ruyan was secretly ashamed. What she had to do was to cultivate and become stronger soon. Master, I understand. Apprentice will definitely cultivate hard and reach master's requirements soon. Liu Ruyan's pretty face was scarlet, and her tone was firm. The disciple will go and continue practicing. After saying that, he turned around and walked away with his long legs. Leaf Dust was stunned again. This when did I say I wanted to double up? It's not like it wouldn't work with Ruyan Lu. At the same time, inside the Sword Gate Valley, a disciple hurriedly came to report. Master, over in Spirit Spring Valley, someone has made a breakthrough. Oh, that punk, finally broke through to the 4th level of the body refinement realm? The corner of Feng Wuhan's mouth hooked up in a sneer. It hasn't been easy after 200 years. Ha ha ha, a burst of laughter from all around. Looking at Ruyan Lu's departing back, Yi Chen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This girl, who had just made a breakthrough, was going to practice again. Quite the practice junkie. Inside the spiritual immortal cave, the aura was dense. Liu Ruyan sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, holding a crystal-clear jade slip in her hand, which was the Liu family's unique cultivation secret, the Green Lotus Sword Technique. Just now, his spiritual roots were repaired, and he had observed that immortal grade technique of the lustful lady's heart sutra. Now once again there is an epiphany in the mind. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes as she began to operate the Green Lotus Sword Technique. With the operation of the heart technique, the surrounding heaven and earth aura madly surged into her body. It turned into pure spiritual energy, nourishing her spiritual roots and the inner landscape of her dantian. Time passed by, and Ruyan Lu's cultivation level was steadily rising. It had dried up for a long time. Now she felt as if her body had turned into a dried-up sponge, greedily absorbing the aura around her. Buzz! Suddenly, the mortal-grade flying sword that Ruyan Lu had brought with her trembled violently, emitting a crisp sword chime. It's about time. Liu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of light, and her hands quickly formed a seal, punching a spell into the flying sword. The flying sword immediately glowed, turning into a stream of light that shot up into the sky, hovering and flying in the air. A green lotus blossomed along with the sword light. Refined, Liu Ruyan chanted, and her hands slammed together. The flying sword suddenly glowed inwardly, and a green lotus blossomed on both sides of the flying sword. Boom! Ruyan Lu could only feel a shock in her mind as a powerful force of divine sense surged through her body. The interior surged again. There was a rumble in his own inner world, waiting for Liu Ruyan to come back to her senses. One's consciousness is clear and filled with power. The inner world is even more stormy and thunderous to experience. Vitality is abundant. Looking at the world in front of her again, Ruyan Lu looked at her hands incredulously. Yourself? You've built a foundation? Ruyan Lu clenched her pink fist, feeling the spirit energy filling her body. A light thought. The flying sword in his hand was like a silver dragon, slicing through the stone in front of him like tofu in a matter of moments. Not only that, with the breakthrough in her cultivation, her enlightenment had also been greatly improved. This Green Lotus sword technique is truly marvelous. But, Ruyan Lu's pretty face couldn't help but be a rusty red. That immortal product Lustful Woman's Heart Sutra is even more powerful. If in the future, one can cultivate with master. Ruyan Lu's pretty face rolled once again at the thought, and she couldn't help but gently rub her legs together. At the same time, the bloodline power within her body began to awaken, and a stream of pure bloodline power surged into her meridians, continuously refining her flesh and meridians. My bloodline power, it's actually awakened as well? 10. Ruyan Lu was pleasantly surprised in her heart. She originally thought that her bloodline power had completely dried up, but she didn't expect that it had awakened in the process of cultivating the Green Lotus sword technique. Moreover, she could feel that her bloodline power was purer and stronger than before. All of this is a gift from Master. Liu Ruyan was grateful in her heart. In this instant, she had complete confidence that the Nine Swords sect itself would inevitably become the number one. Lotus Heart Bloodline. One's bloodline and aura can purify the hearts of others, dispelling negative emotions such as fear, anger or sadness, while one's aura cultivation for the wood attribute increases by 200%. In Spirit Spring Valley, Yi Chen was lying on a rocking chair, leisurely basking in the sun. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Disciple Liu Ruyan cultivated hard and built up her cultivation, rewarding the host for raising her cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment and obtaining the immortal divine sword Green Lotus Sword. Gained Reiki 100000. Cultivation, peak foundation establishment. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Chen's mind. This girl, her cultivation speed is quite fast. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said in his heart. He stood up and moved his muscles, feeling the power filling his body, a hint of satisfaction on his face. It's cozy. No thanks to a swing system that swings for the fences itself and works hard to just need someone else. It was time for him to seize the moment and take on 2 more disciples. Yi Chen was secretly pleased in his heart. He picked up the immortal divine sword Green Lotus Sword rewarded by the system and scrutinized it, only to see that this Green Lotus Sword was turquoise in color, with a lifelike green lotus pattern carved on top of the sword, and gently waved it, the remnants of the green-colored sword light. It's not mortal at first glance. Good sword. What a great sword. Yi Duanzhan was ready to find a good opportunity to pass on to this good disciple of his. Meanwhile, inside the Sword Gate Valley, another person came to report. Master, someone else from Spirit Spring Valley has made a breakthrough. Feng Wuhan's expression remained indifferent. This master brother of mine, but it is the refining realm. Under the foundation, the cultivation enhancement is rapid too unusual, don't make a big fuss about it. Back then, Master, the refining realm directly broke through 4 layers one after another. My waste of a senior brother, held back for 200 years, should also let him progress a little. Yes, the growth rate of cultivation before foundation building, extremely rapid. That year, he was rising 4 realms in a row. The disciples around them burst into laughter. Chapter 5 moves to the core. In the meantime, Liu Ruyan, who was in the cave, looked at her slender hands and felt the aura filling her limbs and bones. Is this really the foundation stage? Ruyan Lu incredulously felt the surging spiritual energy within her body. Once again, it was confirmed that he had really broken through to foundation establishment. In just one day, the spiritual roots were repaired and 2 levels of realm were broken through. At this moment, Liu Ruyan came from hell to heaven. A moment later, hot tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. She covered her face with her hands and whimpered. Originally the most naive age, father doting, mother care, because of the Green Lotus bloodline by the royal family scruples, encountered the immortal domain family wipeout. Siblings were driven to extinction. On the back of the blood feud, relying on will and talent, he came to the outer gate of the Nine Swords Sect, become the youngest outer sect genius when he himself breaks through the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. The scenery was boundless, the countless offerings of his brothers and sisters pleasing themselves in every way. Countless compliments and envious glances surrounded her. However, when one spiritual root was broken and one was unable to cultivate, one once again fell from the clouds to the mortal world. The original passionate senior brothers instantly changed their faces, and the senior sisters directly began to openly ostracize and snatch their spirit stones and resources. Overnight, the hot air response turned into a cold, vicious, and severe injury. 2 ups and downs, hope within reach, a better life falling into the depths of despair. Ruyan Lu suffered a huge blow and set back inside. The way of heaven is merciless, and all things are ruminants. The spiritual vein is broken, and the golden immortal can't save it. He himself had originally given up everything, and Yi Duan was nothing more than a choice made by his own illness. However, he had actually repaired his spiritual root now, and had also broken through to foundation establishment. What kind of concept is that? It was important to know that ordinary cultivators would need several months, or even several years and chances to break through a large realm, and promote yourself straight. There was no root instability, no going off the deep end, just a straight breakthrough. 10,000-year-old spirit fish, and the lustful woman's heart sutra. All of this was a great chance bestowed upon her by the master. The grace of reinvention, the aggression of the past and the excitement of today were intertwined and turned into 2 lines of clear tears that slid down from the corners of her eyes. Master, Ruyan Lu choked. This time, she would absolutely cherish it. I will not let you down again. Ruyan Lu's eyes were resolute. At the foundation establishment stage, Her figure became more and more proud. Her aura was overwhelming, and the great ups and downs tempered her heart. She got up and straightened her clothes. It was hard to hide the proud plumpness and stunning beauty, but now there was only one person in her eyes, Yi Chen, his own master. He changed his destiny and is the god of his own heart. There was no hesitation. She once again walked towards Yi Duan's thatched hut residence. Master! Ruyan Lu arrived in front of Yi Chen and fell to her knees with a thud. Apprentice! Apprentice! Seeing Yi Duan sitting on a rocking chair, she couldn't hold back her sobs any longer. Bang! 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 3 clangs of the head, heavy on the ground. Bang! 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 3 more rattles, firm and strong. Bang! 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 The last 3 rings. 3 kowtows. This is the highest courtesy in the cultivation world. It directly scared Yi Duan into a shiver. Just now you want to double up. Now you want to kowtow. Auntie, what's going on here? Master, your great kindness is unforgettable to my disciple. Ruyan Lu raised her head, her beautiful eyes flashing. Apprentice swore that I would cultivate hard and reach the yuaning stage as soon as possible to dual cultivate with master. Put. Yi Chuan sprayed out a mouthful of tea and choked and coughed. Looking at Ruyan Lu's delicate features and stunning body, this niece's temperament and figure were even better. Just, cough cough, double cultivation? Leaf Dust himself felt embarrassed. He had just collected another 100 times the other party's aura cultivation, and he actually wanted to double cultivate. Is he still a human being? Apprentice, calm down. Now is not the time. Leaf Dust was tongue-tied. When Ruyan Lu saw Yi Chan's reaction, her heart was even more moved. Again the expression was sincere. Master, the apprentice understands that now is indeed not the time. Apprentice brother's current cultivation and master's dual cultivation is indeed dishonoring master's cultivation. Master, don't worry. I'll definitely work hard and become a yuaning at an early date. At the end of her words, Liu Ruyan spoke in a thin mosquito voice. Her cheeks reddened, and she shyly bowed her head. Do you want to cultivate yourself, or do you want to double cultivate with your master? Those series pictures from the Lustful Woman's Heart Sutra come to mind again. Gee, what a shyster. 2 blushes appeared on his face just thinking about it. Yi Duan coughed. What do you mean now is not the time? Not even in the future. I'm not that kind of person. Disciple, this has nothing to do with cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ruyan Lu became anxious. He stood up fiercely, and his chest came directly to Yi Duan. The large dazzling snow white looked dizzying to Yi Duan. Master, do you mean that Ruyan is not beautiful? Ruyan Lu commiserated. Ha, that's not what I meant. I mean, barking. Ruyan Lu suddenly moved forward, and Yi Chen only felt a light sweetness and wetness on his lips. Master, Leaf Dust froze in place. You were forcibly kissed? Ruyan Lu looked at Yi Chen with deep emotion. Master, you are only at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, yet you gifted your only treasured 10,000-year-old spirit fish to your disciple. Such a great kindness. Ruyan will not forget it. Ruyan is burdened with a blood feud. The family suffered a royal betrayal. The immortal domain wiped out. The spiritual root is broken. The master not only does not dislike me, but also taught me everything. Such great kindness. Disciple is unable to repay it, and will return the favor with his body in the future. Kissing is a small thing. Now it's Yi Duan's turn to be baffled? Immortal domain obliteration? A blood feud? Clans that could be called immortal domains invariably possessed several Mahayana clan elders, and these clans are entrenched in the best vastness of the spiritual Qi cave, experienced thousands of years long power, in order to be called the immortal domain, and the strength of the lineage is raised by 1 dimension. You're not going to get yourself in big trouble here, are you? It's just a matter of taking a step. At the same time, a 1,000-mile voice transmission came. All new inner disciples, choose the secret realm of initiation. The secret realm of initiation? Leaf Dust froze. It was finally coming. The secret realm of entry could be understood as the first test for all 9 sword sect's entry disciples to cultivate. In the secret realm, you can obtain techniques, secret treasures, and materials, but at the same time, you will also encounter evil spirits, demonic beasts, and curses. Simply put, it's a copy. Generally speaking, the major peak masters would gift their disciples with treasures, magic weapons or elixir enhancements to allow them to successfully escape the first secret trial. At the same time can let them follow up to enhance the potential. If in the secret realm to obtain the top quality treasure is to earn a lot. Secret realm is divided into primary secret realm, intermediate secret realm, advanced secret realm, elite secret realm, legendary secret realm, chaos forbidden land. They corresponded to, respectively, the Qi refining realm, foundation establishment, Jindan, yuaning, transformation of God, and refining the void. And one of the chaos forbidden land is a piece of nothingness, extremely dangerous no matter what realm. After entering the mortality rate is 99%, because after that it's a random mystery. There's no hierarchy. It could be a heavenly chance or an instant wipeout. Leaf Dust pondered for a moment. Immortal Green Lotus Sword nowadays. Liu Ruyan still can't control it. In order to protect Ruyan Lu's well-being, Ruyan, for the introductory secret realm test, take one of the chopsticks on my table and bring it over. Disciple obeys. Ruyan Lu knelt on one knee, revealing the deep snow-white scar on her chest. By the way, these chopsticks can protect you from the secret realm, no matter what realm it is. The disciple obeys. Ruyan Lu had no brain to believe in Ye Duan, grabbed a chopstick and headed for the secret trial. Along the way, she recalled her master's words. Would any secret realm also do? Inside of her, a bold idea arose. Chapter 6, The Forbidden Land of Chaos. Ruyan Lu arrived at the entrance of the secret realm of trials alone. There were already quite a few inner disciples of the Nine Sword Sect gathered here, and unlike Liu Ruyan, most of them were in groups of 3 or 5. The same summit has fellowship. It's also a network of people for their future cultivation. Where there are people, there is a jungle. The tutor who was responsible for guiding the disciples to choose the secret realm was a crane-haired old man in the middle of the Jindan stage named Xuanji Zi. He stroked his snow-white beard and said aloud, "Disciples, there are 4 levels of introductory secret realms: primary secret realms, intermediate secret realms, advanced secret realms, elite secret realms, and legendary secret realms. All of you are newcomers at the Qi practicing stage, so you should act according to your strength and choose a secret trial that suits you. Secret realm grades are assigned according to mortal, spirit, treasure, and immortal grades, with each grade divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The secret realm's feats, props, encounters and crises were exponentially increasing. The different levels correspond to the Qi refining, foundation building, Jindan, and Yuanying stages respectively. The advanced secret realm, corresponding to the Jindan stage and beyond, requires you all to group up and move forward. The legendary mystery realm was even more of a place where patriarchs and mentors were wary of advancing. Xuanji Zi paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd and finally landing on Liu Ruyan, a trace of imperceptible contempt flashing in his eyes. It was well known that Yi Chuan was the shame of the clan, taking up excellent aura resources, not to mention the disciples. Even he himself was only a waste at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. Today's selection of disciples, but even more so the selection of people with broken spiritual roots. It looks like it is just the beauty of this niche. The major peak masters themselves had their own network of relationships and interests. So what were their likes and dislikes? Yi Chuan was different. He was unpopular with everyone. Yo, a great power from Spirit Spring Valley is also here. Ruyan, why don't you call out to your brother and we'll take you? The other peak disciples saw that Ruyan Lu was alone, coupled with her stunningly beautiful face, and spoke out to flirt with her. Another disciple chimed in. Ha ha ha, her master is also just that trash at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, letting her master lead her. Ha ha ha. The surrounding disciples snickered. To know, Ruyan Lu used to be the goddess in their eyes, regardless of the proud body and former talent. High above them all is their unattainable existence. However, the moment her spirit root broke, they were instantly balanced inside. They're like a cat that smells fish. Smoothly, he stomped Liu Ruyan hard under his feet. That feeling, it's very smooth. That's why the individual words are contemptuous. After all, Ruyan Lu was an existence that was once beyond their reach. Ruyan Lu squinted fiercely, her eyes cold, and an appalling aura emanated from her body. Say it again. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Those disciples who were still whispering originally were shocked by this aura of hers and closed their mouths, not daring to make another sound. Even though she couldn't cultivate, she was still a 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Quite a few of them were no match. Damn. I'll play you to death when I get to Tsukiji. Let her fool around for a few more days. When I learn my Dan Sect technique, let's see if I don't give her a good look. At this moment, a young man wearing a brocade robe and holding a folding fan walked out from the crowd. He had a face like a jade, with red lips and white teeth. This person's name was Liu Shaohua, a disciple recruited by Feng Wuhan's outer gate this time, and now he was also at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. His own family is a cultivation family, but the qualifications are average, and in the outer door, he was amazed at Liu Ruyan's face and cultivation talent. Used to be a Ruyan Lu suitor. Ever since Ruyan Lu's spiritual vein was damaged, he was the one who flipped out on the spot. Senior Sister Ruyan, long time no see, Liu Shaohua asked with feigned concern, a hint of contempt in his tone. Did you come alone? Didn't Valley Master Yi give you any magic treasures or talismans to protect yourself? As he spoke, he flaunted a small white jade sword in his hand. This is the protective artifact bestowed upon me by my family master, the Wind Peak Master, the spirit grade medium grade frost sword. This statement was made. Everyone was in an uproar. You just entered the sect and obtained a great spirit weapon? This Feng Wuhan was truly worthy of being the sword peak master, and was rich and generous. Senior Sister Ruyan, your spirit root is broken. It's too dangerous for you to enter the secret realm alone. Liu Shaohua kindly advised. Why don't you go with us? Or we can take care of each other. In the future, if you are willing to be one of my furnace cauldrons, I can protect you for the rest of your life. Liu Shaohua smiled calmly. The last sentence was graphic. Ruyan Liu has no cultivation, but this body and appearance is also top-notch. He can taste some flavor later. Can protect her. Stovepipe. As soon as Liu Shaohua said this, Liu Ruyan's eyes went ice cold. When he had first sweet-talked and sworn to this person himself, he had instantly flipped out after his own spiritual root was broken. Now you want to make yourself a little one? Or a stovepipe? Ha! At first, he had a hint of goodwill, but now he didn't expect this person to be such a nasty, disgusting, see-through thing. Mr. Liu should find another master. I'm afraid you won't be able to protect yourself by then. Yes? Liu Shaohua smiled playfully. The road to immortal cultivation is long and endless, and a good start is twice the result with half the effort. You will be completely left behind by me in the future, and by then, you will be nothing more than a mole cricket. Liu Shaohua smiled grimly. I'm only afraid that if you beg me at that time, I won't care to have a waste like you. As soon as these words came out, Ruyan Liu's eyes turned grim. Alright, gentlemen, choose the secret realm. Xuanji Zi interrupted the crowd. Those who choose the secret realm tell me to take a step forward. Liu Shaohua glanced sideways at Liu Ruyan and took a step forward. Raising his volume, I'll go with the intermediate secret realm. The moment Liu Shaohua said this, the surrounding disciples were in an uproar. Intermediate secret realm. That's a second-level secret realm. How dare he, a disciple at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, choose an intermediate secret realm? Suddenly, someone came to a sudden realization. It's a magic weapon. It's that treasure-level magic weapon. The crowd came back to their senses. It looked like that magic weapon had given Liu Shaohua confidence. Worthy of being Uncle Feng's disciple, he really does have a lot of guts. Che, it's just a magic weapon given by the peak master. Some are envious, some are jealous. Liu Shaohua turned his head and smiled grimly. Gentlemen, don't speculate. My master gifted me a foundation building pill. To tell you all accurately, I'm not at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm right now, but at the early stage of foundation establishment. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Shq. In just a day's time, the foundation was built, and in addition to talent, it was categorically not possible to have fewer pills to nourish it. A foundation building pill was 100 medium-grade spirit stones, and their ordinary cultivators couldn't afford to buy one with a year's worth of monthly money. Instantly, everyone's eyes looked at Liu Shaohua with envy. Jianfeng is really rich. Liu Shaohua was enjoying the attention of the stars, looking toward Ruyan Liu. Ruyan Liu, it's not too late to regret. Ruyan Liu sneered inwardly. Oh, okay. Liu Shaohua grinned. I'll see how much longer you're going to be high and mighty. When I reach Jindan, you'll be begging for it. This kind of waste is not worthy of being in one's eyes at all. She subconsciously touched the chopsticks hidden in her sleeve. These chopsticks are what Master Yi Duan told her to bring with her. It was warm and moist in the hand, with a hidden flow of aura. A random fish and a book of feats were all immortals. These chopsticks were categorically not bad. Ruyan Liu had an inexplicable trust in Yi Chun, a loser in the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, who hadn't been fishing for 5 years, was able to cure her spiritual veins by stewing spiritual fish with spiritual spring water. He was also able to take out an immortal technique like the Lustful Girl Heart Sutra. That in itself is unusual. At this time, Xuanji Zi on the stage also began to order the many outer disciples of the secret realm. As time passed, more and more disciples chose the secret realm. A burly disciple holding a huge axe. My master is an elder of the weapon refining peak, and this mountain opening axe cuts iron like mud. I'll choose the primary secret realm. A disciple in a Taoist robe, holding a string of Buddha beads. My master is an elder of the Dan peak, and this string of heart-clearing beads can protect against heart demons. I'll choose the primary secret realm. A curvaceous female disciple holding a long whip. My master is an elder of Rune Peak, and this immortal binding whip can bind the Yuan Shen. I'll choose the intermediate secret realm. One by one, the disciples flaunted the feats and magic weapons given by their masters, and most of them chose the primary secret realm. In fact, the primary secret realm, with the lowest danger factor, was the only choice for all outer disciples. For these disciples who were new to the secret realm, safety was the most important thing. Finally, it was Ruyan Liu's turn. It was just that the gazes they looked at Ruyan Liu were filled with teasing. A waste with a broken spiritual root dared to come to the secret realm of trials? As for her master, the Nine Swords sect was notorious for being a waste of space. What could they give her? Everyone waited for Ruyan Lu's choice and waited to see her joke. Liu Shaohua even took a step forward with interest. Ruyan, you have to pay attention to safety even if you choose the primary secret realm, hahaha. There was a roar of laughter all around. It was finally Ruyan Lu's turn. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu looked around, her eyes calm. She spoke slowly, her voice clear and cold. I choose the Chaos Forbidden Land. At these words, the room fell silent. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone was frozen in place as if they had been struck by lightning. Even the Xuanji Z pupils just now were all earthquakes? Chaos? The Forbidden Land of Chaos? The Forbidden Land of Chaos? What is that place? Ordinary secret realms are only distinguished to legendary secret realms. Why? Because the difficulty level of the secret realm is exponentially increased. For example, the primary secret realm is a refining realm cultivator can be, but the intermediate secret realm can barely cope with. But after the advanced secret realm, the danger and the magic treasure are geometrically difficult to rise. What was needed could be dozens or even hundreds of people. Only Yuaning cultivators could enter. And the chaotic Forbidden Land was a forbidden existence. Even the patriarch could not fight back, then only entered the legendary Dreamland. It is said that hundreds of people lost dozens of seconds of transformation god in refining void stage of the great powers before taking out a dragon bone containing the rules of the heavenly Tao from it. And the final Chaos Forbidden Land. It's the only danger that doesn't limit class, or can't be unknown. No one can know what is behind that secret world. It was possible for a great power in the Mahayana stage to be twisted into blood foam, while a fledgling foundation builder could also obtain the heavenly Tao's creation. But the likelihood is slim. Ruyan Lu's choice was no different than sending her to her death. The chaotic Forbidden Land was simply uncontrollable due to the complexity of the environment within it. And there were all sorts of bizarre existences. So far, rather than the chaotic Forbidden Land, it was more of a way to send people to their deaths. Of course the techniques, secret treasures, and strange encounters in them are all unimaginably overwhelming for ordinary people. Does Ruyan Lu have the life to take it? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Crazy. This Liu Ruyan is absolutely crazy. A punk with a broken spiritual root who chose the chaotic Forbidden Land? Isn't this a death wish? Liu Shaohua's expression became dismayed. Feeling that Liu Ruyan had stolen his thunder, he became anxious. Liu Ruyan, have you lost your mind? The chaotic Forbidden Land. That's a place where refined void and Mahayana cultivators are scared to death. So that's your choice? To die? The other disciples were also stunned. And then they were deliberately sarcastic. She must have known that she couldn't pass the trial, so she deliberately chose to send herself to her death. I think she was brainwashed by that loser Yi Chen to make such a stupid decision. In the face of the crowd's mockery, Ruyan Lu did not change her face, just sneer back. What? Scared? What you guys don't dare to do. I dare? Straight away, everyone was dumbfounded. Xuanji Z was also stunned and looked at Liu Ruyan, inquiring once again. You? Sure. Liu Ruyan looked as usual. I'm sure. That's a death sentence. Xuanji Z repeated, kindly reminding Liu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu didn't have any hesitation. Death? The immortal path is long and thorny. How many great powers, cultivators, overrate themselves against the heavens? If I'm afraid of death, what use do I have to cultivate this immortal? Xuanji Z's heart trembled when he heard this. After saying that, he actually took the first step forward. Xuanji Z didn't even react. Liu Ruyan took a step forward, the first of the secret areas that her hand touched. Above the chaotic Forbidden Land void, Xuanji Z instinctively activated the secret realm. Ruyan Lu's figure disappeared into thin air. It took Liu Shaohua a long time to come back to his senses. Voice trembling. Holy? Really? Going in? Chaos Forbidden? Chapter 7, Taoye Class Fierce Beasts. Xuanji Z looked at the entrance to the chaotic Forbidden Land, and Ruyan Lu's figure had already disappeared. He froze in place for a long time. As Ruyan Lu said, the immortal road is long and thorny. How many great powers, cultivators, overrate themselves against the heavens, and people who can really do it as if they were dying? How many can there be? What do you seek in immortalism? Isn't it immortality? As he watched Ruyan Lu enter the Forbidden Land of Chaos, a trace of respect unexpectedly arose within him. Yi Duan is a waste. This disciple of his is not. If she can come out, Ruyan Lu will surely be a worldly talent in the future. It was a pity that Xuanji Z was clear that this was nothing more than a delusion. Chaos Forbidden Land is not 9 deaths, is 999 in. Can have a person can come out has been lucky. And the news of Liu Ruyan entering the chaotic Forbidden Land swept through the Nine Swords Sect like a hurricane. Among all the inner disciples, have you heard? That Liu Ruyan with a broken spiritual root actually chose the chaotic Forbidden Land. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. It's no different than sending someone to their death. It's probably because he knows he's bound to die. so he simply breaks the pot and picks the hardest one to die with a bang. The chaotic Forbidden Land. That's a place where even a Mahayana stage cultivator wouldn't dare to set foot easily. Alas, it can't be helped. The spirit vein is broken, and it's that waste of a tutor. Yi Chuan, who's misguided, there's no chance without putting up a fight. Outside the secret territory, Liu Shaohua was the first to react and lightly sizzled to resolve the embarrassment. Seek your own death. At the same time, Ruyan Lu only felt her body float lightly as she came back to her senses. It had come to a blood-colored world. The sky was blood-colored, the earth was crimson, and the entire space was filled with blood. This is the Forbidden Land of Chaos? Just after entering, Ruyan Lu only felt that her skin had suffered 100 times the gravity in the Nine Swords Sect. Straight away, he dropped to both knees. The air was heavy with the smell of blood. As far as he could see by himself, it was all scarlet blood. A huge altar that could not be seen to the end stood in the center, and it was made of giant beast bones piled on top of each other. The beast bone was 100 feet long, its surface as smooth as jade, all of which were carved with tedious runes. Heck, they were all runes, spells, Tao rhymes. These were the skeletons of great demons, and around the altar, blood stained the ground red and white beast bones piled up. Hundreds of meters of demonic beast remains were scattered everywhere. White bones, surprisingly piling up a mountain of white bones around the altar. This, with such a heavenly aura of fury and blood, there was no way one could survive here. In an instant, Ruyan Lu felt her stomach turn over, nauseous and lackluster. In the meantime, deep inside the altar, a figure slowly emerged. Humanoid, but exuding a monstrous ferocious aura. It was 3 feet tall, covered in dark red fish scales, with an ape body and tiger claws. The head was born with a bull's horns, the eyes were blood red, and the pupils were like 2 ghostly fires of the underworld. Just by looking at each other, Liu Ruyan felt that her body was not under her control in general. Fixed in place. God's soul wants to crack. I'm going to die here myself. Ruyan Lu was shocked by the terrifying pressure and couldn't move. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are not only cultivators, there are also ferocious beasts, demonic beasts. The fierce beasts are the evil beasts of old, devouring blood, aura, and grievances for food. Their shapes are different, or like tigers and leopards, or like dragons and snakes. Their nature is violent, and their strength is world-class, often hidden in the deep mountains and swamps, or sneak in the secret valleys and dense forests, from time to infest, for the 4 sides of the harm. The ancients called them ferocious beasts because they were the source of mischief. Cultivators categorize ferocious beasts according to their rank: bloodthirsty, limb-swallowing, soul-killing, annihilation, and Tao Tai. Bloodthirsty level demonic beasts were all existences that ordinary Jindan stage cultivators feared anymore. Immortal cultivators were their best food, while their inner elixir was also the best tonic for cultivators. Ruyan Lu had never encountered a ferocious beast before, yet with this guy in front of her, Ruyan Lu was certain. It was a ferocious beast of Tao Tai level. That bullhorn monster saw Liu Ruyan and looked up to the sky. The white bone mountains shook and roared, and the white bones broke and cascaded. In the next second, it had arrived in front of Ruyan Lu. It had mastered the laws of space and shrunk. Sharp claws waved. Space was directly torn apart, and that tiger's claw directly slapped at Liu Ruyan's head. Ruyan Lu went into cardiac arrest. She closed her eyes in despair. Are you sure you're going to die here? The moment it was about to sweep onto Ruyan Lu's head, its sharp claws gradually came to a halt, and the monstrous blood aura on its body suddenly dissipated. What's going on? The bullhorn monster's movements came to an abrupt halt. Ruyan Lu's heart was beating wildly, unable to believe that she was still alive. She opened her eyes with a shudder. The back was drenched in cold sweat. That terrifying Taotie-class ferocious beast had unexpectedly collected its monstrous blood chi. It also reduced the gravity of the chaotic Forbidden Land with it, and Liu Ruyan was actually able to slowly stand up. What's going on? Ruyan Lu was stunned. Who knew that the Minotaur slowly spread out its tiger claws? All that was visible was a clear turquoise seed, lying quietly in its rough palm. It looked at Liu Ruyan with an almost supplicating look, pointing at the seeds and then at the chopsticks at Liu Ruyan's waist. Ruyan Lu instantly understood what it meant. It wanted to use the seed in exchange for the chopsticks given to it by Yi Duan. Yi Chuan's chopsticks were so attractive to the ferocious beasts of this chaotic Forbidden Land? Heaven! Is this the master's divine power? Liu Ruyan was shocked in her heart, but she still removed her chopsticks without hesitation. She handed the Minotaur her chopsticks. The Minotaur took the chopsticks and surprisingly grinned widely, revealing an expression that resembled a simple human smile. Pick up the chopsticks and bite into your mouth. Those chopsticks unexpectedly became bigger in an instant. Tao Tai level demonic beasts, with a bite that can crush meteorite iron, and the root bones of great powers with ease, surprisingly want to not break these chopsticks. Ruyan Lu froze. Master, Sure enough, there's something. Liu Ruyan took the seed, and it was slightly cool and verdant in her hand. A pure wood aura surged into his body. It was not a seed, but a green jade refined to look like a seed. It's a magic weapon. It was clearly an upgradable immortal grade top grade magic weapon, and Liu Ruyan held this seed individual. Felt the not bad in it. Ruyan Lu's mind moved in an instant. Countless blood-colored vines broke out of the ground like a blood-colored python, circling around her. Once again, Ruyan Lu's mind moved. The blood-colored vines contained terrifying power, and with a flick of the hand, they broke the nearby hardened skeletons of ferocious beasts. Days. This is too raw. At the same time, the name of the artifact surfaced in Liu Ruyan's mind's brain, the Bai Ling Chui Xin, an immortal grade upper grade magic weapon with its own divine sense. Ruyan Lu was so excited that she choked, but immediately restrain your surprise, because to this kind of magic weapon, if it went out now, it would inevitably trigger the entire Nine-Sword sect to shake. It was inevitable that fellow masters and brothers, and even peak masters, would covet and even snatch them. All one has to do is refine it here. Recognize the Lord. Refining and recognizing is a way for cultivators and magic weapons to be bound together, and it is important to know that due to leveling up, the magic weapons and props that cultivators can obtain are more and more refined. So unless it's an extremely high-quality magic weapon, it won't be refined and recognized. She sat down on her knees and began to refine the Bai Ling Chui heart. The rich blood qi of the chaotic Forbidden Land surged madly into her body. It was absorbed and transformed by the Bai Ling Suixin. Chapter 8: Refining the Bai Ling Chui heart. Obtaining the Dao Rhyme. Liu Ruyan immediately sat cross-legged. The blood qi within the chaotic Forbidden Land churned in Ruyan Lu's body. Green light flowed around Ruyan Lu, and the Bai Ling Chui Xin was in her palm. Feeling of skin dryness, tingling, and at times feeling cold all over. In hot and cold. 3 days. The green lotus spiritual root was a perfect match for the blue spirit emerald heart. Ruyan Lu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Ruyan Lu slowly opened her eyes, and an exquisite light flashed. After refining the Bai Ling Chui heart, she only felt that the wood origin in her body was integrated into her blood, and she herself entered a metaphysical state. If I didn't feel it wrong, it was the Dao rhyme. Only cultivators of Yuaning could feel the Dao rhythm. Closing his own eyes, he only felt that the surrounding wood aura was dotted with stars and vastness. I've only just built my foundation, but I can actually feel the wood origin Dao rhythm. In time, if I cultivate to Yuaning, wouldn't I be familiar with this wood origin Dao rhythm? Thinking about this, Liu Ruyan's heart shock is difficult to dissipate, which is enough to see the preciousness of the Bai Ling Chui heart. Precious immortal level magic weapons were enough to trigger a bloody storm in the clan, and this minotaur was willing to replace one of the master's chopsticks with a Bijin Suixin. Thinking of this, Ruyan Lu was touched in her heart. Then the thought snapped. This shows that one's master is even more unfathomable. I don't know why, but I miss my master. Thinking of Yi Chen, Liu Ruyan's heart warmed. It's time to go back and see the master. Rising to his feet, he looked gratefully at the minotaur behind him. Having refined the Bai Ling Chui Xin by himself, it was now time to go back. The minotaur seemed to understand what she meant, and the tiger's claws pulled hard against the void. A spatial crack appeared out of nowhere, the very exit of the secret realm. Liu Ruyan nodded slightly, turned around and stepped into the spatial crack, disappearing. Meanwhile, inside the Spirit Spring Valley bamboo house, Yi Chuan was lying on a bamboo chair sunbathing in boredom. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple, Liu Ruyan, for refining the immortal magical artifact, Bai Ling Chui Xin, Epiphany, Wood Origin Power. Reward the host with the top-grade Gongfu Feng Ho Chi Men and the supporting magic weapons, the transported armor plate and the heavenly stem and earthly branches talisman. The system beep sounded, and Yi Duan sat up violently. Another breakthrough in enlightenment? TSK. Ruyan, you're really a wizard. The Wind Queen's strange door? This is the legendary strange door technique that can manipulate space and time? It's a bit interesting. Oh, immortal technique? TSK. Awesome. At the entrance of the secret realm, a large number of Nine-Sword Sect disciples were gathered. It's been 3 days since Ruyan Lu went in. Most of the disciples who had entered the primary secret realm had already returned successfully. Ruyan Lu has been in there for 3 days now. There's no difference between going in and sending yourself to death in a place like the Chaos Forbidden Land. A sharp-tongued disciple snorted. That's not true. I guess there's no bone dregs left now. The spirit and soul are scattered. Another disciple concurred. Unconscionable. One can only take desperate measures in order to stay in the clan. Worshipping a trashy master of the 3rd level of the body refinement realm is cutie pie. Entering the chaotic Forbidden Land is crazy. Ha ha, AI. It's a pity about that pretty face. A male disciple shook his head in mock regret. Suddenly, a void appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. The crowd is horrified? This was not the time for the secret world to begin. However, a figure stepped out from it. The person who came was magnificent, with a cold and arrogant temperament, an expression of disdain, and an absolutely beautiful face. And his skin was even more crystalline after the quenching, and his beauty was unbelievable. Beauty creates oppression. The figure walked out. It was actually Ruyan Lu, the dead man in their eyes, crazy and cute in their mouths. The originally noisy entrance was instantly silent, and all the disciples stared wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. It was clear to everyone that Ruyan Lu had entered the chaotic Forbidden Land before. She's dead. I can't believe she made it out alive. How could she have made it out alive? She made it out alive? And the aura is even stronger. Could it be she broke through in the chaotic Forbidden Land? No way. This is absolutely impossible. The disciples were shocked beyond belief. Xuanji was even standing in place, his scalp tingling. This ninny, actually really, she came out alive. How is that possible? How is that possible? A hint of shock flashed in his eyes, and he immediately took out the summoning jade slip and notified the major peak masters. Ruyan Lu came out alive from the chaotic Forbidden Land. The news swept through the entire Nine Swords sect like a hurricane. The source of the Nine Swords sect was that the founder Grand Elder left behind 9 divine swords, and each of the 9 Grand Masters grasped one of the immortal divine swords left behind by the Patriarch. Below the sect master, there was the Peak Master or Valley Master, and Spirit Spring Valley was under the Golden Sword sect, the people in charge of the Wine Immortal Sword, under the Wine Immortal sect. At this moment, within the main peak hall, several peak masters were discussing the affairs of the sect. Upon hearing this news, the teacup in one of the men's hands fell to the ground. Fall to pieces. What? How is this possible? Qingxian Peak Master Li Qingxian was the first to rise up with an open mind, his face filled with disbelief. That ninny who entered the Chaos Forbidden Zone came out? The chaotic Forbidden Land. Even if a god transformation stage cultivator enters, they all die in 9 deaths. How could she, a chi refining stage, come out alive? Red Flame Peak Master Zhao Liang questioned. Could it be a mistake? She's really back? The other peak masters also looked at each other with shocking waves rising in their hearts. Yet this is not the end. The crowd looked at each other. Mind you, to be able to come out, one must possess a supreme technique, magic weapon or heavenly material. For all of them Yuaning stage cultivators, there was a great temptation. A hint of greed flashed under the eyes of the crowd. Together, they got up and ran to the meeting place. There was an uproar at the entrance to the secret realm. Ruyan Lu actually came out alive from the chaotic Forbidden Land? An inner disciple exclaimed. It can't be? Isn't she only in the chi refining realm? It's actually possible to come out alive. Another disciple was filled with shock. Could it be that she got some kind of miraculous encounter in there? Liu Ruyan looked towards Xuanji. Right now she only wanted to see her master. Spirit Spring Valley, Liu Ruyan, meet Senior. The secret trial is over. I request to return to Spirit Spring Valley. Chapter 9, I only recognize Yi Duan. Qingyun Peak Master, Li Qingxian and Red Flame Peak Master, Zhao Liang were the first to arrive. They were all mid-Yuaning cultivators. Feng Wuhan, who finally got the news, also looked grave. There was a hint of jealousy and displeasure in his tone. Ruyan Lu actually came out alive. It was something he had never dreamed of. The chaotic Forbidden Land is exceptionally dangerous. How can she come out alive? That was a chaotic Forbidden Land. A secret realm that even the Patriarch didn't dare to enter easily. There was no point that made him feel worse than the fact that this person was still Yi Chen's disciple. At the entrance of the secret realm, Ruyan Lu stood quietly, aura surrounding her body, her breath more condensed compared to 3 days ago. The disciples whispered, shocked, dismayed. In the meantime, several streams of light cut through the sky. The powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire arena, and the disciples were silenced, bowing their heads and saluting. See all the peak masters. Li Qingxian ignored it and directly dispersed all the disciples. Only Ruyan Lu and the peak masters were left present. Stepping forward, his gaze was like a torch as he scrutinized Ruyan Lu. You are Ruyan Lu? Disciple exactly. Ruyan Lu bowed respectfully. Your master is that Yi Duan. The word waste had not been uttered, but had already been snatched up. Since you have survived the chaotic Forbidden Land, you must have had some strange encounters. Tell us quickly. Zhao Liang was impatient and asked directly. Liu Ruyan briefly pondered, then narrated her encounter in the Chaos Forbidden Land. I found a place where the skeleton of a divine beast 10,000 feet long and wide, and encountered a ferocious beast with a head shaped like a bull, but with tiger claws. All around, blood rushes to the sky, and skeletons pile up in mountains. Except it didn't attack me. 3 feet tall, covered in scales and armor, with bull horns and tiger claws, and 2 pupils of spectral fire? The peak master of the 10,000 beasts peak. Bai Zhe pondered slightly when he heard Ruyan Lu's description. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the blood fiend demon bone among the legends. The double pupil ghostly fire is its characteristic, because it can fuse other demonic beast bones, so it is the tiger claw and ox horn. The tiger claw is the tsunami tiger claw, and the ox horn is the ox horn of the mixed ox demon. If I remember correctly, that was a Tao Tai level ferocious beast. 10,000 Beasts Peak Master Bai Zhe's face suddenly changed when he finished speaking. The other Peak Masters also sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard this. A Taotie class ancient beast? Both are known for their greed and brutality, devouring everything. That kind of ferocious thing appeared in the Nine Swords Sect, and the Nine Swords Sect was instantly destroyed. This girl made it out alive? You actually managed to escape from the Taotai fierce beast? Zhao Liang was stunned, and his tone slowed down. Liu Ruyan sneered in her heart. Taotai ferocious beast, looking at my master's chopsticks is still not honest. However, she did not move on her face and continued. By a fluke, my disciple obtained a magic weapon, and after refining it, her strength increased greatly, which allowed her to escape from life. Oh, what spell! Several Peak Masters could not suppress their inner urges upon hearing this, and a hint of greed flashed in their eyes. You know the absolute treasure in the Chaos Forbidden Land. There is absolutely no way it is mortal. A few people looked straight at Ruyan Lu with their eyes and even wanted to make a move. Liu Ruyan lightly described the shape and efficacy of the Biling Chui Xian, but I've refined it. Only when they heard the word refinement did a few people's eyes darken slightly. Refining the treasure weapon could not be removed unless Liu Ruyan was killed, and even if it was removed the efficacy would be greatly reduced, and killing each other in the same sect was a taboo in the sect, and it was unlikely that anyone would dare to defy it, said Liu Ruyan gently waving her hand. All around them instantly grass and branches drew out, beckoning and waving. Look at the expressions on the faces of the crowd. Surprisingly, he could manipulate the growth of plants with his pure wood aura. This and other effects. It was at least an immortal magic weapon. Among them, Li Qingxian was the most jealous. He himself was a wood spirit root. If he could refine it, he might be able to break through to the peak Yuaning stage or even the God transformation stage. The Peak Masters were envious and jealous in their hearts. A single immortal grade magic weapon was enough to drive any cultivator crazy. Although Ruyan Lu's spiritual root was broken and she couldn't cultivate, but with this immortal magic weapon, it might allow her to fight with early Jindan cultivators, but it would certainly be rewarding to attend to it once or twice. Li Qingxian pondered for a moment and spoke. Liu Ruyan, you are gifted and intelligent. It is indeed a blessing for my Nine Swords Sect. Now that you have obtained an immortal magic weapon, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to utilize your full potential if you stay in Spirit Spring Valley. This seat would like to accept you as a personal disciple. Are you willing? Hearing this, Zhao Liang became anxious. Lin Qingxian, is it your turn? Little girl, if you come under me, I'll give you 50 top-grade spirit stones per month and teach you the spirit-grade technique Burning Heart Determination. Even Wind Wushang had curbed his previous arrogance. Ruyan Lu, this Peak Master had favored you before, and now it looks like you have a heavenly chance. Now will you enter under me? I'll give you spirit-level feats at 500 top quality per month. The other Peak Masters also opened their mouths and threw out olive branches. Ruyan Lu sneered in her heart. These old guys, one after the other, were all thinking about her chances. Before he was useless. He didn't even look at himself. It's still the master who's human again. She directly refused. Thank you for your Peak Master's love. Disciple has already worshipped under Spirit Spring Valley Yi Duan Valley Master. Once a master, always a father. Disciple will not betray the master. The Peak Master's faces sank, not expecting this girl to be so ungrateful, especially that last sentence about betraying the division. It was comparing them to bad guys in general. Zhao Liang said angrily, Yi Chen is only at the third level of the body refinement realm. How can he guide you in your cultivation? You will only delay your future if you follow him. Zhao Liang let out another cold laugh. Third layer of body refining? Yi Chuan entered the sect before me, and after staying in this Spirit Spring Valley for more than 200 years, he hasn't even broken through the fourth layer of body refining, and he has the nerve to take on a disciple? Li Qingxian concurred, not to mention that the Spirit Spring Valley is full of spiritual qi and still so. It shows his talent and perseverance. Ruyan Lu, you're destroying your own future by following him, and wasting this immortal magic weapon of yours for nothing. If you follow me, I promise to let you use the true power of this magic weapon of yours. Bai Zhe shook his head and lamented. The immortal magic weapon obtained in the Chaos Forbidden Land. You have seen the Tao Tai level ferocious beasts with your own eyes, and if it is catalyzed by my 10,000 Beasts Peaks Kung Fu, the power will be able to be taken to the next level. Everyone spoke in unison to dissuade it once again. Ruyan Lu looked at these Peak Masters. Inside, there was a trace of desolation. When he had broken through the ninth layer of the body refinement realm, The peak masters had indeed rewarded him. However, after his own spiritual root was broken, everyone abandoned him. What was the difference between the situation back then and now that he had an immortal magic weapon to recruit himself? I'm only afraid that if I don't utilize the Biling Chui Xin efficacy, I will definitely be abandoned by them again. Ridiculous. They don't even deserve to be compared to the master. Ruyan Lu took a deep breath. The good intentions of all the peak masters are appreciated by the disciple. But disciples have already worshipped under Master Yi Dust Valley. So how can they renege on their trust just because of a little bit of petty profit? Backstabbing? Zhao Liang snorted. What can that trashy Chen teach you? It's just some crude body refining techniques. You will only be wasting your good years by following him. Li Qingxian also advised. Ruyan, don't be obsessed. Yi Chen, he is not capable of guiding you at all. You will only delay your future if you stay by his side. You may not follow us, but don't follow him. Bai Zhe lamented. It's a shame that such an opportunity for my nine-sword sect has to be delayed by a loser. Wind Wushu also directly stopped pretending. Ruyan Lu, you must think clearly. If you insist on staying in Spirit Spring Valley, with my senior brother's status in the Wine Immortal sect, the distribution of resources within the sect will be minimal for you at all. As for the experience and introduction of feats that my senior brother can give you, you know better than I do that it's simply nonsense and even misguided. Oh, I'm certainly aware of that. What Master Leaf Dust can give me is so much better. You don't deserve it. When Liu Ruyan heard so many people belittling Yi Chen, her tone was also no longer kind. Tit for tat. Fellow peak masters, disciples' intention has been decided. I will never betray the division. Peak masters need not persuade me any further. She looked around at the crowd. I know that all the peak masters feel that my master's cultivation is low and unbearable to create, but when I was most helpless, it was the master who chose me. If the Nine Sword Sect can even have a price for inner disciples to worship and accept disciples, if they betray their trust, then does my Nine Swords Sect have enough spirit stones? Does that make it possible to change the name? Liu Ruyan said this. The crowd's faces instantly turned red. There was a hint of awkwardness in the air. For a long time Li Qingxian was a furious rebuke. Could you girl? No one in sight. We are for your own good. Since you do not know how to be good or bad, also let it go. But you insulted us for being treacherous. What a big hat. I'll take your master's place today and educate you on how to talk to seniors. Li Qingxuan's body was surrounded by wood aura, and countless flying leaves turned into needles. Just then, an old voice descended from the sky. What's the matter? Making trouble? An old man with crane hair strolled in. He was carrying a wine gourd on his back. His cheeks were slightly red, and he walked staggeringly, looking like a drunken old man. Yet it was none other than one of the 9-gate masters of the Nine Swords Sect. Middle stage of transformation. Drunken Wangzi in charge of the Wine Immortal Sword. Hearing that there was actually a son who was able to come out alive from the chaotic Forbidden Land was also an immediate rush. Drunken Wangzi appeared and everyone immediately attached themselves. Meet the sect master. Since Liu Ruyan has already worshipped under Yi Chen, she is a disciple of Spirit Spring Valley. How can you all force her like this? The peak masters looked at each other in dismay. And since the patriarch had spoken, they did not dare to say anything else. Drunken Wangzi added to Liu Ruyan. Your loyalty to your master is greatly appreciated by my old husband, but the road of cultivation is a long one. You need to keep in mind that you must not be stuck in your old ways. The implication was also to implicitly tell Ruyan Lu that Yi Chen's ceiling was too low. So don't be emotional. Ruyan Lu respectfully saluted. Disciple honors patriarch's teachings. Drunken Wangzi nodded, and in his heart, it was a pity. He could see the talent and chance in Ruyan Lu. It was indeed insulting to impart it to Yi Duan, but more than that, he valued the unity within the Wine Immortal sect. If the peak masters fought over a single disciple, what was in order? So the best way was to stabilize Liu Ruyan first, so that she would later see the gap between Yi Chen and the others and give up on her own accord. You should go back to Spirit Spring Valley first to report to your master. By the way, prepare well for the clan competition in a month's time. If it's not too late to do something else when the time comes, it's not too late. Drunken Wangzi was giving Liu Ruyan a step down. Ruyan Lu hurriedly nodded and left. When Feng Wuhan heard Drunken Wangzi's words, he then relieved himself. Ruyan Lu's spiritual root was broken and she was unable to cultivate, so she might not be able to utilize the full strength of the immortal magic weapon when the time came. If she failed miserably in the clan competition, she would definitely know how to choose, and Ruyan Lu would become a disciple of the other peak masters. The sect master really is a good tactician, and everyone in the room thought that Drunken Wangzi was a masterstroke. However, only Li Qingxian looked at Liu Ruyan's back, his eyes raging with murderous intent due to greed. It was because Li Qingxian was, besides being the peak master of Qingyin Peak, he also had another identity. He was a secret agent that the underworld had sent in the Nine Swords Sect. Chapter 10, The Psy Faction. Sneak Attack. No martial virtues. The Underworld Sect, a notorious parasitic sect in the cultivation world. When their names are mentioned, everyone wants to kill them. This was because they never clashed head-on with any clan. Instead, they'll be in disguise, infiltrate into the major clans and go undercover to the top level, waiting for the opportunity to collaborate inside and outside and empty the clan's resources, spirit veins, secret treasures, magic artifacts, and finally male and female disciples were used as cauldrons to empty the entire clan before leaving after draining all the resources. The ruthlessness and viciousness of his methods are disdained by all the famous sects. As for Li Qingxian, the Peak Master of Qingyun Peak, he was the secret agent of the Underworld Sect planted in the Nine Swords Sect. He had been hibernating in it, waiting for his chance. However, Ruyan Lu's appearance completely messed up his Tao. In addition to cultivating the sect's techniques, his spiritual root was a wooden spiritual root, and he cultivated wooden techniques as well. Nowadays, the middle stage of Yuaning also did not refine any magic weapon, because no magic weapon could come into his eyes. That blue spirit Chui heart was from the forbidden land of chaos, and it was also an immortal great artifact. If you obtain it yourself, one's breakthrough to the peak of Yuaning, or even transformation of God, might be just around the corner. Think about it. It made it impossible for him to calm down any longer, and he was already up for the kill, even if it means exposing yourself as an undercover agent. Although refined, as long as one destroys Liu Ruyan's physical body and obliterates his Yuanshan, the remaining immortal magic weapons will be discounted, but you can still use them yourself. Gentlemen, I'll return to the peak to take care of business first. Farewell. Li Qingxian arched his hand and took the lead to leave. Immediately after leaving the house, he followed Ruyan Lu all the way, and the two of them, one after the other, arrived at the Spirit Spring Valley. In front of the Spirit Springs Valley, Liu Ruyan felt someone following her behind and realized that the person coming was Li Qingxian. Instead of being wary within, he respectfully saluted. Peak Master Li. Li Qingxian stopped in his tracks, his face piled with a false smile. Ruyan such a coincidence. He invisibly approached Ruyan Lu. Congratulations on obtaining such a chance. Li Qingxuan's tone was gentle, but concealed a murderous intent. Li Qingxuan's attack method was called soul eroding, attacking the target's Yuan Shen or inner landscape with his divine sense, killing people in an invisible manner. This is also a common kung fu of the Underworld Sect, which starts with one's Yuan Shen and inner scenery. He was good at capturing the weak points of his target's divine sense, and like a maggot on a tarsus, he nibbled away at his target's consciousness. As long as Ruyan Lu wasn't paying attention, it would be easy for her own realm to destroy her inner scenery and Yuanshan. Thank you Peak Master Li for your kind words. Ruyan Lu nodded slightly, thought that Qingfeng Li was passing by chance. Li Qingxian approached again. Ruyan, although you have already worshipped under Yi Chen, what help do you need? Feel free to ask, he asked, feigning concern. Liu Ruyan pondered slightly, her tone slightly impatient as she looked at Li Qingxian with a suspicious expression. Why was the Peak Master suddenly warming up to him uncharacteristically? Disciple has no needs for the time being. Thank you Peak Master for your concern. A hint of viciousness flashed in Li Qingxuan's eyes. In that case, I won't bother you much. His tone remained kind. Take care Peak Master. Ruyan Lu saluted and turned around to leave after that. Li Qingxuan's smile abruptly tightened. A cold divine sense, like a poisonous snake, stabbed at Liu Ruyan's Yuan Shen. Ruyan Lu's mind was in a state of shock. She sensed the killing intent behind her and instinctively ran the Green Lotus sword technique. However, instantly the Green Lotus made up of spiritual energy instantly surfaced. But Li Qingxuan's attack was too fast and too stealthy. Divine sense attacks. Defenseless. Ruyan Lu stifled a grunt and her body swayed. The Green Lotus was instantly pierced. Ruyan Lu only felt a blackness before her eyes. The Yuanshan was like being pricked by needles. Liu Ruyan turned back violently, looking at Li Qingxian incredulously. A hideous smile surfaced on Li Qingxuan's face. Your Yuanshan has been hit by my soul erosion. Compared to the pain right now you can't concentrate your luck, right? It's a pity that such immortal destiny. There was a greedy glint in his eyes. Why? Ruyan Lu forced herself to endure the severe pain of her Yuanshan and spoke with difficulty. Peak Master Li, attacking a disciple privately in the sect is a major taboo in the sect. What do you mean by this? Li Qingxian looked up to the sky and laughed. Clan? Ha 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 ha. Little girl, you're so naive. He walked towards Ruyan Lu, his eyes looking indulgently at Ruyan Lu's snowy whites. Hiss, and the figure is so superb. Sorry, I'm undercover. Undercover? I am a secret agent of the Underworld Sect planted in the Nine Swords Sect. The three words Underworld Sect came out of his mouth and dripped down like venom. Liu Ruyan was struck by lightning. The Sai Pai, the evil sect that everyone in the cultivation world had heard about. Parasitic clan. It dawned on her why Li Qingxian would suddenly strike out at herself. It's for the magic weapon. The bearing jade heart. This magic treasure was too precious. Enough to make him move to kill. At the expense of exposing himself. That's what he's really after. You. How dare you? Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth. What would I not dare to do? Li Qingxuan's eyes were filled with contempt. A little girl in the qi refining realm is also worthy of possessing an immortal magic weapon? But you have a perfect body. Let me savor it before I kill you and take your magic weapon. Ha ha ha. But before that, I'll destroy your genjutsu first. He stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers like hooks, and grabbed at Liu Ruyan's brow. If the spiritual root was the foundation of a person's cultivation, the Yuan Shen was the soul of a person, and a person without the Yuan Shen directly became demented. As long as he destroyed Ruyan Lu's Yuan Shen, she would be at his mercy. Get yourself this blue spirit emerald heart. A breakthrough to transformation spirit was just around the corner. Li Qingxian was ecstatic in his heart. It was as if he had already seen the breakthrough to the transformation spirit. The expression is insane. Goodbye, he snapped. The killing intent is awe-inspiring. Just then, Egu, Ruyan, back? There was a sound of footsteps behind them. A lazy voice rang out. He only saw Yi Duan carrying a plump wild duck and walking out from the valley. He had a faint smile on his face. Li Qingxuan's movements came to an abrupt halt. He looked at Yi Duan incredulously. This loser? How did he get here? Liu Ruyan instantly lit up when she saw Yi Duan. Master, she cried out weakly. Yi Chen walked to Liu Ruyan's side and asked with concern. What's wrong? Face looks so bad? Alas, I heard that you went to the forbidden land of chaos. Next time calm down a bit la. Look, this is too weak. It's okay, Master caught you a wild duck. Make up for it. He turned his head to look at Li Qingxian, clearly not having a clear picture of the situation, and greeted him with a smile. Peak Master Li, you're here as well. Li Qingxuan's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would appear at this time. The disruption of his plans infuriated him, but it was still there. Yi Chuan was merely a waste of space at the 3rd level of the body refining realm. Yi Chen, you've come just in time. He forced down the anger in his heart and took the lead in distracting Yi Chen. This girl carries an immortal magic weapon and has an unstable heart. I was about to take her back to the sect and teach her properly. Leaf Dust smiled. This son of a is on his head? Peak Master Li has taken the trouble. Ruyan is my disciple. I will teach her well. He handed the mallard to Ruyan Lu. You take it, and make a duck soup tonight. To make up for it, Ruyan Lu received the wild duck and was touched in her heart. He was about to tell his master to be careful of Lin Qingxian. Li Qingxian changed the topic. Yi Chuan, you're just a body refining 3rd layer. What qualifications do you have to teach her? Better let me do it. Yi Duan was still wearing a smile. Peak Master Li, your words are wrong. Once a teacher, always a father. Ruyan is my disciple. I naturally have to be responsible for her. Li Qingxian couldn't bear it. This waste, actually oil and salt. Damn it. As a member of the underworld sect, he couldn't even look down on Yi Chen. Having the top resource of the sect, the Spirit Spring Valley. A lazy person is a 3-day fish and a 2-day fish. What about him? 1 day to fish, 6 days in the sun. An undercover agent himself works harder than him. He lays flat like nothing else day after day. Why? Why is this loser so relaxed? If the parasites of the underworld sect are screwing up the sect by their own efforts, he, Leaf Dust, was the bright, proper and pure parasite. Seeing that nowadays Yi Duan was still smiling, anger arose steeply in his heart. Responsible? What are you responsible for? With your meager cultivation? He couldn't hold back any longer and released his mid-Yuaning stage pressure. The powerful spiritual pressure was like a mountain pressing down on Yi Chen. Griffin, kneel down for me. Li Qingxian snapped. Chapter 11 Yi Duan Inside Out. Li Qingxian broke the defense. Li Qingxian sneered in his heart. A mere 3rd level of the body refining realm. He also dared to act recklessly under his Yuaning stage pressure. Out of your depth. He had already seen the scene of Yi Chen kneeling down and begging for mercy. He was about to see Yi Chen kneel down and beg for forgiveness. This sect's parasite. Instead of the 9 Swords sect, punish this waste properly. He wanted Leaf Dust to truly feel the difference between effort and swinging for the fences. In anticipation, Li Qingxian thought that Yi Chen, this piece of trash, would definitely be shocked by his own intimidation. Get on your knees and beg for mercy. Li Qingxian couldn't help but openly laugh at the thought of this scene. Cough cough cough. Peak Master Li, why are you screaming so loudly? With an inquiry, Li Qingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Duan was still standing there, with a puzzled expression on his face and a spring in his step. He still carried the mallard in his hand. Peak Master Li, what's wrong with you? Yi Duan asked suspiciously. Think of anything happy? The muscles on Li Qingxuan's face twitched. How is that possible? The pressure of a Yuaning stage cultivator himself? Surprisingly, it's ineffective against a body refinement realm 3rd level cultivator? Shouldn't he be on his knees? You. Why you? Li Qingxuan's pupils quaked, and Yi Chen smiled. Peak Master Li, don't get excited. Didn't I just take on a talented apprentice? I know you're jealous of me, but it's okay, I can help you. Yi Chen smiled, and Li Qingxian froze. Then he felt greatly humiliated. He was a mid-Yuaning cultivator, but he was so belittled by a body refinement realm 3rd level cultivator. And it was still the waste that everyone in the Nine Sword Sect thought it was. This punk, what's the meaning of this? And help himself to a disciple? Is this naked sarcasm? You've worked so hard yourself. You still need a punk like you to tell you what to do. Just then, Ruyan Lu finally slowed down. She forced herself to endure the severe pain of her Yuanshan and pointed at Li Qingxian. Master, he is an undercover agent of the Underworld Sect. The Underworld faction? Leaf Dust froze. He didn't expect that within the Nine Sword Sect, there was a hidden undercover agent of the Underworld Sect. Li Qingxuan's face changed. Originally, he thought that Yi Chen would be terrified, shocked, and dismayed. As a result, Yi Chen slightly froze before speaking again. Oh, Peak Master Li, so you're the bad guy. Bad guys? That's how flippant it is? It's not supposed to be shocked and panicked. What the hell is wrong with how to fade? Li Qingxian was burning with rage. He felt that he had been ignored. Completely and utterly ignored. You're not shooting? He had originally thought that Yi Chen would be scared less. As a result, Yi Chuan blurted out, afraid? Peak Master Yi, evil doesn't suppress good. Evil does not prevail. Fart. It's all fart. At this moment, Li Qingxian finally broke his defense. Grandma, you turtle grandson, waste of the Nine Swords Sect. You, I'm trying to practice and preach every day. Are you? I drink tea and fish every day. Yi Duan replied seriously. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Qingxian was furious. Am I not asking you if this is the point? Li Qingxian broke his defense. This Yi Chen, now at this time he even gave himself a question and answer? I'm going to kill you today. Eradicate you. A tumor. For the Nine Swords Sect, Yi Duan was blinded and stood still for half a day without returning to his senses. Li Qingxian spoke so righteously that he even felt for a moment that he was the villain now. Cough cough cough. Peak Master Li. What you said. Like you're the villain. Li Qingxian was thoroughly annoyed, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. This asshole. Ignoring himself. Die. His divine sense condensed and his aura focused on a point, wrapping his Yuanshan in aura. A black light shot out from his forehead. It went straight to Yi Chen's brow. Of the full force of his own genjutsu, the secret technique of the underworld school, soul devouring. Unlike directly attacking the Yuanshan, he was able to directly enter the opponent's inner landscape. He wanted to enter Yi Chuan's internal view and make Yi Chuan watch with his own eyes the state in which he had destroyed his internal view but was unable to do anything about it. He wanted to make Yi Chuan suffer and feel despair. Li Qingxian smiled. Even if you can carry my pressure, you definitely can't stop my soul devourer. The black light instantly disappeared into Yi Chen's brow. Li Qingxian was overjoyed in his heart. It's a done deal. He couldn't wait to enter Yi Chen's inner scene world and devour his Yuanshan, destroying Yi Duan's inner view, letting Yi Duan, a waste of space, feel despair, true despair, the despair of being powerless. Let this kid play B and ignore himself. However, the next moment, his smile froze. Ruyan Lu watched the black line enter Yi Chen's brow and stood up without caring about her injuries. Master, are you alright? Let's go and form the clan. She was worried about going forward. That guy was in the middle stage of Yuaning, but he was stopped by Yi Chen. It's okay. Leaf Dust smiled cheerfully. He's entered my inner sanctum, so let's have a good visit, he said, handing the duck in his hand to Liu Ruyan. Master will give you a treat today and teach you to make an old duck and radish soup with pickled vegetables. Ruyan Lu froze. A blow from a Yuaning cultivator's Yuanshan out of body? Master told himself to stew old duck soup first? Hey, don't worry. Yi Dust tenderly touched Liu Ruyan's head. This wipe directly let Liu Ruyan people fluff down. Master big hand caressing his head so comfortable. Master good very. First we'll thatched hut. Cooking it. Ruyan Lu immediately bowed her head. Well what about? Li Qingxuan's Yuanshan, like a black stream of light, drilled into Yi Chen's brow. The expected hiss of pain from Yi Duan did not appear, because the scene before him shocked Li Qingxian. A clear, sparkling lake. The aura was dense, as if it was substantial, transforming into a mist that surrounded the surface of the lake. It is a place of exotic flowers, lush foliage and refreshing fragrances, all kinds of exotic beasts, strolling leisurely and vibrantly. At this moment, on the treetop, a monkey with a snow-white body and fur as smooth as silk. It was squatting on a spirit fruit tree, nibbling on a peach that emitted a strong aroma. This monkey, with its soulful eyes and cunning, was clearly a spirit emperor level spirit beast, corresponds to the demonic beasts bloodthirsty, limb-swallowing, spirit-slaying, annihilation, and Tao Tai in terms of spirit beast level, spirit light, spirit wisdom, spirit royalty, spirit dignity, spirit emperor. It was a spirit monkey at the spirit emperor level. In his entire life, Li Qingxian had never seen such an abundant aura, such a peaceful inner world. He even wondered if he had entered a cave in some forbidden land. No way. It's never going to happen, Li Qingxian muttered. How could a cultivator at the third level of the body refinement realm possess such a powerful inner scenery world? And this spirit emperor quality imperial beast? Are you kidding me? If he had this kind of ability, how could he be a waste at the third level of the body refinement realm? It must be an illusion. It must be this kid's trick. Li Qingxian tried to convince himself. He condensed his entire body's aura and transformed it into a black sharp blade, slashing fiercely towards the lake. Break me! The black sharp blade cut through the sky, carrying a stern killing aura, heading straight for the center of the lake. Just then, that white ape spirit monkey spat out the peach kernel in its mouth and threw it towards the black sharp blade. That peach kernel looked ordinary, but it contained the laws of the Tao. Bang! There was a loud bang. The black sharp blades, surprisingly, were shattered by the peach kernel, turning into dots of black light and dissipating into nothingness. Li Qingxian was completely dumbfounded. Laws of the Tao? Laws of the Tao? Body refinement, 1 to 9. Foundation establishment, early, middle, late, peak, Jindan, Yuanying, transformation of God, refining of the void, harmonization, Mahayana, transition, and ascension. Laws of the Tao. If the origin force and sword intent were laws that cultivators with geniuses at the Yuanying stage could comprehend, then the laws and Tao rhythms were laws that only powerful cultivators at the refining void stage could comprehend. Putting it outside, it was an existence that could turn the world upside down and open doors. He himself actually felt it in a monkey in Yi Duan's inner landscape. His mother's law of the word. What's going on in this world? What the are you driving at? What's the joke? Li Qingxian exploded in anger. He couldn't believe what was in front of him. This was unscientific. It didn't conform to common sense. It was then that he noticed that in this inner scene world, there was nothing but that white ape spirit monkey, each one emanating a haunting aura. Three-legged golden cicada, tourmaline eagle, giant power ants, heavenly diffusion spirit root, a self-cultivating plant that naturally forms all sorts of arcane talismans on its leaves, and if you can comprehend it, you can become proficient in cultivation. 9 turns golden lotus, possessing 9 petals, each petal contains a different efficacy, detoxification, resistance, and enhancement of aura. Back in the day, a piece of the heavenly imperial city was auctioned at a sky-high price of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones apiece. Xianhuang bamboo, growing in the Xianhuang qi of the beginning of heaven and earth. Its bamboo joints contain the Xianhuang qi. It can prevent going off the deep end and is a supreme medicine against heavenly tribulation. These imperial beasts and elixirs, if it was put in the outside world, it would be enough to cause a bloody storm. Li Qingxuan's heart set off shocking waves. No, it was only that the entire wealth of the Nine Swords sect could not compare to Yi Chan's inner scene world. Li Qingxuan's lips trembled and his mouth opened. One is kicking the bucket. No, it's the 99K high melt light plus titanium version. Is this a human being? Just then, Yi Chan's figure appeared in front of him. Yi Duan was holding a red apple in his hand. Clicking, the bite made a crisp ringing sound. Peak Master Li, what are you doing? Yi Chen looked at Li Qingxian with a helpless expression. Why mess with my monkey? Chapter 12, My Young Father. Li Qingxian was completely numb. He pointed at the white ape spirit monkey. Yi Chen's sentence "you can't afford to pass with my monkey" was how contemptuous he was towards himself. In favor of himself, he could not refute it. His voice shook with anger. What do you mean by that? What do you mean I'm having trouble with your monkey? I'm here to kill you. You have no respect for me. Yi Chen yawned, not even raising his eyelids. Kill me? Who are you to kill me? Respect? What gives you the right to make me respect? By virtue of your loud voice? By your strange temper? By virtue of your effort? Li Qingxian froze. He looked around. This aura-compelling inner landscape. This imperial beast surrounded by the power of laws. Yeah, what right did one have to kill Yi Duan? He was only afraid that he wouldn't even be able to defeat an ant in Yi Chan's inner landscape. For a moment, Li Qingxian somewhat broke his defenses. He himself was in the Nine Swords sect, working so hard undercover and trying so hard, but he was actually no match for this waste. At this moment, Li Qingxian finally became angry, and he shouted hysterically. Who the hell are you? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Why are you pretending to be a loser in the Nine Swords sect? Me? Yi Chuan laughed. Meaningfully, since you asked sincerely, then I'll be merciful and tell you. Seeing that Yi Chuan had agreed, Li Qingxian expected to wait until he was known in the immortal cultivation world, at least make his death understandable. However, Yi Chen blurted out 3 words that directly caused Li Qingxuan's blood pressure to explode. Me. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Li Qingxuan's ears perked up. My tender father. 3 words came out of his mouth. When Li Qingxian heard this reply, poof, a mouthful of old blood spewed out. It's too much of a bully. Deception is too much. Yi Chuan hemmed and hawed. He himself just wanted Li Qingxian to die in vain. Then he nudged towards the white ape spirit monkey. The white ape spirit monkey understood and with a flash, appeared in front of Li Qingxian. Li Qingxuan's liver and gall split, but his survival instinct knelt down and begged for mercy. Wait, Ye Valley Master, Ye Valley Master. Don't kill me. Seeing as we're all in the same clan, don't kill me. Keep my dog's life. I can be a spy. I can also go back to undercover the underworld sect. Yi Duan froze. How is there no principle? It was the same frothing sound moment. Li Qingxian offered a blood-red jade talisman, the grievance blood jade. This was a life-preserving talisman bestowed by his master. In this, the cultivator's essence blood was used as a guide to stimulate the grievances and divine soul attacks of countless ghost cultivators in the blood jade, and the power was equal to the power of a single strike from a cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. It was his last card. The jade talisman erupted with a piercing bloodlight, transforming into a blood-colored sword chi that spread across Yi Chen's entire inner scene world. However, in between, the white ape spirit monkey disdainfully skimmed his lips and casually waved his hand as a golden light flashed by. The blood-colored sword chi instantly crumbled and shattered like glass. Li Qingxian was completely desperate. You hit him with all your might. And this monkey, he just waved his hand? Die. No. Li Qingxian cried out in despair. He watched as the white ape spirit monkey slapped his palm down. It may seem unusual, but it feels like a Tarzan. There was no screaming, no struggling. Li Qingxuan's Yuan Shen instantly annihilated, and his physical body shattered in the real world with it. Instant seconds. Only a storage ring was left behind, lying quietly on the ground. At the same time, an old man from the underworld sect violently opened his eyes. Yi Chen looked at the ring on the ground, picked it up, and his divine sense probed into it. Inside the ring, scattered piles of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, pills, and magic weapons. The pills were also only a few bottles of ordinary healing pills and chi-gathering pills, which were like chicken ribs to Yi Chen. There is a top-grade magic weapon called Underworld Ghost Claw, which is pitch black and exudes a cold aura. On top of that, there was also a secret book of feats called the Spectral Ghost Claw, which recorded how to cultivate and use this magic weapon. Yi Chuan skimmed his lips. Although this Underworld Ghost Claw was a spirit-grade upper-grade magic weapon, it was nothing compared to the treasures in his inner scenery. Other than the spirit stones, everything else is tisk, tsk, 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 tsk. However, for an ordinary cultivator, this was already a fortune that would be hard to obtain in a lifetime. Yi Chen put away the ring and collected the spirit stones. Yi Chen opened his eyes and his consciousness returned to reality. In front of him was still the simple thatched hut, and the air was filled with a faint scent of herbs. Master, are you okay? Leaf Dust hemmed and hawed. What could I possibly have to do? However, feeling Liu Ruyan's concern still warmed his heart. Ruyan Liu was reassured. Yeah, what could be wrong with the master? With that, Liu Ruyan hurriedly closed her eyes and sat on the futon, repairing her Yuan Shun. The master is fine, but she is. He himself had suffered from Li Qingxuan's attack, and now his Yuan Shen was greatly injured. Before long, her face was pale and fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. Repairing the Yuan Shen required a great deal of energy and aura. Ruyan, how do you feel? Ruyan Liu opened her eyes and saw Yi Duan. A good-looking, handsome, and kind face. Master is so handsome, barely squeezing out a trace of a smile. Master, I feel much better. Only the Yuan Shen is still a little unstable. Leaf Dust nodded. Well, take a break first. I'll cook. Alas, it's not like you can whore out labor for nothing. Do it yourself. Leaf Dust hummed a little song and walked outside the house. Mallard ducks have delicious, tender meat. It is rich in aura, with the sourness of pickled radish, and a variety of elixirs. That flavor is absolutely amazing. Leaf Dust hadn't condescended to his stomach in the past 200 years. Yi Duan first processed the spirit duck and cut it into pieces. Blanch the duck pieces repeatedly. Place in a casserole dish and blanch with spring water, and seasonings such as sliced ginger and scallions. Then he sliced the sour radish and put it into a casserole dish and stewed it with the spirit duck. The flame under the casserole blazed, the soup in the pot gradually boiled, and the medicinal and aura flavors came out. From time to time, Yi Chuan skimmed off the floating foam with a spoon and added medicinal herbs such as blood ginseng and baigui according to the changes in the soup. He was fully focused. Time passed by, and the soup in the casserole became thicker and more flavorful. Finally, an aromatic pot of sour radish and old duck soup was ready. Yi Chen wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. That's a bit of an overload for today. Yi Chuan sized up a bowl and brought it to Liu Ruyan. Come, good disciple, taste the master's handiwork. Good na. Liu Ruyan replied to Yi Chen with a hint of involuntary intimacy and tenderness in her words. Ruyan Liu took the soup bowl and gently blew on it, then carefully took a sip. When the soup enters your mouth, a sour and fresh flavor instantly blooms on your taste buds. Immediately afterward, a warm current of aura surged into the body and flowed through all the limbs. The body was warm and the whole thing was light. Ruyan Liu's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but take another sip. Good drink. She drank a few sips in a row, feeling that her yuanshin and spiritual roots were nourished, and her original weakness gradually disappeared. The body eased up as well. Master, this soup is so good. Liu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with gentle eyes. She nodded curtly like a little daughter-in-law. The master is amazing, especially this cooking technique. It's simply brilliant, especially with the cultivation feature. Woohoo! It's good to follow master. Ha ha ha, drink more if it's good. Yi Duan looked at Liu Ruyan and nodded cheerfully. Said he himself took a bowl of old duck soup and gulped it down. Delicious indeed. One really is a genius. Yi Chen was taking it easy, estimating that he would let Liu Ruyan wash the dishes in a while. Instead, a noise was heard at the door. One could only see a group of disciples from Qingxian Peak arriving aggressively at Spirit Spring Valley. Yi Duan, come out! A disciple at the head shouted out, his voice filled with anger and killing intent. Original. Every peak master has his own beacon. Suddenly, he noticed that the beacon fire went out in the direction of Qingxian Peak. The beacon went out, meaning the peak master had fallen, and the beacon at Qingxian Peak went out just now, and the direction was clearly in Spirit Spring Valley. At the head of the group was Qingxian Peak's eldest disciple Morong Jie, with an early-stage Jindan cultivation. His own master was in the middle stage of Yuaning. How could he die on a waste of body refining realm? They didn't believe that their master would die and suspected that he had been subdued by Yi Chuan by some unknown means. So the people united and went to the door to raise the offense. Yi Chen leisurely walked out of the gate of Spirit Spring Valley and pulled out his ears. What's wrong? A bunch of you inner disciples. When you see my valley master, in terms of seniority, I'm your senior uncle, and you call me by my name? Seniors can't even call out? What a scandal. Morong Jie took a step forward and arched his hand. I've met Master Yi Duan. It's just that just now my master's beacon fire went out. We are really concerned about the cut. We have come to the door to make some seizures. Please bear with me, senior. Hi Han, you're a ing asshole. Chapter 13. What is the crime? Yi Chen directly broke into a curse. What kind of virtues does your master Li Qingxian have? Don't you guys have any idea in your own hearts? Usually oppressing fellow disciples, competing for power, and doing all sorts of bad things. Now that the beacon is out, it might be retribution. Instead of reflecting on your faults, you come to my Spirit Spring Valley to spread your wildness? Do you really think I'm soft to pinch? Yi Chen's words scolded the disciples of Qingxian Peak, causing them to turn red in the face. Grandma, she herself was in a happy mood today and shot the duck. As a result, he encountered Li Qingxian messing with himself, and he stewed duck for Liu Ruyan and used his divine sense. It's all sweaty. These ungrateful bastards still come to mess with themselves. To know that Yi Chen was usually a good old man inside, today actually scolded so viciously. The most crucial person cursing them was still the Nine-Sword Sect's wasteful valley master Yi Chen. It also makes sense that they are holding back their anger. Morong Jie forced down his anger and was about to open his mouth to retort. Just then, several figures descended from the sky and landed in front of Spirit Spring Valley. The visitor was none other than the peak masters of the other peaks. 10,000 Beast Peak Master Bai Zhe, Sword Peak Patriarch Feng Woman, and Zhao Liang. What's going on? Windlass asked in a deep voice. The fall of the Peak Master was a major event for the clan. Today, Liu Ruyan had just obtained an immortal magic weapon when Li Qingxuan's beacon went dim. What an eventful day. When Morong Jie and the others saw Feng Wuhan arrive, it was as if they had found their backbone. Su immediately. Peak Masters, you have to do it for us. Morong Jie cried and added to the story. My brothers and I have come in search of my master. As a result, senior uncle Yi Duan, not only cursed us, but also insulted my master's reputation, saying that my master oppressed his fellow disciples, competed for power, did all the bad things, and got bad karma. The other peak masters' faces were a bit ugly after hearing this, although they disliked Li Qingxuan's behavior, but after all, they were the same peak master, and now that Li Qingxuan's beacon was extinguished and his life and death were uncertain, they naturally had to ask about it. Not only did Yi Chen disdain it, but he also cursed Li Qingxian. Feng Wuhan also felt that something was strange, turning his head to look at Yi Chen. Senior brother Yi Chen. Peak Master Li Qingxuan's whereabouts are unknown today. He beacon fell in the direction of Spirit Spring Valley. As a fellow member of the clan, can you explain? At least meet him. No. Leaf Dust spread his hands out. Explanation? What's there to explain? He's dead. The whole room was shocked at these words. Everyone's gazes were focused on Yi Chen, disbelief written all over their faces. In particular, Morong Jia and the others were in a rage, wanting to eat Yi Chen alive. Knowing that the peak master is dead, they might be dispersed into other peaks. When the time comes, the resources will be robbed and the feats will not be suitable. The path to immortality is narrowed by a large margin. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could my master, who is in the middle stage of yuaning, die in this place? Spirit Spring Valley. Yi Chuan, you're just a waste at the third level of the body refinement realm. How dare you rumor about my master's fall? When I find my master, I'll definitely sue you. Morong Jia pointed at Yi Chen, his body trembling. Yi Chen was helpless and stretched out his right hand as a jade-colored storage ring appeared. Your master's ring. As soon as the storage ring came out, the air instantly froze. The faces of several peak masters suddenly changed. The storage ring, which was a cultivator's personal belongings. This jade-colored storage ring was exactly what Li Qingxian carried with him. How could it appear in Yi Chen's hand? Is it really as Yi Duan said? Li Qingxian is dead? Everyone had stunned expressions, especially Feng Wuhan. Li Qingxian was in the middle stage of yuaning. How could he die at the hands of his own senior brother? Morong Jia's pupils contracted violently, staring at the ring with disbelief as his heart ached violently. Master's ring. It's really the master's ring. No way. You old thief. You stole my master's ring. Morong Jia roared, and the flying swords behind him whistled out. The spiritual energy of the Peak Foundation establishment stage surged madly into the flying sword. A hint of playfulness flashed in the eyes of the other peak masters and did not stop them. Yi Duan is now recruiting disciples and speaking out of turn. But, after all, he was a waste of a third level of the body refining realm. It's good to let the inner disciples teach them a lesson. Morong Jia stood upright with one finger and recited the imperial sword technique under his breath. Qingxian sword technique. A shadow appeared behind the flying sword, and the huge green sword chi expanded to become a 100-foot-long sword. A green-colored sword chi pushed straight into Yi Chen's face. The sword chi flew at Yi Duan in a stern manner. Yi Chen remained standing in the same place, not moving a muscle, as if scared silly. That's it? Scared silly? Didn't think an inner disciple would dare to make a move on her? The corners of the mouths of several peak masters rose, about to watch Yi Duan laugh. Feng Wuhan even wished that Yi Chen was dead. Just at the moment when the sword chi was about to strike Yi Duan, an aura composed of emerald green vines broke through the air and entangled that sword chi, violently yanking the 100-foot flying sword and slamming it into the ground. The sword chi was entangled and twisted in an instant. Who dares to hurt my master? A clear, cold voice resounded through the valley. A silhouette walked out of the hut, cold and beautiful, tall, like a fairy descending to earth. Liu Ruyan was dressed in flawless white clothes. Her long black hair was like a waterfall, and there was a hint of coldness on her stunningly beautiful face. A faint cyan-colored halo surrounded her body, and her aura condensed chi around her, palpitating. Morong Jia's sword chi was actually as unbearable as papier-mâché in front of her. The disciples of Qingxian Peak were instantly silent, frozen to the spot. So strong. Is this still the soft and weak Liu Ruyan? This aura? Feng Wuhan's brows tightened, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is she really only at the 9th level of the body refining realm? Or maybe this immortal artifact is really powerful? Ruyan Lu stopped in front of Yi Chen, her beautiful eyes surrounding the crowd. Who dares to touch my master? Die! Liu Ruyan scolded with a stern voice, her aura surging. His own master, to touch all crossed over himself. Morong Jie froze. The eyes of the other peak masters also revealed a covetous look. What a strong aura. One after another. They had decided that Liu Ruyan had this kind of aura. This was the work of the immortal magic weapon. Morong Jie's face was vicious. Liu Ruyan, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have an immortal magic weapon? My master, who was victimized by this traitor Yi Chen, is committing a serious crime of the clan. You still want to stop it? Feng Wuhan also rushed to speak out. He took a step forward and said in a deep voice, Senior brother, right now, before things are clarified, you'd better come with us, no matter what the reason is. Making a move within the sect is a serious offense for the sect. Liu Ruyan, even if this girl is gifted, after all, He was only at the chi refining stage, so could he still fight against the several peak masters? Wind Wushu didn't nag either. He took a step forward and stood with his arms folded, a flying sword emerging in his hand. The sword chi condensation of the middle stage of Yuaning. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but back away. That sword chi was sharp. The wind alone made their faces sting slightly. Ruyan Lu, for your face, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have an immortal magic weapon? Are you trying to block the clan's investigation and take sides with your master? Blazing soul flames emerged from Zhao Liaoyang's hands. On White Zephyr's back then, a wild lion silhouette appeared. The spirit vein of Spirit Spring Valley, which they had coveted for a long time, was a waste in Yi Chen's hands. Now that Li Qingxian was dead, if Yi Chen was expelled from the division, the two spirit veins and then both were their resources. A hint of coldness flashed through Ruyan Lu's beautiful eyes, her proud figure and magnificent face. She took a step forward and her voice was as cold as ice. Long-winded. Li Qingxian, I killed him. This thing today, one resists for the master. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. The crowd was shocked. How could a guy at the 9th level of the chi refining realm with a broken root kill Li Qingxian, who was in the middle stage of Yuaning? It's a no-brainer. Morong Jia laughed in anger. Ruyan Lu, who do you think you are? You, a chi refining stage, dare to talk about killing my master? It's a fool's errand. Feng Wuhan, on the other hand, had a grave expression on his face. Li Qingxuan's death was indeed strange. Right now, though, the best thing to do is to arrest both of them and investigate. He snapped. Yi Chen, Liu Ruyan, the two of you are suspected of killing a fellow peak master. I don't want to get my hands dirty. It's better to tie them now. Brother Yi, cooperate for a while. After the water settles, we will definitely return your innocence. Feng Wuhan pretended to be generous as a peacemaker, babbling, giving her face. One at the 3rd level of the chi refining realm and one at the 9th level. Let's fight first. Old me will let you taste the power of my burning sky flame first today. Liu Ruyan immediately opened her hand and vines surrounded her body. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly laughed. He unloaded all his strength and sat lazily on the stone steps, speaking slowly. Senior brother, peak masters, do you want to make a move for the sake of justice? Or is it my Spirit Spring Valley and Qingxian Peak's spirit veins? When these words came out, the crowd's expressions were stunned. Having been corrected by Yi Chen, Feng Wuhan hurriedly explained in a crowning manner. Senior brother, the death of the peak master is a matter of great importance, and this is a rule of the sect. Feng Wuhan pressed on step by step. I still hope that senior brother understands. Is that so? Yi Duan snorted. So you guys don't ask about the rights and wrongs first? Who is Li Qingxian? Why did my disciple strike? Noisy. Zhao Liang couldn't stand it anymore. No matter what happened to Li Qingxian, he's the peak master of Qingxian Peak. Your disciples can't even take action against the peak master, let alone kill him. I'll teach you guys a good lesson today. Gu, my peak master Zhao, did you eat dynamite? Yi Chuan snorted. You mean, if Li Qingxian is from the underworld sect, it's a sin for my disciple to kill him? The underworld sect. The words came out like a thunderbolt. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. The underworld? These 3 words are as forbidden as a taboo. Feng Wuhan's face suddenly changed, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Yi Chen to say that Li Qingxian was from the underworld sect. The other peak masters also changed their faces. Li Qingxian is from the underworld sect? This is an evil sect that everyone in the cultivation world is clamoring for. If Li Qingxian was really someone from the underworld sect, it's not a sin for him to be killed. It's a great honor. Leaf Dust saw the crowd shut up and yawned. That's right. My disciple was assassinated by someone from the human underworld sect, and utilized an immortal magical weapon to escape and kill this dog thief in return. So what's the crime? Gentlemen, is this an attempt to favor the people of the underworld sect? You're talking nonsense and spitting blood. How could my master be from the underworld? Morong Jia was the first to get anxious. Chapter 14 Panic. Qingxian Peak's Revenge. The underworld sect. That's not just any other sect. You have to know that the underworld sect works in a sinister and ruthless manner. If the master is really from the underworld sect, it's not like their group of disciples can't practice like that from now on. It's almost the same as cutting off your cultivation prospects. Not only him, the rest of the disciples from Qingxian Peak also revealed a look of unease and annoyance. Looking towards Yi Chuan, if at first it was questioning, now it was already scarlet eyes, as if they had the hatred of killing a father and stealing his wife. Feng Wuhan's expression fluttered as he looked toward Yi Chen. Senior brother, you said that the peak master of Qingxian Peak is a traitor of the underworld sect. Do you have any proof? Right. Morong Jia's expression was ferocious, relying on yourself as the valley master. Yi Chuan, you're bloodthirsty and planting evidence. You traitor, you deserve to die. Oh, you talk like this, Sows wear bras set after set. Idioms are in bunches? What's the matter, you're going to grad school? Ye Chen directly touched a black token from his storage ring and threw it to the crowd. The token was as black as ink, with 3 blood-red words dotted in the center, Li Qingxian. The token appeared and everyone closed their mouths in an instant. The Order of the Underworld. The tokens that the spectral sectors use specifically to prove their identity are forged in scorched obsidian from the Black Hills, with the names dipped in blood. And it's clear as day with 3 big words on it. An invisible slap in the face to everyone present. Morong Jie was frozen in place. His mind blank. His own master. Really a member of the underworld sect? The path of your own cultivation? Won't it be over in the future? No, absolutely not. In the next second, he pointed at Ye Chen and cursed like crazy. Yi Chuan, are you human? My master's corpse is still cold. You actually did such a heartless thing. Planting evidence. I'll kill you. Morong Jie was just about to make a move, but he was grabbed by Feng Wuhan behind him. Other people didn't know what they were talking about, but he and White Zephyr knew it very well. This is indeed the Order of the Underworld. Morong Jie, you must not be impulsive. Your master now has major suspicions. Morong Jie wanted to cry. Feng master, do you believe this punk? Yi Duan spoke slowly once again. Alas, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry just yet. If I'm not wrong, if you all head into Li Qingxuan's residence right now, you'll definitely be able to discover traces about the underworld sect. There's even the way he tipped off on the plan to ruin my 9 Swords sect. You all go to his residence now and search for him. By then, if Li Qingxian is a member of the underworld sect, you all know better than I do. Feng Wuhan slightly owed his body and gave Bai Zhe a direct look. Bai Zhe led a few inner disciples and went to Qingxian Peak. 1 hour later, Bai Zhe had returned, and following him, there was also Drunken Wangzi. The arrival of the sect master shows that things are not trivial. Morong Jie saw the patriarch and was about to open his mouth when Drunken Wangzi said, Qingxian Peak Master Li Qingxian, who has been found to be a member of the underworld sect. His death is not to be regretted. Liu Ruyan, this time, you're a great success. Morong Jie and the Qingxian Peak disciples heard Drunken Wangzi's direct announcement. The face crawled with dead colors. His own master? Really, the underworld sect people? Sect master. My master has always been loyal to the 9 Swords sect. How can he be from the underworld sect? The word snapped. Zhao Liang backhanded a slap. Hitting Morong Jie was directly spitting out a tooth. Is it your turn to interrupt when the patriarch speaks? Morong Jie covered his swollen face, unable to cry. As expected. In the next second, Drunken Wangzi looked grimly at the crowd in front of him. All disciples of Qingxian Peak. In order to prevent the remnants of the underworld sect, forbid the training and distribute them to other peaks for miscellaneous duties, observe the light of 5 years. And in addition, Qingxian Peak belongs to Li Qingxian as the peak master was actually a secret son of the underworld sect himself. This patriarch has a huge responsibility. He absolutely could not let this matter be publicized. But the first order of business was to split the spirit peak. Speaking of this, Bai Zhe, Feng Wuhan, and Zhao Liang all looked at Drunken Wangzi in unison. If we can share Qingxian Peak to obtain more spirit veins, it was beneficial for them and their disciples to cultivate and improve. Drunken Wangzi paused for 3 seconds before saying, whoever's disciple wins the championship in this clan competition will be awarded the right to belong to Qingxian Peak. As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them looked at each other with steeply changing gazes. After Drunken Wangzi finished speaking, he looked at Liu Ruyan again. Pity. Liu Ruyan was able to kill Li Qingxian with a divine weapon. The refining realm died at the Yuaning stage. This kind of overstep killing was enough to see the terror of the chaotic Forbidden Land divine artifact. Liu Ruyan's divine weapon. This was a powerful boost for the clan. The more he looks at Liu Ruyan now, the more he values her. This woman is not afraid of having a spiritual root. The future is also unlimited. It's Yi Duan for her. A complete and utter waste. Before, he was still observing Liu Ruyan's strength, but now that Liu Ruyan was able to kill Li Qingxian, it already proved everything. Now he thought that he absolutely could not let Ruyan Lu be delayed by Yi Chen. So the words changed to put pressure on Yi Chen. Yi Chuan, Ruyan Lu has made a great achievement this time. Inside her is an immortal magic weapon. If you ask me, for the sake of her future development, how about you let her temporarily switch to other peaks to cultivate? Yi Duan cheerfully said. Patriarch, your good intentions are appreciated, but Ruyan Lu is my disciple. I respect her wishes. Once a teacher, always a father. Without the slightest hesitation, Liu Ruyan knelt down on one knee. I am willing to serve master. Decisive answers and a firm attitude. Humph. Bad old man. Actually want me to leave master. Ruyan Lu's firmness also cut off Drunken Master's thoughts. Drunken Wangzi looked towards Yi Duan and the oily Liu Ruyan. Pissed off. This Liu Ruyan. I really don't know what kind of mesmerizing medicine this Liu Ruyan has been fed by Ye Chen. Oil and salt. Foolish. Foolish. Row. 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 You two are going to come to the master and disciple. In that case, I'll let you know. Okay, by the way. This clan competition. By the way. You can only use Gung Fu Aura. The use of magic weapons is prohibited. This was obviously added temporarily in order to give Liu Ruyan and Ye Chen a warning. I'll have you know that an arm can't hold a leg. As expected. These words came out. Feng Wuhan and the others showed ecstasy on their faces. Not being able to use a magic weapon. The biggest weakening would definitely be Ruyan Liu. She's almost gone from being the biggest contender to a non-threatening character. Ha ha ha. Zhao Liang laughed out loud. Sect Master is saintly. Bai Zhe and Feng Wuhan also couldn't hide their smiles. Sect Master is saintly. Drunken Wanko announced afterward, coldly sweeping Ye Chen and Liu Ruyan, who were standing in place. He flung his hand away. What a face for you two. Wait until the moment of the clan competition. Then we will know the depth. Do not know the good and bad two things. Bai Zhe smiled cheerfully and looked towards Feng Wuhan. Then I hope that the two peak masters will be merciful when the time comes. Have mercy. The three of them made some polite remarks and directly ignored Liu Ruyan and Yi Duan, who were standing in place. Not being able to use a magic weapon, it was impossible for Ruyan Liu to have any chance. Feng Wuhan was suddenly ecstatic, and he might even be able to use the opportunity to make Yi Chen leave the sect at that time, without the clan's shelter. The two of them, Ye Chen and Liu Ruyan, could not move an inch. Zhao Liang was even more straightforward. Ye Chen, ha ha, you disciple, heavenly chance, just because you're a waste of a master buried the future. If she can achieve good results in the clan competition, she might even be able to enter the 10,000 treasures vault to find a restored spirit root or treasure. Just because I follow you, the spells can't be used and I become a direct invalid. Ha ha. Yi Duan laughed. Is that so? It's really a pity. Only Liu Ruyan stood in place, her back straight and her proud stance, unconcerned about this announcement. A treasure trove of 10,000 treasures, compared to a single chopstick on your own master? Not to mention, he himself had now successfully repaired his spiritual roots. She didn't have the slightest reason to doubt that she would lose. Ruyan Liu was certain that her goal was no longer this clan competition. She was sure that she could crown the Nine Swords sect. Just after this, Liu Ruyan's shy afterglow looked at Yi Duan. Successfully reached the Yuaning can double cultivation with the master. At the same time, originally was the face of despair Morong Jie and others. To the death of the heart and the drunken Wangzi declared the decree after the complete death. Morong Jie was even more directly desperate. They're running out of time. 5 years without being able to cultivate. This was tantamount to bringing their path in the Nine Swords sect to an end. Yi Chen had made all of them Jie and the others stay at the bottom of the foundation establishment stage forever and not be allowed to turn around. When the crowd dispersed, he turned his head to look at his bewildered brothers and sisters. Senior brother, what do we do next? Xingxian Peak, no more? Morong Jie looked around blankly. He suddenly remembered Yi Chen's face and his eyes steeped in viciousness. Gentlemen, it's Yi Duan. It's all because of these two scums, Yi Duan and Liu Ruyan, who killed our master and broke our immortal destiny. 5 years of mopping up. Do we have a chance? Hearing these words, the disciples of Qingxian Peak were all in despair. If it wasn't for Yi Chen, they would still be cultivating at Qingxian Peak having a bright future. That loser Yi Chen ruined our future. And we've ruined Ruyan Liu as well. Morong Jie finally voiced his thoughts. Eldest brother, now that Ruyan Liu has an immortal magic weapon, and we've been expelled from the clan, how can we take revenge? At this moment a junior brother raised doubts. Morong Jie's eyes were as dark as a viper, and he spat out 6 words from all his mischievous clenched teeth. Isn't Ruyan Liu going to participate in the clan competition? If she's going, she's bound to go somewhere. Where? Sword Spectre Valley. Demon Locking Tower. Chapter 15 Locked Demon Tower 1 Level 9 Heavens. Broken. Demon Locking Tower? Elder brother. Where do you do it? You'll die. Dead? Master is dead. She has to die too. That night, the original disciples of Qingxian Peak raised all the spirit stones, 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. It was an exorbitant amount of spirit stones for even Yuaning stage cultivators, and it was an even bigger sum for ordinary cultivators. Morong thought of 2 ways. The first way, to do something when Liu Ruyan entered the demon locking tower. Second approach, during the clan competition, let the other side put a death hand on Ruyan Liu. He wanted Ruyan Liu dead no matter what. The Wine Immortal sect was once again quiet from Li Qingshuan's death. Ruyan Liu was insightful about an order to prepare for the clan trials. Nowadays, Liu Ruyan, the Green Lotus spiritual root plus the immortal magical artifact by Ling Cui Xin, together with the Lotus Heart bloodline herself cultivated at a very rapid speed, plus his own natural affinity for wood aura and the nourishment of his own master's old duck soup. At this moment, Liu Ruyan only felt horribly strong. Her cultivation level had once again advanced and had reached the peak of foundation establishment. It was only a step away from the Jindan stage. If anyone had seen it, they would have dropped their jaws. Because Ruyan Lu took 3 days to walk the path that ordinary people walked for 5 years. And as Ruyan Lu entered the peak of foundation establishment, she needed to seek a breakthrough. Just where else? Can you get stronger? The Demon Locking Tower. A name came to mind. Liu Ruyan gently raised her hand, and a turquoise green lotus broke out of the ground and flew towards the outer door. The inner gate, the Valley of the Sword and the Demon Locking Tower. It was different from the outer Sect's Trial Valley where they occasionally encountered demonic beasts. The inner gate's trial is the Demon Locking Tower. Different attributes of the Demon Locking Tower. While the Demon Locking Tower each layer has 9 heavens, corresponding to different demonic beasts and trial levels. Level 1, First Heaven, Foundation Stage. Early, Middle, Late, Peak. Second level, Jindan Stage. Third level, Yuaning Stage. And so on. Demon Lock Tower. A steady stream of ordinary demonic beasts refreshed. It was the perfect place to be able to consolidate your cultivation, test your skills, gain experience, different attributes of aura, and a must for breakthroughs. Likewise, the danger index is constantly rising. At this moment, Liu Ruyan slowly landed in Sword Spectre Valley with her feet on turquoise vines. On either side of the mouth of the valley, 2 huge stone gates loomed. Iron cables were wrapped around the top of the stone gate, and the chains were rusty. On the open field were disciples from different peaks. Because entering the Demon Locking Tower is extremely dangerous, it is often entered in groups. Further inside is the Demon Locking Tower. Outside the locked Demon Tower, Liu Ruyan steps down lightly. Her posture is proud and magnificent. Her long hair is like a waterfall. For a moment everyone's eyes are looking at Liu Ruyan. Now Ruyan Lu's name resonates throughout the 9-sword sect. She was the disciple of the wasteful Ye Duan, and a cultivator who carried an immortal magic weapon. And of course she was a stunning beauty. As soon as Ruyan Lu appeared, many of the trial disciples looked towards her. It's beautiful. Is she Ruyan Lu? Yeah. The first person to come out of the chaotic Forbidden Land since the founding of the 9-sword sect. But it's a pity that his spiritual root is broken and he can't cultivate anymore. Her master is a notorious loser. Ruyan Lu ignored it and continued to take a step forward. Complex runes appeared in front of him. 5 attribute locking demon towers. Gold, golden nuggets of gold. Wood, green leaves. Water, blue water droplets. Fire, red flames. Earth, brown lumps of clay. Each corresponds to 5 attributes. Without any hesitation, Ruyan Lu pressed her hand on top of the blue water droplet. It was because one's green lotus was restraining water attribute demonic beasts. At this moment, the disciples outside the door saw Ruyan Lu enter alone. Jealousy makes them look bad. Ridiculous. On the grounds that you have an immortal magic weapon and have entered the land of trials, do you want to consolidate your cultivation? Her spiritual root is broken. She can't cultivate. She can pass a few hurdles by relying on her immortal magic weapon. But in the end, she is relying on external power. This time, the clan competition. She can't use her magic weapon. And when the time comes, she will directly reveal herself. Ha ha, don't say that. What if his master is a high-ranking person and passes on his mastery? He, isn't it just with the help of external forces? Not knowing the heights of heaven, it's best to die inside. Seeing Liu Ruyan's stomach enter inside the Demon Locking Tower, many disciples were showing contempt and inner jealousy. After all, they didn't have immortal magic weapons. Daring to enter the Demon Locking Tower alone, the door of the Demon Locking Tower in front of Liu Ruyan slowly opened, and it turned into a raging ocean of angry waves. Ruyan Lu entered alone, stepping on top of the loose sea sand of the island. Beyond the island, in the blue ocean in the distance, 100 feet high waves roared, and a water demon wrapped in scales holding a coral blade pounced on Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu did not hesitate, gently raising her white right hand. Under the sandy beach, countless rattan gates flew and twisted out, blasting the water demon on the spot into blood foam, pieces of flesh, leaving only a ground of scales. Ruyan Lu thought of the scornful smile behind her. In an instant, the aura in his body surged out wildly. Being flirted with myself. So much for sarcasm. His own master. Is this group of ants worthy of flirting with him? They are. Not worthy. In that case, I'll show you. Ruyan Lu closed her eyes. The purewood aura was quenched and verdant within her. At this point, once again the waves were rough. Inside the Demon Locking Tower would be the connection between the Demon Beast Cave World and the 9-sword sect, and there would be stronger and stronger demonic beasts that would be attracted to it. As expected, there was another group of demonic beasts, the blue scale fish swimming among them. Blue scale fish, early first stage water demonic beast with a turquoise body and scales as sharp as knives, living in groups and in large numbers. Ruyan Lu's jade hand was lightly raised, and at the tip of her slender finger, A bit of green aura flickered. Green lotus bloom. This time countless thick vines twined out from behind Liu Ruyan, forming a huge green lotus that slowly rotated, emitting a glistening green light. Above the green lotus, countless green vines condensed and poured down like rain. Wherever the vines swept, the blue-scaled fish were pierced through. Their blood dyed the sea surface red. However, in a few moments, the water returned to calm, and the blue-scaled fish were exterminated as much as possible. The sea and sky were one color, and as Liu Ruyan killed the blue-scaled fish, a path actually opened up out of thin air in that sea. Liu Ruyan's expression was indifferent as she continued to move forward. The first level of the water system demon locking tower. The second heaven. Under the surface of the sea in the second heaven, the current is swift, and a Xian Shui turtle is lurking behind the coral. Xian Shui turtle. Late second stage water demon beast. Amazing defense, good at water spells. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly and struck again. Lotus Heart Sword Rain. The green lotus silhouette appeared once again. And this time, in the center of the green lotus, a small green sword coalesced. The small swords were like rain, dense and swift, directly penetrating the Xian Shui turtle's hard turtle shell. The Xian Shui turtle was once again instantly killed. Liu Ruyan's footsteps were unceasing as she stepped into the first level of the water system demon locking tower. The three heavens. 4, 5, 6, 9. The first level of the watery demon locking tower. The 9 heavens. The bottom of the 9 heavens sea. Here, the cold air is filled with a 10-meter-long deep cold scaly coiled in it. Cold Pool Jiao, a water demonic beast of early Jindan stage of strength, was strong and controlled the power of cold ice. Ruyan Lu took a deep breath as a trace of gravity flashed in her eyes. She sacrificed her Bijin Chui heart, and an emerald green light enveloped her entire body. By Ling Chui Xin Green Lotus Guardian. A layer of green lotus-like shield appeared in front of Liu Ruyan, firmly protecting her. The cold pool Jiao opened its bloody mouth and sprayed out a cold ice spit. Cold ice spit impacted on the green lotus shield. The shield trembled violently but did not shatter. Ruyan Lu's right hand grabbed in the air. Bai Ling Chui Xian Green Lotus Strangle. Countless green lotus vines flew out from the heart of the Bai Ling Chui and wrapped around the huge body of the cold pool Jiao. Break! The vines instantly contracted, and the cold pool Jiao let out a wail, eventually being strangled into blood foam fragments. The whole thing, just 10 minutes. She looked up into the depths of the watery demon locking tower and walked down again. Next was the second level of the water-based demon locking tower. Jindan stage. At the same time, Ruyan Lu saw the icicles in front of her. Above is the time and record of breaking through the Trial Valley people's records. Record of the first level of the watery demon locking tower. Kill list, Ruyan Lu, 12336. Race to the top, Ruyan Lu, 1 hour. Abyssal list, Liu Ruyan, 1st floor, 9th heaven. The names on the list all changed to Ruyan Lu. A record? The record was broken today itself. Feng Wuhan and several other peak masters were discussing things. Suddenly, a disciple ran in a panic, reporting to the peak masters, Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu broke all the records on the first 9 levels of the demon locking tower. At these words, there was silence in the great hall. Feng Wuhan and the others looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The record of the demon locking tower has been kept for hundreds of years. Ruyan Lu actually broke this record? How is that possible? Feng Wuhan's brows were tightly locked, and an uneasy premonition rose in his heart. Chapter 16 Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Morong Jia was so angry that he fainted. The second level of the locked demon tower is the Heart Demon Pass Mirror Flower Water Moon. This is no longer simply a pool of water. Instead, it was a strange space. Traversing between each layer of the realms is a huge difference. A huge gap and change in mindfulness. In cultivation, the mirror that Ruyan Lu is facing right now is the experience of the state of mind. Many cultivators fell at this level, or went insane, had epileptic fits, and became demented. Liu Ruyan felt the space surrounded by dark water. The water was like a mirror. It was impossible to tell if it was darkness or water. It was disturbing. The air was watery and chilly. Ruyan Lu stepped into it, only to realize that the surrounding scenery was distorted, as if she was in a dream. She took a deep breath as the pressure of invisible aura surged. It's all like a dream. In an instant, countless images of the past appeared in front of Ruyan Lu. She had witnessed her sister and brother being betrayed by the royal family and encountered the people of the immortal domain obliterating them. The tip of the knife penetrated the body of her closest relative. She was in a hurry and failed to make a breakthrough, feeling firsthand the despair and lack of power of the aura's inability to coalesce. Spiritual roots broken. Alone by himself, he hugged his head and cried inside the outer gate's woodshed. Those were the darkest moments of Ruyan Lu's life over and over again. At that time, the painful audio-visual surges materialized and became black water, permeating Liu Ruyan's limbs. A grim whisper came to his ears. Ruyan Lu, you've been the only one in your life since the beginning. Jia. Alone. Your loved ones are dead. Dead and finished. What's the point of taking revenge when you're carrying a blood feud all by yourself? Aren't you tired? Everyone is using you. None of them love you. And with your spirit root broken, there won't be anyone who likes you anymore. Give it up. You couldn't save your family 10 years ago, and you won't be able to get revenge 100 years from now. Why do something that won't help? The other party is an immortal domain family. He. The cold black water and voices wrapped around Liu Ruyan's body. Far and near. Some as sharp-voiced women, and some as old men who were dying. They were grim, eccentric, evil, and full of hideous malice. But it made Liu Ruyan feel like a million arrows piercing her heart deep inside. Yeah, there's only one more for myself. Carrying a blood feud? Is it worth it? What's the point of revenge? I'm so tired of myself. I'm really tired. Can you really do it yourself? The other side is the immortal domain family? Tears welled uncontrollably in her eyes. If one chooses to give up, it's all over. Yes, it's over. And you can rest forever. The compulsion of the grim voice continued. The black water gradually thickened to wrap around Liu Ruyan's white feet, snow-white ankles, and knees. Why do you need to be so tired? What's the point of becoming number one in the clan? No one cares about you. You are nothing but a tool. Yeah, after his own spiritual root was broken, he had completely become an outcast of the clan. The so-called love, that originally attentive face next second became cold, isolated, strangers' general indifference. I can't believe I'm going to make myself a cauldron. The so-called future. Feng Wuhan knew that his spiritual root was broken, and directly rejected himself to become his disciple. Loved ones, on the other hand, were killed long ago. Liu Ruyan's eyelashes fluttered and 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. Damp heat clung to his cheeks. Talking to myself. Dad. Mom. I'm tired. Really tired. Everyone out there is so bad. Ruyan Lu's palm felt the cold, sticky black water. Her aura began to dissipate, left to be cleansed by the black water. Ruyan Lu closed her eyes. Her red lips. I'm sorry. It was like she was speaking to herself, and like a family member she couldn't avenge. She closed her eyes hard as hot. Rolling tears flowed again. The moment the black water frantically surrounded and wrapped around her snow-white neck about to go over her head, like a blood-seeing leech trying to devour everything in Ruyan Lu. A happy, smiling face suddenly found its way out of his mind. That expression was calm and made you look and feel joyful. Yi Duan smiled and carried a fish. Apprentice, eat fish. Ouch. You're spoiling things. No flavor. Apprentice, I'll cook you a duck to make up for it. Take the Valley of the Spirit Springs and make it your home. That sunny, happy smile made Ruyan Lu freeze. Then a violent feeling of exhilaration and warmth came over his heart. Master. Right. One still has a master. Leaf dust. Master. Always treat yourself well. He mended his spirit root in his moment of despair. He was able to stand in the way of all the peak masters, and he was able to kill the peak masters for himself. Rio smiled. I have the master. Master is still waiting for me to eat fish and double cultivate. She smiled, snapped her teeth, and opened her eyes. At this moment, Ruyan Lu felt a renewed strength within herself. Liu Ruyan then violently clenched her fist. Pure spiritual energy surged and surged within Liu Ruyan. The originally rooted green lotus spiritual root in Liu Ruyan's body sprouted at this moment. Countless auras grew rapidly, and the surrounding black water was crazily sucked into Liu Ruyan's inner scenery world. Penetrating into the root system of the green lotus spirit root, the latter began to savagely absorb the aura. Within the mirror flower water moon space, the aura churned and the wind and clouds changed. Finally another brand new green lotus blossomed in Liu Ruyan's inner world. Above the green lotus, countless runes flowed, containing the supreme principles of heaven and earth. This was the resonance of the supreme grade green lotus spiritual root and the lotus heart bloodline as well as the aqua spirit Chui heart producing a vision. Surprisingly, all of this black water was absorbed into aura, savagely absorbing and refining the root system of the green lotus. That's right, all of Ruyan Lu's negative auras absorbed all of the black water. And the water-based spirit spring nourished the green lotus spirit root within Ruyan Lu. All the humiliation, loneliness, pain, and despair to the darkest moments of these 10 years, in this moment, suddenly had a response. Ruyan Lu's eyes glowed. The aura skyrocketed. Peak foundation establishment breakthrough. Early Jin Dan. Mid Jin Dan. Late Jin Dan. Almost instantly, Ruyan Lu's realm broke through the peak of foundation establishment and became a late-stage Jin Dan. Late Jin Dan. If any of them had seen it, it would have been enough to drop their jaws in amazement. This is not at all cultivation of immortality. This is open. It's as if you're learning math today and your teacher tells you, classmate 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. And then your desk nods, and subsequently starts settling, geometric mean inequality, AMGM inequality, calculates how to prove real and imaginary numbers, and starts calculating the gravitational constants of different planets, and without any demons of the heart, heavenly tribulation, just straight to heart ascension. At the same time, Ruyan Lu opened her eyes. Enlightened. Ruyan Lu felt that she was truly enlightened at this moment. Opening her eyes, Ruyan Lu managed to walk to the second level of the demon locking tower, the first heaven. Looking at the darkness that was filled with cold around him, she closed her eyes to run her family's kung fu. Just now, she had not only broken through to the peak of Jindan, moreover, at this moment, she had a steep epiphany of the Green Lotus Sword technique's final move, the Green Lotus Sword Rain. That's something you've never been able to comprehend before. Now today is as easy as breathing. Here, it's too dark. Ruyan Lu looked up. Countless green-colored sword chi rushed straight into the sky. The rain of green-colored swords enveloped the entire canopy of the first heaven of the second level of the demon locking tower. The green flying sword was condensed, revealing a pure wood aura. The originally gloomy and dark sky was steeply brightened. The demonic beasts within the mirror flower water moon space opened their eyes and looked up at the greenish light that filled the sky. They were all Jindan stage demonic beasts. Ruyan Lu opened her eyes. Ruyan Lu slowly ascended into the air. She looked down beneath herself. Is this the power? Over here, Morong Jia and his own senior brother, led by the other peak senior brothers, finally entered the second level of the demon locking tower's second heaven with a large bag of water soul stones. Behind him, the senior brother was still worried. Senior brother, do we really have to do this? Rubbish, come what may. Ruyan Lu must die. Morong Jia's expression is hideous. Ha! Here were all Jindan stage demonic beasts, and after they were strengthened, their strength could at least swell to the middle stage or even the peak. Ruyan Lu must die. With that, he directly scattered the water soul stone within the demon locking tower. This was a large bag of water soul stones costing 1,000 top grade spirit stones, which was almost a third of everyone's belongings. That'll do? Water soul stones are already fatally attractive to water demonic beasts, and after they come over and devour them in a moment, they'll be able to briefly skyrocket their cultivation. Ruyan Lu came here and will surely die. Fruity. Several mid-Jindan stage tidal beasts climbed out of the water. They were as humanoid as a human, with a flattened shark's head, 7 feet tall, covered in coral reefs, and climbed out of the sea to grab the water soul stones and swallow them. Just after swallowing it, a bluish glow emerged from his body, and his physique skyrocketed even more. The cultivation level climbed to the peak of the Jindan stage. Seeing this scene, Morong's excitement was unusually fruitful. Eat, eat, eat and finish off Riani. Senior brother Morong Jia looked up to the sky with a stunned expression. Elder brother, there's light. There's a nifty head. This is the demon locking tower. How can there be light? Senior, what a light. Morong Jia turned around. Is it really light? Or is it a green light in the sky? Meanwhile, Ruyan Lu looked at the demonic beasts on the second level. Under his breath, he shouted, break! A rain of green-colored swords filled the sky, pouring down. Under the green sword light, the demonic beasts, however, were like papier-mâché, being strangled to death in a relatively small number of moments. Morong Jia froze in place, only to see the three-peak Jindan stage tides whose bodies had just skyrocketed being sealed by that green sword with a single stroke. After reaching out and grabbing at the sky, it hovered in mid-air. Then, the huge body turned into ice and split into pieces. Rumble, rumble. Throughout the second level of the water system demon lock, the demonic beasts of the 9 heavens welcomed their doom. Morong Jia's mouth widened. A word of grass half unable to be uttered. 1,000 water soul stones. It's gone? Morong Jia froze in place. What's the situation? What's going on here? Senior, look. Morong Jia turned around only to see the stone tablet on the demon locking tower entry. The second level of the watery demon locking tower. Kill list, Ruyan Lu, 2451. Race leaderboard, Liu Ruyan, 5 minutes for 1 incense burner. Abyss list, Liu Ruyan. All the names became Riani Lu. Morong Jia's head tilted and he was so angry that he was going to have a myocardial infarction. Is this an immortal magic weapon? Morong could never imagine that it was Ruyan Lu herself who had made it. Cheating. This is cheating. How did she get out? What a big battle for a chi refining stage. Morong Jia cursed. The thought of 1,000 top quality spirit stones of water soul stones being gone, without even touching a single hair on Liu Ruyan's head, Morong Chio gasped. Me, almost didn't catch his breath. The senior brother next to him saw how Morong Jia was anxious and rushed to comfort. Senior brother, don't worry, Liu Ruyan doesn't have a spiritual root. Killing demonic beasts can obtain some of the aura. She doesn't have a spiritual root. She can't absorb the aura of the demonic beasts that we strengthened. She lost a lot of money. A big loss? I'm Nima. Those are our spirit stones. The brothers saved them up. And you said that not providing her with Reiki was a big earner. Is that comforting? You're just being a heartbreaker. Put. A mouthful of old blood splashed out from Morongjie. He fainted on the spot after breaking his defense. Over here, Liu Ruyan felt strange. How come it feels like the water aura is more than expected and a lot more pure? This demon lock tower is really a good place. At the same time, it wasn't just inside the demon locking tower, and outside the demon locking tower. The disciples who came to cultivate looked at the stone monument at the entrance and were all dumbstruck. How is this possible? Ruyan Lu had only just entered the inner sect, and if the first weight was her immortal magic weapon, the demonic beasts in the second heaven of the demon locking tower are all at the Jindan stage. And there is also the legendary strongest heart demon trial Mirror Flower Water Moon. She's broken through? And, in such a crushing manner. That's incredible too. A disciple muttered. Could she be a monster? Another disciple gulped and said, the demonic beasts on the second level of the demon locking tower's 9 heavens are all at the Jindan stage. Ruyan Lu slowly opened her eyes. Green Lotus Sword intent lingered around her. In his mind, the subsequent techniques of the Green Lotus Sword technique came in like a tidal wave. One move after another, clear as day. He himself had finished cultivating all of the Green Lotus Sword technique, the most top-secret top technique of the Liu family. Dozens of generations had never cultivated to perfection, and he himself had become one. Ruyan Lu felt a hint of desolation. The end of a lifetime of hard work for his own family was nothing more than that. If it wasn't for the master's nudging himself, he might not have been able to comprehend it in his entire life. Thinking of this, Ruyan Lu's heart was sweet again. Ding! Detected disciple Liu Ruyan having an epiphany of all the techniques of the Green Lotus Sword technique. Her cultivation breaking through to the peak of the Jindan stage. The host receives a 100-fold reward, the Green Lotus Sword technique plus version, perfection. Reiki cultivation *1, 000, and an estimated breakthrough to her cultivation level, the middle of the Yuaning stage. Yi Chuan sat cross-legged on the grass of the Spirit Spring Valley. A powerful force rushed through his body, making him feel physically and mentally relieved. Floating in the air. This feels really good. Yi Chen closed his eyes. But let's not cultivate this aura first. Yi Chuan didn't want to attract heaven and earth anomalies, lest he cause unnecessary trouble. Ruyan is really trying hard. What to reward your apprentice at night? At the same time, Ruyan Lu moved her lotus step slightly, knowing that now was her limit. If one were to break in at the limit, one would reveal the fact that one's spirit root had been repaired, so she chose to hold back. She wanted to let everyone know at the clan competition. Do right by yourself. Do right by Spirit Springs Valley. To do justice to his master. He's not a loser. You guys are. All the inner disciples held their breath, their eyes focused on her in unison. They had originally thought that Ruyan Lu was able to make a big splash on the first floor of the demon locking tower with her immortal magic weapon. But now, on the second level of the demon locking tower, which was a place of trial for peak foundation establishment and Jindan stage demonic beasts, as well as terrifying heart demons, she had actually passed so easily as well, even with the help of outside forces. Her power really scares them. The only thing that comforted them inwardly was the fact that she couldn't cultivate with her spirit root broken. Liu Ruyan Trail went out the door and looked at the crowd outside the door staring at themselves dumbfounded. Ignoring it, he walked straight towards the 2 disciples who had flirted with Yi Chen earlier. On her stunningly beautiful face, at the moment, it carried a hint of coldness, and the powerful aura made the air around it freeze. You guys, you called my master a loser before? The 2 disciples were shocked by Ruyan Lu's aura and their legs trembled involuntarily. They stammered, not daring to look directly into Ruyan Lu's eyes. Apologize. 2 short words from Ruyan Lu. Right. Sorry, Master Yi Chuan. Master Yi Chuan is a high-ranking person. The 2 men took half a step back. My master is not a waste. Ruyan Lu emphasized again. Yes, Senior Uncle Yi Chuan is not a waste. It's us who have no eyes. Ruyan Lu snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Liu Ruyan just left in the front foot, and 2 people carried Morongjie out with a stretcher in the back foot. Morongjie babbled under his breath. My spirit stone. Water soul stone. Cheating. This is cheating. The locking tower record was broken. It quickly spread throughout the peaks of the Wine Immortal sect. Ruyan Lu has broken all the records for the first and second floors of the water-based demon locking tower. She actually completed the second level of the trial after only 5 minutes of burning incense. It is rumored that she has killed over 2,000 demonic beasts, including many Jindan stage existences. This immortal magic weapon, it really lives up to its name. Alas, the top geniuses and disciples from the other peaks were slightly surprised to hear this news. However, it also caused Bai Zhe, Feng Wuhan and Zhao Lian to have ugly expressions. Yi Chen, his disciple who was a waste of space, could also break the record of the demon locking tower? Isn't that a slap in the face to all of them? Chapter 17, The Face of the Upper Three Peaks. The Nine Swords Sect has 9 gates. Among them, the one Ye Chen was in was the Wine Immortal Sect, and there were a total of 5 peaks, 1 valley, 1 cave, and 1 cliff under the Wine Immortal Sect. They were 10,000 Beast Peak, Xing Xian Peak, Sword Peak, Red Flame Peak, Spirit Mist Peak, Spirit Spring Valley, Cold Ice Cave, and Wind Thunder Cliff. Among them, 10,000 Beast Peak, Sword Peak, and Red Flame Peak were called the Upper Three Peaks due to their excellent disciples and abundant spirit veins. The 3 peaks disciples on the surface and gas, but privately there is no less fighting each other. Whether it is the clan competition and the record in the locking demon tower, we have to earn a high and low. And today, this record was actually broken by the wasteful Spirit Spring Valley. Where was the face of their Upper Three Peaks? The 100 Beasts Peak. Surrounded by clouds and mist, the chirping of strange and exotic beasts rose and fell. At the top of the peak, 100 Beasts Peak Master Bai Zhe was surrounded by 100 beasts. His gaze was like a torch as the disciples surrounded him in all directions. Ruyan Lu, breaking through the record of the demon locking tower? TSK, this immortal magic weapon is so powerful? White Zephyr's fingers tapped lightly on the stone table, making a crisp sound. He looked at a stout, dark-skinned disciple beside him. Sure, Barbarian. This competition determines the ownership of Qingxian Peak. Stone Barbarian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Master, don't worry. Disciple just came out of seclusion. I will not dishonor my mission. He walked out of the Great Hall and arrived at the 100 Beasts Peak's martial arts stage. On the martial arts stage, the disciples of the 100 Beast Peak were practicing, and when they saw Shi Yan, they all stopped commanding their imperial beasts, because Stone Barbarian was everyone's eldest brother. Shi Yan took a deep breath and formed seals with both hands. Roar! A deafening beastly roar resounded through the sky. A huge bear of enormous size appeared out of thin air, covered in gnarled muscles and exuding a berserk aura. The giant bear was 5 feet tall, with red eyes and exposed fangs. Just like an ancient beast, it roared up to the sky and the ground cracked. The surrounding disciples retreated, their faces pale. Some disciples with lower cultivation levels were even so overwhelmed by the pressure that they couldn't breathe. This is Senior Stone Barbarian's Imperial Beast, the Mountain Shaking Bear. It is said that this Mountain Shaking Bear has reached the peak of the spiritual intelligence level, and its strength is comparable to that of a peak Jindan stage cultivator. Peak Jindan stage? The disciples murmured with awe in their eyes. Shi Yan slapped the huge paw of the Mountain Shaking Bear. Broken. The Mountain Shaking Bear roared up to the sky and fiercely slapped his palm to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground shook violently and a huge deep pit appeared. A pit several dozen meters deep, deeper than the bottom. Stone Barbarian made a seal again, and stone armor suddenly solidified on the Mountain Shaking Bear, arming it. This is the attribute of spiritual armament? Senior brother Sure Barbaric is already able to arm imperial beasts with aura. Bull B. Now, I'm afraid that even peak Jindan cultivators will have trouble resisting. The disciples marveled, admiring Shi Yan's strength even more. The Mountain Shaking Bear roared up to the sky and once again punched his head. Another huge deep pit. Everyone in the room was silent. Bai Zhe nodded his head in satisfaction. This demon locking tower record was broken by Spirit Spring Valley. You go and break one as well. Show your face before the clan competition. Master, I'll take care of it. Red Inferno Peak. Magma rolled over and heat waves pounded the face. At the top of the peak, a crimson palace stood, and inside the palace, Red Flame Peak Master Zhao Liang melted the table in front of him with a fist. Damn! A bunch of losers. I can't actually compare to the guys from Spirit Spring Valley. It's just as well that my clan can't compare to Sword Peak. Outrageous! Does Spirit Spring Valleys deserve to be on top of us too? He looked to a disciple beside him who was physically fit and well built. Yan Yang, you go. Break the record for the wooden demon locking tower for me. I'd like to see who gave that punk Ye Chen a face. Yan Yang bowed respectfully. No talking. He walked out of the Great Hall and came to the lava pool at Red Flame Peak. In the lava pool, magma rolled over, emitting terrifyingly high temperatures. Yan Yang took off his clothes and surprisingly walked towards the middle of the Earth's core lava. Hiss! The surrounding disciples sucked in a breath of cool air, their eyes filled with shock. This geodesic lava pool is tens of thousands of degrees. Even Jindan stage cultivators didn't dare to enter easily. The foundation stage enters to directly incinerate the flesh and body, and the divine soul gathers and disperses. Yan Yang actually walked straight in. However, Yan Yang was swimming freely in the lava pool as if nothing had happened. The clothes on his body were not melted by the heat of the lava pool, but were instead wrapped in flames. This is the Red Inferno Golden Body. Senior brother Yan Yang has actually cultivated the Red Flame Golden Body? It is said that the Red Flame Golden Body can withstand all flame attacks, and even heavenly flames cannot harm it in the slightest. As he stepped out of the earth's core lava, he looked towards the other disciples, a scornful smile at the corner of his mouth. Master, we can't help it if we're being ridden. After all, you're teaching a bunch of losers again. When these words came out, the other people from Red Flame Peak who were originally cultivating showed displeasure. What do you mean, elder brother? Ha ha ha. What do you mean? I mean you're all a bunch of losers. Not convinced? Together, the 10 early Jindan disciples were enraged. Yin Yang sneered. His body flashed and instantly appeared in front of a disciple. He blasted out with a fist, and the blazing flames instantly wrapped everyone up. The monstrous searing heat caused everyone's clothes to burn and their skin to ache. Ah! The screams were endless. They could all be fire attribute cultivators. It was actually impossible to resist the heat of the yin yang. Ha ha ha, calling you guys losers? Not convinced? That's enough. Yin Yang. It wasn't until Zhao Liang spoke out that Yin Yang stopped and smiled. Master, don't worry. Qingxian Peak or the Demon Locking Tower record. I want them all. Sword Peak, with a clear breeze and a fairy-like atmosphere. At the foot of the mountain, Feng Wuhan looked at the records about Liu Ruyan and the technique she practiced. Windless thought about it. He looked at a handsome-faced disciple beside him. Lei Ming, it looks like this immortal magic weapon is unusual. Alas, my master is incompetent. If only you had it. Lei Ming bowed respectfully, reporting back to master. Disciple's heart is appreciated. This demon locking tower record master is not concerned. It's just that the disciples cultivate hard on weekdays, but it's actually letting the people of Spirit Spring Valley take it away. Shame on the name of our upper mountain peak. Really, you guys are disgraced. Feng Wuhan hypocritically lamented. In fact, he valued the vanity more than anyone else. Master, don't worry. I'm going to break the record of the demon locking tower. Senior brother Lei, why don't you let me go forward in this matter? A disciple wearing a green-colored sword robe stood out, his tone respectful but with a hint of eagerness. It was because he was the very same sword front disciple who had broken the record of the demon locking tower last time. This disciple's name was Qingsong, not a bad talent, and one of the best among his peers. It's not necessary. Lei Ming returned indifferently, his gaze as calm as water. You're no match for me, and that record of yours is easy to break. Qingsong's expression was displeased when he saw Lei Ming belittling himself so much. Senior brother is willing to spar with you for a while, or to let senior brother know the gap between himself and senior brother. Senior brother Lei, disciple implores senior brother to teach me. Aozora requested again. Feng Wuhan nodded his head. He knew that Lei Ming had already touched the edge of the Yuaning stage. He just didn't know what realm had been reached, and he wanted to take a look as well. A slight nod signaled that Lei Ming could strike. In that case, point taken. Lei Ming's tone was still flat, but it gave off an invisible pressure. Qingsong took a deep breath and pressed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes burning as he stared at Lei Ming. Senior brother Lei, aren't you going to draw your sword? Thunder shook his head. You can't win me. Aozora felt slighted. He no longer hesitated and violently unsheathed his sword. A cold light flashed, piercing straight through the thunder. Qingsong's sword, which contained all of his aura, was as fast as lightning, and his sword aura was severe. He himself was a mid-Jindan cultivator. However, just as Qingsong had just drawn his sword out, immediately afterward, the long sword in his hand unexpectedly broke into two. Not only that, but a strand of black watery tresses in front of his forehead broke off in unison and fluttered to the ground. Qingsong froze. He didn't even see how Lei Ming struck. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. It was then that he realized the gap between himself and Lei Ming. There was a gap between the same Jindan. The gap between himself and his senior brother was like a heavenly rift. Senior brother took offense. Qingsong's face turned pale as he hurriedly bowed and apologized. He understood that if Lei Ming had tried to take his life just now, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the chance to react. Feng Wuhan looked at this scene, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Lei Ming, you've already touched a strand of sword intent? Lei Ming bowed slightly and did not speak. Yes, the time he had spent settling down at the Jindan stage, he had perceived a trace of the ability to have an epiphany only at the Yuaning stage. Sword intent. Chapter 18, Ventilating Zheng Xiaofan. Feng Wuhan looked at Lei Ming's clean sword intent. If you think about it, back then, he himself was only at the Yuaning stage before he felt the sword intent. This disciple of his own, the Jindan stage, was actually already able to perceive. The future is unlimited. This time, Qingxian Peak was his own, and his cultivation breakthrough was just around the corner. Lei Ming, you're very good. You've actually touched the threshold of sword intent. Feng Wuhan complimented that Sword Peak would definitely come out on top in this clan competition. Since that's the case, Lei Ming, you also make a trip to that demon locking tower. Since he was fully certain, there was no need to hide himself. You also go to the demon locking tower and show the people of the sect that she is not the only one in this nine-sword sect, Ruyan Lu, and that I, Jian Feng, am the leader of the Wine Immortal sect. Thunder bowed and led. I will live up to my master's high expectations. After saying that, Lei Ming transformed into a swordlight and headed straight for the demon locking tower. Lei Ming's figure was like a ghost, weaving through the heavy formations. He waved the long sword in his hand, his sword chi streaking across, and wherever he passed, the formations disintegrated. Soon, the layer of 9 heavens of the fire-based demon locking tower was refreshed by thundering ground. At the same time, the people from the 100 Beast Peak and the Red Flame Peak also moved. It's just that they all very tacitly agreed that they didn't choose the same demon locking tower. The first 9 levels of the wooden demon locking tower, and the first 9 levels of the earth demon locking tower. The news traveled back to the sect and the crowd was in an uproar. Originally, the crowd was very jealous of Ruyan Lu breaking the record. Now, realizing that their senior brothers could also crack it with ease, they all held their heads high once again. My senior brother can also break this demon locking tower record. Ruyan Lu, nothing more than that. Wait until the clan competition. Ruyan Lu was waiting to be brutally beaten. This clan competition can't use immortal weapons. Without immortal magic weapon, Ruyan Lu is a waste of time. The man from the 100 Beast Peak, Shi Yen, is so strong, came out without even a drop of sweat. For a while, Ruyan Lu became a target for pulling the stump as everyone realized that she was nothing more than that. And the names of Lei Ming, Shi Barbarian, and Yen Yang appeared on the demon locking tower record list time and time again. In the meantime, leaf dust by the humble thatched hut. The warm sunlight sprinkled on Yi Duan's face. He lay back in his rocking chair and let out a light snore. Leaf dust sleeps comfortably. Liu Ruyan was dressed in green, and after coming out of the demon locking tower, she walked into the thatched hut with gentle steps. Looking at the sleeping master, a gentle smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Master is still sleeping? Worthy of a master. He knows how to combine work and rest. If the rest of the clan heard it, they would probably storm off on the spot. A combination of work and play? Brother, when did you see him labor? Ruyan Lu was still looking at Yi Duan, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. The way the master sleeps, it really looks good now. Yi Chuan felt people coming around him and shook his head violently to see a stunning face gently looking at him. He smiled. Ruyan, you're here. She smiled gently. Master, you're awake. Ruyan Lu rushed to report her situation. Master, disciple had a breakthrough in the Trial Valley and is now in the late Jindan stage law. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes and yawned. The system had already reminded itself of this. Not bad, not bad. By the way, have you eaten yet? Tired? Ruyan Lu's brows were filled with tenderness and emotion. Woohoo! Master is so wonderful. Everyone else just asks about their cultivation. The master only cares if he's having a good time. If he's happy. The love for Yi Chen was once again strong. Taking the initiative to come to Yi Chuan's front. That plump snow white rubbed against Yi Chuan's front. Large swaths of snowy white crowded into everything. Thank you, master. Master, what do you want to eat? Apprentice goes to make it. Well, that's good. Yi Chuan stretched a lazy waist. But you this time, you've made good progress. Hearing Yi Chen's compliment, Liu Ruyan's heart was even more joyful. A hint of redness surfaced on her snow-white cheek's face. All of this is thanks to master's careful teaching. Yes, the chances of one's realm rising again to be able to double cultivate with the master increased once again. Knock knock. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock at the door. You know, inside the Spirit Springs Valley on weekdays, thanks to the fame of Yi Duan's wasteful reputation spread far and wide, hardly anyone visits. Now there's actually a knock on the door? Ruyan Lu pushed open the wooden door in suspicion. Just outside the door stood a strange young man in rough linen clothes with a thin figure. The teenager was panting, reaching out for something. Master Yi, is Master Yi here? Oh, it's Little Fan. What is it? The teenager's name was Zhang Xiaofan. At the early stage of foundation establishment, he was a disciple of the Dan Peak under the burning insect of the Nine Swords Sect, and at the same time, he was one of the few people within the entire Nine Swords Sect who knew that Yi Duan's identity was not a bad one. Back then, he was stuck at the 3rd level of the body refinement realm and failed to break through, losing his aura. It happened to be passing by Yi Duan by chance. Yi Duan waste reputation. All the teachers and brothers ridiculed Yi Duan as the clan's waste relations, but Zhang Xiaofan took the initiative to come forward and salute, and also sent Yi Chen back to the Spirit Spring Valley. So Yi Chen instructed himself on 1 or 2 things. After going back, according to Yi Chen's cultivation style, he was like a fish out of water. Zhang Xiaofan surprisingly allowed him to break through to the 7th level of the body refinement realm in just 1 year, and was then chosen by Dan Feng. It was only at this moment that Zhang Xiaofan realized that Yi Chen was not at all the waste that everyone was talking about. He's the true master of the Nine Swords Sect, the ground sweeper. He had a baby face, thick eyebrows, and although he was not very old, he had a witty look in his eyes. According to seniority, he should call Ye Duan Ye Master Ancestor. Master Yi. It's not good. Leaf Dust walked out happily. What's the matter with Xiaofan? Master Yi. When Zhang Xiaofan saw Yi Duan, he reacted to the stunning beauty in front of him, and his eyes flashed with a touch of amazement, and his face couldn't help but redden. It's so pretty. This is Senior Sister Ruyan, right? Senior Ancestor Yi. The people from Qingxian Peak. They've raised all the spirit stones they can get their hands on and are looking for someone to deal with Senior Sister Ruyan. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan softly said, Xiaofan, don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. Only then did Zhang Xiaofan take a breath. Organized thoughts. The people of Qingxian Peak harbor hatred for you. Senior Ancestor Yi Chuan privately bought off the experts from the other peaks. I heard that they're going to lay their hands on Senior Sister at the clan competition. Yi Chen was still lying on the rocking chair, slowly swaying. Not the slightest ripple could be seen on his face. Alas, he could understand. After all, he had cut off the group's future, but he could only blame them for their bad luck. He just gave a faint "oh" and asked, who is it? What cultivation level? I heard that it's Yin Yang from Red Flame Peak and Sure Barbarian from 100 Beast Peak. In short, the people from the clan competition were approached. I've heard it all from my senior brothers, and it's all spread to our clan. He swallowed his saliva and continued. And Morong Jie of Qingxian Peak promised them a large amount of spirit stones and pills to waste Senior Sister on the competition stage. 1,000 top quality spirit stones for anyone who can waste Senior Sister Ruyan Lu. 1,000 top grade spirit stones? Ha ha ha. What a way to put down money. It's the coffin money all taken out. Well, Master Yi, don't say that I'm the one who said it. Right now Senior Sister Ruyan is the target of all eyes. Senior Sister Ruyan. You can't use magic weapons in this competition. You only need to be at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Many people want to find you in trouble. Or not. Zhang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment and said, quit. Hearing this, Yi Chen froze, then laughed out loud. This Zhang Xiaofan had not wasted his instruction. It's also genuinely for your own good. It's all under the sword sect next door. And you're still worried about yourself. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. You, Senior Sister Ruyan, beat the group of people outside, chopping them up. When Zhang Xiaofan heard this, he cried and laughed. Yi Duan Master Ancestor. The theory is powerful, but the cultivation that is not real. He was only at the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, so wasn't letting Senior Sister Liu Ruyan go up there a death sentence? Still chopping and slashing can't use a magic weapon. Can it last more than a split second? Yi Duan Senior Ancestor. There's really no need to show off in this competition. I've heard that several disciples from the other peaks are at the Jindan stage. Especially Yin Yang from Red Flame Peak and Sure Barbarian from 100 Beasts Peak, who are said to have peaked Jindan stage strength. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Xiaofan's flustered appearance. Joyful, he turned his head toward Ruyan Lu. Ruyan, are you sure? Ruyan Lu. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She slowly raised her right hand, and a majestic spiritual energy instantly erupted from within her body. A powerful aura instantly swept across the entire Spirit Spring Valley, and the surrounding trees shook violently. In an instant, Liu Ruyan was surrounded by pure wood aura. Countless aura vines waved. Zhang Xiaofan was directly shaken and sat on his butt. And so on. Isn't Senior Sister Ruyan Lu's spiritual root broken? It was clearly intact. And this aura was pure and surging. It made him despair. Senior Sister Ruyan. You are. What realm? This? Peak Jindan stage. Peak Jindan stage? The 4 short words made Zhang Xiaofan's eyes widen and his mouth fall open. It was as if you could stuff an egg. Jindan stage. Late stage? How is this possible? Chapter 19, dumbfounded Zhang Xiaofan. You, Senior Sister Ruyan. Are you kidding? Rumors from the sect had it that Ruyan Lu had obtained a chaotic Forbidden Land immortal magical artifact, but with a broken spiritual root, she was unable to cultivate at all. In his entire life, he could only be at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. And right now, Ruyan Lu told herself that she was in the late Jindan stage. This means that Ruyan's spiritual root has been repaired? Senior Sister, you mean the spirit root is repaired? Yes, nah. Ruyan Lu looked at Yi Chen, and her eyes were tickled with gravy. It was Master who helped me fix it. The peach eyes are ambiguous to the point of being drawn. When she thought of Yi Chen, she felt sweetness in her heart. 10. Only then did Zhang Xiaofan realize that it was wrong. Everyone was wrong. The Ruyan Lu world not only possessed an immortal magic weapon, but it could also cultivate now. Her future was unlimited. It was Zhang Xiaofan's turn to be dumbfounded. Dare I ask, Senior Sister, What is your spirit root rank? Zhang Xiaofan then realized a whole new problem. Spiritual root repair often could not be restored to the previous high-level spiritual root. If it was an ordinary spirit root, Ruyan Lu would still be no match for the others. Supreme Pin. Yi Chen replied indifferently. Hearing the three words Supreme Pin, Supreme Spiritual Root, Zhang Xiaofan felt his legs go soft, and he was almost about to directly kneel down for Liu Ruyan. Among the legends? Supreme level spiritual root? He shook his head vigorously. Sure you heard right? Supreme spiritual root. Supreme spiritual root? That's the stuff of legends. The Nine Swords sect was established until now. There had never been a supreme spiritual root possessor. Even the clan's oldest ancestor was only an immortal great upper spiritual root. And now, Ruyan Lu, a woman who was a wasted spirit root not long ago, actually possessed a supreme spirit root. Ruyan Lu's future was no longer something an ordinary person could think about. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaofan's mind went blank and buzzed. He stared blankly at Liu Ruyan as if he was looking at a monster. He recalled that earlier he was worried that Ruyan Lu would be injured in the sect competition, but now it seemed that he was completely overworried. That group of so-called geniuses, don't get killed by their own senior sister Ruyan Lu, just wish for your own good. Liu Ruyan, who possessed the supreme spiritual root, was almost an invincible existence among the same realm. And it had only been less than a week, and she had cultivated from the 9th level of the body refinement realm to the peak of the Jindan. This kind of talent and cultivation speed could no longer be described as demonic. It's anticlimactic. 10 years of Jindan, 100 years of Yuaning, and it only took Ruyan Lu a short week. Those so-called Red Flame Peak Yin Yang, 100 Beast Peak Sure Barbarian, in front of Liu Ruyan. I'm afraid that they are not even worthy of mentioning shoes. They're a bunch of jokes. Zhang Xiaofan's heart turned over. Envy, shock, all sorts of emotions intertwined together, making him almost suffocate. Just letting him make it up. He didn't even know how to make up the fact that senior sister Ruyan went from being an outcast with a wasted spirit root to leaping into a supreme genius with a supreme spirit root. Thinking about himself, he had been cultivating hard for many years, yet he was still stuck in the chi refining stage. How can there be such a big gap between people? Zhang Xiaofan took a deep breath and tried to calm his agitated feelings. Senior sister Ruyan, I was abrupt before. He spoke with difficulty, his voice a little hoarse. I didn't expect senior sister's spiritual root to be so astounding. He couldn't find the right words to describe it for a moment. Half the time you say a pre-verbal idiom. Zhang Xiaofan felt his scalp tingle. He realized that those so-called geniuses in the other peaks under the Wine Immortal Sword sect were all clowns. This competition, the real protagonist, there is only one. That is, Ruyan Lu. Calm down. What a big deal. Yi Duan cheerfully waved his hand with a cloudy look. He pointed in the direction of the kitchen and said, Ruyan, go cook. Zhang Xiaofan froze for a moment, his entire body frozen in place. One hadn't heard it wrong, right? Possessing a supreme-grade spiritual root, an immortal magical artifact, and the Nine Swords sect's unprecedented one cultivation genius. Master Ancestor Yi Chuan had asked her to cook? Good na Master Ruyan, this will go. She also promised, and how she was still dry and joyful. If it was put into other peaks, I'm afraid the Peak Master would have to serve her tea and water, and offer her as an aunt. Here in Spirit Springs Valley, this is where she cooks. Days. What kind of person is Master Yi? Fan. Master's rice is delicious. Together? Before, Master Yi Duan gave himself some pointers, and he just skyrocketed? Maybe this meal is different too. It's fine. Senior sister, I'm sorry for the trouble. Zhang Xiaofan agreed. Yi Duan nodded. There's bacon on top of that thatched hut. You pick it off and boil it. Slice it, and then boil 2 soups in water. Okay nah, master. Ruyan Lu was well behaved and obedient. It was a stark contrast to the high spirits outside. She entered the beams of the house to take down a piece of bacon smoked with spirit herbs, which was reddish in color. The bacon is so fatty and lean that it makes you salivate at first glance. Ruyan Lu sliced like Yi Duan. Then with a sharp kitchen knife, sliced the bacon thinly. The knife cuts down gently. Each slice of bright red bacon is as thin as a cicada. Fat and lean. And oily. Liu Ruyan was in the Spirit Spring Valley for the past few days, knowing that the master just likes to have to eat well, so she was patient and learned about everything cooking. In order to make Yi Duan happy, she had put in a lot of effort. Liu Ruyan put the chopped bacon into the blackened casserole. In the casserole, Yi Chuan had long since boiled the soup base that was blended with spiritual spring water and various spiritual herbs. The soup base is crystal clear but has a strong medicinal aroma. Once the bacon has been added to the soup base, simmer over moderate heat. The scent of bacon and water vapor steamed throughout the thatched hut. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but take a deep breath, and my stomach began to rumble. Holy cow, that smells good. Ruyan Lu was picking another big pot of greens. Wash the bok choy and blanch it in a separate pot with the spirit spring water. The blanched bok choy is bright green with a fresh aroma. Finally steamed a pot of ling rice. When cooked, the rice grains are crystal clear and emit a light. When all the dishes were ready, Ruyan Lu served them on the table. The aroma of bacon, the freshness of the greens, the freshness of the spirit rice. Zhang Xiaofan kept swallowing his saliva. Oh, my god, Ruyan's cooking is so good, isn't it? The pork is so fat and lean that it makes your mouth water. Damn. In comparison, what his clan eats every day is bun. It's like pig food. Senior sister Ruyan is really great. Master taught well la. My master did better. Alright, little fan, try it? Yi Chuan was hungry and tasted Liu Ruyan's handiwork nowadays. Well, then, I'll be damned. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't control himself and used his chopsticks to pick up a slice of bacon. The bacon melts in your mouth and a rich flavor instantly explodes in your mouth. Immediately afterward, a searing heat flowed down his throat and into his limbs. Zhang Xiaofan felt that his dantian was like a furnace, and his aura was running wild. Boom! A powerful force surged out of his body. Zhang Xiaofan felt that his realm had unexpectedly risen by one level. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he looked at the bacon in his hands. At the same time, he felt as if his blood was boiling and a burning sensation spread throughout his body. He looked at Yi Chen in shock. Master Ancestor, what kind of meat is this? Zhang Xiaofan stuttered a bit as he spoke. Yi Chuan laughed and said lightly, oh, this it seems to be some kind of red flame golden eye beast. The red hot golden eyes beast? Zhang Xiaofan's heart once again set off shocking waves. The red hot golden eyes beast? A demonic beast at the spirit slayer level, corresponding to a cultivator that would be the Yuaning stage. Demonic beast meat possessed an extremely strong nourishing effect that could enhance a cultivator's physique in cultivation. Moreover, this red flame golden eyes beast was extremely fast and powerful, making it extremely difficult to capture. Even Yuaning stage experts wouldn't dare to mess with it easily. And Master Ancestor Yi Chuan, he actually used the meat of the red flame golden eyes beast to make a dish? Chapter 20, Master Ancestor. I'm not going to explode and die. And so on. Zhang Xiaofan suddenly shivered in fear, slammed all the chopsticks out of his hand. As a member of Dan Peak, they followed strict rules for taking herbs, pills and demonic beast meat. Cultivators could only swallow pills or flesh and blood of the same level. Failure to do so will result in a blood rush. 7 orifices. Even this demonic beast meat that can only be taken at the Yuaning stage. How can one afford to do that? Seriously, may burst and die. A shiver, scared to let go of the chopsticks in his hand. Master Ancestor. He pointed to the plate of bacon, his face white. Yi Chuan raised his eyebrows, looking at Zhang Xiaofan's panicked appearance. He was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? He put down the teacup in his hand and asked lightly. Zhang Xiaofan swallowed his saliva and stammered as he pointed at the plate of appetizingly colored bacon. This is the meat of the red flame golden eyes beast. My current cultivation level is only at the chi refining realm. Master Yi, this is a demonic beast meat that can only be eaten at the Yuaning stage. Will I explode and die if I eat it? He thought of the red flame golden eyes beast. It should be an exotic beast meat that could only be taken at the late Yuaning stage. A pang of fear ran through his mind. How could one's own small chi refining realm cultivation be able to withstand such a powerful energy? Yi Duan laughed out loud after hearing this. Ha 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 ha, what's on your mind, you kid? He stopped laughing and explained. I've got food here. Feel free to eat. He paused and added. Don't worry about eating, you just eat. Without any side effects? Only enhance your own cultivation? Zhang Xiaofan froze. On the side, Ruyan Lu smiled and nodded. Xiaofan, what master said is true. That's how I cultivated when my cultivation increased so quickly. If it wasn't for Yi Chen, it would be impossible for her to have such a cultivation level in a short period of time. When Zhang Xiaofan heard this, he looked at Liu Ruyan. Yeah, Liu Ruyan before the spiritual route forbidden, now has reached the Jindan impossible not to use any external force, and so on. He looked at Yi Duan, and waves of shock rippled in his heart. It allows ordinary cultivators to painlessly absorb the energy of the red flame golden ice beast? What profound alchemy and pharmacology attainments must this be? This was simply the strongest alchemist and pharmacist in the world. This kind of ability is too heavenly. Not to mention the Nine Swords Sect, there was no one in the entire immortal region who had such an ability. Really? Really? Yi Chen laughed and gestured to Zhang Xiaofan. You take another bite. Zhang Xiaofan is numb, but things have come to this point can only be hard. He picked up a slice of bacon and put it in his mouth. A warm stream flowed down his throat and into his dantian. He felt his meridians, once again, raging with aura. And this time, a wave of pure energy exploded inside his body. like warm sunlight sprinkling all over his body. At this moment, it was filled with raging aura, rapidly widening and becoming tougher. His body shook as a powerful force surged out of his dantian and broke through the barrier of the 7th level of Qi cultivation, 8th level of the Qi refining realm. Before he could react, the force impacted again and broke through the bottleneck of the 9th level of the Qi practicing realm, peak of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the bacon in his hands. He had actually broken through 2 minor realms in the time it took to eat a meal. Yes, one didn't have any aura overload or bursting sensation, or even feel any discomfort at all themselves. Now he believed Yi Chen's words. This demonic beast meat that he ate really had no side effects. The chopsticks holding the bacon in his hands were trembling. What the is Dan Feng? What a bull **** way to practice. He himself had raised 2 realms just by eating a meal at senior uncle Yi Duan's place. God? Is this kind of cultivation speed something that ordinary people can imagine? And he or she had no discomfort the entire time. It's as simple as drinking water. Master Yi, you are simply divine. Zhang Xiaofan's voice was trembling a little. Yi Chen just smiled faintly and waved his hand. Little things. Hunting 2 exotic beasts on their own once in a while, along with cooking with aura seasoning, looked like it worked out well. But it's not worth it compared to what you'd gain by swinging for the fences. Zhang Xiaofan looked at Yi Chen's calm face and couldn't calm down within himself. Such a terrifying ability was enough to cause the entire Tian Yuan continent to quake. A rapid cultivation method without any side effects. The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. And his face flushed. With this ability, you can make all sect forces and all gangs tremble. When he thought of all the ridicule of Yi Chen in the sect during the weekdays, a wave of injustice surged in his heart. Those who say you're a waste of space are truly blind to their own eyes. I'm really not happy for you. I'm not even happy that you're in this 9-sword sect every day, letting them call you a waste. Yi Duan laughed out loud when he heard this. Indeed, it's just that I do like to fish myself. He himself was 996 blessed enough to enjoy it in his previous life. This life just wants to be as fast as it can be. Ha ha, let them be. Yi Chen laughed and chucked a slice of bacon into his mouth. Liu Ruyan was pursing her lips as she looked at Zhang Xiaofan and said, Xiaofan, there is no need to worry. I will let everyone see that master's ability in this clan competition. Ruyan Lu's body was surging with aura, and she was eager to try. She was going to make everyone kneel in this clan competition. Yi Chuan laughed, but thought of the flirting and mockery that the group of people inside on weekdays had directed at him. Also the corners of his mouth turned up slyly. Yi Chen handed a storage ring to Zhang Xiaofan. Take it. Zhang Xiaofan received the ring with a confused face, not understanding what Yi Chen meant. Master Ancestor? This is? Yi Chuan asked. For this clan competition, is there an open wager to predict who will be the champion? This ring has 1,000 top-grade spirit stones inside. Little fan. Take these spirit stones and place a bet on Ruyan being the winner of this clan competition. Zhang Xiaofan froze for a moment, then realized. Indeed, in previous years, every clan competition would be opened by someone sitting on the fence. This time, it remains no different. Sister Ruyan's odds are extremely high. If Sister Ruyan wins the championship, Senior Uncle is trying to make all the people who don't think highly of Ruyan Lu eat their words. And it's a hard sell. He hemmed and hawed and rubbed his hands together. Master Yi is brilliant. Disciple understands. I'll press all the spirit stones up myself. Is that okay? Look at him with anticipation. Yi Duan nodded with a smile. Well, have some fun. Small bets are good for the heart. Big bets hurt the body. After the 3 of them finished their delicious lunch. Hey, eat and remember to clean up the dishes. Yi Chuan stretched a lazy waist. Today's workload was once again overloaded. Ruyan, you clean up? Okay then master. Ruyan Lu responded obediently, her tone intimate. Right, go outside Spirit Spring Valley in a while and buy some daily supplies and come back. Okay. Ruyan Lu was obedient to Yi Chen's words. I can't wait to be serving Yi Duan every day. Ahem, not right. Care. Yi Chuan returned to the thatched cottage and took out the Wind Queen's strange door from his storage bag. This was an immortal spell that Ruyan Lu had obtained herself when she broke through the peak of Jindan. Can't help it. Being a fishing guy and being in the Air Force again this morning, one has to do something about it. Thinking, Yi Duan directly began to study. Instantly, a huge blue Chi Men bureau appeared in Yi Chuan's sea of consciousness. Oddball bureau. The divine dragon carries the map out of the Luo River, and the colorful phoenix carries the book in the blue clouds. This side is where the Wind Queen's strange door came from. Again, it is the Chimera Bureau Extreme. Everything in this world cannot be separated from the word change. Cultivation is to be able to control the change of all things in the world. Yi Chuan was able to set the center palace under his feet, and he could turn the 4 discs in the Chi Men Bureau at will. And the time, space, and the birth and death of the 4 discs in the bureau were all formulated by the user. Being able to control the timing of the innings with precision, and even being able to bring all 4 plates to square in a very short time. As the user's ability improves, it can expand the coverage of the chimera. After practicing successfully, Leaf Dust only felt that he had become more connected to the world around him. What Leaf Dust wanted was not to manipulate time but to deduce it. This was a manifestation of the Tao rhythm and a divine ability that could only be possessed at the God transformation stage. And Yi Chen, straightforward to learn. 3 consecutive days in the Air Force. Make sure you pick a place with lots of fishing today yourself. He pinched his fingers and deduced the best place to fish today. The meditation pool in the back of the mountain range. Today, the water system is full of aura and the fish are fat, making it an excellent place for anglers. Just try there. Yi Chuan picked up the fishing rod and walked towards the meditation pool with gusto. He just couldn't believe it. He was still in the Air Force today. Chapter 21, This is your home. Meditation pool. The water is turquoise and the aura is dense. Leaf Dust hummed a little song as he arrived at the lake. It was a relief to see the stream clear and the bottom of the river was translucent and smooth river rocks. Yi Chuan easily threw out his wooden fishing rod, and the fish line cut through the air and fell into the pool. Snap! I'm hanging on to some fat old salbugs today, and with the calculations in the Wind Queen's strange door, there's absolutely no way I'm going to Air Force it. Leaf Dust just thought. The line swished down hard. The fishing line sliced right through the water, and Yi Chuan felt a tugging motion coming from his hand. Fish in the water. Good man. That's quite a bit of strength. Yi Duan controlled the fishing rod with his hand. After 3 minutes of pulling, snap, a shimmering golden fish leaps out of the water. This spirit fish was covered in golden light, full of scales like gold. Leaf Dust received a systematic boost. 1,000-year golden scale fish, immortal product. A spiritual fish whose scales are gold all over its body, can increase its fortune for 1 year after swallowing. Wealthy. Wahahaha. Interesting that there is such a fish. Yi Duan happily put the smooth golden scale fish into the fish basket. Again the rod was flung out. Snap. The fishing line was cut again. Another hit. This time, the catch was a snow white, chili fish. 1,000-year ice fish. After taking it, it can quench the physical body, enhance the cold-resistant attribute, and permanently increase the aura affinity of water attribute and ice attribute. Yi Chuan was pleasantly surprised in his heart. This meditation pool was indeed a treasure. Nope, that's totally on the technique. He caught up a few more 1,000-year-old spirit fish one after another, with different types and miraculous efficacy. There is the purple cloud spirit carp, which enhances true chi, the 7-colored spirit sturgeon, which improves enlightenment, and the Qingtian old soft-shelled turtle, which prolongs one's life. The fish basket was filled to the brim, and Yi Duan happily carried the fish basket. Stepping into the moonlight to return to the thatched hut, Leaf Dust could be said to be fully loaded. Comfortable. It's cozy. That's the true level of yourself. Yi Duan looked at the fish guards that were full. The corners of his mouth rose. Yi Duan saw that the sky was getting late, also got up and went home, pondering whether to eat grilled fish or fish ponds tomorrow. Returning to the thatched cottage, I had been prepared to rest as quietly as before. Yet today, before he even entered, he saw 2 red lanterns hanging outside the thatched hut. Under the dim light, a playful figure, especially in the center of the enchanting slender figure, looks particularly attractive. Leaf Dust walked to the door. Yi Chuan's heart warmed up and he smiled. He. It felt pretty good to have someone waiting. Ruyan, why are you still up? Master, waiting for you to come back. Ah. Liu Ruyan smiled gently. The night is cool. My disciple heated a bowl of ginger soup for Master. Master, drink the ginger soup to drive away the cold, he said, and brought over a bowl of steaming brown ginger soup. Yi Chuan took the ginger soup and drank it in one go, a warmth spreading from his stomach. Nice. Master, Ruyan will definitely not let you down. Ruyan Lu looked at Yi Chen and once again made her attitude clear. I'll show them all this race trial. They're wrong. They're so wrong. Looking at Ruyan Lu's stunning face and stubborn eyes, Leaf Dust knew that this girl was carrying too much, so simply sat down in the chair. Ruyan, what exactly did you go through before? When Ruyan Lu heard this, her entire body froze in place. About the family, about cultivation, those grievances and sorrows, blood feuds she had never told anyone, because she knew that she wasn't going to get sympathy for telling. Instead, it's someone else who turns out to be more hurtful. But when Yi Chuan took the initiative to ask, she finally couldn't help but pour it out. My father, Nanwo, the founding general of the Jin Emperor, traveled extensively for the Jin Emperor and made great achievements for the opening of the frontier. Our family relied on the Green Lotus bloodline, and the Green Lotus sword technique would have fought down a large territory for the Emperor of the Golden Kingdom. But then, she paused, her voice catching a little. Meritocracy, the rabbit and the dog. Yi Chen directly said everything that followed. And Liu Ruyan closed her eyes as 2 lines of tears flowed down. Liu Ruyan nodded painfully. That dog emperor to scruple my family bloodline. Buckle on the hat of plotting against the emperor. Bounty on the immortal domain family. Kill the 9 clans. I was gifted at that time by the Cloud Traveler Taoist monk to see to escape a robbery. Understood. Yi Chen nodded slightly and looked at Liu Ruyan. Then how did your spiritual root break? I failed to break through the foundation establishment, and took a large number of herbs, pills, and my heart demon backfired. So it led to a broken spiritual root. Originally I was all wasted, and already despaired, but as a result, I met you, Master. Speaking here, Ruyan Lu's eyes overflowed with tears once again. Yi Chen pondered slightly, but realized that things were not that simple. Ruyan Lu was indeed in an unstable state of mind, but she was a supreme-grade spiritual root, and it was absolutely impossible for all of them to break off even if she failed to break through. The only explanation is, there's something wrong with those pills and feats. Seeing Yi Chen's silence, Ruyan Lu rushed to find other topics. Master, so the disciple Farizat thank you really beyond words. If not for you, I really do not know where to go and what to do. I'm all alone. I'm really all alone. Ruyan Lu's eyes were red at the end of her sentence, and her tone was trembling. Looking at Ruyan Lu's red eyes, Yi Chen smiled bashfully. The gentle big hand stroked onto Liu Ruyan's beautiful black hair. Touchdown. Ruyan Lu's entire body felt comfortable with her scalp. The eyes looked towards Leaf Dust once again lassoed. So want to kiss Master Ah. But there is a chance to investigate some more for Liu Ruyan. This spirit root of hers is broken, but it was also bitter for the ninny. It's okay. It's okay. From now on, this is your home. There will always be a place for you here. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Liu Ruyan couldn't help herself as tears sprang out, hugging Yi Chen hard and tightly, tears soaking his clothes. What did one hear? Home. Home. Spirit Springs Valley will always be one's home. It's been 10 years, and this unfamiliar word struck Ruyan Lu with happiness. Happy and blissful fainted. She couldn't really describe how she felt right now. Is one finally not alone? Master. Touched. Really? Woo-woo. Liu Ruyan couldn't control herself and stood up, hugging Yi Chen hard with her plump Snow White. Yi Chuan felt that he was about to be suffocated as he was squeezed by the plump Snow White. Only this suffocation was also too happy. Cough cough cough. Leaf Dust coughed. Only then did Liu Ruyan let go of Yi Chen. Embarrassed was shyly bowed her head. Master. I'm sorry, am I holding you back? Ahem. Yi Duan cheerfully waved his hand. It's fine. It's fine. It's quite good to have you. Yi Chuan looked at Liu Ruyan and once again tenderly touched Liu Ruyan's head. This girl was really heartbreakingly cute. Ruyan Lu meekly allowed Yi Chen to stroke her hair this time. Alright, this clan competition. Just try your best. You're only really good if you're good yourself. Master. Understood. Ruyan Lu revealed a big smile. Yi Chuan turned his head to look at the Spirit Spring Valley. Even though the moonstars were thin and the aura was dense, the entire valley was still dark. Yi Duan thought back to his quiet and idyllic life in Spirit Spring Valley for the past few years. Looking at the doorway, Liu Ruyan hung out a large lantern, so that the darkness of the Spirit Spring Valley mountains and forests have a touch of brightness. Perhaps it wasn't a bad thing for the Spirit Spring Valley to be lively. At least there is popularity. Thinking, Yi Duan walked into his straw room and laid down on the bed to sleep leisurely. Chapter 22 Walking Spirit Stones. 5 days passed by in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, it came to the day of the Sect competition. Early morning sunlight filtered through the cracks in the thatched roof. Leaf Dust opened his eyes. These days, he does nothing but fish. Open pond in a sunny clearing outside the thatched cottage. Leaf Dust was measuring with a grass rope, planning out a 6-foot square outline, tighten the dirt on the walls of the neatly packed pool around the perimeter, and level the bottom with smooth, rounded, colorful river rocks from the stream. He spread another layer of fine sand on the bottom of the pool and drew a clear stream from the mountain stream of Spirit Spring Valley to inject it. The trickling stream slowly fills the pond. Yi Chuan smiled cheerfully and nodded his head in satisfaction as he placed the spirit fish he had angled into the pond. The golden scale fish shone with golden light, and the ice spirit fish was surrounded by cold air, showing various color states in the pond, which was very beautiful. As for Liu Ruyan, she cultivated diligently every day to consolidate her realm, prepare for the upcoming clan competition. She had been practicing her family's mastery, the Green Lotus sword technique, comprehending them all. Today is the day of the preliminary round. Liu Ruyan dressed up early, a long pale white dress outlining her exquisite figure. The long black hair was like a waterfall, and the hair bun was pulled up with a jade hairpin, revealing a fair and slender neck and delicate features, making it even more elegant. The original figure was proud, and after cultivation the temperament was even more proud and imposing. Only, she stood in the doorway, but was slow to step out. she stole a glance at Ye Duan, a little apprehensive in her heart. Today is the clan trial. Although he knew that the master was a loose character inside the weekdays and told himself that his body was the most important, but on today's day, she still looks forward to it, and the master cheers her on. Yi Chen looked at Liu Ruyan in the doorway and hemmed and hawed. This girl, naturally understanding her small mind, she put down the river in her hands and said with a smile, Ruyan, in today's match, cheer up. Ruyan Lu hurriedly nodded her head, a hint of delight flashing in her eyes. I won't go watch the master's preliminary round. You'll definitely be able to do it. Ye Duan encouraged. Aha! Liu Ruyan's high and cold face was immediately like a spring breeze, smiling sweetly, like a child who got candy. Right. Master, teach you a trick. Master, please teach me. In order to win, it is to be clean and unscrupulous. Remember, you have to attack the most vulnerable place of others. Ye Duan looked at Ruyan Lu, who was about to test, so he slightly taught Ruyan Lu the technique. Liu Ruyan pondered slightly. Then, Master, what is your most vulnerable place? Eggs. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen directly joked. Who knew that Liu Ruyan nodded her head violently after pondering. Master, I understand. Yi Chuan snapped back to his senses. That. Ruyan Lu had already left in quick steps, leaving the thatched hut briskly. Just leaving the thatched hut. The whole expression instantly chilled. Watching her departing back, Yi Duan recalled the conversation just now. This disciple of his, he wouldn't be serious, right? It shouldn't be so much of a humorless one. 9 Swords Sect, Martial Arts Arena. Today, disciples from all the mountain peaks had gathered here. The 9 Swords Sect had a total of 9 gates, with each of the 9 gate masters holding an immortal treasure sword. These would be the Apocalypse Sword, the Star Sword, the Earth Vault Sword, the Wine Immortal Sword, the Thunder Sword, the Tsongshan Sword, the Burning Flame Sword, and the Bibo Sword, respectively. The first 3 of these swords were known as the upper 3 gates due to their higher grade, more lush and powerful spirit veins, and the rest were the 6 lower gates. And below the door, there were the Peak Masters and Valley Masters, as few as 5 or 6 or as many as 10. The annual clan competition was a great event for the 9 Swords Sect, attracting countless disciples to watch the battle. Under their own discipline, the victorious disciple will begin the 9 Swords Sect's official tournament. The victor gets a large amount of aura resources and heavenly treasures. You can even enter the clan's Wanbao Pavilion to make your selection. The 6 Lower Sect, where Ruyan Lu and Yi Chen were from. And now the competition was to select the disciples who would represent the Wine Immortal Sect to go out. At this moment, in the center of the martial arts arena, a huge rock ring was erected. Around the ring, a strong aura boundary was set up, preventing people outside the arena from interfering by using their gong methods. Around the ring were the disciples and forces of the major peak masters. There were a total of 7 forces from the Wine Immortal Sect participating in this competition. They were 10,000 Beast Peak, Spirit Spring Valley, Sword Peak, Red Flame Peak, Spirit Mist Peak, Wind Thunder Cliff, and Cold Ice Cave, while Qingxian Peak was directly removed from the list. The competition is based on an elimination system, with 2 pairs going head-to-head, with the winner advancing and the loser being eliminated. The first thing that happens when you get inside the preparation box is the drawing of lots. In the field, each of the peak masters of 10,000 Beast Peak, Spirit Spring Valley, Sword Peak, Red Flame Peak, Spirit Mist Peak, Wind Thunder Cliff, and Cold Ice Cave had their own masters and brothers cheering for their house's contestants. Only in front of the Spirit Springs Valley was it empty, but when Liu Ruyan walked into the venue, as soon as she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. As soon as Ruyan Lu stepped into the martial arts arena, the entire arena was silent. It was as if time stood still in this moment. Everyone's gazes were focused on this woman who looked like an exiled immortal. Beautiful. So beautiful. Perfectly 9-headed body. A pair of long legs in perfect proportion. A plain white dress still can't hide her hot and explosive body. The eyes of the eye and the powerful aura were like the descent of a female emperor. Is she really only at the 9th level of the chi refining realm? The whole aura was cold, but with an unspeakable charm. However, even though they were envious of Ruyan Lu in their hearts, their mouths could be vicious in their words. Look, isn't that Liu Ruyan from Spirit Spring Valley? What a seductive look. The Sword Peak disciple squinted, his tone sour. Humph, what's the use of being good looking? It's just a waste at the 9th level of chi refining. Another person snorted coldly. Feng Wuhan had always looked down on Yi Chen, so his disciples were all contemptuous of Yi Chen as well. Wait for my senior brother Lei to make a move and make her look good. The other peaks had different judgments about Ruyan Lu, but they were ultimately demeaning. I heard that her spirit root was also broken and she possesses an immortal magic weapon, but unfortunately, it's forbidden to use it in this competition, or else she would also be a strong contender. The Spirit Mist Peak disciples didn't have any beef with Liu Ruyan. Instead they talked about her strengths and weaknesses. The Red Flame Peak disciples, on the other hand, looked at Liu Ruyan, and a hint of greed flashed in their eyes. So beautiful. Good. If it's beaten up and wasted. Senior brother is a big fan of destroying flowers with a hot hand. The disciples under the major peaks were talking. However, soon after the words the eyes of the crowd looked at Ruyan Lu and became naked and greedy. This time it wasn't because of Ruyan Lu's looks. There was also a reward. The peak master of Qingxian Peak was found out to be the secret son of the underworld sect, and all the disciples under the peak suspended their training for 3 years. The last time Morong Jie's plan failed at the demon locking tower. This time the bounty is on the line again. A reward of 1,000 top-grade spirit stones if you can waste Ruyan Lu. 1,000 spirit stones was enough to be able to make a Yuaning stage cultivator's heart flutter. When at the same time Ruyan Lu appeared, Sure Barbarian of the 10,000 Beasts Peak, Thunder of the Sword Peak, and Yin Yang of the Red Flame Peak, the three of them looked at Ruyan Lu at the same time. The three are the favorites to win this bout. There was a touch of covetousness in her eyes. She was now a walking spirit stone. 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. There is no one who doesn't have the heart to move. Yin Yang was the first to speak. Lei Ming, can you tell her weight? Lei Ming shook his head. There's a special aura on her that can't be penetrated. This immortal magical artifact. It's really unusual. Oh, it's a shame. If she'd been the first to meet her, I'd have definitely left her half dead, said Yin Yang, triangular eyes evil smile up. You do know this competition. My first goal is to win the belonging of Qingxian Peak for master. The second is her. Are you ready? Yin Yang looked straight at Lei Ming, who didn't move to get up and walk towards the draw. Don't fall down before you meet me. Oh, you too. Yin Yang looked to the silent Sure Banan next to him. I don't want to meet you guys either. Over here, Ruyan Lu walked into the lottery venue. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. I'm all moved. Grandma, forget it, you're not qualified to participate in the competition this time. I've heard that the worst this time around is a middle-stage foundation establishment. Cultivate well. Ruyan Lu turned a deaf ear to these taunts and comments. Her gaze was clear and cold, and her color was bland. She walked up slowly, ready to draw. She knew that she wanted to win, to show everyone that Spirit Spring Valley was the strongest. Seeing Ruyan Lu walking towards the drawing table, all the disciples became excited. Look, she's going to the lottery. What's the point of pretending? This woman. You must draw senior brother Lei Ming. If you waste her, you'll get 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Hey, brother Morong's bounty. It would be great if it was from my cold ice cave. All the disciples were rubbing their fists in anticipation of drawing Ruyan Lu. In this competition, Red Flame Peak, Sword Peak, and 10,000 Beasts Peak were recognized to be the strongest, as they were the strongest in the Wine Immortal sect in terms of cultivation. Having all stepped into the Jindan stage, it was in no way weaker than the disciples of the upper three sects. In comparison, the Spirit Mist Peak, Wind Thunder Cliff, and Cold Ice Cave disciples were only at the peak of foundation establishment at the highest. But it would certainly be excellent to draw Ruyan Lu. In their eyes, Ruyan Lu was a piece of fat meat. Whoever drew it would easily obtain a large amount of spirit stones. After all, she was only at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Xuanjizi looked to Liu Ruyan. In a roaring hush, Ruyan Lu walked over to the drawing table and reached out to draw a bamboo stick from the tube. This ninny, she's so stubborn. If she hadn't followed that waste of a man, Yi Chuan, who possessed an immortal magic weapon, following the other peak masters categorically wouldn't be this situation today, but still took Liu Ruyan's bamboo stick on, shouting loudly. Preliminary round, match 5. Spirit Spring Valley, Liu Ruyan vs Wine Thunder Cliff, Lei Fingxing. Chapter 23, The Eggbreaker. Ruyan Lu. Preliminary round, match 5. Spirit Spring Valley, Liu Ruyan vs Wine Thunder Cliff, Lei Fingxing. Xuanjizi's words just fell. Deafening cheers erupted from the crowd. Wind and Thunder Cliff's Lei Fingxing was almost so excited that he fainted. Holy, senior brother Lei is lucky. This is rich. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Senior brother Lei is making money lying down. That's not true. Dealing with a waste at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm is still a piece of cake? Countless gazes of envy and jealousy were cast in unison at Lei Fingxing. Lei Fingxing heard his name, and his pupils became excited to the point of laxity. Looking around in disbelief. Is it me? Is that my name? I fought Ruyan Lu in the first game. Morong Jie also came to Lei Fingxing's front. Brother Lei, it's you and Ruyan Lu fighting? Are you sure? Seeing the big money man coming, Lei Fingxing dejected. Brother Morong, I am at the peak of foundation establishment, so how difficult is it to solve her? A waste of the Qi refining realm? You're prepared, you spirit stones will do. For this match, no immortal magic weapons can be used. She's at my mercy. Hearing this, Morong Jie was relieved and nodded in satisfaction. This woman must be taught a lesson. The peak of Foundation establishment resolving the 9th level of the Qi refining realm was indeed a handful. Don't worry. I will definitely let her have a lesson. Brother Morong, just prepare your spirit stones. Senior brother Lei. Stay back. Morong Jie walked up to Lei Fingxing and said in a sinister tone, Brother Lei, I don't just want you to waste her tendons and veins, I also want you to destroy her internal landscape. Waste Ruyan Lu's meridians. Ruyan Lu is still at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm after recovering from her serious injuries. If you ruin the inner view, Ruyan Lu did not have a spiritual root to cultivate and was directly reduced to a mortal, and would be expelled from the clan and left to the mercy of others. This was going to drive her to her death. However, it is a taboo in the clan to kill a person in a competition with the same clan. Lei Fingxing frowned slightly. Senior brother Morong. Clan competition. Dead hand is a big taboo. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Morong Jie's eyes. I'll add another 500 top-grade spirit stones for you. I want you to completely destroy her inner landscape, so that she will never be able to cultivate again in her life. Lei Fingxing took a deep breath as a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. 1,500 top-grade spirit stones. This was a huge amount of money that was enough to be able to support him until he impacted the late Jin Dan stage. For people who cultivate, this is a deal that simply cannot be refused. Even if the sect chastises, being expelled from the Nine Swords sect, one would still have enough. Deal. Lei Fingxing nodded heavily. He strides up to the ring and looks down on Ruyan Lu. Senior sister Lu. I'm sorry. There was a hint of false apology in Lei Fingxing's tone. I can only be offended by what I've been asked to do. The crowd on stage was in an uproar. Envious. Envious. Why wasn't it me who met Ruyan Lu? 1,000 upper grade spirit stones. This Wind and Thunder Cliffs people have really picked up a great deal of luck. There's a good show to watch now. 9th realm layer of Qi refining versus peak foundation establishment. I'm afraid this Liu Ruyan won't even be able to hold out for a single breath. I bet Ruyan Lu looks at Gao Lang now and cries for mercy later. The gazes of the crowd towards Ruyan Lu were filled with pity and contempt. A punk with a broken spiritual root. Beauty is the most worthless thing in this world. In the face of absolute strength, everything is futile. Ruyan Lu stood quietly in the ring, facing Lei Fingxing's scorn. Ruyan Lu closed her eyes and after a long time, she opened them to look at Lei Fingxing in front of her. He himself would never disgrace his master. Call out a good brother? I'll be gentle later. Before Ruyan Lu looked at the hideous man in front of her, a wave of nausea ran through Ruyan Lu. None of these men are as good as the master. It's greasy and disgusting. Liu Ruyan looked at the man in front of her, suddenly wanting to make the latter feel deep pain. One has to follow the master's teachings, which is to attack him where he is most vulnerable. Eggs. Don't worry. In a moment, I'll make you regret it. Lei Fingxing laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Regret? Ruyan Lu, do you really think that you, a waste at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, can be my opponent without using an immortal magic weapon? Do you know? The gap in speed and power between the peak of foundation establishment and you at the 9th level of the body refinement realm is a huge chasm. The match begins. As the referee announced the start of the match, Ruyan Lu stood in place. She did not draw her sword or run her aura. Instead, she stood in place, quietly looking at Lei Fingxing. Damn! What are you waiting for? Get her! Get her! Morong Jie under the stage kept cursing. However, Liu Ruyan then stared at Lei Fingxing, and the latter only felt that he was surrounded by cold air. He felt a surge of, foreboding. The crotch in particular was chilling. No! Illusion, this must be an illusion. This girl is only at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. How is it possible to be so powerful? My master says that in order to win, you have to attack another person's weakest point. Ha! Deadly? Don't fool yourself. There's an absolute power gap between you and me. Lei Fingxing is comforting himself. Next second, Ruyan Lu moved. Ruyan Lu's figure dissipated in place. The speed was so fast that Lei Fingxing didn't even see the residual shadow. He subconsciously raised the longsword in his own hand to block. As a result, Ruyan Lu didn't attack her face, heart, or temples, but rather a flying kick to his own crotch. Lei Fingxing never dreamed that this Liu Ruyan was actually a kick to the crotch. Click. The crisp crack of an eggshell rang out. Me? You at hashtag you and percent. And asterisk. Lei Fingxing tried to speak and could no longer do so. Lei Fingxing covered the crotch he made. Directly kneeled down on the ground. Mouth became a zero sound. Couldn't make any noise. Non-stop thrashing around the ring. Dead silence. The entire ring was dead silent. All of the disciples felt a chill coming from their crotches. Emotionally unaware, she clenched her legs. Ruyan Lu's attack was actually breaking eggs? Numb. Everyone in the room is numb. Such a non-martial attack technique, but it had an immediate effect. Even this was the only means by which Ruyan Lu could succeed in her cross-level challenge. It's a little off-putting, but it makes sense. Morongjia raised his hands high to cheer for Lei Fengxing, ready to see Lei Fengxing violently beat Liu Ruyan results in the next second. Seeing Lei Fengxing directly shattered eggs, the ground was like a maggot that kept rolling around. Murray Jedi shouted, "Cheating! This is cheating! Damn it, is this human? Ruyan Liu, are you a human being? You shatter eggs! Wow! This is too despicable." Liu Ruyan glared at Morongjia, who also immediately shut his mouth. The crowd in the audience was also talking. "Beefy, I can't believe I'm breaking eggs. This is okay? Lei Fengxing hurts so much. It's okay, there's another one." Xuanji waved his hand violently to signal everyone to shut up. The Wine Immortal Sect competition. As long as you don't go down to your death. There are no rules. This broken egg is unethical though. Xuanji was slightly embarrassed, but it really isn't a foul. Lei Fengxing on the stage kept thrashing around, and after finally easing up, he cursed at Liu Ruyan. "Bitch, despicable. You actually use such underhanded tactics. You have the ability to come and fight me squarely. You." Lei Fengxing was still screaming, completely forgetting that he was still above the ring. Liu Ruyan made a sprint and once again raised her foot high. Another vicious kick. Ka-ching! Again! The sound of crisp eggshells breaking. A chicken cock go-go. This time, Lei Fengxing directly made a strange sound with a hint of sharpness. A tear escaped from the corner of his eye. This time, the room was once again dead silent. Broken eggs. Twice in one go? Scary as hell. The male cultivators present couldn't help but close their legs together. Bullseye. This one's gone. Can't watch it anymore. It's too cruel. This Liu Ruyan. Evil. It feels a little cold in the crotch. Honestly, at this moment, everyone looked at Lei Fengxing with sympathetic gazes. Liu Ruyan stood in place, looking at Lei Fengxing who looked like a dead dog on the ground. Again, he raised his foot. Still come? Still come? Lei Fengxing was so scared that tears welled up and his voice could no longer be uttered. He could only keep writing on the ground with his hands. "Sis, auntie, admit defeat, admit defeat." Only then did Ruyan Liu stop her feet. Xian Jizi looked at Lei Fengxing who looked like a dead dog and announced in a loud voice, the fifth match of the preliminary round. Spirit Spring Valley, Liu Ruyan wins. Liu Ruyan was happy in her heart. The master's teaching of attacking a weak position was really effective. And not far away came the results from the other rings. Preliminary round 8. Sword Peak Lei Ming wins. Match 11 of the preliminary round. Red Flame Peak Yan Yang wins. Preliminary round 13. 10,000 Beast Peak Sure Barbarian wins. The three of them were inwardly surprised when they heard the news that Ruyan Liu had successfully advanced. This meant that the spirit stones could possibly be theirs this time. They were now expecting Ruyan Liu to be as strong as possible, preferably not being eliminated before meeting them. They didn't realize that Ruyan Liu had never put them in her eyes. It was just that the crowd couldn't help but feel a chill in their pants when they heard the way Ruyan Liu won. Chapter 24, Stone Barbarian. Peak Jindan Mountain Shaking Bear. The preliminary rounds are over. The preliminary rounds were over and it was immediately on to the rematch. A total of 10 contestants remain. The strength of all the next people was at least at the early Jindan stage. This time, no one thought that Ruyan Liu could still win. After all, the preliminary round of Ruyan Liu was really a win, and that was a broken egg. However, the shattered eggs could only sneak up on the foundation stage, and the difference between the refined Shi realm and the Jindan was not a single star. Therefore, Sure Barbarian, Lei Ming and Yin Yang were all secretly looking forward to meeting Ruyan Liu in the rematch. 1,000 of top-grade spirit stones was also a considerable amount of wealth for everyone. The draw for the rematch was held in the center of the square. The 10 advanced contestants went up to the stage to draw bamboo sticks in turn. Ishiban walked over to the draw table. He took a deep breath and reached down to pull a bamboo stick from the bamboo tube. He slowly opened the bamboo stick. There were 4 small words written on it, Spirit Spring Valley. Liu Ruyan. A hint of a smile appeared on Shi Yan's always stoic face. He handed the bamboo stick to Xuanji. Seeing the words on it, Xuanji's heart sank. He knew that Ruyan Liu would lose this battle. Pity. Saying that, he shouted loudly, 10,000 Beast Peak Sure Barbarian versus Spirit Spring Valley Liu Ruyan. Seeing that Shi Yan had drawn Liu Ruyan, a sigh of relief rang out in the square. Asterisk. I can't believe I let him get the jump on me. Yen Yang slammed his fist on the stone table. Lei Ming also had a flash of disappointment in his eyes. The three of them, he, Shi Ban, and Yen Yang, were extremely close in their cultivation progress, and these 1,000 top-quality spirit stones could sway who was the strongest person of this generation. Unfortunately, it was Shi Yan who met Liu Ruyan. Morongjie's disappointed face improved when he saw this scene. Ha ha, the heavens have helped me. Shi Yan versus Liu Ruyan. What suspense is there in this? Ruyan Liu could break the Egg Thunder Windwalker. But Stone Barbarian was a royal beast. Can Ruyan Lu still break eggs to control beasts? Finally, at last, Ruyan Lu. This time, you'll surely die. It was clear to everyone that Shi Yan was at the mid-Jindan level. Encountering the alchemy realm was a descending blow. Moreover, he was also the most powerful profession in the Jindan stage, the Beast Royalist. A mountain-shaking bear with a rocky, thick skin and impenetrable flesh. Morong Jia laughed. Ruyan Lu, die. You die for me. Ruyan Lu is dead this time. Morong Jia was ecstatic. Sure, Barbarian is a mid-Jindan stage, and he has also awakened the talent of the Sentinel Beast. How can Liu Ruyan possibly beat it? The disciples of Qingxian Peak were waiting for the revelry. Ha 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 ha. Good. I heard that Sure Barbarian's mountain-shaking bear has already reached the upper grade of spirit dignity, touching the strength of a Yuaning, and can kill an early-stage foundation establishment with a single slap. A disciple exaggeratedly gesticulated. Killing her Liu Ruyan, a chi-refining realm waste. Isn't it a handful? Morong Jia's expression was frenzied. It's best to slap her to death. Slap her to death. At the same time, the three peak masters, Feng Wuhong, Bai Zhe, and Zhao Liang, also arrived at the square. Feng Wuhong looked at Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe, this disciple of yours, Sure Barbarian. His strength is not to be underestimated. Are you sure? Bai Zhe said faintly. I should be able to win. However, it was hard to hide the ecstasy in the depths of his eyes. Zhao Liang, on the other hand, had a grumpy face. Damn. Actually letting this disciple of yours pick up the slack on him. They all knew that Qingxian Peak's bounty. That's 1,000 spirit stones. In the ring, Stone Barbarian slowly walks up to the ring. He looked at Liu Ruyan. Unlike Lei Fingxing before, his eyes were steady, his tone slow and strong. First, he introduced himself. 10,000 Beasts Peak, Stone Barbarian. Ruyan Lu also held her long sword in her hand. Spirit Spring Valley, Ruyan Lu. Everyone's eyes went to the two people above the ring. Xuanji Zi shouted loudly, and the contest began. Even a tiger fights a rabbit with all its might. This is a profound truth that Ishiban has learned. So face Ruyan Lu. He will use all his strength. There's nothing fancy about it. He fiercely stomped his foot on top of the ring. A formation of imperial beasts appeared around him, and a deafening roar resounded throughout the square. The mountains shake. The ground trembles. A 5-foot, giant bear with red eyes, exposed fangs, and covered in thick brown fur appeared in the ring, with limbs as thick as pillars and eyes as big as copper bells. He stood at the meeting place like a mountain. As soon as it appeared, the ground trembled slightly, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire arena. The whole venue was gray. Some disciples with lower cultivation levels were even so overwhelmed by the pressure that they couldn't breathe. Is this Stone Barbarian's mountain-shaking bear? I feel like it's already at the peak of Jindan, right? Windless was the first to give a comment. Zhao Liang, on the other hand, was silent. This mountain-shaking bear was very strong. I'm afraid that even if Yin Yang met it, he couldn't say that he would win steadily. The mountain-shaking bear roared up to the sky, his hands striking his chest with vigor. With belligerent fury, the huge bear's paw heaved on the ground, leaving a palm print half a meter thick. Shirban looked towards Liu Ruyan, opening his right hand once again. Spirit Martial. Two simple words made the mountain-shaking bear's body begin to change. Stone raises his right hand. The aura of the stone earth on the ground quickly scrambled onto the mountain-shaking bear's body and merged into its thick fur. A layer of rocky armor began to emerge on the surface of the mountain-shaking bear's body. It starts with the bear's paw and gradually spreads to the whole body. The original brown fur, covered in rocky armor, turned grayish-brown. On the surface of the armor, there was also a pattern like a mountain range, emitting an ancient and pale earthly aura. It wasn't just a boost in defense, it was a power boost. This is the Earth's aura armed. Aura arming? This disciple of yours has some talent. Feng Wuhan gave out a rare approval. This talent for warding off beasts is indeed not bad. Zhao Liang was praising. The corners of Bai Zhe's mouth rose slightly, his heart secretly pleased. That's right. This disciple of his own had a talent for beast royalty that surpassed his own back then. Not every sentinel can be aura armed. That requires a sentinel and sentinel mind transportation. The disciples in the square were even more shocked. This mountain-shaking bear. It's even stronger. How can this be a fight? Ruyan Lu is dead. With this defense, I'm afraid that even the Yuaning stage encounters a bad deal. Morong Jia rubbed his hands together excitedly, his entire expression ecstatic. Good, good, good. Slap her to death. This mountain-shaking bear. The stronger it was, the more excited he was. In the ring, Shi Yan looked at the mountain-shaking bear after being armed with aura. Roar! The mountain-shaking bear roared again. Rock armor, which took it to a new level of strength and defense. Morong Jia even shouted at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan, die. You give me death. You deserve to go to hell just like your damn master. His expression twisted. Finally. He had waited too long for this day. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Liu Ruyan being slapped to death by the mountain-shaking bear. Landslide bear hug. The ground began to crack as the mountain-shaking bear began to build up its strength and roared as it rushed towards Ruyan Liu. The entire ring shook violently, and the audience on the stage shook. Some even closed their eyes. It's over. If Liu Ruyan gets hit by this, he'll probably turn into blood foam, and there won't be a single bone crumb left. However, Liu Ruyan, who was standing in the same place, quietly looked at the mountain-shaking bear that flew towards her, her eyes as calm as water. Might? Divine might? Inside she was smiling in scorn. He himself had seen the terrifying existence of a Taotai-level demonic beast with his own eyes. The kind of blood aura that covered the entire world. The monstrous blood aura. Even breathing was sticky and oppressive. Time, space, and gravity are compressed on your own body and soul. Let yourself forget that your heart is beating. That was the oppressive feeling of a Taotai-level demonic beast. This little mountain-shaking bear. It's not worth mentioning. The mountain-shaking bear was nothing more than that in Liu Ruyan's eyes. If you've seen the Milky Way, why should you be afraid of the sparse stars? In the next second, Ruyan Liu drew her sword. Chapter 25, Shaking the Mountain Bear and Crying in Fear. The mountain-shaking bear wrapped in a thunderous momentum and ran wildly towards Liu Ruyan. Flying sand and stones. Landslide. It was a brutal 10,000-foot mountain rushing towards Liu Ruyan. The mountain-shaking bear opened its bloody mouth, and the fishy stench poured out. It was about to tear Ruyan Liu into pieces. The square was silent and everyone held their breath. A hideous smile had appeared on Morongji's face. Die, die, you woman die. Even Xuanji Z frowned slightly, his right hand already raised to cast a space spell. Be prepared to step in at any time to terminate the match to avoid a fiasco. He knew very well that there was absolutely no way that Ruyan Liu could block this strike. That bloody mouth was more than half a meter wide and was about to tear Liu Ruyan in one bite. The moment Ruyan Liu was about to draw her sword, the mountain-shaking bear stopped. Not a slowdown, not a hesitation, but a momentary stillness. Its tens of tons of body stood still with an unimaginable force. Those sharp fangs stopped instantly when they were about to touch Liu Ruyan. Along with the change came its eyes. Its fierce pupils went from hesitation, to doubt, to dismay. It then turned into uneasiness, trembling, and finally fear. A fear that penetrated to the bone. Its pupils actually began to dilate and contract, and the crowd actually saw an expression on its face that only humans had fear. Morong Jedi numb? He has even raised his hands high. That's okay? How evil is this? I'm really. Bite her. Bite her. What's going on? What's going on? Not only him, but everyone in the room was incredulous. What kind of thing could make a peak Jindan stage mountain-shaking bear in its frenzied state stop? However, next, everyone was once again shocked. The mountain-shaking bear actually leaned down and let out an owl. The huge body half-crouched. The half-crouch of a royal beast was a sign of weakness. The mountain-shaking bear turned around and ran, fleeing like mad towards his stone savage. There was not the slightest hesitation. Not the slightest hesitation. From stillness to fearful turning and fleeing is almost instantaneous. Naturally silky. Its massive body, with an agility that was completely incompatible with its size, frantically fled backwards, its rocky armor rubbing against the ground and leaving a deep gully. Eventually, it even, as the bed, a foul odor instantly filled the air. It actually, scared less? The mountain-shaking bear ran wildly all the way, and it ended up hiding at Shuriyan's side, shivering, its huge body shrinking into a ball. Oh, it began to whimper lowly, wishing to return to Stone Barbarian's Imperial Beast's inner landscape? What is going on here? Feng Wuhan's eyes widened. The hell with it. What is it afraid of? Zhao Liang was also confused. The corners of Bai Zai's mouth, which had originally risen, froze on his face, and his eyes stared like bronze bells. This is impossible. His own apprentice, the most proud imperial beast, would actually be scared like this? The disciples on the square, even more so, had their mouths wide open, half speechless. Holy? What the hell? Is this a mountain-shaking bear? Why do I feel like a kitten? How is this Liu Ruyan evil? Holy, what is this mountain-shaking bear afraid of? What's going on? What happened to you? Shurban looked over at the mountain-shaking bear, who was also thoroughly dismayed. He had never seen a mountain-shaking bear. This appearance. He hurriedly stroked the soft mountain-shaking bear's fur with his big hand, trying to caress and comfort it, only to find that its body trembled even more. Ruyan Liu once again slowly walked towards the mountain-shaking bear. The mountain-shaking bear let out a low whimper, and the huge bear's head pressed into the ground. It looked pleadingly at Shurban, hoping to return to Shurban's inner scene world. An expression similar to crying actually appeared on the huge bear's face. Why? You're Bai Zhe frowned and stared dead at Liu Ruyan. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he slammed his thigh. Bloodshed demon bone. It must be the residual power of the bloodshed demon bone. Feng Wuhan froze. Bloodshed demon bone? Zhao Liang then came back to his senses. Bloodshed demon bone. You're saying it's that Taoye-class demonic beast she encountered when she entered the chaotic Forbidden Land at that time? Bai Zhe said in a deep voice. That's right. The Blood Fiend demon bone is a Taotai level demonic beast, and doesn't have any fixed form, because it will hunt the most powerful demonic beasts, the organs and parts of the demonic beast's body, and use them for its own use, so it will get stronger and stronger, and is the reason for the fear of all the imperial beasts. That's a Taotai level demonic beast, converted to our human cultivators. It's already at the Mahayana stage. I'm afraid she's tainted with the residual power of the bloodshed demon bone. That's why this mountain-shaking bear is so fearful. Hearing Bai Zhe's analysis, the crowd came to a realization. On the stage, Shi Yan heard his master's words. His face was pale, and waves of shock rose in his heart. Bloodbath demon bone. Taotai level demonic beasts. Ruyan Lu was actually tainted with its residual power. Thinking of this, Shi Yan's Dao heart actually began to waver. A feeling of powerlessness spread from the depths of his heart. He himself was so cultivated that his own imperial beasts actually didn't even have the courage to attack Ruyan Lu. What is the reason for working so hard in this moment? Liu Ruyan was secretly happy in her heart. The help that Master Yi Duan had given himself had managed to produce such a great effect. Morong Jie's face was blue and his fists were clenched. How could he not expect that Ruyan Lu was not due to strength, but luck? Asterisk. Obscure. Bad luck. The senior brother next to him rushed to dissuade him. Senior brother, don't be angry. Last time you were so angry that you vomited blood. And just now you hit your hand. If you get angry again, I'm afraid you'll die of anger. You are really good at comforting people. I'm going to you up. Morong Jia is another flying kick, but the result is that his senior brother dodges it and kicks the wall. My thumb. He covered his right leg and bounced. He was going to collapse. Ever since he had met the master and disciple duo of Yi Chen and Liu Ruyan, not a single good thing had happened. Senior brother, don't be anxious. Do you think we can spend this spirit stone? Shut up. Morong Jia limped out of the ring. He was now crying without tears. Stone Barbarian, on the stage, fell into deep self-doubt. As a royal beast master, the feeling of deep inner frustration that one's own royal beast actually didn't even have the courage to attack, it made him so powerless inside. Shi Yan looked at Liu Ruyan. He knew that he had lost. Perhaps one's own unused imperial beasts could battle Ruyan Lu, but as a sentinel, he had his own pride. Shirban looked towards the mountain-shaking bear who had completely lost the courage to fight, and he knew that he had lost. To the dismay of everyone, he raised his right hand. For one, concede. The whole room was silent and you could hear a pin drop. White Zephyr looked resigned, but there was nothing he could do. Xuanjizi coughed lightly, breaking the eerie silence. Shi Yan admits defeat. Spirit Spring Valley, Liu Ruyan wins. In this battle, Ruyan Lu advances. Liu Ruyan nodded slightly and turned around to leave the venue without the slightest stop, as if this victory was insignificant to her. Yes, she was pretty sure that even if the real mountain-shaking bear appeared, she could still win. On the stands, Feng Wuhan let out a long sigh of relief. This girl is so lucky, tainted with the residual power of the bloodshed demon bone. She even won without a fight. Bai Zhe nodded. Fortunes and misfortunes follow each other. The trip to the Forbidden Land of Chaos is both a crisis and a turnaround for her. Just relying on luck, in the end, it won't go far. She's only at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. It's a miracle that she can make it this far. Zhao Liang even cursed. Damn, that punk Yi Chen's disciple can also enter the top 4? It's really disgusting. Hearing this, Bai Zhe and Feng Wuhan's faces were also slightly displeased. Xuanjizi announced the final 4 finalists of the Hotian group: Sword Front, Lei Ming; Spirit Spring Valley, Liu Ruyan; Cold Ice Cave, Sun Han; and Red Inferno Peak Yin Yang. The preliminary rounds came to an end. Whiny Mortal Gate. Inside the Whiny Mortal Gate Hall, seeing this list, Patriarch Drunken Wangzi, who was in charge of the Whiny Mortal Sword, frowned tightly, his face terribly gloomy. He walked straight towards Bai Zhe and the others, his tone low. Gentlemen, Ruyan Lu made it to the quarterfinals? Originally he wanted her to be eliminated early to teach her a lesson, but now it seems he's actually letting her muddle through. Patriarch, what can I tell you? Drunken Wangzi also got right to the point. I don't want to see Ruyan Lu in tomorrow's final. The crowd was silent. Yes, they didn't want to see Ruyan Lu either. The higher Ruyan Lu's ranking was, the more they were slapped in the face. Drunken Wangzi looked at the list. The reason is well known to you all. What right does she? A little girl who got lucky, Have to represent the Wine Immortal Sect and participate in the Sect competition? She has lost the face of our entire Wine Immortal Sect. Who will be responsible? And who is her master? As you all know, it's the joke of our entire Nine-Sword Sect. A 200-year-old Qi refining realm Triple Valley Master. Isn't he a joke at the Sect competition? Zhao Liang concurred. It's indeed not proper. Bai Zhe pondered for a moment and asked, so what does the patriarch mean? Drunken Wangzi also directly stopped pretending. Since there will be a subsequent competition between the sects, for this competition, you can directly have Lei Ming and Liu Ruyan meet in advance, and directly eliminate her, and select the top 3. This will ensure our Wine Immortal Sect's face and also avoid a long night. As for Qingxian Peak's Spirit Vein, how about Red Flame Peak and Sword Peak share it equally? Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang nodded after looking at each other. This is indeed a good arrangement. After all, Yi Chen was the one who was their common enemy. Meanwhile, the betting board regarding the winner of this Wine Immortal Sect competition had already been opened. Liu Ruyan, due to the previous performance of adversity and luck, the odds are the highest at a staggering 1 to 10. And the one with the highest voice was Thunder from Sword Peak. He had a long sword in one hand that was out of this world, and he was said to be at the peak Jindan stage of cultivation. The second one was Yin Yang from Red Flame Peak. His red flame golden body had once killed a demonic beast of the water system of the Demon Locking Tower in seconds, and was also the current record holder. While everyone was talking about it, Zhang Xiaofan walked to the betting board and threw down 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Holy? Zhang Xiaofan, where did you get the silver? 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? Jin Yuanbao froze, then hesitated. Who are you pressing? Jin Yuanbao's cultivation level was only at the refinement realm, and he was likewise a disciple of the Wine Immortal Sect, under the banner of Sword Front. However, he was not very good at cultivation, but he was very interested in making money and doing business. He's the one who opens the plate for every clan competition. Suddenly faced with Zhang Xiaofan, who was holding 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, he was a bit confused. If it's my senior brother Lei, I'll think about it. This silver of mine won't be enough to pay for it when the time comes. I press Ruyan Lu. The whole room froze at these words. It was followed by bursts of laughter. Holy? Giving away money? Zhang Xiaofan's smile means a lot, and did not say much, left the silver and took the receipt and left happily. Spirit Spring Valley, Thatched Cottage. Yi Chuan had prepared an early meal for Liu Ruyan and cheerfully welcomed the latter through the door. As soon as she entered the door, Ruyan Lu's cold and icy expression instantly loosened up, her stunningly beautiful face smiling sweetly. Remove all your pretenses and defenses. Master, what's cooking? Ha ha, plain white rice and squash. I like to eat whatever master makes. Yi Duan did not ask Ruyan Lu about the result of the match, because he knew very well that Ruyan Lu was bound to win. However, for tomorrow's match, Yi Duan was also prepared to be there. Yi Duan looked at the cheerful Liu Ruyan. Tomorrow, master will cheer you on. Hearing these words, Liu Ruyan's 2 eyes snapped open and she nearly jumped up in joy. Master, you're coming to see me at the finals tomorrow? Ha ha, my disciple, participating in the finals. Of course I have to come and watch. Okay, I won't let master down. The corners of Liu Ruyan's mouth rose. She was going to be in the entire Wine Immortal Sect tomorrow, for all to see. Own master, himself, not a loser. She was going to make every humiliating, sarcastic person who had ever been in leaf dust stand in front of them and give them a resounding slap in the face. At the same time, Ruyan Lu had also received news in advance of tomorrow's showdown. Swordblade, Thunder, Day 2, Wine Immortal Sect Trial Ground. Overcrowding. The entire trial arena was filled to the brim with everyone from the entire Wine Immortal Sect, divided by the name of the Peak Master. Standing in the ring, Lei Ming was dressed in white, his face focused. He stood still, like a long sword in a scabbard. At his waist was Thunder's sword, treasure grade, middle-ranked magic weapon Ling Shao sword. Thunder stood still. He didn't think he was going to lose. From feats, magic weapons, cultivation, aura, and combat experience, speed, strength, aura, everything he had was above Ruyan Lu. He was pretty sure that he wasn't going to lose, and he himself had comprehended that strand of sword intent. That was an existence that could only be comprehended at the Yuaning stage. But, for some reason, looking at Liu Ruyan who stepped forward in front of him, he realized that he couldn't see through the other party. Liu Ruyan was still dressed in green as she looked at Lei Ming in front of her. Suddenly he took the initiative to speak. Thunder, have you ever lost? This statement was made. Thunder's expression stagnated. Chapter 26, 9th level of Qi Refining Realm? Peak Jin Dan. Lei Ming's expression remained unchanged as he heard Ruyan Lu's words, and he fell into reminiscence. Defeat? His memory floated back to his childhood academy, the year he himself was chosen by the academy. 6 At the age of 3 he chanted poems, and at the age of 9 he composed lyrics, being called the far-famed literary star descending to earth. At the age of 12, he touched a spirit stone for the first time, and the next day he succeeded in entering the body, and was chosen by the outer gate of the Nine Swords Sect, lay family in the 10 miles of townships, originally bookish family. Out of this kind of genius, that is the icing on the cake, and he himself did not disappoint the Ray family. He took the merit exam in the township city, Shio Kai, and then directly afterward, at the age of 12, he was admitted to the outer gate of the Nine Swords Sect by breaking the rules. He himself was a rare genius of the lay family for 100 years. He was 12 years old when he practiced chi into his body, 15 years old when he was at the peak of foundation building, and 20 years old when he was at the peak of Jindan. He had traveled all the way to the Nine Swords Sect, entered Sword Peak, and worshipped under the most promising peak master, Feng Wuhan, and now at 23 years of age, he was already at the peak of the late Golden Dan stage. Himself is synonymous with genius. He had once fought 3 Jindan cultivators of the same rank by himself and escaped in one piece. He had also penetrated deep into the Demon Beast mountain range and killed demonic beasts over the level, making him famous for a while. Before entering the Nine Swords Sect, one was a genius, and after entering Sword Peak, one was still a genius. He has risen through the ranks and has been hailed as the future star of the Wine Immortal Sect, the Demon Locking Tower, the Secret Realm, the Trials, everything that seemed as difficult as heaven for the masters and brothers, their own swords, cutting through all of it with ease. He never doubted his talent. Defeat? What a strange word, so much so that when he heard Ruyan Lu's words, he felt strange and dismayed. On the high platform, several peak masters were sitting upright, their gazes falling on the 2 people in the ring. Patriarch Drunken Master looked toward Lei Ming on the stage and asked Feng Wuhan, "Is he sure? That ninny is evil." Now he was inscrutable about Ruyan Lu as well, but Lei Ming has already had an epiphany of a hint of sword intent. Sword intent. These words came out. Everyone's was energized. If Stone Barbarian's aura possession is a personal professional gift, intent, then, is the sign of a true cultivator's talent and power. The cultivators of the Yuaning stage had finally figured out that hint of the rules of the world in an aura-soaked cultivation. This is the intention. If it's the aura level is just an absolute difference in power, then the intention, then there is a cognitive divide. A grasshopper may happen to bite a spider, but it will never bite a cat. This is a complete and utter downgrading of the situation. I didn't think that this disciple of yours would actually be able to comprehend sword intent. Zhao Liang was slightly surprised. It was a complete fluke and luck that she was able to win against Lei Fengxing and Shi Yan last time. Peak Jindan, and an epiphany of sword intent. This Liu Ruyan will definitely lose. Bai Zhe also made his own judgment and directly announced the end of Ruyan Lu. Obviously, he was grudgingly upset that Liu Ruyan had previously bested his disciple. Hearing Feng Wuhan's reply, Drunken Wangzi then nodded his head in reassurance and picked up the wine gourd again and sat down on the chair. And Morong Jie stood by the side and heard the peak master's conversation in ecstasy. Yeah, bravo. Before, Ruyan Lu could still go for a fluke. This time, Ruyan Lu can't win. In the ring, facing Liu Ruyan's question, Lei Ming didn't answer, but only slowly drew the Lingxiao sword at his waist. The body of the sword was snow white, and the sword chi coalesced all over the body. He looked at Liu Ruyan and replied with an indifferent expression. Defeat? No, but I know very well that the one who beats me won't be you. With Xuanji's command, begin. Thunder moved. He didn't hesitate. His whiskers and hair flew. His body was surging with sword chi, and the ground around him was scraped and chafed by the sword chi. Subsequently, the aura of a peak Jindan erupted without reservation. Aura visible to the naked eye coalesced around him, sharp as a knife, forming a spinning cyclone. Sword chi protector. The Ling Xiao sword was sheathed. The sound of sword chants resounded throughout the ring. The sword blade was aimed at Liu Ruyan in front of him. Sword chi lingering. Ruyan Lu, I will let you know what is called the gap between geniuses. You who entered the chaotic forbidden land were lucky, but luck is destined to not go far. I'll let you lose in this move, which is called, one sword opens the gate of heaven. The sword chi on the Lingxiao sword was spread out. Lei Ming raised his Lingxiao sword. In their opinion, Ruyan Lu was bound to die. That biting sword chi made Morong Jie ecstatic. How can you resist the peak of Jindan, a waste at the 9th level of the chi refining realm? Not to mention that Lei Ming had also comprehended sword intent. It's like a mantis or a moth to a flame. A smile appeared on Morong Jie's face. Death. Dia. However, in the face of the sword chi through the sky, Liu Ruyan stood still, her steps light. A green lotus bloomed behind her. Vines grew savagely. She actually released her aura in the same way. At first, the aura was weak, like the light of a glowing fire, and compared to Thunder's sword aura, it seemed so unbearable, unconscionable. a 9th level of Qi refining realm waste, and you dare to release aura to fight against the peak of the Jindan stage. Bai Zhe sneered. Ridiculous to the core. Dying. Ha ha. Zhao Liang laughed loudly and slapped his thigh. Feng Wuhan let out a cold laugh. Running out of steam. Morong Jia even laughed out loud. Ruyan Lu, you trash with a broken spirit root and you're still casting your own aura. Are you trying to laugh yourself to death? A waste thing at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Who are you to compare yourself to senior brother Lei Ming? The meeting room heard it with an uproar and laughter. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Strike at the stone with an egg. But at the very next moment, a sudden change occurred. Ruyan Lu's aura began to climb crazily. 1st level of the Qi refining realm. 2nd level of the Qi refining realm. 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. 9th level of the Qi refining realm. When the 9th level of the Qi refining realm was reached, the green lotus behind Liu Ruyan swayed and bloomed, and the vines still grew savagely, with no trace of stopping. The aura was still climbing, and at an alarmingly fast rate. The moment Liu Ruyan directly broke through to foundation establishment, Winless on the stage was the first to sit up on his butt. How is this possible? Early stage of foundation establishment. Her spirit root is repaired? What? The crowd was dumbfounded by this statement. How is that possible? Isn't Ruyan Lu's spirit root broken and at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm? How did the aura suddenly skyrocket to such an extent? However, Liu Ruyan's face was expressionless as the green lotus behind her began to grow savagely. Her spirit root was repaired. When did this happen? Zhao Liang also stood up and gripped the edge of the ring. He rubbed his eyes to double-check. That's right, Ruyan Lu's spirit root was repaired, and her aura was still skyrocketing. Bai Zhe, Feng Wuhan, Zhao Liang, and the others glanced at each other, all seeing uneasiness and anxiety in each other's eyes. A cultivator with an immortal magic weapon after her spiritual root was repaired. Her future was unlimited. Early stage of foundation building. Middle stage of foundation building. Late stage of foundation building. The peak of foundation building. Ruyan Lu's aura was still skyrocketing. Jindan stage. When the green lotus behind Liu Ruyan swelled to her entire back and blossomed out a second one, the whole room was silent. Everyone's eyes staggered and suffocated, and the whole place fell silent. The peak masters were even more unable to sit still, their eyes dead set on Liu Ruyan in the ring. Jindan stage now. The wine gourd in Drunken Wangzi's hand fell to the ground, spilling wine all over the place, but he didn't even realize it. How is this possible? Drunken Wangzi was slightly stunned. How is that possible? Zhao Liang was the first to scream out. Isn't this girl's spiritual root broken? How could she suddenly be able to cultivate? And even if she could cultivate, how could her cultivation advance so quickly? It's only been a few days? White Zephyr nodded back. Even if she gained a miraculous encounter in the chaotic Forbidden Land and repaired her spiritual roots, how could she have cultivated to the Jindan stage? How long has it only been? Half a month. He suddenly realized that even if he had the strength to fight hard, it appeared that Shi Yan was no match for Liu Ruyan. When these words came out, everyone couldn't sit still. Yeah, how could she have cultivated to the Jindan stage? One must know that it was a genius like Lei Ming who took a full 5 years to cultivate to the Jindan stage. How could Ruyan Lu have used only half a month's time? However, in the next second, everything in the ring made Drunken Wangzi and the others' brains even more blank. Bai Zhe exclaimed out in shock. Her aura, it's still rising. Add #UN%. And asterisk? Zhao Liang had exploded. What did you say? Ruyan Lu stood in the venue, her aura still skyrocketing. It soared through the gradually growing pupils of the crowd. Middle Jindan, late Jindan, Jindan, peak. When Liu Ruyan's aura elevated to the peak of Jindan, it finally stopped. Her aura, different from Lei Ming's lingering and sharp sword aura. The green lotus behind her was exuberant. Her aura was green and proud, vibrant and surging with exuberance. Peak Jindan stage. When Liu Ruyan's aura finally stopped. On the stage, Drunken Wangzi sat on his butt, his expression blank, half unable to utter a word. The others had similarly dumbfounded expressions. The venue was dead silent. The pupils in everyone's eyes were seismic. Where's the promised trash from the 9th level of the Qi refining realm? Ruyan Lu saw Lei Ming in front of her, and the latter's rippling expression was also dismayed. His lips opened slightly for a long time before he asked, "You are at the peak of the Jindan stage?" Chapter 27, A Sword Opens the Gate of Heaven vs. Green Lotus Sword Rain. Dead silence. A pin dropped in the room. Disbelief was written all over everyone's face. Shock, doubt, fear, jealousy. All kinds of emotions are intertwined, making the air freeze. Everyone realized that Liu Ruyan's spirit root was repaired and that she had reached the peak of the Jindan stage. Morong Jia's smile froze on his face, as if he had been struck by lightning. Still at the peak of Jindan. How evil is this ninny? At this moment, Morong Jia suddenly despaired. He felt that Liu Ruyan was poisonous. Zhang Xiaofan, on the other hand, looked at Liu Ruyan in the ring, a white dress, beautiful out of this world, powerful, and beautiful. There's another message. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Winning. A chance to win. Lei Ming looked at the aura-surging Liu Ruyan in front of him and finally came back from his shock. On his face, for the first time, a look of dismay appeared. How long did you use? Lei Ming looked at Liu Ruyan in front of him. Liu Ruyan calmly looked at Lei Ming and faintly spat out 3 words. Half a month. Half a month. 3 simple words. It caused a flash of deep dismay to pass through the bottom of Thunder's eyes. Half a month. Reaching the peak of the Jindan stage in half a month? How is this possible? Even himself. All used for 5 years. 5 whole years. Countless times of careful cultivation. Focused sword swinging. Gongfu study. Cultivation with his back to the mountains and his face to the sea. And it only took her half a month. And hearing Ruyan Lu's reply. At this moment, Lei Ming's Dao heart began to waver. He had never looked down on others. And today he was being looked down on by others. At this moment, his state of mind produced a subtle change. The peak masters in the ring. Mad. Completely insane. If it was said that Liu Ruyan possessed an immortal magic weapon on her body before, but was unable to cultivate it, Liu Ruyan made them disdain and even want to take advantage of it. But now, she was a Jindan stage genius who possessed a spiritual root capable of cultivation, and her future was, well, unlimited. Enough to keep everyone scrambling. Zhao Liang looked at Liu Ruyan. Freak. Such a demon. There is also a great chance in his body. Why isn't he a disciple of my Red Flame Peak? Genius. Wizards. This kind of cultivation is comparable to the patriarch back then. Drunken Wangzi tightly gripped the wine gourd in his hand, his eyes staring at Liu Ruyan with a deadpan look. If anything, he was trying to trip up Liu Ruyan before. Now he was looking at Liu Ruyan with a face full of fervor. 100 years. Nope. It's hard to come across in 1,000 years. Drunken Wangzi had determined. Ruyan Lu must be from the Wine Immortal Sect. With such talent and cultivation, the clan competition behind this time was going to turn the sky over as well. The splendor of my Wine Immortal Sect is expected. Promised. Change of plans. Bai Zhe muttered. Half a month. Of peak Jindan. How is this possible? Feng Wuhan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out how this Yi Chen's wasteful disciple could possess such a terrifying talent. He pinched himself hard. It hurts. It's not a dream. This was followed by a hard look. Half a month. Peak Jindan. What that meant. He knew better than anyone else. This meant that Ruyan Lu's future was unlimited, and he had actually missed out on such a supreme genius. On the contrary, she was also Yi Chen's disciple. This frustration and displeasure annoyed him to no end, and a trace of displeasure finally flashed across the clouded face of Thunder in the ring. Half a month? Peak Jindan? Ruyan Lu's reply caused a hint of annoyance and anxiety to arise within him. Okay, in that case, let's do it. He wanted to prove that he was the genius. One sword opens the gate of heaven. Lei Ming raised the Lingxiao sword high in his hand. Sword chi whistled as the sword chi opened and condensed from the Lingxiao sword. Sword intent swept in from all directions like a tidal wave. It all eventually condensed in the Lingxiao sword in Lei Ming's hand. The stone slabs on the ring, wrapped in sword chi, shattered inch by inch. Thunder swung his sword. As he raised the Lingxiao sword high, the clouds in the sky heatedly began to part with the thunderous sword energy. With this move, Thunder contained his entire understanding of the way of the sword. Open. The sword chi in Lei Ming's hand cut a sharp line that went straight up into the sky. Blue skies, white clouds, clouds like tofu, split in two. A move against the sky? Behind that cloud, a huge bronze gate was faintly visible, only to see that the bronze gate was slowly opened. And within that bronze gate, there were thousands of mountains and ravines, and they were all made of swords. Countless mountains of swords. A sharp and boundless sword chi roared out from that mountain of swords. Countless sharp swords, led by the thunderous sword chi, came out from that bronze gate in a line. That sharp sword chi, reaching the pressure of early Yuaning. Countless bronze swords from the mountain of swords came out in torrents, sweeping towards Ruyan Lu. This is the power of an early stage Yuaning. Someone exclaimed in shock. Lei Ming unexpectedly had an epiphany at this moment. He was at the peak of Jindan, and with the epiphany of sword intent, he managed to use out the power of an early stage Yuaning. This sudden change took everyone by surprise. Even those peak masters revealed a shocked expression. Epiphany. It's a chance that can't be taken. Lei Ming unexpectedly had an epiphany at such a crucial moment. It's simply God's will. He was trying to completely crush Ruyan Lu. So what if I'm at the peak of Jindan in half a month? Ruyan Lu, you will definitely lose. The bronze swords coalesced into a rain of swords in the sky. Carrying a heaven-destroying might, it poured down on Liu Ruyan in the ring. With the bronze sword's early-stage Yuaning attack, It was impossible for Liu Ruyan to be a match. At this moment, even though the peak masters all thought that Liu Ruyan was strong and gifted, she had only just been promoted to the peak of Jindan and her foundation was unstable. It was impossible to be Lei Ming's opponent. Not to mention, Thunder had sword intent. In the face of this terrifying strike, Ruyan Lu's face, however, did not have the slightest ripple. She slowly raised her white palms and a green lotus bloomed behind her. Green lotus sword rain. She softly drank, and the green lotus blossomed along with Ruyan Lu's gong method, and a turquoise flying sword blossomed out of that green lotus. The sword chi was likewise as dense as rain, facing the bronze sword rain directly. At the same time, the wood system spirit power within her body also worked crazily. A strong aura of life emanated from her. Behind her, a huge green lotus silhouette emerged, enveloping the entire ring. The green lotus slowly rotated, emitting a soft glow. This light, like the spring breeze, nourishes everything. When the rain of green lotus swords collided with the rain of swords pouring out from that heaven opening gate, the sky was thick with smoke. The crowd could only hear the sword energy whistling and hissing shrilly. Then it was just 1 minute later. The green lotus sword rain was blasted away. A smile appeared on Lei Ming's face. Winning on your own. However, the green lotus sword rain had just ended when the green lotus behind Liu Ruyan violently bloomed, emitting a vigorous life force. Green lotus technique. Ruyan Lu gulped softly. The green lotus technique, based on wood spiritual energy, draws on the essence of life in the heavens and earth. The roots of the green lotus swelled violently, thickly, and savagely poured underneath the ring, and then every petal on the green lotus swirled around, forming a huge vortex. The vortex contained a powerful suction force. There was no more green lotus sword rain to blast against. The rain of bronze swords that poured down was actually pulled by the suction force, gradually slowing down. What? The disciples watching the battle let out exclamations of surprise. Lei Ming's one sword opens the gate of heaven was actually blocked. Lei Ming's expression was stunned at this moment. His one sword opening heaven's gate contained the power of an early Yuaning. Even an early Yuaning cultivator would have difficulty resisting it. But Ruyan Lu, a peak Jindan, why was she able to resist? The faces of several peak masters were grave. This girl, she was actually able to block Lei Ming's one sword opening the heavenly gate? That's a wood system technique she has. Even if it's a wood system technique, it's impossible to withstand an attack from an early stage Yuaning. Ruyan Lu's foundation is too shallow to resist this strike. Feng Wuhan gritted his teeth. He was the one who wanted to see Ruyan Lu win the least. Ruyan Lu will definitely lose. It's just a matter of time. The other peak masters also nodded their heads. In their opinion, Ruyan Lu could block a moment, but it was impossible to block a lifetime. The difference between peak Jindan and early Yuaning wasn't even half a star. Lei Ming's one sword opens the gate of heaven was pulling the sword chi from the sword mountain. Sooner or later, Ruyan Lu would be depleted of her spiritual energy. It's just dying. Lei Ming fiercely gritted his teeth. Once again, he urged his spiritual energy. More bronze swords shot out from the bronze gate, and the rain of swords became even denser and more terrifying. However, Ruyan Lu remained unchanged. The green lotus shadow rotated faster and faster, and the suction force became stronger and stronger. Those bronze swords raining down, being sucked into the vortex, unexpectedly began to gradually dissolve. The ablated rain of bronze swords became a turquoise liquid that dripped down onto the ring, surprisingly being absorbed by the green lotus's massive root system. The light of the green lotus also grew more and more intense, exudes an even stronger breath of life. Ruyan Lu's green lotus, instead of weakening, became more and more vigorous and vibrant, and the color of the blood on Lei Ming's face melted away as far as the eye could see. This scene stunned everyone. How is this possible? Unease finally appeared on Lei Ming's face. He felt that his power was being continuously devoured by Ruyan Lu. Several peak masters also stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. The scene they expected of Liu Ruyan dying of exhaustion did not appear. Instead, Ruyan Lu's aura grew stronger and stronger, as if it was a black hole, devouring Lei Ming's power. How is this possible? This is the defense of a peak Jindan stage? 3 minutes later, the green lotus shadow absorbed all the rain of bronze swords, and the bronze gate in the sky slowly closed. Lei Ming suddenly disengaged his entire body and slowly descended from the suspended sky, kneeling on one knee, his forehead covered in beads of sweat and his face pale. Just as he stood in the ring, a mouthful of blood sprayed on the snow-white robed man's chest. He even used his own blood. No way. That's absolutely impossible. The whole room was silent. Everyone looked at Ruyan Lu dumbfounded. It was. Thunder raised his hand again, only to feel empty, a strange sensation he had never felt before. Ed himself. Liu Ruyan slowly lowered her own right hand and looked at Lei Ming in front of her. She's still as gorgeous, high-strung, and eye candy. It was as if what had just happened was not a great battle, but something as simple as breathing. Lei Ming was cloaked and his chest was bright red as he covered his chest and questioned. Why? Ruyan Lu, how come you, a peak Jindan stage, were able to withstand an attack from an early Yuaning stage? You cheated. You used an immortal artifact, right? Liu Ruyan looked at Lei Ming. The first person of the Wine Immortal Sect? But it was like this. If I use an immortal magic weapon, do you think the peak masters and sect masters in the ring won't feel it? Or do you think that in this world, you're the only one who can have an epiphany of sword intent at the Jindan stage? No one else is worthy? This statement was made. Once again, a pin dropped in the room. Drunken Wanko's butt, which had just sat down, popped up again. The tone had begun to tremble. What Ruyan Lu means is that she had an epiphany of the origin power of the wood aura? Chapter 28, Thunder Defeat. Thank you, Master. Cultivation is often acquired in different ways with different weapons. Those who enter the world with weapons such as swords, knives, spears, axes and battle axes, if they achieve success, they can have an epiphany of intent, which multiplies the power of their attacks. And this intention was the origin of the weapon. And it was almost always the Yuaning stage that one could have an epiphany. Those who cultivate with aura, on the other hand, seek to perceive the power of the origin of heaven and earth and control the laws of nature. The power of the origin, such as the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, or the variant attributes such as wind, thunder, and ice, can be sensed, although both equally require talent. The starting point is also both Yuaning. However, the epiphany of the power of the origin was even more difficult than the epiphany of the intent of the weapon. After listening to the words of the Drunken Master, none of the peak masters present could remain calm. How is this possible? Meaning, Ruyan Lu similarly had an epiphany of the origin power at the Jindan stage? As far as I know, in the past 1,000 years, in my 9-sword sect, there have only been a handful of people who have had an epiphany of the origin force. Each and every one of them became the mainstay of the sect in the future. When Drunken Wangzi said this, the entire room was in an uproar. That's why Ruyan Lu was able to block Lei Ming's one-sword opening Heaven's Gate. Bai Zhe, who was beside him, instantly realized after hearing Drunken Wangzi's words. It's because she has also grasped an origin power that is no weaker than the thundering sword intent. Yes, that's the only explanation. Moreover, what Ruyan Lu controls is the origin of wood, which is endless and unending. It just so happens to restrain the thundering vertical sword intent. Zhao Liang also had a stunned expression. Lei Ming was already a genius. He never dreamed that now the Wine Immortal Sect had actually produced another Liu Ruyan. Feng Wuhan's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists in a death grip. It's over. It's all over. If he could not drive away this waste of a man, Yi Chen, the spirit vein of Qingxian Peak would not be his own anymore. This Liu Ruyan actually managed to have an epiphany of the wood origin. He hated and regretted why he wasn't the one who left Ruyan Lu behind in the first place. With this, her status in the Wine Immortal Sect skyrocketed. You realize the origin power of the wood aura? In the ring, Lei Ming looked up at Liu Ruyan in shock. It was because Ruyan Lu's wood origin power was not weaker than the sword intent he had epiphany. Ruyan Lu didn't answer. Instead, he gently lifted his slender, snow-white arm. A trace of emerald green branches surrounded Liu Ruyan's arm and twisted out. That's right, that was the power of the wood origin, and it was even more pure and powerful than his own. Lei Ming revealed a bitter smile. A heavenly genius? The first person in the Wine Immortal Sect? Demon? Compared to Ruyan Lu, he was a joke. He knew that he had lost. Defeated to the core. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress the unwillingness in his heart as he arched his hand at Liu Ruyan. I concede. His voice was a little hoarse, and when he finished speaking, his whole body was deflated. The face was no longer as spirited and unbeatable as it had been before. In its place was pallor and weakness. The room was silent again. This is Thunder, the 9-sword sect, the first person of the Wine Immortal Sect. How dare you admit defeat just like that? Isn't he the peak of Jindan? Isn't he the first person from the Wine Immortal Sect's sword peak? Ruyan Lu stood quietly in the ring as if everything was a matter of course. She turned her head to look at Xuanji Zi under the ring. Only then did Xuanji Zi come back to his senses. Xuanji Zi froze and announced, Spirit Spring Valley, Liu Ruyan, wins. No cheering, no applause. There was only dead silence. Everyone still hadn't regained their senses from Ruyan Lu's strong strength. Morongjie saw this scene in front of him. A drum is a drum, and a drum is a drum. Every time Morongjie felt that he could witness Liu Ruyan being violently beaten. However, every time it was not to be, especially the feeling of hope disappearing moments after it was within reach. It simply broke him. It only felt sweet in my throat. Another mouthful of old blood spurted out. The apprentice next to him once again assisted Morongjie. Senior brother, why are you vomiting blood again? Shut up, snap. Under the stage, Yi Duan of Spirit Spring Valley suddenly began to applaud violently. At this moment, all the people driven by Yi Chen came back to their senses and gave Liu Ruyan thunderous applause. The sparring match between Ruyan Lu and Lei Ming was truly wonderful, and Yi Duan also stood up, waving his hands to drive up the atmosphere. Yi Chuan's appearance was rather villainous, especially looking at him. He didn't seem to realize that Ruyan Lu was so tough. Looking at the atmosphere group Yi Duan on the stands, the original drunken Wangzi elated expression once again gloomy. This bastard doesn't even realize that his disciple is so powerful? This face, what a villainous, fox-like face, so angry that drunken Wangzi soared out of his idiom. In the past, Ruyan Lu had possessed an immortal magic weapon to follow Yi Chen. He felt that it was condescending. Now, it's a waste. What a waste! Especially with Yi Chen's dejected look. He was furious. The other peak masters also had complex expressions. What a pisser. Their daily painstaking instruction, aura resources, and painstaking teaching were no match for a trip to the ground by Yi Chen, recruited a demonic disciple. It's hard to balance the heart. The surrounding disciples from the other peaks cast contemptuous and disdainful gazes. This master, himself, was still only at the third level of the Qi refining realm. Do you really deserve to be Ruyan Lu's master? This Yi Chuan, what a jumped-up clown. Relying on your disciples to show off? Wow, I really broke my defense. Right, if it wasn't for the luck of accepting Ruyan Lu as a disciple, this Spirit Spring Valley, it's probably going to be delisted. Hey, look at him. I don't know. I thought he had a lot of credit. I'm going to break defense. Whispers were heard. Finally, someone is looking the other way. Uncle Yi, you're only at the third level of the body refining realm. Ruyan is already at the peak of the Jindan stage. People move up. Water flows down. After her trial this time, not only its Sword Blade, but also Red Flame Peak, Wind Thunder Cliff, and 10,000 Beasts Peak will be competing for her. It's only a matter of time before she leaves Spirit Spring Valley. That's right, Uncle Yi, you'd better stop fooling around a bit. You'll lose face when the time comes. Leaf Dust looked incredulous. It can't be? Ruyan wouldn't be so heartless, right? Damn, a little cutie. A group of people inwardly snickered at Yi Chen. Really naive. You know, ordinary cultivators can give up their clans and peak masters for resources, and you're a tiny third layer of the body refining realm, without any resources and background of the master. Liu Ruyan is a little cute if she doesn't go. There was no doubt that Ruyan Lu was the future #1 person of the Wine Immortal Sect. At this moment, however, Ruyan Lu strolled up to the ring. There was no hesitation. Straight from the championship speech. There's only one person I thank for my victory. Hearing one of the people inside Ruyan Lu's words, a strong premonition arose within the drunken Wangzi on the stage. It's bad. It's bad. Something's wrong. This girl, her future is unlimited. Definitely can't let Yi Chen, this waste of a master, delay. This niece is going to follow Yi Duan. But the ground is filled with what kind of soul soup medicine? Fruitful Liu Ruyan looked deep into the small bench under the plaque of the Spirit Springs Valley. And just now the atmosphere group set Yi Duan. My master, Yi Duan. Hearing the two words Yi Chen, drunken Wangzi felt that his sky had collapsed. Without my master Yi Chen, I don't have the courage to enter the chaotic Forbidden Land. Without my master, Yi Chen, encouraging me, I didn't have the courage to start cultivating the spirit root from scratch. Without my master Yi Chen, I didn't have the courage to enter the demon locking tower to epiphany the wood origin power. I, Liu Ruyan, was born as my master's disciple and died as my master Yi Duan's soul. Everyone says my master is a waste. I want to tell you all, the ones who are really trash are you guys. When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar, especially the disciples who had just provoked Yi Chen and mocked Yi Chen that Liu Ruyan would leave. Yi Chen looked towards his own disciples who had just mocked him, laughed. It looks like my disciple isn't the kind of person who sees the wind in his favor. The crowd felt a fiery slap on their faces. It's not over. Master, please accept a bow from my disciple. Ruyan Lu said, kneeling down on one knee in public. Kneel down and worship Leaf Dust. The stage was in an uproar. This was equal to Liu Ruyan telling everyone that she wasn't going anywhere, just in the Spirit Spring Valley, cutting off all the other peak masters and even sect masters, and Liu Ruyan's deep confession of love. True love. I gaze. That stunning face and ethereal voice and powerful, letting Yi Chen be noticed by everyone present at this moment. Envy and jealousy, to be worshipped, moved, and even sworn to follow by such a beautiful disciple. There wasn't any peak master present who wasn't envious, especially Wen Wushu on the stage, who broke his defense on the spot. His face had been so gloomy that it was dripping with water. Snapping his sleeve, he said, disgusting, turn around and leave. Chapter 29, The Strongest Man Alive. Drunken Wangzi listened to Liu Ruyan's winning feeling. 5 flavors become mixed. But now it was imperative to inform the entire Nine Swords sect about Ruyan Lu's situation, said a direct divine thought. Inputting into the transmitting note, the situation of Ruyan Lu was transmitted into the council chamber. The transmission note turned into a stream of light and shot inside the Nine Swords sect's gate. The council hall, the place where all the sect masters of the Nine Swords sect discussed important matters. Nowadays, Ruyan Lu's talent was enough to make the entire clan pay attention. Meanwhile, Yan Yang, who was victorious in the next ring, looked at Liu Ruyan, unwillingly clenched his fists. The expression was grimly annoyed. He knew that the gap between himself and Ruyan Lu was like a chasm. Even if he put his best foot forward, he was no match for Ruyan Lu. Also abstained with a show of hands. This meant that Ruyan Lu was the winner of the Whiny Mortal Sect competition. Wah-aha! Yes, Ruyan, awesome! Ye Duan also cheerfully cheered for Liu Ruyan. Looking at drunken Wangzi, he wanted to curse again, but he held back. To look at the big picture, he took a deep breath and walked to the center of the ring. Due to Yen Yang's player abstaining, the final winner of this Whiny Mortal Sect competition is Spirit Spring Valley. Liu Ruyan. Drunken Wangzi raised his volume. He walked up to Ruyan Lu. A smile piled on his face. Ruyan, you are truly the pride of our Whiny Mortal Sect. And even more so, the future of our Nine Swords Sect. Drunken Wangzi couldn't help but glance at Ye Duan. The sect will definitely train you with all your might. By the way, the top 5 of this competition can enter the 10,000 treasures pavilion left behind by the sovereign to choose a treasure. I'll take you there some other day. Drunken Wangzi hoped to use the secret treasure to spark Liu Ruyan's interest but as a result, the latter only nodded slightly. Distracted, Drunken Wangzi's eyes darkened. The pavilion of 10,000 treasures was a precious place that countless cultivators wished to enter. Inside it, they could obtain extreme secret treasures, and all sect disciples could only go in a maximum of 3 times in their lifetime. This Liu Ruyan actually didn't care. He gazed at Ruyan Lu. Fruity, Liu Ruyan's eyes, however, kept glancing at Yi Chen. Master looked at me. Nah, I won the championship this time. Master doesn't know how to reward me? Maybe it's just a double date with me? An unnatural blush rose to her face at the thought. The corners of Ruyan Lu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a shy smile. Drunken Wangzi saw that Liu Ruyan was all interested in the 10,000 treasures pavilion and went cold. However, his eyes were hooked to Yi Chen, and he was shivering with anger. This punk? What on earth is so attractive that it can charm Ruyan Lu to the core? It is true that masters and disciples fall in love with each other between clans. After all, the strongest man is honored. For their own powerful master to have some love is human nature. It's just that this person is Ye Duan. Drunken Wangzi's blood pressure went high just thinking about it. Wen can't write, and Wu can't fight. What's this Liu Ruyan doing with him? That he doesn't bathe? That he's short of spiritual stones? Is it figure he can fish? However, in the way of Ruyan Lu's heaven-defying talent, she could only kindly remind, Ruyan, now that you're the champion, say a few more words. Drunken Wangzi was just about to remind Ruyan Lu of his thoughts. Without any hesitation, Liu Ruyan looked directly at Yi Chen. Before he even opened his mouth, Drunken Wanko felt like he was going to have a myocardial infarction. As expected, it's Leaf Dust again, the winner of this competition. I want to dedicate it to my master. Thank you, master. For the past 10 years, the entire Nine Swords sect, the Whiny Mortal sect, has considered my master to be a waste, a mediocrity. You all look down on him, thinking he's worthless, hogging my Spirit Spring Valley's precious spirit veins and making no progress. But I'm going to show you all today that it was my master who nurtured me. From now on, whoever dares to say a word against my master in front of me, Ruyan Lu, is against me. I, Ruyan Lu, swear, I will make the person who humiliated and slandered my master pay. Saying that, Liu Ruyan unexpectedly released her surging wood origin aura. Is this an acceptance speech? It is clearly a naked defense and warning. She was defending Yi Chan's reputation. Hearing Drunken Wangzi's back teeth crunching, you're gifted with a demonic talent? Another Chaos Forbidden Land enchantment and your master has nothing to do with wow. Yi Chuan, how can you, a punk, have such a demonic disciple defending you? Drunken Wanko was mad with jealousy. The room was silent for a moment. Thunderous applause ensued. This time, no one said another word. The way they looked at Ruyan Lu was no longer contemptuous or skeptical. Rather, it's awe. It's pure, awe-inspiring power. In the world of immortal cultivation, the strong are honored. Less than 20 years old at the peak of the Jindan stage, the Origins aura, immortal magic weapons, and the forbidden land of chaos, all of these fell on one person alone, enough to make the clan pay attention, and they were all still in one person. There was no one who doubted that Ruyan Lu would become a terrifying existence, the one that all of them will have to look up to and depend on in the future. There was no more retort, but rather compliments and balking. even if she maintains that it's her waste of a master. Emotional and righteous. Good disciple. Awesome. I knew that senior sister Ruyan wouldn't sink down. Wow. What envy. Leaf Dust smiled cheerfully. I told you, my disciple is the best. With his self-promoting tone, no one dared to criticize this time. Ruyan Lu's strength proved a lot. Meanwhile, at the back of the meeting place in Spirit Spring Valley, just then, a figure came rushing over in a flurry of wind. It was Zhang Xiaofan. He grabbed Yi Duan's arm and was incoherent with excitement. Master Yi! Master Yi! We're rich! We're rich! Leaf Dust was a little dizzy from him shaking his head. Fan! Calm down! Calm down! Where could Zhang Xiaofan be calm? He stomped his feet up happily. Wow! Master Yi! I really love you. Now we're really rich. Master Yi! Do you remember the spirit stones we bet on? Leaf Dust nodded. Of course I remember. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Zhang Xiaofan nodded his head vigorously. Zhang Xiaofan explained. The odds of senior sister Liu winning the championship are 1 to 10. Our 1,000 top-grade spirit stones became 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. He emphasized once again. Not 100. 1,000. It's 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ah. Master Yi. Mom. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. I won't be able to use them all even when I reach the yuaning stage. It was only then that Leaf Dust reacted. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's not a small amount of money. This could support a Jindan stage cultivator to reach the early yuaning stage. A vast fortune. Hey, a mosquito is neat even if it's small. Yi Chuan didn't mind having fewer spirit stones. Then what's the point? Fan, get the money. In the ring, Drunken Wangzi was dead set on having Liu Ruyan share his cultivation experience. Ruyan Liu, why don't you share your experience with everyone so that the disciples of the Wine Immortal Sect can also take a moment to realize? As a result, he saw Yi Chen signaling his intention to leave. Without the slightest hesitation, Liu Ruyan rejected Drunken Wangzi's offer. Use your heart. Ruyan Lu's eyes were dead set on Yi Chen in the distance, and those eyes were about to fly out. Looking at Ruyan Lu's distracted reply, Drunken Wangzi covered his chest again and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. With your heart? Will it work if you put your heart into it? Well, all Wine Immortal Sect disciples, everyone's cultivation must be attentive. Ruyan, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. Ruyan Lu did not hesitate for a second. Aha. Saying that, she trotted to catch up with Yi Chen's pace. Drunken Wangzi shook his head repeatedly. It's over. It's all over. The Wine Immortal Sect's first demonic genius followed the biggest waste. Ruyan Lu stepped down from the ring and came to Yi Chen's side in a very well-behaved manner. Ming was terrifyingly strong. With the peak of the Jindan stage, coupled with his stunning looks, it was logical that he should have completely suppressed Yi Chen's existence. But Liu Ruyan standing on Yi Chen's side was very logical and unusual, as if it was a matter of course. The scene put Drunken Wangzi in a bit of a trance, but then came back to his senses. Sigh, that's probably just this guy's talent, always being able to seemingly pull other people down to his level of strength and then influence them with his experience. Along the way, Zhang Xiaofan jumped around and kept cheering. Getting rich. Yi Duan was in a happy mood humming a little song, and Liu Ruyan was also pursing her lips and smiling. And as Yi Chen and Zhang Xiaofan arrived at the place to exchange spirit stones, Yi Chen was confused. Looking at the mountains and ravines in front of him, the mountain winds all carried whistling sword chi. Leaf Dust froze. Blade? Chapter 30, The Abandoned Golden Dollar. Yi Duan had never dreamed that he would have to come to his own master's brother's territory to collect the spirit stone. Just now it looks like his own senior brother is going to break the defense? Guess he'd hate to see himself now. Why do we still have to go to the sword blade with the spirit stones we won here? Yi Duan was puzzled. This senior brother of his own was always a harsh image with no sand inside his eyes. I can't believe you're letting the people below you do the work. It's fun to think about it. Master Yi, you don't know anything. Zhang Xiaofan began to popularize Yi Chen, our Wine Immortal Sect, the annual clan competition. The biggest dealer behind this is actually Sword Front's disciple. Sword Front disciple? Yi Chen became even more puzzled. Right, it's Sword Front's disciple, Jin Yuan Bao. After Zhang Xiaofan looked left and right for a while, he whispered in Yi Chen's ear in a low voice. Senior Ancestor Yi, although this Jin Yuan Bao's cultivation level is only the 9th level of the body refining realm, there must be a doorway for him to be able to stay at the sword blade for such a long time. Zhang Xiaofan's words were already obvious. This golden dollar was able to stay in Sword Peak by paying tribute to the other disciples or human others in Sword Frontier every year. It looks like Windwushu is noble on the surface. The backstage side is tacitly approving of such things. After all, being able to obtain spirit stones would allow one's disciples to increase their cultivation and the speed of their Reiki cultivation. Hypocrisy. Leaf Dust cursed. He. Master Yi, This kid Jin Yuanbao doesn't have any other skills, but that trading business, that's one of the best. Every year, he earns a fortune from the clan trials. This time, senior sister Liu won the championship with odds of 1 to 10. He's lost a lot of money. Ha ha ha, finally planted his head with us. Zhang Xiaofan spoke with a fluttering brow. Go go go, Master Yi. Jin Yuanbao told us to go to Sword Peak's Sword Mound Vault to collect our spirit stones. The Sword Mound Vault, located at the back of the Sword Blades Mountain, was the place where the Sword Blade stored its spirit stones. Zhang Xiaofan pulled Yi Chen towards Sword Peak. The Sword Mound Vault, the place where Sword Peak disciples received their spirit stones. The Sword Mound Vault was located in the back of the main peak of Sword Peak, which was surrounded by clouds and mist all year round, with a chilly atmosphere. However, at this moment, at the entrance of the Sword Mound Vault, there was an obese figure kneeling. It's none other than the Golden Dollar. He was full of anxiety and wore a fat suit with a fat face. At the moment, he kept kowtowing towards the door of the vault, and his mouth was still full of words. Please master, be accommodating, just lend me a little spirit stone. I really can't help it. The odds are too high for Ruyan Liu to win the championship this time. I've lost all my family money. All you have to do is give me 1,000 upper grade spirit stones. All I need is 1,000 upper grade spirit stones. It turned out that this time, Ruyan Liu coldly won the championship, directly causing Golden Dollar to lose all of its stored spirit stones. When Ruyan Liu won, the sky fell on this little fatty, but he had no choice but to pay out. In his opinion, it didn't matter if the spirit stones were gone. Everything was gone if the credibility was gone. This time, Jin Yuanbao had hitched up all of his spirit stones from the previous 5 years, and was still short of 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. He could only bow his head and find windless. Jin Yuanbao was clear that most of the spirit stones he had earned over the past few years had been distributed to other talented disciples of the clan to cultivate and purchase resources under Feng Wuhan's hints. Lei Ming is one of the biggest head. It is no exaggeration to say that the tens of thousands of spirit stones that one earns are given to the Sword Blade brothers and sisters to practice, and Lei Ming occupies a large part of it. Thinking about it, Thunder believed Master Feng Wuhan would definitely lend himself spirit stones. You've been on your own for so many years now, and you've worked hard without credit. Master, just 1 year. 1 year's time, I'll pay you back all 1,200 top-grade spirit stones with interest. Jin Yuanbao begged humbly. He was sure that Master would rescue him. For sure. And the wind without trace in front of the vault, looking at the golden treasure, obese body trembling. Wind Wushang stood tall, his eyes cold, and a wave of nausea ran through his heart. Right now he is right on top of his gas head. If it wasn't because this kid was so big-headed that he actually dared to pick up Ruyan Liu to win the championship, how could it be such a situation? Letting Ruyan Liu make a spectacle of herself, and she still has to give Yi Duan spirit stones? This was worse than killing himself, and in the next second Jin Yuanbao heard Feng Wuhan's response. Golden Dollar, are you dreaming some kind of? Feng Wuhan was worried that there was no place to vent his irritation. Jin Yuanbao trembled and looked up incredulously. Feng Wuhan looked at Jin Yuanbao, who was kneeling on the ground, losing a whole 10,000 upper grade spirit stones. You still have the face to call me master? You've been in the sect for 5 years and you're still at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. You're dragging the sect backward in terms of cultivation. You're violating my Sword Peak's rules by doing these improper things. Doing business, and opening a gambling house. Cultivation is dragging your feet and violating the rules. For the master to not expel you from the sword blade is already an act of grace. You actually have the face to come and borrow spirit stones? Feng Wuhan looked at Jin Yuanbao and directly hit him backwards. Jin Yuanbao froze as he felt his body drained of strength. A huge wave of aggression welled up in Jin Yuanbao's heart. Compared to not borrowing spirit stones, Feng Wuhan's words were like stabbing his heart with a knife. 5 years into the clan? Your own cultivation is dragging you down? He himself was at the body refinement realm back then, and back then he was about to build his foundation just because he was in the same batch as Lei Ming. Feng Wuhan told himself, Thunder is gifted with an unearthly talent. He would definitely be able to help himself in the future. They were all sect masters and brothers, and he would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Jin Yuanbao then gave Lei Ming the foundation establishment pill that he couldn't even bring himself to eat after earning 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Doing business, opening gambling houses, all done with one eye open and one eye closed by Feng Wuchen. He still clearly remembered the first competition trial, when he returned to the sect with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, and Feng Wuchen praised him in public for his great contribution to Sword Peak. It's a member of Sword Peak. At that time, Jin Yuanbao believed. He believed that he was a member of Jianfeng. He was full of red face. He worked hard, just because he, Feng Wuchen, said one word. Sword Peak masters and brothers. They can all take care of each other in the future. 5 years, The entire time he had willingly earned spirit stones to transfuse blood for his brothers. Nowadays, just because of 1,000 spirit stones, one's payment was all a pile of sins on one's head. When he was in trouble, Feng Wuhan actually didn't lend himself the spirit stones and had to chastise himself. Jin Yuanbao suddenly felt his throat catch, and he looked up, the fat on his cheeks churning as he looked at his master in disbelief. The one who said he was part of Sword Peak. He looked up, his cheeks quivering with fat on either side of his agitation, his lips speechless. He was going to break defense. Master, how many spirit stones have I earned for Sword Peak over the years? Senior brother Lei Ming's Lingxiao sword. Is it the material I borrowed his 5,000 top-grade spirit stones to purchase? There's also senior brother Zhang's air-breaking talisman for 200 mid-grade spirit stones, and senior sister Li's concentration pill for 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Back then, the spirit stone that Sun's senior brother wanted to break through his cultivation was also tacitly authorized by you, Master, wasn't it? I used 300 top-grade spirit stones. In a single breath, Golden Dollar rattled off a litany of names and items, clear accounts and monies. Those were the cultivation resources he had purchased for the disciples of Sword Peak with the spirit stones he had earned. Those were his own hard-earned money. Windlass knew it by heart. The reason why he acquiesced to Jin Yuanbao's business was to use him to amass wealth and train Sword Peak disciples. All this is actually worthless in the eyes of Feng Wuhan? Jin Yuanbao said it at this time. He didn't want to threaten anyone. He just wanted Feng Wuhan to give himself justice. Evoke Windlass to remember what he is given. However, Jin Yuanbao's words, however, caused Feng Wuhan's originally teasing face to become sulky. Jin Yuanbao, what do you mean by this? Feng Wuhan became irritated and his face turned blue. Jin Yuanbao was anxious. Master, this year, senior brother Lei Ming broke through to the peak of Jindan and needed his spirit-gathering pill worth 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. I borrowed the spirit stones. Master let senior brother Zhang fail in refining the sword embryo and lost 200 top-grade spirit stones, which I also made up for. Last week, senior sister Li was in closed-door cultivation and needed a large amount of God condensing pills, which cost a total of 200 lower-grade spirit stones, or I paid for it. Jin Yuanbao became anxious and pulled out a thick ledger from his arms, which densely recorded the destination of every single spirit stone. He wanted to prove that he wasn't a waste of the clan, dragging down his back legs. He wanted justice. Are you trying to threaten me? Disciple wouldn't dare. Jin Yuanbao hurriedly knelt down, but the aggrieved tone and choked voice made him feel inexplicably sad at the moment. He began to choke on his words. Disciple doesn't ask for Master's help. It's just that Master, you said back then that everyone in the Sword Peak sect is a brother of the same sect and helps each other out. I earn money and borrow spirit stones for my brothers and sisters, and I never ask for anything in return. Master, but you tell me that I am dragging my feet in cultivation and violating Sword Peak. I beg Master to retract this statement. Jin Yuanbao begged bitterly. He had contributed 5 years of his life because of Feng Wuhan's words. What he wanted now was not silver, but just a yes word from Sword Blade and Windlass. Tell yourself what you did in the past was worth it. And the face of Feng Wuhan in the doorway grew more and more gloomy. It's reversed. Against a guy who opened a business in the name of Sword Peak, a tool of his own, actually dared to threaten himself too? He looked over to Jin Yuanbao, who had fallen to his knees, and puffed out a cold laugh. He was already feeling sick today, and this kid was going to come and touch his ass. Justice? Ha ha ha. Jin Yuanbao, Master will give you this justice today. Someone come. Expel Jin Yuanbao from the division and remove his name from Sword Peak. Chapter 31 Love is the only answer. Expelled? Jin Yuanbao, who heard this, looked up with eyes full of incredulity. Entering an immortal cultivation sect was the dream of all ordinary people. Not to mention 5 years of his own time, standing still, paying his age and debt-ridden condition if he was expelled from Sword Peak. Where can I go by myself? Wind Wushu was trying to kill himself. For a moment, Jin Yuanbao's entire being was wrapped in helplessness and fear. Can't go. Can't go. If one left Sword Peak, one could not do business without Sword Peak as a backing. That 1,000 top-grade spirit stones had no hope of being returned by himself for the rest of his life. And the former cultivator who had lost too much money might have to take his own hand and foot. He knows the losing rednecks all too well. He was even more incredulous that what he had given for Sword Peak over the past 5 years, in return, was being expelled from the division. Jin Yuanbao's tears spilled out uncontrollably. Snotty, but now he could only humbly find a way to stay. Master, I was wrong. You gave a chance. Don't expel me from the division. Please, please. Feng Wuhan did not respond. The eyes were calm and cold. He believed that it was never the golden treasure that earned the spirit stones, but the name of Sword Peak. There are no gold dollars, there are silver dollars. The golden dollar, since the beginning, has been nothing more than a tool A tool who messes with the wrong people? Then get lost. Remove his token and expel him from the division. Under Feng Wuhan, 2 disciples in green-colored power suits pounced like vicious wolves, one on the left and one on the right. Racked golden dollar off the ground. Jin Yuanbao struggled. No, you can't do this to me. Master, I'm finished. If I leave Sword Peak I'm finished. You can't do this to me. Jin Yuanbao's hand clasped the ground in a death grip, his fat fingers gripping the roots of the grass on the ground in a death grip. Tears welled up wildly. One of the disciples, Sun Wu, who was at the peak of Foundation establishment, was tall and thin, with a hawkish nose and fierce eyes. With one hand, he ripped off the Sword Peak token from Jin Yuanbao's waist. The other one was Sun Chang, who was in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, short, fat and sturdy, with a face full of horizontal meat. Both were disciples who guarded the vault. Seeing Jin Yuanbao struggling, Sun Wu kicked Jin Yuanbao in the stomach. Jin Yuanbao ate the pain, stifled a grunt, and spat out a mouthful of acid with a wow. Acid spit all over the place. His face was full of tears, and he was truly done for if he left. He stopped struggling. He looked at Feng Wuhan in despair, crying and begging. Master, will you give me another chance? I'm begging you. Just once. Tears mixed with saliva and mud scum from the ground ran down the side of his fat face. He cowed out hard to Feng Wuhan, but Feng Wuhan looked at Jin Yuanbao with a look of disgust. Take this trash and throw it off the mountain. It's better to have a dog than you. 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 The sentence was not loud, but it was infinitely amplified in Jin Yuanbao's ears, deeply pierced the heart of the golden dollar. At that moment he finally realized that he was nothing more than a dog in Feng Wuhan's eyes. He treats himself as a tool from beginning to end. He is not Lei Ming. He has no talent for cultivation, and he will only earn spirit stones which are worthless in his eyes. Desperate, lost, at this moment, Jin Yuanbao felt that his heart was completely cold. Pain, resentment, anger. 5 years of dedication. He finally cursed out a vicious sentence inside. Windless, mud blood, close your eyes. In the distance, Ruyan Lu watched this scene. Her heart moved. Have to say, this scene. Such scenes are very common in the peaks. Disciples without cultivation talent were expelled from the peak. Looking at the miserable Jin Yuanbao, she couldn't help but look at Yi Chen next to her. There was a hint of sweetness in his heart. It was fortunate that he had met Master Yi Duan. It's better to follow Master Yi Duan, the most humane. Zhang Xiaofan chimed in. Yes, Master Yi is really good and never treats us like this. That's not true. Master is not only humane, he's also handsome and powerful. The compliment made Yi Duan's face redden. Ahem, we came here to collect spirit stones, and now it seems? No chance? Leaf Dust looked at the golden dollar that was being racked away. Ruyan Lu couldn't help but look at Yi Chen. Master, if your disciple has no talent, will you also drive him away? Yi Chuan laughed. In this world, there is no real trash, only misplaced geniuses. These words made the two people, Liu Ruyan and Zhang Xiaofan, nod their heads in succession. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Detected object available for apprenticeship, golden dollar. Name, golden dollar. Age, 20. Cultivation, 9th level of body refining. Talents, mental math aptitude. Golden abacus. Wealth access. Physique, flesh and blood. Evaluation, auxiliary disciple. Although the cultivation talent is average, but its special commercial physique, to guide, the future can be expected. Yi Chuan froze? This kid has talent? Yi Duan looked at the golden dollar that was being racked away and fell into deep thought. Does talent matter? Does effort matter? Do resources matter? In these 200 years, Leaf Dust has swung for the fences but hasn't stopped thinking. And talent, hard work and resources are like 3 big mountains pressing down on the head of every immortal cultivator. Talent, effort, resources, which is more important? And throughout his thoughts, Yi Chen gradually came up with his own answer. That is, this next may not even be the most important thing. The most important thing is about the perception of a world. His own disciple acceptance system. Was it really going to allow him to recruit those 3 heavenly wizards and level the world? Or an ordinary person with extraordinary gifts can create different worlds? You know, the smartest, strongest primitive man. It's also impossible to build a generator in a short period of time. But in the modern world, an ordinary person can easily do it. That's the power of the times and the power of perception. That was why Yi Chuan gradually came to believe that the knowledge of a world was the most important thing. And one has a modern mind and logic. Yi Chuan had seen with his own eyes, the Dragon Kingdom's steel torrent, the terrifying infrastructure of moving mountains. Even the modernized life and level of comfort is no less than the world of immortal cultivation. Take out, drip, short video, Xiaomi car, tech, games. And these are the paths that modern physics, math, business, every industry has expanded upon. And in this world, there is only immortal cultivation, and immortality is everyone's lifelong pursuit. So what's going to sustain an industry to the end? Again, that's love. As in, one does like to swing for the fences. Otherwise, there's no way it would have worked for anyone else to swing for the fences for 200 years. Thoughts. Leaf Dust looked at Golden Dollar. The system suggests that Jin Yuanbao possesses the talent of mental arithmetic, golden abacus, wealthy access. It's an extraordinary knowledge of resources, wealth and math, and the fact that he's been able to stick with it for 5 years is a testament to his love of business. If he was shown his modern world, perhaps, it would be different. At this moment, Yi Chen made a decision. He's going to take Jin Yuanbao as his disciple. One wants to make Golden Dollar, the business tycoon of this world. He walked quickly to Sun Wu and Sun Chang and reached out to stop them. Wait. Feng Wuhan turned his head to look at Yi Chen, his eyes steeped in disgust. But when he saw Liu Ruyan next to him, he immediately changed to an amiable look again. Senior brother Yi, Ruyan Liu, what kind of wind has blown you here? Yi Chen arched his hand in return, and a formulaic smile was also on his face. Senior brother, it's been a long time, don't come back. It's only been a quarter of an hour since I've seen you, and all is well, all is well. Feng Wuhan laughed. It's no big deal to come and ask for spirit stones. After all, this disciple of mine won the championship. It's this kid who owes me Spirit Spring Valley spirit stones, right? Yi Chen's gaze drifted to the wretched Golden Dollar on the ground. When Feng Wuhan heard this, his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Damn it, dejected. This person has been slacking in his cultivation, violating the rules of my sword peak, and is now expelled by me from the division. Spirit stones? Then you can just ask him for them, said Feng Wuhan with his hands spread out. You're asking me for spirit stones? Dream on. Yi Chuan, however, ignored Feng Wuhan's perfunctory words and walked straight to the Golden Dollar and squatted down. Fatty, let me ask you a question. Jin Yuanbao raised his head and looked at a handsome and somewhat cynical face looking up at him. He was backlit, but he seemed to carry a glow about him. You ask, do you like doing business? Leaf Dust's voice was calm and powerful. Golden Dollar froze for a moment. Golden Dollar replied with self-doubt. Like it. The corners of Yi Duan's mouth rose slightly, as if he was satisfied with this answer. He stood up and turned to Windless. Senior brother, I would like to take Jin Yuanbao as my disciple. The smile on Feng Wuhan's face completely disappeared, and was replaced by a strong anger. He narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. Elder brother, what do you mean by that? He was just about to expel this punk from the division, and he's going to take him under his tutelage? Isn't this a slap in the face? Literally. Yi Chuan did not budge as he locked eyes with Feng Wuhan. Yi Chuan, do you really think that you can come and disgust me just because Ruyan Liu won the championship? I'm telling you, you're tearing me down. Feng Wuhan maintained his last shred of sanity. Can't talk about tearing down. I just feel from the bottom of my heart that he is a genius. Yi Chen's tone remained calm, but it made the kneeling Jin Yuanbao freeze. Chapter 32, 1000 Spirit Stones? Xingxian Peak. Jin Yuanbao fell to his knees, his body shaking violently. Genius? What did he hear? Yi Chen actually said that he was a genius. Growing up, all he ever wanted was to trade and inherit his father's business. But the scholar, the farmer, the industrialist and the businessman, the merchants are the most contemptible. That's why my father was bent on having a cultivator in the family and a career. For this he smashed his abacus, his flowers and birds, and deprived himself of all his hobbies. Force yourself to work on it, to practice it, if it has nothing to do with cultivation. All he hears is loser, idiot, money loser, in order to please his father. This is why he chose to cultivate immortality. It was only when he finally entered the Nine Sword Sect that his own father finally took a proper look at himself. This was also the case, so when Feng Wuhan told himself that he was a Sword Peak brother, he extraordinarily cherished everything in his clan and spared nothing. At least you have value, you have friends, you have a sense of belonging, and at least your father won't be disappointed. Until today, when he realized with his own eyes that Feng Wuhan was even treating him as a dog, a tool man at his beck and call, he finally died. And now, Yi Chen even said that he was a genius, and talk to yourself about buying and selling. Yi Chen's words and the unreadable face were like a bolt of lightning that split his gray world. A wave of warmth flooded his heart, and he could no longer control his emotions. Tears broke out and ran down his cheeks, dirty with acid and mud. He covered his face, his shoulders shaking violently as suppressed sobs leaked through his fingers. Feng Wuhan looked at this scene, and the anger on his face could no longer be concealed. There was no longer any affection for Yi Chen. Yi Duan even said that Jin Yuanbao was a genius in front of him. For someone who had just expelled from Sword Peak, Isn't this a naked slap in the face? Interesting, interesting. Feng Wuhan looked at Yi Chen, his face showing a fierce light, and his body's mid-yuaning stage aura surged up. Senior brother Yi Chen, if you want to disgust me, you don't have to beat around the bush, do you? He put away his smile and his eyes became stern as knives. You have a unique vision. Indeed. Feng Wuhan wanted to use his aura to oppress Yi Chen, and Liu Ruyan stood forward. The surging wood aura surged out, resisting Feng Wuhan's stern sword chi. Yi Chen looked at Feng Wuhan's sulking face and smiled indifferently. Senior brother, you're just misunderstanding. I really think that this kid is a makeable talent. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Feng Wuhan laughed out loud. Senior brother, you've got a really hard mouth. If he is a genius, what are you willing to trade for him? Or just 2 or 3 empty words to disgust senior brother me? If you're going to punch me in the face, I probably can't go along with it today. Feng Wuhan's hand had been placed on top of his own long sword. He finally got angry. 1,000 gold is easy to get, but a general is hard to find. Yi Chuan laughed cheerfully. It is indeed excessive for such a genius to hastily allow his senior brother to cut off his favor. Yi Duan looked at the golden dollar on the ground. The latter covered his face and his voice choked and stuttered as he spoke. Master Yi Chen, you don't have to comfort me. I appreciate you saying that to me. Jin Yuanbao took it all as Yi Duan comforting himself. It was already a great honor to be affirmed by Yi Duan. Feng Wuhan looked at Yi Duan, laughing. Who wouldn't be disgusting? Downhill, is that so? Senior brother, since you think so highly of him, 1,000 upper grade spirit stones. Feng Wuhan stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Yi Chen. If you really think he's a genius, use 1,000 upper grade spirit stones to recruit him to your Spirit Spring Valley. How about the gambling debt is also cancelled? 1,000 top grade spirit stones. That's not a small amount. With the gambling debt it's 2,000 top grade spirit stones. Even for a yuaning stage cultivator, that's a lot of money. Feng Wuhan expected that Yi Chen would not agree, because he was certain that Yi Chen was just trying to disgust himself. He was using this condition to puncture Yi Chen's hypocrisy. When Jin Yuanbao heard this figure, he couldn't help but look at Yi Chen with his afterglow. No, Master Yi Duan, there's really no need, he mumbled, and though he said no, a flicker of anticipation welled up inside him. A family of merchants. His own father never told him, don't listen to what people say, watch what they do. Would Yi Chen really pay out spirit stones for himself? No. Leaf Dust barely hesitated. 2 simple words, but it made Jin Yuanbao's whole body unload. He sat down on the floor, and sure enough, it was all just a lie. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Feng Wuhan let out a loud laugh. Hypocrisy, hypocrisy. Yi Chen, you are nothing but a hypocrite. A mouthful of benevolence and morality is trying to disgust me. Talking about genius, talking about a makeable talent. In the end, it's not like you can't afford to part with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Hypocrisy. What hypocrisy? Winless cursed as he was now so happy and pleased. The mood is smooth. Yi Duan himself finally exposed Yi Duan's hypocritical face in front of everyone. Hypocritical face. As a result, Yi Duan laughed. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones is too little. Yi Chen looked at Feng Wuhan's maniacal laughter. The tone was flat, but it was like a thunderbolt. Feng Wuhan's laughter came to an abrupt end. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones was still less? Ye dost this, now also want to pretend? He was just about to open his mouth. Yi Chen continued. I'm willing to trade the right to use Qingxian Peak for him to be my disciple. The right to use Qingxian Peak? The right to use Qingxian Peak? Feng Wuhan's eyes almost stared out. Qingxian Peak? He didn't hear it wrong. Qingxian Peak. That was the Spirit Sword Sect's spiritually rich peak, which was the one that Liu Ruyan's Wine Immortal Sect had won the right to use in this competition. In the Wine Immortal Sect, it was a peak that could rank in the top 3 in Qingxian Peak. A year of cultivation for a newcomer is worth 2 years in the outside world. That was why Qingxian Peak was called the Holy Land for newcomers. Moreover, there was a natural spirit gathering formation on Qingxian Peak, which could constantly absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This caused the spiritual plants on Qingxian Peak to grow extremely fast, and their quality far exceeded that of other places. More importantly, there was also a small spirit vein on Qingxian Peak. Although this spirit vein was small in size, it was a holy land of cultivation for cultivators below the Jindan stage. That's why White Zephyrin himself and the other peak masters grabbed it. Feng Wuhan's heart set off waves of shock. Yi Chen was actually willing to exchange the right to use Qingxian Peak for the golden dollar treasure? Is he crazy? Or did he mishear himself? One should know that one of the reasons why he was so furious this time was also because he had lost the fight for the right to use Qingxian Peak. And Yi Duan, he was even willing to trade it for a waste that was expelled from the division? Feng Wuhan felt that his brain was not enough. Is Leaf Dust serious? Looking at Yi Chen's serious look, he was bewildered. Couldn't help but look at Jin Yuanbao again. Could it be that this guy was really a genius? Zhang Xiaofan, who was standing on the side, heard Yi Chen's words but became anxious. Exchanging a person for a spiritual land. There was no such deal in this world. This is the right to use it that senior sister Ruyan Lu won with great difficulty. And Master Yi gave it to someone? Master Yi, calm down, Zhang Xiaofan stammered and asked. He couldn't believe his ears. The right to use Qingxian Peak. That was worth a fortune. Not to mention a disciple who had been expelled from the division. Even if it was a gifted genius, it might not be worth the price. Even the most talented disciple can't compare to Spirit Mountain. He couldn't help but look at Ruyan Lu next to him. Senior sister Ruyan, quickly persuade senior ancestor. How can this work? Liu Ruyan's eyebrows were like a picture, and there wasn't a hint of hesitation on that good-looking face. I believe in master. It's a deal. Trade the right to use Qingxian Peak for my senior brother, Jin Yuanbao. Ruyan Lu directly changed her name to senior brother. Chapter 33, The Sword Blade Token. Remembering the shame. Senior sister. You agree? Zhang Xiaofan's brain buzzed. Crazy, it's all crazy. Master Yi Duan has always been light on fame and fortune, so it's fine if he doesn't know what's at stake. But Sister Ruyan has to cultivate. With her talent, wouldn't it be twice the work with half the effort if she could cultivate at Qingxian Peak? She said yes to? The right to use that Qingxian Peak. This is a valuable treasure. Just replace a disciple at the 9th level of the Qi refining mirror? Days? You didn't hear yourself wrong. Zhang Xiaofan almost fainted. It's a deal he can't count on in any way. Master Yi is crazy. Senior sister Lu is also mad. The world has gone mad. Feng Wuhan, who was frozen in place, only came back to his senses after a long time. He first looked incredulously at Yi Chen's serious expression. Another look at the gold dollar on the floor. Qingxian Peak meant a lot to him. With an abundance of spiritual qi, he would be able to instruct more disciples in cultivation, and his influence in the whiny mortal sect would be destined to go to the next level. As for a gold dollar? Again, he was recalling Jin Yuanbao's spiritual root and talent. It's just lower middle of the road. If he hadn't been able to earn spirit stones, he would have kicked him out of Sword Peak himself a long time ago. Ha ha ha, since Yi Duan wanted to be the wrongdoer, of course he was willing to do it himself. Thinking of this, Feng Wuhan's smile became teasing. Senior brother said it earlier, having gotten himself a heavenly bargain. Feng Wuhan didn't have that much of a grudge, with a look and a smile like a chrysanthemum. Since senior brother Yi is so generous, it looks like I'm measuring the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart. If you are going to take Golden Dollar as your disciple, then I'll cut my losses. I wonder when you will sign over the right to use this Qingxian Peak to me. Tomorrow. Good. I believe in senior brother. Senior brother's word is his bond. Good. How easy it is. One really picks up the slack. With that said, he gave a look at the woeful Jin Yuanbao on the ground. A look. The two Suanwu men would help Jin Yuanbao up. Symbolically, he patted his dirty pant leg. Jin Yuanbao, from now on, you are no longer a disciple of my Sword Peak. You are now a disciple of Yulinquan Valley. Jin Yuanbao stood still. Everything seemed like a dream. If there was one word that could be used to describe his mood at this point, it would be flattered and terrified. He recalled Leaf Dust saying to himself, "You're a genius." It occurred to him that Ruyan Lu had also agreed to exchange the right to use Qingxian Peak for himself, and called himself senior brother. Gold Dollar has always wanted to be recognized and affirmed by others. But in the face of such great affirmation and value, it all happened so fast like a dream. Do you really deserve it? But all Jin Yuanbao knew was that right now, he was willing to give his life to Yi Chen. Without saying more, Golden Dollar turned his head. Bang! 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 Jin Yuanbao turned to Yi Chen and kowtowed 3 times fiercely. His forehead was dripping with blood. He choked and said, "Master is above. Please accept my disciples' worship." This kneeling in gratitude for Yi Chen, but also hatred for Jian Feng and Feng Wuhan. He delayed himself for 5 years. Leaf Dust yawned and glanced at Golden Dollar. Go! He turned around, his clothes fluttering, and took the lead in the direction of Spirit Spring Valley. Ruyan Lu and Zhang Xiaofan followed closely behind. Golden Dollar was still frozen in place. Yi Duan turned back and his gaze landed at the Golden Dollar's feet. "Zhen Pu, pick up the token you picked up the peak." Golden Dollar realized something. He looked down and saw the broken Sword Peak token on the ground. It was the Sword Blade Sword embryo smelted and engraved with his name. Written with a sword was the name of each disciple, with the words Golden Dollar on top. Today, the center of the token is shattered open. He bent down and picked up the token, holding it tightly. The sharp edges of the token cut his fingers, and blood seeped through the cracks of his fat fingers. He was oblivious to the fact that he was only clutching the broken token tightly. all the way down. Master. Jin Yuanbao's voice choked. Yi Qin continued to walk forward without turning back. The sun was setting and the remnants of the sun were like blood. At this moment, the entire sword peak was dyed a scarlet red. The mountain wind whistled, blowing Yi Duan's robes in hunting. Jin Yuanbao followed behind Yi Chen and followed suit. He still clutched the broken token tightly, and the blood seeping out from between his fingers dripped down the mountain path of Sword Peak. Zhang Xiaofan tried to speak several times, but was infected by the sudden silence. It was rare for him to see Master Yi Duan being serious. Finally the crowd arrived at the door of the sword's front. Leaf Dust stopped in his tracks. He turned around. Golden dollar. Leaf Dust's voice was low and strong. Jin Yuanbao raised his head. Disciple is here. Take a last look at the place you've been living for a few years. Jin Yuanbao turned around and saw a mountain full of pine trees with sword chi running across the peaks. One had become a disciple of one's own sword peak, but was never one of them. He thought of the ecstatic, beaming face he had when he had first entered the sword's edge. His own brothers and sisters and himself had a drink, but it was a good time in the end. Then, he thought of Feng Wuhan. The original warm smile suddenly became cold, cold-blooded. That behind the warmth and trust, he was nothing but a tool. He thought of what Feng Wuhan had just said. Take this loser and throw him off the mountain. It's better to have a dog than you. He couldn't help clenching his fists. He gritted his teeth. Not a dog himself. Yi Duan turned back and took one last look at Sword Peak and looked at Jin Yuanbao. Jin Yuanbao, do you believe it? One day you will return to Sword Peak. You believe that the day you come back, you will make all of them look sideways, look up, and worship you. And the humiliation you suffered today will make them pay back twice as much. Master, is this day really coming? Jin Yuanbao's tight grip on the Sword Peak token had been rubbed into his flesh. Yi Chen heatedly smiled and looked at Golden Dollar's blood-spilled palm. It will. It won't be slow. Come on, go home. Home? Jin Yuanbao looked puzzled. Ruyan Lu pursed her lips when she heard this. It's the Valley of the Spirit Springs. Oh, okay, sister. Jin Yuanbao's expression was rushed, but he knew that his senior sister was the #1 person in the Wine Immortal sect nowadays. Yi Duan walked ahead alone. At the back of the three people, Jin Yuanbao hesitated for a long time and finally asked Ruyan Lu about his deepest doubts without confidence. Senior sister Ruyan, do you think I'm really worthy of exchanging it with Qingxian Peaks? Or is there a doorway in it that I don't know about? Ruyan Lu looked at Golden Dollar. You are indeed unworthy in terms of qualifications to strength. Golden Dollar's eyes were bleary. I believe in Master. I believe in Master. So I believe in you. At this moment, Jin Yuanbao froze, and his eyes, which had just been wiped dry, were once again moist and shining. Believe it? He didn't want to admit it, but it felt so good to be trusted like this. Perhaps he could see the pressure on Jin Yuanbao. Ruyan Lu's tone lightened up. Senior brother, you need to relax. Believe in Master. Before I met Master again, I was an invalid with a broken spiritual root. Now I'm the #1 person in the Wine Immortal sect, so you have to believe in Master and believe in yourself. The Valley of the Spirit Springs never lacks for miracles. Is this true? Finally, Golden Dollar still nodded vigorously. Aha! Chapter 34, Important Matters in Spirit Springs Valley. It works. Is it really okay? You can do it yourself. Jin Yuanbao soothed himself and followed behind Yi Chen. The three of them went all the way back to Spirit Spring Valley. Halfway through, Zhang Xiaofan left to return to Dan Peak, walked away in such a hurry that the attrition table didn't even take their luggage with them. Along the way, Jin Yuanbao honored the smallest. Within the Nine Swords sect, the rules of honoring teachers and disciple masters were strict. His attitude towards Yi Chen was also respectful and cautious. I have to say that he was rambling in the face of the upcoming visit to the Valley of the Spirit Springs. Finally, the three of them arrived at the entrance of Spirit Spring Valley. The mouth of the valley was entwined with ancient vines and green shades, and the entire entrance to the valley was covered with ancient trees. Unlike other magnificent peaks that possessed mountain gates, at the entrance of the Spirit Spring Valley, there was only a moss-covered stone tablet, on which 3 words were written crookedly as if it were a ghost drawing, Spirit Spring Valley. Unlike Sword Peak's vigorous and sharp sword calligraphy, this Spirit Spring Valley's characters were like earthworms. This word, it's not good. Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but blurt it out. Leaf Dust coughed twice in embarrassment. I was, at that time, not practicing my handwriting, and I did come up short a bit. What's that? As soon as I heard it was written by my own master, Jin Yuanbao immediately changed his words. Master, this character is indeed not very good according to the unusual eye, but it is very much its own. Ha ha ha. Yi Duan laughed and shook his head. Alright, you kid. Stop kissing ass. Let's go. The three of them strolled in, stepping on a flight of steps of varying sizes of marble as they made their way forward. Golden Dollar followed Yi Duan through the lush forest and soon arrived inside the valley. In front of us was open and flat ground. Behind the flat ground are cliffs 1,000 feet high. A crystal clear stream meandered down the cliffs, making the sound of gurgling water. By the stream, a few peach trees were in bloom, their pink petals falling in the wind. It swirled and landed on the stream and flowed slowly downstream. A simple wooden house is tucked away next to a patch of verdant bamboo, and in front of the house is an open clearing covered with cobblestones. Between the cracks in the cobblestones grew small, starry, unknown wildflowers. Surrounded by a wooden fence of bamboo, it isolates a peaceful area. Just walking in makes you feel peaceful and appropriate and calm inside. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jin Yuanbao was in a bit of a trance. Was this really the Spirit Spring Valley under the Nine Sword Sect's Wine Immortal Sect? It should be known that the Nine Sword Sect, as a cultivation sect, under the various gates, there were places for training, and the Sword Summit had magnificent buildings, stringent formations, and various cultivation facilities. But the scene before him was very different from what he had imagined. He had originally thought that although Spirit Spring Valley was notorious for posing as a lousy sect, it should have something related to cultivation. As a result, it turned out that there were no cultivation-related formations, practice rooms, or even caves to be seen here. Is this the place where Senior Sister made her breakthrough? This is a cultivation valley? It's clearly laid-back countryside. He couldn't help but ask, Master, is this the Spirit Spring Valley? Leaf Dust yawned, pushed open the bamboo door, and entered the fence. Just lay back in his rocking chair, picked up his fan, and rocked it leisurely. Feel free to sit down. You're welcome. Jin Yuanbao sat down on a bench in a formal manner, only looking at Yi Chen with a slight hint of confusion. Is this what Master said about getting his revenge? To make the entire sword blade regret? No formations, no practicing techniques. How did he feel that he would, later on, make Feng Wuhan realize that he had made the smartest decision in the world? Disciple thought that the Spirit Spring Valley should have a practicing field, a martial arts stage, or something like that. At least it should do the job. Golden Dollar is also being honest. He himself didn't realize that he was a little less formal in front of Yi Chen. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Yi Duan couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. Indeed, this Wine Immortal Sect, 5 peaks, 1 valley, 1 cave, 1 cliff. They were 10,000 Beasts Peak, Xingxian Peak, Sword Peak, Red Inferno Peak, Spirit Mist Peak, Spirit Spring Valley, Wind Thunder Cliff, and Cold Ice Cave. All the other disciples were probably cultivating like crazy, and in this place by themselves, let alone cultivating. There wasn't even a practice room. It does seem a bit slightly perfunctory. Leaf Dust himself was embarrassed. Yi Duan laughed out loud. I'm embarrassed when you say it like that. So what do people out there say about me? How do they describe Spirit Spring Valley? Jin Yuanbao froze for a moment, his expression slightly embarrassed. Master, truth, they say you're trash. It's the person who swings for the fences and is still a waste of space at the 3rd level of the body refining realm in 200 years. It's a connection of the Nine Swords Sect. Waste of resources, occupying a latrine and not ting. Saying that Spirit Spring Valley is really spoiled for you. A disgrace to the Wine Immortal Sect, and a worm to the Nine Swords Sect. Jin Yuanbao sneaked a glance at Yi Chen with every word he uttered. He had originally thought that Yi Chen would burst into a rage or defend himself a few times. The reviews, after all, are just unpleasant. Which Yi Duan was just lying on the rocking chair, gently shaking his fan, still smiling. Gossip? Come on. You've been PUA'd every day in your past life. 99.6. You'd be afraid of this? In this life? Let's not talk about a group of brothers from the Wine Immortal Sect slandering themselves. It's just that the King of Kings comes in and swings himself. After Jin Yuanbao finished speaking, he couldn't help but hold his breath and carefully observe Yi Chen's expression. If this was said at Sword Peak, he would inevitably be rebuked or even chastised by Feng Wuhan. Nope, Sword Peak didn't have anyone saying that at all. However, he found that Yi Chen did not have the slightest bit of anger on his face, but instead carried a hint of a smile. Is there more? Yi Duan asked, his tone relaxed and casual. Golden Dollar froze. He didn't expect Yi Chen to react this way. It's just that it's too bland, isn't it? On the side, Liu Ruyan heard these words but couldn't help herself. He was filled with righteous indignation, and the plump snowy white of that chest trembled violently as his aura surged. The ratty bunch, they don't understand the Master's high level at all. Anyone says it again, I'll cut out their tongue. Master his elderly. Ruyan Liu wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Yi Chen raising his hand. Ruyan, take it easy. Leaf Dust sat up from his chair, looking towards Jin Yuanbao. Jin Yuanbao, to tell you the truth. Heard the word truth. Jin Yuanbao's heart raced violently. It wasn't that he hadn't thought that Yi Chen was a hidden powerhouse, perhaps a truly superior person. Or that the patriarch had left Yi Chen with a supreme secret treasure in the Spirit Spring Valley. To know that he could make Liu Ruyan recover her spirit root in a short period of time and her cultivation skyrocketed, he did not see it as a coincidence. Now, Leaf Dust was finally going to tell himself the answer. His expression couldn't help but stare. Is it a real bigot? He's playing dumb. Or is there a secret treasure of the clan? Is this the moment when all is revealed? Yi Duan looked at Jin Yuanbao's tense expression and said slowly, "They're right." Hearing Yi Duan's reply, "What? WTF?" Jin Yuanbao's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. He originally thought that Yi Chen would retort and tell himself the powerful true identity. Give yourself the sovereign secret treasure. Results? Just admit it? He admits he's a loser? Admitting you're swinging for the fences? Admit you're related? And how justified? Naturally. Jin Yuanbao stood still, half a day without returning to his senses. All of a sudden the whole thing won't work for Golden Dollar. If that was the case, how could one go against the grain and make Jinfeng regret it? Then in the next second, Yi Chen once again changed his words. "I see that you're new here and quite want to come and help. And there is indeed an important thing that you need to do as a matter of urgency." "Master, it's important?" Leaf Dust nodded. "It's important." This made Golden Dollar's lost mood jolt up again. Just now, was it really a test? It is to test one's state of mind. Is it to see if one's Taoist heart is solid or not? So what's the important thing? He snapped to the sword peak trial and couldn't help but tense up. Surely it wasn't as simple as I thought. Was it the same as Sword Strike cultivating special techniques on his own? Cracking ancient formations or hunting rare and treacherous demonic beasts? Or collect rare elixirs? Jin Yuanbao's palms were sweating. After all, he was only at the 9th level of body refinement now, but he would definitely not let Yi Chen down. And he couldn't help but start storing up his aura. Next, Yi Duan pointed at the broom next to the thatched hut. "Help me sweep the fallen leaves next to the yard. They've all fallen inside the yard. Oh yeah, and help me feed the fish inside the pond. Don't starve my fish." Chapter 35, Master's Fish Pond. Just this? Golden Dollar pointed at the broom and went numb. A look of disbelief. "Yeah, what's the problem?" Yi Duan had a serious face. "Master, the important thing you just said is sweeping the leaves?" Jin Yuanbao thought he must be hallucinating, thanks to the fact that he was concentrating and fighting to get ready to do it. Yi Duan was actually sweeping leaves and feeding fish? There's no big deal in Spirit Springs Valley, and keeping it clean and sanitary is the most important big deal, Leaf Dust explained in a serious manner. Jin Yuanbao cried and laughed. "What kind of important thing is this?" "Yes, Master, I understand." He helplessly walked over and picked up the broom. Liu Ruyan, on the other hand, obediently picked up a broom as well and cleaned up a rustle. The sound of two people sweeping up leaves resounded from inside the compound. Jin Yuanbao swept the fallen leaves one by one, with mixed feelings inside. Originally, he thought that after leaving the sword blade, he would have a special harvest when he came to the Spirit Spring Valley. It turned out to be doing something that he or she might not even have cared about once upon a time. Such a huge discrepancy caused Kim to have deeper suspicions. Are you really a genius? Does Master really have a way to make Jin Feng regret because of himself? Maybe? Is this just Master's expedient measure? He doesn't want to meddle in Qingxian Peak's affairs? Feeling troubled, so he deliberately gave Qingxian Peak to Feng Wusheng? Once this thought came out, the more he thought about it, the more Jin Yuanbao felt that it was possible. Master, it could be simple laziness. If it was someone else it might not be possible, but this master of his own, observing all the way by himself, it's very possible. Senior sister, Master really lets us do this? You also do these things inside your weekdays? Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but ask. He still couldn't believe it. Nowadays, the Wine Immortal Sect's first person with extraordinary talent, not practicing, but cleaning. If it was in other peak masters, it would only be a matter of spirit stones being provided non-stop, feats being chosen at random, and all one needed to do was focus on cultivation every day. That was being offered as a treasure. And in Spirit Spring Valley, she was actually cleaning. The things that Master arranges must have a deep meaning. Ruyan Lu did not question anything. But I don't usually do this. Sure enough, this is just a temporary test, right? Jin Yuanbao once again had a hint of anticipation. Then what else does senior sister do inside on weekdays? Wash pots and pans and clean the master's room. Speaking of master's room hygiene, Ruyan Lu's pretty face blushed. I've been oddly tempted to clean the master's room lately. One is not looking for those strange images. Wash pots and pans? Cleaning the master's room? Jin Yuanbao was really dizzy now. Not practicing? Cultivate. Occasionally, when master won't keep me busy. Days. Ye Dust cultivated when he wasn't busy, and at this time, Golden Dollar was even more certain. Ruyan Lu was able to cultivate successfully without Yi Chen allowing himself to help. It could only be that she must have obtained a supreme secret treasure in the forbidden land of chaos, coupled with her demonic talent. After all, other people's masters can be pointing out the way. Yi Chen, this master looks like a drag. Senior sister. It's not that I don't trust master. Jin Yuanbao hesitated for a moment, but still voiced the concerns in his heart. It's just that I've just been kicked out of Sword Peak, so if it's known that I'm sweeping leaves in Spirit Spring Valley. Jin Yuanbao didn't continue, but the meaning was already obvious. If it was known that what he did every day was sweeping the floor and feeding the fish, wouldn't he be even more unable to recover the face he had lost in Sword Peak before? You trust master. Ruyan Lu didn't explain too much, only her tone remained calm and bland. Now that's a whole lot of self-confidence for the golden dollar? This whiny mortal Sect's #1 demonic genius. Why did he trust the most wasteful master? Jin Yuanbao looked at Liu Ruyan's certainty and was momentarily speechless. He didn't know how to retort. All you can do is bury your head in the sand and sweep up the leaves. Sasha. The last peach blossom petal was swept into the dustpan by Liu Ruyan. The courtyard is clean and spotless. Golden Dollar straightened up and stretched. He suddenly realized that the irritable and anxious emotion in his heart originally had calmed down a lot. Those worries about Sword Peak, about the future, seemed to have been swept away along with the fallen leaves. He allowed himself to come to peace, at least briefly. It looks like the sweeping wasn't pointless. I'm going to cultivate. Ruyan Lu patted the dust on her body and spoke in a calm tone. You go to the kitchen and grab some dough to feed the fish at the pond. Good. You go and get busy. Elder sister. Jin Yuanbao nodded, and his mood gradually soothed. He had now accepted that senior sister was the #1 person in the Wine Immortal Sect today, so he definitely needed to cultivate. As for myself, let's just leave it as it is. He went to the kitchen and saw the dough dustpan fermenting inside. The dough inside white and tender and fluffy. It's a nice squeeze. Golden Dollar held up the dustpan to the pond. The water in the pond was clear and sparkling. Jin Yuanbao pulled down the dough in his hand. Little by little, one white round dough lump. We'll throw it in the pond. The fish immediately swarmed over the food. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. Maybe it's okay to live like this? Just then, Jin Yuanbao's gaze suddenly froze on a fish. The fish was golden in color, with dots of starlight glittering on its scales, like a small swimming golden dragon. Jin Yuanbao rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread the situation. However, when he fixed his eyes on it again, the golden dragonfish was still swimming in the water, and even leapt out of the water and opened its mouth to swallow a piece of dough. Golden Dollar froze. Yes, one was indeed not wrong. Even its scales were golden in color. If one wasn't mistaken, it's a 1,000-year-old golden-scaled fish. 1,000-year golden scale fish. A spiritual fish whose scales are gold all over its body, can increase its fortune for a year after swallowing it. Wealthy. It was a spirit fish of immortal quality. The 1,000-year-old golden-scaled fish was an immortal quality spirit. Even a large sect like the Nine Swords sect might not be able to possess a few. But now, in the master's tiny pond, there was a 1,000-year-old golden scale fish. Jin Yuanbao's gaze swept across the pond again, and this time he looked more closely. Another surge of azure cold air. 1,000-year ice fish. After taking it, you can quench your flesh, enhance your cold resistance attribute, and permanently increase your water attribute ice attribute aura affinity. At the internal auction of the Wine Immortal Sect, a dead ice spirit fish had been auctioned off by the people from the cold ice cave for a sky-high price of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Oh, my god. Master, this fish pond is full of live ones. Now Golden Dollar's eyes were going to fall into the fish pond. It's more than that. Purple haze spirit carp, underworld ghost shark, Bibbo fairy carp, heaven, Buddha, the patriarch is above. Inside this fish pond, every fish, a treasure of great value. All of them are immortal products recorded in books. There were countless thousands of years old, and even a few 10,000 years old. Jin Yuanbao was completely shocked. He stood frozen at the edge of the pond, feeling his mind go blank. Where was this any ordinary pond? It was clearly a treasure trove of spirit fish, and so on. Everything that followed was even more fine-tuned to Kim's mind. It was important to know that any immortal props and feats even had the presence of a spirit. In other words, they are extremely exclusive. As the saying goes, it is hard to have two tigers on the same mountain unless there is one male and one female. And the immortal spirit fish inside this master's fish pond of his own did not only coexist harmoniously, and they're coaxing doughy food out of their hands. This meant that the dough in one's hand that could make the immortal prop spirit fish tasted was also definitely not mundane. This is no ordinary lump of dough. It's the doughy lump that makes immortal spirit fish able to cry with gluttony. Jin Yuanbao pinched up a piece of dough lumps. Ghosts do not want to throw inside the fish pond. If he ate, what's going to happen? Chapter 36, Look at the child's hunger. This stuff, immortal spirit fish can eat it. You should be able to eat it yourself, right? Jin Yuanbao stared at the lump of dough in his hand, caught in an internal struggle. Immortal spirit fish were extremely harsh on food. Seeing that he had just thrown the dough into the pond, immortal spirit fish could eat it. You should be able to eat it yourself. Jin Yuanbao stared at the lump of dough in his hand, caught in an internal struggle. Fairy spirit fish are extremely hard on food. Seeing as I had just dropped the dough into the pond, the fish went crazy for it. Adding to the fact that this dough is anything but ordinary, the spirit fish in the pond, each one fat and strong, looked like they were raised by good things. Why don't you try a little sip? Jin Yuanbao's hands were trembling. The more he looked at the white dough full of temptation. Reaching out, he dipped a finger and gently dropped it into his mouth. A refreshing aroma instantly filled his mouth. With a hint of sweetness, there was also an indefinable aura traveling through the body. Yeah, the smell. It's a little overpowering. And it really does have an aura. No longer able to resist the temptation, Jin Yuanbao dug his fingers into a piece of dough and stuffed it into his mouth. That's right, he ate the fish. Boom! A powerful energy instantly erupted within his body. Jin Yuanbao felt like he had swallowed a small sun. His body was warm and indescribably comfortable. 9th level of Qi refining realm. Early stage of foundation building. Golden dollar froze in place. Breakthrough. One actually broke through. Jin Yuanbao was so excited that he almost jumped up. This fish bait actually really made him break through? What he himself hadn't been able to do in 4 or 5 years at Sword Blade, he had actually broken through in one day at Spirit Spring Valley. And it's still for eating bait. The question is, who has a lure that does this? It's just pig food you can eat by yourself. Just if one eats more, wouldn't your own cultivation advance by leaps and bounds? Thinking about this, Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but get all hot and bothered. Jin Yuanbao looked towards the spirit fish in the pond, then at the dustpan of dough in his hand. Brothers spirit fish, I'm sorry. Another handful grabbed a ball of dough and shoved it straight into his mouth. Blah blah blah. And the spirit fish inside the fish pond watched the golden dollars eat their own bait, anxiously circling the pond. At this time, Yi Chuan had just woken up from his nap and stretched out and sat up from the recliner. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and was about to get up and move his muscles. Instead, he caught a glimpse of Jin Yuanbao squatting by the pond, holding a lump of dough in his hand, barking and eating with gusto. Yi Chen froze, his eyes glazed over. What's this kid eating? Bait? He's actually eating the bait he told him to feed the fish? Yi Chuan felt that his 3 views had been severely impacted. This golden dollar, is it not a little cute, right? Or is Jianfeng too inhuman? It's not even a matter of bullying and plundering other people's spirit stones. They don't even give them a bite of food. Look for the hungry. They're eating the bait. Golden dollar. What are you doing? Yi Duan was shocked, and scared Jin Yuanbao so much that he almost spat out the dough he had just swallowed. Master, I'm in. Yi Duan walked in to take a look. Fortunately, this golden dollar had only eaten 2 pieces. Leaf Dust was filled with sympathy. Jin Yuanbao, what are you doing? Jianfeng really isn't human. You're not even given food. Don't worry. Spirit Spring Valley Master here is a little poor. A bite of meat can still give you to eat. Jin Yuanbao had an aggrieved look on his face, knowing that Yi Chen had misunderstood. The rest of the dough was still clutched tightly in his hand. Hurriedly explained, Master, this fish food is not mundane. Yi Duan almost lost his breath. Fish food isn't mundane? Is it an elixir? He pointed to the fish in the pond and was speechless. Tell me, this pond full of fish, what do you eat when you eat them? Jin Yuanbao's face was full of aggression. Master, this fish food is really not mundane. This thing was a divine object that could break through one's cultivation level. Master is ordinary bait? Not mundane? Yi Duan had a puzzled look on his face. This child couldn't be starving and stupid, right? I feed the fish only what I don't want to eat on weekdays. However, Jin Yuanbao saw that Yi Duan had a blank look on his face. Could it be that Master didn't know? Jin Yuanbao hurriedly explained. Master, look at this pool of fish. All of them are fat and strong, and their aura is compelling. They're no ordinary fish. They're all immortal spirit fish. 1,000-year golden scale fish. A spiritual fish whose scales are gold all over its body. Swallowing it can increase your fortune for a year. You'll be rich. 1,000-year ice spirit fish. After taking it, you can quench your flesh, enhance your cold-resistant attributes, and permanently increase your water attribute ice attribute aura affinity. Immortal spirit fish? What they eat is definitely not mundane. After my disciple ate it, his cultivation level broke through. Jin Yuanbao looked at Yi Duan still blandly, not realizing the value of this pool of fish in the slightest. Jin Yuanbao was even more certain. This must be the collection that the patriarch left behind for the master. His own master may not know the true value of this pool of fish. He decided to add more fire. Master, you know this pool of fish is precious. If I say a price, don't get excited. Jin Yuanbao has been in the shopping mall for many years and knows the price of these spirits. It must be at least million. No, 10 million spirit stones. Yi Chuan directly ignored the price, but heard the words fish are all treasures. The eyes instantly turned into two crescent moons. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. As a fishing guy, the greatest achievement is of course when people praise you for your good fishing. Ah, Leaf Dust laughed out loud. Boy, have a vision. These are all good fish indeed. Didn't see it coming. You're a fishing guy too. You don't know how to do anything else, but the fishing master is very experienced. So I'll pass on the experience to you someday. Master, what do you mean? These fish aren't the secret treasures left behind for you by the previous patriarch? Goddamn, my master gave the secret treasure left behind. Then harmony is what I caught up the other day in the meditation beach wild. Meditation beach? Golden Dollar froze. Meditation beach? Meditation beach? This pool of fish is not the patriarch's collection? Was it angled up by his own master? Master, you're not kidding, are you? Jin Yuanbao's face was full of disbelief. How was this possible? Yichuan refining body realm third layer can angling up. 1,000 years of spiritual fish? How is this possible? What is the master lying to you for? Leaf Dust laughed. I had nothing to do that day, so I went to meditation beach to fish, and ended up catching one after another. A full pool. I thought it was some kind of miscellaneous fish. I didn't expect your kid to say it was an immortal spirit fish. Ha ha ha. Yichuan had of course hidden the fact that he had used the Wind Queen's strange door to make a nest. Jin Yuanbao was completely dumbfounded. Meditation beach. Wild fishing. This. He felt his worldview crumble. This is an immortal spirit fish. I can't believe it was wild caught. This luck. It's too unbelievable. No, that aura alone wasn't something his own master could resist. Jin Yuanbao could not calm down for a long time, as if he was turning over inside. He suddenly realized there was something about Leaf Dust. Oh, by the way, that dough isn't any good. It's what you feed the fish, so don't eat it next time. Mainly I don't have any pigs here, or I'd feed them. Hearing this, Jin Yuanbao had a black line on his face. How he felt scolded. However, Yi Chen's next sentence directly made Jin Yuanbao's entire scalp numb, as if he had been electrified and was thunderstruck outside. What kind of fish food are you hungry for here? Eat fish. Eat fish. I'll catch you a fish to make fish soup to eat. Said also shook his head while going to copy the pocket net. Ugh. Look at the kid starving. No more stealing food. With that, he turned and walked into the kitchen and started chopping wood for the fire. With Yi Duan's sparse tone, Jin Yuanbao's legs softened and he flopped down to kneel for Yi Duan. Did you hear yourself right? Master is going to catch himself an immortal spirit fish. Used to? Stew? Chapter 37 Plain Pickled Fish. Immortal spirit fish. For stew? After Jin Yuanbao heard the reply, Yi Chen gave himself. Both of his legs couldn't control his knees at that moment. A single immortal spirit fish was enough to wipe out small clans and trigger a bloody storm in the immortal cultivation world, but it was lightly spoken of by his own master as being used for stew. Let's not talk about the 1,000-year-old spirit fish. In ordinary clans, when tasting immortal grade lower spirit materials, they would have to abstain from fasting, bathe, and the entire clan would worship at the top of their lungs, and even make sacrificial offerings to their ancestor patriarchs. And in Spirit Spring Valley, there was no difference between killing an immortal spirit fish and killing an ordinary fish. For a moment Golden Dollar felt that everything had become so magical. Grinding. Look at the little fat man bitter. This is really not eating good food. Ah. As a result, he turned his head to see Golden Dollar kneeling right in front of him. No need to get excited. It's not even New Year's yet. Nah. No need to give me such a big salute. Yi Duan assisted up Golden Dollar. Numbly, he fished a fish out of the pool. The unlucky one, the 1,000-year-old ice fish. The ice spirit fish was alive and well in the net, emitting a compelling cold aura that was thick and extreme. The air around it condensed into slush. Jin Yuanbao recognized the fish. 9 Sword Sect's only immortal spirit fish that has been auctioned off. The ice spirit fish. This spirit fish originates from the 9 ghosts of the cold aura and is born. The cold around the body comes from the 9 ghosts of the extreme cold pure origin. That cold if it is touched by the cultivators below the yuaning stage. In light cases, the palms of the hands may be frostbitten, or in heavy cases, they may solidify and simply freeze, amputating the limbs on the spot. It was said that back then, the cave master of the cold ice cave closed his eyes for a year before he dared to move his sword, when that fish emptied the home of the cold ice cave, and it was but 200 years old. This one, thousands of years. Master, seeing that Yi Chen was about to reach out and grab it, Jin Yuanbao panicked. This is a 1,000-year-old spirit fish. The cold aura on its body is from the land of the 9 specters of extreme cold. It's the high-level ice attribute aura cultivators that can't be touched at will if you go straight to the top. However, Jin Yuanbao hadn't finished his sentence yet. The words frozen amputation spoken afterward were swallowed raw, only to see that Yi Chen also grabbed the shaking head of the ice spirit fish with one hand. Naughty! He copied a wooden stick and slammed it heavily on the ice boss head. Rough and simple. Bang! The icy fish rolled its eyes directly and fainted, stopping its shaking. Golden Dollar froze in place. This? Nothing? His own master outtouched the immortal spirit fish unharmed? Jin Yuanbao opened his mouth wide and said a word in half a day. Yi Duan saw Jin Yuanbao's shocked appearance and thought that he was convinced by his skillful fish-killing technique. Grinning. Hey, see, that's how you kill a fish. Quickly and efficiently. Knock it out. It won't hurt. And it's humane that way. People. Humanity? Master. Is that the point? The next second Yi Duan, again, copied a kitchen knife, and his hand rose and fell, lighten up and slide it against the belly of the icy fish. The ice fish was instantly disemboweled. An ice blue inner elixir emitting a cold aura rolled out of the fish's belly. What a pure aura! Instantly Jin Yuanbao felt himself surrounded by coldness and pure aura. Couldn't help but shiver. Although he had expected it, the surrounding substantial general aura still made Jin Yuanbao salivate. This inner elixir, at least, was worth 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Master, this inner elixir. Before Jin Yuanbao could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Chen. Hey, I understand. This inner elixir will be thrown inside the soup in a while, and the original soup will be transformed into the original food. It's the best. I didn't understand it before. I kept it all. Me. Jin Yuanbao's mouth was so big he wanted to explode. Original soup to original food? 1,000 years. An immortal product. The inner elixir of a spirit fish. For soup? When Jin Yuanbao heard Yi Chen's words, his entire body froze in place, completely staggered. Master, if you dare to make this fish soup, do I dare to drink it? This is really all the essence. Yi Chen casually tossed the inner elixir aside. Scale, gut, and remove the head and tail of the iced fish. Use a knife to slice the fish meat into 2 large slices along the fish spine. Then cut the fish into fillets with an oblique knife. Chop the fish bones into segments. Wash the blood with water and drain. The knife was skillful. And in a trance, a plate of crystal clear, snow-white fish fillets appeared. Master, this knife work of yours, why are you so skillful? Jin Yuanbao numb. This knife work. Not like the Spirit Spring Valley. Like the knife peak. It made it impossible to resist asking. Ha. Leaf Dust laughed. Master this pendulum for 200 years. Other did not learn. Just cooking is quite good. 200 years of swinging? Overcooked? Jin Yuanbao felt like he was struck by lightning again. 200 years? Master, others would probably be anxious if they stayed put for 200 years. And you're so proud to say you're making progress in your cooking? He felt that his perception of Yi Chen was once again refreshed. Yi Duan put the processed fish into the basin and began to prepare the ingredients. The first step is to prepare the ingredients. 200 grams of sauerkraut, 10 pieces of pickled ginger, 1 large onion, ginger, dried chili peppers, cooking wine, sugar, starch and other appropriate amount. Yi Chuan then placed the ice spirit fish slices into the bowl. Add the cooking wine, salt, white pepper and cornstarch. Scrub well with your hands and marinate for 10 to 15 minutes. Then just start a pan of oil. When the oil is hot, add the peppercorns, dried chili peppers, pickled ginger, scallions, garlic, and ginger, and start stir-frying straight away. The strong scent made Jin Yuanbao on one side keep twitching his own nose. The saliva in his mouth went wild and his stomach grumbled. Looking at the technique and complexity of Yi Duan's cooking, Golden Dollar is unheard of. For the first time, he knew that cooking could be so complicated. Fragrant. It really smells so good. Not bad for a 200-year-old cook with a little something. In the Sword Sect, everyone tends to eat steamed buns, boiled vegetable leaves or noodles. Yi Duan has long known that this world, everyone has gone to cultivate immortality. What agriculture, industry, commerce, and cooking, backward is simply primitive. Back then, before the patriarch ascended, the reason why he was so favorable to himself was because of a roasted chicken. It's a downgrade to put it here in modern times. As expected, the Golden Dollar next to him was mesmerized when he caught a whiff of the smell. Originally shocked at the class of this fish, now it was indulging in that overwhelming flavor. After Yi Duan popped the base ingredients, Yi Duan added the essence, sauerkraut segments, tossed a coat and then add a good amount of water so that the water doesn't cover the base. Then 1 root was added to the firewood, a step that releases the full sour strength of the sauerkraut into the base. The rich sauerkraut aroma made Jin Yuanbao keep gulping. A green light had begun to glow in his eyes. Completely forgetting about any immortal spirit fish, any revenge, Everything was a floating cloud at this moment. All he wanted was the pot of fish. Seeing that Yi Chuan was again adding fish bones and cooking wine, this step could increase the original flavor of the fish and remove the fishy smell, and finally threw in the blue inner elixir. When the inner elixir dissolved in the base, a blue light came out of the entire boiler and the entire base was a minute more colorful. At the same time a wave of oil, spice and sourness, zip a moment to spread. Holy! Jin Yuanbao felt like he was going to cry from gluttony. Gulp! The drooling doesn't stop. Is this still inedible? Jin Yuanbao thought that the bottom of this pot was delicious even if it was dipped in shoehorn. Master! How much longer? Jin Yuanbao couldn't wait. Ha ha ha, take it easy, take it easy. Yi Duan eyed the base well and finally fished out the fish bones and sauerkraut. To the base were added the fish slices that had just been cut, and in just 2 minutes the slices went straight from crystal to snow white, and they were poured into a large bowl. Jin Yuanbao's eyes went straight to the dish, which was finally ready. Master, I'm not a glutton, but can I have a taste? Just one bite. Jin Yuanbao, I've never seen a dish like this in my life. I can't eat it now and I feel like I have 10,000 ants crawling all over my body. Ha ha ha, it's not over yet. It's not over yet? Yi Duan nodded. After putting the pickled fish into a large bowl, in the pot again burning oil hot, put dry pepper and chili, this time just oil hot, will be poured in the oil only in the fish slices. Zzz. The snow white fish fillet's zitsy aroma once again catalyzed, mixed with the aroma of dried chili and peppercorns. The fresh fish flavor level once again elevated. Finally leaf dust sprinkled with chopped green onion, or cilantro. P.S. We are all mature readers. I hope the readers to their own brain like to add green onion with chopped green onion, like to add cilantro with cilantro. Looking at the pickled fish in front of him, Jin Yuanbao felt that his pupils could only focus on this pickled fish. It's done. Yi Duan yawned. This is just a plain pickled fish. Don't get too excited. Clapping his hands, alright, go tell your senior sister to eat. Golden Dollar grunted, the knot in his throat quirking as he looked at the plain pickled fish. The master is always proud of himself in ways he never expected. Jin Yuanbao felt like 10,000 ants were crawling on his body. 1 step forward and 3 steps back on the way to call out to Ruyan Lu. Master is a real cow. This can hold back from eating. He regretted missing this feast for the rest of his life. He now couldn't imagine how good this pickled fish could be. Walking out of the thatched hut, Jin Yuanbao was running all the way. He didn't want to wait a second. Chapter 38, Eating Hallucinations, Golden Dollar cries. Jin Yuanbao ran all the way and found Ruyan Lu's cave, only to find the cave empty. Strange. Senior sister isn't cultivating in her cave at this hour. Where did she go? Jin Yuanbao was puzzled in his mind but saw the small, grassy house next to him. Arriving at the grass hut, Golden Dollar had just reached the door when it creaked open. Senior sister, why are you here? Not cultivating in the cave? Jin Yuanbao asked. You have to know that the spiritual chi in the cave is much more abundant, and it is something that everyone competes for in Sword Peak. Ruyan Lu smiled sweetly. Master said that cultivation in the cave is too cold and impersonal. I thought so, and built myself a hayloft to practice. No human flavor? Golden Dollar's heart was once again numb. The other peaks grabbed their heads, and this senior sister of theirs didn't care to have it. But then he thought of business. Senior sister, Master asked me to call you for dinner. Oh, Master made something delicious again. Let's go. Halfway, Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but ask. Senior sister, Master's cooking skills, how is it? I'm going to cry with gluttony when I think back to the pungent aroma I just had. Hearing someone ask about Yi Chen's cooking skills, a trace of pride flashed in Ruyan Lu's eyes. Sweetly, it's nice to have someone compliment the master again. Thinking of the fish soup and old duck soup with pickled vegetables that Yi Chen had just started cooking for himself. Master is the best. Smiling like a flower. He. In Master's cooking skill is the first in the world. There is no second. Liu Ruyan's tone carried a hint of sweetness when she complimented Yi Chen. Golden Dollar nodded vigorously and returned impatiently. He pondered. This cooking skill of Yi Duan felt even more powerful than the sword skills of Jian Feng and the imperial beasts of 10,000 Beasts Peak. Not bad for a cook who's been steeped in 200 years of cooking. The two men came to the thatched hut. Come, let's eat. Yi Duan greeted and welcomed the two people. Outside the thatched hut, by the pond, a large square table was set up. Jin Yuanbao and Liu Ruyan sat at the square table. A steaming pot of sauerkraut was on the table. 2 additional vegetarian dishes were served on the side, sautéed yam and cold fungus. Yi Chen picked up the bowls and chopsticks and happily served Jin Yuanbao and Liu Ruyan their meals. The crystal clear snow white rice was put into a bowl and served to the two people. Thank you, Master. Jin Yuanbao accepted the bowl with fear and trepidation. In Sword Peak, one could not even eat at the same table with one's senior brothers, let alone the master. and Sword Peak was concerned with an order of honor and inferiority. And here, it was actually Ye Chen who was feeding himself. He was touched and warmed by one point in his heart. Thank you, Master Na Liu Ruyan. On the other hand, was shy and her voice couldn't help but whine. Yuan Bao, don't be polite. This is your home from now on. Feel free to eat. Yi Duan said with a smile. Eat all you want? Golden dollar hound. At this point his mind was blank. Only pickled fish. It's finally time to move the chopsticks. He didn't think he had even been very nervous about the test in the first place, because he knew that the plain pickled fish was destined to be extraordinary. His trembling chopsticks picked up a piece of fish. It's not just the flavor, but the fact that it's an immortal spirit fish. Slowly put it in his mouth. When the fillet of the ice puff fish is brought to the mouth, the fish melts in your mouth. A sour, spicy and fresh flavor instantly exploded in the mouth. Jin Yuanbao's pupils quake, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. His nose twitched violently, lips quivered. The taste buds on his tongue began to beat frantically, trying to capture every ounce of lingering fresh flavor. Delicious. The ultimate in deliciousness. The flashbacks began to come back to the golden dollar's mind. The most supremely delicious food you've ever had in your own old home. Masks, pork, elbows, and beef and sauce are steeped in flavor at this moment, and one's own lifetime of savoring experiences begins to flash back. Their deliciousness is as insignificant in front of this pickled fish as a grain of dust is in front of the white moon. He had never tasted such delicious food in his life. No, his last life plus this one. What did he used to eat at Sword Peak? Pig food. It's not even close to pig food, or compared to this pickled fish in this world. No dish one has ever eaten can be compared to it. The flavors are rich and layered and the fish is tender and crisp. With trembling hands, he picked up another piece of fish and carefully placed it in his mouth. This time, the fish is fresh and lubricated, layered with the sourness of sauerkraut and finished with the pungency of dried chili peppers and the freshness of peppercorns. All kinds of flavors intertwined together. A dish let Jin Yuanbao eat countless feelings. Not right. It's a stack of many dishes. The golden dollar hand closed its eyes. Happiness. Too much happiness. Is this what happiness tastes like? Time seemed to stand still in this moment. He slowly chewed the fish in his mouth, feeling the ultimate flavor blossom on his taste buds. He had thought that it was about to end when suddenly a cool chill surged into his sea of consciousness. A slight coolness seeped into the sea of consciousness. Jin Yuanbao felt as if his consciousness was detached from his physical body. It was as if he was in a vast, infinite ocean. Sunlight filtering through the clear waters. In the distance was a huge, snow-white iceberg. Breathing in the air by myself. The air is so fresh and natural. A single ice puffer fish leaped out of the water in groups, surging across the infinite sea level. Jin Yuanbao's heart was shaken by the scene in front of him. He had never seen such a spectacular sight. This is the effect of the inner elixir of the ice fish? The inner dan of the 1,000-year ice spirit fish contained a powerful aura. It can nourish the divine soul and open up the sea of consciousness. This is what it feels like to nourish the divine soul and open up the sea of consciousness. Or is the master flavor so out of this world that one can already hallucinate from eating it? Regardless, Jin Yuanbao let his consciousness immerse itself in this icy, fresh and natural world. Suddenly, barf, a mouthful of sauerkraut exploded in his mouth. The sourness, the freshness and spiciness tingled his taste buds. Two very different sensations hit his senses at the same time. The crisp sourness and spiciness of sauerkraut elevated his world to another level. Sitting by myself on a floating Iceland, eating sauerkraut and taking in the vastness of the ice world, its sprawl and sober nature. The cool chilliness of the ice fish inner dan made his heart happy. Extremely tart and refreshing sauerkraut. Two ultimate taste and visual experiences intertwined. This moment caused Jin Yuanbao's emotions to completely break down. Delicious. Too delicious. What kind of world is one living in? In one's own past? The worlds of my own past were so black and white. Now they're all colorful. Seeing that golden dollar was silent, Ye Duan asked with concern. Yuan Bao, what's wrong with you? Not appetizing? Ruyan Lu also put down her chopsticks and looked at Jin Yuanbao. Golden dollar didn't say anything. When he opened his eyes, tears came uncontrollably. That's right, 2 lines of hot, rolling tears flowed down from Jin Yuanbao's eyes. I'm fine, master. This pickled fish, it's so good. I was touched. WTF? Leaf dust is numb. This is? Eat and cry? In the next second, Jin Yuanbao couldn't hold back any longer. Wow, for crying out loud. Master, this is not a dish. This is not a plain pickled fish. You ended the torture of my taste bud world. Leaf dust froze? This sauerkraut fish, it's crying for Jin Yuanbao? Chapter 39 Golden Dollar's Talent. It's the best of all possible worlds. This sourness is a picture of a dragon, like a fish in water. Heaven and man are one. Golden Dollar came straight out with a series of idioms and hiatuses labeled. It was followed by even more gobbling and snotty eating. No way. It's delicious. So delicious. Yi Chen looked at this scene and cried and laughed, watching Kimmy slamming down her rice and chucking in her food. I was afraid the kid would choke. Eat slowly. Eat slowly. Just after 3 bites, Golden Dollar froze, because he found out his own cultivation level was actually surging. Early Chikushi, middle stage of foundation establishment, late foundation establishment, foundation building, peak, in just a quarter of an hour. One's cultivation level had actually broken through from the early stage of foundation establishment to the peak of foundation establishment. At this moment, Jin Yuanbao could no longer use any words to describe his heart. I only hate myself for being uneducated. And the phrase, I Chao walks the world. Me Chao? 2 words to express the shock in his heart. Invincible. Invincible. A food practice without any side effects. Not only is it delicious to the core, it also enhances cultivation swiftly. What kind of horrible power is this? Even Jin Yuanbao guessed that could it be that senior sister Ruyan Lu's cultivation had skyrocketed because she ate a lot? But in retrospect, Jin Yuanbao realized that what his master had said earlier about pig food was really not wrong. This food, the master really has a pig. Eat all better than other pika, said Jin Yuanbao with a sudden realization. A realization dawned. So that explains everything. If he himself ate properly every day, he would definitely be able to become a Yuaning at an early age and punch the entire sword peak in the face. Master, I know what you mean. Jin Yuanbao put down his chopsticks with steely eyes. Leaf Dust froze. How his own disciples one by one, how suddenly the drama queen is like. Ah, what do I mean? What do I mean? Jin Yuanbao sniffled out his judgment. Master, you want me to eat your cooking every day so that I can make a fast breakthrough and become a Yuaning at an early date, and go back to beat those people at sword peak in the face. Master, don't worry. From today onwards, I'll eat 8 meals a day. 8 meals? Yi Duan couldn't help but spit out. You kid thought of good where does the master have much free time? You, boy, are good at thinking. I don't have the leisure to make it for you, but if it's Ruyan, master consider it. Ruyan Lu pursed her lips when she heard it. Master, you're so bad. You're so sweet, but it's still a steal to hear that you're more important than the Golden Dollar. Master, what a nuisance. Ruyan can't afford to let master worry about it much. Jin Yuanbao awkwardly snapped the back of his head. Ahem. It's also enough. It's also enough. 3 meals a day. At this rate, I'm sure I'll be able to break through Jindan as well, and kill Sword Peak at that time. Golden Dollar gave himself a step down. Yi Duan's laughter gradually stopped. Looking at Jin Yuanbao Chung, who was always eager to prove himself, he also simply confessed. Yuanbao truth be told, I am not prepared to let you cultivate. Jin Yuanbao froze, the smile on his face instantly frozen. What? Not letting yourself practice? How can you stay in Spirit Spring Valley without cultivating yourself? How to hit the Sword Peak crowd in the face? How to make your own father proud of you? Also, the master says he's a genius. Surprisingly, it's not cultivation. This. Jin Yuanbao's expression was stunned. Ha? Why? Because you have no talent. Leaf Dust blurted out. Jin Yuanbao felt like he was spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. He just wanted to retort, but swallowed his words back. Looking at senior sister Ruyan next to her. Indeed, having an immortal magic weapon, the peak of the Jindan stage, and also having an epiphany of the wood origin power. However, 20 Liu Ruyan is the real genius. Wasn't oneself just a cloud of difference compared to one's senior sister? Talent? One really didn't have it compared to senior sister Ruyan. One could even say it's negative. It was only at this moment that Jin Yuanbao, who had calmed down, then looked at his master again. He was curious as to the reason why Yi Chen had accepted himself as his disciple, and was even willing to trade Qingxian Peak for it. What's he in it for? I took you on as a disciple because I value the way of business in you, and what I'm going to teach you is business. This statement was made. Golden Dollar froze. Business? Yi Duan said it was business? Jin Yuanbao was suspicious that he had heard wrong. When Yi Duan asked himself if he liked doing business, he just blurted it out. Is Yi Duan really going to teach himself business? Scholars, farmers and businessmen. Scholars, farmers, and merchants, with commerce being the lowest end occupation, even in the mundane rankings. Among the upper and lower 9 streams, merchants were also categorized as one of the lower 9 streams. Merchants are also categorized as one of the 9 streams of the lower 9, including masters, magistrates, scales, matchmakers, merchants, pawns, time demons, thieves, burglars, and prostitutes. It is enough to show that businessmen have a low status in the secular world. As for their own in the Xinhua, merchants are jia people, each merchant to their household management. A city into the 3 generations cannot be changed. The government levied garrison. They are the first to be the object of the garrison. The status of the same as criminals. The merchant was also an identity that his own father had spent his life trying to get rid of. My father donated money to schools and gave donations for someone else to look at themselves squarely in the eye. And since he had the talent to cultivate, his father had even forced himself to cultivate, beat and humiliated himself, and spent countless amounts of silver to purchase spiritual medicine. In the past, he didn't understand that his father had good intentions, and it was only after entering the Nine-Sword Sect that he gradually understood. Father, perhaps, is right. The images flashed through his mind like a walk in the park. Becoming an immortal and asking for help. That is a profession that transcends the entire mundane world. It's a life that countless people dream of. And Ye Duan, this Nine-Sword Sect's mundane valley master, a great power, yet he wants to teach himself to do business. At this moment, he felt that the world was so magical and unreal. Yi Chuan actually wants to teach himself business? He could sense that his master looked hangdog inside his normal life, but his words were avenue to the core, and he was not a man of nonsense. He's serious. Yuan Bao, do you still remember that I asked you before? Do you like doing business? Yi Duan's voice pulled Jin Yuan Bao back from his memory. You cried out in pain at Sword Peak, and at that time I asked you if you enjoyed trading, and you said yes. At that moment, I knew that Jin Yuan Bao, you are a born businessman. To be able to make a living in Sword Peak, you are a genius when it comes to business. Hearing Yi Chen's words and encouragement, Jin Yuan Bao's fists clenched as he looked seriously at his master. He was touched by Yi Duan's recognition of himself, but Yi Chen's words did not cause his original concept to change. He got serious, too, and sat up straight. Master, do you know the status of those who do business in the secular world? Scholar, agriculture, industry and commerce, and merchants are the least. A scholar is a person who studies and is enrolled in the imperial examinations. An agriculturalist is a person who farms. An industrialist is a carpenter and a blacksmith. And a merchant is the least, and in some regions is even comparable to a criminal. Jin Yuan Bao nodded. Master, truth be told, I was born into a family of businessmen, but since I showed my talent for cultivation when I was 9 years old, my father never allowed me to meddle in the family's business. All his life he's been getting him out of being a merchant. Now that I've managed to get rid of my status as a merchant, you're making me do it back again. Jin Yuan Bao's tone became agitated. I can't convince myself. What's more, a merchant is lowly amongst the mundane world, so how can I make the people of Sword Peak regret it and ruthlessly show them that they are wrong? Am I worthy of you exchanging Qingxian Peak for me? Taking a step back, if it's about business, why would I join the Nine Sword Sect instead of going to my mundane home? Jin Yuan Bao was puzzled and his tone was serious. At this moment, Yi Duan looked at Jin Yuan Bao's calm analysis, his chubby round face revealing the meticulous thinking and logic of a businessman. He smiled. He finally smiled. He knew that he hadn't been wrong about anyone. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, boy, I really wasn't wrong about you. I'll answer your first question first. Why do you think you're not a businessman after you came to the Nine Sword Sect? You open and sit on the market, sell spirit medicine and collect interest, besides the spirit stones your master asked you to give. You should have other business in private right. Otherwise you simply couldn't support Sword Peak and be able to spend so much spirit stones. I'm not wrong, right? When these words came out, Jin Yuan Bao froze. Pupil earthquake. That's right. Besides sitting on the bank, he himself also does the business of collecting spirit stones, selling herbs, and even borrowing spirit stones on weekdays. Leaf Dust was the first person to see through everything about himself. Yi Chuan laughed. Do you think that after you came to the Nine Sword Sect, apart from the silver that was exchanged for spirit stones, what difference is there between what you did and what your father, your family did have? When these words came out, Jin Yuan Bao felt his heart suddenly speed up. Chapter 40, The Merchant's Talent. Yi Chen's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Jin Yuan Bao's heart. He froze, dumbfounded. He sat there, repeatedly chewing on Yi Duan's words. He began to think hard. From Sword Peak to the Nine Sword Sect, what one does, indeed, is still a merchant's business. It's just that the currency has become spirit stones. The essence never changes. Yes, himself is still a businessman. Jin Yuan Bao was silent for a long time, and Yi Chen knew that he had begun to think about what he had said and continued. Golden dollar. So you've never been a merchant. You've just changed the currency from silver to spirit stones, and you've pretended that you're just cultivating yourself. People's words can be deceiving, but actions don't. And isn't it precisely because you're enjoying yourself that you're willing to stay in Sword Peak for how long and willingly don't suck blood to pay for it? Yi Duan's words caused Jin Yuan Bao to freeze. He fiercely would think of himself alone inside his spirit stone warehouse, giggling at the room full of spirit stones, and that one ledger. One's own past. Was it really cultivating immortality and asking for help, or was it a merchant thing that one continued to do in a different place? The answer to the second question is, everyone in the world says that merchants are lowly, but do they know what commerce means? Everything in the world, to the extreme, is the Tao. Cultivating into an immortal, turning one's hand to the clouds and turning one's hand to the rain is the Tao. Buddhism can be the Tao. Even the chanting of scriptures has its own Tao. Why can't business be a kind of Tao? Because the people of the world do not understand this. Yi Chen's voice was calm and steady, carrying an air of looking out of the world. That dangling tone. But let the golden dollar leaf dust in the eyes of heaven and earth for the bureau. Yi Chuan was the only person who could see clearly outside of this chess game. He was so confident that he spoke as if it were the truth. But the whole world has never been so about merchants. The southern wasteland to the northern emperor. The western region to the eastern sea. If it's never like this, it's right? Yi Chuan smiled scornfully. Is it right that it's always like this? Is it right that it's always like this? When these words came out, Jin Yuanbao's entire body only felt his scalp tingling and goosebumps all over his arms. Is it right that it's always like this? What Yi Duan means is that everyone in the world is wrong? Jin Yuanbao felt that his worldview had received a huge shock. It had never occurred to him that anyone would dare to question worldly perceptions so boldly. Much less did he think that this person would be his own master. Yi Chen looked at Jin Yuanbao's shocked expression and said calmly once again, "Golden dollar. If you believe in the words of your master, I think the image of the merchant will change because of you alone. It's never what other people say about businessmen that you have to wait for, but it's being strong enough for businessmen to judge other people." Gold dollar has goosebumps. Businessmen evaluating other people? Day. This is a social position that you would never have thought of in your life if you were a businessman. I think you're going to be the one to bring the world back to the businessman. From now on, scholar peasant worker becomes merchant worker peasant worker. Yi Chen's voice was like a loud bell, echoing in Jin Yuanbao's ears. Change all that? Redefining merchanting? A businessman, a farmer, an industrialist? The golden dollar is numb. Completely numb. If cultivation is what gives you extreme pleasure physically, Yi Chen's words at this moment made it more like a soulful impulse. He felt a rush of hot blood to his head. A strong urge arose in his soul, an urge he had not had in his life. He suddenly remembered the first time he had picked up an abacus as a child. His own hands pressed down on the double plate, tapping the quiet gently. A tingle ran through his scalp. Yes, the scene that Yi Chen had painted for himself gave the soul a strong urge just thinking about it. The grandiose blueprint in Yi Duan's mouth made his heart flutter, and to make something in his heart burn again. Why? Why should businessmen be inferior? He stammered. Master, why me? Leaf Dust looked at the golden dollar. Yes, his posture an ordinary man, but Leaf Dust trusted his judgment. One's own swinging disciple system would definitely not be about making every genius one's disciple, but rather, it would be about letting every person go to the limit, and golden dollar is one of them. He could tell that golden dollar had a love for business, because you love business and have a talent for it. Golden dollar froze. Love? Talent? Since he was a child, he has loved fiddling with goods, haggling, and watching the goods being sold piece by piece and the silver accumulating little by little. This feeling was even more intense than the pleasure brought by cultivation. Is that what love is? And he does always find business opportunities that no one else can find. Buying low and selling high to make a fortune. Could this be a gift? Yi Chen didn't have too much in the way of instilling thoughts into Jin Yuanbao. Now was the time for all of this to begin. Yi Duan, what you want to do is not to change the views of the mundane world about merchants and traders. You can still make the immortal cultivation sect tremble. And Sword Peak will be the beginning. Jin Yuanbao only felt a rush of hot blood to his head, and his sweaty hairs stood up all over his body. Make the immortal cultivation clan tremble? To say that it would make the mundane people change their businessman's views and make the immortal cultivation sects tremble, this was simply a pipe dream. However, Yi Chen said it, but it made him believe it inexplicably. He nodded vigorously. Yi Chen didn't babble and directly began to impart the first lesson. The exchange of value, the cornerstone of business. Jin Yuanbao listened intently, enduring the Lord to sit up straight. Yi Chen picked up a spirit stone and placed it in front of the golden dollar. What is the value of this spirit stone? Among the mundane world? Jin Yuanbao subconsciously replied, 100 taels of silver. Yi Duan shook his head. Wrong. Golden dollar froze. Isn't it 100 taels? Leaf Dust continued. Its value depends on what you need it for. If you need it to cultivate, it's worth the increase in your cultivation. If you need it to buy a potion, it's worth the price of the potion. If you need it to save your life, it's worth your life. Yi Chen's eyes became deep. Remember, the essence of value exchange is the fulfillment of needs. Whoever can better meet demand will hold greater value. Value exchange. Jin Yuanbao was still thinking. Yi Chen threw out a second question once again. Then the question arises, why is the value of a merchant, in the mundane world, the most lowly? Chapter 41. Kneeling to the master on the spot. Jin Yuanbao froze in place as he looked at Yi Chen in a daze, pondering the words he spoke. Yeah. Why? Business has no place in the secular world? Why? If everything has a cause and effect, the merchant status underground has become an axiom in one's perception, as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But Leaf Dust's inquiry implies that businessmen are devalued in the mundane world, and that there is a reason for the hostility. And this is the root cause of the low status of businessmen. At this moment, Jin Yuanbao felt that the world of his consciousness had been turned upside down. He saw the world in a very different light. Master, the apprentice doesn't know. Jin Yuanbao felt like his head was solidifying like cement. He couldn't think of an answer to this question while looking at Yi Chen. Leaf Dust is the wise man. It's the divine immortal. The previous 20 years of one's life had been in vain. This moment is one's new life, because the essence of a merchant is the exchange of value. But a merchant, in the eyes of the mundane emperors, produces no value. Leaf Dust began to briefly summarize it for Golden Dollar. The Shirshu needed to manage the court and the people, so they needed extremely high social status and prestige. Not to mention the farmers, whose labor is needed to produce food, cultivate the land, and run everything from the military to society. Workers produce machinery and build iron. Every trade you can see is someone who can actually produce value and be useful to the emperors. But what value do merchants offer to the emperors? In the eyes of these emperors, merchants were nothing more than left hands inverting right hands, and by purchasing goods to sell, they could easily exchange them for large amounts of silver, which had been created by the peasants and artisans. It would seem that merchants have no real value, and that they even hoard large amounts of wealth that could threaten the position of the emperor. Hearing such an explanation from Yi Chen, Jin Yuanbao pondered carefully, and it was indeed true. There have been cases in my own country where a merchant has been beheaded in public on the grounds that he bribed an official. Massive wealth coupled with power is enough to make every emperor deeply jealous. But, Yi Duan's words turned. In reality, commerce is the most crucial point in all of this. It doesn't produce value directly. It produces value that these emperors don't see. They were blinded by fear and greatly underestimated the merchants. Golden Dollar froze again. Quite simply, commerce is the river that flows on the continent. It is only commerce that can sell agricultural products, that can process agricultural products for sale, that can hoard vast amounts of wealth to provide tax revenue for the country while bringing it to where it is needed. And commerce plays the role of the river. Have you ever seen any valley full of rivers? Mountain peaks, lifeless, without a blade of grass? Silence, a long silence. The rivers are often alive with lush vegetation alongside them. And in the desert, not an inch of grass grows, and the ground is full of yellow sand. Jin Yuanbao sat in place as he quietly listened to what Yi Chen was describing about everything. He couldn't understand it precisely, but he vaguely caught some hints of it. Just standing in Yi Duan's position, he began to understand. Businessmen are, by far, undervalued. Watching the Golden Dollar fall into thought and mull it over, Yi Duan then knew he had succeeded. What he wanted was for Golden Dollar to redefine the position of the businessman in his mind. If he himself despises his profession, he will never succeed. And all you have to do is to build enough rivers. I'll give you an analogy. You can't use spirit stones to curry favor with your brothers and sisters on your knees like you did at Sword Peak. There's no point in kneeling down to curry favor with them. Master, what should I do then? Gold Dollar's little fat hands clenched into fists. He himself had indeed bent over backwards to please everyone at Sword Peak. Now it seemed to be nothing but a joke. You have to treat everyone equally. In the future, the unity will be called a client, and all these spirit stones will not be called assistants. They will be called loans. Ah, a client? Loans? That's right. This is what's called professionalism. The spirit stones these people have after borrowing and lending, laying down and earning you spirit stones, as long as that base is large enough. Immortal cultivators love face, they shouldn't renege on their debts. As long as you borrow from enough people, you are able to sit on an equal footing with the other peak masters, even conversing with the patriarch, and at that time, you weren't a businessman. You weren't one, not a cultivator. What am I? Hearing Yi Chen's description, Jin Yuanbao already felt hot-blooded just from hearing his master's description, and he had a strong hunch that the master was right. He had enough spirit stones and support from his master. You're a capitalist. Ha ha ha. After Yi Chen finished this description, he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly himself. What's going on? What's going on? The boss he hated in his own previous life. Have you become such a person yourself? So he hurriedly changed his words. Wrong word, wrong entrepreneur. You are the entrepreneur. Got it? Understood. Understood. At this moment, Jin Yuanbao had a sudden epiphany. Entrepreneur. Wow. The name sounds high class and upscale all by itself. Yes. What did he get by borrowing spirit stones to his own brothers and sisters? And being so humble and condescending? Hairless? In that case, might as well be a customer. Wow. That's a really good use of the term. Master. Moreover, Ye Duan reminded again when he saw the light emerging from the golden dollar's eyes. You have nothing to lose now. These words once again caused Jin Yuanbao's entire body to tremble. Yeah. Having been driven out by Sword Peak, he had become an outcast of Sword Peak himself, and was already devoid of dignity. He had to commiserate within Sword Peak and suffer the exploitation of his fellow disciples. As for cultivation, 9th level of the Qi refining realm, all the spirit stones had been bloodsucked. There was nothing left to lose but a life himself. But, on what grounds? Why is everything theirs? At this moment, Jin Yuanbao suddenly realized. With that, Jin Yuanbao stood up violently. Master, apprentice brother now has a temporary matter and is going out. Where are you going? Jian Feng, what are you doing at Sword Peak? Demand a debt. Seeing Jin Yuanbao's resolute attitude, Yi Chen did not stop him. Looking at Jin Yuanbao's back as he left, Ruyan Lu clearly felt that Jin Yuanbao's entire aura had changed. Master, he seems to have changed. Oh, what's become of it? How can I put it? When he came here, he was all coy at Sword Peak, and after Master's 3 words just now, I feel like his entire being has bones. Ha 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 ha, Leaf Dust laughed out loud. This girl is quite good at metaphors. Looking up, he saw Liu Ruyan looking at himself with affection, eyes full of softness and charm, delicate rosy lower lip biting lightly, letting the gentleman pick the model. Shifu can be so powerful, everyone who gets close to him is infected by his power. Master, you're amazing. Liu Ruyan's admiration for Yi Duan had once again risen by a dimension. Those words just now, she couldn't understand them, but they were unknown. Yi Chuan gulped down his saliva. This nymphette is really a demon. Only Yi Chuan always felt that something was missing. That Ruyan. Yi Duan also suddenly had a deep expression. Ruyan Lu's expression trembled in anticipation. Is Master going to double cultivate with himself? Remember to do the dishes. Liu Ruyan's expectant eyes dimmed all of a sudden. Well, by the way, will Master Golden Dollar make it? Yi Duan smiled wryly. You should question how far he will succeed. And Jin Yuanbao had already arrived at the entrance of Sword Peak. Chapter 42, Demanding Debts at the Door. Golden Dollar is back in Sword Peak. Just as he reached the door, he heard a snort of laughter. Yo, isn't this Golden Dollar? How come you just got kicked out and you're coming back with a thick skin? The one who spoke was Sword Peak disciple Li Si, with a face of contempt. Today the news that Jin Yuanbao had left Sword Peak to join Spirit Spring Valley spread throughout Sword Peak. In Sword Peak, Jin Yuanbao was a celebrity, but the way to become famous was of course the fact that people could obtain spirit stones from him. As for the attitude towards him, it was outwardly complimentary and polite, but in the bones it was full of disdain. As for Golden Dollar, he was driven away to Spirit Springs Valley. It even made all the Sword Peak disciples laugh. Left the Wine Immortal Sect's strongest Sword Peak to waste Spirit Spring Valley. Ha ha ha, what a fool. And I heard that actually Yi Chen had actually exchanged the right to use Qing Xian Peak for the Golden Dollar. What a fool for the ages. Now saw the Golden Dollar treasure, then Wang Wu was then happy. What are you talking about? My senior brother Jin Yuanbao traded Qing Xian Peak for Spirit Spring Valley. Talented and gifted. Ha ha ha. Put. Old 5. That's a bit of an outlaw comment. Ha ha. Golden Dollar ignored it, not paying the slightest attention to the two men's flirting. Now he just wanted his spirit stones back. You guys go call thunder for me. The guard. Wang Wu frowned when he saw that Jin Yuanbao was outspokenly looking for Lei Ming. Fat ass. Who are you? In Sword Peak, who doesn't bow down to senior brother Lei Ming when they see him? Who gave you the courage to call senior brother Lei Ming by his name today? What? Worship that punk Yi Chen as your teacher? Think you're a genius now? Jin Yuanbao's heart fizzled when he heard the two men chiding him. Then he thought of what Yi Chuan had told him. You have nothing to lose anymore. Re-energized. Lei Ming owes me spirit stones. I'm here to claim the debt. It's only natural to repay debts. Jin Yuanbao calmly uttered these words. It's only right to pay what you owe. These words came out. Li Si, Wang Wu both froze. Jin Yuanbao's tone was flat and reasonable. Debt repayment, heaven and earth. 8 words, but also let the two people want to curse. Humiliating words to the mouth. The whole thing won't work. How does it feel? They're the villains. But the two men immediately came back to their senses and made some kind of bull ***** joke. Jin Yuanbao is nothing but a Sword Peak outcast. A waste of space. Asking for a debt? Jin Yuanbao, give you face is it? Your spirit stone originally is the Sword Peak. Is the master to give you? You still want back? Damn it. I've never seen such a brazen and shameless person like you. Consuming sword peak spirit stones and backtracking. You get the hell out of here right now. The two men instantly lucked out, their hands gripped above their waist, swords about to strike. Jin Yuanbao looked at the two senior brothers in front of him. At this moment, it was considered that the two people were thoroughly seen through. I can't help but laugh at myself. Good ah! It turned out that he had given everything he had, and in the eyes of these people, it was nothing more than the sword peak spirit stones he had used. At this moment, he wasn't holding back any feelings either. Chutzpah? Golden Dollar himself was happy. If you guys really think so, then let Lei Ming come out and I'll confront him face to face. Does he dare? Damn. What a face for you. Wang Wu couldn't bear it anymore and was ready to kick Jin Yuanbao away, telling Jin Yuanbao to get lost. Jin Yuanbao fiercely backed up and took out a transmitting note from his pocket. Talismans were sold at a high price, and only disciples with spirit stones like Jin Yuanbao could use them. At this moment, Jin Yuanbao took out his transmission note and just shouted, "Shocking! Sword Peak disciples beating up fellow disciples. Is it the loss of humanity or the loss of morality?" One shocking word was channeled out. Surprisingly, it conduces to areas such as the other peaks and the cold ice cave. You, what are you doing? Seeing that Jin Yuanbao had used the transmission note, Wang Wu hurriedly stopped. Jin Yuanbao also went out of his way. On the way here he figured out that he had nothing now. He knew that Feng Wuhan and the Sword Peak disciples valued face the most. One can only cause public opinion and use it to get their spirit stones back. As expected, Wang Wu stopped. Jin Yuanbao looked at Wang Wu. I just want to meet my senior brother, Lei Ming. It's only right to pay what you owe. At this time more and more other peaks and disciples gathered at the entrance of Sword Peak. What's the situation? Clanmates killing each other and is a felony. TSK, how does this Sword Peak disciple storm? No fight. Ha, pity. At this moment, Feng Wuhan was beautifully fantasizing about after he owned Qingxian Peak. With Qingxian Peak, one would inevitably be the strongest peak master, and it can lead with other peak breaks. As for the cost, it's just a waste. At this time Wang Wu came to report. Master, there is a clamor outside. How dare anyone? Jin Yuanbao? What's that punk doing here? Isn't he in Spirit Spring Valley? He said he was here to collect a debt. Demanding a debt? Feng Wuhan opened his eyes. The teacup in his hand fell heavily to the ground. A huff flashed under his eyes. Who gave him the nerve? Beat it up and throw it out for me. Master, I'm afraid I can't. No? Do I have to do this little thing myself? The disciples from Red Flame Peak, Spirit Mist Peak, Wind Thunder Cliff, and Cold Ice Cave have all arrived at the entrance. What are they doing here? Watch the fun. Wang Wu awkwardly explained. Feng Wuhan was furious with his blood pressure going up. He valued his own face, and he heard that Jin Yuanbao had actually called the entire Wine Immortal sect to come and watch the fun with a sound transmission note. This little brat is really the inverse of the Big Dipper. A transmission note is used to ask for help. Is that how it's used? Oh, okay. I'll go. I'd like to see how bold he is. Jin Yuanbao, a waste of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Let Ji Chuan be fooled by 2 words and really thought he was a genius. With that, he walked quickly to the door. The doorway, which had been empty a moment ago, was now surrounded by a large number of disciples. Red Flame Peak, Spirit Mist Peak, Wind Thunder Cliff, and Cold Ice Cave. Everyone was curious with sideways glances and talking, only to see Jin Yuanbao actually explaining at the door. Ooh-hoo, everybody judge. Everybody judge. I lent so many spirit stones to the crowd of Sword Peak disciples, and I'll admit it when I'm kicked out of the division due to my stupid talent, but it's only natural to repay this debt. I've lent out all these spirit stones for real. Do you guys dare to believe it? There's actually the first great disciple of Sword Peak in this. My senior brother Lei Ming. That's right. It's that Lei Ming who was at the peak of the Jin dance stage but lost to Ruyan Lu. I'm not saying that it's me who gets the credit for his cultivation. It's just that I helped him purchase the materials for the 500 upper grade Spirit Stone Foundation building pill and the 1000 upper grade Spirit Stone Ling Shao sword in the first place. That's all. That's all. I've come to ask for my spirit stones back now, and they're still going to hit people with their hands. Where is the justice of heaven? Where is the clear sky of my Wine Immortal sect? Just after walking to the door, Feng Wuhan heard Jin Yuanbao's words. The coloring barely made him throw up in disgust. Named the first great disciple of Sword Peak, Lei Ming? You also have to emphasize losing to Ruyan Lu. Also said that he did not have the credit. The more this heard, let the wind no trace face is more and more embarrassing. This punk, how dare he slander Jin Feng? Inside the weekdays are coy and not seen for a moment. Why do you look like a hooligan? Green tea in general. This senior brother of his own is really good at teaching people to be disgusting. The surrounding disciples were also filled with righteous indignation when they heard Jin Yuanbao's words. Wow, I already knew that Sword Peak was strict. I didn't think it was blood-sucking other disciples. In that case, it seems that Sword Peak is nothing more than that, not treating its disciples as people at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I used to kinda worship Feng Master. I really know people's faces. Lei Ming, this is cultivating up by eating human blood buns. Hearing the disciples' discussion, Feng Wuhan became furious and violently pushed the door open. He angrily rebuked Jin Yuan Bao. Who gave you the guts? How dare you slander my Sword Peak? Chapter 43, Spending Money to Get Rid of Disasters. Feng Wuhan pushed out the door. The pressure of the Yuaning stage caused the people present to shut their mouths in an instant. A forceful aura spread. Feng Wuhan stared tightly at Jin Yuan Bao. Jin Yuan Bao, who gave you the guts to slander my Sword Peak? Those spirit stones inside your hand, they weren't distributed to you by me? How dare you turn black and white and say that they are your own? Where did you get so many spirit stones yourself? Who gave you the nerve? Feng Wuhan said this. The surrounding disciples were once again talking. It seems to be true. If it wasn't for Sword Peak's support, could Jin Yuan Bao have so many spirit stones? Indeed, Jin Yuan Bao is only at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and his monthly money should only be a few hundred lower-grade spirit stones each month. So where would he be able to take out spirit stones to give to his own senior brother? It looks like he was kicked out of Sword Peak, became enraged, and came back to humiliate himself. Hearing the crowd's comments, the corners of Feng Wuhan's mouth rose. He knew very well that Jin Yuan Bao didn't have any evidence to prove that those spirit stones were lent out by himself. By common sense, he, a cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, simply couldn't take out so many spirit stones. Since there was no way to prove it, then these spirit stones were what Sword Peak originally had. Thinking of this, Feng Wuhan had to be a little dejected for his own cleverness, and it would be best to interface Jin Yuan Bao to slander Jin Feng and fix the guy up properly. You're finally out. No, ex-master. These 5 years of following your teachings, I haven't kept a single spirit stone for myself. I've always been very grateful to you, even though I'm no longer at Sword Peak nowadays, but I have no teeth to forget your great kindness. Jin Yuan Bao did not directly answer Feng Wuhan's words. Instead, he was grateful to Windless. Feng Wuhan sneered when he heard Jin Yuan Bao's words. Bastard, now you know you're wrong. Apologize? It's too late. Originally, I thought Golden Dollar was giving himself a leg up. The result is the next second. Jin Yuan Bao blurted out. So, in order to be grateful to Master, I am conscientious. Weekdays inside the Sword Peak's every expense. Income, I have entered into the account book. It's convenient for you to access it. If you think that all that spirit stone is Sword Peak, then my disciple will report it in public now. The ledger? Heard the word ledger. Wind Wushu instantly gathered his aura. The mind is in turmoil. This bastard has a ledger? This was now causing Wind Wushu to panic. He killed himself not to think that there was such a thing as a golden dollar. One must know that he had deducted the spirit stones of other disciples inside his weekdays to gift them to Lei Ming, and privately sending disciples down the mountain to take on quests. It's not clean. He was distraught when he heard that Golden Dollar had the ledger. Master, in that case, let me help you remember, said Jin Yuan Bao actually did take out a ledger. In the year 1575 of Tian Yuan, Jin Yuan Bao borrowed 500 medium-grade spirit stones to purchase the foundation establishment pill Lei Ming. In the year 1575 of Tian Yuan, Jin Yuan Bao borrowed 1,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy Lingxiao sword materials, and meteorite iron was lent to Lei Ming. In the year of Tian Yuan 1575, Jin Yuan Bao borrowed Zhang Haobian's air-breaking talisman for 200 medium-grade spirit stones. In the year of Tian Yuan 1576, Jin Yuan Bao lent Li Dan the concentration dan valued at 100 lower-grade spirit stones. In the year of Tian Yuan 1576, Master sent his disciple to the Nine Dragons walled city and obtained top-quality spirit stones 50. Slow. Feng Wuhan panicked because behind, he was the cutie, also heard out that it was the spirit stones earned by his own private disciples taking on missions. There are quite a few other things that are clear to everyone in the dark, and if they really come out in the open, they can't afford to lose this person. Bunny, I can't believe you remember what you've done so well. If the clan knew about it, a chastisement would be inevitable. Feng Wuhan took a deep breath. Although the spirit stones are all given to you by Sword Peak, but considering that you have worked hard for many years in my Sword Peak, you must have functioned as well. So Master can repay you a portion of it. The matter of the spirit stone. I will let the Sword Mound Vault return it as much as it is. How much in total do you calculate? Feng Wuhan looked at Jin Yuan Bao viciously. Anyway, he had the Sword Peak, and he had his own crappy things for so many years. Now that so many disciples were watching, the best thing to do was to spend money to get rid of it. Feng Wuhan consoled himself that those who accomplish great things do not stick to small things. A little impatience leads to a big plan. This little fatso was just asking for spirit stones, so he would just give them to him himself. It's good to send this spiteful seed away first. Not much, just 150. 000 top grade spirit stones. 150. 000? Top quality spirit stones? Hearing this number, Feng Wuhan almost cursed. How much? God? This sword peak disciple, before and after borrowing 150. 000 top grade spirit stones from Jin Yuan Bao? This kid really how rich? And the disciples were stunned by this figure as well. 150. 000 top grade spirit stones? My goodness. No, that's too much of a lion's share. Where did Golden Dollar get so many spirit stones? The sky is the limit. Calm down. Feng Wuxing, you're the peak master. Feng Wushang, he, Jin Yuan Bao, is nothing but a waste. Don't be so general with him. 3 seconds later. Golden Dollar, you take it as a little cutie. No. 150. 000 upper grade spirit stones? Feng Wuhan finally burst out without control. How can there be so many? As soon as Jin Yuanbao heard Feng Wuhan questioning, Jin Yuanbao's expression became terrified. Master, I'm not talking nonsense here. On this account, every single one is clear. If you don't believe me, I'll read it to you, said Jin Yuanbao, again taking the ledger and reading it backwards. This time, Jin Yuanbao was really going out on a limb. Leaf Dust had said that he had nothing left to lose anyway. Opening a business, doing business, lending money, one had given everything for Sword Peak in these 5 years, and the reward was to be kicked out of Sword Peak. Jin Yuanbao had hatred, and now that he watched himself explode and threaten Feng Wuhan, his mood was to feel unprecedentedly happy. Jade and stone feel as if they're good, said Jin Yuanbao raising his pitch. In the year of Tian Yuan 1572, Master sent his disciple to the 9 Dragons walled city and obtained top-quality spirit stones 50. In the year of Tian Yuan 1573, disciple opened the game and sat on the bank, making a profit of 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, and borrowed senior brother Lei Ming to purchase the sword she sold Jade. Tian Yuan 1575, disciple opening, selling blood vine flowers, income 100 top-grade spirit stones, borrowed 1 middle-grade foundation building Dan from senior brother Lei Ming. This Golden Dollar is also going out on a limb. He actually directly exploded all the things that he had done to sit on the fence and pour out the elixir. As soon as he heard the words of the Golden Dollar, there was an uproar all around. How does this sitting make money? Wow! All of it went to Lei Ming? With so many resources. Who is this Lei Ming if not my Sword Peak number 1? The way you put it, the number 1 in this Wine Immortal Sect competition is Liu Ruyan. Oh, I forgot. Wow! This Sword Peak is really eating human blood buns. Heard the Golden Dollar was going to blow itself up. Frightened, Feng Wuhan hurriedly stopped Jin Yuanbao. Crazy, crazy. This kid is going to Jade. Enough, enough. Feng Wuhan hurriedly interrupted Jin Yuanbao's chanting. Spend the money and spend the money. Go to the Sword Mound Vault to collect the spirit stones. Jin Yuanbao hurriedly stopped chanting. Thank you, Master. He ran towards the Sword Mound Vault with his ass in the air. When Jin Yuanbao walked out of Sword Peak after leading the spirit stones. Ooh, thank you, Master. I won't forget these 5 years at Sword Peak. Feng Wuhan was in front of all the disciples. Quick, get lost. The word roll was swallowed hard. Come on. Watching Jin Yuanbao bumblingly receive the spirit stones and happily leave. This kid knows too much. Feng Wuhan had a sinister expression. However, on second thought, Feng Wuhan thought that these spirit stones did belong to Jin Yuanbao, and he also knew quite a few secrets about his Sword Peak. Hopefully, this time it will shut up Golden Dollar. Luckily, he had Qingxian Peak. Otherwise, he would really go on a rampage. Wind Wushu consoled himself. Just turned around between Sun Wen and Sun Wu walked out. The two lowered their voices. Master, something big has happened. What again? Wind Wushu was going to storm out in anger today. What's wrong? What again? Master, our Sword Peak Sword Mound Vault is out of spirit stones. Chapter 44, The Golden Dollar's First Lesson. Multiplication Tables. No more spirit stones? Feng Wuhan never dreamed that there would be a day when Sword Summit would run out of spirit stones. One never seemed to worry about this before when Golden Dollar was around. He turned around and pushed open the thick stone door of the Sword Mound Vault, which was very different from what he had imagined to be an aura-filled scene. It was empty inside. Where are the spirit stones? Feng Wuhan's voice echoed in the empty vault. With a shudder, he was actually getting restless. One must know that there were hundreds of Sword Peak disciples, and every month, eating, drinking, and cultivating required a lot of spirit stones. Not anymore? As far as the eye could see, There was nothing but a few dusty, empty shelves. Where are the spirit stones? Where are the spirit stones? The two of them, Sun Wen and Sun Wu, had helpless expressions. Master, you said that you would compensate Jin Yuanbao with 150,000 upper-grade spirit stones, so you gave them all to him. I, Sword Peak, only have 150,000 top-grade spirit stones? He muttered, suddenly feeling a twinge of weirdness. All the spirit stones went to Golden Dollar? Seemingly, one used to be freehand about the disciples' cultivation, so it was not comparable to other peaks. Sword Peak did not have abundant spirit stone resources even for outstanding disciples. Yet it seemed that, ever since the Golden Dollar had arrived, one had never worried about spirit stones? From Lei Ming to a few of his own favored disciples, they had not only obtained a large amount of spirit stones, but also feats and magic weapons. Spirit stones and magic weapon resources were much more excellent than 10,000 Beast Peak and Red Flame Peak. And it's been that Golden Dollar kid who's been taking care of it all along? A chill surged through his heart. Sword Peak's rise to power was 5 years ago, and that's exactly when it was because of the arrival of the Golden Dollar? Is it all, really, a coincidence? Leaf Dust's line, I can't talk about tearing down. I just think, he's a genius. It suddenly rang in his ears like a thunderclap, shaking his scalp. He winced. Could it be that Kim Wonpai is really a ING genius? Sword Peak's rise to power was because of him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What else can that kid be capable of besides crying poor and keeping score? Feng Wuhan stood up violently, trying to convince himself. It was absolutely impossible for him to accept that Jianfeng's rise was not because of himself, but because of a dead fat man at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. A dog that one despises. Coincidence? Absolute coincidence. Isn't it just opening a bank and keeping score? By the name of Sword Peak, everyone can do it. Sun Wen, Suan Wu, he yelled at the top of his lungs. With a jolt, the two disciples hurriedly bent down and respectfully shouted, Master, what is it? Sun Wen asked cautiously. Why, for years, the vault bookkeeping was taken care of by the Golden Dollar, right? Yes, Master. You too, you've picked up those strange tricks of his by ear. Feng Wuhan didn't believe it. He couldn't accept that a waste that couldn't cultivate had changed everything about Sword Peak. Ha! The two men looked at each other, not daring to say more. Obviously, don't get it at all. Feng Wuxie struck the empty vault with his hand and violently got up to give orders to the two men. From now on, you two are in charge of Sword Peak, and all of you will do things the way Jin Yuanbao used to do them. Understand? Soon all the ledgers were brought over. The two men were a sweaty mess on the spot. It's rather like a little demon being sent out to catch the longevity monk. Master, what do all the numbers on this ledger mean? Sun Wen pointed to the dense handwriting on the ledger, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Sun Wu also came over and scratched his ears. And this? What does this interest mean? Taking advantage of a good time off every day? If Jin Yuanbao had seen it, he would have absolutely cursed the two men for being pig-headed. The two Sun Wen and Sun Wu were gifted in their cultivation, but two people can't add or subtract within 10. Looking at the words on the ledger only made my head spin. Feng Wuhan carried his hands behind his back and his face was ironic. You guys ask me. Who am I going to ask? This is how that dead fatso Jin Yuanbao memorized it. You guys just do as you're told. At this time, a Sword Peak disciple hurriedly ran in, sweating profusely. Senior brother, this month's food expenses, can the capital be collected now? Immediately after that, a few more disciples came, urging in a chorus of voices. My flying sword is broken. Senior brother, give me 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Need spirit stones to fix it. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough this month. I need to purchase his spirit gathering array. Senior brother, give me 50 lower-grade spirit stones. Two senior brothers. Last month we agreed to lend me 30 top-grade spirit stones. A group of people were yakking at the door. Sun Wen and Sun Wu both looked at each other and stammered for an answer. The disciples eyed the silence of both Sun Wen and Sun Wu, started complaining about it. Sun Wen and Sun Wu, in a hurry, not to mention bookkeeping. Now this vault, it's empty. At this moment, Feng Wuhan finally stood out. What's the matter? Sword Peak can't get by without giving you spirit stones? Hearing this and discovering the master, the disciples trembled in fear and hurriedly bent down. See, master, tell everyone to stop all spirit stone expenditures this month. The disciples were so scared that their faces turned pale and they didn't dare to say anything. Feng Wuhan blared fiercely at his disciples. He just couldn't believe it. Sword Peak is missing a gold dollar, and it's still spinning. Jin Yuanbao hummed a little song, weighing the heavy storage ring in his hand, and jogged all the way back to Yi Chen's thatched hut. Master, the spirit stones have arrived. He proudly placed the spirit stone bag on the table. Ding! Disciple Jin Yuanbao has gained 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. 100 times the host's cashback. 15 million top-grade spirit stones back. A system beep sounded in Yi Chuan's head, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Jin Yuanbao rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, "Master, the spirit stone has arrived. Ha ha ha, this is really a relief to ask for Sword Peak spirit stone. Cool." Golden Dollar swings hard. It was the first time he had ever felt like standing up, then began to take out an abacus in his former manner. A book is not as profitable as a book. Jin Yuanbao pulled an abacus out of his pocket and was about to crackle and plan. In the end, he was stopped by Yi Duan, shaking his head. "Golden Dollar, you wait first. This is doing business. Your way won't work." Yi Duan looked at Jin Yuanbao's primitive and backward way of bookkeeping and knew that he first had to give Jin Yuanbao billion points of a small shock. Feel the power of modern math. Hearing this, Jin Yuanbao froze. His own family has been in business for generations, but they all use the abacus to calculate, which is the way from ancient times. The master said no? "Master, where did this come from? Hey, let's play a game." Now there is one ship at the dock with 368 grains of wheat, and there are 164 ships at the dock. So how many grains of wheat are there in all? Such an astronomical figure made Golden Dollar freeze. Immediately afterward, he began tapping the abacus in his hand. Crackle! Who knew that the next second Yi Duan blurted out, 2,028, 352. Jin Yuanbao froze. So fast? But still immediately began to tightly calculate up. For a moment, thatched cottage is very quiet, only crackling abacus sound. Chapter 45 Math on the Lottery. Golden Dollar picked up the abacus and crackled and rattled it. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead due to the huge numbers. After a long time, he finally came up with the answer. 2,228,352. It's exactly the same as what Leaf Dust said, and unlike what he had done, which had taken him a few minutes, the master had taken only a second. Jin Yuanbao was slightly shocked in his heart. This speed was too fast, right? Your own master can count without an abacus? Master, how did you calculate this? A strong curiosity surfaced in Jin Yuanbao's mind. He never thought about it. The world actually had a way of calculating more quickly and efficiently than his own family. And it feels like you've been descended upon. Leaf Dust laughed. What if I'm the one cheating? Why don't you try a question? Jin Yuan pondered slightly. A complicated equation was uttered. A store, which sells 1,234 quintals of rice per day, has 67 stores, and on this day a new store was opened to promote a sudden increase in the quantity of 8,901 quintals of rice. And after removing the 3,456 quintals of rice which had been stored in the two previous cellars, it was asked, how many quintals of rice were sold in all? Jin Yuanbao thought the math was horribly complicated, for his own father proposed this test question to the great masters of each region. In other words, someone who has successfully calculated the question. All of them are comparable to the bookkeeping skills of a big boss who can do it all on his own. This is the highest rating among merchants. And for this question, the average calculation time is 2 hours. Back then, he had privately and quietly calculated it himself, and it was the answer that took him nearly half an hour to figure out with his calculator. The answer to this question is 674,022. He looked to his master, expecting that it would make his master think, hesitate, or at least not be as easy as breathing. It's better to be hard to beat your own master. However, Yi Duan just swept a glance at the arithmetic formula and blurted out, 1,234 times 567 plus 8,901 minus 3,456 and then multiplied by 2. The answer is 674,022. Exactly the same. Correct answer? The moment Jin Yuanbao heard the answer, he was completely shocked. His eyes were wide and his mouth was open, half speechless. How is this possible? The master surprisingly came up with the answer in an instant. He felt like his worldview had been turned upside down. Not a quarter of a second, but a second. How did the master do such a tedious calculation? At this moment, Jin Yuanbao's entire body froze in place. His little head froze once again. It's over. It's over. He had always felt that he was a smart person. How come he felt like an idiot in front of his master? Master, how did you do it? Leaf Dust smiled faintly. What's this? How hard can a multiplication and division be for anyone with 9 years of compulsory education? Want to learn? Golden Dollar's head nodded into a chicken peck. Yi Duan picked up a pen and wrote down 10 numbers from 0 to 9 on the paper. It's from 0 to 9, representing different numbers. Jin Yuanbao looked at the strange symbols with a bewildered look on his face. You can understand it as, these are called Arabic numerals and each one represents a different number from 1, 2, 3, 4. Jin Yuanbao hesitated slightly, but immediately nodded. Master's stuff. Just learn it. That's awesome. Yi Chuan continued to explain. Next is the 99 multiplication mnemonic, which allows you to quickly calculate multiplication. You memorize the result of each number and just correspond to it. He began to list the 99 multiplication table. 1 gets 1. 1 gets 2. When you have learned these two, it is the calculation of multiplication. After Yi Chen listed the first equation and handed it over to Golden Dollar for calculation, that comes out as an answer. It made Golden Dollar freeze. Look at the clear and concise numbers in front of you. The clear and quick calculations. Jin Yuanbao's hand, which struck the abacus, was trembling with an intense restlessness and excitement. That's too fast. Jin Yuanbao's entire body was like sifting chaff. It was frenzy and anxiety. His face was flushed and there was a wild gleam in his eyes. Wild with the fact that he had learned a whole new way of calculating. An intense anxiety and lethargy ensued. His heart could not help but begin to associate him with the idea that such bookkeeping, if extended, would subvert all bookkeepers. All the bookkeeping they had learned before was simply worthless and completely useless. Under the impact of two emotions, for a keen businessman, he was acutely aware that the Arabic numerals would bring about a dramatic change in the entire business world. Yi Duan couldn't help but laugh dumbly as he looked at Jin Yuanbao's appearance. It's just the most basic math. Math? It was the first time Golden Dollar had heard the word. The eyes looked at Yi Duan and couldn't wait to kowtow in homage. It was important to know that in the past, Jin Yuanbao's respect for Yi Chen was because of Yi Chen's understanding or encouragement of himself. And at the moment, it's rather a spiritual look up. Respect from the heart. Good. That's the kind of bookkeeping you'll want to be proficient in from now on. Next is the highlight. And there's more. There's more? Jin Yuanbao's pupils were dilated, fearful of missing a word. The deal you made before. Sit on the bank. The corners of Yi Dust's mouth rose. In a previous life, one could know well that those spinach are no different from money printing machines. This world doesn't have these rules, because cultivating immortality is a matter of death for you and death for me. With a golden dollar for yourself, you can just let go and start doing it. Jin Yuanbao sat up straight, afraid of missing a word. You would let the clan disciples guess the winners and losers every time there was a clan competition before, right? That's right, Master. Jin Yuanbao froze and hurriedly nodded his head. So now the question is, if it's sitting on the fence, then someone must be faking it, right? It's inevitable. Indeed, Master. I did meet a few times where they joined forces to fight a fake match, but Sword Peak's reputation was hard and forced them to speak up. So now the question arises, why would you want to put winning and losing into the hands of being, instead of yourself? Yi Duan followed the advice. Why do you have to do business only every time there's a clan competition, and not just on an unusual basis? If unusual is possible, wouldn't you be able to earn spirit stones every day? Jin Yuanbao's brain raced and began to think about this. Yi Duan didn't urge him on, just looked at him quietly. After a long time, Jin Yuanbao felt like a muddle inside his head. You can't keep up with Master's pace at all. Master, please also clarify. My disciple is stupid. Yi Duan didn't beat around the bush either. Straight away, he took a pen and drew a few Arabic numerals on the table. Number 1. You don't need to have people come in and decide because guessing winners and losers is essentially just a game. You can have your guests guess other things, like numbers. Figures? Yi Duan nodded. For example, if a customer chooses 6 red ball numbers from numbers 1 to 33, followed by 1 blue ball number from numbers 1 to 16, purchasing a single number costs 10 top quality spirit stones. If the numbers are exactly the same, you can give away a spirit stone reward. So what's the reward for guessing the right number? 100, 000, 100, 000? Leaf Dust laughed. Golden Dollar was really overestimating the odds of the lottery. Too little. 200,000? Golden Dollar once again guessed a number. Yi Duan shook his head again. Be bold. Man, could it be $1 million? Jin Yuanbao was choking. It was an astronomical figure. As a result, Yi Duan shook his head once again. What? Not yet? $5 million. At least 5 million top-grade spirit stones. More? How much? 5 million. Top-quality spirit stones. Golden Dollar jumped straight up. 5 million top-grade spirit stones? 99% of immortal cultivators would never be able to earn so many spirit stones in their lifetime. 5 million? Master, crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Where do you buy this game? I'll buy it now. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yi Chuan laughed out loud. Alright, then you buy it now. Just use your 150,000 spirit stones and let's try it. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. That's 5 million. Anyone who has it is good enough to go against the grain. Isn't Master giving away spirit stones to himself? As a result, Yi Duan reached out and out of thin air, Several slips of paper appeared, marked with different numbers and colors. The two started keeping score out of thin air, drawing lottery tickets, and drawing prizes. Ugh, almost. Next time for sure. What's going on? Master, you can't be cheating. 10 minutes later, the golden dollar went numb, because his own 150,000 spirit stones were empty. Chapter 45 The Lottery. 3 melons and 2 dates. Golden dollar froze in place. Looking at the empty spirit stones in front of him, he realized that those seemingly simple numbers, like demonic ghosts, possessed some kind of magic. Each time the numbers were about to come out, one's heart was racing with anticipation. But when the numbers are the same, one's heart races, and if they're not, one's mood crashes to the bottom. The result is that you don't win every time. And yet, I'm partial to the illusion that I'm close to the jackpot number. It's just a little bit more than that. I'll definitely win next time. Even Master, to make the game seem fair. First, second, third and fourth prizes were also set. One spends a lot of spirit stones to select a sea of numbers. Although the occasional third or fourth class general was won, the overall loss was made. Just the mere thought of the 5 million top-grade spirit stones sparked a glimmer of hope in his heart. It was during such a process when he came back to his senses. The 150,000 top-grade spirit stones he had asked for back from Sword Peak were gone. At this moment, Jin Yuanbao felt that he had fallen into a big net. Master. Jin Yuanbao finally came back to his senses. Why is this happening? He couldn't understand how the huge amount of spirit stones, which clearly felt within reach, had disappeared without a trace. It's simple. Probability. Leaf Dust calmly explained. The number you chose, known as the red ball, needs to be 6 numbers from 1 to 33. How many combinations are there in that, do you know? Golden Dollar shook his head in bewilderment. He knew it was hard, but he always had the illusion that he could hit it. There are 1107568 combinations. Yi Chen stretched out a finger and gestured in the air. And Blue Ball is a choice of 1 from 1 to 16. With only 16 possibilities. Multiply the 2 possibilities, which is 1107568 times 16, equals 177211088. Yi Duan looked at Jin Yuanbao's increasingly confused eyes and patiently explained. That means the probability of you picking all the numbers is 1 in 17,721,888. Master, is this probability difficult? This probability is even lower than the probability of you ascending to immortality. Cough cough. Jin Yuanbao coughed violently. Less probable than his own ascension? For a moment he didn't know if Yi Chen was praising himself or undermining himself. Harder than ascending to immortality yourself? There was a hint of flirtation in Yi Chen's tone, but it made Jin Yuanbao think carefully. 1 in 1721,888? Why was he completely unable to perceive it? Leaf Dust laughed. But Master, why? I can't feel it at all. I always have the illusion that I'm just a little bit short. Because of expectations. Expectations? Yi Duan nodded. Every game has an expected value, which is the average amount of spirit stones you expect to win or lose each time you guess the numbers in the long run. For this game of guessing numbers, expectations are negative and pretty much are, which means you just have to throw enough and it's only a matter of time before you lose. But in your mind, all your attention is on that 5 million spirit stones, a number that is huge enough, so big that it is difficult for an ordinary person to calculate and judge the probability of obtaining behind this. All you can see is 10 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones in exchange for 5 million upper-grade spirit stones. So it's only a matter of time before you lose all your spirit stones. Dead silence. Complete dead silence. At this moment, for the first time, Jin Yuanbao felt a kind of spiritual intellectual crushing. Then the aura and the cultivation of their own masters. This kind of mental crushing makes itself admired while expanding what's in your head. After a little thought, Golden Dollar grabbed his hair for the moment. The Golden Dollar generates strong feelings. He himself used to feel like he was eating pig food in other clans. But now, he realized that he was a pig in the head himself inside the other clans. A pig's brain. What Yi Duan taught himself was too awesome. Bull be too only. Only after a long silence did Jin Yuanbao speak again. Master, I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. Cough cough. Yi Duan died laughing. This guy. Alright, next up is the task I'm giving you. Your task is simple. First, start keeping score using Arabic numerals. Second, set up a lottery ticket and start messing around with spirit stones. How many spirit stones can Master earn from this? The Wine Immortal Sect has about 30,000 people. Even if half of them buy it, that's 15,000. Leaf Dust simple calculation. Let's assume a lottery ticket. 10 lower grade spirit stones. Jin Yuanbao's eyes widened. 10 lower grade spirit stones? Assuming each person buys 10 sheets. That's 100 lower grade spirit stones, or 1 upper grade spirit stone. Yi Duan continued. In other words, Our daily net profit is 15,000 top-grade spirit stones. Leaf Dust paused. Jin Yuanbao was completely dumbfounded. 15,000 top-grade spirit stones? That's a number you wouldn't even think of. And still every day. One could know very well that for a normal peak, the total income from spirit stones for a month was only 15,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yet your own master, who earns it in a day? However, Yi Chen's words once again staggered Jin Yuanbao. Golden dollar. Remember not to be fooled by the 3 melons and dates. This is just the beginning. Chapter 46, in Spirit Spring Valley. Everyone has the right to failure. Jin Yuanbao froze, but then immediately bowed his head. Master, understood. He didn't ask more questions, nor would he, because now, Yi Chen was no longer as simple as the Nine-Sword Sect's Valley Master or his own master in his own mind. Leaf Dust instilled the concept of math and probability as two options for himself. There is only one word for it: divine. The master's wisdom struck him as beyond his understanding. So for what Yi Chen told himself, he only needed to trust it. So if the master says that 15,000 spirit stones are 3 melons and 2 jujubes, then it is 3 melons and 2 jujubes then. He was now his own master's brainchild. Liu Ruyan looked at Jin Yuanbao, head nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. The heart was happy, and the admiration for the master was even greater. Hey, the master is really good himself. Although he could not understand what the master was saying, unknown, the master was very powerful on the right. Yi Chen was no longer full of aura in his own mind now. Rather, they are godlike. Master awesome. Then you start going to design it now. Understood, master. Jin Yuanbao took a deep breath. Due to actually practicing the lottery with Yi Chen before, Golden Dollar has a deeper understanding of the lottery. The Golden Dollar was designed starting from the naming to the probability. Sink into it wholeheartedly. Soon a name for a lottery called the Immortal Luck Tome was established. Immortal Fortune Tong Tian Talisman. Yi Dust nodded in satisfaction. This kid, naming it is a bit of a statement. Immortal Luck Through the Sky Talisman, which is both immortal and foretells good luck, makes one's heart flutter when one hears it. After all, 5 million top-grade spirit stones was through the roof for an ordinary immortal cultivator. Then, Golden Dollar he began to write and draw on paper, designing the style of the lottery, the game, and the prizes. As after learning that probability and math are behind this, Golden Dollar felt his mind and logic clear as a bell. And Yi Duan was also giving Golden Dollar some inspiration from the side. From the simplest single numbers to consecutive numbers, leopards, straights and more, all of them were arranged to fit the name of the Nine-Sword Sect. For example, the Ascension Prize, Transition Prize and so on, ranging from 100,000 to 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. Golden Dollar is fully immersed in the design of the lottery. His mind was racing, his insides sinking in. This state of total commitment, it allowed Golden Dollar to experience a level of focus and pleasure that he had never experienced before. It is an experience of heart flow, a state of forgetfulness. He had never felt this way before. Yes, it's something he didn't even have when he was practicing, and he liked it. He liked doing business. It was the purest love of his heart. In an instant, he was incomparably grateful and moved for having followed Yi Chen. Without Yi Chen, perhaps he would not have started trading again in his life. As for the pie that Yi Duan had painted for himself, he would be able to completely change the social status of businessmen in the future. In this moment, it made him also feel like they weren't out of reach either, but more and more tangible. It is also in this state of exuberance and concentration. One afternoon, Jin Yuanbao designed the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian Talisman in its entirety. It's done. Golden Dollar raised his hands high, handing a thick pile of paper to Yi Chen. Master, the design of the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian Talisman is complete. Yi Duan took it and carefully flipped through it. The Immortal Luck Passage Talisman, which uses a similar gameplay to the lottery, with the exception of some of the names being modified. Almost all of the settings and gameplay were actually designed by Golden Dollar in its entirety. Perfect reproduction, especially since he has actually learned to calculate probabilities and tally them up. Yi Duan was very satisfied, knowing that this was Golden Dollar's first contact with math and probability. Just to be able to perfectly design the lottery and the probability. This kid, he's really a genius. After a long time, Yi Chen closed the paper and patted Jin Yuanbao's shoulder with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, not bad. You really are a genius. Ha ha ha, it's more perfect than I thought. It's all because Master taught me well. Jin Yuanbao hemmed and hawed. Somehow hearing Yi Chen praise himself filled him with strength, an ass full of inexhaustible energy, trying to jump up and down. OMG, this new master of his own is really good at talking. Woohoo! He himself had never heard a single compliment at Sword Peak. Alright then, today is almost over. free to move around. Yi Chen waved his hand. I really wore myself out today. Speaking for 40 minutes. A free-for-all? Yi Chen's vocabulary directly caused Jin Yuanbao to freeze. Realize that at Sword Peak, everyone spins on a rotating axis. Cultivation, internal clan trials, outgoing trials, meditation and cultivation, and upgrading magic weapons. Everyone was fighting for spirit stones and cultivation. However, this sentence of free activity by Yi Duan suddenly gave him a whole won't. He couldn't help but look at Ruyan Lu. Senior sister, what does this free movement mean? Liu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, puffing. That is, you want to do what you want to do. Do what you want to do. That is what the master said about free movement. But you have to get used to it. Why? Our routine from now on will be free movement. Golden Dollar froze, watching Ruyan Lu get up and go back to her straw hut. Golden Dollar stood up as well, but he suddenly looked around blankly, because he suddenly realized that he didn't know what he was going to do. That feeling where everyone tells themselves that you have to soar. You have to have the spirit stones and become stronger. Suddenly, one day, a man appears who playfully taps his shoulder. Boy, are you tired? Sit down and rest. Do what you want. Golden Dollar couldn't describe exactly how he felt. It just feels alright. Inside, as if this is the life you wish to live. Even if one has a touch of ground. Nothing to do. At Sword Peak, there is no stopping. To become stronger, to obtain a better magic weapon. A better technique. Each one is a tool. Everything had to be done and arranged to be carried out at the request of Feng Wen. At this moment, Jin Yuanbao looked at Yi Chen. Master, then I will continue to design and research the lottery. Out of a habitual trepidation and anxiety, he still can't help but want to do something about it. Ha? You're going to keep working? Leaf dust went numb. 99.6 in one's last life felt anticlimactic. A disciple in your own life. One better than the other? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's right. Master, if I don't succeed in designing the lottery. Master, if I fail, I'll be sorry for what you expect of me. I don't want to disappoint you. Hearing Golden Dollar's reply, Yi Duan puffed and laughed. Ugh. This guy, he just knows too much. He looked at Golden Dollar. Golden Dollar, did you just ask me what would happen if I failed? Yes, I'm sorry that Master failed. Egu, Golden Dollar, if you fail, you fail. Jin Yuanbao heard Yi Duan's answer. Failure is failure. He couldn't help but get his eyes moist. Did he hear himself correctly? If you fail, you fail? This was the answer that Leaf Dust gave himself. He'd thought of many answers, but never this one. A sudden warmth inside. Yes. Golden Dollar, don't put so much pressure on yourself. In Spirit Spring Valley, everyone has the right to fail. Ha ha ha, we're master and disciple. We're supporting each other. Not pressurizing each other. So it's no big deal if you fail. I, Senior Sister Ruyan, will encourage you. Ha ha. Then Yi Duan reminded again. Jin Yuanbao, you are a genius. This is me believing in you. You shouldn't feel pressurized. Ha ha ha, you don't live for me. You live for yourself. As for making me expect such things, forget it. What do you mean by that, Master? Ha ha ha, because I'm the biggest waste of the Nine Swords sect. Yi Chen laughed out loud. I'm a waste of space. How can I expect you guys to become successful? Ha ha, standing in place. Jin Yuanbao, after listening to Yi Duan's words, snot and tears flowed. Tears flowed uncontrollably at this moment. Chapter 47, I feel a little uncomfortable in my body. In Spirit Springs Valley, everyone has the right to fail. Failure is failure. Ruyan Lu and I will encourage you. Master, I'm the biggest loser in the Nine Swords sect. Listening to Yi Duan's sentence, Jin Yuanbao tried to control his emotions, but he still couldn't help choking up, tears bearing down his face. He couldn't describe what he really felt inside as of right now. He suddenly felt that he was not alone. In the short day in Spirit Spring Valley, he felt a warmth that he hadn't felt in 5 years at Sword Peak, and a release and relaxation that I have never felt before in my life. Master, he bowed deeply again. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Yi Duan looked at Jin Yuanbao's look of gratitude. His heart was helpless. Ruyan Lu was so exactly like him, but he knew profoundly that his master was not the waste in the eyes of others. Are you kidding? He's a true powerhouse of the Nine Swords sect. Alright, don't cry. Are you not sure what for? The corners of Yi Duan's mouth rose. Give your protege a little shock today. Gold medalist angler. Applying to play. You accompany Master to go fishing. Fishing? Yeah, fishing, cultivating the body and temperament, is a great pleasure in life. Yi Chuan said, the corner of his mouth rising. Master, fishing is the real master. Okay, Master, let's go fishing. So Golden Dollar took 2 fishing rods. The 2 of them took their fishing rods and went to an ordinary stream in Spirit Spring Valley. The stream is crystal clear. Come, Yuan Bao. Fishing is also a discipline. For the master will teach you some fishing secrets today. Ye Duan cleared his throat. First, choose the right bait. Look at the fish in this stream. Like to eat. Leaf Dusts observed the stream. Like to eat. Like to eat red bugs. He fished out a box of red earthworms from his storage bag. Golden Dollar nodded. The master is really good at everything. Bull. After hanging up the bait, Yi Chuan continued to speak. Secondly, the technique of casting is also important. You have to apply even pressure and the right angle in order to cast the hook to the desired position. For example, if you look at the middle of the stream, it's perfect and there should be fish. Yi Duan said and demonstrated as he gently flicked the fishing rod. The rod landed in the middle of the stream with a snap. Yi Duan said and gestured for Jin Yuanbao to learn from himself. Golden Dollar nodded. Master, I understand. So Golden Dollar picked up the rod and cast. So what do we do now, master? Jin Yuanbao, you kid is just fussy. Fishing is the most important thing is to have patience. To be stable, cannot be anxious. The words just fell. The fishing rod sank hard on the Golden Dollar side. There was a churning of the water and a big, fat grass carp, 10 pounds, was flung ashore. Wow, what a big fish! Golden Dollar exclaimed excitedly. Master, what you taught me really works. Leaf dust? What's going on? What's going on here? He looked at his empty fishing pole. Another look at the large, living grass carp in Jin Yuanbao's hand. Why does it feel slightly broken? A rookie halo must be a rookie halo. He coughed and forced himself to calm down. Well, not bad, not bad. Beginner's luck. It's normal, it's normal. Leaf Dust stroked his non-existent beard in a pretense of sophistication. Pointing to his rippling drift, he said fervently, this fish, not too rational. How quickly the fish is luck. You should know that the key to fishing is the word stillness. You have to have a mind like still water in order to sense the heartbeat of the fish. In order to. Before the words fell, the fishing rod on Jin Yuanbao's side once again sank violently, and with a splash of water, a carp even bigger than just now was yanked onto the bank by him. Whoa! This one is even bigger. Master, what you've taught is truly divine. Kim Dollar waved his fishing rod excitedly. Leaf dust? He felt his cheek twitch slightly. Quiet. A mind like water? He felt like his heart was racing wildly at 180 miles per second at the moment, right to the edge of collapse. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? If you don't have Wind Queen Strange Door yourself, you are probably in the Air Force every day. And this kid came in with 2 big fish? Calm down. Yi Duan, calm down. This kid is not just lucky. Newbie aura. Cough. Yi Duan struggled to maintain his high-class demeanor. Well, not bad. The children are teachable. This shows that you have initially grasped the essence of being a master. Master, you're amazing. Jin Yuanbao had a face of adoration, completely not noticing Yi Chen's stiff smile. Master, you're really a god. No matter what, you're always proficient. You purposely didn't fish, and gave the opportunity to me, right? Right your mom's ass. It was just that Yi Chen still laughed on the surface. Ha ha ha, Golden Dollar, this is all seen by you. He took a deep breath and decided to change his strategy. Yuanbao, the way of fishing is profound. It's not enough to know stillness. You need to know the essence of movement. Look, he picked up the fishing rod, imitating the movements of the masters in his memory, and with a flick of his wrist, the line drew a graceful arc and fell into the water with precision. This simulates a worm falling into the water and attracts carnivorous fish to tear into the bait. Wow! Master is so handsome. Jin Yuanbao was starry-eyed. Leaf Dust raised his chin in triumph. He was about to continue explaining the meaning of movement when he saw Jin Yuanbao following his example. And the difference was that once again his rod was bent into a bow. Yi Dust had a black question mark on his face. I'm Nima. Jin Yuanbao threw himself hard, and a big black catfish that was alive and kicking was thrown to the shore by him, splashing Yi Duan with water. Master, your jiggle fishing technique is out of this world. I really had an eye-opening experience today. Golden Dollar's face was red with excitement. He suddenly felt the joy of fishing. Just then, Golden Dollar's fishing rod shook violently once again. Master, here comes another one. This one seems bigger. Golden Dollar exclaimed excitedly. Leaf Dust. 1 hour later, Golden Dollar's caught up 10 big fish, and Yi Duan he was again in the Air Force. Yi Chen took a deep breath to come. Golden Dollar. Ha! Master, what is it? This fishing is so much fun. Master, I'm so touched. I'm really impressed that you didn't catch a single fish just to give me a fishing experience. Brother, you're touched. Is it because I don't want to fish? Is no mouth at all? Leaf Dust was about to storm out. Suddenly I felt a tremor in my rod and the fish was in the mouth. The corners of Yi Duan's mouth rose. Apprentice, watch out for Master's pull. Master, watch this. Whoa, The rod slices an arc through the water. Ye Duan's fishing rod was instantly pulled up. On the fish hook in front of each one, a 1-inch long small fish struggled hard. That's right, 1 inch long. The corners of Ye Duan's mouth twitched. "Ai Naya, is this reasonable?" And next to him, Jin Yuanbao exclaimed, "Master, Bull B, how small fish you can catch." Ahem. Leaf dust has slightly broken his defense. Yi Chen looked at Jin Yuanbao. "Jin Yuanbao, let's go back first today." "Master, what's wrong? It's just getting started. Fishing is so much fun." Leaf dust was expressionless. "I'm feeling a little under the weather." Chapter 48. How much can you win with this talisman? Not much more than 5 million. Golden Dollar immediately tensed up. "Master, where are you uncomfortable? I'll go grab you some medicine." "Don't you dare do anything." The corners of Yi Duan's mouth twitched. "Thank you so much. It's okay, just rest." The sun is setting in the west, and the remnants of the sun are burning. Spirit Springs Valley gradually darkened. As the back was just the Golden Dollar kept hitting the fish and Yi Duan kept Air Force. Yi Duan was simply powerless to spit. It's finally dusk. Well, it's getting late, so go back. Jin Yuanbao scratched his head, looked at his bamboo basket full of river fish, and smiled heatedly. "Master, fishing is quite fun." Yi Duan directly changed his face. "Playing with things, remember playthings lose their will." Jin Yuanbao hurriedly nodded solemnly. "Master, understand. Master understands." He cleaned up the fish neatly with his hands and feet and followed Yi Duan back to the thatched hut with his ass. The two people re-entered the thatched hut in Spirit Spring Valley, and Yi Chuan asked Jin Yuanbao to give all the river fish to Liu Ruyan to cook the fish soup. Seeing the bamboo baskets full of river fish, Jin Yuanbao couldn't hold back any longer and directly started blowing. "Senior sister, Master is really too good. You don't even know anymore. Master just gently instructed me, and my fishing skills have skyrocketed. Wow, that's a lot of fish for one afternoon. Ha ha ha. Master is truly an all-rounder. An all-rounder. Master's fishing skills are out of this world. Even hiding on purpose for my sake. Deliberately hiding?" The corner of Yi Duan's mouth twitched as he listened. Jin Yuanbao looked at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with moving tears. "Master, I know you're trying to take care of my emotions. It's my first time fishing. You purposely didn't catch the big fish, only the little ones, in order for me to have the experience. And finally, even what was the name of the one you were talking about? Air Force? Don't say it." Jin Yuanbao's tone was moved to the point of trembling. "Master, you're just too good to us. Really, you don't have to be like this next time." The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth twitched, but then he revealed an awkward yet polite smile. "Golden Dollar, I can't thank you enough." Ruyan Lu looked at Yi Duan with eyes full of spring. "The master is amazing. Even fishing is so proficient and careful. Woohoo! Moving. Master, you guys are tired today. I'll cook you a meal right away. Fresh stewed fish soup." Leaf dust nodded. Finished. Yi Duan now had an illusion. Two of his own disciples had already made themselves gods. One is only afraid that if one spits now, they will say that one is practicing. Be spontaneous, maintaining a self that does everything right. But that's just it. He was going to lie down anyway, and there was nothing wrong with his apprentice being good. No, Ruyan Lu's cooking skills have come up. After a while, Liu Ruyan had already stewed the Snow White as milk like fish pond. After Yi Chuan drank it, his stomach was warm and his body was comfortable. Inside the thatched hut, the lantern flickered and swayed. The three men warmed themselves in silence with fish soup. Everyone's tense bodies and nerves were completely relaxed. The mind is empty. I have to say, it feels good to be like this. Jin Yuanbao let out a long breath and looked out into the valley. Streaming blue fluorescence appears from time to time at night, and the overall tone is all black. "Master, this day, it's so comfortable. It's so nice to not have to think about anything. Just to be quiet and stay quiet." Ruyan Lu felt the same way, only she kept her gaze fixed on Yi Chen. Under the slightly dim lantern light, she looked at Yi Chuan's face, and her own mind and body did completely relax. And this time of year nourishes a twinge of longing within. "Master, so handsome. I really want to have something shameful with Master." Her eyes grew more drawn. Yi Chuan smiled. "It's quite nice, drinking hot fish soup, looking at the scenery outside the window, and emptying your head. But it could be better here." "Better?" The two men lit up before their eyes, and Yi Chuan hemmed and hawed. "In the future, you guys will know. Jin Yuanbao, Master is going to teach me to earn more spirit stones. Liu Ruyan, Master is so bad, wanting to be shy with people in a place like this, but he sure likes it himself. Yi Duan, less fireworks. Later repair some bars, food stalls, so that this Spirit Springs Valley slightly lively up more fireworks." The three men went back to their rooms to rest in their own thoughts. Early the next morning, Jin Yuanbao took the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian Talisman early in the morning and prepared to go out to sell it. The Immortal Fortune Tong Tian Talisman is a translucent talisman with the ability to fill in the desired number according to the requirements of the purchase. Jin Yuanbao grunted and brought the storage ring to the bottom of the Demon Locking Tower. Beneath the Demon Locking Tower of Sword Spectre Valley, there was an endless stream of disciples coming and going, each of their eyes flooded with fighting spirit and killing intent. After all, the Demon Locking Tower is a dangerous place. Everyone is well dressed and immortal. Suddenly the golden dollar came. He came to the door and yelled at the top of his lungs like a peddler. Don't miss it if you're walking by. Immortal Fortune Tong Tian Talisman, one talisman in hand. Hope I have. You can't lose by buying it. You can't be fooled. The Sword Peak disciples were passing by and saw the golden dollar. Long ago, they harbored a grudge. Yo, isn't this the punk who was kicked out of Spirit Spring Valley by Feng Feng Master? Not cultivating properly, but even doing this kind of lowly trade. What a disgrace. Is this what you want to make my Sword Peak regret? Daring to ask for money at my Sword Peak yesterday. What a big face. Jin Yuanbao's heart fluctuated without any fluctuation. Jian Feng and himself were too clear. As the master said, this business, there is no good or bad, only customers. The person in front of him was not an enemy cursing him, but a client waiting to be developed. This time the disciples from the other peaks all questioned and disdained as well. Among the scholars, peasants, farmers and businessmen, the merchants are the lowest. And those who cultivate transcend the worldly 9 streams of occupation is the ceiling of the profession. Gold Dollar actually does business in the world of cultivation land. It was simply a disgrace to their wine immortal sect. Jin Yuanbao. Those who cultivate immortals should seek the way first. How can they gain the way when they think about these petty gains all day long? It's simply a travesty. One of the people standing at the front was Li Moshwan of the Cold Ice Cave. Li Moshwan had a thin figure, and his skin was pale due to years of cultivation in the Cold Ice Cave. He fancied himself as a scholar and a cultivator, and endeavored to enter within the 9 Swords sect, and the thing he most despised was merchants. And among the scholars, peasants, and workers, merchants were the most lowly. Right now, Jin Yuanbao was actually doing business in this public. As a cultivator, this was simply a great shame. Jin Yuanbao was not annoyed and smiled back. This senior brother, words cannot be said like this. Wealth couple lawland. Wealth is in the first place. Without spirit stones, what will you buy pills with? Without spirit stones, what will you use to buy magic treasures? Without spirit stones, how can you go to the heavenly cave to cultivate? This immortal fortune heavenly talisman is a divine artifact that can make you rich overnight. And from then on, you'll be on your way to the pinnacle of life. Li Moshwan snorted coldly. You are the only one who sees profit and forgets righteousness, and is devoid of any moral law. The business of commerce is really lowly. I order you to stop immediately. You need to dishonor the name of my wine immortal sect. People all around echoed. Yes, what Friar Li said. What a disgrace to my wine immortal sect. Can Spirit Spring Valley be removed from my wine immortal sect? Others scoffed. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. A few pieces of scrap paper and you dare to call it an immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman. It's a shame that my wine immortal sect has produced a disciple like you. Ridiculous to the extreme. The master is a waste. The disciple is really the same. The disciples around them condemned the cackling. Golden dollars. Gradually there were more and more people around the golden dollar. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, only this time none of them came to sell out because of the golden dollar, but to humiliate and boycott the golden dollar. Falling down the well. Watch the crowd grow. Jin Yuanbao was not angry at all, but was in a good mood. Jin Yuanbao was also not angry. Still smiling. Senior brothers, you have no idea. This immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman is not an ordinary talisman. It contains heaven and earth's chi luck, and is able to change your destiny. If you buy one, you might hit the jackpot and get a huge amount of spirit stones. As far as the hair of play goes, it's very simple. All you need to do is to choose 6 red ball numbers from the numbers from 1 to 33, followed by 1 blue ball number from 1 to 16. It's an immortal luck through heaven talisman. It only costs 100 lower grade spirit stones, but the other games require additional spirit stones. If you can win, you can get a huge amount of spirit stones. It's enough to change your destiny against the heavens. Ha ha ha, isn't it just guessing a number? How hard is that? Liu Shaohua laughed out loud, walking out from the crowd. He knew that Jin Yuanbao was a disciple of Spiritual Spring Valley. He had only 2 words for Spirit Spring Valley: disgusting. I'm going to show you what wisdom means today. Let your ugly face as a merchant be exposed by me. Just that I am curious. How much of this so-called huge amount of spirit stones can you have? I'll see if it's worth my while. Ha ha ha. The surrounding crowd herd is guessing the number of interest. Another huge amount of spirit stones, but also tastes are hanging up. Not much. Not much. It's only 5 million top-grade spirit stones, Jin Yuanbao said lightly. With these words, the originally noisy locked demon tower instantly quieted down. 5 million spirit stones? 5 million? 5 million top-grade spirit stones? One must know that even those inner disciples were only paid a few hundred lower-grade spirit stones per month. And guessing correctly, the so-called number in Jin Yuanbao's mouth would actually result in 5 million top-grade spirit stones? Sakyamuni, Bodhi, Goddess of Mercy, my own mother? Is this true? Even Liu Shaohua's pretentious face was frozen on the spot. 500? 5 million? Top-quality spirit stones? Each of those three numbers is enough to blow up. And they're still connected. Chapter 49, I still like you the way you were before. Yes, it's not just Liu Shaohua. All the disciples present. Pupils quake. Brains buzz. How many? They hadn't heard right. Had they? 5 million? Top-quality spirit stones? Everyone kept their mouths shut. That's a number they couldn't even dream of thinking like that. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. It's not 500 inferior spirit stones. Or 5. 000. 50. 000. It's 5 million. Top grade. A red flame peak disciple. His mouth slightly opened. Half of the uneaten spirit fruit. Snapped dropped to the ground. Stepped forward and grabbed the hand of the golden dollar. His lips trembled as he asked, how much? Did I hear you right? How many spirit stones did you just say? 5. 500. 10,000. And top-quality spirit stones? Li Moshuan's original arrogant expression also disappeared. The answer of the golden dollar kept echoing in his ears. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Just now, he verbally attacked the other party for pulling down the face of the Wine Immortal Sect. Now, suddenly, he felt a little talkative. Previously full of moral righteousness, immortal edge was nowhere to be seen. Why does it feel as if this Tong Tian talisman isn't unacceptable? 5 million top-grade spirit stones? The two female cultivators' pupils even widened, and their full chests followed suit. Liu Shaohua once again returned to his senses. One could not have misheard? How is that possible? Jin Yuanbao looked at the outcry in shock of the people present. Especially Liu Shaohua's mouth couldn't close. Oh, yeah, that's it? Damn. A bunch of dirtbags. And my master is really worthless. Look at you guys. You've seen the world. Weren't you so proud of yourselves just now? Completely forgetting about the fact that he had virtually bought a lottery ticket with Yi Duan yesterday and lost his spirit stones cleanly. Jin Yuanbao, you just said. How much? Liu Shaohua confirmed once, his face smiling and kindly quite a bit. Jin Yuanbao grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Categorically, all of you heard me correctly. I said 5 million. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Child and old man. Liu Shaohua felt his brain buzzing. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. The scene was once again in an uproar. There's no mistake. It's 5 million top-grade spirit stones. With this huge amount of money, he could buy the sword magic weapon of his dreams. Nope. With 5 million top-grade spirit stones, one would have to buy immortal grade, go to the best cave and cultivate by leaps and bounds. You can also pack the whole drunken immortal house, left and right. Starry-eyed feeling. With 5 million top-grade spirit stones, the rest was just a matter of time. I Nima. Hiss, I want to buy one. After the sound of someone sucking in cool air, the bottom floor of the demon-locked tower instantly exploded. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. My goodness. I've never seen so many spirit stones in my life. If I win the prize, I'll buy 10 spiritual mountains, build a cave, raise a bunch of beautiful women, and sing and dance every day. Had. With 5 million top-grade spirit stones, I'll go after the fairy from Heavenly Fragrance Valley and marry her home. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Enough to buy half of the Nine Swords Sect. The appearance of this figure caused everyone's eyes to turn wild. There was nothing left in their eyes. Every single person was caught up in the discussion and the wild fantasy of having obtained those 5 million top-grade spirit stones. This world was ultimately a pyramid. The Nine Swords Sect was no exception. Most of the people who practiced cultivation lived a tight life as well. Cultivation resources, magic weapons, formations, and pills, all of which required spirit stones. And that number was enough to change everything in their straitened lives. Extremely high-quality magic weapons, the most favorable cultivation environment, as well as countless beauties and even clan powers. It's the quest of ordinary cultivators. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. This figure made people tremble with excitement just by fantasizing about it. And all this seems to be within reach in the mouth of the golden dollar? Finally, someone couldn't resist asking about golden dollar. Golden dollar. How much do you charge for one of these immortal fortune Tong Tian talismans? 100 lower grade spirit stones. At this moment, everyone was completely insane. There was even a loss of judgment for a time. 100 lower grade spirit stones. Just a mere 100 lower grade spirit stones. 100 lower grade spirit stones for 5 million upper grade spirit stones. Buy a dream. At this moment everyone's eyes went from disdain to fervor. Everyone, 100 lower grade spirit stones. You can't buy it to lose. You can't buy it to be fooled. Li Mashwan stood in the first place, and when he heard the number, his world suffered a huge shock. Li Mashwan was pretentious and considered himself a scholar, but he himself belonged to an intermediate level cultivator in the cold ice cave. At the middle stage of foundation establishment, what he was cultivating was the spirit level technique ice heart skill, and he was using the mortal level magic weapon, the white ice sword. And regardless of this spirit level ice technique and the mortal level magic weapon, he himself had been using them for 5 years. 5 whole years. Right now, he wanted a treasure grade technique, he wanted a spirit grade magic weapon, and he wanted to eat the spirit grade herb ice snow lotus to consolidate his cultivation. I've saved up enough 300 medium grade spirit stones for myself, and a treasure grade magic weapon. The blue ice sword required 500 medium grade spirit stones. One would still have to save for a year on one's own. This at one point all made Li Mashwan depressed. And now, by spending just 100 lower grade spirit stones, one could potentially have a chance to earn 5 million upper grade spirit stones? If you win $5 million, you'll want immortal grade magic weapons for yourself. Immortal grade technique, talisman cave, immortal grade pills. You want the best of everything. That's 5 million top quality spirit stones. At this moment, Li Mashwan completely forgot the contempt of the scholar, farmer, and businessman. Li Mashwan was the first to step forward, before he cursed Jin Yuanbao for not having a pattern and pulling down the grade of the Wine Immortal Sect. Now the first one to shell out the spirit stones. When Jin Yuanbao saw Li Mashwan, his expression flirted. Brother, this is not good for you, is it? I remember you just said that I'm oblivious to profit and have no morals. The tone became difficult. Li Mo Xiong, you just said that the merchant business is really lowly. You ordered me to stop immediately and not to dishonor the name of the Wine Immortal Sect. I'm selling to you now. I think it's very reasonable. If I sell to you, it's not becoming an accomplice? Li Mashwan was anxious and hurriedly pushed the spirit stone into Jin Yuanbao's hands. Brother Yuanbao, we are all from the Wine Immortal Sect. Brothers for life. Brothers for life. Count me as begging you. Please, you sold me 2 or 3 of these divine fortune Tong Tian talismans, and I may have spoken a little louder before. I apologize. Brother Yuanbao, please, just sell me 2 or 3. Cough cough. Jin Yuanbao laughed. I still like you better when you were untamed before. But okay, take it. Pick a number. Li Mashwan put away the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman as if it was a treasure and carefully left the venue. Moment. The disciples who had originally scoffed at the golden dollar were as exuberant as if they had been pumped with chicken blood at this moment, each one scrambling to pull out their spirit stones, fearing that if they bought them late, they would be gone. Give me one of those gold dollars. Give me one. No, give me 10. I want 100. Don't push. Don't crowd. I was here first. The bottom floor of the demon locking tower instantly turned into a food market. Jin Yuanbao, 100 lower grade spirit stones. Give me 3. A burly man with a full beard slapped the spirit stones in his storage bag in front of Jin Yuanbao, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. Give me 10. If I win, I'm going to buy the best elixir. Immortal. Brother Yuanbao, I want 20. A petite female cultivator, with a shrill voice, was flushed with excitement. I've won the lottery. I'm going to use spirit stones to buy the best face resurfacing pills and turn into the #1 beauty of the Wine Immortal Sect, so that all those senior brothers who look down on me will regret it. Give me 50. 100 sheets. Liu Shaohua squeezed even more, squeezing his way to the front and pulling out a bulging storage bag. Everyone started a mad rush. Jin Yuanbao happily collected the spirit stones, his hands moving quickly. A single immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman flew like a snowflake into the hands of the disciples. 1 minute. Jin Yuanbao looked at the empty box and counted the spirit stones in his storage bag. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. 1,000 sheets. A total of 100,000 lower grade spirit stones. Jin Yuanbao converted it. If it was a top grade spirit stone, 1,000 upper grade spirit stones. Waves of shock rippled through Golden Dollar's insides. When he used to manage Sword Peak, he knew better than anyone else that a peak, with a month's income of clan allocations and rewards for carrying out missions, was only about 2,000,003,000 top grade spirit stones a month. And that was still a smooth time, whereas it only took 10 minutes to earn 1,000 top quality spirit stones on his own. And the cost is approximately equal to 0. Golden Dollar felt himself ignite. This immortal luck Tong Tian talisman and printing money. What's the difference? Chapter 50, Hunger Marketing. Master, take my knee. At this moment, Jin Yuanbao once again deeply felt the power of money. Now he himself is still just selling in the Demon Locking Tower. And there is also the Trial Valley. And there are 9 gates under the 9 Sword Sect. And there are peaks, valleys, and cliffs under each gate. It only took himself 1 minute to sell 1,000 top quality spirit stones. If it's dozens of times, one day would be tens of thousands of top grade spirit stones. This figure made Jin Yuanbao's scalp numb. In a single day, just selling this immortal fortune tone Tian talisman could yield tens of thousands of upper grade spirit stones. A month's worth of worlds. That's 1 million top quality spirit stones. That number. It's not scary anymore. That's astronomical. No berries how much spirit stones in his own life. And with reference to the frenzy of previous customers, Golden Dollar is sure. There's as much of this stuff as there is to sell. It's a mad rush. Gotta get back to restocking right now. Restocking. More printings. More is better. As Jin Yuanbao pondered, he immediately ran wildly towards Spirit Spring Valley in a puff of smoke. Returning to Spirit Spring Valley, he looked at Ye Chen still napping in the rocking chair. Jin Yuanbao couldn't hold back the ecstasy in his heart. Master. Master. Big sale. It's a big sale. The immortal fortune tone Tian talisman is sold out. I've sold 1,000 top grade spirit stones in just 1 minute here. Just a moment's effort. As he shouted, he poured 1,000 discounted top grade spirit stones onto the ground from his storage ring, piling it up into a small mountain. The entire Spirit Spring Valley's tabletop shone with spirit light. Ye Chen was leisurely sipping his spirit tea. LOL, that's being young. It's not like you've been through a big storm and raw accumulated capital. In the past, when you were surfing online yourself, it was not good to brag about this monthly income of no more than $100 million. Calm down. Calm down. Look at that little bit of talent of yours. You're this happy with only 1,000 top grade spirit stones? Master, this is not the key. The key is that this immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman of mine is now up for grabs when I put it outside. Demand exceeds supply. I bet we just make another 10,000 and they are cleared out instantly. TSK, that was then 10,000 upper grade spirit stones. I wouldn't dare to think in my dreams that I could earn so many spirit stones in a day. Jin Yuanbao was in a hurry. I can't wait to immediately add the immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman now. Hurry up. Master, let's print another 100,000. Yi Duan looked at Jin Yuanbao's fiery appearance and smiled. Young people were indeed young people, doing things furtively. Zhen Pu, just print 10,000 more copies and stop selling them. Yes master, I'm on my way. Wait, Golden Dollar froze in place. Stopping sales? One didn't hear it wrong. Now is the stage of picking up money. The master actually let himself sell only 10,000 copies and stop selling? What? Stop selling? Master, I didn't hear you wrong. Jin Yuanbao was really in a hurry this time. Isn't it silly to watch the money go unearned? Master, you're not mistaken, are you? There's money not earned. It's Jin Yuanbao was about to cry in a hurry. Ha ha ha. Yi Duan looked at the Golden Dollar to hear that he was not allowed to sell. In a hurry. This kid is really still young. So there was no beating around the bush. Yuanbao think about it. If this immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman keeps selling like this, what will become of the sect disciples? Golden Dollar scratched his head and tried to think. They'll be poor? Yi Duan smiled and shook his head. Wrong. They will become gamblers. Gamblers? Yi Duan nodded. That's right. They will turn into real gamblers. When those who purchased lottery tickets purchased and didn't win after they in order to win $5 million everyone, they are filled with only wanting to buy more tickets. As few as a few dozen lower grade spirit stones, as many as a few hundred. The 9 Swords Sect, the Wine Immortal Sect give the monthly money to the disciples below them. It won't be long before the 3 melons and 2 jujubes inside their pockets will all gather in our hands. As for the people who will win the lottery, that probability you know firsthand. There are only a handful. Golden Dollar pondered briefly. Indeed. Is this a sign of conscience, master? Nope. Jin Yuanbao realized with a fierce thought that things were never that simple. You know, the master told himself profoundly in the beginning. Doing business is all about customers. No feelings. Master is definitely not out of sympathy. Jin Yuanbao voiced his thoughts. Master, isn't this a good thing for us? Ha ha ha. Yi Duan laughed out loud. This kid really has a black heart. The reason why Yi Duan chose to refuse to add the printing was certainly not because of a clear conscience. Yes, for a short time this is really good, but you have to realize that there are only a handful of people in this world who can overcome their inner desires. After they quickly purchased a lottery ticket and overdrew all of their spirit stones, they would be in dire straits in their lives. And they wouldn't be on top of their cultivation, filled with that nebulous 5 million upper grade spirit stones. So, so since they can't control their desires, they need us to. In this way, their purchase of lottery tickets won't affect their real lives, and at the same time, they will have the motivation every day. At least they have the spirit stones to buy lottery tickets and a beautiful dream. If they don't control the sales of the ones that are not sold, that's just killing chickens to get the eggs and fishing to the last penny. Jin Yuanbao listened in awe, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Master's meaning was that the disciples of the sect should not be allowed to use up all the spirit stones. Instead, you have to be fine and keep earning spirit stones all the time to buy immortal fortune Tong Tian talismans. After Jin Yuanbao thought clearly, he only felt a chill on his back. Master really is a visionary. Yi Chuan sipped his spirit tea and continued to explain slowly. There is another reason to control the sales, and that is hunger marketing. Things are expensive because they are rare. If they can buy it if they want to, on what basis does it prove that the divine rhythm Tong Tian talisman is rare and uncommon? If they can't buy it, that's what makes them want it more, and even generate revenge spending. The real deal. That's the fine print. Golden dollar froze in place. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. His own master is really the bull. He himself was still in the first level, and the master was already in the atmosphere. Immortals. His own master is the true god. He looked at Ji Chun for a long time before saying, Master, please accept my knee. I kneel for you. I'll immediately rush to print 10,000 Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans. Have you heard? That Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman. It's said to win 5 million top-grade spirit stones. At the Wine Immortal Sect's 10,000 Beasts Peak, Bai Zhe was practicing in place. Losing to Ruyan Lu last time had created a demon within him. Once unable to imperialize the beast, at this time, he suddenly saw a few senior brothers discussing and holding papers in their hands. You guys, what are you doing instead of properly imperiling the beasts? Senior brother Bai Zhe, this is the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman. Guessing the right number on it will earn you spirit stones. Cultivating on the ground is the right way. Do you guys want to be like me? Facing Liu Ruyan without even the courage to fight? Bai Zhe's tone carried a hint of huff. Senior brother couldn't help but crickets. But senior brother, there's a lot of spirit stones if you guess this number correctly. A lot? Can there be more than what the master has given you? 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Che, but it's only a mere 5 million top quality. Wait, how much did you say? Bai Zhe froze. This was a number he couldn't even think about. 5 million. Top-quality spirit stones. When Bai Zhe heard this, he pondered slightly for a moment before looking at the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman in the hands of a few people. How many spirit stones did you guys buy it for? Sell it to me? Just after looking at the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman, he felt that his heart demons had added another layer. At Sword Peak, the disciples gathered at the martial arts practicing ground and talked about it. What the hell is this Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman? Can it really win $5 million? A burly disciple asked in a jarring voice. Who knows? Everyone's going crazy right now anyway. They're all rushing to buy it. If I really win $5 million, I won't have to take on any more missions in the future. Lei Ming looked at the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans in the hands of his senior brothers and snorted coldly. Boring stuff. Then walked away without looking back. Waiting to leave, carefully pulled out 5 Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans from his arms, pondering that he had just divined a fortune, and the numbers should be correct. Red Inferno Peak. The flames are in the sky. Yen Yang looked at the thick stack of Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans in front of him and asked with repeated confirmation. Hey, how many of you said that? This thing can really win 5 million top-quality spirit stones? Elder brother, this is definitely true. It's being discussed inside and outside the sect now, so it must be true. Yes, we see that everyone is cajoling. These are the ones that we've been grabbing with great difficulty. Okay, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt then. Yen Yang cursed and drove away his senior brothers. Last time he knew that he was not able to defeat Liu Ruyan and gave up on his own accord. But with these 5 million top-grade spirit stones, everything was yet to be seen. Spirit Mist Peak, Wind Thunder Cliff, and Cold Ice Cave. Everyone was talking about this first Immortal Luck Tong Tian talisman. This is the pop-up Immortal Fortune Passage talisman. The last one. Sold out until it's gone. Jin Yuanbao shouted at the top of his voice. With the sale of the last Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman, this crazy sale ended. In just 1 hour, 10,000 Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans were sold out. Golden Dollar counted the sales, 20,000. The sales reached 20,000 top-quality spirit stones as some people chose to double and play more. Jin Yuanbao looked at the spirit stones in his storage ring, and his entire body was all but shaking. Chapter 51, the most important thing about coming out. To be precise, it's 23,000 top-quality spirit stones. That's a day's income. A day's income. And according to the master, This will be the daily income from now on. Just the thought of it made Kim feel strength in her ass. I really hate to work for the master for the rest of my life. Jin Yuanbao took the storage ring upside down, trotting all the way back to Spirit Springs Valley. After entering within the spiritual Spring Valley, it was only then that he could not help but shout, "Master! Master! Big sale! Big sale!" He yelled excitedly, his voice carrying in before he even entered the valley. At the same time, Yi Chuan's mind ding sound. The system prompt sounded, Apprentice Golden Treasure Profit 23,000 top grade Spirit Stones. The host to get 100 times the rebate. A total of 2 million top grade Spirit Stones. Yi Chuan didn't even lift his eyelids and continued to leisurely sip his spirit tea. Last time it was 15 million. This time it was 2 million. This kid did a good job. 20,000 upper grade Spirit Stones. Master, that's 20,000 upper grade Spirit Stones. Jin Yuanbao rushed into the house and took out all the Spirit Stones in his storage ring. It was placed on the table with a pop, and in an instant, the entire tabletop shone with aura. This Spirit Stone, it's true that you still have to take it out to get it. Look at Kimmy drooling. Yi Chen glanced at the storage bag and gave a faint hum. Jin Yuanbao was horrified in his heart. Not bad for a master. In the face of such a huge sum of money, it is surprising that the face does not redden and the heart does not jump. Pattern, this is the pattern. One really has a lot more to learn. How did he know that his master returned 100 times? Master, this Spirit Stone, what to do with it? Jin Yuanbao had an expectant look on his face as he hoped that Yi Chen would leave a portion for himself, even a little. It was important to know that 90% of the Spirit Stones that disciples inside Sword Peak performed tasks or were rewarded would be attributed to Sword Peak. As a result, in the next second, Yi Duan yawned. You take it. Master, you were saying? I take it? Cthulhu. This was 20,000 top grade Spirit Stones. I'm afraid that even a Sect master doesn't have this much Spirit Stones now. The master actually just gave it to himself for safekeeping. How did he know that inside Yi Chen's storage space that was because he had earned 15 million Spirit Stones? Trust. Between master and disciple, the main thing is a trust. Keep this Spirit Stone. If your senior sister wants to cultivate, just pick it up at your place. And the rest of the time, just keep score. Woo woo. Yi Chen's 2 words of trust were once again what made Jin Yuanbao cry in pain. Damn it, master. If anyone dares to say a word against you in the future, I will prove it to you even if my life is on the line. Well, don't cry. I'm not dead yet, nah. At this moment, Liu Ruyan walked in with 3 steaming bowls of Yangzhou noodles in clear soup. There was a sweet smile on her face. Master, the noodles are ready. She placed the noodles in front of Yi Chen and stood aside again in a good manner, sneaking glances at Yi Chen. When I came back from the demon locking tower today, I heard so many people talking about the immortal Luck Tong Tian talisman. Liu Ruyan blinked her big eyes. In the end, she was a little girl, high-strung on the surface, but inwardly still interested in what everyone was talking about, especially since she could be well aware that everyone was discussing the fact that the immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman was made by Master. That's even a little pride inside. Master, you and senior brother made all these? Yes, senior sister. Master is truly a genius. Ha ha ha, it's all because Master guided me to get it. Wow, Master is amazing. Once again, Willow pulled her eyebrows together. It was just that she was now more curious about how this immortal fortune passage talisman would play out. Master, they said that if they guessed the number, they really said that they would win 5 million top-grade Spirit Stones? She gently tugged on Yi Duan's sleeve, looking at also at handsome side face. Her tone softened. Master, tomorrow I also want. You leave me to buy 2 tomorrow. Can it? She wanted to pamper and please when she saw Yi Duan now. Master was really too good and too cute. Ruyan Lu's voice was soft and sticky, and with her delicate face, no one could refuse it. Yi Chen looked at Liu Ruyan and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. This girl, what a flirt, and now you're going to be pampered. So he pulled out a few immortal Luck Tong Tian talismans from his pocket and handed them to her. Take it and leave it to you. Wow, thank you master. Ruyan Lu received the lottery ticket in surprise, her eyes shining brightly and her face blossoming with smiles. It was because she realized that Yi Chen had actually left it to himself. Wow, I feel warm inside. Master has himself in his heart. Leaf dust hammed and hawed. Instead, a serious question occurred to Golden Dollar. That's how the lottery is opened. Knowing that this immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman was a big seller today, if tomorrow's lottery made people feel that it was unfair, it could trigger a riot in the Sect. He had seen firsthand the madness of the group of people who purchased the lottery tickets. At this moment, Yi Chuan instigated a mouthful of Ruyan Lu's Yangzhou noodles. The flavor was good, moderately salty and light. The noodles were strong, and he had learned the essence of himself. You relax, I'll eat this bowl of noodles and head out. Just hear from me tomorrow. Okay, Master. I'm still going to say it. I'm just afraid that when the time comes for someone to question the lottery, it won't end well then. After all, I have a feeling that they all feel that this 5 million top-grade spirit stones is what they have in their pockets. Something within their reach. Ye Duan shook his head and smiled. Golden dollar. What do you think is the most crucial thing about doing business? Jin Yuan Bao froze. There could be too many ideas inside his head right now. Probability. Wrong. Looking forward? Wrong. A lot of spirit stones? Wrong. Ha? All wrong? Smart like you. Master? Handsome? Heroic? This, barely, is right. Gurgling, Yi Chuan put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth after eating the noodles clean. When you come out, the most important thing is definitely to have a background. Ha? Chapter 52 How I Can Make You Suffer. Yi Duan looked at Golden Dollar with a stunned look on his face, shaking his head with a smile. Alas, young people, could one's ability to stay in this Spirit Spring Valley for 200 years rely on strength? That's because the patriarch who started his own nine-sword sect, the one who was called the Nine-Sword Immortal, Li Yi, was his own master's relationship. It's just that most people don't know about this relationship of theirs in these 200 years since the master's ascension. This young man, he really thinks it's all about strength, doesn't he? Golden Dollar. In this world, where there are people, there is a Jianghu, the mundane world or not, the cultivation world or not. Remember, the Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, it's about human feelings. Yi Duan patted Golden Dollar's shoulder. Everyone has to come out for money and profit. There's no need to get all stiff and curmudgeonly. Understood. Saying that, Yi Chen stretched his waist and staggered out of the Spirit Spring Valley. This was the first time in the last 200 years or so that he had gone out to visit other people. There's no way to make money, do business, not be shabby. Yi Duan's goal was also clear. Target, Master of the Wine Immortal Sect, Drunken Wangzi. Inside the Wine Immortal Sect, Drunken Wangzi was sitting alone in a gazebo, gulping down mulled wine against a huge wine jar. But he kept cursing, annoyed inside. This guy, Yi Duan, is really restless. The front foot was unwilling to let Liu Ruyan worship the other peaks, and it was even if it was a mistake. Now it's good, but also made out what immortal luck through the sky talisman. This night how many ran to find their own advice? In the past, Yi Duan was swinging in Witch Spirit Spring Valley, and he felt that the years were quiet. Now that this allowed Yi Chen to recruit a disciple, how did it suddenly feel like the Wine Immortal Sect was in chaos? Thinking of this Liu Ruyan, he let out another mouthful of turbid breath. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Master Ruyan Liu, who possessed an immortal magic weapon, was at the peak of the Jindan stage, and had an epiphany of the wood origin power, was actually a waste at the third level of the Qi refining realm? What can he teach Ruyan Liu? Cooking? Drunken Wangzi killed himself not to think that he was actually right. I'm pissed off at the old man. I'm so mad at you. Sect Master, Yi Chuan, Master of Spirit Spring Valley, has come to pay a visit. Yi Chen? This son has come out of the west. What is he doing here? Let him in. Egu, Sect Master. This one-day absence is like 3 autumns. I've missed you to death. Yi Duan's voice arrived before his person arrived. Hearing Drunken Wangzi gave him goosebumps. Coquette. He deeply suspected that Yi Chuan was the slinky and skillful in making the patriarch let him become the Valley Master back then. Instead of responding, Drunken Wangzi snorted coldly. Yi Valley Master, why are you here so late? Drunken Wangzi didn't even lift his eyes and continued to drink. Yi Duan didn't care and walked to Drunken Wangzi with a smile on his face. Seated himself. Alas, it's not that I haven't met with the Sect Master alone for a long time, and I miss it in my heart. Specially came to meet, he said and lifted the bag from his pocket to the table. A little something, no honor, Yi Duan said with a smile and a harmless look. Drunken Wangzi still had a stern face, but his tone eased slightly. This guy, he's got some eyes. Nothing is for nothing. Nothing is for nothing. Drunken Wangzi looked at Yi Chen sorrowfully. Damn, this little brat. Usually inside the hello do not even give himself a sentence. He came to my door today and gave me a gift. There's definitely something weird. Odd. Master of the Gate. Yi Chuan laughed and said, what can I have to do? Mostly just came to see you. Really? Drunken Wangzi had just lowered his guard when he heard Yi Chuan's words and immediately became vigilant once again. But if you're going to say there's something going on, hey, there is one. Drunken Wangzi gave him a sidelong glance. It's true. This kid, nothing to offer is either rape or theft. It was just that Yi Chuan's master was the original patriarch of the Nine-Sword Sect. If Yi Chen's cultivation wasn't too trashy, in terms of seniority, it was higher than himself. For the sake of the former patriarch's face, Drunken Wangzi gave a few thin air. Say it, leaf dust. What is it? Sect Master. I'm here for the matter of that immortal fortune passage talisman. As soon as Drunken Wangzi heard this, it was fine if Yi Chen didn't open his mouth, but as soon as he did he was instantly enraged. This morning, all the major peak masters and valley masters came because of this matter. Several peak masters all came. Clearly, they said that Yi Chen's move had emptied their disciples of their spirit stones, disturbing their disciples' morality, and the disciples under their own peaks were unmotivated to cultivate. You have the nerve to mention it. What kind of you've gotten up to? The entire Wine Immortal Sect's disciples have been hollowed out by you. This morning, your senior brothers, Feng Wuhen from Sword Peak, Bai Zhe from 10,000 Beasts Peak, and Zhao Liang from Red Flame Peak, all came to me, saying that this immortal fortune talisman of yours is misleading the disciples, and that it has spoiled their morality, and that I should punish it severely. Now you're good. Are you going to make me harbor you? Damn. A bunch of dirt dogs, suing for silver they can't earn. Luckily, I'm smart enough to mention that I've made a relationship. Goo. No thanks to the sect master. That's what I meant. Yi Chen happily slapped his thigh. Your old man is really smart. Drunken Wangzi's eyes glared at that, and his beard buckled in anger. This Yi Chen's face skin was really thicker than the nine-sword sect's formation. I can't believe it was so brazenly explicit. Yi Chuan noticed Drunken Wangzi's so stormy expression and hurriedly explained. Goo. Sect master. This is something that is a good thing. If they don't understand it, can you still not understand it? Drunken Wangzi froze. He really didn't seem to know much about it himself, but he couldn't be taken for an idiot by Yi Duan, so he pretended to be profound. Yi Duan, tell me why this is a good thing to do? Sect master this world is bustling all for profit. Now this immortal fortune Tongtian talisman how to earn money a trade. Everyone knows, if I don't do it, there are plenty of people to do it If we don't do it, Song Dome sect, the other sects will naturally have someone else to do it. Instead of cheaper outsiders, it's better to fertilize the water and let it flow into outsiders' fields. It's a very profitable business. Very profitable? Tell me, how many spirit stones can you earn in a month? Drunken Wangzi was disdainful. This Yi Chuan, not cultivating daily, was falling into the eyes of the spirit stones. Not much, just a few 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones a month. Hundreds of thousands? Upon hearing this, Drunken Wangzi sucked in a breath of cool air and was nonplussed. He had originally thought that it was only a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. How can there be hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones? It was important to know that the Wine Immortal Sect combined, the highest income for a month was only 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and on weekdays it was only 50,000 or 60,000 top-grade spirit stones. How does Leaf Dust make money on this deal? Noticing the surprise and change in his tone, Drunken Wangzi still adjusted his tone immediately. Oh, it's only a few 100,000. It doesn't seem like much. It's just that what you emptied out was the spirit stones of many disciples of my Wine Immortal sect. People are complaining and it's affecting unity. Goo. You are looking at a lot, but there is still a possibility of losing money on this deal. Whoever wins this 5 million upper grade spirit stones jackpot, won't I have worked for nothing for the past month or two? Isn't this spirit stone just a left hand to right hand transfer? Returning it to the disciples of the Wine Immortal sect. He paused, a serious look on his face. Hearing this, Drunken Wangzi seemed to be true when he thought about it. If someone won the ultimate prize, Leaf Dust had really lost money, so it seems like a high risk and high reward deal. But Sect Master, I came to you today. This matter is high risk and high profit. If I let you suffer, am I still human? Yi Chuan spoke with a sincere face. Yi Chen said and patted the bag of spirit stones. Here are 10,000 top grade spirit stones. All yours, Sect Master. Like this, if you win the jackpot in the future, I'll take this risk, and if there's a gain you just take it. Ugh, that's not good. When Drunken Wangzi heard this, he was suddenly touched by a trace of emotion. Yi Chuan, this kid is authentic. The risk is taken all by yourself and you only give yourself profit. Chapter 53, Sect Parasite? Sect Watchers. Real, and heard the number. Drunken Wangzi's heart was also moved. 10,000 upper grade spirit stones. One's monthly money was only 3,000 upper grade spirit stones a month. This Yi Chuan was 10,000 top grade spirit stones right out of the gate. It didn't feel like the kid was as offensive anymore, and a little more submissive. Sect Master, what's not so good about this? You work day and night for our Wine Immortal sect, but I don't contribute, so consider this as my filial piety to you. That's a statement that goes to the heart of Drunken Master's son. Ah, indeed, when one worked day and night, that Red Flame Peak, Sword Peak, a few guys would only look for themselves to ask for quotas, spirit stones, It didn't occur to me that the person who understands you the most is actually Yi Chen. With all my heart, Yi Valley Master. The name for Yi Dust also once again Yi Dust became Yi Valley Master. Yi Chuan smiled inwardly as he watched Drunken Wangzi accept the spirit stone. That means there's still something to talk about. Can this lottery be risky? It was hell to have risks. And this was nothing more than crying poor and selling himself, because Yi Duan had long since foreseen it. At that time, this immortal fortune tone Tian talisman would not only be able to be sold to the Wine Immortal Sect, but also to other sects, and even loose cultivators outside of the Nine Swords Sect. Everywhere in the world where there are cultivators is their own business field. And as for that $5 million probability? Oh, there are only 10,000 upper grade spirit stones today, and they are completely controlled by myself with intention. If he really let go and did it, Yi Duan didn't dare to think about it. But, Drunken Wangzi still had some scruples. It's not unreasonable for those few senior brothers of yours to say, if you do this, it affects everyone's motivation to cultivate and their Taoist heart. If in the future, my Wine Immortal Sect is addicted to this immortal fortune tone Tian talisman of yours, no one will cultivate it, and there will be no one left to succeed it. What should we do? Everyone is very controversial about your behavior right now. After collecting the spirit stones, Drunken Wangzi did not forget to remind Yi Chen twice. Who knows? When Yi Chen heard it, he immediately covered his chest. His eyes sad and his tone miserable. The entire appearance of a sister-in-law of Xiang Lin. Sect Master, do you think I'm engaging in this for the sake of earning spirit stones for myself? Ha, isn't it? Those words gave Drunken Oniichan a whole won't. You're not doing it for yourself. Are you doing it for me? Sect Master, I don't have the ability even if I have the idea. I didn't make this immortal fortune tone Tian talisman for myself either. None of these spirit stones are for myself either. Not for yourself? Yi Chen nodded his head vigorously. Of course. Then, a few days ago, my master dreamt of me. Master? You mean, the patriarch who started the Nine Sword Sect, now ascended and nicknamed the Nine Sword Immortal. Patriarch Li Yi? Drunken Wangzi's expression instantly became serious. Ascended masters really do have the ability to dream. You say? Yes, it is none other than Master Easy Li. Yi Duan chopped. Anyway, the master already do not know where to go. They just make up. My master entrusted me with a dream, saying that Liu Ruyan is my Nine Sword Sect's future unparalleled talent, and that no one is worthy of being her master, and that she only needs to be free to have an epiphany. So I was imparted this immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman, to earn spirit stones, and to grant Liu Ruyan the ability to cultivate Drunken Wangzi froze, remembering Ruyan Lu's demonic talent. It's still possible to be dreamed by the patriarch. Plus this immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman is so transcendent. It's not like this cutie pie of leaf dust could have designed it. It's really possible. It seems, makes sense. Liu Ruyan, that immortal spiritual root, to be able to come out from the chaos forbidden land and refresh the record of the demon locking tower, was a demonic existence in the superior clans, and Leaf Dust continued to speak, with a hint of aggression, a hint of crying in his tone. All of these spirit stones from the immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman are for Ruyan Lu. So, the people of the Wine Immortal Sect, complaining about me, scolding me, and insulting me, is just fine. As long as Ruyan Lu has enough spirit stones for her cultivation, then it's fine. I don't do it for my own sake. If Ruyan Lu succeeds in ascending to greatness in the future and re-emerges in my Nine Sword Sect, all these grievances that I, Yi Chen, have suffered are not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Yi Chuan spoke with excitement. His tone trembled, and there was even more than a hint of weeping. This. Drunken Wangzi never dreamed that this was the truth of the matter. This was the truth. Yi Chuan was entrusted with a dream by the patriarch to open the immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman, and he did not hesitate to be insulted by everyone in the sect just so that he could scrape together enough spirit stones for Ruyan Lu to be able to cultivate. Moving. Tears. Hearing this, Drunken Wangzi actually produced a trace of emotion. Yi Duan's realm was so transcendent. Wrong. It's all wrong. He himself and everyone else was wrong about Yi Duan. Where is this a parasite of the clan? This was clearly a watchman who endured everything for the sake of the clan's prosperity. Yi Duan was once again possessed by the playwright and choked on his words. Sect Master, Ruyan is gifted. In time, she will become a great talent. I knew I wasn't capable of convincing people, so I had told her many times. In the future, if she stands at the top of the Nine Sword Sect, don't forget that the Wine Immortal Sect has been good to her, and in my Wine Immortal Sect, there is no one other than you who is good in both ability and reputation. On her day, if she stands at the top of the Nine Sword Sect, your old man will, by then, at least be a vice sovereign. Drunken Wangzi's heart shook. Vice Patriarch? It's his dream position. I'm really counter-admonishing her. He had a sincere face, as if Ruyan Lu had really ascended into immortality. Drunken Wangzi also saw himself dressed in the costume of a vice patriarch and receiving the pilgrimage of the crowd. Ye Chen ended up sublimating his emotions once again. Spirit stones, fame, clan status. As long as I can make the Nine-Sword Sect good, everything I've given here is not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. When these words came out, Drunken Wangzi only felt his soul tremble and his tear ducts well up. It took a long time for this to come back. Deep sigh. Ye Valley Master. Drunken Sun is sincere in his feelings. The hand was gently placed on top of Ye Chen's shoulder. I, the Whiny Mortal Sect Master, am ashamed of you. The entire disciples of the Whiny Mortal Sect, the Peak Masters, are ashamed of you. You're so patterned. We didn't even see it. Clumsy eyes, clumsy eyes. Yi Chuan wiped away his tears. Sect Master, what you are saying, it's my honor to do my best for the sect and to do my best for you. So the sale of this immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman? The tears dried up straight away. The onion effect that I used before going in the door is almost there too. That goes without saying. Drunken Wangzi slammed the table, his tone exuberant. Being able to earn spirit stones and reap the rewards of the future Liu Ruyan's promotion would also benefit the clan, including his own future vice patriarch. It's not a cutie if you don't say yes yourself. It's just that it's really bitter for Yi Duan. Those boys from Fengwuan, they are rat-faced. In this matter, anyone who dares to say a word of no is crossing the line with me. Drunken Wangzi, the Whiny Mortal Sect. Agu. That's not nice, Yi Chen said and immediately poured a glass of liquor for Drunken Wangzi. Drunken Wangzi took a sip of wine and choked in his tone. Ye Valley Master, when I pondered over this matter, the person who suffered the most was you. I can't get over this in my heart. Drunken Wangzi raised his glass again and filled it directly. It was raised high and aimed at Yi Duan. Ye Valley Master, you are not a parasite of my Whiny Mortal Sect. You are clearly a watchman who endures everything for the sake of the sect's prosperity. This cup is my toast to you. I'll drink first, said Drunken Wangzi as he raised his glass high and drank it down. Oh, how's that for fun? I'll toast to you too. Yi Chen picked up the wine glass and directly tilted it back, spilling it all inside the courtyard. Chapter 54, The Opening of the Immortal Luck Tongtian Talisman. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. Two people this thing talked into. Feelings that just came alive. Yi Chen raised his glass. Sect Master, this glass is to your day-to-day management. How for many years you have worked hard for our Whiny Mortal Sect. Drunken Wanko picked up his glass. This leaf dust can talk. It sounds soothing in the heart. Much more soothing than a few other Peak Masters speaking. Hey, I still have someone who can see what I'm doing. He also pretended to be modest. Ye Valley Master is too modest. AI. It's also because of my old man's poor eyesight. I almost missed a good talent. Yi Duan's quick eyes and hands immediately poured another cup. Where? Sect Master, you are in charge of everything, but also to worry about the clan up and down. The little bit of this humble trick, how can it get into your eyes? Don't worry. In the future, I won't let you down. AI. Ye Valley Master is wrong. Drunken Wangzi waved his hand. His face slightly reddened. You are the one who has been a credit to my Whiny Mortal Sect. Enduring humiliation, Old Me is ashamed of you. Ashamed of you. At first, I thought that this immortal fortune passage talisman was a strange and obscene trick for the sake of spirit stones, but now that I think about it, it's really small-minded. Sect Master is flattering. This is all for Ruyan, for the Whiny Mortal Sect, and for you. Yi Chuan had another wave of horse's ass. All in all, the sentence is not about the drunken son. And the sentence is not about painting a big picture. In the end, he directly coaxed this 300-plus-year-old man into tears and hated meeting Yi Chen. Drunken Wangzi only felt like he had been the sect master of the Whiny Mortal Sect for 100 years. It's the first time I've been understood. Emotions got the better of him, and he raised his wine cup high. Ye Valley Master, although you and I are a bit short of years, if you don't mind, how about you and I become brothers of the opposite sex? Yi Chuan's eyes reddened as he hurriedly refused. Sect Master, I'm an invalid at the third level of the Qi refining realm. Calling myself a brother with you is not an insult to you. Drunken Wangzi fiercely positive arm high wave, noisy. You are my great merit in terms of the Whiny Immortal Sect. Whoever says a word against you in the future is having a hard time with me. Between the pushes, the two men called each other brothers and sisters, and hated each other. Drunken Wangzi's heart is blossoming. Wine cup after cup down. Has long forgotten the previous hate will be leaf dust is 1,000 cuts. Ah, old brother Yi. It was my old brother who misjudged you in the past. You're really a talent. Drunken Wangzi's drunken eyes were hazy as he wrapped his arm around Yi Chen's shoulders. After 3 rounds of drinking, Drunken Wangzi was already drunk, and under his breath he kept chanting, wrong you ah. Yi Chuan, on the other hand, helped Drunken Master to the bed. Hey, it's not easy. Make some be money. After returning to Spirit Spring Valley, Yi Chuan directly found Golden Dollar. Golden Dollar is preparing the reels for tomorrow's draw. Who knew that Yi Chen actually took out a list directly? Golden Dollar. Tomorrow, you'll do what you normally do. But let's see who of these guys, whose numbers match up and let them win the lottery. When Golden Dollar took a look, it was clear that there were several disciples with connections in the clan on it. Jin Yuanbao froze. Master, this list, you mean, we have black secrets in this immortal luck Tongtian talisman? Shady? Yi Duan acted even more shocked than Golden Dollar. Golden Dollar. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Jin Yuanbao. This is called the first rich leading the rich. Understand? Look at these few lads. Their roots and bones are clear. Their character is excellent. And they seem to be the kind of masters who won't spend money frivolously when they get their spirit stones. I'm giving them a chance to get rich first, so that they can lead others to get rich together later. You don't want, either, for all of the spirit stones to fall into the hands of those fools from Sword Peak. Yi Duan spoke with great righteousness. Golden Dollar was flabbergasted. Master, understand. Master, if I'm not mistaken, there are a few people here who are close friends of Drunken Master and the other Peak Masters. Cough cough. Don't you talk nonsense. I'll sue you for slander. What's the most important thing about this immortal luck Tongtian talisman of ours? What is it? Fair, open and just. Got it? Understood. Okay, I'll give you the spinning wheel tomorrow and you can just go and draw as I ask. Jin Yuanbao's head is like a small chicken pecking rice. The master arranged. Do on the line. The first time he opened the lottery himself, black or not Yi Duan didn't care. Anyway, he couldn't let the group of scumbags from Sword Peak win the lottery. The next day, at the entrance of the Demon Locking Tower, there were even a few times more people in the Demon Locking Tower today than on previous days. Everyone is here to wait for the opening of the Immortal Luck Talisman. 5 million top-grade spirit stones, a figure that most people wouldn't even dare to think about. And now, for the way they are within reach, there was a large crowd present. In a short while, Golden Dollar walked out with a raffle carousel. It caused a commotion. Not far away, Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang and the others watched coldly. Feng Wuhan's eyes were grim. He hated Golden Dollar with a passion right now. He hadn't dreamed that without this Golden Dollar, his Sword Peak would actually run out of spirit stones. What angered him even more was this. Yesterday's learned that Jin Yuanbao had come up with an immortal luck Tongtian talisman. It took the entire Wine Fairy sect by storm. This does not count. Okay. A calculation. A day actually net profit as high as several thousand tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. So angry he almost had a brain hemorrhage. It felt like one's spirit stones had fallen into someone else's pocket. You know, this immortal luck Tongtian talisman Golden Dollar screwed up. And Jin Yuanbao used to be his own disciple. He even had a strong suspicion. Could it be that this guy was really a genius? Equally dissatisfied were Zhao Liang, Bai Zhe, and the other Peak Masters. They weren't just being robbed of the limelight by Spirit Spring Valley now. That spirit stone is real. Each one of them was so red-eyed that a few of them agreed that no matter what, this immortal fortune Tongtian talisman could never fall into Yi Chen's pocket alone. So the others were contacted to come to the scene, ready to have a rise to the occasion. Yi Chen must be driven out of the Wine Immortal sect. As for the reason, I've already thought of it. Disturbing the disciples' morals. Raiding the disciples' spirit stones. Only Golden Dollar is seen grinning as he gets into the ring. Welcome everyone. Today is the first opening of my Immortal Luck token. Greetings to all. Now, I announce that the first phase of the Immortal Fortune Passage Talisman Lottery begins. Ho 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 ho. Whoa. Jackpot. Jackpot. Golden Dollar didn't nag, and directly maneuvered the dial. One side began to slowly spin the turntable. The pointer spins rapidly. First number, 23. Asterisk. While mine's the same. Missed it. Second number, 16. Holy, rubbing, it's so hard. Same. Every time a number appeared the scene was a gasp and a sigh of relief. Finally, with the last number appearing, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Obviously, none of them hit the super jackpot. But there were still exclamations of surprise. But what else did someone shout? I won! 2,000! Ha ha ha! The people around the room instantly went red-eyed. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. It'll change their destiny. I won the lottery too. 10 top-quality spirit stones. Too bad. Asterisk. Almost. Asterisk. Where do I have to buy it tomorrow? With the introduction of the draw, there was a buzz in the room. Some were happy and some were sad. Jin Yuanbao smiled cheerfully and looked at the grand prize present. Gentlemen, those who have won the prize please come to the front to redeem the prize. If you have not won the prize, the grand prize will be taken up next time. While Jin Yuanbao was about to cash in his prize in public, a figure appeared on the podium with a whoosh. The visitor was ferocious and grabbed Jin Yuanbao's wrist straight away. Ouch! Ouch, my hand! Golden Dollar has his wrist countered by a takedown. Grimacing in pain, Feng Wuhan stood on top of the ring and said with great righteousness, Jin Yuanbao, who gave you the guts? Chapter 55 Reasoning. Jin Yuanbao, as a disciple of the Wine Immortal Sect, you don't think about making progress, you don't cultivate properly, and you actually engage in these sidetracks? Swindling the spirit stones of the clan disciples. Who is it? Who gave you the guts? To put it mildly, you're corrupting the sect's morale, and to put it more seriously, you're spoiling my Wine Immortal Sect's disciples' immortal fate and Taoism. Windwushu stood on the stage and raised a slap that was about to fly onto Jin Yuanbao's chubby cheeks. The crowd on stage was silent. Many people felt in their hearts that this immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman was quite interesting, and that sect cultivation was boring. It was hard to have an entertainment activity. It was always much more interesting than the daily drudgery of cultivation, but it was in the way of Feng Wuhan being the sword peak master. No one dared to squeak for fear of getting into trouble. Just then, a lazy voice rang out. Yo, senior, my disciple, you can fight too? Yi Duan cheerfully walked out from the stage. He knew that someone would be a demon today, eaten in explosive charm in broad daylight. When Feng Wuhan saw Yi Chen's dangling appearance, he was just furious and gritted his teeth. Yi Dust, don't pretend to be confused here. Did you authorize your disciple to sell this thing called the immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman? This brat, Jin Yuanbao, compels the people, disrupts the order of the sect, corrupts the sect's morale, and is guilty of the most heinous crimes. As his master, instead of disciplining him properly, you let it go like this. I'll help you discipline him. Leaf Dust raised an eyebrow. Damn, discipline? Oh, since you said that selling this immortal fortune heavenly talisman is such a heinous crime, senior brother, may I ask which sect rule was violated? Tell me? Feng Wuhan pondered for a moment. This immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman is clearly swindling the spirit stones of the disciples of the Wine Immortal Sect. This golden treasure behavior. If everyone is addicted to it, how can my Wine Immortal Sect develop? How will the disciples' cultivation refine? I, the Wine Immortal Sect, must not let a single rat turd spoil a pot of soup. Yi Chuan looked at Feng Wuhan and held these two words for half a day. It is really not lethal. That's it? Like this? It looks like inside the weekdays. Master Win's disciples must have refined their cultivation and worked hard, right? It's just that I don't know if the first place winner of this clan competition will be you, Sword Peak, or me, Spirit Spring Valley. The moment these words came out, it was a direct blow to Feng Wuhan's heart with a fist. His face was burning hot. Even the disciples underneath the stage all couldn't help but snort out a laugh. The champion of this sect competition was Spirit Spring Valley's Liu Ruyan. Since Feng Wuhan said that his disciple was concentrating on cultivation, you said that the disciples of Sword Peak practiced hard. How could the first place winner of this clan competition be Liu Ruyan from Spirit Spring Valley? That's just a naked slap in the face. You. Feng Wuhan pointed at Yi Duan one after another before he held back a sentence. Yi Duan, you are simply unbelievable. What's the matter? Anxious? Yi Chen laughed. You're the Peak Master, and I'm also the Valley Master. So the words are all yours alone? If you ask me, this immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman of mine regulates everyone's cultivation rhythm, and it also allows ordinary disciples to obtain a large amount of spirit stones and have a chance to make a breakthrough. You're strong-arming me. Feng Wuhan was so angry that he blew his nose. He realized that this senior brother of his cultivation was not good. Talk is for old sows wearing bras. One set, but then calmed down. This time, Yi Duan moved everyone's cake. Being on the same level as Yi Chen, he really couldn't make him follow his orders. However, it was unlikely that the other peak masters would stand by with their hands folded this time. Yi Chuan, this punk, was nothing but lucky to have received a good disciple. It was impossible for Drunken Wangzi to offend all the peak masters for him alone. Alright, Yi Chuan, I'm too lazy to theorize with you right now. Feng Wuhan directly pulled in the other peak masters. Ask the peak masters, cliff masters, and cave masters present, who would agree to your crooked ways. He looked around chestily. This immortal luck passage talisman thing. It was agreed that it was interesting but tended to make disciples play with things. More importantly, this fertilizing water. It can't all flow into Yi Duan's lazy bastard's field. And they had already joined together to find Drunken Wangzi and react to this. As expected, Bai Zhe, Zhao Liang, and the others all expressed their agreement with Feng Wuhan's statement. That's right, Yi Chen, This immortal fortune passage talisman of yours, there is indeed something wrong with it. Yes, the disciples are all addicted to this. How can they still have the heart to cultivate? I think it's better to outlaw it as soon as possible. Scourge. A few people had a small plan in mind. When this immortal luck Tongtian talisman is banned, we'll figure out a similar contraption. And by then, the spirit stones will still flow into our pockets? Feng Wuhan gave Yi Duan a smug look. Yi Duan even greater face. Can you still defy all the peak masters and cave masters? Yi Chen, what else do you have to say? Gentlemen, you all have a point. But, Leaf Dust's words changed. Isn't it better to ask the sect master about this matter? Feng Wuhan froze. Drunken Wangzi? Ha ha ha. Feng Wuhan almost didn't laugh out loud. He had gone to Drunken Wangzi last night to describe Yi Chen's crime in a more favorable way. Drunken Wangzi was filled with righteous indignation at that time, and his disgust for Yi Chen was overflowing. He even scolded Yi Chuan, this kid, for not stopping, and made sure to teach him a lesson. Liu Ruyan being under Yi Chen's door was already making Jin and the sect master very angry. Now Yi Chuan actually took the initiative to seek out the Drunken Wangzi sect master to comment on his reasoning? Seek your own death. He was certain that Drunken Master's son would be on his side. Alright, in that case, let's ask the sect master. The other peak masters, cliff masters, and cave masters also chimed in. They were sure that Drunken Wangzi would speak for them. At this moment, a person came straight over in the distance, holding a wine gourd in his hand. He yawned and staggered. Is it none other than the sect master, Drunken Master? Feng Wuhan was overjoyed and rushed forward. Sect master, you're finally here. Look at this Yi Duan. Must sell this immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman. It's simply a scourge on my wine immortal sect. Bai Zhe, Zhao Liang, and the others also immediately fell on their faces and said, Sect master, yes, this Yi Chen is simply lawless nowadays. If he is a scourge to my wine immortal sect, he should be thrown out. Chill out. Watching one peak master after another hurl abusive attacks at Yi Chen for their own petty gains, Drunken Wangzi only felt the word chill right now. You guys are so short-sighted. Do you really understand Yi Chuan's pattern? Do you really know what it means to carry a load? All of them, for nothing more than their own immediate gain. Drunken Wangzi looked at Yi Chen and gave the latter a firm look. In the next second, he pulled out an immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman from his pocket. It was handed directly to the golden dollar. Golden dollar is it? This immortal luck Tong Tian talisman of yours is quite interesting. Look how many I won. The moment Drunken Wangzi pulled out the immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman to cash in his prize, Feng Wuhan and the others each had an expression like they had eaten a turd. Especially Feng Wuhan. He almost exploded into foul language. Doggone it. Drunken Master, what are you doing? Chapter 56, Yi Chuan, you've lost too much money in this deal? Sect Master, how come even you? On the surface, Feng Wuhan was still pretending to be polite. Inside, the defense did break down a bit. He had clearly told Drunken Wangzi yesterday that this Yi Chen had borrowed the immortal luck Tongtian talisman to enrich himself and corrupt the sect's culture. Drunken Wangzi nodded his head repeatedly, stating that he would definitely teach Yi Chen a lesson. Punish him severely? What about the promised lesson? What about the promised severe punishment? Is that to buy the Xian Yun Tong Tian talisman? How now? Especially looking at Yi Chen's dangling appearance. Feng Wuhan's heart thumped as an ominous premonition surged through his heart. The other peak masters, cliff masters, and cave masters were also dumbfounded. Wasn't this Drunken Wangzi's action a public slap in the face to all of them? What? Can't buy it? Drunken Wangzi asked back coldly. This group of guys were ratty, and they even questioned Yi Chen in public. They really had eyes without pearls. Feng Wuhan hurriedly accompanied with a smile and said, of course, it's just that sect master. You're this. Drunken Wangzi nodded and turned to Yi Chen, his tone actually becoming gentle. Yi Chen they said that you used this immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman to cheat disciples of spirit stones and corrupt the clan's culture. Is there any truth to that? Yi Chuan smiled faintly and arched his hand. Sect master is clear. Disciple is wronged. This immortal fortune passage talisman is mainly to spice up everyone's life. As the saying goes, a little gambling is good for the heart, but a lot of gambling hurts the body. Hear that? Leaf Dust said no. Feng Wuhan stood numb in place. Sect master, does he say it's not and it's not? In my opinion, it does. Drunken Wangzi nodded his head after pretending to think. Turning his head, he looked at the crowd. My wine immortal sect disciples have always practiced hard, and I feel that this immortal cloud passage talisman has tempered everyone's lives. Sure. Of course. Leaf Dust nodded affirmatively. Not bad for a sect master. This sect leader who has been a sect leader for 100 years really does have seniority. Talking is dripping. Sect master, don't listen to this man's bull asterisk. Wind Wushu fainted. What do you mean by that? Sect master? Letting Leaf Dust be the athlete and the referee at the same time? I'm sure he said he didn't. It was hard for him to accept he had never dreamed that Drunken Wangzi would actually help Yi Chen. And so biased. Yi Chen, you're talking nonsense. You're clearly doing this to earn spirit stones for yourself. Sect Master, he's corrupting the whiny mortal sect's morale. Absolutely not. He was anxious in his heart. Big brother. You can't really believe Yi Duan's bull *******, right? Feng Wuhan. Drunken Wangzi, however, suddenly let out a bellowing cry. And even the ever-composed Feng Wuhan was jolted. Only to see Drunken Wangzi look at Yi Duan. You keep saying that Yi Chuan has corrupted the clan's culture. But have you ever thought about how much Yi Chuan has given for the sake of the clan? How much did Leaf Dust give for the sake of the clan? When these words came out, Feng Wuhan doubted his own ears. For 200 years, not a single disciple. Big brother, you're telling me he's paid a lot? Drunken Wangzi pointed at Feng Wuhan's nose and angrily rebuked. Yi Chuan has been the Valley Master of Spirit Spring Valley of my Wine Immortal sect for 100 years. So there's bitterness even without merit. When these words came out, Feng Wuhan almost didn't drop his jaw to the ground. Doorkeeper, do you want to hear what you're saying? Master of the Valley for 100 years. No credit but hard work? His drudgery was to fish and laze around in the sun every day. This kind of hard work, I want it too. This time, when he so badly wants to contribute a little bit for the sake of the Wine Immortal sect, he doesn't even have that power anymore? Feng Wuhan covered his chest. Against the heavens. Too heaven-defying. Leaf Dust doing his bit for the Wine Fairy sect? Instead, he became a sinner himself. Doorkeeper, do you want to hear what you're saying? Yesterday you called Yi Chuan a wasted man who couldn't accomplish anything. An inspirational young man in one night. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was touched in his heart. It was true that it was still the old-timers who spoke with style. This B-game. Hi. In his heart, he secretly gave Drunken Wangzi a thumbs up. You only see that the disciples are addicted to the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman. But you don't see that they are cultivating even more diligently because they want the incentive of the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman. Don't you just focus on your own Sword Peak's selfish interests without ever thinking about the future of the clan? This statement was made. Feng Wuhan only felt like he was doused with a bucket of cold water from head to toe. The whole thing was pulling up inside. He himself disregarded the future of the clan for the sake of Sword Peak's selfish interests. If it was something else he would have recognized it. The person he was holding up was Yi Chen? A Valley Master at the third level of the Qi refining realm? The other Peak Masters, Cliff Masters, and Cave Masters were also all dumbstruck when they heard Drunken Wangzi's words. They didn't expect that Drunken Wangzi would actually defend Yi Chen so much. I tell you, Drunken Wangzi looked around at the disciples present. His tone resounding. I declare that this immortal fortune Tongtian talisman, not only will it not be outlawed, but it will continue to be held. Yi Chuan, you're in full charge. Drunken Wangzi announced in public. His tone rising. The whole room was silent and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was shocked by Drunken Wangzi's actions. How could they have never imagined that Drunken Wangzi would actually support Yi Chen so strongly? The other Peak Masters, Cliff Masters, and Cave Masters also looked at each other with mixed feelings in their hearts. They had previously thought that when the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman was banned, they would get a similar contraption themselves and make a fortune. Sect Master is wise. Yi Chen made a deep bow to Drunken Wangzi. Yi Chuan was ecstatic in his heart. He knew that with himself in the Wine Immortal sect, the promotion of this immortal cloud passage talisman would not have any problems. After hearing Drunken Wangzi's announcement, the disciples present rejoiced inwardly. Jin Yuan Bao, on the other hand, once again raised Yi Chen's image by a large margin in his heart. Not bad for a master. Sure enough, prejudge all. Let the doorkeeper stand today. Bull. Jin Yuan Bao eyes immediately got up and rode the wave of victory, shouting at the top of his voice, fellow senior brothers and sisters, senior sisters and sisters, don't miss it if you walk by. My master definitely didn't make this immortal fortune passage talisman for himself. He keeps telling me it's called a welfare blessing. What is a blessing? That is to help the weak and make progress together. 10% of all our proceeds from now on will be used for spirit stone support for the weak disciples of the Wine Immortal sect. The disciples present cheered at these words. This was a good thing for them. Buying the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman could also help other disciples. Kim Wanpo continued to recite the lines he had memorized. And since this time, no one has won the grand prize of 5 million top-grade spirit stones. 30% of the 5 million is accumulated into the next prize pool. In other words, the next jackpot will be more than 5 million spirit stones. There's also the 5 million spirit stones accumulated from the last prize. The next jackpot is 5 million top-quality spirit stones. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. The words instantly triggered the entire room. The disciples who were still somewhat hesitant went completely crazy. 5 million spirit stones? It meant that no one had won the jackpot this time, so the next time the jackpot would be 5 million top quality spirit stones. Heaven, Bodhisattva, Amitabha Buddha, that's too much of a conscience. After all, everyone in the room thought it was bad luck that they didn't win this time, and that they would next time. The prize was theirs sooner or later. Next time you win the lottery, the prize will be even bigger. Yeah, bravo, give me 10. A disciple excitedly slapped the spirit stones on the table. I'll give 50. Another disciple was even more bold, directly pulling out a bag of spirit stones. Come on, come on, come on. The second installment of the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian Talisman's coaxing began once again. Don't push, don't push. One by one. All of them. All of them. Golden Dollar laughed. While handing out the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans, the smile on his face was grinning from ear to ear, only to see that the square was packed with people, as if it had exploded. Some disciples even went so far as to fight in order to snatch the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman, and the scene was chaotic for a while. Hey, you stepped on my foot. Whoever robbed my Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman? Looking for death. My spirit stone. I dropped my spirit stone. The shouts and curses were deafening. However, only Drunken Master walked up to Ye Lin. The expression was grave. Leaf dust. Sect Master. I'm in. You're helping the whiny mortal sect disciples to cultivate, and the bonus pool accumulated, but also to give Liu Ruyan spirit stones. This business will not lose too much, said the man, surprisingly, with a hint of sympathy for himself. This scene made Ye Lin cry and laugh. It's all just a common trope. He was about to earn hemp himself, and the gatekeeper was worried that he was losing money. But how can one tell the truth? Sect Master, for the sake of the whiny mortal sect. Alas, Ye Dust let out a sigh, deep in his heart. Chapter 57, The Golden Dollar's Doubt. He knew that to continue saying anything today would be asking for trouble. Watching Ye Lin and Drunken Master talk and laugh, Wind Wushu felt that this was all so unfamiliar. He himself is the best peak master. Drunken Master actually favored Yi Duan in public. Private Bottom himself must find the doormaster and ask for clarification. When Feng Wuhan finished speaking, his face turned blue, his sleeves flung out, and he snorted coldly. Boring. He turned around and left, and the other peak masters knew that this matter was fruitless today. The hustle and bustle of the square is dying down. Spirit Springs Valley. Thatched roof. Thatched cottage in Spirit Springs Valley. The house is clean and tidy. The mahogany table at the entrance. Countless piles of spirit stones. Jin Yuanbao carefully placed the piles of spirit stones he received today on the table. The piles of glittering spirit stones shook his eyes. These are all spirit stones. Saying that, he began to count the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans sold today. 1, 2, 1,000, 10,000. He counted them, one by one. To the end, 30,000 sheets. The corners of Jin Yuanbao's mouth had risen uncontrollably. Today, a full 30,000 Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans were actually sold. Due to the introduction of the bonus pool accumulation system, the disciples who didn't win yesterday were not discouraged in any way. Instead, the more frustrated they became, the more they purchased no less than 10 sheets each on average. 30,000 Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans. That's 3 million lower grade spirit stones. 30,000 top quality spirit stones. One day. Days. This was the income of the entire Wine Immortal sect for a month in the past. Follow this trend. If it grows to the entire 9 Immortal sect, the whole number multiplied by 9. Even though Golden Dollar had known for a long time that he was going to be rich, it was just that the number came so quickly. A month is millions of top-grade spirit stones, and according to the master, this grand prize was far away. Basically the grand prize could only appear when they earn 10 million upper-grade spirit stones. Is this the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman? It's a money printing machine. At the thought of this, Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but giggle out loud. Meanwhile, Yi Duan was yawning as he walked out with a pot of green tea. Zhen Pu, how are sales today? Jin Yuanbao's face turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile. Master, a total of 30,000 Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans were sold today. The income is roughly 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Master, we're rich. In the future, every day will be 30,000 top-grade spirit stones, and a month will be 1,000,000 days. We can buy whatever we want. With this kind of money, we're rich even if we go to the immortal realm. Golden Dollar shivered with excitement. Compared to Jin Yuanbao's excitement, Ye Lin was much more calm. He also received a system alert. System reward, Gold Dollar gets 30,000 top quality spirit stones. 100 times system cashback. 3 million top quality spirit stones. Yi Duan, on the other hand, didn't care. Having money is also a kind of trouble. it's imperative that Golden Dollar calms down. You can still have big plans yourself. Calm down. Calm down. That's where it's at. Golden Dollar hemmed and hawed and rubbed the back of his head. Master, it's not that I haven't seen the world before. You're so powerful. With your guidance, I've earned the amount of spirit stones that I could only earn in the past few years in only 3 days. Yi Chen took a sip of tea, his expression indifferent. Where is this going? Yi Duan looked at Golden Dollar's monkey-like appearance. That's young people for you. Nothing sinks in. You haven't been swinging for the fences for 200 years yourself for nothing. As the saying goes, there is a place for tolerance, and there is no place for desire. When Jin Yuanbao was in ecstasy because of the spirit stones, his entire body swelled up. Yi Chuan in his previous life was very clear that whether it was spirit stones or prestige, if a person obtained something that did not match their perception, they would inevitably experience a backlash. And these, in turn, require a person's character, perception, and maturity of heart. Myself, for example, is very mature. Zhen Pu, I used to say that you would be the guy who would change people's perception of businessmen. Scholarship, agriculture, industry and commerce will become a thing of the past, and commerce will become the first place. Now do you think it will work? Golden Dollar calmed down instantly. Got a splash of cold water on myself. Leaf Dust's words caused his alarm bells to ring. No. With a careful thought, Jin Yuanbao realized what the problem was. He himself might now possess the richest person in the entire Nine Swords sect. However, judging from the way Feng Wuhan as well as others treated themselves, he is still treated as nothing more than a businessman. As the master said, money alone is not enough. Golden Dollar hurriedly sat up straight. Master, no, not at all. We only have spirit stones. I can sense that the disciples of the Wine Immortal sect are still only treating us as merchants. Yi Duan nodded. A child can be taught. Then do you know what you're missing now? Golden Dollar knew that he would soon be growing his brain again, rushing to fill Yi Chen's tea again. The master is the god of one's heart. Now God is going to speak. 4 words, name and shame. Well, in name only, master, what does that mean? Yi Chuan smiled. It's very simple. Let me ask you, if you have spirit stones, and Sword Wind's Thunder also has spirit stones, and you both take on disciples at the same time, who do you think people will follow? Lei Ming. Lei Ming is a genius in this generation, and he is exceptionally gifted and strong. Before senior sister Ruyan came out, he was the #1 person in my Wine Immortal sect. That's right. The name, is that you have a power gap with him? Yi Chuan continued to guide. Then if you have spirit stones now, and the strong people of the underworld sect are equally rich, and you both take on disciples at the same time, who do you think people will follow? That must be me. The underworld sect is infamous in the immortal cultivation world. Everyone hates it to the bone. Yi Chen nodded again. That's right, this is also a kind of name. A name for both good and evil. Although you are not strong enough, you are on the side of justice. So even if you are not as strong as the other party, the spirit stones are the same. Most people will choose you. The situation now is that if you want to revolutionize the perception of the cultivation crowd about businessmen, then you have to have a name. One that looks good enough. Righteous. A lofty name. Make them feel the gap at the root so that you can change their perception of businessmen, because people will only respect those they look up to. The Golden Dollar froze on the tabletop. Is this his own master? Is this God? This is the master's knowledge and insight into human nature. More than anyone Golden Dollar had ever come in contact with before. It is not an aura or a directly embodied power. It wasn't like he was a Yuaning stage powerhouse who easily killed others in seconds. Nor was it like the great powers of the goddess of transformation stage calling out the wind and rain or even the Mahayana stage moving mountains and reclaiming the sea. But this power, likewise, made Jin Yuanbao feel powerful. Vastness. It wasn't long before Gold Dollar learned that this thing was called knowledge. So, in order to make a name for ourselves, we need to package the businessman. Here I'll start by throwing you a bone about something called banking. Banks? Golden Dollar was uncertain. To put it simply, it's pooling everyone's spirit stones and lending them out to earn interest. Leaf Dust explained. Jin Yuanbao pondered slightly. Master, isn't this the money bank and silver vault? Yi Duan laughed out loud. You can understand so, but this is not a money bank or a silver vault. Yi Duan continued. Because there's so much that banks can do. In the future, it can be more than just borrowing money. You can also do a lot of derivative business, such as stocks, bonds, and what we collectively call finance. The first order of business is that you need to open a bank and at the same time set up this immortal luck passage talisman as a company. Company? Jin Yuanbao felt like his brain was going into overload today. Another bank, another finance, and now a company. A company is an organization that is responsible for running various businesses, such as our immortal luck Tong Tian talisman. And we can develop other projects in the future as well. Master, I have a question. Aha. Jin Yuanbao inquired. I can understand everything else, but since we can earn so many spirit stones from the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman now, we're going to set up this so-called company to distribute the money? This was the question deep within Golden Dollar. Yi Chen looked at Jin Yuanbao and smiled wryly once again. Jin Yuanbao, then let me ask you, why is it that there are clans in this world and not everyone is a casual cultivator? Why is it that the power of clans is overall stronger than that of loose cultivators? Jin Yuanbao pondered carefully. What the hell? It seems like that's really the case? Chapter 58, Lowly Liu Ruyan. A clan exists because it can gather everyone's strength to fight against demonic beasts and obtain better spirit veins, while at the same time creating competition within and promoting everyone's growth. Leaf Dust took a sip of tea. Can you be stronger than a clan on your own? Jin Yuanbao came to a realization. Master means that the company was established to allow more people to join us and grow our strength? Yi Dust nodded approvingly. That's right. It's impossible for us to eat the whole cake. The difficulty of imitating the immortal fortune passage talisman isn't that high, and the fastest way for us to expand is to divide a portion of the proceeds from the immortal fortune passage talisman, so that other people can profit as well. Likewise, they will naturally embrace you later and help you defend the company's interests. In this way, you'll have a name, a following, and capital to fight against other forces. No longer a businessman at the mercy of others, but a respected entrepreneur, because in this world, the strongest connecting bond between people is profit. Jin Yuanbao heard the last few words Yi Chen said. Because in this world, the strongest bond is profit. The whole thing went numb again. His own world was once again turned upside down by Yi Chen. This is simply enlightening. The master is worthy of being the master. Master, take my knee. Jin Yuanbao couldn't hold back any longer and knelt down on the spot. Bang bang bang. It was to give Yi Duan 3 rings of the head. Yi Duan was unable to stop it. Ahem. You are. At this moment, Jin Yuanbao looked at Yi Chen with a halo in his eyes. What Yi Chen had told himself was too shocking, completely turning his world upside down. Master, I really can't thank you enough for being willing to tell me this. From now on, this life of mine is yours. There is a saying in Taoism that one can die at the same time as one hears the Tao. These Tao that you have told me, without you, I might not have been able to comprehend it in my life. Calm down, calm down. It's not too late to thank me when you've really done it and made the people of the world change their views of businessmen because of you. Aha! Golden Dollar's chubby face had an extra hint of fortitude and determination. He was acutely aware of the fact that the master had not painted himself into a corner. He or she might actually be able to change the way that people of the entire world think about businessmen. The misunderstandings and the vilification. What one needs now is to be famous. Master, I'm going to prepare for the development of the Spirit Spring Valley Bank and the Immortal Luck Tongtian Talisman Company. Jin Yuanbao immediately took action and began to prepare for the Lingquan Valley Bank and the Immortal Luck Tongtian Talisman Company. Just then, Ruyan Lu came in style. Her face was shy and she wanted to speak. Master, Yuanbao, I'm disturbing you. What's wrong? It turned out that in the last few days, Ruyan Lu had cultivated intensely and was now settling at the peak of Jindan for 7 days. Now she had a premonition that her breakthrough was imminent. Pure top-grade Reiki was needed, preferably top-grade spirit stones. Yuaning stage. A Yuaning stage at less than 20 years old. Not to mention in the Nine Swords sect, the entire Tian Yuan continent was also a demonic genius. However, Ruyan Lu was completely unaware that she was a genius. She only felt that Master had given himself too much, and that Yi Chen was already too good to himself on weekdays. He himself also demanded spiritual stones. Would it be too much to be inconsiderate of the master? Ruyan, if there's anything but say it. Yi Duan looked at his disciple with this beautiful figure. Amazing character. An absolutely beautiful face just in a great mood. Ruyan Lu was very self-condemning and humbly said, Master, I think I'm about to make a breakthrough on my own, and I might need the aura of some top-grade spirit stones. She bowed her head, her face reddening all of a sudden. Ooh, I'm so ignorant. The master has given me so much. He himself also needed top-quality spirit stones to enhance his cultivation. What a guilty pleasure. If Drunken Wangzi or any of the sect masters or even patriarchs knew about it. This wine immortal sect's genius who broke through the Yuaning stage at less than 20 years old to ask for a few top-quality spirit stones was so lowly that he was only afraid of vomiting blood on the spot. Auntie, just ask for as many spirit stones as you want. I'll sell my blood to get it for you. What are you whispering for? Ha ha ha. Relax, relax. Yi Chen looked at Ruyan Lu's appearance and really laughed and laughed. Name a number and I'll have Golden Dollar advance it to you. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Ruyan Lu directly raised a finger. Master, I'll just take 100 top-grade spirit stones. 100 upper-grade spirit stones? Hearing this figure, both Jin Yuanbao and Yi Chen were stunned. Does it only take 100 top-quality spirit stones to break through the Yuaning stage? That's a bit too shabby. It looks like Ruyan Lu doesn't know the strength of the Spirit Spring Valley spirit stones today. Ruyan Lu hurriedly waved her hand. Too much? Master. Then 50 top-quality spirit stones will be fine. 50? Yi Duan was speechless. Ruyan 50 is enough for whoever cultivates. The next clan knows about this and thinks we can't afford to practice now. I'll say a number. 10. 000 on. Yi Chen Yun gestured out a number. Ruyan Lu froze. 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones were already astronomical in her eyes. And Master had actually given her 10. 000? 10. 000 upper-grade spirit stones. A figure one wouldn't even dare to think about in the outer sect. Ruyan Lu's mind went blank and buzzed. She felt like she was dreaming and nothing was real. Master, this is too much. Ruyan Lu stammered. Silly girl, what's the point of being polite with Master? Go, have the golden dollar take you to the treasury for an advance. Breaking through the Yuaning stage is a big deal, and not having enough spirit stones won't do it. Yi Chen looked at Liu Ruyan kindly, his eyes full of doting. Jin Yuanbao laughed bitterly from the side. This senior sister of his might be a genius in cultivation, but she was really uninitiated. But it doesn't seem to know how strong Master is today. But on second thought, the Master is unfathomable. Who knows for sure? Ruyan Lu nodded mechanically, still immersed in great shock. Like a puppet, she followed the golden dollar towards the treasury. Senior apprentice brother Yuanbao. Ruyan Lu finally couldn't help but speak. What's wrong? Senior sister? Jin Yuanbao asked with a smile. Am I asking for too much? Ruyan Lu was careful. 10. 000? Jin Yuanbao laughed. His own 30. 000 upper-grade spirit stones per day was said to have a small pattern by his master. This senior sister asked for 10. 000 spirit stones sincerely. Jin Yuanbao shook his head. Senior sister, just take it and use it. It's only a mere 10. 000 top-grade spirit stones. Spill it, Jin Yuanbao said, and gestured a sprinkling motion with his hand. Ruyan Lu was completely confused, feeling like she was listening to heavenly books. 10. 000 top-grade spirit stones are said to be sprinkles? Ruyan Lu felt like her worldview had been dealt a huge blow. Looking at Ruyan Lu's shocked and dismayed appearance, Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but follow Yi Chen's tone and said, Senior sister how far has this come? This income we have now with this immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman. It's 30. 000 top-grade spirit stones per day. Chapter 59 Breakthrough to Yuaning. The heavenly apocalypse arrives. Days. Ruyan Lu lightly covered her small mouth and let out an exclamation. Is 10. 000 spirit stones even a small amount anymore? How much? 30. 000? This figure was already astronomical for Ruyan Lu. It even gave her the illusion that golden dollar was deceiving herself. One must know that in the past, one's consumption in the outer sect Wave Mountain for a year was only 20 medium-grade spirit stones. Spirit Spring Valley's income reached 30. 000 top-grade spirit stones in one day? Ruyan Lu's heart thumped wildly as she determined the number. The other aspect, of course, was the number, which gave Ruyan Lu a strong sense of security. It's great to follow a master. There's food, beautiful scenery, immortal techniques, and unlimited resources for immortal cultivation. And to top it all off, there's the love of the master. Ruyan Lu was so moved that she was about to burst into tears. Jin Yuanbao watched as Liu Ruyan heard the figure and had been shocked and moved to tears. Golden dollar. It looks like Master really didn't look at the wrong person. I suppose Master is happy for you, too. Happy? Jin Yuanbao thought of his excitement to the point of trembling and Yi Chen's words of pouring cold water on himself. With a bitter smile. Senior sister. Master isn't happy because of me. 30. 000 top-grade spirit stones a day isn't enough? Ruyan Lu was shocked at the sound of it. An income of 30. 000 top-grade spirit stones. He himself was shaking with excitement just now when he heard that figure. The master actually feels dissatisfied? It's not dissatisfaction. Master told me the pattern to open up. He said it was all just the beginning. Then I heard Master talking about concepts like banking, finance, thinking about some of the concepts that Yi Duan had instilled in himself. Jin Yuanbao once again sighed at the vastness of his Yi Duan's thinking. I have a long way to go. Thinking of this, Ruyan Lu instantly drifted off. Master's quest is something that a mere mortal like himself can compare to? He said that he would make himself the champion of the Nine-Sword Sect. Just really do it. Being able to exchange the golden dollar treasure for Qingxian Peak. His recognition of the golden dollar treasure's talent was also definitely not as simple as this measly 30. 000 spirit stones. It looks like it's really happening. Ruyan Lu nodded her head vigorously. Master is truly transcendent. In that case, I must also hurry up with my cultivation. And definitely not drag my spirit spring valley down. Big sister, if you are all dragging your feet, then the rest of the Nine Swords Sect's cultivation is a complete joke. Hearing Liu Ruyan's words, Jin Yuanbao went numb. Without any further hesitation, Ruyan Lu picked up the spirit stone and headed to her cave. Inside the cave of Spirit Spring Valley, the aura was abundant, but it was far from enough for Liu Ruyan, who had broken through to Yuaning. Ruyan Lu took out the ring spirit stone stored in the ring. The aura of the top-grade spirit stone was full, flowing like an entity, holding it in his hand and pouring it into Ruyan Lu's body in a steady stream. Liu Ruyan inner world. That aura poured into Liu Ruyan's inner scenery world, and the vibrant green lotus world had a spring rain. It clattered and poured over the root system of Liu Ruyan's green lotus. Under the watering of the rain of pure spiritual qi, that green lotus root system thrived, greedily absorbing the pure spiritual qi. Ruyan Lu closed her eyes and only felt that her inner view world began to spread a little bit. His own spiritual roots absorbed the aura from every drop of top-quality spirit stone. Waiting for Ruyan Lu to open her eyes, the top-grade spirit stone in her own hand lost its luster and turned into a grayish-white opaque stone. Ruyan Lu threw the stone to the ground and grabbed one again, and so on. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Ruyan Lu never dreamed that one day her own cultivation could be so financially rich, without the slightest concern. Thinking back to my old days, a lower-grade spirit stone had to be used over and over again. And even the broken pieces that had lost their spirit stone were not discarded, but had to be ground into powder to absorb the dregs inside once more. Now that he was using a piece of top-grade spirit stone directly, this huge difference made Liu Ruyan happy to the point of tears. Yuaning stage. This is a watershed moment for cultivators. This meant that one at least had the ability to stand alone in this cruel world of immortal cultivators. However, at this time, in Liu Ruyan's world, only leaf dust, only master. There was only one thought inside her head: to become a Yuaning and dual cultivate with her master. Leaf dust, Ye Lin, master, master, master. She repeatedly chanted Yi Chen's name under her breath, which was a flow of true feelings as well as love. The spirit in Liu Ruyan's body originally had 2 thick green lotus roots that began to grow wildly. Liu Ruyan's circumference surrounded up countless lotus leaves and vines to surround Liu Ruyan. That strong root system began to grow savagely, finally growing to a height of 8 feet. The roots also began to harden and twist, and finally Liu Ruyan snapped her eyes open. Suddenly Liu Ruyan felt her body become stiff and the whole world was frozen. The intense pain spread throughout his body, traveling along every one of his nerve endings. Similarly, Ruyan Lu saw that her inner view world was being held up little by little. At the same time, at his own spiritual root, the glittering golden dan began to be refined and dissolved into a bright green liquid. The qualitative change from Yuaning stage to Jindan. Ruyan Lu clenched her teeth, forcibly enduring the severe pain. The bits and pieces of Yi Chen and Yi Chen snapped to mind. From being admitted under Yi Duan's door, to entering the chaotic secret realm. From entering the secret realm to Yi Duan cooking and stewing himself every time. Only these vivid memories sweetened Liu Ruyan's heart and were able to make her endure the severe pain. Liu Ruyan, smiling, with master here, I'm not afraid of the world. At this moment, the dissolved green liquid began to condense, morphing and condensing into the shape of a baby. Yuaning, the Jindan in Liu Ruyan's inner landscape became a spiritually glowing baby. The breakthrough was successful. Ruyan Lu snapped her eyes open. Her inner world was also completely changed into a turquoise world full of aura-filled aura. Every crevice of the entire inner scene world was wrapped in wood aura, emitting a rich grassy fragrance. Liu Ruyan was drenched in fragrant sweat, and her body was already deflated, but she knew that she had succeeded. Ruyan Lu gently raised her right hand. In an instant, in the inner scenery world, a green-colored vine circled out along Liu Ruyan's white arm. Nowadays, Ruyan Lu and her own inner scenery world were connected mentally and spiritually. She could emotionally feel the grass and trees in her inner world. They were vibrant and full of aura. Ruyan Lu opened her eyes, her slender bright eyes emitting a uniformly bright light green color. The only downside was that at this point, Ruyan Lu was tired. She was so tired that she felt sore and exhausted. However, what came to Ruyan Lu's ears was not the cheering of any of the people, but thunder. That's right, thunder roared above Spirit Spring Valley, and Liu Ruyan's heart raced violently. That's right, this is the apocalypse. The immense aura possessed by a cultivator at the Yuaning stage was already able to influence the surrounding environment of heaven and earth. As a repayment and price for this power, every Yuaning stage cultivator will face the test of heaven head-on. Skyjacking. Ruyan Lu strolled out of the cave, her heartbeat involuntarily accelerating as she simply couldn't face the heavenly tribulation head-on right now. Weak and with her aura gone, she was now facing a heavenly tribulation and was dead. Chapter 60. Who is her master? In her life, Ruyan Lu had never thought that she could break through to Yuaning. Revenge for the family. For the former Ruyan Lu, revenge was what kept her alive. A small cultivator, even a talented young girl, the further down the road she traveled the more difficult her path would become. Because she has no background, no resources. Now that I think about it, insisting on revenge in Liu Ruyan's mind is nothing more than a vain idea to keep herself alive. But now, because he met Master, he met Ye Duan, he himself had not only broken through to the Yuaning stage in less than a month, she also truly felt that for once, she was a possibility away from avenging her family. Not a fantasy, not a self-deception, a real possibility. It was just that the current Liu Ruyan was too tired, and the aura in her body was drained, all of it nourishing the world of the inner landscape, because it was a level that her family congregation had never reached in their lives, so she was totally unaware that she would face a heavenly calamity, and in such a weak condition himself. Boom! A thunderclap. Will you die yourself? But don't want to. Ruyan Lu's strong will wanted to survive, wanted to stay with Master. Ye Chen also fell into deep thought as he looked at the thunder in the sky. Ruyan Lu is going to face the heavenly tribulation. Can she believe it? Heavenly havoc. What is the apocalypse? That's a hurdle between the cultivator and the Tao. If the modification is successfully passed, the promotion to Yuaning. If it fails, if you are light, your cultivation will regress, and if you are heavy, you will fall. And the strength of the apocalypse was unknown, so have the resources to break through to the Yuaning stage of the cultivator. Without exception will use the family resources, clan forces, a large number of heavenly treasures, potion magic weapon to help their own region that day robbery. If he had guessed correctly, Ruyan Lu was alone, just as Leaf Dust expected. At this moment, Ruyan Lu walked to the entrance of the Spirit Spring Valley and faced it alone. She looked up, black clouds in the sky pressed down on the Spirit Spring Valley, and huge black clouds covered the area above the Spirit Spring Valley. Rumble. Thunder rolled. Countless thunderbolts tore and twisted within the black clouds. The powerful and furious aura power was about to explode. Liu Ruyan looked at the spinning black cloud, her heart beating violently. She deeply felt the oppressive rage and raging power behind that black cloud. Sure enough, it's going to die. It's just that I really don't want it. Ruyan Lu turned back to Spirit Spring Valley, where Ye Chen was. Drunken Wangzi's eyes snapped open. Heavenly tribulation. Someone has broken through to the Yuaning stage. Thinking with his toes, he knew that this person must be Ruyan Lu. The Yuaning stage was a strength comparable to that of a peak master, and in the entire Nine Swords sect, the number of people who had broken through to the Yuaning stage was very few each year. So the day has changed. It instantly triggered a tremor in the entire Nine Swords sect. Even Bei Mu Chen, the current sect master of the Nine Swords sect, violently opened his own eyes. Almost at the same time, all of the Nine Swords sect masters, as well as the head sect master and vice sect master, simultaneously appeared on top of the distant mountain in Spirit Spring Valley. 9 sect masters, 7 came. Drunken Wangzi looked towards his fellow colleagues in the distance and couldn't help but straighten his back. Had. This time, Ruyan Lu really gave herself a long face, and the person at the forefront of them, swordwood eyebrow star, stature upright and tall, a lingering righteousness all over. One has an aura like a mountain. Bei Mu Chen, the current Nine Sword sect leader. His cultivation was said to have reached the harmonization realm. Turn your hand to the clouds and your hand to the rain. As soon as he appeared, Drunken Wangzi and the others knew that this time, it was non-essential. As expected, Bei Mu Chen immediately asked Drunken Wangzi as soon as he appeared. Drunken Wangzi, who is this man? I have a list of disciples with potential in my Nine Sword sect. I have a list of albums very clear. I remember that Yuan Immortal sect has a good talent called Lei Ming. His breath is clear to me. Who is this person? It's a strange aura I've never felt before. Sovereign, Drunken Wangzi hemmed and hawed. Patriarch, of course you don't know that Ruyan Lu has just started her promotion. This person who has broken through to the Yuaning stage is Liu Ruyan, a disciple of my Wine Immortal sect, Spirit Spring Valley. Previously, she once had her spirit root broken and entered the forbidden land of chaos. I'm sure you've heard of it. Oh, it's her. Only after hearing this did Bei Mu Chen return to his senses, a hint of approval appearing in his eyes. To know that the Chaos Forbidden Land was incredibly dangerous. It was a place that he himself did not dare to easily wade into. Its dangers were simply uncontrollable. And this girl actually dared to enter. I did hear something about it. I heard that she obtained a heavenly chance and an immortal magic weapon. Just how did this suddenly advance to the Yuaning stage? You're not sure? Coincidentally, I'm not sure. It should be that she's trying hard. Drunken Wangzi replied with a word of caution. Bei Mu Chen nodded. With such talent, I'm only afraid that it's one of the top 2 existences in the entire Nine Swords sect. Right now, the love of talent arose in Bei Mu Chen's heart. How old is this woman? Less than 20. Instantly, upon hearing Drunken Wangzi's reply, A flash of amazement flashed across the eyes of the other sect masters. He was able to break through to the Yuaning stage at less than 20 years old, without any background or resources, and had entered the chaotic Forbidden Land. This kind of chance and talent was comparable to a demon. Exceptionally gifted. This girl will be the hope of my whiny mortal sect in the future. It must be well nurtured. Who is her master? Ahem. Ahem. Drunken Wanko laughed awkwardly and nonchalantly. Although he comforted himself to the point that Yi Chuan was merely Liu Ruyan's nominal master. She was an unearthly talent and didn't need a master at all. There was still a hint of embarrassment in just saying Yi Chen's name. Patriarch. My whiny mortal sect's Spirit Spring Valley's Valley Master is Yi Chen. Leaf dust? Put. Ha ha. There was a roar of laughter from the others around the room. Even Bei Mu Chen frowned. Are you talking about the disciple of Patriarch Easy? Yi Chuan, who is now at the third level of the Qi refining realm after 200 years have passed? Speaking of the third level of the Qi refining realm stage, Bei Mu Chen had a hint of hesitation and disbelief. This Yi Duan himself had slightly heard about it. Technically in the same generation as himself. 200 years ago he was at the third level of the Qi refining realm. Back in the day, God's dragon was not seen and not seen. It was just that elderly turned a blind eye and did not supervise. It's not good to say much yourself. As a result, these 200 years have passed, and he himself has already become a harmonization stage from being the younger brother of the Easy Elder back then. The Nine Sword Sect's patriarch. Is he still at the third level of the Qi refining realm? Is it true that you don't practice at all? Yes. Drunken Wangzi nodded his head but still put in a good word for Yi Chen. Patriarch. Yi Valley Master may have a slight flaw in his cultivation, but he is just very attentive to this Liu Ruyan's cultivation. I've heard that it was Patriarch Easy who entrusted a dream to Master Yi Gu, asking him to teach Ruyan Liu. A dream? Bei Mu Chen didn't have any hesitation. Nonsense. In the realm of elder prosperity, a single divine sense will be able to inform you and me of what we want. So why bother with the method of dreaming? As I see it, this is clearly just Yi Chen's sophistry. This Liu Ruyan, with her demonic talent, Yi Chen is afraid that other people will steal his disciple. Right. He can be her nominal master, but teaching is definitely not an option. This girl's future should be rocking up to 90,000 miles. She definitely cannot be delayed by Yi Chen. After breaking through the heavenly tribulation this time, I will her to incorporate the recruitment into my Nine Sword Sect's Extreme Dao class. With these words, Drunken Wangzi knew that Yi Chen was now completely out of luck. Because the Extreme Dao sect was the most special class of the Nine Sword Sect, all of them were personally instructed by the Patriarch, and they were filled with demonic geniuses or special talents. However, Drunken Wangzi friendship arrangement worried. He thought of Liu Ruyan's previous stubbornness. While the discussion was going on, suddenly black clouds began to surround the sky in a frenzy. The black clouds surged up, and if it was spinning before, then now, the black clouds were pouring into the sky. The crowd's pupils quake. This? How is that possible? Chapter 61, The Divide of Heavenly Havoc. Black clouds poured into the sky as the crowd talked. Unconsciously, black clouds enveloped the entire Spirit Spring Valley for 100 miles around. Bei Mu Chen released his divine sense, and the entire Nine Sword Sect was unexpectedly shrouded in black clouds. Such a powerful heavenly calamity. Terrifying as hell. The sky was overcast and the aura was oppressive. The original hissing thunder and surging lightning instantly disappeared at this moment. In its place, endless black clouds began to gather. They are repressing, building up. They expanded hundreds of times in the moments that Bei Mu Chen and the others were discussing. The entire Nine Sword Sect, the Nine Sect, all the peaks, cliff caves, and valleys under the sect, at this moment were covered by the thick black clouds of the heavenly tribulation. The wind, it's gone. The leaves stopped shaking. Inside the entire Nine Sword Sect, the darkness was as if it was the end of the world, and even the air pressure had become higher. What's this? The heavenly calamity of the first infant stage? Everyone present could foresee the terrifying power of the heavenly Tao behind the black clouds pouring into the sky, but no one opened their mouths. No one spoke because Ruyan Liu was only at the Yuaning stage. This is the heavenly tribulation that a Yuaning stage can experience? Even the heavenly tribulation triggered by the sect masters present was not as powerful as this. Patriarch, this is the heavenly tribulation of the first infant stage? Drunken Wangzi couldn't help but voice a question. Back then, his own heavenly tribulation at the God transformation stage had only affected the entire mountain of the whiny mortal sect. Now, why did Liu Ruyan's heavenly tribulation even envelop not only the whiny mortal sect, but even the Nine Sword Sect? That doesn't make sense. The other sect masters also had a flash of dismay in their eyes. Turned his gaze to Bei Mu Chen. Mortals cultivate immortality in accordance with the time of the heavens. Whoever possesses an aura, a monk, strong beings, with extremely powerful individuals, need to follow the way of heaven, the natural way of heaven, and in order to keep them in check, there is the way of heavenly tribulation. Beimu Chen didn't have any excessive explanations, but instead raised his head to look at the sky. Looking toward the surging black clouds, he felt the raging and terrifying thunder power behind them. Beimu Chen's words carried a hint of relief, a hint of confusion, and a hint of helplessness. Back then, when I broke through to the harmonization realm, the heavenly tribulation scene, too, it was nothing more than that. When these words came out, everyone present froze in place. Not only Drunken Wangzi, even the other sect masters were incredulous. Sovereign, you just said that when you broke through to the realm of the harmonization realm, the heavenly tribulation was nothing more than that? Beimu Chen didn't hide anything. Back then, I wandered away from the northern wasteland, stopping at the peak of the void refining stage for 20 years already, and by chance I entered a party's secret realm, obtaining a great power's legacy of immortal pills, Shenhuang Dan, and after swallowing it, this is how I captured the opportunity to break through. In the northern wasteland, I set up the 9 heavenly formations, and used the spells gifted by my former masters to meet the heavenly tribulation for 3 days. And back then, someone who happened to be passing by described that the black clouds were so dense that they were several kilometers in circumference. You all know very well how big this 9-sword sect of mine is, right? This means that the heavenly tribulation that Ruyan Lu has to go through is even more terrifying than the one I had to go through to break through the refined void stage. Strong, the heavenly calamity that enveloped the entire 9-sword sect. A chill ran down the spine of the people in the room at the thought. The heavenly tribulation was the power of thunder, pure and violent. It's the physical body that's quenched as well as the divine soul. If it can break through, it is a cleansing for the cultivator. And if it fails, God's soul is scattered. Such a heavenly calamity should not appear at all in the Yuaning stage. Letting a Yuaning stage cultivator cross a heavenly tribulation comparable to the refined void stage? Liu Ruyan, this woman's talent is actually so demonic? If this woman is allowed to live, my 9-sword sect, from now on, will only be rocking up 90,000 miles. Her talent is the first in my 9-sword sect in the past 1,000 years. The Easy sect, the Green Cloud sect, and the Dragon Tiger Mountain, all have to kneel to my 9-sword sect. Patriarch, is there anything we can do to help? The sect masters present were also all veterans of the 9-sword sect. They could certainly see that Ruyan Lu's future was unlimited. If it was possible for Ruyan Lu to come out of this heavenly calamity, just as Beimu Chen had said, the 9-sword sect would completely leap to become a top-tier sect. Help, this heavenly calamity that is comparable to the void refining stage. Can you guys help with anything? The 49 heavenly robberies of the Yuaning stage. One has to go through 36 heavenly thunders, and after that it's all about the 99 heavenly robberies, 81 heavenly thunders, and you guys, look at this heavenly robberies aura that Liu Ruyan is facing nowadays. It's bound to be the 99 heavenly robberies. Only, I'm afraid, no one in the room can help except me. Dead silence. Again, the heavenly tribulation that a Yuaning stage cultivator has to go through is actually the 99 heavenly tribulations? Heaven. Just how heaven-defying was the talent in this Liu Ruyan? That Liu Ruyan must die? Drunken Wangzi was anxious. Damn. This Yi Duan even drew a big pie for himself. Now it's good. Ruyan Lu people are going to be gone. Beimu Chen's tone, however, carried a hint of relief. In this life, it's worth it to trigger such a heavenly calamity. He envied the heavenly tribulation that Ruyan Lu was able to trigger, which showed that her future and potential had reached a terrifying place. Where he was confused was what kind of talent, bloodline, and magic weapon did Liu Ruyan possess that could make heaven and earth descend as such divine might. There was a hint of helplessness at the end of Beimu Chen, because he profoundly knew that Ruyan Lu was bound to die. Here in the aura of the apocalypse, no one could survive. And back then, after their own peak refining void stage experience, they all died 9 deaths. Ruyan Lu, who just broke through to the Yuanying stage, certain death. Beimu didn't even give Drunken Wangzi any wiggle room and directly pronounced Liu Ruyan's death sentence. However, if there is life there is a silver lining. Sovereign? What life? Heavenly tribulation thunder. There is a difference between high and low. White lightning, destroying flesh. Blue thunder light, breaking the divine sense. Golden lightning, annihilation of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Yuan Shun, inner view. Purple thunder light, dimming the heaven and earth. If all of the lightning that this Liu Ruyan experiences is white, she might still have a chance of survival. Even if she goes through the 99 heavenly tribulations, she possesses a bloodline or a magic weapon that will allow her to leave a breath behind. In an instant, Drunken Wangzi immediately began to pray, and not only him, but everyone present looked towards the dark, sky-pouring clouds in the sky. Everyone waited for the lightning that flashed out of that. Zippy zippy, a low rumble came from behind the black cloud. Strange, how come there isn't any thunder? Could it be that the bad weather has stumbled upon Liu Ruyan's heavenly tribulation? Drunken Wonko was still comforting himself. Suddenly, the heavenly enlightenment sect master let out a cry of alarm. Patriarch, I see it. What he practiced was the golden eye technique, which allowed him to see 1,000 miles away. What color thunder? Everyone perked up their ears and waited for the color of this overwhelmingly Nine-Sword Sect's future thunderbolt. However, the Tianqi sect master who stood in place, Lu Man half a day had no response. He seemed to see something unnameable. You say it instead. Old Lu, you're going to kill me in a hurry. Drunken Wangzi was anxious, and even Bei Mu Chen urged. Sect Master Lu, speak quickly. The golden pupil light in Lu Man's pupils dissipated and went away. Blue, it's over. It's over. Liu Ruyan is dead. Lu Man shook his head. What? Could it be white? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. God bless the Nine-Sword Sect. Drunken Wangzi almost laughed maniacally. As a result, Lu Man still shook his head. Gold. Purple? Drunken Wangzi sat down on the ground with a disheveled butt. It's over. What kind of demon is this Liu Ruyan? To actually be able to attract the heavenly tribulation of golden thunder and purple thunder? As a result, Lu Man actually still shook his head. This time Drunken Wangzi swooned. Not in any color? Are you kidding? Lu Man looked at Bei Mu Chen, his tone shivering. If I'm not mistaken, that thunder light is. What time is it? Don't be a sellout, you tell me. Drunken Wonko is going to be in a hurry. I'm hot your mom. Lu Man cursed out. Thunder is black. The words came out. Everyone was dumbfounded. Black? A black thunderbolt apocalypse? Chapter 62, Chaotic Heavenly Thunder. Black? Bei Mu Chen heard Lu Man's reply. A black apocalypse? As expected, Lu Man had just finished answering. The sky whispers low. Black lightning surfaced over the entire Nine-Sword Sect, and the stars of the entire Nine-Sword Sect dimmed, and the sun and moon were devoid of light. This was followed by the sound of a thunderstorm that shook the heavens and the earth. The whole world is about to be consumed by a natural disaster. Patriarch, why is this? The heavenly tribulation will be black. Drunken Wangzi froze in place. He had never seen a black skyjack before. The sect masters at the god transformation stage clearly felt the spatial aura become oppressive and dull. They all felt uncomfortable. And the disciples of the Nine-Sword Sect were even so frightened that they all hid in their caves. Shivering. Black heavenly tribulation. Black heavenly tribulation? After North Mukin repeatedly chanted 2 sentences, his mind until a tremor. It's actually black lightning. No, this is no longer a mere heavenly tribulation. This is the extreme of the heavenly Tao. This is the legendary asshole thunderbolt. Chaotic thunder light. Bei Mu Chen's pupils quaked. Exclaimed. This chaotic heavenly thunder is the most primitive and violent power between heaven and earth. Even I have only heard of it in legends. In the next second, Bei Mu Chen's pupils unexpectedly flashed with a flash of shock. Hurry! Quick! Immediately order all disciples to stay away from the Spirit Spring Valley. Hide in their cave or their own cave worlds. Never come out of the two. This chaotic heavenly thunder is coming down. The Spirit Spring Valley is gone. Heavenly Tao Extreme. Chaotic lightning. It landed in Spirit Springs Valley, which could only possibly be leveled to the ground. Right now, Bei Mu Chen could no longer think about why a Yuaning stage breakthrough by Liu Ruyan could actually trigger the legendary chaotic lightning. He only wanted the disciples of the Nine-Sword Sect to be safe, all of them away from the Spirit Spring Valley or hiding in the cave. He even felt that the Nine-Sword Sect might even cease to exist. Yes, sir. A few streams of light flashed by. All of them disappeared in place in an instant, instantly returning to their respective sects, demanding that all disciples immediately take shelter from the danger. Everyone could detect the appalling under the dark canopy. The timid female disciples even hid their faces and cried, while the male disciples were silent. In the face of such heavenly might, trembling in fear were their instincts. The Nine-Sword Sect was like a great enemy, and in the sky above Spirit Spring Valley, black robotic clouds began to surround it. Black thunderbolts wrapped around the black cloud scrolls. The depressingly silent Spirit Spring Valley began to roar with wild winds. Flying sand was swept up into the canopy. The wind gradually increased. There began to be vines, and tree trunks were uprooted. The entire Spirit Spring Valley was a scene of havoc. Ruyan Lu stood still, looking up at the chillingly terrifying black thunderstorms and tornadoes with a dumbfounded expression. Yourself? Can it trigger such a terrifying heavenly calamity? That black thunder light. Oppressive. Berserk. One could feel no weaker than the strength of that Tao Tai level demonic beast back then just by looking at it. She had no doubt that when that thunderbolt came down, her own divine soul gathered and scattered. And she reported directly to Hades. Is this a celestial phenomenon that you can trigger? And not far away, Bei Mu Chen, who had evacuated all the disciples of the Nine-Sword Sect, stood in unison with the sect masters on the farthest mountain range. looking at the spirit spring in the distance. Beimu Chen looked at the chaotic thunderlight that filled the sky for 100 miles, and the sky was dark. Once again, he let out an exclamation. If she survives, I'm afraid that under heaven and earth, my nine-sword sect's name will resonate throughout the entire continent. Pity, pity, chaotic lightning. What kind of heaven-defying encounters does this woman have in her? Zila Zila. In the distance, chaotic lightning and black cloud tendrils began to surround the sky, and the overwhelming berserk force began to surge. Rumble. A several-meter-thick black chaotic heavenly thunder rained down from the sky. It raged and hissed. It split straight towards the Spirit Spring Valley. That thunderous sound shook the heavens and the earth. The space barriers were torn apart, and the surrounding space began to distort. Beimu Chen's heart palpitated in the distance. Chaotic lightning. The power of the laws of heaven and earth. If this lightning goes down, who can live? The crowd could feel the aftermath of that Tao from a few kilometers away. The patriarch was still like this, and the faces of the other sect masters were even more horrified and palpitating. Yes, what kind of person can survive this thunderbolt? As for Liu Ruyan, who had stood in that Spirit Spring Valley, facing that chaotic black heavenly thunder, she directly lost all means of response. Frozen in place. I'm going to die in this place myself. That black chaotic heavenly thunder hissed down from the sky, but not towards Ruyan Liu. Instead, it slashed straight at the thatched roof. Original. Drawing in this horrible 999. The chaotic heavenly thunder was not Liu Ruyan, but Yi Chun. Yi Duan hid inside his thatched hut and secretly observed, and was in a happy mood when he realized that Ruyan Liu had successfully made a breakthrough. Another 100 times the aura rebate given by the system. Looking at Liu Ruyan breakthrough Yuanying attracted the heavenly tribulation. Yi Duan reckoned that he was also a fish in troubled waters to drink Liu Ruyan breakthrough together. It turned out to be a reward for 200 years of swinging for the fences, along with 100x cashback from his own disciples. And how all the genius earth treasures he had acquired over the years had triggered this heavenly calamity at the same time. Directly triggered the heavenly Tao had the highest heavenly calamity plus version. 99 heavy heavenly thunders, and also black chaotic heavenly thunders. There wasn't even just chaotic heavenly thunder. Almost all of the heavenly Tao punishments all coalesced into one piece. Yi Chuan was in agony, and as a result, when he saw the black clouds covering the entire nine-sword sect, Yi Chuan realized that it was too late. Holy, this nigga. I wanted to lay low and swing for the fences, and this is going to get out. Won't I become the strongest thigh of the nine-sword sect? Everything will be my turn in the future? Yi Duan began to spit madly in his heart. Yi Duan's greatest ideal is to swing for the fences. The chaotic heavenly thunder had already exploded in Yi Duan's thatched cottage during the curse. Yi Chen looked around and realized that his thatched hut was gone, and looked up at the stunned Liu Ruyan. Ugh, Ruyan. I wanted to spend time with you guys as normal people, but now there's no way around it. I am the strongest cultivator. I show my cards. Master. Ruyan Liu's eyes were filled with ecstasy and adoration. This heavenly calamity, was it induced by Master? One's own master is not a waste. He was the true genius, the strongest in the world. Calm down, calm down. Yi Chen looked at the roiling chaotic heavenly thunder. Since it had come, it was right for him to suffer. Ruyan, come here. Yi Chen looked at the heavenly thunder. This heavenly calamity was a refinement and a creation. Next, embracing Ruyan Liu in his arms, Liu Ruyan was excited. Being hugged by Yi Chen, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Master's embrace, so warm. As Yi Chuan prepared to absorb against all of this, Liu Ruyan was beside him. Surely he could quench his muscles and bones and gain some insight. After all, this heaven and earth's most violent aura and the laws of the great Tao. And, it also occurred to Yi Chuan that no one knew what was happening in the middle of the heavenly tribulation. One is perfectly capable of pushing all of it. Still, onto one's apprentice. No one could have guessed that among the thinking. Chaotic heavenly thunder in the sky. Boom boom boom. One raging down. Black thunderbolts. Raging down. And this time, Yi Chen finally raised his right hand. Chapter 63 Leaf Dust Inside View. The Wind Queen's Strange Door. Chaotic Gold Top. Yi Chen violently raised his right hand. The spatial laws above his head instantly changed into the Yi Duan domain. The black chaotic heavenly thunder was solidified and collapsed in Yi Chuan's Chi Men Bureau. However, with it came several more people ringed with thick black chaotic lightning rushing down into the sky. Each of these thunderbolts contained terrifying chaotic force and raging thunder. 200 years. It's been a whole 200 years of swinging for the fences. At this moment, the immortal magic weapons Yi Chuan had obtained their cultivation enhancement heavenly tribulation along with interest in this moment's outburst. Chaotic lightning poured down like heavy rain. As for Yi Chuan himself, he had forgotten how many genius earth treasures and immortal magical artifacts he had acquired from his inner landscape and storage bag. In that case, let's all come out. With countless more rays of thunder pouring down. Yi Chuan also stopped using his skills and instead directly spread out his right hand. Inner landscape manifestation. Inner landscape manifestation? When these words came out, Liu Ruyan beside her was blinded. What is an interior view? That was the world created by the inner world of every cultivator. Their spiritual world. Cultivation of cultivators. Jindan. Jindan cultivation for the first baby, including the first spirit. 3 souls and 7 spirits. All belong to it. As this was the most secretive and vulnerable part of a cultivator, no one in this world would dare to exhibit their inner view for others to see. Not to mention in this heavenly calamity situation of chaotic heavenly thunder, the slightest mistake is to become demented. And inner scene manifestation was an extremely profound and secretive art. There won't be anyone who will choose to practice, but now his own master was not only using it, but also in this heavenly calamity environment. Your own master? Crazy? However, the next second Ruyan Lu realized it was madness, only to see that Yi Chen's inner scenery world began to materialize in front of himself. Inside was a clear, transparent lake, and around the lake were all top-grade spirit beasts and top-notch medicinal herbs. There were also countless immortal magic weapons. Yi Chuan's idea was also very simple. Since he had suffered a heavenly calamity because of his inner realm world, it would be better to simply release them all and let them bear it together. Because what sets one's inner world apart from others is that one's inner world is alive. Relying on the system rewards, there were countless divine beasts inside Yi Chuan's inner landscape world, countless heavenly materials and treasures, and under the rich nourishment of Yi Chuan's inner landscape, they became a faction of their own, forming an ecosystem of their own. The first to bear the brunt is a heavenly snow-white spirit ape, arms more than 2 meters long, the body of the wrapped in snow-white aura. Open their hands, countless ice and snow law power under its long arm. That chaotic heavenly thunder rolled down. All the black lightning was absorbed in it. That is clearly a fairy class level imperial beast. What followed was a unicorn beast wrapped in fish scales leaping out of the shrubbery, opening its mouth wide, and instead of saliva, crimson lava flowed from its mouth, which had just dripped down to the ground, where the ground soil directly vaporized. It also opened its bloody mouth and devoured a black chaotic heavenly thunder, feasting on it. This is an immortal ranked Yan Huan Qilin? However, what amazed Liu Ruyan was not only the imperial beasts in Yi Chen's inner world, even the grass and trees inside are top-notch existences. The 9-turn soul restoration flower easily absorbed that chaotic heavenly lightning into it, shaking from side to side like a human after absorption. Heavenly star grass, veins of stars appeared on every leaf, and every strand of chaotic lightning that touched it was wrapped and absorbed by it, and its pale blue petals seemed to become even more delicate. Even a seemingly mediocre maple tree inside that chaotic heavenly thunder bombarded on it just made the maple tree countless leaves shake off. Those leaves dripped down to the ground, immediately dissolved into the soil, and a drop of pure gold liquid flowed out from the leaf veins where it dripped down to the ground. This is the divine tree of the immortal order, the bishop's tree. It is said that it only grows in the underworld and needs to be watered by the yellow spring. Although it is called the yellow spring, but its sap can bring back the dead, white bones and flesh, and reverse life and death. Ruyan Lu looked at what was in front of her. Everything in Yi Duan's inner landscape, the grass, the trees, the imperial beasts, even the insects, faced the chaotic heavenly thunder not with fear, timidity, but in joy. It took a long time and half a day before Liu Ruyan found a word. They treated this chaotic heavenly tribulation as a feast of food. Heaven? What kind of existence was his own master's inner world? The first round of chaotic heavenly thunder ended, and from afar, Beimu Chen and the others looked at the heavenly tribulation in front of them and changed color. Beimu Chen hardly had any doubt that the rolling thunder in the sky was all the most violent force of nature. It was impossible for anyone to survive such a raging force. That berserk chaotic heavenly thunder continued like this for an entire hour. Beimu Chen stood in place for a long time, unable to say a word out. The first genius of the 9 Swords sect in 100 years had fallen. He was just about to arrange for someone to clean it up, but I realized that the black clouds in the sky did not dissipate. How is that possible? Liu Ruyan, who survived the chaotic heavenly thunder tribulation? Sovereign, what's going on here? Why is there more? Drunken Wangzi was also slightly surprised. This means that she is still alive. She's still alive? Hearing Beimu Chen's words, the eyes of everyone present were as big as bronze bells. How was this possible? Ruyan Lu was still alive? Patriarch, do you mean that Liu Ruyan is still alive after experiencing this black chaotic heavenly lightning calamity just now? That chaotic heavenly thunder contained chaotic violence. None of the sect masters present could resist it. And she, Liu Ruyan, could? Everyone there was in disbelief. How is this possible? What situation? Lu Man jumped in shock. Patriarch, do you mean that this Liu Ruyan survived? How did she survive? Lu Man are anxious. This is completely illogical. Bei Mu Chen looked at Lu Man. If you ask me, who do I ask? Right now. Bei Mu Chen was even more eager to know how Ruyan Lu had gotten through this chaotic heavenly thunder tribulation than anyone else present. The fact that the apocalypse was still going on meant that she was alive. And she was certainly more than anyone expected. The black clouds pressed down on the city, not seeing any dissipation, but instead thickening, like ink splashed across the canopy. What's going on? What's going on? Now not only the sect masters present, but even Bei Mu Chen had fainted. After the heavenly tribulation is often after the rain, this Liu Ruyan a yawning stage crossing the tribulation. How exaggerated. Just as the crowd was in disbelief, a golden chain suddenly dangled down from the black clouds. Chain of laws. Bei Mu Chen exclaimed in shock, his face changing drastically. The chain of laws was the most terrifying existence in the heavenly tribulation, representing the descent of the heavenly Tao's rules. Each chain contained supreme power, enough to crush a yawning stage cultivator into pieces. The golden chains were like spiritual snakes that snaked through the air of the black city, emitting a suffocating pressure. At this moment, everyone present felt their legs go weak. Chapter 64, The 4 Hits of Ascension. On top of the chains, runes of arcane laws were inscribed, flashing with blinding light. The crowd that was more than 10 kilometers away felt a palpitating sense of oppression. Chain of laws? Chain of laws? Bei Mu Chen changed his voice. He wasn't the only one in the room who was baffled, because in addition to the heavenly thunder being considered a heavenly calamity in the traditional sense, the others only felt the terror of that chain of laws and didn't know what it was. Only Bei Mu Chen was present and clear about it. Transitioning, the heavenly punishment is not only heavenly thunder. There are 4 other phenomena that are also cataclysmic, but are not categorized as such, because that's what the hijacking is after ascension, which is becoming immortal. It was also something that a cultivator would face only after he had truly become a god. They are the chain of laws, the 5 elements of robbery, and the voice of the great Tao. And Liu Ruyan, a yawning stage would encounter this heavenly tribulation that only comes with the final step of becoming an immortal? This sentence went beyond the knowledge of everyone in the room. It's like a kindergarten student. You taught her that 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Next thing you know, she's solving the world's Goldbach conjecture for you. Bei Mu Chen was directly given a shock of numbness. The chain of laws blasted down, aiming at the Spirit Spring Valley. The crowd felt chills just from seeing that golden light. However, after that one chain of laws was poured into the Spirit Spring Valley, it actually began to continuously crumble, eventually turning into bits of golden light that dissipated into the air. What's the situation? The clan's ancestors and supreme honored ones. I've seen a lot today. That chain of laws had just snapped when countless raging heavenly flames descended from the sky, with dark icy water following close behind. There were also huge basalt stones, thick vines, and whole chunks of meteoric iron. The ground also began to shake violently, and the 9 Swords sect began to tremble. 5 elements. 5 elements robbery. Bei Mu Chen exclaimed out in shock. This is the 5 elements robbery. Bei Mu Chen was in great shock. One must know that this was the first time he had seen the legendary 5 elemental robbery. The Tianyuan continent has been in existence for an entire 10,000 years, and there are only 1,000 people who have ascended. So it is a 3-life blessing to be able to see this kind of situation. These are legendary scenes. As for Drunken Master and the others, their legs were even weaker, and some of them even fell to their knees. Heavenly fire, cold ice, vines, xianshi, meteorite iron. All of these corresponded to the extremes of the 5 elemental forces. That was comparable to the origin. The laws and still powerful. Let them instinctively be in awe. Can this still survive? Drunken Master's eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment. Liu Ruyan's existence had turned his perception of this world upside down. No. At this moment, even Bei Mu Chen didn't know how to answer. Everyone held their breath and stared into the distance. After another 3 full hours had passed after the 5 elemental robberies, the Spirit Spring Valley was still safe and sound. This time, there was no one left to speak. They are all waiting for a miracle. It was clear to everyone that if Ruyan Lu could survive, the 9 Swords sect isn't the crown anymore. With her talent and ability, as long as she lived, the 9 Swords sect would be invincible. Yes, invincible. The black clouds in the sky finally dissipated, and the entire sky suddenly brightened. Could it be? It was finally going to end? Everyone opened their eyes wide, only to see, in the middle of the sky, the remnants of the sun were burning, and thousands of miles of clouds mixed with flaming clouds. A grand pattern was constructed that was magnificent and lofty, like a mountain, like a grand building, and like a mole cricket, like a speck of dust. Everyone who sees this fire picture feels like they are seeing a different world, and there was a roar in the ears of the crowd. The sound of the great Tao. Bei Mu Chen sat on his butt. The voice of the great Tao. Ruyan Lu's yawning stage breakthrough actually really went through everything that one would have to go through only to ascend. Lu Man even directly burst out foul-mouthed, "I go to his grandmother. This is a person? This is a person." The sound of the great Tao was a manifestation of the rules of the heavenly Tao, containing supreme mysteries. If one could comprehend a trace of it, one would benefit greatly. The sound of the great way also carries great danger. If one's mind is not strong, it is easy to be mesmerized by it and go off the deep end, mutilating one's own soul. The sound of the great Tao was like heavenly music, yet it carried a hint of weird magic. It is sometimes high, sometimes low, sometimes urgent, sometimes soothing. There was not a single precise note, but it kept echoing in the ears of the crowd, just by standing in place. All of them used all their auras to resist and control their minds. No one spoke anymore. Even people just stopped even asking, because everything in front of him was beyond the knowledge of everyone present. They only had one expectation now, that Ruyan Lu would survive. Inside the Spirit Spring Valley, Yi Chuan sat cross-legged, quietly listening to the sound of the great Tao coming from above his head. Just now, the chain of laws. Yi Chuan directly relied on his tempered flesh and blood to directly pull it off alive. The 5 elemental robberies were again triggering a frenzy of boisterous excitement amongst the divine beasts and herbs in their own inner landscape. As for this last voice of the way, Leaf Dust fell straight to sleep. Yi Chen, on the other hand, frowned slightly, which reminded him of his previous lethargy when he was in English class. Finally, as the last tone of the voice of the great Tao ended, Yi Chen sat up from the ground and opened his eyes with a yawn. That black chaotic heavenly thunder. Only a heavenly thunder of God realization stage cultivators will fall. Their own masters will release the inner landscape. The divine beasts and spirits inside hate to snatch food. That chain of laws, oneself just by looking at each other felt piercing and oppressive. Yi Chuan directly went up to his hand and directly ripped it off. When he himself attempted to attack with the green lotus sword technique, before he could even get close to that chain of laws, his own sword energy was dissipated into dust. It's gone in one piece. Lastly, there was this 5 elemental robbery and the voice of the great Tao, and the master just sat there, yawning, especially at the voice of the great Tao. Master actually sleeps directly. I'm sleeping. I'm sorry. My God? Is it true that one's worship is the biggest waste in the 200 years of the Nine Swords sect? Or are they the real land gods of this world? And each one looked at Liu Ruyan looking at himself with a surprised face, slightly confused. Ruyan, what's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? Master, you don't have flowers on your face. Don't you think this is too anticlimactic for you? If it's the sect master, the patriarch sees it and absolutely gives you an 8-carriage sedan chair. You're the sovereign. What is the situation that you are so calm? Yi Duanhe looked at Liu Ruyan and realized that this niece was bejeweled and had a handsome face. After experiencing the chaotic heavenly thunder by her side, Liu Ruyan's divine soul was quenched and solid. The chain of laws allowed her to raise her perception of aura by another dimension. As for the voice of the great Tao and the 5 elements robbery, it allowed Liu Ruyan's enlightenment and the use of aura to take a leap forward. If Liu Ruyan was only notably talented before, now she was definitely a demon. Liu Ruyan of course also felt her change implied affection and looked at Yi Chen with a gentle face. Master, disciple thanks Master for his blessing. However, Leaf Dust screamed out with an ah. Ah, Master, what's wrong? Bad, bad. Yi Duan turned around violently and returned to the thatched hut. What's wrong with Master? Ruyan Lu thought something big had happened, only to see Yi Duan return to the thatched hut. Thatched hut roof is gone. Yi Duan lifted the table, but peered back to the 2 people shivering. Jin Yuanbao turned around and saw that it was Yi Chen and Liu Ruyan, and all of a sudden, his heart was released. Wow, Master, that was scary. What just happened? I'm going to give a damn. Another heavenly thunder, another earthquake, and a tornado. Senior Sister Ruyan, this tribulation of yours is too scary. Jin Yuanbao had just hid alone under the table inside this thatched hut, shivering unceasingly. There were spirit beasts and fairy grasses to protect his but peer, and also gave it a boundary set, or else he was now expected to be out of his but and his person. Yi Chuan certainly wasn't very worried about the death of the yellow golden dollar. One's interview spirit beast would definitely protect the well-being of those around him. But the books of the recently produced Immortal Fortune Tongue and First Immortal Fortune Tongue Company. You're sweating when you make it yourself. As expected, it's all powdered crumbs. Chapter 65 After the Heavenly Tribulation. What a good disciple for a master. Yi Chen shook his head repeatedly, looking at the pile of account books on the ground that had been split into dregs by heavenly lightning. The whole thing is bad. My goodness. This running account of 1,000,000 spirit stones, and the count of that immortal fortune passage talisman. It's just gone? It's something I worked so hard on, writing it out stroke by stroke. More serious than I was when I was doing math problems on my high school entrance exams. God, are you playing with me? Leaf Dust spat mercilessly. And of course the bill did get ruined by God. Swinging habit. Yi Duan is a little brain does not want to move. It is not easy to patiently fool Jin Yuanbao to do a ledger. Well, now it's all gone. The table below the gold dollar numb. Inner speechless. Master, this account book is not always you tell me how to write. I write? How to become you a stroke of writing out. Liu Ruyan, on the other hand, looked at Yi Chen in such grief, and her heart followed suit. Master didn't even experience a horrible heavenly calamity as hard as this. Liu Ruyan only had Yi Duan in her eyes. Seeing Yi Duan's difficulty, she only had deep empathy. Master is too hard. Woo-hoo. She gently walked to Yi Chen's side and softly consoled. Master, don't be too upset. Apprentice disciple will make a new one for you. Yi Dust shook his head. Alas, this is not a work matter. This is a natural disaster. Next time the heavenly calamity I will change the place. Ruyan Lu almost choked when she heard this. The next crossing of the tribulation? Master, this one time you crossed the threshold. The entire nine-sword sect was turned upside down. There's a next time? Jin Yuanbao also rushed out and comforted. Master, don't be sad. The account book is gone. I'll just make another one. You just leave it to me. Seeing that Golden Dollar took the initiative to say that he was redoing it, Yi Duan's face looked a little better. Alas, disciple, how can this be good? You're usually hard at work. That said, can you give me this ledger tomorrow? Master, I'll do my best. It was no wonder that Leaf Dust spat. For Leaf Dust, writing the record books is to correspond to the numbers in the brain. This legendary ascension heavenly tribulation, all one needed was to lie down and use a few moves. Trouble indeed. It's like the difference between taking a math class and a language class and a gym class. As he was thinking, Yi Chen suddenly felt a powerful aura approaching rapidly in the direction of Spirit Spring Valley. Not good. Yi Chuan's face froze. The commotion of this heavenly calamity is too great. I guess it's alarmed all the old men of the Nine-Sword Sect. Ruyan Lu also noticed the difference and asked nervously. Master, what's wrong? The Nine-Sword Sect master and other bigwigs are probably on their way here. Yi Chuan's tone was grave. This heavenly calamity. Can't explain it. How can one complete the system quests if he or she is discovered to be a hidden bigot? How to continue to swing for the fences to obtain immortal rewards? How to seek benefits for one's disciples? One is definitely not undiscovered because one enjoys posing, fishing, and getting something for nothing. Subconsciously, Yi Chuan looked at Liu Ruyan and once again, the playwright took over, looking deeply at Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu, master has his own hardships. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Before Yi Chuan could open his mouth, Liu Ruyan's white and tender hands had already gripped Yi Chuan and held tightly. Those delicate features, innocent eyes, all sincere and trusting. She said emotionally, Master, disciple understands. The master's art is high and unused, and he is greatly hidden, not wanting to expose himself. All the heavenly tribulation just now was induced by my disciple and had nothing to do with master. Liu Ruyan's eyes were imploring and her tone was gentle. Cough cough. This time is to Yi Duan made not too good. This Liu Ruyan again is to receive a big pot ah. When Jin Yuanbao heard this, he looked at Yi Chen. His heart shocked. The apocalypse just now was induced by master. That 9 heavens of thunder and earth-shaking apocalypse was induced by master? Master, the heavenly calamity just now? And want to ask more. The result was a hard glare from Ruyan Lu. Understood. It's all senior sister Ruyan. It was also a few breaths. Outside the Spirit Springs Valley. In the distance, several figures came with their swords. The first person, dressed in a golden silk Taoist robe and immortal style, was none other than the Nine-Sword Sect master, Bei Mu Chen. Behind them followed the other 9 sect masters. Bei Mu Chen and the others stood outside the Spirit Spring Valley. No one dared to act, because they were appalled. The Valley of the Spirit Springs, which was originally thought to have gone up in flames, with not an inch of grass left. Surprisingly, it is still green and leafy. Not a single thing has been affected. You know that's a heavenly tribulation for ascension. Just now, the 9-9 chaotic heavenly thunder, the chain of laws, the 5 elemental robbery and the sound of the great Tao were enough for any ordinary cultivator to make their gods and souls burn. And right now, Spirit Spring Valley was actually affected in any way. The crowd even suspected that it was all an illusion just now. However, the surrounding area retained that fearful heavenly might and the rules of the laws, as well as the 5 elements aura. It took the power of the great Tao to convince the crowd that what had just happened was not an illusion. Of course, what the crowd was most worried about and valued right now was Spirit Spring Valley's Liu Ruyan. Is she still alive? Patriarch, Ruyan Lu, is she still alive? No one answered. Or rather, no one could know the answer precisely. Of course it was only outside the valley. Perhaps inside, it was a different scene. Bei Mu Chen didn't answer. Instead, he closed his own eyes, and his divine sense surged like a tidal wave towards the Spirit Spring Valley. attempting to probe the situation after the heavenly tribulation. The power of this heavenly calamity. I'm afraid that even a Mahayana stage cultivator would find it difficult to withstand it. And I'm afraid that the interior of the Spirit Spring Valley has been razed to the ground, right? The 9 sect masters behind him all released their divine sense as well. Under the heavenly calamity, not an inch of grass could grow. And I'm afraid that Spirit Spring Valley, that valley with abundant spiritual chi, had already turned into a scorched earth. It's a pity for that girl Liu Ruyan. She's gifted and has a promising future. A short and chubby sect master with 2 8-sided beards, Sung Dome sect master Wei Chubby, shook his head with a regretful expression. The other Tianqi sect master, Xiao Qingfeng, who wore a green long shirt with a thin face and held a duster, was grave. No, the rules of the Great Tao are chaotic inside, and the 5 elemental attributes of the origin force are in disarray, and with my divine consciousness, I can't survey it, and then look at the others. All of them also looked embarrassed. Nowadays, the aura in the Spirit Spring Valley is disorganized and they don't have a way to explore it. The crowd then gazed at Bei Mu Chen, who also shook his head slightly. Walk in and just soar into the scene of the apocalypse. All of them subconsciously raised their vigilance and raised their magic treasures and techniques. The raw fear of being seriously injured by the sound of one of the Great Tao or the laws of origin. Of course, if they can realize 1 or 2 things, it will be a great help and opportunity for their cultivation. The crowd followed Bei Mu Chen's footsteps and entered. Along the way, there was actually no sound of the Great Tao or the laws of origin. It seemed that everything had been confined to a certain fixed area in Spirit Spring Valley. This time, the hearts of the crowd were once again raised to the inside of their throats. But they only had one thought now. Was there anyone alive in Spirit Spring Valley? Is Ruyan Lu still alive? Subconsciously Drunken Wangzi thought of Yichen. Alas, with this kind of heavenly power, I'm only afraid that elder brother Yi. LOL. Drunken Wangzi let out another sigh. For some reason the thought of Yichen being gone and having no one to drink with in the future was doubly hard on his heart. As the crowd gradually approached the depths of Spirit Spring Valley, suddenly Lu Man saw a thatched hut in the distance. Someone. Chapter 66, Rejecting Bei Mu Chen. One thing for another. Someone. Lu Man has the best eyes. 1,000 miles of vision. And when he heard this, Bei Mu Chen could not stop himself from being excited. It must be Ruyan Lu. Not that loser Yi Chuan. What is it? Is it Ruyan Lu? The 9 Swords sect was alive. Standing up completely and utterly. A yuaning stage that can trigger the Ascension Heavenly Tribulation. The 9 Swords sect will be completely crowned at the top of the sects. Yes, a living person. A woman. Hearing the words, it was a woman. Bei Mu Chen actually almost shed a tear. Survive. Actually really survived. The 9 Swords sect, from now on, stood up. The number 1 genius of all time is under my 9 Swords sect. Bei Mu Chen grinned. Ha ha, good. My 9 Swords sect is standing up from now on. Wait, there's someone else? Anyone else? It's not just one person. It's 3. 3 people? Lu Man exclaimed in shock, his 8 beard shaking 3 times with him. Not just one. It's 3. Lu Man reaffirmed his words. Bei Mu Chen's entire body froze in place. The other sect masters were also staggered. Under such a terrifying heavenly calamity, there are actually people alive? 3 people survived? It's nothing short of a miracle. Quick, go check it out. The crowd immediately sped up and flew towards the thatched cottage in Spirit Spring Valley. When they saw the 3 people standing in front of the thatched hut, they were all dumbfounded, only to see Ruyan Lu standing there playfully. Except for her face being slightly pale and her clothes being a bit messy, she was surprisingly unharmed. And beside her, Yi Duan and Jin Yuan Bao. Bei Mu Chen was the first to react and hurriedly went forward to happen a concerned inquiry. Ruyan Lu, are you okay? Ruyan Lu's expression was bland, but there was a slight hint of doubt. You are? The drunken wench next to him immediately stepped in. Ruyan Lu, this is my 9 Swords sect's patriarch, Bei Mu Chen. Ruyan Lu hurriedly saluted after hearing this. Greetings, patriarch. Egu, your future is unlimited. Everyone has to flatter the existence. What's the salute for? Bei Mu Chen forced himself to hold back his inner ecstasy. No need. You are a gifted disciple of my 9 Swords sect. There is no need to be so raw. Words. Bei Mu Chen looked around and only felt fine thoughts. This was because around them, there was surprisingly no residue of the laws, the power of the 5 elements, or the sound of the Great Tao, except for a few pits destroyed by the heavenly thunder. Everything seemed so unusual. Ruyan, this heavenly calamity just now? It was the little woman who drew it. Willow leaned down to inform. Listening to the nearby Yi Duan inwardly gave Liu Ruyan a big compliment. Not bad for my disciple. Moving. His Bei Mu Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as well. It's really her. The heart was horrified. So young, to be able to trigger such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. This Liu Ruyan's future was simply unlimited. The other 9 sect masters were completely devoid of exaltation. Right now, Ruyan Liu was the future of the sect, the existence that all of them had to flatter. All of them also came forward to salute with a respectful attitude. One of them, Liu Man, was even flattering. Ruyan Liu is my 9-sword sect's heavenly genius. I admire. If you ask me, we should make Ruyan Liu the sect master. When these words came out, not only Liu Ruyan, but several other sect masters were also shocked. A Yuaning stage person who had joined the sect for only half a year as the sect master? Yet upon closer examination, it made sense to all. Ruyan Liu's future was unlimited. Even the position of patriarch would be hers sooner or later. Her talent could only be described as demonic. Leaf Dust was ecstatic in his heart. Yeah, good. The more Ruyan Liu becomes an official, the easier it is to do business for yourself. Just wanted to hint at Ruyan Liu. Ruyan Liu didn't even think about it and balked. Sect master, don't discount me. Ruyan has just been promoted to the Yuaning stage. Her foundation is unstable. Not to mention her seniority is still shallow. How can she have the seniority and ability to sit in the position of the sect master? What a joke. Their own masters are but valley masters. How can they be in the head of Master Yi Chen? Humph. Is this old man trying to sow discord? Hearing Liu Ruyan's reply, Bei Mu Chen didn't have any extra thoughts. If Liu Ruyan is allowed to sit in the position of master of the house now is indeed absurd, but it is necessary to give Liu Ruyan enough resources to tilt. This is a demonic genius. Ruyan, this child of yours is just too modest. You're so gifted. Your future accomplishments are unlimited. Pass on my patriarch's order. Ruyan Liu, you can join the Great Tao sect and be my close disciple. Priority entry qualifications for the Sword Spectre Valley's Demon Locking Tower. The 10,000 years of cold iron or from the 9-sword Sword Peak. So use it. Access to the 10,000 treasures pavilion building 3 times. 10,000 upper grade spirit stones per month. The star power from the Heavenly Star Mountain, which can quench the divine soul, and the entry qualifications for that unique secret realm of my 9-sword sect. The ancient realm of Sword Graveyard entry qualification. Priority qualification for the use of heavenly treasures and elixirs in the clan's treasury. Heard the announcement from Bei Mu Chen. The few sect masters present all revealed envious eyes. You have to know that the Demon Locking Tower, the Heavenly Star Mountain, the 10,000 treasures pavilion, and the Sword Graveyard are all unattainable. Even they had to take turns, and Ruyan Liu had all of them, or was prioritized. Bei Mu Chen, in order to pull in Ruyan Liu, he really put his blood on the line. However, Ruyan Liu's talent was worthy of everything she had. Bei Mu Chen wanted to see the ecstasy or excitement on Ruyan Liu's face. However, Ruyan Liu stood still, her expression as flat as water. North Mukin doubtful heart muttered, this girl, do not hurry to agree? Did he or she give too little? However, Drunken Wangzi on one side saw the doorway. Bad. It was as if he already had a premonition of what Ruyan Liu was going to say. I've seen this scene before myself. One's own original wine immortal sect trials in order to pull the cluck Liu Ruyan can be said to be coercion. Liu Ruyan is not moved, but North Mukin is a patriarch, and he is actually giving spirit stones, gongfa, and secret realm resources. Doesn't this girl have a heart yet? Fruity. Liu Ruyan, however, shook her head decisively, her tone rippling. Thank you for your kind words, sovereign, but I only want to stay in Spirit Spring Valley and accompany master. After saying that, he looked to the side of Yi Duan with a face of intimacy and, accompanying master around. Worship? Rejected? Bei Mu Chen froze in place, completely not expecting the script to develop like this. Ruyan Liu rejected the patriarch and instead wanted to follow the wasteful Yi Chen. And Yi Chen, who had just been seen, was still yawning, and when he realized that everyone was looking at him, he violently retracted his yawn and nodded. This time, the 8 sect masters were completely dumbfounded. What is this? Letting go of the 9-sword sect patriarch shut-in disciple, not entering the strongest sect, the Great Tao sect, and letting go of mountains of cultivation resources just to stay in a small, unheard of valley, followed by his own waste at the 3rd level of the refined body realm? It's not stupid. The North crowd even wondered if this Liu Ruyan's brain had been damaged by heavenly thunder. The smile on Bei Mu Chen's face stiffened. This script isn't right. Shouldn't one cry bitterly and pay homage to the master, and then gratefully accept the clan's resources? As a result of this, instead, everyone was thrown into embarrassment. The 8 sect masters looked at me. I looked at you, and looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. The atmosphere, awkward as it was like the sight of coming home for New Year's Eve, walking into the living room in your underwear, and realizing that all your 7 aunts and uncles were there. Liu Man's 8-beard shook as he repeated, Ruyan Liu, you no longer consider it? Seeing as how this conversation went on, Drunken Wangzi felt like he could gouge out 3 rooms on the soles of his feet. He could kind of see it now. According to Liu Ruyan's stubborn temper, she would only leave the clan without leaving Ye Chen. For the Nine Swords sect to be able to leave behind this demonic genius was the most important thing. Rushing out to round up the crowd. Good. It's good to follow Ye Valley Master. Patriarch. Master Ye Du and Ruyan Lu have a deep love for each other as master and disciple. Ruyan Lu is fine as long as she is in my Nine Swords sect. It's giving 2 people a leg up. Bei Mu Chen's expression eased slightly, and he hurried down the steps. Then in that case, I won't impose. Ruyan Lu, you are a talent of my Nine Swords sect. If you have any needs or requests, just ask. Ruyan Lu was also polite. Ruyan is foolish, and only wishes to cultivate at ease, and doesn't have too many requests or needs. As a result, in the next second, he suddenly saw Ye Chen scowling at Liu Ruyan and holding a talisman in his hand. Don't be too obvious with that expression. As expected, in the next second, Ruyan Lu suddenly knelt down on one knee and immediately changed her words. Patriarch is above, but Ruyan Lu herself has something to ask for. The corners of Drunken Wangzi's mouth twitched as he looked to his good old brother. My brother Yi, are you not even acting? It's too obvious. Bei Mu Chen is also shocked? Is this your business or Ye Chen's? What kind of ecstasy drug did this Yi Chuan give Liu Ruyan? One's own clan's secret realm, secret treasure, spirit stone, and Gongfa don't want. Yi Duan an expression can get down on one knee and beg? Damn, why do I suddenly feel envious? Say, what is it? Disciple wishes for Spirit Spring Valley to have the exclusive selling qualification for the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian Talisman. What? What the hell? Bei Mu Chen was stunned. 10,000 grass mud horses flew by in Drunken Wangzi's mind. My own father. What time is it? Yi Duan is still thinking about doing business. Chapter 67, Elmhurst counts out. Immortal Fortune Tong Tian Talisman? What is this? A kind of talisman? It wasn't just Bei Mu Chen who was present. The other patriarchs were also confused. Apparently none of them were quite sure what it was. Drunken Wangzi could only stand out and explain to Bei Mu Chen. Ahem. Sovereign, this Immortal Fortune Tong Tian Talisman is not a talisman. You can understand it as a game of guessing numbers. When Drunken Wangzi introduced the Immortal Fortune Passage Talisman's gameplay in general manner to Bei Mu Chen's gaze couldn't help but look at Ye Chen. There was a hint of warning in his eyes. Such an unprofessional thing must have been thought up by this guy Yi Duan. It doesn't matter if you give the qualification to operate, but you are afraid that this Yi Duan will lead Liu Ruyan, the future of the Nine Swords sect, astray. It looks like it's going to take a good knock or two later on. Bei Mu Chen cleared his throat. Ruyan, you're my Nine Swords sect's once in 1,000 years genius. Are you sure you want this? Ruyan Lu nodded firmly. Disciple is certain. I also asked the patriarch to fulfill me. Bei Mu Chen had mixed feelings inside. Alas, this Liu Ruyan was exceptionally talented, but she was confused by the flies given by Ye Chen. But she is who she is today and as gifted as she can be. All right, I promise. Bei Mu Chen had just nodded his head when Ye Chen couldn't help but cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. The hint, simply don't be too obvious. Ruyan Lu hurriedly changed her words. Thank you, Patriarch, for completing this, but empty words are not proof. A contract needs to be signed. Bei Mu Chen was just a hint of sulkiness from even the best of tempers. I, Bei Mu Chen, am the Nine Swords sect leader, so you can just trust me. Not to mention, what is this contract? Yi Chuan smiled and explained. Patriarch, you are definitely a righteous man, but this brat is difficult to deal with. It's inevitable that some disciples won't listen to you. This contract is like a deed to the land, proving that you agreed to this request. But where's the contract? Yi Duan immediately gave Golden Dollar a look. Jin Yuan Bao instantly understood. Lightning possessed, pulled out a pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Swish swish, dragon fly. A brand new contract fresh out of the box. The several sect masters next to him saw the scene in front of them and slightly were twitching at the corners of their mouths. A few times I wanted to say something. These two disciples of Yi Duan acted professionally and swiftly. If Ruyan Lu wasn't so demonically talented. 3 people doing something always gives everyone the impression that the 3 are a gang. Blink of an eye. Liu Ruyan held the contract in both hands and respectfully handed it to Bei Mu Chen. Patriarch, please take a look. Bei Mu Chen looked at the contract. The writing was exquisite, the typography was neat, and everything about the Immortal Luck Tong Tian Talisman was clearly written on it. Bei Mu Chen shook his head. This girl, sooner or later, will regret it. I don't go to the Nine Swords Sect's sword mound. I don't want the treasures of the 10,000 treasures pavilion. I don't want the heavenly treasures. So what's the use of asking for this piece of paper contract? Still, he signed his name, the 3 big words North Mukin, he said, and handed the contract to Ruyan Lu. After signing the contract, Bei Mu Chen whispered and asked the Drunken Wangzi next to him with his eyes. What is this immortal fortune passage talisman for? Drunken Wangzi rubbed his hands together and smiled awkwardly. Ahem, patriarch this immortal fortune Tongtian talisman Tong is actually meant to earn some spirit stones. Earn spirit stones? Bei Mu Chen froze, then laughed out sarcastically. Just this thing? How many spirit stones can it earn? The condition that he himself could Liu Ruyan offered was 10,000 top-grade spirit stones per month. Alas, this can Liu Ruyan picked up the sesame and lost the watermelon 9 sword Sect's resources you don't want. Want Yi Chuan this little gadget's black pupil? Drunken Wangzi had originally thought that this immortal luck Tongtian talisman couldn't earn much, but to think that one's oldest brother Yi was enduring all of this in silence for the sake of the clan and Ruyan Lu. Still, he hardened his head and did the math. A single immortal fortune Tongtian talisman sells for 10 to 100 lower grade spirit stones, and I've heard that Yi Duan can sell a good 10 to 20,000 a day in my wine immortal sect, plus all sorts of odds. It seems like he can earn 10,000 top grade spirit stones a day? The more Drunken Wangzi counted, the more alarmed he became, and his eyes gradually brightened. Then he thought of the fact that Yi Chen had just made Liu Ruyan sign the contract, and he slammed his thighs and exclaimed, "Wrong. Not right. Ruyan Lu just made you sign a contract. In the future, if all these 9 gates can be sold, it's a 9 to 10 times multiplication. That's about 100,000 top grade spirit stones a day? How much? 100,000 top grade spirit stones?" Drunken Wangzi was still continuing to count when he exclaimed again, "Not right. Not right. Last time Yi Duan sold that was in short supply. I reckon the sale can still double when it's liberalized." He sucked in a breath of cold air. "This doesn't count. It's a shock." His voice was trembling a bit. "If my 9 sword sect were to release all of them for sale, we could have 200,000 top grade spirit stones a day?" When he got this number, Drunken Wangzi himself wondered if he had miscalculated. 200,000 spirit stones per day. This was the income of half of the 9 sword sect. 200,000? Bei Mu Chen's eyes widened. The number was clearly more than he expected. Or is it every day? The other few patriarchs were originally just watching from the sidelines, but when they heard the number that Drunken Wangzi had calculated, they all showed shocked expressions as well. What's going on? This thing could sell 200,000 top grade spirit stones a day if it was spread throughout the entire clan. One must know that the entire 9 sword sect's total income for a month was only about 300,000 top grade spirit stones, and it was necessary to provide for the entire sect. And if Yi Chen, this immortal fortune Tongtian talisman, could earn 200,000 top grade spirit stones in a day, Bei Mu Chen's expression was slightly complicated, and he suddenly felt like he regretted it. The other sect masters also revealed shocked gazes. There are clan rules for clan resources, and those who can do it will get it. But earning spirit stones is not clear. Hearing the figure calculated by Drunken Wangzi, the eyes of the sect masters present revealed greed, and some of them were straight up crying with gluttony. Holy! Seeing that gate master's eyes filled with green light one by one, as well as Bei Mu Chen's hesitant expression, Yi Chuan violently felt a bad premonition. If we really let these elks do the math, and really figure out the lottery profits, how can we do it? Instantly, his expression cried out, "Egu, my sect master. This deal isn't how you counted it. We still have expenses here, and that's a big one. Sect masters, fellow Taoists, you can't just count your income when you settle your accounts." Leaf Dust began to sell his misery and cry on the spot. Seamless switching. This lottery, looking at making money, is actually all hard money. Hard-earned money? Bei Mu Chen raised his eyebrows with a disbelieving face. A day's hard money of 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. He, Bei Mu Chen, also wanted to work hard. That's right. Leaf Dust pounded his chest, and it was called grief. Think about it, this immortal fortune Tongtian talisman, from production to transportation, which don't need spirit stones, that paper, has to be made from the bark of a 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood, that ink, has to be ground with the water of a 10,000-year-old cold pool. This cost, TSK. Jin Yuanbao standing at the back are going to be unable to listen to. Immortal luck through the sky talisman with grass paper, ink with unusual ink. The only difference is that the master's manufacturing techniques are different, so out of the paper is extraordinary. It's just that the cost of this compares to what the master said. A world of difference. It turns out that the water plants in the back of the mountain are lightning-striking wood, and the carbon ash you burn is 10,000 years of cold water. Yi Duan extended a finger and wiggled it. And labor. Having to hire people to write the numbers, hire people to print them, hire people to transport them. That's another big expense. The corners of Jin Yuanbao's mouth twitched. Didn't he do this all by himself? When the crowd heard that, They thought it made some sense. Chapter 68, Selling Misery and Crying Poor. And. Leaf Dust continued to cry. This immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman. It has to have a prize pool, right? In case someone wins the grand prize. 100,000 times the odds. That's 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Will I lose my income for the month? It seemed true when the people put their heads together. If someone wins a jackpot, all of Leaf Dust's income is gone. It's a losing proposition when you do the math. Ye Dust broke his fingers and counted up. His mouth recited. Inside these tens of thousands of people, there will always be someone who wins the prize. I'm not even talking about the big prize. It's the small prize if someone wins one. 0000110. 000 top grade spirit stones. That's also 10 million. I do a month for nothing. He even took 2 sharp breaths like he couldn't catch his breath. My goodness. Can I still earn spirit stones here? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 million top grade spirit stones. That's astronomical. It seems so true. If so many people buy it, someone must have won. Hearing this, Jin Yuanbao even almost screamed out. He himself bought it clean in less than 1 hour when he had 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. It is true that some people can win the lottery, but the odds are negligibly small. If I hadn't actually bought it myself, I would have almost taken my own master's word for it. I have to say, the master shouldn't be the head of the valley. He should go and become a playwright. This acting, absolutely. So, Leaf Dust wiped non-existent tears from his eyes with a pained look on his face. This immortal luck Tong Tian talisman. It looks bright and shiny, but it's actually risky. What I've earned is hard-earned money. Beimu Chen and the other sect masters looked at each other in dismay, and the green light that was originally bubbling in their eyes gradually dimmed. That's really what's going on? And, Leaf Dust's words changed to a sad face. The big head of this earned spirit stones has to be used to support my disciple Ruyan Lu's cultivation. She's exceptionally gifted. She doesn't normally need a lot of resources. I, as a master, have to provide for her even if I smash pots and pans. As soon as they heard Liu Ruyan, everyone's expression changed again. This Liu Ruyan is the future hope of the clan. Who can't be offended by offending her? There was a lot of hard work. Leaf Dust sighed with a self-sacrificing look. Alas, I, Yi Chuan, am a life of labor. However, for the sake of my disciple, for the sake of Spirit Spring Valley, no matter how hard or tiring it is, I'll admit it. Touched. As soon as the crowd heard this, they were also touched. Although Yi Chuan's cultivation was not high and his ability was not good, he really had nothing to say about Ruyan Lu, said Yi Duan as he once again raised his price. By the way, all the sect masters, in order to thank everyone for their support of Spirit Springs Valley, I have decided that each sect of our immortal luck Tong Tian talisman's profits, take out 10% of the profits to be shared with everyone. In other words, the risk is borne by us for all of you, but the profit is shared by all of you. The crowd was energized. 10%. It's not much, but a mosquito leg is still meat. What's more important is that Leaf Dust took the risk. Good man. Little cutie. Trustworthy. So the various gate masters also complimented them right away. Yi Valley Master is really generous. Yi Valley Master Gaoi, Patriarch this Yi Valley Master is deeply righteous. I think it's reasonable to give this deal to him. For a while, all kinds of praises came in like a tidal wave. Yi Chen waved his hand with a cloudy expression. Where? It's all what should be done. I, Yi Chuan, have nothing else but the heart of a red city for my 9-sword sect. It's a good thing I'm resourceful, or else these old foxes would have to eat me dry. Beimu Chen and the others were slightly moved. It looked like he had really misjudged Yi Chen before. First of all, this deal is not that profitable. Also, he was doing it for Ruyan. Yi Valley Master has really worked hard. Beimu Chen arched his hand. Now that the contract was signed, he was curious about something else. By the way, Ruyan Lu, I'm very curious as to how you managed to cross that chaotic heavenly tribulation. Even. Beimu Chen looked at Yi Chen and Jin Yuan Bao. The cultivation levels of the 3 people, apart from Ruyan Lu who was now at the early Yuaning stage, the other 2, one at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm and the other at the early foundation establishment stage. There's no way it could have survived. The crowd was silent at these words. The chaos heavenly tribulation. The 5 tribulations of ascension. From the 5 elements robbery to the voice of the great Tao. The chain of laws were all terrifyingly powerful. Lu Ruyan, a little girl who had just broken through the Yuaning stage, was actually able to carry through and Spirit Springs Valley looks unaffected in the slightest. Yi Chuan was also uncontrollably nervous with sweaty palms, because he hadn't gone over the details with Ruyan Lu himself. Ruyan Lu barely hesitated. Disciple doesn't know either. Holy bull. Yi Chuan almost just quipped out when he heard Liu Ruyan's reply that her eyes were not red and her heart was not jumping. Not bad for your own apprentice. Vague and muddled. The more you say, the more wrong you are. A don't know is simply a foolproof answer, Ruyan Lu added after a pause. When the heavenly tribulation began, the seed in my body suddenly grew and sprouted a lotus flower that wrapped my master and the three of us in it, and I don't even know what happened after that. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other. But in an instant, Bei Mu Chen chose to believe it. Why? Because he didn't believe that Ruyan Lu could really rely on her strength and her own true ability to cross the chaotic heavenly tribulation. The only explanation for this was the immortal magical artifact within her body that had been retained from the forbidden land of chaos. No, maybe that wasn't an immortal product anymore. It could be an ancient god's inheritance. Bei Mu Chen nodded his head slightly. I see. Ruyan, this immortal magic weapon in your body, don't let anyone know. This is for your protection. Aha. After all, the chaos forbidden land is a mysterious existence, in which the absolute thing may really be able to trigger this heaven and earth anomaly, but for Liu Ruyan must be protected. Drunken Wangzi, on the other hand, was secretly happy inside. As Ruyan Lu spoke, he became even more convinced that what Yi Chen had said before, that the patriarch had dreamt for Yi Chen to protect Ruyan Lu's well-being and the immortal Luck Tantian talisman was true. Drunken Wangzi hurriedly went down the slope. Patriarch, Ruyan is exceptionally gifted. Her future will be unlimited in the future. As I see it, the dream that Patriarch told Patriarch by Lord Yi Valley before might be true, so don't interfere with her cultivation anymore. The crowd nodded in agreement. In particular, Bei Mu Chen had also gradually believed Yi Chen's dreamt claim. After all, being able to come out alive from the heavenly tribulation would have been a miracle. Bei Mu Chen said and nodded. Just about to continue, Ruyan Lu covered her head again. Master, I'm dizzy. Saying that, he stumbled and fell into Yi Chen's arms. Moment. There was panic in the room. In particular, Bei Mu Chen was so frightened that he almost cast the burning sky curse. If someone dared to make a move against Liu Ruyan, he would be the first to kill them. Chapter 69 is bigger and better, and it will create new splendor. Ruyan Lu covered her forehead. The body swayed and nearly fell. She subconsciously held onto the table beside her, her face turning pale. Senior sister. Jin Yuanbao was quick on his feet and held Liu Ruyan. What's wrong with you? This sudden scene startled everyone present. Ruyan, what's wrong with you? Drunken Wangzi was the first to rush forward and asked with concern. It's fine. Just a little dizzy. Ruyan Lu said forcefully, her voice weak and feeble. Halo? Could it be the aftermath of the chaotic heavenly tribulation? Bei Mu Chen frowned. Ruyan Lu, is the Yuan Shen okay? Are you alright? Is there something wrong? Should we call a healer over to take a look? Everyone instantly panicked, all worried about the future of the Nine Swords sect. Nowadays, Ruyan Lu is the future of the clan. If anything goes wrong, no one can afford it. Yi Chuan rushed forward at this time and assisted Liu Ruyan, probed her pulse, then said with a grave expression, Alas, Ruyan, this child should be in order to break through the Yuaning stage, consumed too much concentration, coupled with the previous crossing of the chaos heavenly tribulation, is even more injured the vital energy. Now I'm afraid that it is a bit weak. Need to rest, Ruyan Lu added weakly, her eyelids about to open. Rest? Must rest well. Bei Mu Chen hurriedly barked. Nowadays, everything in the sect has to be dominated by Liu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu's talent will definitely crown the world in the future. Nothing must happen now. The other sect masters also agreed, fearing that Ruyan Lu might be in danger. Saying that, Yi Chen just helped Liu Ruyan into the cave and turned around to come out. Yi Dust went out, is to let out a sigh. Alas, to be ashamed to say, our Spirit Spring Valley has always been barren. Lack of resources, is really, there aren't enough spirit stones and spirit medicines for the duration of this Liu Ruyan's weakness. Alas, Patriarch, I really don't want any heavenly treasures or elixirs. It's mainly because Ruyan might need them. He purposely didn't finish his sentence, but it was a hint not to be too obvious. When Drunken Wangzi heard this, he immediately understood what Yi Chen meant. Without hesitation, he took out an elixir that emitted a rich spiritual qi from his storage ring, handing it to Yi Chuan. Yi Valley Master, this is the immortal elixir restoring Yuan Dan that I have treasured for many years. It has a miraculous effect on restoring vitality, so give it to Ruyan girl. How is this good? Then had slipped the elixir into his pocket. Many thanks to Sect Master Drunken Wangzi, you are truly a blessing in the snow. After Ruyan wakes up, I will definitely tell her about your great kindness. As soon as I heard it could make Liu Ruyan remember. Seeing this, the other sect masters also pulled out their own treasures and scrambled to give them to Ruyan Lu. Bei Mu Chen naturally wasn't willing to lag behind. He took out a palm-sized jade bottle that was exquisite and heavenly, with a snow-white body. Bei Mu Chen directly handed it to Yi Duan. Yi Gu Master, this is my Nine Sword Sect secret heavenly Yuan Jade Dew. Passed down from generation to generation of patriarchs, there are only 3 bottles left. It can nourish the divine soul, and will be greatly beneficial to Ruyan's recovery. Many thanks, Sovereign. Ye Duan had another wave of inspiration. I'll take it for Ruyan Lu. Next, the other sect masters also offered their treasures. There were those who gave away 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidums, and those who gave away spirit medicines. In short, all of them were treasures that were pulled out of their boxes. For a time, the Spirit Spring Valley's parlor was filled with precious light and a dense aura. Leaf dust left touched tears. Thank you, sect masters. Yi Chuan, thank you all on behalf of Liu Ruyan. Alas, just watch over Ruyan Lu, and if you need anything, let me know. Bei Mu Chen again admonished Yi Chen in a serious manner. It's getting late, so we won't disturb Ruyan Lu's rest. Ugh, just sit down a little longer. Yi Chuan said this with his mouth, but he had already begun to walk towards the outside of the Spirit Spring Valley. Isn't this a send-off? The corner of Bei Mu Chen's mouth twitched. Why did he always feel snubbed? But then immediately shook his head. Yi Duan was such a person. Liu Ruyan was definitely not. Yi Chen sent Bei Mu Chen and the others all the way to the Spirit Spring Valley Mountain Gate. Don't worry, Northern Patriarch, don't worry. All the sect masters, Ruyan will be in my hands. I will definitely take care of her properly. After Bei Mu Chen and the others left, Yi Chen turned around and was just about to return to his cave. Ruyan Lu had walked out. Master, you have worked hard. Ruyan Lu blinked her big eyes with an innocent face. Ruyan Lu heatedly smiled with a shy face. It's all because Master taught him well. Golden Dollar's jaw dropped to the floor. How does it feel that this senior sister Liu Ruyan's acting skills are natural and pure? It was more than his own master had ever been. In the eyes of the Sect's people, elder sister is a serious immortal cultivation genius. High and cold, pure, not eating the fire of the world, the hope of the clan. Just now his face was weak and his lips were white, but now the whole thing was as if he was alright. Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat from his forehead, just sneaking a glance at the treasures piled up all over the parlor. He also thought of Yi Chen's previous contract of signing the immortal Luck Tong Tian talisman. Suddenly, I felt as if the master was quite good like this. Leaf dust wasn't ambiguous either. All of the spiritual objects were gifted to Ruyan Lu. The system then immediately returned 100 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal Recovery Pill *100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heavenly Elemental Jade Do *100. All to the side of the golden treasure greedy cry. The master to get to the immortal props is really give up. Yi Dust was unconcerned. The priority now was to expand his business. He had just obtained the agency rights for the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman, so he had to seize the time and expand the market. He said as he pulled out the stack of contracts that still had fresh ink on them and slapped them next to the pile of treasures. Genpu, get over here. Jin Yuanbao had a jolt. Master, what are your orders? Now that we have this contract, I'm going to get a whole handful of AKs, get you a rifle, and we'll make it big and make it big again. Ha, what is this AK? Master? And what is raffles? It's not critical. Right now we're just trying to capture the entire Nine-Sword Sect Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman trade into our own hands and develop the market. Yi Dust waved his hand with great vigor. Now, Master appoints you as the CEO of the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian Talisman Company. Your task is to promote the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman to the entire immortal cultivation world. Let all sect disciples. Understand? Jin Yuanbao listened in awe. CEO, what the heck? But it sounded like it was awesome. Master, how to promote it? Disciple. Disciple hasn't done this kind of thing before. Never done it? Can't do it? It doesn't matter. Yi Duan patted Jin Yuanbao's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Young people, have dreams, have a drive. To think that back in the day, Master also walked step by step from an obscure little disciple to where he is today. As long as you are willing to work hard and learn, your future is bright. In the future, you'll be a business giant in the immortal cultivation world, rich as a nation. Think about it. By then, what kind of treasure will you want? What kind of couple do you want? As Yi Duan spoke and gestured with his hands, the bright future of Golden Dollar had unfolded before his eyes. Jin Yuanbao's blood boiled as he listened, and little stars popped out of his eyes. Good. There's ambition. Yi Chuan nodded in satisfaction. First, you have to contact the disciples of the major sects and establish a sales network. Secondly, develop a reasonable sales strategy, such as the first batch of Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans. Buy one get one free. Yi Duan spoke at length about his big business plans, and Jin Yuanbao nodded his head as he listened. Cheer up, Genpu. We'll be relying on you for the company from now on. Work hard today, earn big money tomorrow, and the dividends at the end of the year will be yours. Looking at Golden Dollar's combative and energetic face, Ye Duan unconsciously thought back to the way he had been when his boss had painted a pie for him. You work hard and the company gives you a bonus. Cheer up, Yi, the boss trusts your ability to reigns. Just wait until our company goes public. Holy? How did he suddenly become the person he hated the most? And then look at Jin Yuanbao's fighting spirit and the light inside his eyes. Yi dust. Damn. How naive was he back then? Chapter 70, The Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Daisy. Jin Yuanbao was sitting upright with a small mountain of immortal fortune Tongtian talismans piled up in front of him. His fingers flipping. A golden light flashed, and spiritual energy was injected into the jade slip like a trickle, activating the array on it. This professional action of printing banknotes, printing immortal luck Tongtian talismans. He had long been familiar with it. According to what Leaf Dust did, the immortal fortune passage talisman did not look any different from an ordinary talisman, but the fine touch can feel it different from the flexibility of the talisman. Yi Chuan has also told himself, if the immortal luck through the sky talisman to the light source, different angles immortal luck through the sky talisman will produce different colors. Golden Dollar tried it. Indeed, this was Yi Chuan's anti-counterfeiting system, and according to the master, no one would be able to break through this anti-counterfeiting technology within 100 years. You're using the same acid-free paper and color-changing ink that you used to make U.S. currency. Ruyan Lu returned to her cave to rest, and Yi Chen also found a cave to huff and puff. Only Jin Yuanbao was printing immortal fortune Tongtian talismans all night long, but he was so excited that he had no sleep, because one's future will change the entire status of businessmen in the eyes of the world. He or she is the CEO of Spirit Springs Valley Bank and Immortal Luck Talisman Co. Your own dedication will pay off. Making it all night long made Golden Dollar yawn and wait until sunrise in the east. It was only then that Golden Dollar stretched out to go to sleep. Suddenly a few cultivators in white robes walked in from the distance, and it was clearly Sun Wen and Sun Wu, the guardians of the vault from Sword Peak. Two guys guarding the vault. Since Jin Yuanbao left, Sword Peak couldn't make ends meet, and the vault spirit stones offset the reduction every day. And now the two were almost out of things to do. But today they have. Having just arrived in front of the Jin Yuanbao, he waved the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman towards the Jin Yuanbao. Cashing in. I want to cash in. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Sun Wen slapped the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman in his hand on the table. Jin Yuanbao froze. Then a bad feeling came over me. If someone really did win the jackpot, Spirit Spring Valley spirit stones aren't enough to pay for it now. But it's good to hang around the master. Cough cough. No. Practicing for a long time. Jin Yuanbao also immediately stabilized his emotions. Sun Wen, Sun Wu, don't be in a hurry. Jin Yuanbao pretended to be deep in thought. You guys really won the lottery? Sun Wen, tell me, when did you purchase it and what was the number you purchased? Crap. See for yourself. Sun Wen thought a little and replied, yesterday afternoon. At the Demon Locking Tower. The numbers were 33, 57, 42. Anyway, it was the top prize of the Immortal Fortune Tongtian Talisman. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. What's the matter, Golden Dollar? You traitor of Sword Peak. You don't want to honor our prize? Ha? Cashing in? I'll be damned if you two can win. I didn't even win one of the 200,000 spirit stone farts in the first place. You take it easy. Jin Yuanbao laughed. Our Spirit Spring Valley is not like Sword Peak that sees the wind. We come as guests. If someone wins the lottery, that's 2 pigs we'll cash in. Sun Wu, Sun Wen, why do you feel like this kid is cursing us? Sun Wen, no way. We're pretty smart. Looking at these 2 crouching dragons and phoenix chicks, Jin Yuanbao went numb. How did he call these 2 people senior in the first place? But the first order of business was the winning Immortal Luck Passage Talisman. Jin Yuanbao picked up the Immortal Fortune Tongtian Talisman and scrutinized it carefully, quickly seeing the problem. The texture of this Immortal Fortune Heavenly Talisman was too stiff to touch, and it didn't have any other color changes at all when placed under the light. As expected, this is clearly a fake. With the eyes of the Golden Dollar, the 2 Sun Wen and Sun Wu were also nervous. That's right, this Immortal Fortune Tongtian Talisman is a fake. The 2 people began to do business and dish out spirit stones under the authorization of Feng Wuhan. As a result, instead of having more spirit stones, the other disciples were allowed to snub them every day. In less than 3 days, there was a deficit of 500 top-grade spirit stones. The 2 men had no way out and suddenly thought of forging the Immortal Fortune Tongtian Talisman. So the 2 men said they would do it and made a copy overnight to cash in the prize. At this moment, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes from the bed. Saw a few comers. What's all the yelling about in the morning? Master, these Sword Peak disciples said they won the lottery. Winning the lottery? Yi Duan let out a cold laugh. He himself hadn't even earned 5 million upper-grade spirit stones yet. And someone could win the lottery? It's not scientific. Doesn't fit the math. Ye Chen slowly walked over and picked up the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman in his hand. There is no toughness and no color change when put under a light source. It's not discolored ink and it's not using acid-free paper. What else is there to say? With a direct zip, Ye Chen tore that Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman into two halves. Ha! Uncle Yi, what do you mean by that? Don't want to cash in your prize? Tear up our Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman? Sun Wen was anxious. Sun Wu was even more furious. But they had been forging all night. Yi Duan let out a cold laugh. What do you mean? You took the fake Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman to redeem the prize. I didn't give you door 2 crouching dragons and phoenixes. A slap is considered good enough. And I have to be polite? Sun Wen's fake 2 words were immediately like having his tail stepped on. You're talking nonsense. This is something I spent a lot of money on yesterday. How can it be fake? Ha! Ye Chen sneered. Directly took out a brand new Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman and handed it over to the other party. You put this Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman against the sun and take a look at it. Genuine Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans will produce different colors at different angles. Ha ha ha. Sun Wen laughed out loud. Uncle Yi, you're not fooling little cutie. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. It's whatever color it's supposed to be. How can it change color? The heart secretly thought that Yi Duan, in order not to cash the prize, this is any bull can blow out. Sun Wu, on the other hand, picked up the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman and shown it at the sun. Surprised, only to see that the Nine Swords Sect's logo was faintly visible beneath that Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman. And not only that, its color also changes with the angle of the sun. Holy, Sun Wen really has changed? What? Sun Wen also immediately picked one up to watch. Sure enough, the different colors and angles of this Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman actually produced different changes. How can this be done? The two little minds couldn't figure it out at all. How can the colors still change? Looking at the 2 crouching dragon phoenixes, Yi Duan shook his head. The Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman produced by my Spirit Spring Valley is printed on special acid-free paper and color-changing ink. And this imitation of yours is too low-level. It's simply an insult to my intelligence. By the way, imitating the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman violates the sect's rules. You two may have to be expelled from the sect. It was even if they let Yi Chen hit them in the face and expose them in front of them. But they also had to be expelled from the division? These words caused the two to panic. Uncle Yi, we are all from Sword Peak. You, Spirit Spring Valley, want to control our Sword Peak's affairs. You're so official. Sun Wen didn't pretend anymore since he was discovered. But Yi Duan saying that he was going to fire the 2 of them was complete nonsense. Are you qualified to be the head of Spirit Spring Valley? Oh, what an official. Who gave you the qualifications? The sovereign? Ha ha ha. Yi Duan laughed loudly and pulled out the contract. Due to the fact that he had previously let Bei Mu Chen sign his exclusive contract, Yi Duan himself added the billion point-by-point supplementary payment at the back, only to slowly and methodically pull out a thick stack of contracts from his arms, spreading them out on the table, pointing to one of the pages, and saying, look carefully, this is the exclusive sales contract signed by the sovereign, Bei Mu Chen. It's written clearly in black and white above. All Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talismans are issued exclusively by Spirit Spring Valley, and any other channels that sell them are considered fake. The same forged Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman, expelled from the division. Saying that, Yi Chen pointed at the last 3 big words of Bei Mu Chen and said, can you read? How about I personally take you two to where the Patriarch will confront you? Chapter 71. What is Spirit Spring Valley? In an instant, the frightened 2 hurriedly shut up and hurriedly apologized and left Spirit Spring Valley. It was just that the 2 were thinking about it more and more on the way back. Yi Duan actually said that he would have them expelled from the clan. In the end, he also said that he would parade the 2 of them in the streets. And the most important thing that the master valued was his face. If they are paraded through the streets, what face will they have to return to Sword Peak? And Feng Wuhan will definitely not let them go. If master knew, the 2 of them would have to shed a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Sun Wu was even worse. Directly snot and tears flowed together. A hugged Sun Wen's thighs, howling, senior brother ah. We are finished. We are completely finished ah. Woo woo. Sun Wen to the time more calm, but rather found the master before crying. Master. Master. Help. Master. Sun Wen followed suit and cried. Master. We've been wronged. Feng Wuhan, who was sitting in the doorway, was currently furious. Recently, he had noticed that the spirit stones in his sword peak were decreasing as far as the eye could see. Now it's getting to the point where you can't make ends meet. Moreover, quite a few disciples even took out spirit stones to buy some bull ***** Immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman. Bunch of idiots. Damn. Could it be that the rise of the sword peak is really because of that punk Jin Yuanbao? "Oh master, you must do right by us," Sun Wu cried with a snotty nose and tears. "Master, we're being bullied." Wind Wushu then came to be angry. Again, distracted by the cries of the two disciples, his eyes snapped open. "What's going on? It's not decent to cry. If you don't know, you'll think I'm dead." "Master, it's Yi Chen." "Yi Chen," cried Sun Wu, unable to catch his breath. Hearing the word Yi Duan, Feng Wuhan almost stormed out, still holding back his temper. "This asshole again? Be nice. The two of us forged the immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman, and senior uncle Yi said that he would expel the two of us from Sword Peak." "Expelled from Sword Peak?" Hearing these words, Feng Wuhan completely stormed out. The previous words directly automatically filtered themselves. Outrageous! A powerful sword chi burst out, and the tables and chairs within the cave instantly turned into pieces. Previously, Liu Ruyan wine immortal sect competition victory, then the golden dollar treasure, and the matter of the immortal luck Tong Tian talisman. Now Yi Chen was actually going to fire his own disciple? Does he, a punk at the third level of the seventh realm of refining, deserve it? This is the moment when new hatreds and old hatreds build up. Feng Wuhan was completely enraged. Wind Wave Rider waved his hand. Seeing this, Sun Wen and Sun Wu hurriedly went forward and hugged Feng Wuhan's thigh. "Master, you guys just help me plead for mercy. There's no need to get into a fight." When Feng Wuhan heard this, he was even more enraged. These two wimps. They even asked themselves to plead with Yi Chen. Outrageous. With one hand, he shook off the two men and roared. "Waste. Not even this much guts. My Sword Peak's face has been disgraced by you all." No ambiguity ensued. With a direct sound transmission trick, he summoned both Zhao Liang and Bai Zhe. In recent times, the two were quite dissatisfied with Yi Duan Yi. Hearing that there was an opportunity to attack Yi Chen, he immediately rushed over. The three of them were just going to raise hell in front of Drunken Wangzi today. He was just going to let Yi Chen know who was really in charge of this wine immortal sect. He didn't believe that he, Spirit Spring Valley Yi Duan, could still control his sword peak anymore. The Nine Sword Sect is highly autonomous, and today this matter is to cause trouble to the sovereign, and one is justified. Feng Wuhan led Zhao Liang and Bai Zhe to the entrance of Drunken Wangzi in a furious manner. At this moment, Drunken Wangzi was leisurely sipping his wine gourd. What a pleasant mood! Ruyan Lu had successfully crossed the chaotic heavenly tribulation. Although she was a bit stubborn, it wasn't a bad thing for herself. The more she followed Yi Chen's orders. Yi Chen was now her oldest brother. The position of vice patriarch was just around the corner. Imminent. Just thinking about the pie that Yi Duan had spent on himself, Drunken Wangzi just couldn't help but hum with beauty. The results just looked up. It was then that he saw Feng Wuhan and the others walk in aggressively. Coming in with a black face, Drunken Wangzi was instantly in an unpleasant mood. These guys, every month, were asking for spirit stones, fighting for the right to spiritual vein resources, and being high and mighty. Do you really think you've trained a few disciples to go to heaven? Feng Wuhan, what are you guys doing here? Feng Wusheng arched his hand with a leathery smile. Sect Master, I came today because I have something to ask. Drunken Wangzi's expression had become slightly disgruntled. What a pain in the ass. Oh, what is it? Tell me. Feng Wuhan took a deep breath and pointed at Sun Wen and Sun Wu behind him. Sect Master, take a look at these two disciples of mine. Yi Chen actually said that he would expel the two of them from my sword peak. Ha ha ha. What a great official authority. In the year before my Nine Swords sect was founded, there was autonomy within the sect and autonomy within the peaks. And I've never heard that other peaks could expel someone from my peak? Windless subconsciously raised his volume. Righteous indignation said, it's more than just boldness. He simply has no respect for his elders and disregards the rules of the sect. He's from Spirit Spring Valley. Who is he to meddle in my Sword Peak's affairs? When my Sword Peak disciple makes a mistake, it's naturally up to me to discipline him. What qualifications does he have to expel my disciple from Sword Peak, and actually say that he wants to parade him in the streets? He's disregarding me, and even more so, he's disregarding the Wine Immortal Sect's rules. Zhao Liang also immediately added, Sect Master, indeed, you're too accommodating for Lord Yi Gu. This immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman is now raiding my Red Flame Peak's disciples of their spirit stones, and I'm heartbroken that they don't have the heart to cultivate. Bai Zhe also followed to help. That's right, Sect Master. We implore you to make sure that Yi Chen is chastised, and that the sale of this immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman must not be in his hands alone. Drunken Wangzi took a slow sip of wine and looked at the three people in front of him with a smile on his face, only fearing that the three people were raising a false accusation. This White Zephyr's last sentence is the real one, isn't it? They all moved to want to eat the immortal fortune passage talisman. Drunken Wangzi couldn't help but laugh inwardly. A bunch of cuties. Ye old brother had done the math for himself. This thing is simply earning a hard-earned money. The three peak masters are at ease. Drunken Wangzi put down his wine gourd and sat up straight, his expression slightly irritated, obviously begging for their business and being condescending. On the contrary, Ye Duan was a brother and brother to himself, and was bent on looking out for himself and the clan, a pattern that was immediately distinguishable. And now, it looked like the three didn't know about the previous heavenly tribulation, not to mention Liu Ruyan's current position in the sect. Ahem. Due to the fact that the patriarch had asked everyone to be protective of Ruyan Liu, and that Yi Chen had signed a contract, Drunken Wangzi could only say politely, "I believe that Yi Chen is not an unreasonable person. He said and did this. There must be a reason. You let your two disciples, the cause and effect of the clear. Feasible?" Feng Wuhan froze for a moment, not expecting Drunken Wangzi to suddenly bring up this matter. More than that, he didn't expect it. Drunken Wangzi actually wanted to favor Yi Chen to such an extent. He said forcefully, "Even if they made a mistake, I should be the one to dispose of them. It's not his turn to dictate. Sect Master? What is his Yi Chuan Spirit Spring Valley?" At this time, Yi Duan also arrived slowly, looking at the three peak masters in front of him. His waist couldn't help but straighten up. "There is no way. Own apprentice hard. Feng Wuhan, what are you asking me about Spirit Spring Valley? I'll tell you what, as long as it has something to do with being an immortal luck passage talisman, what your sword peak doesn't dare to manage, we at Spirit Spring Valley manage. Those that your sword peak doesn't dare to kill, we at Spirit Spring Valley kill. In a word, we'll manage what sword peak can manage, and we'll manage even more what sword peak can't. Preemptive action. The Patriarch's license. This is Spirit Spring Valley. Is that clear enough?" This statement was made. Zhao Liang and Bai Zhe were dumbstruck. Wow, that's a pretentious line. When this line came out, those who didn't know thought that he, Yi Chen, was at least a yuaning stage. The result was a third level of the qi refining realm. Especially Wind Wushu, who broke his defense on the spot. "I'm Nima, you're a tiny third level of the qi refining realm, and you're still letting you load up." If it wasn't a felony for clans not to attack each other, he would have wanted to do it. How can one be shameless and cheap to such an extent? Yi Duan, what the are you? And you're even letting you load up. Chapter 72 Feng Wuhan quit. Yi Duan, what a face for you. I can't believe you're even letting you mount it. Wind Wushu thought that he had a lot of inner determination. Somehow the bee that Yi Duan was pretending to be really made him unbearable. I can't help it. It's two. What sword peak can't control? You control Lingquan Valley? If sword peak won't kill someone, you kill them at Spirit Spring Valley? You Lingquan Valley except a Liu Ruyan. Who else? She's strong that she's the future. You, Yi Chen, a third level of the qi refining realm can also pretend to be B, adding the new hatred and old grudge from before. At this moment, Feng Wuhan completely lost his demeanor. Feng Wuhan couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at Yi Chuan's nose. "Yi Chuan, you relied on the Patriarch's blessing back then and mixed up the position of Valley Master in my Nine-Sword sect, occupying one of the best spirit veins, the Spirit Spring Valley, and still being a waste of space at the third level of the qi refining realm for 200 years. What qualifications do you have to pretend? Now you're standing on our heads after earning a few spirit stones through some crooked ways? If you weren't lucky and took Liu Ruyan as your disciple, do you really think you can walk around in the Wine Immortal sect? Let me tell you, the sect's rules are not something you use to wipe your ass." Leaf Dust laughed. "LOL, it's young people after all. It's urgent. It's urgent. What's the rush here? Senior Wind Brother, why are you so agitated? Being angry hurts your body. Those who don't know would think that it was my disciple who forged your sword peak immortal fortune passage talisman." Yi Duan's words were truly vicious and eerie. On the one hand, it occupied the moral high ground, so that Feng Wuhan simply had no reason to strike. At this moment, Feng Wuhan realized that his mouth kung fu was really not as good as his own wasteful senior brother. Feng Wuhan's hand had gripped the hilt of his sword. "You don't give me the yin and yang. My disciple made a mistake. Naturally I'll be the one to discipline him. It's not your turn in Spirit Spring Valley." Leaf Dust spread out his hands. By the looks of it, Feng Wuhan still didn't know that yesterday's heavenly calamity and the Patriarch had given himself an exclusive contract for the Immortal Luck Tong Tian Talisman. "I'm the founder of the Spirit Spring Valley Bank and the Immortal Luck Tong Tian Talisman Company, so I certainly have the right to ask questions if your disciple is forging my products." "What? Is Senior Wind Brother trying to harbor your good disciple?" Feng Wuhan had already started to get lucky. "Yi Chen, this speech was really despicable and insidious. A mouthful of some company, a mouthful of some product, and a mouthful of harboring. Anyway, one by one, the hats went to one's head. The point is that he doesn't understand." Feng Wuhan was gritting his teeth. Damn, how come he didn't realize that this senior brother of his was so disgusting before? If I had known, I would have let him swing for the fences. Now this is pissing himself off to the point of having a brain hemorrhage. What idea? What product? I can't understand what you're saying. And when did I harbor them? I just don't like you. Yi Chuan shrugged his shoulders with a disinterested expression. Senior Wind brother, if you don't like me, you can come at me. Why take it out on your disciple? Besides, I'm doing this to safeguard the interests of the Wine Immortal sect, unlike certain people who know how to harbor their own disciples to the detriment of the sect's interests. Feng Wuhan was shaking all over. In these 100 years, he had never been exasperated to such an extent. Yi Chen turned out to be so sharp-tongued, disliking him to the point of being speechless. At this moment, he was just about to have a seizure when Bai Zhe, who was next to him, pulled Feng Wuhan. Shaking his head at Feng Wuhan calmed down. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down, turning his head to look at Drunken Wangzi. Sect Master, no matter how things went, Yi Chuan meddled in my Sword Peak's affairs and disregarded the sect's rules. As the Wine Immortal Sect Master, are you just going to stand by and watch him do whatever he wants to do? Drunken Wangzi took a slow sip of his drink, sighing in his heart. Feng Wuhan, you are not aware of the current situation. The current situation is that this immortal Luck Tongtian talisman is really Yi Duan's word. This was done by signing the contract in front of all the gatekeepers among the patriarchs. Drunken Wangzi put down his wine gourd. Windless. In my opinion, your disciple did make a mistake in the first place. How about chastising your disciple and not having to expel Sword Peak? This statement was made. Feng Wuhan was completely enraged. Drunken Wangzi's slow reply made his dissatisfaction reach its peak. Who was it that had sent a large amount of talent for the Wine Immortal Sect's clan competition? Who was on a mission for the Wine Immortal Sect to take the Spirit Vein? It's your own Sword Peak. It's someone from your own Sword Peak. Now, Drunken Wangzi was actually amongst those who were siding with a waste that stood in the way of Spirit Vein resources. Feng Wuhan clenched his teeth. In his mind, Drunken Wangzi should take sides even if he offended Yi Chen. Now that he was actually siding with Yi Chen, he absolutely could not accept it. Slowly, he felt around his waist for a jade token and gently placed it on the desktop. Sect Master, if you can't handle this matter fairly and impartially today, I'll quit as the Sword Peak Master. The token was made of cold lapis lazuli with the word Sword Peak engraved on it, which was the symbol of the Sword Peak Master. This was the Wine Immortal Sect Peak Master order. The crowd was shocked, not expecting Feng Wuhan to take out the Peak Master's order to pressure Drunken Wangzi. Drunken Wangzi put down his wine gourd and the smile on his face disappeared. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at Feng Wuhan and asked word for word, Feng Wuhan, are you serious? Seriously, Wind Wushu replied in a decisive manner. That's right. Feng Wuhan had his own backbone. Nowadays, the world's spirit vein resources were gradually becoming scarce, and even though he himself consumed a lot of spirit stones, the disciples he trained in the entire 9 Sword Sect's Peak Masters had middle to high grades. And, after all, Sword Peak's position in the Wine Immortal Sect was pivotal, and his own disciples were on the same page as him. When the time came for the entire Sword Peak to leave, it would be a huge loss for the Wine Immortal Sect. He expected that Drunken Wangzi would not dare to agree. The thought even crossed his mind that Drunken Unko would immediately realize the seriousness of the situation. Show yourself weak, Drunken Wangzi. You didn't expect me to blackmail you with the position of Peak Master, did you? At this time, Zhao Liang, who was standing behind Feng Wuhan, also suddenly spoke up. Feng Peak Master is right. Sect Master, if you can't handle this Yi Chen matter impartially today, I, Zhao Liang, won't do it either. With that, he also pulled out a token and threw it on the table with a pop. The token was a warm red jade with the word Red Inferno engraved on it, which was the symbol of the Red Inferno Peak Master. It was also the Wine Immortal Sect's Peak Master's order. At this, the whole room went silent. The 2 Peak Masters simultaneously gave up their jobs. This was something the Wine Immortal Sect had never seen before. That's right, Yi Duan was arrogant 3 times. Liu Ruyan's strong win at the Wine Immortal Sect competition, to obtaining the right to use Qingxian Peak, including the current Immortal Fortune Tongtian talisman. Yi Duan's rise to power didn't match his strength. It had long since made many of the Peak Masters disgruntled, especially the 2 who were high-minded and proud, Zhao Liang and Feng Wuhan. When he saw Zhao Liang also pulling out the Peak Master order to support himself, Feng Wuhan inwardly broke his defenses. Red Flame Peak was the second strongest peak after Sword Peak, and now that Zhao Liang was also leaving, he, Drunken Wangzi, dared to agree? This is half of the Wine Immortal Sect. Drunken Wangzi's face changed slightly. He never dreamed that 2 people would threaten him with leaving at the same time. Drunken Wangzi's eyes became 1 point more grim. Oh, Peak Master Zhao, you want to leave too? Zhao Liang sneered. It's not about leaving, Sect Master. It's that if you insist on harboring Yi Chen, then we'll have no choice but to find another job. Feng Wuhan also nodded. That's right, Sect Master. This time, it's you who's overstepped the mark. Our peak master is loyal to the Wine Immortal sect and has contributed a lot. Not some trash. If you harbor Yi Chen like this, you are chilling the hearts of the brothers. Looking at Feng Wuhan's words of greatness, Drunken Wangzi looked at the two people in front of him as if they were clowns. They still didn't know how important Yi Chen and Liu Ruyan were to the sect nowadays. You two are leaving? Oh, don't say you peakers have to go. It was that the Wine Immortal sect was directly removed from the sect, and he didn't have no doubt that Bei Mu Chen would choose Ruyan Liu. Chapter 73, a word for, a fixed double happiness. Drunken Wangzi was silent for a moment. His face was so grim it could have dripped. What he hadn't dreamed of was that Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang wanted to leave to blackmail themselves, and that was what displeased him. He stared at the two peak masters' orders on the table, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, making a dull thud sound. Zhao Liang was already an acute person and saw that Drunken Wangzi didn't say anything. He thought Drunken Sun was weighing the pros and cons. In reality, it was Drunken Wanko who was thinking about how to get them to leave in a dignified manner. Are you kidding me that myself and Feng Wuhan are not as valuable as a trashy Yi Duan? Zhao Liang once again pressured Drunken Wangzi. Sect Master, if we're going to leave, we're definitely going to the Ye Lin sect. I'll tell you the truth. Ye Lin sect Zhao Wang is the vice sect master is my elder brother. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Zhao Wang of the Ye Lin sect. That was a big man who had shaken the cultivation world, was proficient in the art of burning fire, and acted in a maniacal and violent manner. The Ye Lin sect are all violent-tempered, people who cultivate immortals. Encountered the Yen scale sect people have to weigh some, and Zhao Wang was actually Zhao Liayan's older brother? Even Drunken Wangzi couldn't help but be shaken at the name. It didn't occur to me that this Zhao Liang was going to have such a layer of relationship. The other peak masters and cave masters were still watching, but when they heard the name of Ye Lin sect Zhao Wang, they all sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to themselves, this Zhao Liang actually has such a powerful senior brother. It seemed that Drunken Wangzi was afraid that he would have to soften and apologize this time in order to keep the big picture in mind. Windlass laughed. At this moment he finally smiled. If there was still a backer, he didn't believe that Drunken Wangzi would still be on Yi Chen's side. Yi Duan, it's not too late for you to regret. If you give me marigold tea now and apologize, I can still forgive you. Otherwise in the future this Wine Immortal sect will be all yours. Can you hold it up? Ha 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 ha. That's right. You'll be the only one from now on. Yip-chun? How does the Wine Fairy Gate exist? A Valley Master is still not as high as a disciple's cultivation level? Wouldn't it be a joke to the entire immortal cultivation world? Thinking of this, Feng Wuhan once again looked at the peak masters and cave masters of the other peaks. Finally the gaze eyes lingered for a moment on Bai Zhe in particular, the White Zephyr of 10,000 Beasts Peak. If he were to leave as well, this Wine Immortal sect would hardly have any need to exist. Gentlemen, this brat Yichuan has no respect and is arrogant. Now he even dares to touch my Sword Peaks people. Who else will he not dare to touch in the future? If we don't punish today's incident severely, what face will my Wine Immortal sect have? Who will still serve us old guys in the future? Bai Zhe pondered slightly. The other peak masters and cave masters also exchanged words as their originally firm stance began to waver. And he also now possesses the immortal Fortune Tone Tian talisman, earning all of our disciples' spirit stones. How will they cultivate in the future? Zhao Liang also made his position clear. When I first entered the Nine Sword sect it was a figure of fairness. It seems like nothing more than that now. Yi Chuan, a third level of the Qi refining realm can be the Spirit Spring Valley Master for 200 years? It's a joke in itself. The moment these words came out, the eyes of the crowd towards Drunken Wangzi became subtle. Yes, it's a miracle that Yi Chuan can be the Valley Master for 200 years at this realm. Zhao Liang even among the digging, cave masters and peak masters. If you are willing to leave the Nine Swords sect and go to my big brother, Ye Lin sect, double all your spirit stones and resources. After all of those present were experts at the Yuaning stage, and it was definitely not a loss to pull them in elsewhere. White Zephyr, on the other hand, was lost in thought. Coughing softly, he slowly brought his hand to the token at his waist, making a gesture to unwrap it. Seeing this, his peak masters were also dumbfounded, looking like they were ready to pull out their tokens at any time. But White Haze had his own ideas. He was pretty sure that the 10,000 Beasts Peak was the most suitable for him. But now that the atmosphere is here, one can't do it without putting on an act. If he himself pulled out the token, he would definitely make Drunken Wangzi worry and end up offering a higher price to keep them. That way, two birds with one stone. Hey, brother Bai, you too? A peak master asked in a hypocritical manner. Bai Zhe sighed with a helpless expression. Alas, I am also thinking about the future of the Wine Immortal sect. Yi Chan is so reckless. If we don't make our stance clear, how will the Wine Immortal sect still be in the Nine Sword sect in the future? What Brother Bai said is very true. The other peak masters agreed. In fact, they all had their own little schemes in mind. Yi Chen was now in the ascendancy. And in his hands, he held the 2 money trees of the Spirit Spring Valley Bank and the Immortal Luck Tongtian Talisman Company. They said that they were leaving, but in reality, they wanted to take this opportunity to knock Yi Duan around, and in the process, strive for more benefits. It would be even more beautiful if he could share more spirit stones or take a stake in the Immortal Fortune Talisman Company. Feng Wuhan looked at the scene in front of him. His heart was ecstatic. However, his face did not move and he continued to fan the flames. Everyone, if we don't give Yi Chen a lesson today, he will only become even more aggressive in the future. How can we just sit back and watch? Zhao Liang also followed to help. Sect Master, if you don't give us an explanation today, we'll have to find another way out. Feng Wuhan secretly observed Drunken Wangzi's reaction while calculating in his heart, old man. I'll see how you can still protect Yi Chen this time. Feng Wuhan was very certain that Drunken Wangzi would definitely promise himself. Zhao Liang also looked at Yi Chen. He had long since grown tired of looking at this loser. How dare you ride over your own head? On the surface, Bai Zhe had a pained look on his face, but in his heart, he began to make calculations again, preparing to wait for Drunken Wangzi to retain his position, and once again put his Peak Master's order on it. Everyone thought that the victory was assured, and Drunken Wangzi was bound to be pressured into agreeing to the crowd and punishing Yi Chen. After all, with so many Peak Masters and Cave Masters joining forces to apply pressure, even Sect Master Drunken Wangzi would have to soften. Unless this whiny mortal gate, he didn't want it anymore. Put. Drunken Wangzi suddenly smiled. Drunken Wangzi stretched out his large hand and unhurriedly took the 2 Peak Master orders on the table into his arms. Watching the crowd clown around in front of him, Drunken Wangzi suddenly felt bull asterisk. They think they can punish Yi Chen by threatening to leave? What a joke. Nowadays Ruyan Lu is the future hope of the clan. And you brought out the Yin Scale sect? It's a joke. Instead, there were 2 less people who couldn't stand to see tripping up Liu Ruyan, which was good. Then grinning, he looked at the 2 men. What's going on? What's the situation? What's going on here? When they saw the Drunken Wangzi take the Peak Master's order into his arms, all the Peak Masters and Cave Masters were baffled. Only a chill ran down his back. Feng Wuhan is even worse to break the mouth. What is this situation? Old man, are you crazy? Zhao Liang was also dumbfounded. His mind buzzing. My token. My Peak Master position. The other Peak Masters and Cave Masters were even looking at each other like quails under a thunderstorm body. I can't breathe. Why doesn't it feel right? Drunken Wangzi this is a promise? Is he crazy? The Wine Immortal Sect doesn't want it anymore? Drunken Wangzi looked at the several people pretending to be. Damn. Usually really spoiled you guys. You guys this in ye old brother's realm. The gap is too big. And so, Drunken Wangzi really wasn't spoiled this time. Drunken Wangzi spoke up with a smile. It's a deal. Double happiness. Chapter 74, Did Yi Duan? It's a deal. A double deal. Drunken Wangzi's laughing voice. Silence. Deadly silence. The silence of a falling pin. Especially the 2 people. Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang. Straight up frozen. Are you crazy? Is Drunken Master crazy? If he agrees, what will happen to the Wine Fairy sect in the future? Relying on Yi Chuan. A waste of space at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. Zhao Liang was the first to react as he looked at Drunken Wangzi in dismay. Sect Master? You are agreeing to this? Zhao Liang originally wanted to threaten Drunken Wangzi. After all, although he was Zhao Huowang's brother, the Red Flame Peak's aura was more suited to him. That's why he himself, at first, chose the 9 Sword sect. As a result, Drunken Master now agrees? The scene was instantly awkward. Windlass was even more numb. He thought Drunken Sun would compromise. As a result, Drunken Wangzi directly collected himself and Zhao Liang's Peak Master order. And talk about a deal? Double happiness? This was to favor Yi Duan to the end. He opened his mouth and changed from the Drunken Sun from before to the Sect Master. Sect Master. You are. The other Peak Masters and Cave Masters also came back to their senses, each looking at each other. They had thought it was a forced drama, but it turned out that they had all become clowns. Drunken Wangzi actually preferred to let the 2 most outstanding Peak Masters of the Wine Immortal Sect leave, but also took Yi Chen's side? Days. White Zephyr even immediately took his Peak Master order back into his pocket. It's a good thing I observed the situation and didn't rush it. What's going on? He was originally waiting for Drunken Wangzi to stay so that he could take advantage of the opportunity to make a deal, but now it was a chicken and egg situation, and at the same time celebrating beyond belief. It's a good thing I didn't follow these 2 brothers in their stupidity. Drunken Wangzi froze in place as he looked at both Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang. Ha. What's wrong? Since you guys insist on leaving, then I won't force you to stay. It's just as well, saving me the trouble of dealing with all your troubles. Dead silence. the entire venue was once again in dead silence. In particular, the teasing smile on Drunken Wangzi's face caused both Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang to freeze. The script. That's not how it's written. Sect Master. Think twice. Bai Zhe was the first to break the suffocating silence. Senior brother Feng and senior brother Zhao are the pillars of my wine immortal sect. If they leave, it will definitely be a huge loss for my wine immortal sect. White Zephyr has his own little agenda. Just kidding. This Drunken Wangzi was able to favor Yi Duan to such an extent today. Is the wine immortal sect's surname Yi? Especially after seeing even the two people, Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang, being ridden by Yi Duan at their feet. Won't they all be bullied in the future? Yes. Sect Master. Cold Ice Cave Master Jin Lanqin also hurriedly agreed. The strength of the two people, Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang, is obvious to all. And after so many years of cultivating countless talents in my wine immortal sect, their existence is what will ensure our wine immortal sect's position in the Nine Swords sect. Sect Master. Another cave master stepped forward and said cautiously, the two peak masters may have been impulsive. You are generous. Just forgive them this time. After all, it's not easy to cultivate an excellent peak master. What he said was true. The wine immortal sect had limited resources, and it was not easy to have two cultivators like Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang. Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang's originally stiff bodies moved slightly after hearing these pleas for mercy. A glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. Sure enough, the eyes of the masses are shining. They weren't so bad as to be compared to Yi Chen. For a moment, it was impossible to resist choking up. Feng Wuhan even acted out. Many thanks to all my fellow colleagues. Bai Zhe scurried out in another arrow step and bowed repeatedly to Drunken Wangzi. Sect Master. Look, what everyone is saying is reasonable. The two peak masters are young and vigorous, and it's inevitable that they have some ideas. Just consider them impulsive and give them a chance. His tone was that of a pleading one, really looking out for Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang. However, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang were going to leave, and what he was really worried about was that in the future, this wine immortal sect would be dominated by Yi Chen with the support of Drunken Wangzi. Bai Zhe turned to Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang and said in an urging tone, two senior brothers, why are you so angry with Sect Master? Quickly apologize to the Sect Master. The Sect Master is kind-hearted and definitely won't take it out on you. Obviously it's just a small problem. Those two disciples who forged the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman, chastise them properly. Why should everyone be so stiff? Feng Wuhan, isn't it just two disciples? You expel them from Sword Peak. Bai Zhe finished and once again followed the good advice. Sect Master, think about it. If no one from our wine immortal sect can hold a hand, how will we gain a foothold in the Nine Swords sect in the future? Wouldn't the other several sects still laugh our wine immortal sect to death? At that time, when the sect allocates resources, won't we be trampled under their feet ruthlessly? He paused, aggravated his tone, and continued. The Nine Swords sect, after all, speaks with strength. Without strong disciples to support us, sooner or later, our wine immortal sect will decline. Sect Master, you must think about the future of the wine immortal sect. We can't always rely on leaf dust. He originally wanted to say Yi Chen, a waste of space, but eventually changed his words. Yi Valley Master, right. His words were spoken with love and reason, moving the future of the wine immortal sect out of the way in an attempt to impress Drunken Wangzi. Drunken Wangzi always listened with a smile on his face, and it was only when Bai Zhe finished speaking that he slowly opened his mouth, his voice still carrying a hint of drunkenness, yet appearing extraordinarily clear. Oh, is that so? You all think that only with Wuhan and Liang around, our wine immortal sect will be able to gain a foothold in the Nine Swords sect? The crowd nodded, which was the consensus of almost everyone. The corner of Drunken Wangzi's mouth rose slightly, and a meaningful light flashed in his eyes as he looked around and slowly asked, then, do you all remember yesterday's heavenly calamity? Skyjacking? The crowd froze, somewhat uncertain. Yesterday the nine heavens thundered. Black clouds pressed down on the city. The entire Nine Swords sect was like the end of days, and the terrifying pressure and the aftermath of the laws caused everyone to be chilled with fear. Everyone didn't dare to ask about it, thinking that it was caused by some big brother of the sect coming out of the gate, or a secret treasure. Now that he heard Drunken Wangzi say that it was actually a heavenly calamity, everyone couldn't help but be alarmed. Yesterday's apocalypse was powerful, but what does it have to do with today's events? Bai Zhe's smile froze on his face, and he had a vague bad feeling in his heart. Not only him, everyone felt a strong chill. Wait, does that mean the apocalypse people? Drunken Wangzi continued to add. That's right, the exact center of where that heavenly calamity took place was none other than the Spirit Spring Valley. Spirit Spring Valley. At these words, the four people present were once again appalled. I can't believe it. Spirit Springs Valley. Drunken Wangzi continued to narrate, but this time, instead of being flustered, He was a bit more candid. Yesterday, that chaotic heavenly tribulation, the terrifying mighty as well as the power of the five elements. Did you all see it with your own eyes? At these words, the scene fell silent. Because of that heavenly and earthly vision, no one dared to believe that it was a heavenly calamity. Drunken Wangzi smiled indifferently, scanning the crowd present. Yesterday, even the patriarch retreated, allowing everyone to avoid that area and not come close. That kind of ninefold chaotic heavenly tribulation. Can all of you layer have seen it? In an instant, the horrifying sight of yesterday, which was like the coming of the end of the world, instantly flooded into everyone's mind. Wind and thunder were exchanged, and five-colored electric light was like a wildly dancing python, tearing up the sky. That terrifying pressure was going to crush the entire heaven and earth. They looked at it from afar and were horrified. All sorts of gut-wrenching laws, the power of the five elements, that had completely exceeded their knowledge of heavenly tribulation. Yes, no one has seen it. Hiss. They recalled yesterday's heaven-destroying sight, recalled the patriarch's order for everyone to circumvent it, and recalled the fear in their hearts at that time as if they were facing the might of the heavens. They are a maggot, shivering under which heavenly calamity. Sect Master, what do you mean? Cold Ice Cave Master Jin Lanshin realized something and asked out loud. That wasn't an ordinary chi refining realm heavenly tribulation at all. Jean Bluestar blurted out in fear. Could it be that this belongs to Yi Valley Master? Drunken Unko. Windless. Zhao Liang. Moron. Bai Zhe almost broke into a fit of rage when he heard this Jin Lanshin's speculation. Even Drunken Wangzi almost fell over. Yi Duan? How did this Jin Lanshin say that? Yi Chen? How could he? This trash trigger such a heavenly calamity. Nowadays, in the Nine Swords sect, there are people who can trigger such a heavenly calamity. Bai Zhe looked to Drunken Wangzi. Liu Ruyan. Bai Zhe's face instantly turned pale as he finally understood why Drunken Wangzi was so protective of Yi Chen. Ruyan Lu only listened to Yi Duan's words. A heavenly calamity like that was completely beyond common sense. What did it mean? This meant that Ruyan Lu possessed immeasurable potential and might even surpass them all. Drunken Wangzi's words had not yet fallen. A deep shock and awe spread in everyone's hearts. The sight of yesterday's chaotic apocalypse that was like the end of the world. Finally, Feng Wuhan's speech began to tremble as well. Sect Master, you mean, the person who triggered yesterday's heavenly calamity vision, is Ruyan Lu? If that was the case, not to mention driving himself and Zhao Liang out of the Nine Swords sect, even the entire Wine Immortal sect wasn't worth a single Liu Ruyan. Chapter 75, My roots belong to the Nine Swords sect. Drunken Wangzi looked at Feng Wuhan smilingly. What do you say? Now you ask? Where have you been all this time? Yesterday's heavenly tribulation was indeed as you all saw, so powerful that it destroyed the heavens and the earth. Drunken Wangzi stroked his beard and said slowly, that wasn't any sect elder breakthrough, nor was it any secret treasure coming out of the world, but it was due to Ruyan girl crossing the threshold. Drunken Wanko then simply showed his cards, and Ruyan Lu's breakthrough was at the Yuanying stage. Everyone should be clear about that. But that ascension tribulation is the four great heavenly tribulations that only come with ascension. The chaotic heavenly thunder cleanses the physical body. The chain of laws melts the divine soul. The five elements tribulation hammers the foundation. And lastly, there's the sound of the great Tao, which points directly to the origin. Boom! Everyone's mind exploded into a pot of mush. Chaos lightning? Chain of laws? The five elements? The sound of the great Tao? Isn't this the legendary heavenly tribulation that only occurs with ascension? It was actually Ruyan Lu, a Yuanying stage person? They had been cultivating for so many years that the heavenly tribulation at the Yuanying stage was already going to peel off a layer of skin that already made them feel as if it was the end of days. The ascension heist? Is it really true that humans can succeed in crossing the threshold? And from what Drunken Wangzi is saying, Ruyan Lu has succeeded? Bai Zhe's face instantly turned from stony to petrified, and he felt like his brain was a bit underused. For heavenly tribulations? He even wondered if there was something wrong with his ears that needed to be pulled out. He subconsciously looked to the others and realized that their expressions were no better than his own. One by one, they looked like quails that had been struck dumb by lightning, their mouths wide open, but they couldn't make any sound. Especially Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang. Feng Wuhan's face skin twitched fiercely a few times. Envy, jealousy and hatred. This Nima? Yi Duan had really picked up a treasure. An existence that can cross the ascension heist at the Yuanying stage? Liu Ruyan's talent was that of the two Lei Ming, and even himself was not in a sub-dimension at all. What does this mean? It meant that as long as she was around, the Nine Swords sect was destined to be crowned in the future. He himself even threatened Drunken Wangzi to leave the Wine Immortal sect like the two clowns he was with Zhao Liang? Isn't that a double whammy? Zhao Liang even felt his throat dry up. Which of your own senior brothers is also called talented? It was a clown in front of Ruyan Lu. He and Feng Wuhan only felt that the two of them were now being punched in the face. And it was a swollen face punch. Drunken Wangzi smiled again and looked towards his good old brother Ye Duan. Not only that, yesterday the patriarch personally descended and confirmed the talent of Ruyan girl. The patriarch personally signed the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman with Ye Duan. And Spirit Springs Valley owns the exclusive rights to distribute the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman. There was another sound of breath being sucked back. The patriarch himself descended? And gave exclusive rights? This meant that Yi Chen's earlier statement that he could get the two people from Sword Peak expelled was really justified? For his part, Bai Zhe instantly changed his face, slamming his thighs together. Looking towards Feng Wuhan, he recoiled on the spot. Wind Peak Master, you're being unkind with this. This Yi Valley Master, with exclusive rights in hand, you're still letting your disciples forge it. This really doesn't make sense. Jin Lanqin was also instantly on Yi Chen's side. I told you, Yi Gu is usually indifferent to fame and fortune inside. How could he get on the bandwagon because of a small matter? It's true that there's a reason for what happened. Saying that, he nodded solemnly at Yi Chen. Yi Valley Master, I don't think what you did was wrong. Drunken Wonko laughed. Damn it. This one Peak Master, Cave Master, human-like. Did you all just say that Yi Chen broke the sect rules and raided the disciples' spirit stones? I'm favoring him. Favoritism? Under Liu Ruyan's demonic talent and the patriarch's strong support. This isn't favoritism at all. It's just confessing Liu Ruyan to anything. The most important thing was that they had been sneering at Yi Chen before. Yi Duan that wear a waist. He hugged a big leg. What long, white legs in gold glitter. Bai Zhe hurriedly showed his attitude. Sect Master, this is where I'm going to show my attitude. Yi Gu Master has a reason. There is a contract given by the sovereign. There is no offense to any of the sect's rules. Jin Lanqin also immediately chimed in. Indeed, Sect Master, you're impartial. I think you were right in that sentence before. Combine work and rest. The other Peak Masters also directly switched sides. AI. It's really hard work. Yi Valley Master. And trouble for the immortal Luck Tongtian talisman. Yes. I've always felt that the disciples of the Wine Immortal sect are tedious in their cultivation. But now with this immortal fortune Tongtian talisman, it's good. It's really good. Zhao Liang looked at his colleagues who instantly changed their faces, and the words almost came out of his mouth. Damn. Even if you know that Yi Duan has Liu Ruyan, his disciple, as his backstage, and the patriarch's backing, but you guys are changing your faces too fast. He turned his head to look at Feng Wuhan, who was in the same camp as himself. Feng Wuhan's face changed as if he had opened a dye house. First there was shock, then disbelief, then deep scorn. In the end, it even vaguely took on a fawning smile. He suddenly felt that his previous decision was simply stupid. The future of the Nine Swords sect was bright. With a demon like Ruyan Lu around, why worry about dominating the cultivation world? He knows all too well that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Ruyan Lu is destined to lead the Nine Swords sect to the top of the world. And he, actually, almost gave up the chance to be in the same sect as such a character? Peak Master Feng, look at this group of soft-footed shrimps and wallflowers. It really pisses me off. I wanted to condemn them together, but it turned out. Sect Master Feng Wu but suddenly took an arrow step forward. His tone of voice was that of excitement and sincerity. The previous person who was so high and mighty that he was holding Drunken Wangzi hostage simply vanished. In fact, Disciple has always been loyal to the Wine Immortal sect. To the sect, the sun and the moon can see that. Everything before was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. His tone was resounding. Disciple was born a member of the Wine Immortal sect and died a ghost of the Wine Immortal sect. What other sects throw olive branches? Disciple won't even look at them. I was also concerned before. Now I strongly agree with expelling my two disciples. Forging the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman. Corrupting the culture of the sect. Shameless. Simply shameless. I'm so #UN%. And Zhao Liang wanted to break out in curses. Feng Wu Sheng Yu Eggman, said Backbone? What if you don't do it? He then turned his head to look at Drunken Wangzi, unwilling to show any weakness. Following closely behind, he said vocally, Sect Master, Disciple has always felt that the Nine Swords sect is my home. The Wine Immortal sect is my roots. I've always been with my senior brother, not quite dealing with him. Ye Lin's cultivation name stinks to high heaven. How could I possibly join that inferior sect? Feng Wuhan nodded his head vigorously, and the two were singing in unison, like they were doing a comic opera. Sect Master. Speaking of which, disciples have also recently discovered that amongst the disciples of Sword Peak, there are so many that are of poor character and corpses, especially those two called Sun Wen and Sun Wu. Simply scum. Disciples have decided that they will be expelled from Sword Peak today as a warning to others. Return a clean slate to the Wine Immortal sect. When Zhao Liang heard this, he also immediately understood and hastened to state his position. That's right, Red Flame Peak also has a few assholes. After I go back, I will definitely clean up the gateway properly and will never condone it. For the sake of the future of the whiny mortal sect, for the glory of the sect, disciple will die by all means. Ye Duan was simply shocked when he saw the changes before and after the two people. Damn, these guys, it's a shame they don't go to the Oscars to receive an award. One by one, they're changing their faces too fast. It's just expelling a disciple from Sword Peak. What does that have to do with you? Red Flame Peak? Zhao Liang. Jin Feng was justifiably expelled for forging the immortal Luck Tong Tian talisman. What are you Red Flame Peak putting together? Yi Chuan couldn't help but spit out. Zhao Liang was about to retort when he looked up to see that it was Yi Chen. Immediately, his face smiled into a chrysanthemum, and his tone was impassioned. Ye Valley Master, the atmosphere is all here. Fire 2 to give Ye Valley Master a boost. Chapter 76 Falsehoods. 2 actors. Yi Chen heard this Zhao Liang's reply. The corners of his mouth twitched. Bull. Wasn't that Peak's apprentice chosen to enter after 1,000 years of hard work? Now Zhao Liang is going to fire 2 just to give himself a boost. It's really bull. Yi Chen hurriedly waved his hands. Not so much. Not so much. The two of them, Zhao Liang and Feng Wuhan, were once again lowering their stance towards Drunken Master. Feng Wuhan, Sect Master, just now I was overly impulsive. Don't worry, when I go back, I will definitely fire those two guys. Yes, Sect Master, I am dedicated to my Red Flame Peak, the whiny mortal sect, and this Peak Master's order. I still want to stay in the sect and contribute to the sect. With Red Flame Peak in other people's hands, I don't feel at ease. Drunken Wonko takes a look at these two. The mind sneered. Just a moment ago, he looked like he was going to fight Yi Chen to the death, but now he's wimpy like this? However, he was happy to see this situation. After all, making a scene was not good for anyone, since the two Peak Masters feel that it's a misunderstanding. Then I'll make a decision. This Peak Master's order, you might as well take it, Drunken Wangzi said, handing the two Peak orders back to Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang. In the next second, Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang hurriedly put it away. It was followed by an immediate turnaround. Feng Wuhan immediately made a statement to Yi Duan. Senior brother Yi, you know, I've always had great admiration for you in my heart. This time, a few untalented disciples came out from under my peak to forge your immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman. Feng Wuhan was filled with righteous indignation. Forging the immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman, that's going against the foundation of my Nine Swords sect. He deserves to die. Dismissal is easy, said the high angry shout. Sun Wen, Sun Wu. The two people whose names were named had just heard everything that happened within the Wine Immortal sect. They heard Feng Wuhan calling their names and entered the door. His legs were so weak, he almost didn't fall to his knees. Master, Master, Sun Wen said with a trembling voice. Master, we know we're wrong. Sun Wu was no better. Zhao Liang also pointed at them and said righteously, it's these two sinners. Bravo! How dare they forge the immortal Fortune Tong Tian talisman? Seek death. With his right hand spread out, the burning fire technique leaped out from the center of his palm. Feng Wuhan also directly drew his sword, and his sword chi whistled. The two Sun Wen and Sun Wu were so frightened that they just fell to their knees on the spot. Where could Yi Chen not see that these two people were putting on a show for themselves, before letting the firing inch? Two Peak Masters making a move on a foundation stage disciple. Is this murder? Yi Duan also rushed to cooperate. Gu, the two Peak Masters, there's no need to be like this. One is not a saint. Not so much, not so much. Feng Wuhan saw that Yi Chen had cooperated with him, and only then did he withdraw his long sword. Humph, did you two hear that? Zhao Liang also retracted his fiery flames. Ye Valley Master, you're just too merciful. This time, it's Ye Valley Master who pleaded for mercy for you two scumbags, or else I'll make sure that you two know how powerful you are. Yi Duan spat in his heart. It's you two who are too dark. From today onwards, you are no longer my disciples of Feng Wuhan. Expelled from Sword Peak. Retrieving his long sword, Feng Wuhan also immediately made his attitude clear. The two of them were dumbfounded and their faces instantly turned pale. You can't cultivate immortality if you leave Sword Peak? So where do they go from here? You have to know that the danger factor of the scattered cultivators that is exponentially rising. Each is a ruthless person. Master, don't! Master! Sun Wen cried out and tried to hug Feng Wuhan's legs, but he was dodged away by Feng Wuhan in disgust. Sun Wu also knelt on the ground. Master, spare your life! Master, spare your life! Yi Duan looked at the crying two people and spoke out. They made a mistake, and it's only right that they be expelled from the Nine Swords sect. When Sun Wen and Sun Wu heard this, they knew that Yi Chen's words worked best nowadays. Instantly the face was as good as dead. However, although the Nine Swords sect can't keep them, I can still give you a path down the mountain. Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang didn't react for a moment. The way down the mountain? What do you mean? Ye Duan said slowly. What I mean is that they can be expelled from the Nine Swords sect. I do have a bit of a doorway in the mundane world, and I need someone to try it out. Would the two of you be interested? When these words were spoken, the originally desperate faces of Sun Wan and Sun Wu suddenly lit up with hope again. This means, temporarily devaluing the outer disciples who go out? Nodding hurriedly, the faces of Feng Wuhan and Zhao Liang, on the other hand, instantly became complicated. They had originally thought that Yi Chen would directly waste these two troublemakers as a warning to others. I didn't expect Yi Chen to leave them a way out. Doesn't that make the two of them look like they've just been too heartless in what they've just done? Wind Woutsun spat in his heart. Every time the bad guy is doing it himself. And you'll be the good guy? Leaf dust. What a green tea. But thinking about the contract of the immortal fortune Tongtian talisman in the hands of Liu Ruyan and Yi Chen, Feng Wuhan could only endure. Moment. Smiles piled up on the two men's faces again. A few more fawning than a moment ago. Egu. Ye Valley Master is truly a mansion and a bodhisattva. Zhao Liang was the first to jump out and praised. Senior brother's action is truly a great feat and admirable. Feng Wuhan also hurriedly agreed. The speed with which they change their faces is simply breathtaking. Nowhere. The two peak masters are overpraising. Yi Chuan said in a flat tone. I just think that it's inevitable for young people to make some mistakes. And as long as they can repent, they can still be given a chance. Feng Wuhan immediately took over the conversation. His tone was that of sincerity. What Senior Uncle Yi said is so right. We were momentarily confused before, and we didn't have the foresight like Senior Uncle Yi. Zhao Liang also nodded repeatedly. Yes. In the future, we must learn more from Uncle Yi and this broad-mindedness of Uncle Yi. Zhao Liang actually did pull out 2 pieces of paper from his sleeve robe. Again, the names of 4 people were written. Ye Valley Master, this is the name ultimatum of the other 4. Keep it. Zhao Liang's tone was light, and really just fired 2 people to give themselves a boost. Bull. Yi Chen was not polite and directly reached out to take it. Ye Dust is prepared to develop secular industries in the future. This cultivators are free labor. Don't want it for nothing. In that case, thank you Peak Master Zhao. Yi Duan swept a glance and laughed. Drunken Wangzi stroked his beard and said with a smile. Look at the two of you. Today was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The 2 people, Zhao Liang and Feng Wuhan, hurriedly nodded their heads. Since this is a misunderstanding, everyone should disperse. Drunken Wangzi, as the sect master as a summary, everyone also gave face. There were nods. Zhao Liang immediately changed into a smiling face. Yes, extremely. Ye Valley Master, why don't you go to my Red Inferno Peak to have a few drinks? The fire wine I just brewed has an outstanding flavor. Windless also hurriedly came up. Yeah, Senior Brother Yi, go sit at my Sword Peak as well? I can have top quality spirit stones. Yi Duan arched his hand and apologized with an apologetic face. I thank the 2 peak masters for their kindness, but there are still some matters in the valley, so I won't bother you today. Some other day, I will definitely pay a visit in person. Yi Duan's refusal was reasonable and watertight. Zhao Liang and Feng Wuhan exchanged glances and also smiled. In that case, we won't impose. Yi Valley Master, take your time. The 2 said politely and watched Yi Chen leave. When Yi Chen's figure disappeared at the end of the line of sight, the smile on Zhao Liang's face instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a gloomy one. Asterisk. Yesterday's chaotic heavenly tribulation was actually triggered by his disciple, Ruyan Lu? Isn't he going to be walking around in my 9 Swords sect after this talent? Feng Wuhan, on the other hand, suddenly smiled. I do have an idea. Chapter 77, The Beautiful Man Scheme. What way? Tell me. Zhao Liang immediately asked Feng Wuhan. Now Yi Duan was a thorn in his eye and a nail in his flesh. Feng Wuhan, Yi Chen has now signed a contract with the sovereign. He's going to earn our spirit stones. Clean. Today's incident has also brought him out in a big way. And the most hateful thing is that, if you think about it, he even bought hearts and minds. Those few losers, I'm afraid they're grateful to him now. It was fine for the 2 of them, himself and Zhao Liang, not to give examples. The 2 had planted themselves in Yi Chen's hands quite a few times nowadays. Let me tell you, it's just me who has a good temper. It's not that disciple of his, Ruyan Lu, who has a demonic talent. I'll do it on the spot. Didn't put rice, that girl's talent. It's just too unbelievable. Early Yuaning stage. Immortal magic weapon. What origin power? The speed of cultivation refinement was simply unbelievable. Together with the corroboration of that heavenly calamity, in the future, he would definitely be the top figure of the 9 Swords sect, or even the entire immortal cultivation world. With such a disciple around, I'm afraid Yi Chen's position would become more and more solid. Zhao Liang, this Yi Chen is relying on Liu Ruyan? If Liu Ruyan, Feng Wuhan's voice was soft, but it carried a chilling malice. When Zhao Liang heard this, his body shook as he fiercely looked at Feng Wuhan. His eyes were filled with shock and a hint of imperceptible excitement. What do you mean? Zhao Liang wiped his neck with his hand. Feng Wuhan shivered in fear. Liu Ruyan is now the key protection object of the sect. Whoever makes a move against her is looking for death. Definitely will be under the sect's hunting order. Frightened, he hurriedly waved his hand and explained. Ahem. I didn't mean that. I mean, Ruyan Lu believes in Yi Chuan, but it's just because of some male-female love. What if an even better man appeared on her left and right? What about sweet talk day and night? Wind Wushu's eyes were filled with morbid malice. Zhao Liang heard it. That's a good idea. If Ruyan Lu's mind wasn't on Yi Chen anymore, Yi Chen counted as a ball. By then, they'll still be at their mercy. That seems like a real solution? All Yi Chen has today is Ruyan Lu. Without Ruyan Lu, what is he? Thinking of this, Zhao Liang's eyes immediately became confused again. It's just that Feng Wuhan. Who can say anything about this love between a man and a woman? Oh, not coincidentally, I've heard that there's a Liu Shaohua under my sect. When he was in the outer gate of the Nine Swords sect, Ruyan Lu had two loves for him. Since he could make Ruyan Lu fall in love with him for the first time, I'm sure he has a way to make Ruyan Lu fall in love with him for the second time. Good idea. Good idea. Zhao Liang clapped his hands. You quickly have this disciple of yours go forward and tease Ruyan Lu. Spirit stones, supplies, we'll provide them all. At this moment, Yi Chen had already returned to Spirit Spring Valley. As soon as he stepped into the valley, he saw Jin Yuanbao excitedly running to Yi Chen. Master, you're finally back. Jin Yuanbao's face was filled with excitement and his fat meat was shaking. What's wrong? Why are you happy? Picked up money? Egu. Master, why do you still have to hide it from me? You know, nowadays, the entire Nine Swords sect has spread the word. Spread the word about what? Jin Feng is those two guys who forged the immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman were fired. Those who had flowery ideas before have all settled down. All saying that you were appointed by the patriarch himself. Ha ha. Now the immortal fortune heavenly talisman is a hot commodity in our Nine Swords sect. Unprecedented. It's an individual who wants to buy one. Today's 30,000 sheets. This is not even out of the wine immortal gate is sold out. I heard that the other doors, now is all kinds of coaxing. They buy now. Buy is to earn. So many disciples have come to inquire, asking when we'll release the next batch of immortal fortune Tong Tian talismans. Master, you are truly a man of God. Jin Yuanbao laughed out loud. Following his master was truly a daily delight. Every day is a good day. He used to be poked and prodded everywhere he went. Now it was the disciples before Sword Peak who had to call themselves Boss Jin or Senior Brother Jin when they saw them. Soothing, but Golden Dollar is too slow right now. Now that the immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman is so hot, how much can we sell just by ourselves? Gotta find a way to spread the spread. Jin Yuanbao nodded repeatedly. Master said yes. And what do you mean? Yi Duan pondered for a moment and proposed an entirely new concept. You go recruit a group of agents. Agents? Golden Dollar was a little puzzled. Another unfamiliar word, rushing to get out the notebook again. A sincere face. The master's words can be golden words. Jin Yuanbao is now every one of them recorded in the book. Yes, it's for them to help us sell immortal fortune Tong Tian talismans. Get some people from each gate and give them a cut. That would certainly sell them. Jin Yuanbao's eyes instantly lit up. I understand, master. Isn't this the equivalent of opening our store on every hill? Leaf Dust smiled and nodded. The children are teachable. Golden Dollar rubbed his hands together. Leave it to me. I promise to get it done right. Ha ha. In the future, not only the Wine Immortal sect, but every sect is its own deal. The fat eyes went straight to a slit. Yi Chen glanced at Jin Yuanbao's look of wealth and smiled in his heart. I was sure I hadn't been wrong about the man in the first place. This guy, what a natural businessman. There's one more thing. The Spirit Springs Valley Bank we were talking about earlier. Yi Chen's tone became serious. Jin Yuanbao also put away his smile and listened attentively. Now we'll have tons of spirit stones. We can have the disciples deposit their spirit stones with us. Give them some interest. At the same time, it is also possible to lend spirit stones to disciples in need. Of course, there's interest charged on borrowed money. We, at the bank, want to be childlike and reputable. The interest rate on deposits could be slightly higher to attract people to deposit. The interest rate on borrowed money should also be reasonable. Not too high and not too low. The most important thing is to keep the spirit stones safe. No one should be allowed to steal or snatch the spirit stones. Jin Yuanbao nodded his head in a hurry and took out a small notebook, recording carefully. Yes, following your own master is a long day. There are a number of other businesses we can run besides saving and borrowing money. Yi Duan continued. For example, Spirit Stone Exchange. Some disciples may have gotten some bad quality spirit stones. We can help them exchange them for good quality ones. Of course, there are some handling fees. Golden Dollar was scribbling away in his book. Also, we can run mortgages. Yichuan suddenly thought again of the online loans he owed in his previous life. Disciples can use their magic weapons, pills, and even gongfu as collateral to borrow spirit stones from us. If they can't pay it back, the collateral goes to us. Golden Dollar gulped. This is too harsh. But he likes it. Chapter 78 Recruiting Talent. A recruiting frenzy. Also, we can issue something called Spirit Spring Coins. Yi Duan uttered an even more astonishing idea. Spirit Spring Coins? Jin Yuanbao was completely confused. Yes, the Spirit Spring Coin. Leaf Dust explained. We can use special materials to create a currency with our Spirit Spring Valley logo engraved on it. This Spirit Spring Coin can be traded instead of spirit stones. This is much more convenient, without having to carry heavy spirit stones every time. Golden Dollar's eyes nodded dully. He vaguely felt that if these things could really be accomplished, then the Spirit Spring Valley would be even stronger. And later on, it would completely turn into the hub of the Nine Swords sect. Of course Yi Duan only told the Golden Dollar the first layer. There is a deeper second level. That's what it means to have minting and pricing power in this world. Or in every age. It doesn't take any visible power to manipulate prices to manipulate and influence the entire world. The day when people become dependent on the Spirit Spring Coins and will be completely inseparable. One could then use the paper to exchange for supplies from other clans. But all of that is an afterthought. Of course, all of this needs to be taken slowly. Yi Duan looked at Jin Yuanbao's shocked look and smiled. Let's start with the easiest way to save and borrow money. Golden Dollar nodded vigorously. Before the master had just given some direction to his own. Now it's really starting to operate. Golden Dollar is dripping with energy. Right, master. Jin Yuanbao then thought of the problem. Now that he was the only one in Lingquan Valley, selling Immortal Fortune Tongtian talismans to running the Lingquan Valley Bank could all require a lot of manpower. I'm not quite enough on my own. The agent thing is fine. I can go get some gate disciples to help. But on the bank side, there are a lot of people needed. Golden Dollar asked his own question. It was also seeking Yi Chuan's opinion. Knowing that it was unusual to recruit disciples and giving spirit stones was a power that only the Peak Master Valley Master could have. One did not have any qualifications to recruit disciples from other peaks in Spirit Spring Valley. Otherwise, it is an unauthorized act. But if you don't recruit people now you're splitting hairs. Ha ha ha, don't worry about the manpower. You can just go to the Demon Locking Tower and other places now and post notices to recruit. But the disciples and peak masters of the other peaks will be dissatisfied? Jin Yuanbao voiced his concern. Master, they were all originally from their respective peaks, but now that they've followed us and take orders from Spirit Spring Valley, will the peak masters of the other peaks have a problem with it? Indeed, as is unusual, it is not unreasonable for Golden Dollar to worry. This was also the reason why Feng Wuan had sought to pull his own leg before. Leaf Dust smiled happily. He had a solution for himself a long time ago. Wow, Golden Dollar, what you said. We pay money to recruit people to do our work. It's the same as the mundane world and sects out there giving us spirit stones and bounties. We and the disciples of the other peaks are hired for a temporary relationship. So how could their peak masters have a problem with it? You don't have to worry. Just sign the contract. When the time comes everyone who comes will sign the contract first. It's clearly written on it. They are still people who belong to their own peaks, and have nothing to do with our Spirit Spring Valley. Jin Yuanbao froze and realized. What does master mean? They only work, and if anything goes wrong, it has nothing to do with us. Something like that. Jin Yuanbao then thought for a moment. Then master, what are these people called? Are they disciples belonging to other peaks and working for our Spirit Spring Valley? Temp. Leaf Dust chopped his head off. They're all called temps. Holy, master, you're such a genius. Jin Yuanbao slapped his thigh in excitement. Temporary workers? Spirit Springs Valley only used to pay money to do things, and have nothing to do with themselves when things go wrong. Damn, master is a genius. Why didn't you think of it yourself? Said the man who began drafting recruitment notices. His heart was happy. Recruiting agents, recruiting bank employees. Then master, how to write this recruitment advertisement? Yi Dust looked at Jin Yuanbao's eagerness to recruit, and coughed twice. Young man, this recruitment advertisement, you need to be able to fool around. No, it needs to be accurate and provocative. I'll read it, you write it. Spirit Springs Valley is recruiting. Want to get rid of the boredom and soporific nature of practicing? Want a stable and well-paying job? Spirit Springs Valley Bank, here's a chance for you. As long as you're willing to work hard, as long as you have the ability, the door to Spirit Spring Valley will always be open for you. Food and housing are included. The treatment is generous. And there's even a chance to get special benefits from Spirit Springs Valley. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and join us. Places are limited. First come first served. Jin Yuanbao watched as Master was able to put together such an incendiary recruitment advertisement. The treatment, the words, and wanted to come himself. It looks like you have a lot to learn. After writing the notice, Jin Yuanbao went to the demon locking tower. Carefully, he pasted the fully written notice on the most conspicuous place in front of the entrance of the demon locking tower. Spirit Spring Valley is recruiting. Want to get rid of the torture of cultivation and replace your mind? This sentence was even more straight to the heart. Knowing that the neighborhood of the demon locking tower was full of the hardest working disciples with great mental pressure. Want a stable and well-paying job? Spirit Springs Valley Bank. Here's a chance for you. As long as you're willing to work hard, as long as you have the ability, the door to Spirit Spring Valley will always be open for you. Food and shelter included. Full, excellent treatment. Spirit stones are enough. Ordinary temporary worker, you get 20 pieces of inferior spirit stones per day. Upon seeing the 20 lower grade spirit stones per day, 20 lower grade spirit stones? My god! A disciple wearing a green-colored Dao robe exclaimed in shock. I'm refining pills at Danding Peak, and I only get 400 lower grade spirit stones a month for all my hard work. This Spirit Spring Valley is really rich. Another disciple wearing a gray handyman uniform said enviously, and it's 20 lower grade spirit stones every day. This is comparable to the salary of some outer door deacons, isn't it? Those with excellent performance will be rewarded with additional medium-grade spirit stones. There's even a chance to turn into a full-fledged Spirit Spring Valley employee and enjoy more benefits. The special benefits of Spirit Springs Valley. What's that? A disciple with dripping eyes asked curiously. I don't know. It's not on the notice. But surely it can't be bad if it can be called a special benefit? Think about it. Spirit Spring Valley must have made a lot of spirit stones now that the Immortal Fortune Tong Tian Talisman is selling so hot. If you are interested, please go to Spirit Spring Valley to register. At the end of the notice was the address of Spirit Spring Valley. After reading the notice, the disciples on the sidelines exploded. Really? 20 lower grade spirit stones a day? That's too good of a deal. A thinly built disciple rubbed his hands with an incredulous expression. I practiced my sword skills so hard at the sword blade that I couldn't save any spirit stones. 600 lower grade spirit stones a month, all of which were used to buy sword embryos. This Spirit Spring Valley recruits a temporary laborer who earns more than me. Yes, food and shelter are included. And there are also 20 pieces of lower grade spirit stones per day. And there's still a chance to get a mid-grade spirit stone. Oh my god. Middle grade spirit stones. That's equivalent to 100 lower grade spirit stones. What if it could be converted? I'm going to go. I'm going to try. A disciple couldn't wait to rush towards Spirit Spring Valley. Wait for me. I want to go too. I'm going to register too. For a while, disciples from Red Flame Peak, Sword Peak, and Royal Beast Peak flocked to Spirit Spring Valley. Jin Yuanbao soon again separately went to the gates and the gates Peak Masters, Valley Masters chief great disciples to talk about the immortal fortune through the Sky Talisman investment agent. Do not look at the face of the monk to see the face of the Buddha. How Liu Ruyan winds up immeasurably. Spirit Springs Valley is also the patriarch personally named sheltered place. Therefore, the crowd was polite to Golden Dollar. And in half a day, 8 agent contracts were sold. Master, it's all done. Jin Yuanbao was excited to return to Spirit Spring Valley to report his success to his master. Yi Chen was sitting at the stone table, leisurely sipping his tea and nodding silently. This Golden Dollar is still quite at ease with himself when it comes to doing things. Leaf Dust took a sip of tea. There's no telling how many people will actually show up. After all, there was also an avoidance of suspicion between the Peak Master and the Valley. Plus it's for business. Scholars, peasants, farmers, and businessmen. I don't think many people will come. Leaf Dust was thinking. Suddenly a loud noise was heard from outside. What's going on? Leaf Dust frowned slightly as he got up and walked to the door, only to see that outside of the Spirit Spring Valley, there was a black mass full of human heads. The crowd group of disciples was in the thousands. It directly blocked the Spirit Spring Valley. I want to sign up. I want to be a temp. Where is Spirit Springs Valley recruiting? Various shouts mingled deafeningly. Leaf Dust turned around violently and slammed the door shut with a bang. Leaf Dust went numb. What's with all the people? Instantly Yi Duan realized what the problem was. It must be a matter of suing. It must be this kid. Wrote the treatment so well that it caused the entire Wine Immortal Sect's disciples to come. Golden Dollar. What the hell are you kids up to? Didn't I ask you to write 50 lower grade spirit stones per day? How much did you write? Chapter 79 Resumes of the Cultivators. Golden Dollar. Yi Duan shouted. It must be that this kid wrote off the treatment too high. What the hell are you kids up to? Yi Duan was trembling with anger. Really do not know the price of firewood. rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar, and tea without being in charge of the house. Didn't I ask you to write 50 lower grade spirit stones per day? How many have you written? It's not like we're owned by a charity organization. Did you write an extra 0? Leaf Dust had already associated it with the worst. As a result, once Jin Yuanbao heard this, his face instantly collapsed, and it was worse than crying. Master, injustice, he shouted with a sob. How dare I write $50? I even gave it a special optimization. Optimization? Leaf Dust raised his eyebrows. How is it optimized? I wrote 20 lower grade spirit stones a day. After hearing this, Yi Duan was momentarily speechless. 20 lower spirit stones a day? That's really optimized. How can someone come here with 20 lower grade spirit stones? Or is it full? He looked at the dark crowd outside the valley, and then at the aggrieved Jin Yuanbao. Suddenly, he realized something he had overlooked. It's not that he's offering too much. Rather, the ordinary disciples of the Nine Sword Sect were just too miserable. 20 lower grade spirit stones a day could cause such a stir. Holy, I originally thought I was black enough to be a full-blown black-hearted capitalist. Now it seems that one is greatly conscientious, because the other peak owners are pure and simple slave owners. Golden dollar. I was wrong to ask. Yi Chen's tone eased up with a hint of complexity. In the Wine Immortal Sect, how many spirit stones can an ordinary disciple earn in a month? Golden dollar froze for a moment. This, miscellaneous disciples, if they are good, they can have 200 to 300 lower grade spirit stones, right? Sword Peak's excellence is slightly better. 500 to 600 lower grade spirit stones look like. Inner disciples depend on the specifics. Some have many tasks and can earn quite a bit, basically 1,000 to 2,000 lower grade spirit stones. After Yi Chen heard this, his heart was clear. He finally realized why his recruiting message was so hot. For those disciples who could only earn 500 inferior spirit stones a month, $20 a day with food and shelter was heavenly. The point was, they usually had to cultivate, buy pills, formations, and carry out missions, and there was simply no other way to enhance their cultivation, plus some food expenses and deductions. He had thought that he had just given a reasonable payment normally. I didn't realize that this was already a high salary for the bottom cultivators. Master, what now? Golden Dollar is also weak-minded. How can we interview with so many people? Yi Duan stroked his chin in thought. With so many people, it's definitely not practical to ask them one by one. Gotta find a way to sift through it quickly. Golden Dollar, go get a pen and paper. Pen and paper? Jin Yuanbao had a puzzled look on his face. Master, what are you going to write? Write a resume. Resume? Jin Yuanbao was even more puzzled. What the hell was that? Leaf Dust is too late to explain. Get in the car first. Soon. Jin Yuanbao brought a stack of paper and some pen and ink. Yi Chen picked up a piece of paper and wrote with a few swipes. You just follow this template and have the people who come in for interviews fill it out. He handed the written paper to Jin Yuanbao. Golden Dollar took a look at it and it read, registration form for temporary workers in Spirit Springs Valley. Asterisk name. Asterisk age. Asterisk cultivation. Asterisk character traits. Asterisk the peak/sector to which it belongs. Asterisk specialty, optional. Have each of them fill out a copy. Yi Duan commanded. Golden Dollar thought for a moment. Instantly it would be understood. This is a direct screening by the master. There's no need to ask one person after another. Holding the stack of papers, he walked to the entrance of Spirit Spring Valley and shouted to the black crowd. Everybody be quiet. Quiet. His voice carried a hint of psychic power and spread throughout the room. The noisy crowd quieted a little and all looked at him. If you want to apply for a temporary job at Spirit Spring Valley, come to me first to get a piece of paper. Jin Yuanbao held up the paper in his hand. Fill out the information above to get to the interview. The crowd looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. What is this? Still have to fill out stuff. What's written on it? I can't read it. Most cultivators were so focused on cultivation. Where did they learn to write anything? Especially some of the bottom disciples, stuck at the foundation establishment stage, grew up as cultivators, and many of them couldn't read a single word. Jin Yuanbao also didn't expect this to happen, and was a bit numb for a moment. This is easy. Just write your name, age, and what your cultivation is. He stumbled over the explanation. But for those who can't read, it's no different than a book from heaven. However, everyone is doing what they can to get the well-paid job. Some who knew a few words pulled the person next to them to ask questions and point. Hey, old one, how do you write this name? I know. It's your name. What about this age? Just how old you are? Oh, I know. Some of those who don't know the words are just plain confused. What about this? What about this? I don't know a single word. Me too. Why don't we draw a circle? Will drawing circles work? It's better to try than to do nothing at all. So, some monks drew a crooked circle in the name column. Others went even further and put a handprint directly on it. I can't write, so a handprint will do? I think. Would work, right? Others, on the other hand, played to their strengths. A cultivator who was good with swords directly drew his sword and carved his name on the paper. It's crooked, but at least it's written. A cultivator who practiced a fire technique tried to use the flames to burn the writing on the paper, and ended up almost setting the paper on fire. It caused the people around him to burst into laughter. Are you burning resumes? Ahem. Blunder, blunder, blunder. Some people even directly took out their magic treasures. My mantras write themselves, he said proudly, and then urged the magic treasure. The result was that the magic treasure scribbled on the paper, and the words written out were even more difficult to read than ghost drawings. This might not be very stable mana, he explained awkwardly. The scene was chaotic, with all sorts of strange ways to fill in the blanks. Jin Yuanbao had a black face. By the time we had finished registering everyone, it was already dark. Jin Yuanbao held a thick stack of resume. Tired and panting, Yi Duan picked up the topmost one, only to see a few large words written crookedly on it. In the name column, there was a huge circle. In the age column, it says, 18, probably. In the cultivation column, it says, it could be awesome. In the character traits section, it says, able to work hard. The column for the mountain/department it belongs to reads, backwoods wood chopper. The column for specialties, blank. Yichen looked at this resume and the corner of his mouth twitched. What the hell is this? One had thought one was asking for very little. As it turned out, this group of buddies, one after the other, were oddballs. Ruyan Lu also picked up one curiously. Only a few twisted words were carved into it with a sword. King, 5-inch. In the age column, it says, 10 years of sword training. In the column of cultivation, a sword pattern was written. In the character traits section, it says, few words, fast sword. The column for the peak/department to which it belongs to reads, sword frontier. In the specialties section, it says, very fast with a sword. Ruyan Lu was also amused, covering her mouth and laughing. Kimball even pointed to a resume and laughed. On that piece of paper was a bright red handprint. Next to it, written crookedly, are a few words. I can't read, so I'll press a handprint. In the age column, it says, I don't know how old I am. In the column of cultivation, it reads, I'm strong. In the character traits column, it says, I'm obedient. The column for the peak/department it belongs to reads, fire burner in the mess hall. In the specialties section, it says, burns fires fast and strong. Leaf dust covered his head. What a bunch of oddballs. The world is set up so that only the cultivation of immortality is different from that of the modern world. For all other food cooking, the populace's cognitive as well as educational level is so low that it is almost always illiterate and uneducated. Chapter 80, I don't want bad luck. Bull B. Talent. Yichen covered his head with a black face. One didn't think that the Wine Immortal sect members were not too smart, and as a result this was really nothing but cultivation. Where did this Wine Immortal sect recruit people from? With such a high illiteracy rate, it's simply a disgrace to the cultivation world. Yichen looked at the crooked circle and had to sigh. He was really lucky that he had recruited the two educated ones. Liu Ruyan and Jin Yuanbao can at least read and write. Jin Yuanbao, when the Wine Immortal sect recruits, is there even a literacy test? Leaf dust couldn't help but spit it out. His own 200 years of swinging for the fences have not caught up with him. Jin Yuanbao looked embarrassed. Master, the cultivation screening of the disciples of the Wine Immortal sect all relies on cultivation. Who cares about literacy? It's nice to be able to practice, and that's just it. It's not even recruiting. Ruyan Lu pursed her lips and smiled. Master's focus was always strange. Master, it's not like immortal cultivation relies on writing. It all relies on cultivation. Leaf Dust thought about it briefly, and it was indeed true. After all, it was an immortal cultivation sect, and what they pursued was definitely fighting and killing, and cultural education was definitely not kept up. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. There's no way around it. So let's do it ourselves. Why is it getting busier and busier when you say you're swinging for the fences? Alas. Whoa. If we ask them to write a report in the future, will they have to draw little books? When we have a meeting, do we have to rely on hand gestures to communicate? His brain hurt just thinking about that image. He rubbed his brow. It really did bear out the saying that no matter what the age, what was most in short supply? Talent. Forget it. Recruit in first. This group will definitely have to be trained later, and at a literacy class kind of level. Leaf Dust looked wistful afterward. How about this? Jin Yuanbao, You organize these resumes and pick out the ones that can read and those whose cultivation is above the foundation establishment stage. Jin Yuanbao hurriedly nodded. Understood, master. I'll hand it over to you in a moment. Yi Chen pondered again. Right. You first pick out the Sword Peak and Red Flame Peak. Jin Yuanbao would understand. Immediately after the resumes were all sorted into categories. Just now, Yi Chen directly grabbed the resumes of the disciples of Sword Peak and Red Flame Peak and took them out and directly threw them inside the fire pot next to the roasting fire. Looking at the two people, Jin Yuanbao and Liu Ruyan, they were baffled. Jin Yuanbao was the first to come back to his senses. Wasn't he screening resumes? Master didn't even look at it? Master, what are you? Yi Duan shrugged his shoulders. I don't want people with bad luck. Liu Ruyan's eyes pulled at the silk. Master, what a spirit. That's not right. If it's going to be the unlucky ones, why are they all lost? Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but inquire. No, master, you don't want people with bad luck. You should have lost half of it. How come you lost all of them? Yi Duan froze. Oh, it seems so. Ha ha, forgot about it. Ha, the master just admitted his mistake. No, the master can't be wrong. Jin Yuanbao once again looked for a remedy. Master, is the reason you threw away the resumes of the disciples of Sword Peak and Red Flame Peak because of a bad relationship with us? Ha ha, there's that too. Golden Dollar was frozen for a hole. What, master just admitted it again? This is too hasty. Damn. And looking down on my disciples. What are they? Golden Dollar heard Yi Duan admit it, as well as Yi Duan's speech. Ruyan Lu was beside her with a look of adoration. Master, you are so true to yourself. Leaf Dust had seen it now. No matter what one does, one is bound to brainstorm rationalizations out of the high and mighty in the eyes of one's protege, and worship yourself. Half an hour later, the list of those who had passed the interview that Jin Yuanbao had successfully screened out was handed over to Yi Chen. Yi Duan asked Jin Yuanbao to give the interview notice to these disciples and attend the interview the next day. The next day, feedback about the Spirit Spring Valley Bank's recruitment of temporary laborers returned to one disciple after another. The originally bustling demon locking tower actually instantly quieted down, and they all perked up their ears and held their breath. People actually got nervous in the face of trying to get this temp job. Cold Ice Cave, Li Ma Xuan, Wanshou Peak, Wang Jidong, 10,000 Beast Peak, Li Tianxing, Spirit Mist Peak, Zhangwu, Spirit Mist Peak, Shaoling, Wind and Thunder Cliff, Zhao Lei. As Jin Yuanbao read out each name, the atmosphere in the square changed. Those whose names were read were actually vaguely excited. Didn't get picked, hands over head. I've been chosen. I'm chosen. Ha ha ha. Great. Wowzer. I'm going to be rich. 20 lower grade spirit stones per day. He he he. Why do I feel more excited than if I had entered the Wine Immortal Sect? But the crowd began to stir. Because it was the disciples of Sword Peak and Red Eye Peak. There was actually none of them. On what grounds? Shady. Shady. That's right. We're sword cultivators. The strongest in battle. On what grounds? Jin Yuanbao. Is your master holding a personal vendetta? The disciples of Sword Peak and Red Flame Peak were instantly enraged. On what grounds? You know they were originally the two strongest peaks of the Wine Immortal Sect. Never one to go sideways. He was actually brushed off on Spirit Springs Valley recruiting. And not a single one. Shady. It's definitely shady. All at once the crowd began to rise together in protest. Skepticism, complaints, and even anger rose up. Why didn't any of us from Sword Peak get selected? We are Sword Peak. Liu Shaohua was the first to step forward. He himself considered himself to be the best of the younger generation of disciples, and also pursued Liu Ruyan. How Liu Ruyan's status rose. He also bragged about it. Everywhere is Ruyan Liu pouring herself. Joining Sword Peak was even more of a great satisfaction to his vanity. Now it's actually being targeted. Or by the waste gold dollar. Outrageous. Shady. Definitely shady. Our Red Flame Peak as well. Our two peaks are the strongest existences in the Wine Immortal Sect. How could we not be able to select a single disciple? The disciples of Red Flame Peak also stood out and protested. The corners of Jin Yuanbao's mouth couldn't help but rise as he looked at the chaotic scene in front of him. Oh, bunch of clowns. Okay, had expected this. Luckily, Master was prepared. Yeah, you think it's shady? Jin Yuanbao had a teasing expression. A group of clowns. While sneaking towards his arms, the Master said, in order to prevent the emergence of unfair questioning, specially prepared test questions. It seems so wise now. All senior brothers and sisters, be at ease. Jin Yuanbao cleared his throat, trying to look more dignified. Since everyone has questions about the screening criteria, let's test them on the spot. Once these words came out, the clamor in the square diminished slightly, and all eyes focused on Jin Yuanbao. Examination? What's the test? If it's an on-the-spot test, surely there would be no problem, right? If people will have questions. Golden Dollar grinned. You can come forward, Jin Yuanbao added, his eyes intentionally glancing at the disciples of Sword Peak and Red Flame Peak. Liu Shaohua was instantly energized upon hearing this. He himself was learned in the mundane world in the first place, not to mention being an unparalleled talent, and still be examined by a businessman of the Golden Dollar? Alright, I'd like to see what kind of difference there is between our Sword Peak and Red Flame Peak's disciples today. People who cultivate immortals rely on strength. Good. Jin Yuanbao waved his hand. Then let's start with Sword Peak. Liu Shaohua, you step forward. Please listen to the question. Let the horses through. Under what circumstances does 1 plus 1 equal 3? Liu Shaohua froze. Damn. This is not treating people like cuties, is it? Dig me a hole. Liu Shaohua let out a mouthful. 1 plus 1 does not equal 3 under any circumstances. Golden Dollar sneered. Wrong. 1 plus 1 equals 3 in the wrong situation. Chapter 81 lulls the lame. Liu Shaohua froze. Then reacted. Asterisk. You said wrong case? That miscalculation is equal to whatever. Golden Dollar, yeah, equal to as much as you want, but are you not answering up? Liu Shaohua waved his hand. No, I was negligent just now. I understand what it means now. Start over. Jin Yuanbao sneered inwardly. With your brain? My master can cripple you kid with a few words. And still come? Okay, why don't your puppies have fleas? Liu Shaohua froze. What problem? Why don't dogs have fleas? I know. It's because our puppy gets cleaned a lot and loves hygiene. Oh. Jin Yuanbao looked at Li Mashuan, who was next to him in the cold ice cave. Li Mashuan, you answer why dogs don't have fleas. Set emphasized the vocabulary. Li Mashuan thought briefly and immediately replied. Because dogs can only give birth to dogs and nothing else. Golden Dollar, answer correctly. Liu Shaohua, what's going on? What's going on? Li Mashuan can do it, can't he? Nope. No. You're harmonizing. Golden Dollar laughed. Alright, let's start over then. Listen to the question. How many monkeys does it add up to when there's a monkey riding in the tree and a monkey on the ground? 7 monkeys? Plus 1 monkey? I don't know why, but Jin Yuanbao's question gave Liu Shaohua invisible pressure. 8 monkeys. Golden Dollar, wrong. What? Wrong again? Liu Shaohua suddenly began to doubt life. Jin Yuanbao explained. There's a monkey riding in the tree and a monkey underground, adding up to 2 monkeys. Riding? Liu Shaohua gritted his teeth. Asterisk. You didn't make that clear. Jin Yuanbao shook his head. Alas, if you ask me, brother Liu Shao, forget it, with your IQ. Slow down. Even the disciples from the surrounding Sword Peak and Red Flame Peak were baffled. Why are they thinking the same as Liu Shaohua? Are they really all cuties? Not as good? Not as good as the other peaks? Jin Yuanbao's words are making Liu Shaohua excited. Chi in blood. What's going on? One is really inferior to the disciples of the other peaks. Liu Shaohua suddenly became anxious. Start over. Alas. To be fair, why don't you see how the disciples from the other peaks answer the questions? How about 1 for you guys? Liu Shaohua calmed down for a moment and was right. What if the disciples from the other peaks thought the same way? Saying that, he took a deep breath and took the initiative to step aside. Okay, you let Li Mashuan. Jin Yuanbao looked at Li Mashuan. 1 plus 1 equals 3 under what circumstances? Wrong situation. Li Mashuan blurted out. Holy? Liu Shaohua was numb. This Li Mashuan came up and answered correctly. What's going on? Jin Yuanbao shook his head. Truth be told, my master said that your Red Flame Peak and Sword Peak have bad feng shui, and that stupid viruses are prone to take over the high ground of the brain. Bull asterisk. It's my turn. You ask me. Say a drunkard, when drunk, lifts such a big rock and shines it on a table. One half the table isn't broken at all. Why? Liu Shaohua blushed. Why? Because of the quality of the table. Wrong answer. Golden Dollar, because it's not smashing. Liu Shaohua was anxious. Jin Yuanbao. You, then why did you a sound? This is not smashed on the ground. Dubbing, did not hit. You're drunk. Hashtag at UN%, said Jin Yuanbao. Looking at Li Mashuan, a drunkard, picked up a stone. Li Mashuan blurted out. Because it didn't smash. Holy, see that? The disciples from the other peaks can snatch the answer. Mr. Liu Shaohua fainted. What's going on? Is it true that the feng shui of Red Flame Peak and Sword Peak is wrong? I've become a cutie. What's going on? Something's not right. Suddenly, Liu Shaohua had a flash of light in his mind and slapped his thigh. Golden Dollar, you be my little cutie. No way. Look, I'm behind Li Mashuan. What you ask Li Mashwan are questions that have been asked. What you ask me are all new questions. Do you take me for a cutie? Golden Dollar laughed. Okay, then let me ask you about 1 plus 1 equals a few. Okay, put a horse on it. Under what circumstances does 1 plus 1 equal 2? Liu Shaohua was decisive. 1 plus 1 equals 2 in case of miscalculation. Golden Dollar, wrong. 1 plus 1 equals 2 in every situation. Holy! Liu Shaohua realized he was in a hurry and slapped himself violently. Snap! Alas! Brother Liu, you don't even distinguish between 2 and 3 anymore. How far are you 2? Said the man looking at Li Mashwan. 1 plus 1 in what? Li Mashwan, right equals 2. Wrong equals 3. Golden Dollar, look. It's all about answering multiple choice questions. Liu Shaohua was numb. Really numb. One has really become an idiot. Dead silence. The whole venue one is dead silence. Especially the disciples of Red Flame Peak and Sword Peak. I can't believe I can't find any breaks. Could it be that it's really because of the bad feng shui of Red Flame Peak and Sword Peak that they've all become little cuties? Did they? At this point, it was again in the middle of a dead silence. Another person shouted, "What is this? Since this is a selection for immortal cultivation, one should ask professional questions about cultivation." Once these words came out, Liu Shaohua once again found confidence, snapping to the Golden Dollar. That's right, Golden Dollar. What are those fancy questions of yours? You ask us professional questions. Jin Yuanbao laughed. You guys really don't die until you reach the Yellow River, said another inquiry. Li Shaohua of the 10,000 Beasts Peak. May I ask, what are the common types of low-grade spirit grasses? Just name 3. Li Shaohua blurted out. I know this one. There's the rejuvenation grass, the heart-clearing vine, and the blood-stopping flower. Right answer. Golden Dollar nodded. Zhang Dashan of Spirit Mist Peak. May I ask, how many does 1 plus 1 equal? Zhang Dashan replied without hesitation. Equals 2. Correct. Golden Dollar gave a thumbs up. Zhao Cuihua of the Cold Ice Cave. May I ask, which main ingredients are needed to refine the Pure Valley Pill? Zhao Cuihua didn't hesitate either. It needs spirit rice, poria and a little spirit spring water. Right answer. Jin Yuanbao nodded repeatedly. What are these questions? Liu Shaohua arrogantly raised his head, ready to answer Jin Yuanbao's question. Golden Dollar picked up a piece of paper. Your questions aren't too hard. Oh, just these questions. I know them backwards. Without saying much, Jin Yuanbao read to Liu Shaohua. Please listen to the question. A standardized longsword. Without considering material loss and human damage. If the material is basaltic iron, how many times can it withstand at most a high-intensity infusion of sword chi without disintegrating? Taking into account Young's modulus and tensile strength, stress, Hooke's law, energy density, fatigue limit, and cyclic stress strain curve? Liu Shaohua had a black question mark on his face. What? What the hell? Young's modulus, tensile strength, stress, Hooke's law, energy density, fatigue limits, cyclic stress strain curves? How do I feel? I can't even understand the questions. Chapter 82 Spirit Spring Valley Interview. Liu Shaohua listened to the words that popped out of Jin Yuanbao's mouth. What Young's modulus of basalt? What tensile strength? The head is buzzing. What started out as confidence instantly turned into a bewildered look around. He subconsciously looked around at the other disciples for help and ideas. As a result, all eyes were averted. Liu Shaohua froze in place like an idiot, because he realized that he actually couldn't even read the title. That's too much of a blow. Golden Dollar. Aren't you making a bit of a distinction here? Liu Shaohua held his tongue for half a day. His face felt hot, but he finally held his tongue. Why ask other peak is what is the spirit grass? Alchemy to what? To their own here has become what material mechanics? Does that make sense? Treat it differently? Jin Yuanbao raised his eyebrows. Innocence written all over his chubby face. Brother Liu, I don't like what you're saying. I asked 10,000 Beasts Peak about their spirit herbs because they majored in beast taming and spirit cultivation. It's their specialty. It makes sense, right? Liu Shaohua nodded. I asked Spirit Mist Peak about 1 plus 1. That's basic common sense for everyone. I asked the Cold Ice Cave for alchemy materials because they are good at alchemy. It's also a very logical thing to press the board. And you, Sword Peak, don't you live by the sword? What's wrong with asking about the sword's tolerance? Very reasonable. Could it be that when you guys practice your swords, you don't even consider the limit of the sword's tolerance? In case the sword crumbles while practicing, wouldn't that be a joke? Jin Yuanbao this series of rhetorical questions, said that is righteous. The logic was rigorous, so that Liu Shaohua could not find any cracks to refute for a moment. Seems to be the case, together with the previous Jin Yuanbao following the guidance. At this moment, Liu Shaohua stood in place. Suddenly a strong illusion arose. Sword Peak and Red Flame Peak. Is it really because of bad feng shui that everyone has become a bunch of idiots? He didn't even dare to ask 2 more questions due to his weakness. Liu Shaohua only felt like his IQ was being rubbed against the ground at the moment. So this time, there are no disciples from Sword Peak or Red Flame Peak who are in favor. Who is against? Golden Dollar asked with a grin as he looked around the room. The other disciples from Sword Peak and Red Flame Peak were even more afraid to speak. Liu Shaohua is recognized as a brilliant and intelligent writer. He even looks like an idiot in front of Kim Wanpo. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing for them to go up there? Wherever his eyes swept, the disciples who originally wanted to complain a few words immediately shut their mouths tightly, fearing that they would be named by Jin Yuanbao to ask questions. Silence, dead silence. Since everyone is okay with that, it's settled. Golden Dollar clapped his hands cheerfully and picked up a stack of lists from the table. Disciples who passed the first round of interviews will head to Spirit Spring Valley in the afternoon for the second round of interviews. Those with names on the list, go back and prepare. And those without names, cultivate for the next opportunity. Jin Yuanbao took the list and left the demon locking tower. Only Liu Shaohua was left standing in place, constantly moving his fingers and repeating it over and over again under his breath. 1 monkey in the tree, 1 on the ground. How many monkeys in all? It's quite a bit of devilment. Spirit Spring Valley, Jin Yuanbao hummed a little song. In a happy mood. In the past, he used to look at the faces of those guys from Sword Peak. Now the offense is changing shape. Especially Liu Shaohua's idiotic look. Being fooled into a blank look. Liu Shaohua was then in a good mood. Damn. Master is a genius. Returning to the thatched hut, he immediately reported the news to Ye Duan. Master, let me tell you. Today Liu Shaohua was just starting to clamor. Ha ha ha. Golden Dollar's eyebrows were flying and he was full of energy. And then the people were fooled and crippled. Master, this combination of yours is awesome. Ye Duan sat on the recliner. How trivial. Look at how happy you are. We of Spirit Spring Valley should be broad-minded and repay grudges with kindness. For some reason, hearing Master say this, Jin Yuanbao inexplicably wanted to laugh. But Master, what if he reacts? Jin Yuanbao suddenly got a little worried. Leaf Dust laughed. Reacting? The selling of abductions. The selling of cars. The selling of stretchers. Then the combos await him. Okay, stop being poor and call everyone who passed the interview today. Business is business. Yes, Master. Jin Yuanbao immediately put away the smile on his face and ran off with his ass to make arrangements. A few moments later, the disciples from the Cold Ice Cave, Wind Thunder Cliff, and 10,000 Beasts Peak began to arrive at the Spirit Spring Valley one after another. Ye Duan looked at the crowd in front of him. Alas, each and every one of them, although they practiced every day, had innocent eyes like college students. It's a temporary job, but it's the future class of the Spirit Valley Bank. These guys will be damned if they're going to make their company big and strong. Looks like a lesson needs to be taught to this group. Yi Chen appeared and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone knew that the Spirit Spring Valley's Valley Master was a recognized waste. As for nowadays, he was able to have the highest status amongst the major peak masters. It was also because of his own heaven-defying disciple, Ruyan Lu. Everyone was respectful on the surface. That was for the 20 inferior spirit stones per day. Inwardly, there was still more or less a trace of disdain for Yi Chen. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, the strongest are honored. However, Ye Duan obviously didn't feel anything wrong. Gentlemen, you have made it to our interview though. But truth be told, none of you could be called a qualified temp. In the crowd, a young man wearing a blue Dao robe. It was none other than Li Mashuan of the Cold Ice Cave. When he first rebuked Jin Yuanbao in public, he argued the way of businessmen and businesswomen according to reason. As a former showman, he looked down in his bones on what he called any kind of banking and trading. Merchants, scholar, farmer, industrialist, businessman is just the lowest level. It was just that his own cultivation wasn't in dire need of spirit stones for cultivation, so he was forced to come. Now looking at Yi Chen on the stage with a look of pointing, Li Mashuan's heart was even more disdainful. Posturing. So, I'm going to quiz you guys next. Don't be nervous, it's all about the basics. Now there are 5 cups of water to be divided among the 6 peak masters. How? The moment this question came out, all the disciples present froze in place. Their minds a blur. Li Mashuan, in particular, froze in place as he realized that he had no way to answer this question. Yeah, if one has 6 peak masters in front of him and 5 cups of water, how do you divide them? Who's going to be offended by this? It wasn't just him. The other interviewed disciples were even more confused. The clever Golden Dollar, on the other hand, simply took out his little notebook and began to take notes. The master's golden words are about to begin again. Yi Chen looked at the confusion and innocence in the eyes of the other peak disciples in front of him. Can't help but sigh. Naive. Really naive. All the while lamenting the fact that the idiotic questions I asked myself in the first interview finally had a purpose. himself can now be used to play B. Chapter 83, Tang Poetry and Song Dynasty? Letter writer. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It's a question that seems simple, but there's no way to begin. To whom? None of it fits. It was suggested that each person take a bite, but then someone else countered that it wasn't enough water either. What's more, the Nine-Sword Sect has a clear division of respect and inferiority, all divided by strength, and offending any of the peak masters will not be a good day in the future. There were dozens of people present, all of whom did not know how to answer. There was an awkward silence in the air. Even Golden Dollar was pensive. Master is really something. Yes. How do we divide these 5 cups of water? Li Moshuan's brows were locked. He prided himself on being smart, but at this moment, he was also clueless. Yi Duan looked at the silence of the crowd and smiled. It's simple. Yi Duan said lightly. Directly throw 5 cups of water into the faces of 5 of the peak masters, and then tell that one remaining peak master, he got lucky today. Yi Duan began to spit mercilessly. Damn, a bunch of idiots. One should have thrown water in the face of the idiot leader in the first place. A short silence followed. Ha 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 ha. A roar of laughter erupted. Even Li Moshuan, who was just now, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The answer, indeed, was unexpected, but it's also full of bad taste. However, the tension was eased quite a bit. There was a hint of relief in the disciples' eyes as they looked at Yi Chen. They seemed to feel that Yi Chen was somehow different from the other peak masters. Yi Duan's smile tightened and his eyes became serious. Well, the joke's over. The real way is, take these 5 cups of water and place them in the center of the 6 peak masters. Yi Duan said slowly. Let them decide for themselves how to distribute it. As the words fell, the room fell silent. Everyone froze. With that, a wave of realization flooded over him. Yeah, why didn't they think of that? Water is dead. People are alive. Why obsess over how to divide the water? Put it there and let this group of peak masters choose for themselves. The answer, simple as it is, contains a wisdom. A wisdom that throws the problem to the problem solver. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Moshuan's eyes. The answer, indeed, was somewhat unexpected. He had originally thought that Yi Chen would say something earth-shattering. I didn't realize that it was such a plain and simple method. And Jin Yuanbao froze, then immediately put pen to paper. In Tianyuan 1600, the master inquired how the 5 cups of water would be divided among the 6 peak masters. Answer, put the water in the center and let the peakers choose for themselves. The answer may seem simple, but it contains an insight into human nature. Letting them make their own choices solves the problem and avoids conflict. Master is no less than a high-ranking person. He sees everything. Bull. To summarize, questions are sometimes answers. Yi Duan once again looked at the crowd. Everyone present looked at Yi Chen with a slight change in their eyes. This shift in mindset gave them a sense of enlightenment. There was more admiration in the eyes that looked at Yi Chen. Even, vaguely, a hint of admiration. This Lord Valley Master didn't seem to be as much of a waste as they thought. On the contrary, his way of thinking, it seems, is very different from theirs. But Li Moshuan was not satisfied with this answer. It was because he could see the contempt and arrogance in Yi Chen's eyes. In Li Moshuan's eyes, he was nothing more than a relation. A businessman. Li Moshuan's literati and arrogance prevented him from accepting Yi Chen's arrogance as a businessman. He himself is a reader, and a merchant is the lowest profession. Li Moshuan, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help but gather the courage to raise his hand. Yi Valley Master, I have a question. His voice carried a hint of the sourness of a man of letters. Yi Duan looked at Li Moshuan. Go ahead. There is certainly some truth in what you say. Li Moshuan frowned slightly. But in the mundane world, it is the way of the sages and the bones of the literati that are emphasized. And those who cultivate immortality seek powerful cultivation and immortality. What good can these so-called ways of management do? There was a hint of skepticism and intense aggression in his tone. And his words were undoubtedly telling everyone present. What you're talking about is a side issue that has nothing to do with cultivating the immortal way. Instantly, everyone looked at Yi Chen. This was the first time that someone, to their face, questioned Yi Chen. Li Moshuan looked at Yi Chen. You, a wasteful valley master at the 3rd level of the qi refining realm. How should you respond? Yi Chuan laughed. Ha ha ha, those bull **** literati styles are useless now. Yi Chuan could see that this Li Moshuan wasn't too convinced. Yi Valley Master is wrong. Li Moshuan's voice became shrill. The way of the sage is the foundation of the body. Literati style is an indispensable character for my generation of immortal cultivators. Yi Valley Master, it's not quite right for you to dismiss it so lightly, is it? His face reddened, clearly enraged by Yi Chen's words. Yi Duan actually directly said that the literati style had no effect. Yi Duan looked at him, looking at the young man's stubborn expression. Alas, Young people have ideals, pursuits, disdain for dealing with money, and feel that they are the center of the universe and the master of the world. When you do get to work, 996 is honest. So let me ask you, are you hungry and can you eat poetry and song? You don't have any more spirit stones for your cultivation. Can poetry and songs improve you? What's the matter? The book has its own golden house. The book has its own face. How do you have money to come to work for what? The 3 words directly caused Li Mashuan's face to turn red. You. Besides, what kind of poetry or song can you write at your young age with no farting experience? Where could Li Mashuan stand this kind of agitation? Immediately the aggressiveness pulled full. I've been well read in poetry since I was young, and I still know a little bit about literature. Li Mashuan couldn't hold back any longer. He fancied himself as a scholar, but he was actually humiliated by Ye Chen to his face. Was he still better than you, a jerk from Spirit Spring Valley? What does Ye Valley Master mean? Since it is very understandable, I wonder if Ye Valley Master can compare. Yi Duan saw the confident Li Mashuan. Young man, cannot be reasoned is to beat the service. He himself is a teacher of Li Bai, known in the Jianghu as the White Whore. Come on, I'll see what subject I improvise on later when I memorize that. Ahem. No, I'll see what subject I improvise on later. You go first, then I'll make a contribution. Li Mashuan looked at Yi Chen, who actually dared to agree, and was afraid that Yi Chen would back out. Please listen quietly. He looked around the room and slowly paced forward, reciting softly after a few steps. The breeze brushes the willow bank, and the moon shines on the mountains. The sword's breath rushes into the sky, and the heart of the Dan reflects the blue sky. Many of the disciples present, although their cultivation was good, they knew very little when it came to poetry and song. It was so refreshing to hear such meaningful verses at the moment. Unknown. Great poem. Li Mashuan is really talented. Far-reaching and majestic. Praise was in the air. You've never eaten pork but you've seen a pig run, right? Li Mashuan then looked at Yi Chen. With an arrogant expression, he eyed Yi Chen with a confused face. You're even more pleased to be stunned, aren't you? He didn't believe that Yi Chuan, who was full of strange tricks and all kinds of crooked reasoning, could make a poem? Hell no. Yi Duan's face of confusion was not because he was shocked. I can't help it. I don't really understand it, and I don't really know if it's good or bad, but I guess it's not as good as Li Bai, Du Fu and those guys. He cleared his throat. Still loaded. Li Mashuan, right? This poem of yours? It's really good. Leaf Dust lightly pretended, but average. Li Mashuan snorted coldly, and now he still had to talk tough. The others present once again looked at Yi Chen. Leaf Dust didn't nag either. His voice was not high, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Spring Sleep. What kind of poem is that? It's simply flat as a pancake. Li Mashuan couldn't help but snort even more. Sure enough, there's not much of a level. However, Yi Chen's second sentence followed immediately. Crowing birds everywhere. Li Mashuan's face changed slightly. It was as if he saw waking up early in the morning with crisp bird song in his ears. It's the kind of scene that everyone has experienced, but never before has anyone portrayed it in such succinct terms. A little something. Jin Yuan Bao's small hands wrote vigorously. What the master said. Record it right. In his eyes, this Li Mashuan was just a clown. It was only a matter of time before the master crushed him. The sound of wind and rain in the night. These 5 words seemed to carry a hint of coolness, and it was as if the night felt like a puff of night breeze. A slight chill. The smile on Li Mashuan's face, who had a disdainful look on his face before, gradually disappeared. His brow furrowed slightly, and there was a hint of gravity in his eyes. The poem seemed different from what he had imagined. This line in particular, the sound of wind and rain at night, elevates the whole mood of the poem by a whole new dimension. Flowers fall. When the last sentence appeared, Li Mashuan's entire body froze in place. He recited it to himself repeatedly. Spring Sleep. Everywhere you hear the crowing birds, the sound of wind and rain at night, flowers fall. Good poem. Great poem. Intentional, simple, catchy, and so graphic that you can't help but be there yourself. This was improvised by Leaf Dust. Chapter 84. Taoist Heartbroken Li Mashuan. Countless images echoed in Li Mashuan's mind. He opened his mouth and mused again. Sleeping in spring, I hear crowing birds everywhere, the sound of wind and rain at night, and the sound of flowers falling. Then the poem seems banal, yet it contains infinite life. Spring Sleep. Jueshio fresh and natural flavor. Natural and far-reaching mood. The crowing birds are heard everywhere. Simple, rustic, yet vibrantly just right. There's no piling on of florid rhetoric or obscure allusion references. The next 2 lines are the finishing touch. It elevates the whole mood of the poem to another dimension. Rustic, simple, vibrant. At this moment, Li Mashuan felt like a swordsman who had been practicing hard for 10 years, being hit in the face by a leaf duster with a twig. Master Ye Gu is actually so talented? It is amazing that a person who disparages poetry should make him feel so powerless when it comes to poetry. It's a travesty of the world. He didn't want to admit it, and still spoke with difficulty. Ye Valley Master, I don't know if this poem can have a name? Li Mashwan took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner shock. Leaf Dust was slightly stunned. The name of the poem? Holy? Leaf Dust panicked then, having forgotten. When he was only concerned about memorizing the poem, Yi Duan did not panic and directly opened his mouth. Untitled. Untitled? Li Mashwan's frown tightened. A poem without a name? What is this? Such things as moods can only be realized, not conveyed. Yi Duan once again opened his mouth. Do I have to say that I forgot? Of course, in order to cater to his persona, Leaf Dust even pretended. If you forcefully give a name, you fall short. Li Mashwan was puzzled in his heart. Only to be understood? This? Li Mashwan almost believed it. Can ancient poetry still be so? Li Mashwan still felt that his face was slightly hot. It was slightly shy. He felt that he had been slapped in the face by Yi Chen. This poem of his own was a clown in front of Yi Duan. Just then, snap, Golden Dollar has stood up and applauded right straight away. Who says my master can't compose poetry? This poem is fantastic. So wet. So wet. Master. It was Golden Dollar. He had brainless trust for Yi Chen now. The main one doesn't go through the motions and just starts blowing. In fact, Golden Dollar doesn't get it at all. This word mood is really something that can only be realized but will not be conveyed in words. The disciples who were still in shock originally came back to their senses and applauded. After all, it was the future head of the valley, and it also gave spirit stones, so everyone is on the horse's ass too. Yeah, this poem of Ye Valley Master, although simple, it rhymes. Yeah, it sounds catchy, but when you savor it, it has a profound meaning. I didn't realize that not only is Ye Valley Master's cultivation profound, but he also has such literary talent. All kinds of horse and bragging starts and stops. Li Mashwan was once again upset. A group of sycophants. He admitted that Yi Chen's poem, indeed, had its own unique features. This didn't mean that he shared Yi Duan's disdain for literature and sage doctrine. It's denying your roots. This poem by Ye Valley Master is truly refreshing. Li Mashwan took a deep breath and retorted again. But the way of poetry is as vast and profound as the sea of smoke. And if Lord Ye Valley thinks he's so self-righteous because of his own attainments in poetry that he regards all the literature of the world as useless, Ye Valley Master, you must know that the world's literati, there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Disciple still hopes that Valley Master Yi will take back his previous words. You've hit the nail on the head with that one. There's a world outside of people. There are indeed countless men of great literary talent in this world. Yi Duan couldn't help but make a small fool of his language skills, so he opened his mouth. The light of the moon before the bed is suspected to be frost on the ground. Raise your head and look at the moon. Lower your head and think of your hometown. Li Mashwan froze again. 20 short words, but it expresses the feeling of homesickness to the fullest. The bright moon, the frost, the bowed head in contemplation, all are full of images. The disciples present, although not everyone had experienced the pain of homesickness, but listening to these lines of poetry, they only felt a shock to their souls, that loneliness and isolation leaping out. Some even got goosebumps. Quite a few disciples. Their eyes even glistened with tears. Great poem. Oh, suddenly I'm homesick. Ye Valley Master, this poetry, it's too good, too wonderful. Li Mashwan's face turned pale. He felt that he received another resounding slap on his face. Such a good sentence. Ye Valley Master actually blurted it out? Before Connie and Yi Duan could open his mouth, Yi Duan directly interrupted him. That's right, it's also untitled. It couldn't be helped. Yi Duan couldn't remember the name of the poem now. Ha ha. Yi Duan, however, still, did not have the intention of stopping, and it was not easy to show off the success of his 9 years of compulsory education, and continued to recite. Unbeknownst to him, this recitation directly shattered Li Mashwan's Taoist heart. That's a good poem. By the way, how is Dai Zongfu? Qilu Green yet? Creation and Culture Clock God Show. Yin and Yang cut the dawn. The chest was born in the clouds. The canthus into the return of the bird. I will be on top of the world, and I can see all the mountains. The meeting will be a great success, with a view of the mountains. When Yi Chen finished his last sentence, Li Mashwan felt that he received another blow on his backhand. Li Mashwan's body trembled uncontrollably. This is a poem that is majestic and open. It was a stark contrast to the delicate homesickness of a moment ago. At this moment, Li Mashwan only felt the grandeur of overlooking the world. The short almost words caused the crowd's emotions and thinking to shift rapidly, and from the style of writing, to the intention to the angle. It's not at all obvious that it was written by a single person. The only difference, in terms of mood, intention, and flatness is superior. It's not a good poem anymore. It's a ing masterpiece. No, every sentence that Yi Chuan blurted out of his mouth was an absolute sentence. At this moment, Li Mashuan felt that his face had been swollen by Yi Chen. Yi Duan thoughtfully, that's not a bad word. If life is only like the first time you see it, what's wrong with the autumn wind and the sad painting fan? The heart of an old man changes at leisure, but the heart of an old man is easy to change. The night is half over after the speech at Mt. Li, and the rain of tears does not make me complain. How can I be as fortunate as the brocade-clothed man who wished for the wings to be linked to the branches on that day? This poem, with its changing years, speaks of the impermanence of the world and the lament that life is easy to age. If life is only like the first time you see it, what is the matter with the autumn wind and the sad painting fan? The old man's heart is easy to change, but the old man's heart is easy to change. In particular, the picture of the impermanence of the world and the passing of years shown in this sentence made Li Mashuan, who had just stood up. Aphorisms? Again, it's actually a ing great line. Flopping to his knees involuntarily knelt down as he looked at Yi Chen. There was no longer any extra thoughts in his mind. Horrible as it is, it would be worth it in this life to write any of these songs yourself. Ye Valley Master opened his mouth. Throughout the centuries, a wide variety of stanzas have come out of the woodwork on a variety of topics and moods. Jin Yuan Bao was so frightened that he rushed over. Brother Li, it's not even New Year yet. Without any reason, Li Mashuan was now truly convinced. He fell down in front of Yi Chen and offered his knees. Yi Chuan was so engrossed in recitation that he couldn't help himself, and suddenly saw Li Mashuan kneeling in front of him and was startled. Golden dollar. What's with this sudden kneeling? Jin Yuan Bao laughed. Master, you made poetry for him to kneel down. Ugh. You? It's not even New Year's yet, why are you on your knees? By the way, you're quite talented at composing poetry. Talent? Li Mashuan's heart is broken at the moment. Composing poetry in front of you is still called talent? Chapter 85, Master. You're just too good to your staff. Desperate? Jin Yuanbao thought of the idea of changing the world with businessmen that Yi Chen had presented to him when he had met his master. Maybe. Li Mashuan looked at Yi Chen. Yi Valley Master is too good. If he wasn't this Valley Master, he would be a immortal poetry sage in the mundane world. He felt as if he had been completely crushed and pulverized by a lofty mountain. What kind of poetry is this? This is simply a heavenly god descending from the heavens, waving a brush and splashing ink, casually waving. It is a great masterpiece that shakes the past and shines in the present. One actually questioned Yi Chen. Compare your own poetry to that of Yi Duan. It's like a firefly to the moon. Ridiculously small. Hiss. Li Mashuan sucked in another breath of cool air. His gaze toward Yi Chen had completely changed. The previous questioning, disdain, and even a hint of superiority had all melted away at this moment, and all that remained was a deep sense of awe and admiration. So much for the poet's fairy in the world. Brother Li, are you alright? Jin Yuanbao once again looked at Li Mashuan, who was kneeling on the ground. As a result, Li Mashuan slowly raised his head. With complicated eyes, he looked at Jin Yuanbao, his voice a little hoarse. Brother Yuanbao, do you know what those poems that Yi Valley Master just recited mean? Jin Yuanbao scratched his head. The master must be awesome. Great? No, you don't understand. Li Mashuan excitedly grabbed Jin Yuanbao's arm, his voice trembling a little. The sentence casually recited by Lord Yi Valley just now. No, the few words within a random sentence, when placed in any poetry conference, would be enough to cause a sensation and be held up as a standard by countless literati and ink masters. Drive the literary world crazy. Sensationalize the literary world. Didn't you also say before that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts? Jin Yuanbao frowned. How's that? Li Mashuan let out a bitter smile, his eyes filled with bitterness. It's my eyes that are clumsy. It's me that has no eyes. This kind of literary talent of Yi Valley Master has already surpassed the so-called number one. If there is a number one, then he is the absolute top. Do you know that the verses on homesickness are seemingly simple but profound in meaning? Portraying homesickness in such a delicate and moving way that they are practically word for word. And each word seems to contain the power of 1,000 pounds. Li Mashuan explained excitedly. And that song of the mountains, majestic and open-minded. Reading it makes one's blood boil. And one can't wait to climb to the top of Mount Tai and have a glimpse of the mountains. As for the last song, life is only like the first time you see me. It is even more a statement of the impermanence of the world and the entanglement of love. That kind of faint sadness and helplessness, which simply makes people's livers cut off. Li Mashuan became more and more excited as he spoke, his tone filled with shock and admiration. Taking out just one song is enough to become a world heirloom masterpiece, but Yi Valley Master, he even recited so many in one breath. and each one is so exquisite. Jin Yuanbao listened in awe, although he didn't know much about the doorway of poetry, but seeing how excited Li Mashuan was, he knew how amazing Yi Chen's performance was just now. He had known for a long time that his master was a genius. Practicing, cooking, business, and fishing. I didn't realize that master was actually an all-rounder. Master. Sure enough, it's still low. Li Mashuan took a deep breath and turned to Jin Yuanbao with a hint of bitter self-deprecation in his tone. Only now do I understand what it means to be truly talented and what it means to be truly crushed. I was previously under the delusion that I would be able to compete with Lord Ye Gu in terms of literary talent. No, it's the people of the world. In my entire life, I won't be able to catch up with a single strand of hair of Yi Valley Master. Li Mashuan's voice was filled with despair. The look he gave Yi Chen was filled with fervent admiration. Leaf Dust returned to his senses. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Li Mashuan, who was kneeling on the ground, as well as the frenzied gazes of the surrounding disciples. What the hell? Jin Yuanbao, master. It's fine. He's just showing a little admiration for you. Leaf Dust frowned, looking at the way Li Mashuan looked at himself. Both. Rashid? I'm Nima. Ye Dust is the heart is uneasy. This owners want to lie flat to get money. Don't get into what rice circle culture. Cough cough. Yi Chen cleared his throat and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Actually, those poems just now were not made by me alone. Oh, the crowd looked at Yi Duan suspiciously. It's all written by my friend. I'm just borrowing it. Yi Chen said stiffly. His explanation, however, took on a different reading in the ears of the crowd, because these heirloom masterpieces could not have been created by a silent and unknown person. So everyone present thought that it was Yi Chen who was deliberately hiding his excuses. Yi Valley Master is really a high-level person. Such a superb poem. To say that it was made by a friend. Yeah, Yi Valley Master must have deliberately said so because he didn't want to make too much of a fuss. Yi Valley Master is really low-key. He obviously has such talent, yet he doesn't show it. Li Mashuan stood still. His heart once again set off shocking waves. The world says that the gods are good, but they can't forget about fame and fortune. How many people in this world can really let go of fame and fortune? Yi Duan, on the other hand, actually didn't care about it, and downplayed it in the face of everything that was within his reach. What a mindset and pattern this is. Yi Valley Master is too low-key. Too low-key Li Mashuan's admiration for Yi Chen had once again risen a notch. Yi Chen looked at the crowd's even more fervent eyes and wanted to cry. He knew that he really couldn't explain himself this time. But the good thing is, there's no one left to question themselves. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was on a roll, Yi Duan hurriedly began to brainwash everyone incorrectly. Teach the corporate culture of Spirit Valley Bank. He hurriedly cleared his throat. Now to business first. Ladies and gentlemen, our corporate culture at Spirit Valley Banking Group. The customer is God. Many disciples looked at each other in disbelief, obviously full of doubts about this God. The so-called customers are the people we serve, who spend money on our products like Spirit Stone Rental, Storage. Leaf Dust tried to explain in a way they could understand. And what about God, who everyone can understand as the most honorable person? All our work should be centered on the customer, to satisfy them and make them happy. Remember, customers have abused me 1,000 times, but I treat them like my first love, Yi Duan said vociferously. The disciples were even more puzzled. Ahem, it means that we are intimate with our customers, Yi Chuan hurriedly explained. And what if they make some unreasonable demands? Suddenly there was a question. Apologize, compensate, slide directly on your knees and apologize. Remember that the customer is God. Yi Chuan began to instill the inside of the service industry into these people. Remember, we have to improve the user experience, make style, name, and make every customer a loyal fan. Fans? Just people who like us a lot and are willing to support us. Finally, in order not to let every disciple's efforts go to waste, we are going to set up a perfect KPI assessment system as well as a clocking system, and we are going to quantitatively assess every employee's work. The outstanding ones will be converted at the end. KPIs? Clocking in? What is it? Ye Dust Face not Red Heart not Jump. The previous life of these two is to supervise the staff to touch the fish lazy. Ye Dust changed the words. These two systems that is to let each member of the effort is not in vain. Hearing this, the people present were once again moved. Too good. Yi Valley Master was too good. In order for their efforts not to be in vain, he actually made it a point to introduce a new system. They had tears in their eyes. In order to make sure that temporary employees' efforts are not wasted, there are actually KPIs and a clocking system, and it's also convertible. Touched, moving, motivated, full of energy. Li Mashuan even stood up and directly wiped his tears. Wave your right hand. Master Yi Valley. Spirit Spring Valley. Knock knock knock. Master Yi Valley. Spirit Spring Valley. Knock knock knock. shouting out slogans. Even Jin Yuanbao was filled with emotion and looked at Yi Chen with deep emotion, rushing forward to pull Yi Duan. Yi Chuan was shocked. Bad. Did he let Golden Dollar hear out his words and techniques? As a result, Jin Yuanbao opened his mouth and said, Master, you're just too good to your disciples. Chapter 86, Liu Shaohua's face. Leaf Dust froze. What's the situation? Treating your employees too well? Yi Duan looked at Golden Dollar with a sincere and touched face. Leaf Dust almost tensed. He wanted to be a swinging capitalist. Now instead become a big good man? Are leaks even that aware in this day and age? Jin Yuanbao looked at Yi Duan's stunned expression and thought that Yi Duan was infected by everyone's passion. Master, I know, that's just the way you are. He himself is a great benefactor. How does that other peak treat its disciples? Cough cough. That, Yuanbao Yi Duan couldn't help but ask. Master, you say. I know that the disciples of the other peaks are very poor. It seems like they only have a few hundred lower grade spirit stones a month. But we at Spirit Spring Valley can't give much. But, it's just a couple hundred more lower grade spirit stones. Are they temps worth working for our Spirit Spring Valley like this? Tears welled up in Jin Yuanbao's eyes when he heard this. Master, you don't know what kind of life the disciples of the other peaks lead. When he was at Sword Peak, he was eating dough paste and rice syrup for every meal, which had a bland flavor. Every day is non-stop cultivation. Earn spirit stones. Every month a few hundred lower grade spirit stone pockets have not covered hot. It is the borrowing by the cultivation of magic weapons, techniques, elixirs and even masters and brothers. A clean slate. Ugh, that's not even a human life to live. Saying that, he was telling Yi Chen about his experience at Sword Peak. If it's just an ordinary disciple with no other extra income, it's just a few hundred lower grade spirit stones a month like I said before. As for food, clothing and shelter, alas, Jin Yuanbao shook his head. When I was in Jianfeng, what I ate that was doughy paste, bland and tasteless, and I couldn't even change my clothes. Those pills, techniques, and magic weapons, they're all sky high. How can we ordinary disciples afford them? It's all non-stop saving. Moreover, all of the tasks, cultivation, and going out treats peak masters will not tell exactly how much. They are all watching to give. What's going on? Leaf Dust's eyes widened. The whole thing was simply numb. I originally thought a 20-30% share is already black enough. The results of other peaks are watching to give? 30% split and watch the give. Oh, my god. Isn't this treatment you're giving a living god? Everyone usually makes a little extra money by taking on some tasks themselves. There aren't many quests left now, and aura resources have become scarce. The days are stretched even further. So master, you're giving them not only spirit stones but also hope. Yi Chen cursed in his heart. This group of peak masters, they are really darker than one another, and you're still crying about it every day? Moralistic. Disgusting. Disgusting, said Yi Duan sighed and signaled Jin Yuanbao to tell the temporary workers at the Spirit Spring Valley Bank. Yuanbao, you tell them it'll be different from now on, won't you? At least at the bank in Spirit Springs Valley, so that they can live a little like human beings. Golden Dollar nodded vigorously at that. What the master said, he must have absolutely believed it himself. Hey, master, I definitely believe what you say, Jin Yuanbao said and immediately raised his hands high and began to arrange the tasks. Gentlemen, calm down. The Spirit Springs Valley Bank temps present immediately quieted down. Jin Yuanbao looked at the crowd. Gentlemen, you successfully passed the Spirit Spring Valley Bank interview, and next is the beginning of your career. The disciples cheered again. I assure you that you will be able to get what you want. Spirit stones, feats. Li Moshuan listened to Jin Yuanbao's words. He looked toward Yi Duan. There was a slight change in the alteration for Yi Duan, for no other reason than one. Maybe business, as he calls it, is different? Fellow masters and brothers, everyone be quiet for a moment. Next, I'll give you all a mission. Our first step is to let all the disciples of our Wine Immortal sect know about our Spirit Spring Valley Bank. So, people promote the business. Let's stock up on spirit stones and spirit stone loan business. The interest rate is absolutely fair. It's all the same to you. The disciples nodded their heads in understanding. The people present were also considered smart in the Wine Immortal sect, so they quickly understood the core of the Wine Immortal sect bank and began to promote it. So everyone was energized and left Spirit Springs Valley. Watching dozens of people leave Spirit Springs Valley, Yi Duan could see that the Spirit Springs Valley bank development was on the right track. Yi Chuan was just about to lie down, but when he saw the Spirit Spring Valley, he saw a gorgeously dressed youth with a fan in his hand, tartly walking over. The young man's hair was combed and oiled as if he had applied half a pound of hair wax. He was wearing a silk robe embroidered with large peony flowers, and a jade pendant that looked expensive was hanging at his waist. In his hand was a folding fan, fanning it one at a time. Leaf Dust is also numb? at this time of the night, the flowery branch came to his spirit spring valley? You got a problem? Ye Duan thought that he was here for an interview, but he fixed his eyes on it. Ouch! Isn't this Liu Shaohua? That's right. Since the last time he was defeated under Yi Chuan again. Zhao Liang and Feng Wuhan immediately found Liu Shaohua and told Liu Shaohua to make sure he regained Ruyan Lu's heart. Liu Shaohua felt that he could do it again under the brainwashing of both Zhao Liang and Feng Wuhan together. So once again, he dressed up Tai and came to the Valley of the Spirit Springs. Humph, Yip Chun? It's just a guy who swings for the fences. Back then, within the family itself, he was called the little white dragon of the waves who passed through all the flowers and never touched a single leaf. Isn't it easy to pin down a Yi Chen and Liu Ruyan who cultivate every day? It would have worked itself out in the first place. However, it was Ruyan Lu's spirit root breakage that she gave up of her own accord. Now he could make Ruyan Lu fall in love with himself a second time. This time, he was well prepared. All sorts of sweet words that have been rotten for a long time. He actually happened to meet Ruyan Lu who was going out. Liu Shaohua was elated and rushed forward. It's true that there is a destiny. Ruyan's sister, I brought you your favorite osmanthus cake. This is something I came down to the mundane world to buy especially for you. And these newly picked fall chrysanthemums. Look at them. Aren't they beautiful? Liu Shaohua said while shaking the pastries and flowers in his hand. A good girl is afraid of being stalked by wolves. With her own sweet words and details. It must have moved Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu saw that it was actually Liu Shaohua again and a wave of revulsion ran through her. Liu Shaohua, I've made it clear to you that I'm not interested in you. Can you get out of the way? Seeing Liu Shaohua, Liu Ruyan was now in a state of revulsion, completely inferior to her own master. Previously, it was that he hadn't encountered Yi Chen, and now he felt that this Liu Shaohua was as childish and ridiculous as a small child. It's disgusting. Liu Shaohua remained smiling as if he hadn't heard. Sister Ruyan, I know you're still mad at me. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have told you all that stuff. I promise. Never again. Will you just forgive me this once? You see, this osmanthus cake is something I purposely bought from the best pastry store in the city in the mundane world, and I tossed it back and forth for a day. And these chrysanthemums, too, I personally went to the back of the mountain to pick them, and they still have dew on them, Liu Shaohua said, about to shove something into Liu Ruyan's hand. Ruyan Lu remained expressionless. Liu Shaohua froze. Strange, why is it useless? I've been going back and forth all day. Can't she see that she has good intentions? Sister Ruyan, I know you feel sorry for me. Afraid I'll spend money, right? That's okay. I'll spend whatever I can for you. It's okay, let alone osmanthus cakes and chrysanthemums. Even if it's the stars in the sky, I'll pick them for you. Liu Shaohua once again came up with a top-notch love story that he thought was awesome. The move, tried and true. I myself relied on this to enlist the heart of the local state's daughter back then. Ruyan Lu, I can but to pick the stars in the sky for you. Originally thought that he could wait until Ruyan Lu was touched, but it turned out that Ruyan Lu had a look of contempt. Liu Shaohua, have you taken the wrong medicine? Chapter 87, do you still have something to do? Liu Shaohua felt an arrow in his heart. Why doesn't it look like the script? The smile on his face froze instantly. Ahem, that Ruyan. You, Liu Ruyan's face was like frost. If you're sick, get cured, and don't call me Ruyan. We're not that familiar with each other. Ruyan Lu you. Liu Shaohua realized that his tactics actually had no effect on Ruyan Lu. What's going on? What's going on? Liu Ruyan was directly about to turn her head and leave. Ever since the last time he saw Liu Shaohua's true face clearly in the secret realm, Ruyan Lu only felt two words, disgusting. There was no comparison at all with his own master. She took a deep breath and turned her body sideways, ready to leave around Liu Shaohua. Ruyan Lu, listen to my explanation. Liu Shaohua was undeterred. He thinks he's a little bit handsome and has a myriad of ways to flirt with girls. It's impossible to lose. It must be Ruyan Lu's stiff upper lip. In the entire whiny mortal sect, who else could compare to himself? Sweet-talking and hush-hush? Woman. Very nice. Humph. It's only been a short time, and you've even learned how to play hard to get. Hurriedly, he sidestepped and tried to stop Ruyan Lu. Just then, a slightly magnetic voice came from behind them. Wave pumps wave 6 miles and miles of river never end. A strange BGM plays. Only Yi Duan appeared in a simple rough cloth shirt with a flower in his ear and his hair draped backward with the same tawdry face. But Leaf Dust has a soundtrack. Ha! Ruyan. What a coincidence. He only saw Yi Duan wearing a simple rough cloth shirt as he slowly walked out from behind the shrubbery. His presence seemed so natural, so just right. Seeing Yi Chen appear, the corners of Liu Shaohua's mouth twitched. You've got your own sound effects, and you're talking about a chance encounter? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. When Ruyan Lu saw Yi Chen, her originally taut pretty face instantly stretched. Master is so handsome. This simple roughcloth shirt reveals a primitive plot, and the flowers on the ears are plain with a splash of vivid color. Ruyan Lu's eyes became imploring and drawn. So handsome. She turned around and looked at Yi Chuan, her tone so gentle that she could pinch out water. It's Master Ah, it's really a good coincidence. You came out too? Is this fate? That tone, and the icy coldness that he had just shown to Liu Shaohua, were worlds apart. Judgmental. Liu Shaohua was instantly petrified, feeling like a statue struck by lightning. He looked blankly at Ruyan Lu and then at Yi Chen, his mind going blank. What's the joke? What a joke! Ruyan Lu, weren't you a cold and frosty woman just now? This is obviously intentional. It's not a chance encounter at all. Also, it's fate. Ruyan Lu, you're too proactive. Ruyan, how can it be a coincidence? He still has background music. Shut up. Liu Ruyan glared fiercely at Liu Shaohua, frightening him into closing his mouth. Gu, isn't this Liu Shaohua? Liu Shaohua hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Ye Valley Master. Although he spat inwardly, he still had to do a good job on the surface himself. Yi Chuan laughed. I'm not disturbing you guys, am I? Liu Shaohua was just about to open his mouth to make some conspiratorial remarks, but it turned out that Yi Chen directly turned his head. Just ignore Liu Shaohua directly. Liu Shaohua, #UN%. And, that's a redundant question? Is it really just a courtesy? As a result, Yi Chuan was asking Liu Ruyan directly. Right, Ruyan, last time you said you wanted the stars in the sky. I've already picked them for you. Picking off the stars in the sky. When Liu Shaohua heard Yi Chen's words, he almost cursed. You're just straight up copying your own love story. You're being shameless. And how could Ruyan Lu believe such stupid words? I just said, you still really take it off? Liu Ruyan sniffed and was touched in her heart, knowing that it was Yi Chen who was dealing with Liu Shaohua for himself. Really? Master? Where is it? Where is it? Liu Shaohua was once again surprised outwardly when he heard this. Are you kidding me? Ruyan Lu, you believe this? It's outrageous. Leaf Dust tenderly pulled out a compact mirror in his arms. The mirror was as smooth as water, reflecting dazzlingly in the moonlight. He handed the mirror to Ruyan Lu and said with a smile, look. Curious, Ruyan Lu took the mirror and shone it at the sky. In the mirror, a few twinkling stars were clearly reflected. Next to him, Liu Shaohua had a black line on his face. Just a mirror. For God's sake. Are you kidding me? Ruyan Lu, but I sent you osmanthus cakes. It's still the best pastry from Orchid Place. You just send a mirror. Ruyan Lu was not that easy to fool. She was now the chosen daughter, the hope of the entire Nine-Sword Sect. Ruyan Lu was touched. This was the first time Master had given himself a gift. She looked deep into the mirror, looking at the stars in it, and actually wiggled twice, smiling flirtatiously, like a child. Master, there really are stars. Master, you're great, so awesome. Ruyan loved it. Liu Shaohua's mouth was wide open, completely unable to close. This, too, a mirror? Stars? That's it? That's okay? Looking at Liu Ruyan's heartfelt, pleasurable and cheerful appearance, Liu Shaohua felt like he had suffered a violent attack inside. Ruyan Lu held the mirror and loved it. After all, this was the first time Yi Chen had formally given himself a gift. She looked up. Thank you, Master, I love it. As you like. Looking at Yi Chuan's flirty face, Liu Shaohua couldn't help but want to vomit in disgust. That's disgusting. Leaf Dust laughed. He suddenly turned to Liu Shaohua's side and naturally took the osmanthus cake. For Ruyan? Ah. Liu Shaohua subconsciously agreed. After all, this was indeed for Liu Ruyan. Thanks. Yi Chen's movements were natural and polite, actually leaving Liu Shaohua with no way to refuse. Then Liu Shaohua witnessed Yi Chen unwrapping the osmanthus cake and gently reaching Liu Ruyan's heel. Ruyan, stars and cinnamon cakes are sweeter when eaten together. The heart is sweet and the inside of the mouth is sweet. Liu Shaohua's mouth opened wide. Wow. Disgusting. Really disgusting. Goosebumps all over himself. But why is it just envious? Woohoo. And that's my cinnamon cake. Aha. Master. Liu Ruyan's pink-red lips gently opened, her eyes full of Yi Duan. The master is really gentle, speaks well too, and is strong, handsome and low-key, and romantic, just about to bite down gently. As a result, he saw Liu Shaohua next to him and hurriedly lowered his head and said shyly beside Yi Chen, Master, someone. People are shy now. People will eat your cinnamon cake later. Anyone? Somebody? Liu Shaohua covered his chest and felt that he had suffered internal injuries. And what's this about his cinnamon cake? It's mine. It's mine. Yi Chen froze and turned his head to look at Liu Shaohua. That, do you still have something to do? Liu Shaohua's entire body took half a step back, his face in disbelief. Is this Yi Duan speaking human words? You use my stuff to flirt with girls and ask me if I'm up to something? But now, Liu Shaohua felt very redundant and replied with difficulty. No, it's fine. Chapter 88, The Heart Sutra of the Desiring Woman, Ruyan's Heart's Desire. That. I go then? Leaf Dust nodded his head, with a look like what else would you stay here for? It was really a blow to Liu Shaohua's entire being. He left the Valley of the Spirit Springs and stood at the door, his heart battered. Could it be that Ruyan Lu really didn't like herself? Thinking about it, Liu Shaohua once again had trouble accepting it. Impossible. Must be their own side out of the approach is not right. Said back on the road to ponder again. Next time must be Liu Ruyan moved to tears. If Leaf Dust can do it, so can I. At this moment, Yi Duan in the valley heatedly looked at Liu Ruyan with a bad smile. Ruyan, there's no one now. Come, open your mouth. Liu Ruyan's cheeks, red and hot, looking at the osmanthus cake handed over by Yi Chen. Her heart was sweet. Master is so bad. He has to feed himself. Said or opened his own mouth. Yi Chuan gently placed the osmanthus cake into Liu Ruyan's mouth and watched her slightly open her rosy lips. Grunt, too, couldn't help but swallow. Those delicate eyes, high nose, a pair of peach blossom eyes charming and moving, and with a high-flying demeanor. What a siren! Barking. Ruyan Lu took a bite of the cinnamon cake. Sweet? The fluffy cinnamon cake melts sweetly in your mouth. Liu Ruyan's heart was sweet as she looked at Yi Chen. Master is so handsome. When he smiles he looks at himself with a tickle in his heart. Yi Chen felt Liu Ruyan's tenderness and looked up just in time to meet her eyes. With four eyes facing each other, the air seemed to be filled with a hint of sweetness and ambiguous flavor. Ruyan Lu's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. She felt her face burn even hotter. Master, so handsome. And keep looking at yourself. Oops, shy. Master Ruyan Lu tenderly shouted Yi Chen's name. Aha, responded Yi Chuan. This Liu Ruyan was truly stunning, especially the two blushes on her stunning face. Gee, it's even more gluttonous. Yi Chen was still thinking, but Liu Ruyan could no longer stand it. Master, you're so handsome. The two men lip printed together. Yi Chen only felt a cool sweetness on his lips. The soul is all warm and fuzzy and the air smells sweet tonight. Is this, like, another forced kiss? Another 3 minutes later, Ruyan Lu's legs softened and her eyes thickened in Yi Chen's arms. The eyes became loving, full of flowing desire and love. Master, I'm a little hot, master. Is your Gongfu lustful woman's heart sutra available somewhere? Her voice grew fainter and fainter, almost inaudible. Since the last time she saw it, Ruyan Lu could be said to be unforgettable, said Liu Ruyan as her entire face flushed red and her neck flushed red. Damn, what a shameful thing to say out of one's own mouth. Well, master won't think he's will he? Leaf Dust froze. How exciting was the first time? The wilderness? Is it still a man if he can refuse this himself? Sure, master. Can you give me the lustful woman heart sutra? I'll cultivate it later then and master. The words that followed made it difficult for Ruyan Lu to speak. Hey, what a good disciple for master. What? Want to learn? Liu Ruyan's cheeks instantly turned red. She nodded shyly. Think. She felt like she was going to lose her breath. The master is so bad. Yi Chen secretly laughed in his heart. But it is true that this Liu Ruyan is just like a blank sheet of paper. If they can learn some modern knowledge, the two of them will certainly be more pleasant. Of course, more than anything else, it was to allow Liu Ruyan to cultivate immortal grade techniques, which was the most important thing. He rummaged through his storage ring, found a couple of romance action movie study materials inside My Own Weekdays, Psycho Fever and Lust for Women. He handed the book to Ruyan Lu. Ruyan, these two books. Here, study them well. Ruyan Lu was touched. Oh, master just gave himself the immortal technique. Touched. With that, he opened up the Kokung Fu method. Then Liu Ruyan only felt that she had opened the door to a new world. What was inside made her blush even more and her heart beat faster. The variety of poses and depictions simply blew her mind. How else can it be? God, the whole person was also unbearably hot. The legs couldn't help but close together. Ruyan, cheer up. Master believes in you. Yi Chuan deliberately lowered his voice, his tone ambiguous. You cultivate well, and the two of us will be attuned in mind and body. When Ruyan Lu heard the words physical and mental fit, her entire face reddened once again. Physical and mental fit? Is it to be with the master? She didn't dare think any further. It was only the gaze that looked at Yi Chen that became even more flirtatious and attractive. Yi Chuan's heart was on fire as he looked at Ruyan Lu's shy appearance. This beauty is so tantalizing. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Liu Ruyan's hair. His fingertips, accidentally, traced her earlobe. Ruyan Lu's body slightly trembled. A tingling sensation instantly spread throughout his body. Ruyan Lu's legs were a bit weak. Feel your soul moist after you've joined together. Yi Chen slowly lowered his head and moved closer towards Liu Ruyan's red lips. Ruyan Lu closed her eyes nervously. Her breathing became rapid. just as their lips were about to touch. Master, Master, our bank name has been made, and the first bank loans and deposits have arrived. Master, Yi Chuan saw the dark, chubby figure in the distance. Am I depending on you, golden dollar? Your honor. Ruyan Lu also snapped her eyes open, instantly sobering up. She was still embarrassed to let her join Yi Chen in front of the others. Yi Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner agitation. He turned to Golden Dollar, who had arrived in a hurry. Damn it, Golden Dollar, you're screaming your hair out at night. Jin Yuan Bao ran to Yi Duan and panted. Master, I'm excited. Excited. You are not aware that after the afternoon's training, the name of our Spirit Springs Valley Bank is completely out there. In one night today, it seems like there were deposits of 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ruyan Lu was also shy to give Yi Chen and Jin Yuanbao a goodbye. Master, senior brother, it's getting late. I'll leave first. Jin Yuanbao cheerfully said. Good day, senior sister. Then you rest early. Turning his head to look at Yi Duan. Master, wasn't I great today? Leaf dust. Add hashtag UN%. Stick? Awesome your mom's ass. No breakfast tomorrow. Ah. Jin Yuanbao had a crying face, and for the first time the master scolded himself. Nightfall. Bright moonlight sprinkled in the Spirit Spring Valley. Ruyan Lu gently opened the lustful Lady Heart Sutra. Hiss? It's still possible? Geez, this is too shameful. If it's yourself and the master? Gee, this action. Too. It's raw. Lu Ruyan look his body hot. Eyes hook gravy. Again is unable to resist the memories of the master. Thinking of master. Thinking of Yi Duan. Lu Ruyan's body was once again parched, and as she ran according to the above gong method, a strong desire flowed through her body. Lu Ruyan thought about Yi Chen's body and appearance and extended her middle finger. 1 hour later. Ruyan Lu let out a pout, and her cultivation unexpectedly began to soar. Peak early yuaning stage. Middle yuaning. I can't believe I broke through. Lu Ruyan hugged the bedsheet, her snow-white delicate legs together and clamped the bedsheet, her face full of satisfaction and ambiguity. Master is so bad it's all because of master. This side of Yi Duan woke up with a start and actually received a system boost. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Disciple Lu Ruyan has risen in cultivation to the middle stage of yuaning due to her heartfelt connection with the host, and the host receives 100 times the amount of cultivation back. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining Reiki *1000,000. Holy, elevated to mid-yuaning. Wait, etc. Yi Chuan's sudden smile became ambiguous. Didn't this mean that Lu Ruyan had practiced the lustful woman's heart sutra yesterday? TSK, 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 TSK. Yi Duan suddenly became excited. What a refreshing day again this morning. As a result, there was a sudden announcement from the doorway. 9-Sword Sect, Wine Immortal Sect, Spirit Spring Valley Master, Yi Chuan, listen to the order. Patriarch Bei Mukan, invited to meet at the council hall to discuss important matters. Today should be the time for himself and Ruyan Lu to raise their cultivation. However, in the way of Bei Mu Chen being the patriarch, he still headed to the council hall. Chapter 89 Knocking Leaf Dust. I'm louder. The council hall, the main center of the 9-Sword Sect. On weekdays, it was all about the sect masters discussing major events, allocating resources, and even areas where the sect was hostile. It was also rare for Yi Duan to be invited alone as a valley master. Yi Chen arrived at the council hall and pushed the door in. Right in the center, Sect Master Bei Mu Chen sat in the middle of the round table in the council hall, while 9 sword chairs surrounded him. Each represented a different sect master. Seeing Yi Chen, Bei Mu Chen hurriedly got up. Bei Mu Chen watched Yi Duan enter the door. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Think of him North Mukan, young and famous. Follow the former seniors. Bitter cultivation for 100 years before sitting in this 9-sword clan leader position. After sitting in the position of the clan, but also exhaustive, for fear that the clan in his hands decline. And the result? Now this unprecedented demonic wizard was actually Yi Chen's disciple. Under Yi Chen, the most famous scrappy valley master in 200 years. And it's not him. It was truly enviable to him. It was just more difficult for him to accept. Yi Duan first made a immortal fortune Tong Tian talisman to earn spirit stones. Now it's good that they've created the Spirit Spring Valley Bank, which is earning spirit stones again. Yi Chen said with conviction that it was for Ruyan Lu's cultivation. Just after the Spirit Spring Valley Bank came out, he seriously doubted that Yi Chen just wanted to mess with spirit stones. Where's Ruyan Lu? Where is the future hope of the 9-sword sect? This girl's talent was simply at the demonic level. Yi Dust just hard not to care. It was that he had the heart to do it, but he couldn't sit still now. Moreover, the recent news coming from the Tianji Pavilion side had made Bei Mu Chen even more fidgety. Tianji Pavilion. That was the most mysterious and comprehensive intelligence department in Tianyuan continent. There was no news that they couldn't inquire about. The intelligence from the Tianji Pavilion showed that the heaven and earth anomaly triggered by Ruyan Lu had already attracted the attention of the other states of the Tianyuan continent, and quite a number of forces were secretly prying for news about Ruyan Lu. In Qingzhou alone, there were no less than 4 sects hoping to reach out to Ruyan Lu. There were even demonic cultivators and corpse cultivators, and someone had already offered a heavenly reward for Ruyan Lu's life. Even Bei Mu Chen felt a hint of pressure. If it wasn't for the fact that the Nine Swords sect had some heritage in the Qingzhou, I'm afraid that there would have already been sects killing their way to the door. After all, Ruyan Lu was the one whose talent was too heaven-defying. The Nine Swords sect had quite a few rivals, and it was impossible for them to watch Ruyan Lu cultivate and grow. And what about Yedin? He is still smiling, still working on his bank. His what immortal luck through the sky talisman. No idea of the seriousness of the situation. Master of Spirit Spring Valley, Yi Chuan has arrived. Watching Yi Chen enter the door, Bei Mu Chen once again forced himself to hold back his spitting and dissatisfaction with Yi Chen. Yi Valley Master, please take a seat. Bei Mu Chen got up to welcome him. His tone was so friendly. I thought that Yi Valley Master was too busy with his affairs to come. Yi Chuan walked in smilingly and arched his hand. Patriarch is polite. Patriarch called. How dare Yi Chuan be slow? The two men exchanged pleasantries and then took their seats as guests and hosts. Bei Mu Chen personally picked up the teapot and poured a cup of spirit tea for Yi Chen. Yi Valley Master, try this new tea this year. It's said to have the effect of condensing the mind and calming the qi. Yi Chen picked up the teacup, gently took a sip, and praised. Good tea. Patriarch really does have an elegant taste. Leaf Dust also returned the favor with a horse's ass. He put down his teacup and his tone became slightly more serious. Yi Chen, the two of us will not be polite. Regarding Spirit Spring Valley's development, Old Me has always been watching, and your accomplishments are evident to the entire clan. Bei Mu Chen started with a compliment. Yi Chen laughed. He knew that what Bei Mu Chen wanted to say was but later words, but Bei Mu Chen paused, his tone carrying a hint of tentativeness. Nowadays, this world is not peaceful. The demons are stupid and the great clans are also surging in the dark. Although our Nine Swords sect is currently isolated, we need to live in peace and think of danger. Moreover, this is Qingzhou. Do you know how many sects are eyeing Ruyan Lu? What the patriarch said is very true. Yi Chen nodded. Looking at Yi Chen's cooperation, Bei Mu Chen was speechless. Anyway, Leaf Dust made a question and answer. As for how to do it, he didn't care. It's still my way. Bei Mu Chen's gaze fell on Yi Chuan once again reminded. For this child Ruyan, Yi Chuan, you have to put more effort into it. Patriarch, don't worry. Ruyan is my disciple. I will naturally teach her with all my heart. Well, that's good. Bei Mu Chen's mouth was polite, and inwardly he began to spit. You, Yi Chuan, a third level of the Qi refining realm. How can you teach? Teach Ruyan Lu how to beg for mercy? So it was still implicitly inquired. Yi Chen, it's not that I don't believe you. I wonder how Ruyan cultivates on a regular basis. Have you encountered any bottlenecks? Yi Duan did not doubt him and said casually. Ruyan, this child is talented. Usually read books, practice sword, and occasionally go out to Spirit Springs Valley to stroll around the valley. Quite relaxing. By the way, she also cleans and cooks. When Bei Mu Chen heard Yi Chen's reply, 10,000 grass mud horses flew past in his heart. The expression on his face was also gradually becoming confused and shocked. Read a book, practice your sword, wander the valley, and cooking and cleaning? Is this a ing practice? Ordinary disciples of the Nine Swords sect would not spend less than 8 hours a day in the practice room, the demon locking tower, and performing tasks. In order for Lei Ming and the others to break through a small realm, they were in seclusion and practiced hard, eating the wind and drinking the dew, so they could not wait to break a day into 2 days, and then look at Ruyan Lu. This is simply a vacation-style cultivation. Such a demonic genius. Misguided children. Misguided children. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Yi Chen was definitely trying to teach Ruyan Lu a lesson. Thinking of this, Bei Mu Chen looked at Yi Chen's eyes and then thought that Lu Ruyan still had a life to live. Yi Chuan, the path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. Did you take the Ruyan Lu thing seriously or not? What a gas! Bei Mu Chen finally couldn't help himself. Do you know that if Ruyan Lu were to walk out of the sect now, how many eyes would be watching her? How many people would want to pull her in and bring her to her death? You don't let her cultivate or realize the cruelty of the world, so you let her cook? Cleaning? Is she not your maid? Asshole. This asshole. Totally bad for your own clan's foundation. However, Ruyan's recent cultivation has been quite smooth. Smooth? Bei Mu Chen snorted coldly. Yi Chen, don't fool me with those bull **** words. Yi Chuan said lightly, Last night, I just broke through to the mid-yuaning stage. Mid-incubation? Mid-yuaning? Hearing this, the Beimuchen people were shocked. How many days has it been? What did you say? Mid-yuaning? He thought he must have misheard. To know that ordinary yuaning stage cultivators at least early to mid-stage. At least 2 years and half a year of practice to start. It's been less than a week since Ruyan Lu broke through to the early stage of yuaning, and it's only been a few days since then. And she's in the middle stage of yuaning? This? How is this possible? Is it? Is this the legendary gift? What's wrong, Sovereign? You don't quite believe it? Or do you think the cultivation speed isn't quite enough? Damn! Beimuchen now can't wait to kowtow to Yi Duan. If Liu Ruyan this kind of cultivation speed, not quite enough? Enough! Enough! Too enough! Beimuchen excitedly held Yi Chen's hand. My aunt! This cultivation speed! A direct ascension in a year's time? Wouldn't the Nine Swords Sect be the champion of the world? Yi Chuan! If Ruyan Lu is this kind of cultivation speed, that's really great. This genius. It's true that he wants unusual cultivation methods. Saying that, he even personally stood up and once again filled Yi Chen's tea. His attitude was so respectful that it was unlike a patriarch. Yi Duan, quickly please drink tea. Just now the old man's voice was slightly louder. You mustn't take it to heart. With this cultivation speed, Yi Duan, Liu Ruyan will still be able to improve next month. I'll have to kowtow to you. Who said that Yi Duan wasn't suitable to be a master? This master was too awesome. Chapter 90, Caution Spiritual Desolation. Descending to the secular world. Yi Duan smiled when he saw Beimuchen's sincere and fearful appearance. It's true that your right to train your own disciples can help yourself to too much trouble, especially North Mukin's sincere and terrified look also felt funny. Offhand. It's okay. It's all ing buddy. Beimuchen shook his head with a bitter smile when he heard Yi Chen's reply. This guy, still so debauched, obviously has a baby and still doesn't take it seriously. If one really wants to offer up Ruyan Lu, I'm also envious of the fact that he's been carefree for the past 200 years. Alas, what envy! Yi Chuan, you're lucky to be so through after following your senior to this Nine-Sword Sect. Ha ha, if the sovereign wants to he can do the same as me too, as long as you want. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Beimuchen shook his head. Yi Chen, you don't understand. There isn't much time left. There's still a year to go. It's the Aein spiritual desert. Kain spiritual desertion. Hearing these 4 words, Yi Chen did hear his master mention them in his memory. At one point, he even let himself go down to the mountains to practice. Only the rewards of his original pendulum system were too unbelievable. Leaf dust never put it in his eyes, and master didn't force himself. So, every clan cultivates disciples for this Caution Spirit Desert as well? In that case, everything is also explained. He has been lying flat for 200 years, and this time, the sect actually forced himself to cultivate disciples. Beimuchen nodded. Yi Chen, you've been in Spirit Spring Valley, probably never understood it. Every 60 years, there will be an aura depletion in the Tian Yuan continent, when the world's spiritual veins gradually dry up and demonic beasts run rampant. Although my Nine Swords Sect is one of the top few sects in Qingzhou, can you imagine what the scene will be like when the time comes? Yi Duan instantly understood. Cultivation of cultivators, relying on what the heaven and earth aura. A depletion of aura. Light is stagnation of cultivation. The heavier is to go into the devil. At least most of the cultivation of cultivators will be stopped. Nowadays, spirit veins were being fought over, as well as being cruel enough, and in the Aein spirit wasteland, the spirit veins would become the focus of the competition between all the great clans and all the forces. And this kind of interest would be magnified infinitely. Even the survival of the clan. Whoever mastered the spirit veins would be able to survive in the spirit wasteland. Those who did not have a spirit vein and did not have powerful disciples could only watch the disciples under their sect fall one by one and the sect decline. And the demonic beasts are rampant, raging and chaotic. All the great clans would attack each other for the rare spirit veins and blood would flow. In order to survive, the casual cultivator will do whatever it takes to burn and loot. Yi Chuan stated his answer. Beimuchen nodded, then added, well said. Not only that, between the mountains, spiritual herbs and medicines wither. Pills are hard to refine. Cultivators' cultivation resources are cut off. Spiritual beasts and demonic beasts will also become even more crazy, bloodthirsty, and cruel due to starvation and environmental deterioration. And the entire Tian Yuan, where demonic beasts are rampant, will then turn into a purgatory for anyone who wants to be there. Beimuchen took a deep breath and watched Yi Chen exhale all the pent-up chi in his chest. Unless it's a powerful cultivator and a large enough clan, no one can be preserved. As Yi Chen listened to Beimuchen's description, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a hint of gravity. He thought of the ordinary disciples of the Wine Immortal sect, who were already living so humbly and on such a tight budget in order to make ends meet and for cultivation resources. If we do get to the Koshian spiritual wasteland, ugh. Ye Duan suddenly felt very ed up and sarcastic. One thinks one is a capitalist and can have a herd of cows and horses. As a result, the cows and horses below rejoiced. Why? The reason was found. Because this herd of cows and horses would have been a herd. Well, what about the mundane world? If the ordinary disciples are so humble, even living and dying, then the mundane world? Yi Chuan suddenly inquired curiously. In these 200 years, he had never left the Spirit Spring Valley, the Nine Swords Sect's Spirit Mountain. He had also never been to the lower mountains before, and hearing Bei Mu Chen describe it in such a way, he was once again curious. Mortal? Bei Mu Chen smiled ruefully. Cultivators are all struggling to protect themselves. How many people do you think can survive in the mundane world? Last time, in the Qingzhou Mundane Affairs, the northeast city was recorded in 8 words, starving corpses and white bones. The starving corpses and the white bones of the people are all over the field. Just by hearing the 8 words, Yi Chuan's mind had already conjured up 100 miles of muddy ground, all filled with white bones, most of which were falsely concealed by the dirt, and a sense of sadness and strangeness surfaced along his circumference. Don't worry, leaf dust. On top of the clan's spiritual mountain, it can still barely support itself with its formations and resources. You're also Liu Ruyan's only master now. You'll be fine. Seeing Yi Chen's silence, Bei Mu Chen thought that Yi Chen was worried about his own safety and spoke out to comfort him. Moreover, Liu Ruyan has such a heaven-defying talent cultivation. If she can successfully break through to the peak of harmonization or the Mahayana realm, along with the 9 immortal divine swords, she should be able to pass through peacefully. Bei Mu Chen gave Yi Chen an appreciative glance, not expecting that this guy who usually seemed a bit out of tune could still carry himself at critical moments. That's why Ruyan's exceptional talent may be able to lead our 9 Swords sect a huge boost. Yi Chuan, you have to grasp it well. Yi Duan was pondering after listening to it. So that's how it is. The clan is so cautious to let themselves cultivate disciples also because of the Ayin Spirit Desert. Seeing Leaf Dust's silence and thought, Bei Mu Chen nodded his head gratefully as he thought about it. In the end, it's coming out of the same era as yourself. Even if he seemed to be debauched and unruly on a regular basis, as long as he told Ji Chuan what was at stake, he was able to handle it in a calm manner. I'm sure it will be a great help to the 9 Swords sect in the future. It looked like he would go back to properly guide Ruyan Lu's cultivation training. Bei Mu Chen nodded in relief. Yi Duan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Bei Mu Chen looked at Yi Chen's seriousness and knew that he was enlightened. Say it, Yi Chuan. What kind of information and magical artifacts and materials do you want? As long as my 9 Swords sect can handle it, I will definitely take care of it for you. It's about time to get on the ball for Ruyan Lu's sake. Patriarch, I want to bring Ruyan Lu down to the mountains to take a look. Yi Duan spoke what was in his heart. Take Ruyan Lu down to have a look. Bei Mu Chen almost cursed. Is this kid crazy? He himself meant for him to cultivate well, and to be wise in this chaotic world. Yi Chen still wanted to take Liu Ruyan down the mountain. Asshole. Confused, Bei Mu Chen slammed the table. Ye Dust, isn't it a stupid thing? It's an extraordinary time now. The spiritual chi is starting to fail. There are countless scouts from various sects and casual cultivators. You're a cultivator at the 3rd level of the spiritual spring alchemy realm. Do you really think you can win a sure victory if you meet someone who is hostile? Bei Mu Chen's tone became shocked. The bottom line is, I don't give a damn if you live or die. Ruyan Lu, it's impossible to follow you down the mountain. I don't care if you die. Ruyan Lu, there can't be a single slip up. She is the most important person in my 9 Sword sect. Bei Mu Chen really shivered. Yi Chen, however, still looked at Bei Mu Chen with his face as normal. His tone was indifferent, facing Bei Mu Chen directly. Patriarch, how can we talk about the immortal Dao becoming a reality before experiencing the Red Dust robbery? Chapter 91 Patriarch. Stunned, silent, shocking, broken defense. Then it was Bei Mu Chen who finally couldn't stand it anymore. Pop. Bei Mu Chen slammed the table. Yi Chen, you're pretending. Bei Mu Chen finally couldn't help but break his defense. Who doesn't know that you, Yi Chuan, are a notorious waste of space in the 9 Swords sect? Cultivation is low, and the daily routine is to fish and sleep. Now actually in order to bring Liu Ruyan down the mountain, he actually even messed up the poems? Bei Mu Chen really couldn't help himself. The rest of it just perfumes itself. Take Liu Ruyan down the mountain? Absolutely not. This Leaf Dust really thinks out of the box. Yi Chen, what are you pretending? How can we talk about immortality before we have experienced the calamity of Red Dust? Where did you get your confidence? You know that there's no clan shelter. And if you find a clan with ulterior motives, Yi Chuan, you won't even know how you'll die. There's still a year left for the Kashan Spirit Desert. You're actually taking Liu Ruyan down the mountain. How many lives do you have to die? Bei Mu-chen was truly furious. He felt that Yi Chun was simply incomprehensible. It's okay to fool around on a regular basis. Now it's even making fun of Ruyan Liu. It is simply outrageous. Thousands of years of my 9-sword sect's foundations, tens of thousands of disciples' lives, facing the Caution Spirit Desert. You're good. A flippant not yet experienced the red dust robbery is going to take the clan's hope away? Taking a 10,000 steps back. You can go. Ruyan Liu. Absolutely not. Leaf dust. I order to put these ghostly thoughts of yours to rest. Bei Mu-chen really didn't want to talk nonsense with Yi Chen anymore. Do you know how many pairs of eyes are staring at our 9-sword sect right now? Keep an eye on Ruyan. Once Ruyan comes down from the mountain and someone discovers what makes her special, what kind of consequences will it lead to? Have you thought about it? At that time, not to mention you, even I am not completely sure that I can protect her. Bei Mu-chen's voice was stern. He was genuinely worried. Ruyan Liu's talent was too amazing. Once exposed, it would definitely attract the covetousness of countless forces. Nowadays, the underworld sect, demonic cultivators, and corpse cultivators are only afraid that they have already found news of Ruyan Liu from the heavenly pavilion. And there are also countless immortal regions that want to draw Ruyan Liu in. He hated that he was hiding Ruyan Liu incognito, and Yi Chen actually had to bring Ruyan Liu down the mountain. Now you go back and don't think one way or the other. Immediately, back to Spirit Spring Valley. By order of the Patriarch, I order you not to step out of Spirit Spring Valley. Leaf Dust laughed. LOL, failed at playing B, but it doesn't hurt. Patriarch, I will definitely be honest. But what if Ruyan Liu herself wants to come down from the mountain? $%. And asterisk. Bei Mu-chen's eyes steeply icy cold down. I do not know what kind of ecstasy medicine Yi Chen gave Liu Ruyan. To him is obedient. Yes, if Ruyan Liu insists on going down the mountain, what about yourself? Yi Duan. I'm sorry, it was all I could do to keep you from telling Ruyani the news. A cold light flashed in Bei Mu-chen's eyes. If soft doesn't work, let's do it the hard way. Bei Mu-chen opened his right hand. Countless spell seals imprisoned Yi Chen all around. Yi Chen only felt that the spatial laws around him began to produce changes. The power of the laws of space, imprisoning the cage. This is the lightning cage. Yi Chuan, just be honest and reflect inside. What if Ruyan Liu comes to me? Bei Mu-chen snorted coldly. I would say that her master is out practicing Liu Ruyan's ascension stance. Her talent is the best in the world. She has an immortal magic weapon on her body, and her demonic talent. Do you think you can conceal her for a moment and still hide her for a lifetime? By then, when she knows the truth, how will she view the 9-sword sect and how will she view you? These words once again caused the fire in Bei Mu-chen's heart to ignite. Yi Chen, do you think I don't dare to kill you? Bei Mu-chen steeped in anger. Yi Duan's words poked his soft underbelly with every word. Yi Chen, don't force me. One could only see countless cage laws approaching Yi Chen, with a vague intention of strangulation. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Yi Chen laughed. Patriarch won't kill me. His tone was very sure. Bei Mu-chen frowned. What makes you so sure? Hey, want to hear what my master said about you back then? Yi Duan said slowly. Master? Bei Mu-chen froze for a moment. Elder Easy. That's for sure. It's not like my master is an idiot. Think about what my master used to say back in the day. You, Bei Mu-chen, have excellent talent. And more importantly, you have a kind heart and a generous house. A rare person of great kindness. It can seem a bit indecisive at times, but it's definitely not indiscriminate. That's why he was relieved to hand over the 9-sword sect to you. In other words, Sovereign, you're a good person. Leaf Dust finished with a hefty smile. There was silence in the council chamber. Only Yi Duan's voice echoed. Bei Mu-chen was trembling with anger. That's right. He only wanted to intimidate Yi Chen a little. He didn't think that Yi Chen actually remembered the words of Senior Easy. The look of being shown the bottom of the barrel really offended him. Master also said. Yi Duan did not intend to end it there. He continued. This person, Bei Mu-chen, has more than enough to keep things in place, but not enough to forge ahead. Let him guard the foundation of the 9-sword sect, and he may be able to rest in peace. But wanting him to lead the 9-sword sect to glory is a bit overwhelming. After Yi Chen finished saying this, he looked at Bei Mu-chen. I think that seeing the smallest is knowing the smallest. Patriarch, if you let Ruyan Liu stay in the 9-sword sect, there's definitely no problem with holding onto the foundation. But if you want Ruyan Liu to truly become stronger, staying in this place, the 9-sword sect, will never work. Bei Mu-chen's body trembled slightly. In its place is a sea of confusion and self-doubt. The time cages around Yi Chen dissipated into thin air. Bei Mu-chen opened his mouth. He didn't know what to say, because he knew very well that Yi Duan was right. Are these really the words of Elder Easy? He thought about the words of Elder Easy and everything Yi Chen had told him. Looking at Yi Duan, there was a sudden wave of revulsion. You, go. Eyeing Yi Chen's back as he left, Bei Mu Chen sat down on a chair and rubbed his temples. I really wrong? Bei Mu Chen muttered. How can we talk about the immortal path before we have experienced the calamity of the red dust? How can we talk about the immortal path before we have experienced the calamity of the red dust? Is it really necessary to let Ruyan Lu come down from the mountain? A demonic talent that can reach the qualification for ascension at the Yuaning stage? Can one really be so? Suddenly, Bei Mu Chen slammed the table. It's even if Elder Prosper says himself. Leaf dust. What are you? He suddenly realized that he had let Yi Duan get wrapped up in this. And really believe it. Only now. It's too late. By now, Yi Chen must have gone back to tell Ruyan Lu about going down the mountain. Alas. Bei Mu Chen sat on his butt in the chair. He knew that now the wood has been turned. No. Liu Ruyan going down the mountain was too dangerous. He could not afford the consequences. Thinking of this, Bei Mu Chen racked his brain and didn't have a good solution. Directly down the transmissions. All sect masters and peak masters, come to the council hall quickly. Chapter 92 The Council Chamber. Drunken Wangzi is numb. The Nine Swords Council Hall was solemn. The 9 sect masters were suddenly summoned. Everyone was in dismay. You know it's rare to suddenly release a sound transmission talisman. In the center, Patriarch Bei Mu Chen sat with a grave expression on his face. All 9 sect masters were present. Patriarch, if you have summoned us here so urgently, has something big happened? Lu Man was the first to speak. The 9 people present were the highest leaders of the 9 Swords sect under North Mukan. All of the guardians of the 9 immortal divine swords were at the cultivation level of the transformation realm. Wine immortal sword Drunken Wangzi. Apocalypse sword Situ painted eyebrows. Burning inflammation sword Dongfang Zhua. Bibo sword Liu Yun. Thunder sword Lei Wuji. Earth sword sect leader Shi Jian. Star sword sect leader Lu Man. Underworld sword Zhuge sect. 9 people were also the biggest dependency for the 9 Swords sect to be able to stand in the Qingzhou. In fact, apart from the last chaotic heavenly thunder, the 9 people almost rarely appeared at the same time. Bei Mu Chen swept a circle of the crowd and slowly opened his mouth. Gentlemen, today, I have summoned you all here for the matter of Spirit Spring Valley's Liu Ruyan. When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Ruyan Lu? Dongfang Scorch's tone was contemptuous as he was clad in his fiery cloud armor. It's because of Yi Chen, right? I've known for a long time. How could that kind of trash be of any help to a demon like Ruyan Lu? Sovereign, is it because Ruyan Lu's cultivation has stagnated? If you ask me, let her join your extreme Dao sect. There are some things that can't be allowed to be too free for the people below. Situ painted eyebrows let out a delicate laugh. The implication was that Yi Chen was not worthy of being Liu Ruyan's master. Patriarch, you were just too merciful and let that guy be capricious. Now it's okay. Lu Man shook his head as well. And we have to cover our asses when things go wrong. I told you. What good disciple can I expect that loser to teach? I'm afraid that it will delay Ruyan Lu's cultivation. There was a lot of discussion, and it was obvious that although Ruyan Lu was willing to follow Yi Chen, several sect masters had a look of disdain and dissatisfaction on their faces. Listening to the crowd's disdain for Yi Chen, the drunkard's son dozed off. A group of mediocre people simply don't know that my old brother Yi Duan's dedication to Liu Ruyan is huge and deep. Wait until one day you will regret it. Bei Mu Chen looked at the crowd present and shook his head. It's not related to Ruyan Lu's cultivation. Ruyan Lu, nowadays, she is already in the middle Yuaning cultivation stage. Bei Mu Chen finished calmly. What? The entire council chamber instantly fell silent. The pupils of several sect masters were also seismic. This is the middle stage of Yuaning? How long has it been since she broke through the Yuaning stage? Less than a week, I think. All the people present were the pride of heaven. Geniuses who had crowned a party. And the fastest breakthrough was a year's time. Ruyan Lu actually managed to break through in a few days. Such talent. Demonic. Not bad for the number 1 in talent in the 9 Swords sect. Ruyan Lu, mid-Yuaning stage? Lu Man's tone was surprised. TSK, it's not bad to be crowned with an immortal spiritual root. This kind of cultivation speed, 1,000 miles a day. It can't be, can it? How long has it been? Eastern Scorch was incredulous. Situ painted eyebrows flirtatious smile froze on her face. Then she smiled charmingly. Patriarch, since Ruyan Lu's cultivation is so rapid, what are you worried about? Ha ha ha. Drunken Wangzi was ecstatic inside. Hearing the breakthrough speed of Liu Ruyan, it is really a demonic genius. The star of tomorrow of the 9 Swords sect. It looked like older brother Yi had given himself a chance with the pie he had painted. Patriarch, since Ruyan Lu is so talented, what is the reason for summoning us here today? Bei Mu Chen shook his head. Yi Duan, to take Liu Ruyan down the mountain. What? Drunken Wangzi, who had just been complacently silent, gave a sharp jolt. All at once he sprang from the council chamber. Sovereign, what did you just say? The drunken Wangzi with a sleepy face just now instantly sobered up. The whole thing was like a pot of cold water pouring down. Soon will be Kayan's spiritual wilderness. Now all the world's forces and sects are eager to move. Originally thought that with Liu Ruyan could successfully cross over. Yi Chuan was going to take Liu Ruyan down the mountain. Now what is the difference between going down the mountain and sending death? I said that Yi Chuan wants to take Liu Ruyan down the mountain. Bei Mu Chen repeated it again later. My ancestors. Drunken Wangzi held his eyes and nearly collapsed. Yi dust ah. Oh old brother, can't you stay in peace? Every time you think you can do it, you have to make something out of it for yourself. Hearing Bei Mu Chen's words, the other sect masters were also stunned. Patriarch, you just said that Yi Chen wanted to take Liu Ruyan down the mountain? For what? Liu Man swooned. Zhuge sect, going down the mountain. There is still a year's light before the Aein spiritual desert. All forces in the world are moving foolishly. They all hope to have a way to preserve themselves in the chaotic world. A great power that crowns the world. Yi Chuan going down the mountain with Liu Ruyan. Isn't that a sheep going into the tiger's mouth? Situ painted eyebrows giggled and laughed in a flamboyant manner. Down the mountain? What is the cultivation level of that Yi Duan? To actually have the guts, to bring Yi Duan down the mountain. Watching the crowd take their respective positions, Bei Mukin also blacked out. It was fine if I didn't say anything, but when I did I just felt my blood pressure spike. Qi refining realm. 3rd level. Everyone in the room suddenly and silently closed their mouths. It's completely breathless and wordless. What's the difference between that and getting killed? Ruyan Lu possessed an immortal magic weapon on her body, and she also had a talent that crowned the world. If other clans were to make a move on Ruyan Lu, they would at least be at the level of peak masters, or even sect masters. Yi Duan might have been obliterated in passing. Sovereign, this matter must not be allowed. Drunken Wangzi rose violently. That Yi Chen, ouch, my ancestor. Drunken Wangzi cried out again. How can you think of one thing at a time? Drunken Wangzi really wanted to kowtow to Yi Chen right now so that he wouldn't be so reckless. Lei Wuji, who had been silent all this time, also spoke up. Patriarch, I would like to ask, does Tianji Pavilion know about the news that Ruyan Lu is in ascended stance? When these words came out, everyone looked at Bei Mu Chen. Tianji Pavilion, known as by Shao Tong. As long as there is money, there is no news that they do not know. Their intelligence network is spread throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. If Ruyan Lu's news were to be known by the Heavenly Hall, it would inevitably attract the attention of countless forces. At that time, if Ruyan Lu went down the mountain, it would simply be a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, and it would be extremely dangerous. All the sect masters looked at Bei Mu Chen. Bei Mu Chen bitterly smiled and shook his head. I know. The day after Ruyan Lu triggered the chaotic heavenly tribulation, I asked someone to find the Tianji Pavilion, and the other party had already recorded Ruyan Lu's information. Now I'm afraid that the entire Tianyuan continent, at least half of the continent, is staring at Liu Ruyan. Bei Mu Chen smiled bitterly. So that's why I'm so nervous. Yi Chen and Liu Ruyan going down the mountain at this time is no different than sending them to their deaths in my opinion. A supreme genius with the posture of ascension. Once fallen, that would be an incalculable loss for the Nine-Sword sect. Heard Bei Mu Chen's reply. Patriarch, we absolutely cannot allow Ruyan Lu to come down from the mountain. Lei Wuji voiced his judgment. However, Bei Mu Chen's gaze fell on Drunken Wangzi's body. Drunken Wangzi, this is Yi Chen's intention. Drunken Wangzi, you are Yi Chen's sect master. Do you think he will insist? Bei Mu Chen asked in a deep voice. What does leaf dust mean? Drunken Wangzi felt his blood pressure start to spike. He and Ruyan Lu are both oxen. Stubborn as hell. What he decides, 9 oxen can't pull it back. Chapter 93, Qingzhou? Ganzhou. Drunken Unko cried out. AI. Patriarch, what Yi Chen decides, that's something that even 9 oxen can't pull back. He waved his hand. In my opinion, instead of thinking about how to stop it, might as well think about how it fits. The words came out. The atmosphere in the council chamber instantly froze. Match? Lu Man stood up violently. Drunken Wangzi, what do you mean by that? He, a trash at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, is asking all of us to cooperate with him? Reverse the Big Dipper. Against the Big Dipper. Dongfang Scorch also had an angry look on his face. A guy at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. Take a disciple with the posture of ascension down the mountain. This is not child's play. It's simply joking with the future of the clan. Situ painted eyebrows, on the other hand, laughed indulgently, laughing to death. Should I say he has courage, or is he stupid? Lei Wuji, Drunken Wangzi, as Yi Duan's sect master. Instead of talking him down, you're talking about cooperating? Drunken Wangzi heard the crowd's sarcasm towards himself. Guys, don't I know better than you? He said bitterly. What is he? Yi Chen, isn't the key Liu Ruyan? Liu Ruyan is obedient to Yi Chen. That's just brainless worship. If you guys can talk Ruyan Liu into it, I'll be the first to agree. This statement was made. The crowd that was originally still filled with righteous indignation. There was instant silence. Yeah, Liu Ruyan. This name is now in the Nine Swords sect. It's not just a disciple anymore. She's gifted. All of them are enough to scare everyone. Beimu Chen looked at the silent crowd. The heart is also helpless. In that case, he mused for a moment. It seems that's all that can be done. Since Yi Chen insists on going down the mountain, I'm afraid it's counterproductive for us to forcefully block it. Beimu Chen let out a sigh. Have Shadow Sword's men follow Ruyan Liu and Yi Chen. Shadow Sword? Hear those two words. The sect masters present were all shocked. Shadow Sword. That was the most mysterious power of the Nine Swords sect. They are under the Dark Sect and only take orders from the Patriarch. It's the sovereign's direct power. Specializes in dealing with some unseen tasks and moments of life and death of the clan only. Each member, the strength is said to be comparable to that of a sect master. Powerful and secretive. Dispatch Shadow Sword for Ruyan Liu. It seems to really value Ruyan Liu, although there was some discontent in his heart. But for Ruyan Liu's safety, the crowd could only nod in agreement. Patriarch is wise. Drunken Wangzi arched his hand. There's the Nine Swords protecting in the shadows. I'm sure Ruyan Liu is safe. Beimu Chen nodded. Inside the Green State, Beimu Chen pondered slightly. If Yi Chen and Liu Ruyan were within the Qingzhou territory, the Nine Swords sect's name would be considered loud. After all, it's my Nine Swords sect's territory. Our prestige is still there. Think those curmudgeons. And don't dare to do it blatantly. Drunken Wangzi nodded repeatedly. Yes, extremely. So very good. Beimu Chen immediately began to make arrangements. Pass the word down. Make 9 swords. He hadn't finished his sentence. Outside the council chamber, there was a sudden rush of footsteps. Report. A disciple hurriedly ran in. Report to the Patriarch. Beimu Chen frowned. Fluffy, didn't see that we'd watch it again. What's the panic? What's going on today? The disciple had a slightly complicated expression. He was Beimu Chen's direct disciple, so of course he understood that the council hall was for important matters, and entering privately was a violation of the door rules. No. Someone's coming down the hill. The disciple panted. If you're going down the mountain, you're going down the mountain. What's all the yelling about? Beimu Chen said with some displeasure. Recently, there were too many things going on within the sect, making him feel a bit irritated. Wait a minute. His own disciple was always calm and collected. Could it be that he could get so excited? Who do you think came down? It's senior uncle Yi Chen and Liu Ruyan who have come down from the mountain. The disciple hurriedly added. What? Beimu Chen got up violently. The other sect masters were also shocked and looked at each other. Drunken Wangzi even cried out. Yi Duan, proposed Grandpa. Quickly Beimu Chen immediately adjusted his emotions. Is it Beishan? In the direction of Qingzhou? If it's Qingzhou, then it's okay. I'll let the 9 swords right now. Enlightened Master. Yes. Nanshan. The direction of Ganzhou. Yi Dust. Proposed Dam. This time even Beimu Chen couldn't help himself and broke into a yell. The back mountain of the 9 Swords mountain range was very different from the front mountain that was surrounded by immortal qi. The ancient trees in the back of the mountain were sky-high. White mist and poisonous miasma shrouded the area, which was a large area of primitive jungle. The jungle is so dense with water vapor that a breath is wet, and vines, parasitic plants, and fungus, grow wild here. Yi Chen sat on top of Liu Ruyan's green lotus vine, yawning leisurely. The green lotus surged differently, carrying Yi Chen and Liu Ruyan all the way forward. In the rear, then color 6 unlucky people who were struggling to walk on their feet. It was Sunwen Sunwu. There were 4 others who were disciples of Red Flame Peak. The 4 of them were also dismissed from the mountain by Fenghuan and Zhao Liang in order to give Yi Chen a boost. Eyeing the descent, each one of them looked sad and sighed. There was a lack of aura under the mountain. Cultivating that was half the effort. Moreover, having been expelled from the 9 Swords sect, the status and future of the casual cultivator could be said to be slim. Alas, but it was good that they were still following Yi Duan as outer disciples, and Yi Duan had given them nice names. Outer sect disciples. Said expatriate has no more aura resources. What's the difference between this and being expelled? But the crowd has no better options today. He could only follow Yi Chen, the wasteful valley master. Yi Duan looked at the dense primitive forest on both sides. The vines surrounded the trunks of the trees, and along the way, the green lotus vine startled many flying birds and beasts, wherever they passed. Yi Duan smiled cheerfully. The scenery under this mountain was really different from Spirit Spring Valley. Yi Chen thought of the words he had given to Liu Ruyan in the afternoon to come. Ruyan, Master wants to go to the bottom of the mountain to have a look. Together no? Ha ha. In his mind, he thought that this is not right without the light bulb that is Jin Yuanbao. The main thing you want to see for yourself is that the red dust is rolling in. Ruyan Lu didn't hesitate and directly nodded her head. Now Liu Ruyan looked at Yi Duan is full of joy and light. Ruyan Lu, if Master wants to go, Ruyan will definitely go along. Liu Ruyan was still afraid that Yi Chen would not bring herself along. Right now, Ruyan Lu's heart was empty the day she couldn't see Yi Chen. Still, he couldn't help but inquire. Master, when do we leave? Do I need to prepare dry food and traveling gifts? No need. Now, leave right away. Yi Chen picked up the storage ring and pointed out the door to Liu Ruyan. How fast? Leaf Dust sulked tartly. In life, sometimes it's necessary to just say you're going on a trip. These words came out. Ruyan Lu was once again stunned. Wowzer. What a poetic and freeing poem about traveling. Just thinking about it, Liu Ruyan felt relieved and relaxed. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen became more and more worshipful. Okay, Master. Let's go. Let's talk about traveling. Ah. On one side, Jin Yuanbao panicked when he heard that. Master, you're going into the mundane world? When Jin Yuanbao heard this, he was stunned. Now it is the critical moment for the immortal Luck Tong Tian talisman and the Spirit Spring Valley Bank. Master actually wanted to take senior sister Liu Ruyan down the mountain. You can't fight it yourself. Master, what am I going to do when you go down this mountain? This is a critical moment for the immortal Luck Tong Tian talisman and the Spirit Spring Valley Bank. I definitely can't if you're gone. Yi Duan slapped a palm onto Jin Yuanbao's shoulder. Jin Yuanbao, you're the CEO of these two companies. Get it? What's a CEO? Not that I'm putting a high hat on you, but a CEO is the most capable person. And the greater the capability, the greater the responsibility. Do you understand? But, Master me, I'm going down the mountain this time to bring your senior sister to experience both body and mind. Definitely not for a spur of the moment desire to go down the mountain for entertainment. And my leaving is also a test for you. You'll have to be on your own. But, Master, in case something goes wrong. Yi Duan directly handed Jin Yuanbao 3 brocades. Master, this is? Remember, when you have a problem, just open them, and there will be the answer you want on them. Jin Yuanbao was instantly like a treasure and hurriedly nodded his head. Master, I understand. I won't let you down. And so with that he went out with Ruyan Lu himself. Of course, for the sake of convenience, Yi Chuan had also brought along Sun Wen and Sun Wu as well as the 4 unlucky people who had been expelled from Red Flame Peak. Yi Chuan had the token of the Spirit Spring Valley's master, and it was convenient to enter and exit the Nine-Sword Sect. Only after leaving this Nine-Sword Sect, in choosing a destination, Yi Chuan was caught up in thought. If you go north, it's Qingzhou. Ruyan Lu and Sun Wu and the others thought that Yi Chen would definitely go to Qingzhou. The power of the Nine-Sword Sect is mainly concentrated within the boundaries of Qingzhou, and there must be someone to take care of Infang by an eye along the way, while if they go south, it was Ganzhou. Not only did he have to cross the primitive jungle of 100 miles in circumference and the 10,000 feet high mountains of the Nine-Sword Sect, but the more important point was that Ganzhou was not the sphere of influence of the Nine-Sword Sect. It was extremely dangerous to meet other clans. However, after pondering for a moment, Yi Chen also pointed to the south. Let's go south, to Ganzhou. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu's figure trembled violently. Eyes reddened for a moment. Chapter 94 Wind and Sand Pass. Encountering bandits. Ruyan Lu silently followed behind Yi Chen. At this moment, no amount of words could express how touched he was by Yi Chen within his heart, because Ganzhou has another situation that others don't know about. It's on the border of the Golden Kingdom. The master looks big-headed, but is delicate on the inside. Ruyan Lu didn't believe that Yi Chen had chosen randomly, so master was doing it for himself. Ruyan Lu didn't say much, but only used her hand to touch the teardrops in her eyes. It's all in the words. In this life, she knew that she wouldn't fail Yi Chen. She wouldn't fail her master. After 2 days and nights of trekking, relying on Liu Ruyan's green lotus vine, the crowd finally climbed over the mountains. After finally getting over the last mountain, the scene in front of Yi Chen and the others opened up, but the turquoise primordial began to dissipate and eventually became thin. In its place was a rolling, high yellow slope, sparse plants sparsely. As far as the eye could see, it was desolate. The air also gradually went from humid to dry, with a mixture of sand particles. Asterisk. It's exhausting. Uncle Yi, is this Ganzhou? Sun Wen couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. Yi Chen pulled out a somewhat creased map from his bosom. This was the map of the Tianyuan continent that he had borrowed from the book depository before leaving the Nine-Sword Sect. A rough map of the Ganzhou territory. Although abbreviated, the general topography is labeled. He carefully recognized the direction of the mountains and rivers on the map. comparing it to the site of the Nine Swords Mountain and the yellow sand territory in front of him. A moment later, he pointed to the location of an area full of yellow sand on the map and said slowly, "That's right, we've arrived in Ganzhou, and this should be the Wind and Sand Pass." Wind and sand spouts. Ganzhou is a borderland area, and rainfall around Ganzhou is scarce. The wind and sand crossing is even more yellow sand for hundreds of miles, and people are rare. Take a break, and this evening, we should be able to get to a nearby town. Just as the crowd was taking a short break, Sunwon suddenly pointed to the smoke of the cooking in the distance. "Uncle Yi, there seems to be a village up ahead." The crowd followed the direction of his finger. In the distance, on the rolling lush slopes, the outlines of some low houses could be faintly seen, surrounded by low, dry wood in a circle. In the midst of this desolation, people could be seen. Ye Duan wanted to see what kind of life the people at the bottom of this mountain lived. There was still a year to go before the Ayin spiritual desert, and for the first time, Yi Chuan became interested in the world below the mountain. Of course, Ruyan Lu also guessed correctly that one of the reasons why Yi Chen chose Ganzhou was also because Ganzhou belongs to the Golden Kingdom. He promised Liu Ruyan that he would let her take revenge one day. Go over and take a look." Yi Chuan waved his hand, signaling the crowd to move on. Ruyan Lu put away the green lotus and the group traveled on foot. The closer we got to the village, the more desolate the surroundings became. There was not an inch of grass around, and the ground was full of yellow soil. The sun is dry and baking the earth. The crowd approached the village. The outskirts of the village, enclosed by some rough wooden fences, were weathered and broken in many places. Just as the others were about to approach the village, a sudden change occurred. From behind the dunes next to the village, a group of figures suddenly sprang out. Grinning, a yell came. Surrounded by wind and sand, a group of people rushed out. At the head of the group was a lean, dark-skinned man with a full beard, riding a brown horse. He wore a worn leather armor and carried a scimitar with a slit in it. There was a hideous scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. "Tai, I opened this mountain. I planted this tree. If you want to pass this way, leave your money behind." 10 or so men in black rushed out, and except for the leaders, a few of whom were mounted on 5 or 4 horses, the other 10 or so were on foot. "This is meeting bandits." Bandits? Holy, exciting. Yi Duan came to be interested. He hadn't experienced a bandit robbery yet. "Hold back your inner ecstasy." The bandit leader had an extremely loud voice, as loud as a bell. With his shouts, those bandit minions also raised their rusty scythes and scimitars in their hands and hissed with excitement. It looked like it wasn't easy to wait for a deal from Yi Chen and his group. Sun Wen, Sun Wu, and the others then changed their faces. Although they had been expelled from the Nine Swords Sect, they were still cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage after all, and they were able to deal with these mortal bandits by chopping up melons and cutting up vegetables. Now it happened to be driven off the mountain. A fire inside his stomach. Seeing the bandits, all of them are hands on their swords, and they can't wait to be able to cast their sword energy and kill immediately. Kill them all. Let out the fire. It was just that they were following Yi Chen at the moment, and they still had to follow Yi Chen's instructions in everything. They didn't dare to act rashly if Yi Chen didn't speak. Leaf Dust rushed forward. "Buying money?" Yi Duan laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, WeChat or Alipay?" That bandit Scar saw how calm Yi Duan was and how he dared to joke about himself. "WeChat or Alipay? What a load of, damn, give em hell. Lasso." Scar smiled grimly. Instantly several men on horseback immediately swung the ropes in their hands. Ropes were put around the person's body and pulled ferociously. Rolling 2 times in the sand breaks the skin and bones. The unconvinced comers and goers were at once honest. Not even the hardest of bones. Scar was about to give the order when he was stopped by the lean man next to him. "It is Scar's deputy, Ho Yang live." Ho Yang lived 10 years old when the bandits, relying on the ruthlessness of 15 years old, became Scar's deputy. Everyone called him a monkey. Ho raised to be especially horny. He saw Ruyan Lu in the crowd at a glance. Ruyan Lu was wearing a green dress, but it was still hard to hide her stunning face and delicate and proud figure. This woman, her temperament is like a fairy. The skin is fair and delicate, watery, it's just perfect. In the eyes of a crude bandit like him, it's a heavenly fairy. Monkey gulped and couldn't hold back his harumph. He moved to Scar's ear. "Boss, you can't use the lasso rope. It won't work if this chick breaks down." "Look at that." Scar sniffed and looked towards Ruyan Lu, and once he saw Ruyan Lu, there was no way for these eyes to move away. This woman, isn't she a fairy? The beauty is now astounding. Scar and Monkey didn't know that. Watching the two of them get excited, Sun Wen and Sun Wu and the 4 disciples from Red Flame Peak were even more excited than them. "Right, that's it. Arrogant. Shameless. Nasty. That's it. Keep it up and let Uncle Yi give the order. They'll finally be able to do it in name only." A few people each lucked out and jumped at the chance. Scar was about to open his mouth when a trembling voice behind him suddenly reminded. Chief General, they're not immortals, are they? These words made the originally excited Scar's entire rolling blood cool down at once. Almost a jolt. Immortal? Yi Chuan looked at Sun Wen curiously when he heard the title. Sun Wen explained in a low voice. Uncle Yi, you may have stayed in the Spirit Spring Valley for slightly the wrong length of time. The let under the mountain calls us cultivators all immortals. The tone was tinged with loss. Can't do it. Chapter 95, we're really not immortals. Sun Wen and Sun Wu were two people who were lost in the flesh. It was Dust who froze for a moment when he heard the word immortal. Immortal? Although I used to work from 9 to 5 every day. Although I was trapped by the house, the car. Although I also rely on the spending and borrowing to live for a while. But overall, most of the ideas are that everyone is equal. Even within the Nine Swords sect, he himself was just being a capitalist. No, entrepreneur. Squeeze the value of the disciples' labor a little. Turtle. This downhill is good. Straight up mythologized. Become an immortal? It seems that there's a bit of a disconnect between this mountain and the mortal realm. Turning his head to Scar, he just opened his mouth to explain. As a result, Yi Chuan clearly saw Scar's pupils begin to dilate. Immortal? Immortal? Scar's heart was beating like a thunder drum at the moment when he heard his own men's reminder. Thump, 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 echoing in his own ears. Right, the men were plainly and cleanly dressed, and their faces showed none of the weariness and dust of a long journey, especially the man at the head of the group, with a handsome face and a cozy face, who had just joked with himself, and they didn't have any wagons, dark men or any merchandise behind them. How could such a person appear in Windsor Pass for no reason? The expression on Scar's ferocious face immediately tightened. If they really are immortals. Thinking about it, Scar felt his legs go weak, his pants were getting a little wet, and his hands were shivering. Robbing an immortal, that's certain death, and it may involve family members and a miserable death. The bandit minions behind him are no cuties either. Seeing Big Brother stop, everyone shut up right away. The surroundings were quiet for a moment, and the only sound left was the whistling of the wind and sand. The atmosphere, it became a little weird. Scar's gaze once again fell on Liu Ruyan's dusty temperament. Her worldly appearance simply did not look like a mortal woman. Inwardly sure again, they're definitely immortal. Scar's pupils returned to normal and he immediately explained. This brother, no to this master. Scar's voice was smaller, his expression kinder, and he actually wore a curt smile. You guys, could it be that you're really immortal lords? He tried to sound as respectful as possible, but after years of being a bandit, this smile revealed a mouth full of yellow teeth. Instead of making people feel comfortable, they felt sly. Yi Duan looked at Scar and inquired. Absolutely can't admit it. How else can you be a hero and punish evil if you admit it? After all, Yi Duan also had a martial arts stream and didn't mind making a guest appearance as a prawn today. Sun Wen and Sun Wu on the side even prayed in their hearts that Uncle Yi must not admit it. Admit it and we won't be able to get our hands on the fire today. Said hand was already gripping on his long sword. The two were even prepared to strike early, lest Yi Chen admitted it. Yi Duan hurriedly waved his hand. Immortal? This big brother is joking. We're just ordinary wayfarers. Look at us. How can we have any semblance of immortality? No. Scar was slightly stunned. Just, Master Xian, don't be too obvious. That jovial smile, the intentional show of weakness, and even the relaxed and cozy tone. And the two behind them are poised. Leaf Dust and his party. It was written on our faces that we were about to be robbed. The fear in Scar's entire eyes at all of this deepened by 1 point. The bottom line is this. Big brother, you answer when you answer. Why are you laughing? Right. There was no means of catching up, and there was this look of ease and relaxation. Then look at the movements of the two guards behind Yi Chen. The hand was already holding on top of the long sword. The posture was like an old pine, calm and relaxed, surprisingly letting himself feel the aura sharp. That's the kind of pose only immortals can use. It was clear that they were waiting for them to make a move and they were ready to return fire. Wow, what a cutie. If it was trembling just now Scar's entire skin was covered in goosebumps. Wind and sand spouts. The men are handsome and the women are too pretty for words. Especially that woman in green. She was simply a fairy in her own right. Ordinary people can look like this? There was also Yi Chen's calm and relaxed temperament, which was simply not something that an ordinary person could put on. No need to think. It must be an immortal. It must be the immortal master coming down the mountain for practice. I dare not. Master Immortal is joking. Scar's tone instantly became incomparably flattering. and it was imperative that he apologized. Scar immediately rolled right over and dismounted. With a thud, he directly slipped and knelt in front of Ye Chen. I have eyes but I don't recognize MT. Tai. I've actually bumped into Immortal Master. I hope Immortal Master will forgive me. I was blind and offended the Immortals might. I deserve to die for my crime. Please Immortal Lord, please forgive me this time. As soon as these words came out, all the bandit minions behind them also immediately threw away their armor and fell to their knees on the sand, fluttering and pleading. Immortal Master, spare us, we have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Immortal Lord atone for your sins. Immortal Lord atone for your sins. Holy. Yi Chuan looked at the heads of the people kneeling in front of him in a crow's nest and looked at Sun Wen and Sun Wu. The cultivators under this mountain are so famous? Scared to our knees before we've even shown our name? Sun Wen retracted his sword sheath in disappointment. Uncle Yi, after all, he is a mundane person. Seeing a figure like you, it's only right to kneel and worship. But Leaf Dust thought it made sense. Why were boys preferred to girls in ancient times? The reason is simple, men have to look after the house and fight in wars to plow the land. And whoever has more men has more resources and is better able to assert their power. It comes down to fists and strength. In this world, because of the existence of immortal cultivators, immortals are the most powerful existence, holding the power of life and death over them. Alas, it's only a shame that one's dream of martial arts is gone. And Yi Chen had obviously underestimated the intimidating power of the two immortals in the hearts of this group of people, only to see that the waiting raising living who had stood still looked towards Yi Duan. His entire body trembled. The evil and lewdness from a moment ago gone. Others are not sure, but he knows it well. The gold in the word immortal. They are the absolute rulers and beings of this world. When an immortal is angry, he ambushes millions of corpses. Waiting to raise a living had once seen with his own eyes that a corpse cultivator had refined a family into corpse parasites. A criminal offended a sword cultivator and was tortured for 7 days and 7 nights before he died of gas. The things that the cultivators of Ganzhou could do made him instantly panic. Immortals, that is, absolute authority. Fear and past memories made him so scared at the moment that he fell to his knees on the spot in front of Yi Chen. Immortal Master, Divine Mother, just now, my slave spoke too much and defiled you. I'll atone for your sins. With that he violently drew the bearded sword at his waist. Sticking out his own tongue, he copied the huarache and slashed at his own tongue. Put. Blood splatters. A pink tongue fell to the floor. Ho Yengwu had his tongue cut out. Ah. Oh. 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 Ho Yengwu covered his mouth and rolled on the ground in pain, blood staining the sand. His eyes were full of tears and his mouth was smeared with blood, yet he still looked at Yi Chen with a fawning face. This scene made Yi Chen cold. A flash of surprise then flashed across Yi Chuan's eyes. Leaf Dust understands that waiting to be raised is about living. To be so hard on yourself to stay alive? Sun Wen and the others were also dismayed. It was obvious that in this guy's eyes, the word immortal even surpassed his fear of self-mutilation and death. Yi Chen looked towards the monkey on the ground whose tongue was gone and was still looking at him with a fawning smile. Suddenly I felt a wave of nausea. To what extent do these people fear the immortals? Those two words are heavenly powers. Yi Duan looked at the monkey. The blood in the monkey's mouth was still uncontrollably clattering, and as a result, it had just not been more than 10 seconds. Then he passed out from blood loss and severe pain, collapsed on top of the sand. Yi Duan looked at the monkey on the ground and was just about to speak. Scar had moved. He contradicted Master Xian and deserved to die. Immortal Lord, this guy is our head. I'm just a punching bag. Don't you worry. I will slaughter this grandson for the Immortal Lord. When he finished speaking, he raised his hand violently, and the bearded knife slashed along the monkey's neck. Waiting to feed the head gurgle was rolled off to the side. Scar carried the monkey's head, and again, he knelt down in front of Yi Duan, shouting loudly, this man deserves to die. Immortal Master mercy. The immortals are merciful. Chapter 96, The Tiger Who Went Down the Mountain. The Immortal Who Went Up the Mountain. Yi Chen looked at Scar's offered head and frowned slightly offended. He looked at Sun Wen and Sun Wu with slight dismay. This word immortal, in their eyes, is so terrifying? How it looks like a tiger coming down the mountain. The two people, Sun Wen and Sun Wu, looked at each other and both chose to remain silent. They were also a little surprised. In the Nine Swords Sect, in the realm of Qingzhou, immortals had high positions of power and were naturally respected. But to say that just hearing the word immortal scares you to such a state, it was beyond respect, bordering on a morbid fear. Yi Duan wasn't opposed to awe. It was just the scene at hand. It made him slightly uncomfortable, because in the eyes of this group of people, Yi Chuan clearly saw deep-rooted pathological fear. You know what a bandit is? Those were ruthless men who burned and pillaged and killed. As a result, a group of them, the Cultivation land, were even more terrifying than bandits, which really made Yi Chen helpless. You guys are scared of us? Yi Duan looked at Scar. His voice was calm. No joy or anger could be heard. But in Scar's ears, it was like a thunderbolt that shook him to his core. Scar thought that Yi Duan was blaming himself. He hurriedly kowtowed, hitting his forehead hard on the sand. Again. Immortal Lord, know what you're talking about. The little brothers are not afraid of you. Immortal Master. Yes, it's Ho Yangfu, that ungrateful dog who dared to speak out against the Immortal Lord and the Fairy Maiden. He deserved that. He deserved to die. Scar trembled and begged for mercy. Wrong, he was wrong. Yi Chen looked at his trembling appearance and knew that asking him again would not help. Just, you guys go. Don't ever do this housebreaking again. If I see you there next time to plague the countryside, you will be beheaded. When they heard Yi Chen say that they could leave, Scar and the others were instantly like amnesties, with ecstatic looks on their faces. Compared to that unlucky bastard, Ho Yangshang, they at least left a dog's life behind. They nodded in panic and got up in a heap. When they heard that Yi Chen and the others were immortals, many people's backs were drenched in cold sweat, and some even directly peed their pants. Thank you, Immortal Master, for sparing my life. Scar patted his chest in reassurance. The little ones promised that they will never do anything to hurt the world again. I've been doing a good deed every day since I returned to the village, all because the fairy grandfather showed me the way. Get lost. Leaf Dust was lazy. A group of bandits rolled and crawled, only wishing that their parents had only 3 legs. It would be nice to have 5 legs. As a result, he just ran out not more than a few steps. Yi Duan. Wait. Scar and the others froze in place. Scar's pants had just dried and already smelled like piss, only to get wet again. No way. Did this fairy lord back out? Or are we going to drive them out of business? Scar turned around shakily. Master Immortal. What else do you want? Yi Duan pointed to the horses and weapons that were discarded on the ground. Horses. By the way, got any broken silver on you? Leaf Dust had discovered that if an immortal's identity had entered the village, it would definitely not be treated as normal. He hated trouble, so he simply asked the group for some silver and disguised himself. As soon as I heard it was for silver and horses, Scar and his own minions let out a long breath. It was for silver and weapons. Thought it was for life. Yes, yes, yes. Master Immortal says so. These are the Immortal Masters. Scar and others are rushed to crackle together all the silver, put inside the cloth bag. A full 152 silver, carefully handed over to the Leaf Dust in front of. Again, the reins of the 3 skinny horses were led to Yi Duan. Master Immortal. Now, can we roll? Leaf Dust nodded in satisfaction. Well, roll with it, mellow out. Scar and the others were as relieved as they could be, and straight away they rolled away from the mouth of the wind and sand, and their figures quickly disappeared into the roiling wind and sand. Yi Chen looked at their departing backs and shook his head. Cow! In this mundane world, the status of cultivators was actually so high, it was really subtle. Yi Duan rode the date-red skinny horse. The 8 men walked toward the village. The village was small, surrounded by a low earthen wall, and was visible at a glance. At the entrance of the village, deserted and uninhabited, there is only a dead aspen tree. It made Yi Duan profoundly doubt that there were any living people here. Just as Yi Chuan and the others had just entered the village, an old man with white hair and wearing rough linen clothes walked out tremblingly. His face was wrinkled with layers of dark skin and a white cloth was wrapped around his head. Master Sword. Master Knife. The old man directly knelt down in front of Yi Chen's horse, old tears streaming down his face. In the village of Huangtu, there is really no more food left. The last 20 quintals of wheat are for you, and soon the rent will be paid again. Please let us go. If we keep this up, we'll all starve to death. Leave the children a mouthful of food. Yi Chen was slightly stunned and looked down at the old man kneeling in front of him. Compassion arises in the heart. It was only then that he realized he recognized himself as the leader of the group of bandits that had just been there. Scar. He quickly dismounted and helped the old man up. Old man, you've got the wrong person. I'm not some scarab. You're not Scar? Village headman Li Go's vellum face was slightly soothed. His dry, dark, blackened hands supported himself as he stood. The man in front of him had a fair and handsome face, a bashful face, and it really wasn't Scar. His gaze swept over Liu Ruyan behind Yi Chen, and the few young faces. This group of people were plainly dressed and had an extraordinary temperament, completely unlike the coarse appearance of Scar's group of bandits, but the horses on their hips were clearly those ridden by Scar's group. Several are? Li Go rushed to humbly inquire once again. Li Go is the village head of Huangtu village. Ganzhou. A wind and sandy mouth with yellow sand slopes. Huangtu village has been the village head for almost 30 years in this remote and barren place. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise. Finally, a chance to play for yourself. He could be a chivalrous man himself, and said gently, elderly man, we are passing Jianghu people. Passing through here, I happened to meet that gang of bandits. I was on my way to help them. After killing Ho Yangsheng and robbing Scar and the others of their horses and silver, they won't be coming back from now on. Chivalrous? Li Go's eyes lit up when he turned out to be the one who drove Scar away. Only then did Li Go feel relieved, looking at Yi Chen with more than a hint of admiration and appreciation. You are all chivalrous. Chivalrous men. Come on, inside. Hearing the admiration and appreciation of the chivalrous man and Li Go for himself, Yi Chen smiled. It's comfortable. So this is what it feels like to play me. The corners of Yi Duan's mouth rose uncontrollably. Dare I ask the name of the warrior? That's right, and you can also be seen calling me by my nickname, the best of the best among men. The three-dagger Daniel Wu. It made Li Go let out a long sigh and his tensed body relaxed. It's a good thing it's a chivalrous man. Thought it was bandits again. The guy was pretty badass looking. Just had a bit of a weird name and was sitting there all alone with a stupid grin on his face. Why don't you have a good head on your shoulders? It's good that it's not too bad. I hope there will be more leftovers inside the village in the future. Yi Chen couldn't help but put on another beat when he saw Li Go's admiration for himself. And, to tell you the good news, they won't come to plague the village from now on. Movingly, he looked at Yi Chen and the rest of the group. So it is. Li Go hurriedly nodded his head and thanked him. Thanks to the few warriors who came to our aid and got rid of this group of scourges for us. Come, quickly please. The old man doesn't have to be polite. Yi Chen dismounted and helped Li Go up. We're just passing through. A show of hands. I'm in a good mood. I'm sure this is the right way to go down the mountain and pretend to be comfortable. I wonder what the old man's name is. I am the village chief of Huangtu village. Li Go. Li Go replied respectfully. This is Huangtu village. We have a lack of water, a bad harvest, and banditry, so it's not an easy life. Said gaze looked behind Yi Chen. Dare I ask who these people are? Ruyan Lu, Sun Moon, Lu Fire. When it was Sun Wu's turn, when Sun Wu saw how Yi Chen was being worshipped, he also instantly came to the scene. Want to feel what it's like to be worshipped? A violent shaking of his robe. Under me, Sun Wu, Jianghu name, clunk. His own token at sword peak fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Li Go also saw the token, and his body, which had been somewhat relaxed, instantly stiffened. The tone of his voice was becoming terrified again. As the saying goes, the tiger that goes down the mountain, the immortal that goes up the mountain. Li Go realized something when he saw this token. Without the slightest hesitation, he fell to his knees in front of Yi Chen with a flutter. Master Xian, are you all immortal masters? Leaf dust. Add hashtag UN% and asterisk. I'm Nima. Chapter 97. My temper got the better of me. Li Go was so scared that he just slipped to his knees with a plop. Where was the semblance of gratitude and relaxation on his face from before? In its place, there was endless fear and trepidation. It was an instinctive wariness. Xian. Master Xian, spare your life. Master Xian, spare your life. Li Go's forehead hit the rough ground with a heavy, dull thud. Just now, my little one belittled the immortal masters so much. The immortal masters atone for their sins, said one, then another. Thud. Kneeling and kowtowing in public with a thud made Yi Chen was frowning. These guys, they really don't think of themselves as people. Other than that, the brain is really hard. The bottom line is that once again, his own big show of pretending to be AB has been spoiled. It's hard. Yi Chen glared hard at Rock Sun Wu. Sun Wu was so frightened that he hurriedly picked up the sword peak token that had fallen to the ground. A shiver. Mayor, not so much. He rushed to help up Li Go. Li Go big brother. You this again kowtow down. Yi master uncle will swallow me alive. Forgive me, immortal master. I have eyes to recognize MT. Tai. Li Go didn't dare to raise his head at all. His body shaking like a sieve. Little was really unaware that all of you were immortal masters. His words broke off, and Leaf Dust was sure of it now. This group of people, they really weren't pretending. Their fear of people who cultivated immortals was deep in their bones. Grandma, the more this happened, the more unpleasant Yi Chen became. That, you get up and talk first. Yi Duan's voice was gentle, trying to look as elegant and easygoing as possible. As a result, Li Go knelt there, his head bowed even deeper. Master Xian, little can't stand up. I'm Nima. Leaf Dust was enraged. Can't you talk nicely? Then let's do it the hard way. Yi Dust instantly dismounted before slamming his hand on the wooden table. There was a loud bang. The sturdy wooden table was instantly in pieces. Wooden shavings flew and splinters were scattered all over the place. Li Go was so scared that he almost didn't take a breath. Can't you understand me when I'm talking to you? Then order. Immortal Master, spare your life. Immortal Master, spare your life. Get up. This time Yi Chen rebuked. Li Go was immediately stood up from the ground. Yi Duan clenched his right hand into a fist the size of a sandbag. Ever seen one? Li Go's head rattled in fear. I ask you, why are you so afraid of the immortals? He felt as if he was being stared at by a flooded beast, and his body went cold. No, Master Xian. Li Go forced out a smile, revealing a grin that was worse than crying. Immortal Master, it's a great fate for us in this Huangtu village to have a chance to meet you. How could we harm our fear? Li Go, how dare he admit it? Fear of the next sandbagged fist landing in his face. Yi Chen was speechless as he listened to the old man's reply. This body is shaking like a sieve. And you're still saying you're not afraid? So what are you shaking? Just peed. Shivered without stopping. Nothing to do with you, Immortal Master. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth twitched. Bull asterisk. You're shaking like this and you're still talking tough? Is this old man a duck? Yi Chen didn't nag. And this time, he directly gave Sun Wen and Sun Wu a look. I'll ask you again. Why do you fear the immortals? If you don't tell the truth, this Huangtu village. Ha! The two Sun Wen and Sun Wu instantly drew their swords. Yi Duan laughed hideously and drew his sword with two of his men. That smile put into Li Go's eyes was like a demon god. Li Go was really worried about Yi Chen slaughtering Huangtu village. Immortal slaughtering villages is a breeze. In an instant the mental defenses instantly collapsed. With a wow, he fell to his knees. Master Xian, spare your life. Little tell the truth. Watching Li Go cry in pain, Yi Chen deeply doubted if he was suitable to be a villain. Yes, it's like this, Immortal Master. Li Go could only tell the truth. The safety of the names of the people of the entire village is at stake. Ganzhou, we ordinary people are like ants in front of people who cultivate immortals. I don't know if your old man has heard the saying, the tiger that comes down from the mountain, the immortal on the mountain. A tiger coming down the mountain? Immortals on the mountain? Yi Duan signaled Li Go to continue. This look is not a good word. Are people who cultivate immortality all beasts of prey? Looking at Yi Chen signaling for him to continue, Li Go then explained. Immortals, the clans where the people who cultivate immortals are from, need a lot of resources, need spirit stones, and eat refined grains. The imperial court and local officials would forcefully apportion and make us, the villages, pay the immortal tax in order to worship the immortals on the mountain. Every year, they have to pay in large amounts of food and silver money, and heads to mine spirit stones for the immortal sect. Wherever there is a vein of spirit stone, strong men will be drawn in to dig day and night. This endless, descending tiger is cannibalistic. There is a clan in that place. That could be getting the nearby towns dug up by the roots and sucking blood. Said Li Go pointed behind himself. This Huangtu village, this year alone, our village, pay the immortal tax has paid 30%. Behind there are rations and poll tax. Li Go said in a trembling tone, as if drained of strength. 80% of the men inside the village, all went to the clan to help, did not come back. Our village, Huangtu, is remote and the land is already barren. It's a miserable time to be forced to turn in so much every year. Not to mention the immortal sex crowd, forcibly robbing famous women. Killing us mortals is as simple as breathing. What's the difference between our lives and grass and weeds in your eyes? What else can we do? You say, if we are not afraid of you? Yi Chen had a complicated expression as he listened to Li Go's crying. 80%? Robbing a famous woman by force? Killing people like weeds? Yi Duan froze. Is there still a king's law here? Is there still a law? Oh, yeah, not really here. So it seems that you are really the villain? He looked aside to Sun Wen and Sun Wu. Is he telling the truth? Sun Wen and Sun Wu looked at each other. Sun Wen said stiffly, Valley Master, this is indeed a common occurrence in the mundane world, even in the Green State. Some of the larger immortal sects do collect offerings from mortals in order to maintain their operations. Sun Wu also nodded and added, after all, mining spirit stones requires manpower and material resources, and many spirit materials are only conveniently found by mortals, so we are mainly responsible for cultivation. So some of the immortal sect acquiesced or instructed the mortal court to do so. It's kind of been agreed upon. Yi Chuan's face changed slightly. The Nine-Sword sect is also this dangling? Sun Wen hurriedly waved his hand. No. Our Nine-Sword sect will also go down to the mountains to help the mundane people in exchange for rewards. And we will definitely not indiscriminately kill innocents. Sect leader Bei Muken. You know that. Once Yi Chen heard this, his expression improved slightly. Bei Mu Chen Mansion kind heart himself is clear. Think will not let the following people for wrongdoing. But the world is so big that it is inevitable that other state capitals, clans, will not be so. And this Ganzhou, it looks especially so. Good. A tiger on the way down. An immortal on the mountain. Damn. The name of the person who cultivated immortality himself let this group of scumbags corrupted. He originally wanted to come to the mountain to play B, but it turned out to be the villain? Rent collection. Say kill kill? Human life is like grass. Looking at the body in front of the dark, terrified Li Go, Ye Dust Heart inexplicably ignited a fire. Isn't it just cultivating a fairy? You're getting the better of your mother? The fire went up. Pop. Yi Chuan backhanded a loud slap sound flying on Sun Wen's face. The body stumbled from the blow and almost fell to the ground. A clear red palm print instantly appeared on Sun Wen's face. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. They stared blankly at Yi Chen, completely unable to understand what was happening. Sun Wu in particular covered his beaten cheek with a face of aggression and incomprehension. Valley Master, what are you hitting me for? Damn. Who told you to play B just now? You don't play B. Not much more going on. Sun Wu could only break his teeth and swallow them inside his stomach. Yi Chen looked at Li Go in front of him, and his temper came up. It's just about cultivating immortality. You're being superior. That's fine. Old Earth, since you called this Valley Master Xian, this Valley Master will bail you out. What a bull convention. What a bull fairy tax. What is the purpose of immortal cultivation? Not enlightenment, epiphany, longevity, to benefit the people of the world? It turns out that this so-called immortal is sucking human blood, eating human flesh, the people's fat, and taking it for granted? I'm putting the word out. Whoever dares to come to this Huangtu village and touch a hair on your head, I'll let them know why the flowers are so red. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Sun Wen and Sun Wu both panicked and rushed forward to dissuade him. Uncle Yi, 10,000 times no. Yeah, we're breaking the rules of the local clan. These two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks were fine if they didn't say it, but once they said it Yi Duan's violent temper came up. What? You guys think it's hard for a strong dragon to crush a snake? Sun Wen cried out. Uncle Yi, the point is, you're not a strong dragon. Chapter 98, Collecting Public Food? Why don't you guys just rob it? Sun Wen was speechless as he looked at Yi Chen's righteous indignation. Yi Chen was in the Nine Swords Sect, and everyone gave him face when he could rely on Liu Ruyan's demonic talent. But it's the mundane world out here. A strong dragon can't suppress a snake. The point is, Yi Chuan is not a strong dragon. At the third level of the Qi refining realm, an ordinary clan disciple was inferior. What's the big deal about this? Your old man has never suffered and doesn't know pain. In case you mess with any powerful characters is really going to die. Seen your uncle. You don't know. Sun Wen advised bitterly. Our Nine Swords Sect is in the green state. That is naturally prestigious. But this Ganzhou, too, is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. And the key is your cultivation today. It's really not a strong dragon. Sun Wen spoke bitterly. Sun Wu also nodded his head in agreement. Yes, seen your uncle. This place is not like the sect. No one spoils us. Thinking of this, Yi Chen stroked his chin. Well, you guys have a point. When Sun Wen and Sun Wu heard this, they immediately showed joy. There's drama. Uncle Yi can still listen to advice. As a result, the next second Yi Chen looked at Liu Ruyan. Does Ruyan Lu count as a strong dragon? Upon hearing this, both Sun Wen and Sun Wu had the heart to cry. Nowadays, Liu Ruyan's yuaning stage cultivation was enough to rival an ordinary peak master with a few strengths. Yi Chuan was calmly analyzing again. Ruyan is a heavenly daughter of the clan. Who in the entire Nine Swords Sect doesn't know about Ruyan Lu's talent? The Patriarch and the Great Gate Masters should all know his value. If there is a door to move Ruyan Lu, is it equivalent to going to war with my Nine Swords Sect? Sun Wen and Sun Wu opened their mouths and were momentarily speechless. Have seen the apprentice pit master. Have not seen the master pit apprentice. Indeed, nowadays, whoever dared to touch a hair on Ruyan Lu's head would really be equal to going to war with the Nine Swords Sect. After finishing his gibberish, he watched as Yi Duan turned around. Old man, don't worry. Your village. I'll cover it. Li Go on the sidelines. The heart was cold. Covered? It's not a proper immortal cultivator once you hear it. You're so nasty. How does it feel to want bandits more than Scar and the others? Just as Li Go was despairing in his heart, there was a sudden clamor from behind the village. The Reeve is coming. The chief is coming. A villager ran in a panic and shouted. Li Go's face instantly returned. Right. Today is the time to collect the fall rent. All taxes in Ganzhou were collected by the Imperial Household Department, under which there were Richangs. Li Go looked towards Yi Chen, while Yi Chen signaled Li Go not to talk too much. Yi Duan also wanted to see how dark the officials in this mundane world really were. In a short while, a group of people came to the entrance of the village in great numbers. At the head of the group was a short and fat middle-aged man wearing a grey cloth robe. His face was piled with smiles, his eyes narrowed to slits, and he looked harmless. He is the chief of Huangtu village, named Wang Mazi. Don't look at him with Paki in his name. Instead, There was not a single pockmark on his face. Instead, it was oily and shiny, like it had been slathered in lard. Wang Mazi was in a good mood. There's been a lot of push from the top lately to get the taxes up as soon as possible. He's worried about how he's going to get money from these poor bastards. As a result, the nearby Wangsa clan said they were asking for rain and collecting tribute. This is a great opportunity. With the order from above plus the hint from the Huangsha sect, are you still afraid of not being able to collect the tax? Maybe there's even a little more gas in the tank. Thinking of this, Wang Mazi's smile became even wider. He cleared his throat and arrived at the entrance to the village of Huangtu, and without saying a word, unfolded a crumpled piece of paper in his hand. Folks and fathers, Wang Mazi shouted with a sharp voice, the adults of the household division are sympathetic to us, and it's time for us to pay our taxes again. It's been a good year for wind and rain, and things have been good for everyone. So yeah, everyone can turn in all their food. With that, Wang Mazi pointed to the people behind him. Huge inverted triangular wooden containers were placed at the entrance of the village. Sunwon explained to Yi Chen that the container was called dendrobium. It is used to measure food. Each dendro is probably about 10 pounds of grain. Wang Mazi smiled and said, this is a newly made dendrobium, and it's fair game, so everyone can feel free to put grain in it. Except, of course, for the imperial taxes. Wang Mazi paused and his smile became even more flattering. Yellow Sand Sect's mountain immortals also need to eat, also need to cultivate. In order to ask for rain for everyone, need 4-head diplomacy 1 caddy. No doha, just 1 caddy. So yeah, this immortal tax, too, we all understand. We can only make offerings to the immortals in order to bless us with good weather and good harvests. Hearing this, there was a lot of grumbling below but no one dared to come out first. After Wang Mazi finished speaking, he made a wink towards his back. Immediately a lapdog came up with a ledger. One by one, they shouted, the people I called to come up and pay the rations and the ferry tax. Zhang San, your family has to pay 10 caddies of grain and 2 caddies of ferry tax. Dogleg shouted at the top of his lungs. As soon as the words fell, a man dressed in shabby clothes, carrying a cloth bag walked out. He carefully placed the cloth bag by the dendro, opened it, and poured wheat into it. Wheat clattered into the dendro. Wang Mazi squinted his eyes and looked at the grain in the dendro. When all the grain inside Zhang San's pocket had been emptied, he also threw in the 2 grains of rice at the bottom of the final bag. The dog-legged man came forward and took a closer look. Then he shouted at the man, Zhang San, you don't have enough 10 pounds here. 2 pounds short. 2 pounds short? Yi Chen was also stunned. Wang Er was immediately fell to his knees and wailed, Lord, Lord, it won't happen. My bag of grain is 10 pounds. I've weighed it a dozen times with a scale at home. It can't be wrong. Wang Mazi fiercely rebuked. What do you mean? Bold and unruly people? Do you mean that there is something wrong with our official dendro? Wang Er was so frightened that he rushed to defend himself. My lord, I didn't mean that. I really didn't. He said that we are not allowed to use the dendrobium of this official family. 2 dogs? You are helping him to see what the situation is. Okay, the dog-legged man was hee laughing, then walked to the dendro and directly kicked it twice with his feet. I think it's not stacked solidly underneath. I'll give you a couple kicks. Snap, snap. After 2 kicks, the height of the wheat in that dendro was once again partially less visible to the naked eye. Yi Duan's eyes widened as he watched. Holy, where's the trick? Less again? Damn, I had thought I was black enough. Compared to these dogs, one is so pure and innocent. I only saw the dog-legged air dog yell loudly. Huangtu village. Wang Er, pay 7 pounds of grain. 5 caddies short. Bull B. Yi Duan was dumbfounded by this scene. That's a pound less with this kick. If you kick it a few more times, it'll be gone. Why don't you just rob them? And say it's collecting public food. When these words came out, Wang Mazi's fat face turned green on the spot. Who's bull ****** ting. Chapter 99, My uncle is Wang Gang. Hearing Wang Mazi chiding, the officers and soldiers under him also sounded harsh. Come out. Yi Chen slowly walked out from the crowd. The truth is that Yi Duan, a black-hearted person, couldn't stand to watch. It's no longer a shortage. It's complete robbery. 10 pounds of wheat, weighed out at only 7 pounds, and 2 pounds of ferry tax. So it's half and half? This Huangtu village's annual production, directly deducted half not to mention, but also to pay land rent. Meat bandits? Yi Duan could hardly even imagine how the villagers of this Huangtu village had survived. Wang Mazi looked at Yi Duan. His eyes, which were narrowed to a slit, snapped open, revealing a few fierce glints as he looked Yi Chen up and down. It's a strange out-of-towner. It's prudent to still feel out the other side. The outlander from there? Wang Mazi let out an angry cry. The few men he had taken in who wore the clothes of government officials and had knives on their waists immediately held wooden sticks and surrounded Yi Chen and the others. One of them was fierce and looked like they hadn't done much teaching people a lesson inside their normal life. When Li Go saw this scene, his entire body shook like a sieve. Leaf dust is immortal. Wang Mazi is the local re-chief. Wang Mazi has messed with a living god. All of them are ruthless. If Wang Mazi in the back knew that Yi Chen was an immortal, blame it on the words of the village of Yellow Earth. However, he had just taken a step and wanted to explain to Wang Mazi when he saw an icy cold look thrown by Yi Chen. Scared Li Go. He trembled. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. Li Go stiffly swallowed back the words that were already on his lips, sacrificially retreated back, tightly closed his mouth. Are all ruthless people? They cannot afford to mess with it, still cannot hide it? It's better to be honest and watch the show. Yi Duan looked at Wang Mazi. A small Li Chang is this heavenly mouth. It is hard to imagine what the governor is like. Seeing the crowd surround him, Yi Chen hurriedly explained. This must be Lord Rigo. Oh, now you know to call yourself an adult? Where's that foolishness gone? Where are you guys from? Quickly explain. We are traitors from Qingzhou. Passing through. Qingzhou? Wang Mazi narrowed his eyes and quickly calculated in his mind. Qingzhou is a long way from here. And you've come a long way to do business here? Look at these guys dressed in clean clothes. It wasn't luxurious fabric though, so I guess it wasn't a big family. Even if they were, it would be a whiplash. Thinking of this, Wang Mazi's attitude eased a little, but his tone still carried a bit of arrogance. So it's a merchant from Qingzhou, said, shaking his head and showing off. Outlander, there are things you don't understand, so don't chew on them. This is Ganzhou's territory. It's not your turn to dictate the affairs of Huangtu village to you people from Qingzhou. Understand? Wang Mazi's chin was slightly raised and his nostrils were turned upwards. I advise you to keep your mouths shut before you get into trouble. Said words were filled with warnings. Causing trouble? Leaf Dust laughed. That's not true, Mr. Rigo. Yi Duan said slowly. We may be outsiders, but we are not people who do not know right from wrong. This dendro, I'm afraid there's something wrong with it. He pointed to the huge inverted triangular wooden container. When these words came out, Wang Mazi's face changed. This out-of-towner, he really doesn't know the rules. You've already hinted so much about giving steps, and suddenly you're still stomping on your nose? That old fellow just now clearly weighed 10 pounds of grain, and when he poured it into this dendro, 3 pounds were hard and fast missing. Isn't that a problem? As the saying goes, lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Yi Chen's words were a direct hit to Wang Mazi's 7 inches. Isn't that nonsense? Anyone can see there's something wrong with this dendro. Wang Mazi was instantly annoyed. Well, you unruly people. How dare you slander this official here? This is an official dendro. I don't care if you're from Qingzhou or Yangzhou. Come on people, take it down for me. Take it down for me. Wang Mazi shouted hoarsely. He gave an order. The following yamen are accustomed to acting in a tyrannical manner on weekdays. At this moment, when he received Wang Mazi's order, he was even more like a chicken blood, copied the wooden stick and slapped it towards Yi Chen's body. Sun Wen was the first to move. He rushed up with an arrow step, lifted his leg and kicked off the wooden stick, kicking a magistrate in the stomach. Sun Wu wasn't idle either. He swung his fist and punched the other magistrate in the face. The yaman's nose blood splashed and he screamed miserably as he fell backward. And the other yaman had already fallen to the ground before they could react. The two people could already see that Yi Chen wanted to hide his identity. Those who cannot cultivate Reiki have another way of cultivating in the mundane world. That was martial arts. The two people were using their original kung fu at this point, and had not used their auras. The aura quenching made the two people's sinews and bones inherently stronger than ordinary people. Solving this group of magistrates is still a snap. A group of yaman armed with clubs allowed the two Sun Wen and Sun Wu to beat the hell out of each other. Wang Mazi was dumbfounded. He never expected it. These outsiders know kung fu, and they dare to make a move. Rebellion, rebellion, rebellion. Are you trying to revolt in my Ganzhou? To actually beat up one of my courtiers? Someone from the court? Leaf Dust went straight forward. Oh, what a courtier! You fish and flesh people. Moved the official dendro. A capital crime. And said I rebel? Do you know who I am? Seeing that Yi Duan didn't pick up, Wang Mazi colorfully said, sharpening his voice. I'm telling you, don't you dare touch me? My uncle is Wang Gang. Wang Gang? Why does that sound so awesome? Wang Mazi moved out his backstage, and seeing that Yi Duan did not move, he thought that he had an effect. Try touching a hair on my head. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at Li Go behind him. Wang Gang is awesome? He asked in a flat tone, and Li Go froze. Then he reacted and nodded his head in a hurry. Wang Gang is the governor of our Ganzhou, Huangtu County. Li Go's voice carried a hint of trembling. obviously fearful of that Wang Gang, but he knew that for Yi Chen, he was a man of immortal cultivation, and he was not even afraid of the governor. Looking at Wang Ma's eyes with a hint of sympathy, "Brother, you kicked the iron plate this time, ah. Fruity." Yi Duan smiled when he heard Li Gou's words. A small 9th grade magistrate. So much official authority. Just about to raise his hand for a slap. On the side, Liu Ruyan gently pulled his sleeve. "Master," she called out softly, and leaf dust stopped moving. Looking down at Ruyan Liu, there was a question in his eyes. Ruyan Liu explained softly, "The officialdom of this mortal world is like the clans of the immortal cultivation world. Each has their own territory. Different clans shelter different areas. This official is the spokesman of the mortal dynasty in this land. If the master does it directly, he is directly opposing the local authorities. It will even draw interference from the clan behind the government. When the time comes, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary turmoil." As soon as Leaf Dust heard Liu Ruyan, after a few moments of contemplation, she thought she had a point. A tax collector doesn't matter. It's the local clan that matters. When he first arrived, he went hard against the local clan. There's something really wrong with that. It didn't matter to himself. Sunwon Sunwoo and the others were no match. According to Ruyan Liu, the best way to solve the problem was to follow the rules of this mundane world. Get lost. Wang Mazi rolled and crawled, pointing at Yi Duan and shouting, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, don't you go. You guys wait for me. Wang Mazi, will go call someone right away. You wait for me." Chapter 100 Mundane Ways. Wang Mazi ran far away with a group of swollen-nosed yamen. Li Gou looked at the Wang Mazi and his party who had been beaten away and was shivering in fear. "It just feels like my pants haven't dried today." With a fluttering sound, he knelt in front of Yi Chen again. "Master Xian," Li Gou shouted with a sobbing voice, "you are a man of God. Of course you are not afraid of that Wang Mazi, but we, the little people, with our elders and children, can't afford to be tossed around by him. Their roots are in Huangtu village." Saying that, Li Gou felt like half of his soul flew away. Yi Chen was an immortal. He couldn't afford to mess with him, but that Wang Mazi is the local snakehead. He can't afford to offend. In the future, Wang Mazi will definitely put this account on the head of Huangtu village. The more Li Gou thought about it, the more scared she became, and tears started to fall. "Master Xian, why don't you just go?" Li Gou cried and pleaded. Sunwon and Sunwoo stood by. Alas, in the end, it's Yi Chuan, the clan's #1 Waste Valley Master. His cultivation is not as good as the two of them. Where can this mundane matter be solved by fighting and killing? Looking at Li Gou, he was still begging bitterly. Sunwon also hesitated. "Uncle Yi, why don't we go?" Hearing that things had taken a turn for the worse, Li Gou once again humbly requested. "You don't know, although this Wang Mazi isn't a big shot, his uncle is a magistrate. How can we, these mud-legged people, fight them? You can pat yourself on the back and leave. We can't run away from the temple." As for what Yi Duan had just said about solving problems in the mundane way, Sunwon and Sunwoo were even less hopeful. Uncle Yi clan swinging for 100 years, purely not through the poisonous beatings of society. "I'm afraid I don't even know how many grades the county magistrate is." Ruyan Liu stood behind Yi Chen. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he watched the reactions of the men in front of him. These guys, they still don't understand the power of the master. One proposes a mundane solution to the problem, and that's exactly what it is, because that's Shifu's specialty. As for the strengths, Ruyan Liu thought of one more and her pretty face blushed. Yi Duan looked at the few sad-faced guys in front of him. The heart felt a little funny. They obviously thought of themselves as an uninitiated cultivator of immortality, thinking that he only knows how to fight and kill. He doesn't know the twists and turns of the mundane world at all. Alas, in my own world, that workplace flamboyance is more than enough. "Okay, old man. I know you're in a hurry, but take it easy. Tell me first, who is the biggest official in this ganjo? Where is it?" he suddenly asked, and Li Gou froze for a moment. I didn't expect Yi Duan to ask this question. The biggest official in Ganzhou? He thought about it. Then it must be the governor of Ganzhou. But if you're going to say the closest, it should be the Lord Inspector General. The Lord Inspector General is coming to Huangsu County today. Lord Inspector, that's an imperial official. Much more than the magistrate's official. The governor, right? What's the coincidence? In Huangsu County today? He nodded. Okay, I got it. When Li Gou heard this, he sat on his but this time, my ancestors. Why look at this fairy master in front of you is just out of the ordinary. Master Xian, don't mess around. We can't afford to mess with a big shot like the governor even more. Ruyan Liu looked at their expressions. Couldn't help but cover my mouth with a light laugh. These guys, they're still underestimating Master. Yi Duan directly rode his horse all the way north and rushed to Huangsu County. Huangsu County is only half a day away from Huangtu village. When Ye Chuan and his group entered the county town, there were immediately more people and the streets were filled with people. Ye Chuan and his group immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, Ye Chuan and Liu Ruyan's aura was distinctly different from ordinary mortals, especially Liu Ruyan, who had a remarkable temperament. The crowd, straight towards the most imposing restaurant in the county. The name of the restaurant was Drunken Immortal House. Just by hearing the name, you know it's coming. The entrance to the tavern. There was a huge plaque hanging, Drunken Immortal House in big gold letters. As soon as Ye Duan walked into the restaurant, immediately, a sharp-eyed store assistant greeted him. This gentleman, inside please. I wonder how many you are, the store assistant asked with a smile on his face. Leaf Dust didn't say anything. Straight out of his pocket, Scar left an ingot of 5 taels of silver. Throw it on the counter. Dare I ask the governor in that private room? The smile on the shopkeeper's face instantly stiffened for a moment. This gentleman, are you mistaken? His voice was a little pitchy as he asked cautiously. Where do we have a governor here? The shopkeeper's forehead began to sweat, and his eyes fluttered, obviously vain. Ye Duan, on the other hand, did not reveal it. The place to pick up your boss is surely the best and most intimate restaurant in the area. No doubt about it. This governor must be here in the drunken house. Oh, yeah? Yi Chen directly threw out the token of sword peak. Truth be told, this seat is a cultivator of immortality. I'll give you one more chance. Where is the governor? Leaf Dust's voice is not loud. Immortal. Immortal? The store assistant directly exclaimed out in shock, his voice splintering in fear, and hurriedly lowered his voice. There. I should be damned. I have eyes to recognize MT. Tai. The magistrate is hosting a banquet for the governor in the heavenly private room. The store assistant couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps on the face and almost peed his pants. Heavenly, right? Leaf Dust nodded. Lead on ahead. Yes. This way please, Master Xian. The store assistant nodded his head in waste, his attitude respectful as a quail. Where was the mercenary look just now? He hurriedly led the way in front of him, his mind apprehensive. Yi Chen, on the other hand, turned his head to look at Liu Ruyan and the others. You guys just wait for me outside. Inside the heavenly character private room, there was a lot of drinking and laughter. A slightly obese middle-aged man was holding a glass of wine and laughing with the people around him. He was dressed in an official uniform and wore a flower plume coral official hat. This man is none other than the governor of Ganzhou, Zhao Yud. Sitting at the bottom of his head was Wang Gang, the governor of Huangxiu County, as well as the local black and white dignitaries. My lord, look at this Huangxiu County. It's really a good place. Wang Gang was full of flattery. The mountains are beautiful. The people are simple. And most importantly, the people know how to be grateful. And the filial piety they pay to their superiors every year is not at all small. Zhao Yud listened and laughed. Wang Zhixian, you have said this to the heart of this official. This is an official. Is to let the people live in peace and work happily. They have a better life. Naturally will not forget us. These parental officials. Your honor is right. Right. The people around him chimed in with all sorts of slips of the tongue. Just as the crowd was in a state of laughter, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who? Wang just some unhappy frowned. But the governor of the lord here, which do not open eyes dare to disturb. With a creak, Yi Chuan pushed the door and saw several people with fat heads and brains. Also unambiguous, he looked towards Zhao Yud in the very center. I believe this is Inspector Zhao, right? My name is Yi Duan, and I want to buy an official. This statement was made. Frightened Wang Gang's hand shivered. Zhao Yud was shocked and slammed the table. One really wants to buy an official and sell an official. The problem is, who dares how to say it openly? In order to maintain his face, Zhao Yud took out his prestige. Asshole, where did you come from? Someone escort me down. Chapter 101, Coincidence. I'm going to be governor. Zhao Yud's obese body shook slightly, and the horizontal meat on his face trembled. Just in case, he still opened his little brain, trying to search from the depths of memory. The name Yi Chuan is not the son of a family or a nobleman. It turned out to be unimpressive. No background? Change your face right away. Where did the rabble-rouser come from? How dare he trespass on this official's elegant room? Said slamming the table. Come on man, take it down. Heavily beat 40 large boards and throw them into the prison. With his order, the few guards around him were immediately about to step forward. As a result, he only heard Yi Chen leisurely say, I say, Lord Zhao, don't you think you're a little too slow to make money from this selling of officials and titles? Yi Dust finished and laughed again. And this official, that's a pit. Where there are so many pits? You this governor for a year and a half when? Cannot be as a ministry of household officials to money fast A corrupt official doesn't even know how to be a corrupt official. It's really a waste of this official robe. Zhao Yud's obese cheeks instantly rose to the color of pig's liver when he heard this. What are you babbling about? This official is clean and has a heart for the people. You! Zhao Yud's face was churning with fat, and he just wanted to rebuke again. Zhao Yud shivered in his heart because Yi Chen had actually stated his pain point. That's right. Being a Ganzhou governor by yourself is risky in silver. The point is that this selling of officials and titles will sooner or later be sold out. He just wouldn't admit it in front of so many people. Asshole! Asshole! Take it down! Take it down! I say, Lord Zhao, your means of embezzlement is just too low. When these words came out, Zhao Yud's face was uneasy. Plus you're too unskilled to collect a little filial piety on New Year's Day and skim some grease from the disaster relief money. Zhao Yud's fat face twitched. Right. Persuasion is right. This kid knows everything about himself? Now, he was unable to figure out the bottom of the man in front of him. Knowing that he had sold his office, as well as embezzled the relief money, he really panicked. Is this man an imperial envoy sent by the court? Thinking of this, Zhao Yud hurriedly raised his hand to stop the guards who wanted to make a move. Stand down, all of you. This governor will interrogate this madman. He let out a low growl, and the guards around him rushed to disperse. This Mr. Yi, may I ask where you are from? Zhao Yud squeezed out an ugly smile and asked archly. Qingzhou, Yi Duan. Yi Duan said indifferently. Qingzhou? Zhao Yud wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked cautiously. Is Mr. Yi a member of the court? All he wanted to do now was to figure out Yi Chen's intentions. If it was someone from the imperial court, then he would really be finished. Leaf Dust looked at his cautious look and smiled. Lord Zhao, do you think I have something on you and am here to threaten you? Zhao Yud didn't say anything. Only his eyes were filled with apprehension and he didn't dare to say more. Ha ha, Inspector Zhao. Yi Chuan laughed out loud and gently put his hand on Zhao Yud's shoulder. I really don't give a about your. I'm here today to teach you how this corrupt official should be. Yi Duan spoke out of turn, and the room instantly became silent. Zhao Yud was even more wide-eyed. In this world, there are those who teach crafts, Taoism, and cultivation, and being a corrupt official can teach them too? Is this guy crazy? Mr. Yi, what do you mean by that? He asked cautiously. I mean, you guys, you can't even be greedy. Yi Duan looked around the crowd. Let's just say that you, Lord Zhao, this Ganzhou territory, the border is deserted and resources are scarce. But isn't there a mine here? I'm telling you, what you're going to do now is going to find someone to mine iron ore, coal, and put money into it. This mineral resource, layers of subcontracting, taking empty paychecks and making false claims. It's not just a big chunk of silver. Leaf Dust began to speak eloquently. As you collect the silver, this project do not have to think of course tofu dregs project. Jerry built, but your kickbacks eat enough. If anything really goes wrong, it's all these contractors. And as far as you're concerned you can both rake in the silver and skim off the top, said Leaf Dust as he tapped on the table. What's at the heart of this being an official? At the core you have to be clever. The second pulls in the gentry to pay taxes and donations. They pay in order to get the people to follow. After you get the money, the gentry's money is returned as it is. The people's money is split 30 to 70. I'm Nima. After listening to Yi Chen's eloquent speech, the people present only felt enlightened and brightened. Tall man. Tall man. Zhao Yud only felt his excited heart and trembling hands. Getting rich on your own. Of course at last, you have to learn to rationally distribute benefits, up and down, left and right, so that you can sit firmly in a fishing boat. As the saying goes, officials protect each other. Zhao Yud once again drifted off after hearing this. I can't even help but applaud. Bull. He felt that he had simply become this governor in vain before. Compared to Yi Duan, he was simply a kindergarten-level corrupt official. Mr. Yi, listening to you is better than reading for 10 years. At this moment, Zhao Yud did finally understand that this person in front of him was not here to pick a fight, but rather to show him the way. It's a nobleman. Hate to see each other. Hate to see each other. Zhao Yud hurriedly got up, personally picked up the wine pot on the table, and respectfully poured a glass of wine for Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, please. He held his glass in both hands, his posture incredibly humble. Zhao Yud immediately changed into a warm smile and greeted his staff and subordinates who had just been scared into silence. Mr. Yi is an honored guest. Come and toast Mr. Yi. It was only then that the crowd woke up as if from a dream, and they raised their glasses to toast Yi Chen in a respectful manner. Zhao Yud asked cautiously, Mr. Yi is so highly talented. What are his plans for coming back to Ganzhou? I wonder. Yi Chuan put down his wine cup and said lightly, I wish to seek an official position in this Ganzhou. Zhao Yud's heart stirred as he sniffed. As it happened, this higher power was not here to teach him how to be greedy. Rather, they want to get down and rake in the money themselves, too. It should be a fellow Greenlander. It's just that there's no profit in it, and Yi Chuan is only 3 words away. And it's not worth giving him an official position by himself. I wonder where Mr. Yi would like to serve? Zhao Yud still asked tentatively. Windy Gap. I want to be the governor of Windy Gap. Yi Duan spoke out of turn. This, Zhao Yud had a difficult look on his face. Mr. Yi, there is already a candidate for the position of the magistrate of this Fengshaku County right now. Oh, Yi Chen was not ambiguous and directly touched out his sword peak token. Seeing the token, Zhao Yud once again drifted off and exclaimed, Mr. Yi, or an immortal? An immortal who was willing to abide by the rules of the mundane world and mingle with himself was a real reward. Of course, a mere magistrate of Fengshaku is really condescending to Mr. Yi. Zhao Yud hurriedly changed his tone, and his tone was fawning to the extreme. It's just that with this appointment, there's still some process to go through. Yi Chuan flipped his wrist and a brown granule appeared in his palm. The pellet was rounded and the only difference was a hint of earthiness around it. This is the marrow cleansing pill, which has the effect of removing the bones and prolonging life. Yi Duan picked up the elixir and babbled in a serious manner. It wasn't any elixir. It was a clay pill that he had Sun Wu rub off his body just now before entering the door. If Lord Zhao takes it, he will definitely be refreshed, have a bright ear and eyes, and living for another few decades won't be a problem. Zhao Yud's eyes went straight as he looked at the elixir. It was important to know that immortal cultivation items would only circulate among immortals, and the units were all spirit stones. It's hard to find one pill for ordinary people. Yi Chen was actually willing to give this marrow cleansing pill to himself. How can the things of an immortal cultivator be mortal? Mr. Yi, is this true? Zhao Yud's voice trembled a little. Yi Chuan, never speak rashly. Leaf Dust smiled faintly. Zhao Yud could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart and hurriedly got up, making a deep bow to Yi Chen. Many thanks for the reward, Mr. Yi. He carefully received the elixir as if he was holding a rare treasure. If Mr. Yi treats me like this, what is a mere magistrate of Fengshaku County? Zhao Yud said with a big, bold wave of his hand. From today onwards, Yi Duan is the county magistrate of Fengshaku County. Men, pen and ink are waiting. This official will write down the warrant. Divine medicine, elixir of immortality. Heard that he could get the marrow cleansing elixir. Zhao Yud was impatient. The pen is moving. That's what it's called. In an instant a warrant bearing the great seal of the governor was freshly made. Look, my lord. Zhao Yud handed the warrant to Yi Duan with both hands. Yi Duan received the appointment certificate, scanned it, and nodded in satisfaction, hypocritically arching his hand. Thank you, Lord Zhao. He put away the certificate of appointment, and then slowly took out the marrow pill from his pocket. Zhao Yud's gaze was instantly drawn to the rounded elixir. Immortal Yi, is this really a marrow cleansing pill? He asked cautiously, afraid he'd heard wrong. As in fake, Yi Chen said with a smile, and with a flick of his wrist, the marrow cleansing pill fell into Zhao Yud's palm. However, Yi Chuan was also worried. He was afraid that if he exerted himself a little bit, it would fall apart. After all, this is just rubbing off on Sun Wu. Zhao Yud carefully held the marrow cleansing pill like he was holding the tablets of his ancestors. His eyes sizzled as he stared deathly at the elixir in his hand. My lord, why is this elixir slightly warm? It should be aura afterglow, you know? Yi Duan was staggered. The dirt and grime on the Sun Wu's body was truly absolute, and now there was still residual warmth. Zhao Yud was unaware of this and looked at Yi Duan to indicate his understanding expression. My lord, this marrow cleansing pill, can I take it now? Zhao Yud asked somewhat impatiently. This is an immortal elixir. It's unattainable. Vomit. Yi Duan almost spat it out. What are you doing, my lord? Ahem. It's fine. Just a sudden throat irritation. Bull B, why are you in a hurry to eat mud pills? I'm just afraid that you, Zhao Yud, are also the first person in the world. I wonder what this old boy's face would look like if he knew this stuff was rubbed with mud. Leaf Dust forced himself to hold back his nausea. If, of course, Inspector Zhao is in a hurry, Yi Chuan said in a pretense of composure, also unable to help but worry. Damn, this Zhao Yud won't spit out his overnight meal if he eats it in one bite, right? Next to the governor, Wang Gang, and a few local bigwigs from the Black and White. All of them were wide-eyed at the moment, looking blearily at the elixir in Zhao Yud's hands. An immortal's object is certainly not a mortal item. My goodness, this is a marrow cleansing pill. I've never even heard of it. Lord Zhao is truly blessed. Yes. Following this gentleman is really a promising future. They secretly muttered in their hearts, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Zhao Yud nodded. He carefully put the marrow cleansing pill into his mouth. Use warm water to let the marrow cleansing pills melt inside your mouth. The crowd held its breath and coalesced. The crowd on the side all held their breath, staring at Zhao Yud with unblinking eyes. The governor? What's that smell? It tastes good. A little salty. Zhao Yud savored it. Yet. Leaf dust covered his mouth and vomited. Yi Chuan watched Zhao Yud swallow the clay pill and only felt his stomach flip, hurriedly turned his head, and secretly prayed. This old boy cannot do anything wrong. Don't eat yourself to death when the time comes. However, in the next second, Zhao Yud's expression became odd. Zhao Yud's face turned red and he frantically began to clasp his throat with his hands. He made a slurred sound in his throat, like he was being choked. My lord, are you alright? Seeing this, Wang Gang rushed forward and asked with concern. Before the words left his mouth, Zhao Yud bent down violently, covered his mouth, and let out a shocking vomiting sound. Vom dash, said he immediately ran to the window. Vomit, began to vomit furiously, and a sour odor instantly filled the air. The people around them covered their noses and their faces changed drastically. Leaf Dust watched Zhao Yud vomit in a stupor. Yi Chuan sighed. The dirt on this immortal cultivator's body was still dirt. He cursed in his heart and rushed forward to try to explain. However, Yi Chen had not yet opened his mouth. He saw Zhao Yud raise his head violently, and although his face was a bit pale, his eyes were unusually bright. Who? He panted heavily and covered Yi Chen's hands with force. Mr. Yi, divine medicine. What a divine medicine. Zhao Yud excitedly grabbed Yi Duan's hand and held it tightly, saying thankfully again and again, Your Excellency is truly a man of God. After this official took this elixir, just after vomiting, he only felt that all his organs were cleansed, and his body was relaxed and refreshed, as if he was a dozen years younger. The fat on his face twitched. That vomiting just now must have discharged all the dirt and impurities in my body. It's worthy of being an immortal pill. The effect is just different. A divine medicine. An elixir. Yi Chen's mouth twitched as he listened to Zhao Yud's explanation. Nyo Ben, you can make eating mud and regurgitating it sound so awesome. If not for the fact that Yi Chuan knew the origin of this marrow-washing pill, almost believed it. Is it? That's good. Yi Duan now profoundly doubted that he was just giving them a heap. They could also say good heap. Wang Gang and the others were even more envious. Elixir. This is really an elixir. Then just now, when Lord Cho threw up so much, he must have been detoxifying. My god. This elixir is amazing too. Congratulations to Lord Zhao. Congratulations to Lord Zhao. Wang Gang reacted and hurriedly went forward to congratulate him. If Lord Zhao takes the elixir, he will surely live longer and be blessed for a long time. Several other bigwigs also came forward to congratulate him, their words filled with envy and currying favor. The gazes they looked at Yi Chen became even more reverent. The person who could take out such a divine medicine was definitely not a mortal. When Zhao Yud heard the congratulations from the crowd, he was even more inwardly satisfied. Looking toward Yi Chen hurriedly saluted. Your Excellency's great kindness is unforgettable. He once again held Yi Chen's hand tightly and said excitedly, In the future, in Huangsha Kou, if there is anything that can be done to help me, please feel free to command me. Your Excellency, I will definitely go through fire and water. Everyone cooperate and win-win. Cooperate and win-win. Win-win cooperation. Win-win cooperation. Leaf Dust could only smile awkwardly and unobtrusively. Where's the appetite to eat what's in front of you? Disgusting. How can this mudball be an elixir? Excuses were made to leave the tavern and come downstairs. At this time, Liu Ruyan, Sun Wu and the others waited for a long time and finally waited for Yi Chen to come down. Rushed to get up. Master, how is the situation now? Ruyan Lu stepped forward and gently inquired. Yi Duan took out the warrant. It's a done deal. Saying that, he turned his head to Sun Wu and the others. You guys just hit the tip of a hotel nearby and rest for a day, and we'll set off tomorrow to return to Huangtu village. Sun Wu exclaimed. Great. Finally I can take a shower and eat. Right. Sun Wu. You can't take a bath. The others can. Sun Wu, Chapter 103 Immortal technique is good. We have to learn it. Finally able to rest. Everyone is in a happy mood. Except for Sun Wu. Of course. Everyone cheerfully found an inn to prepare for some rest and relaxation. As soon as the shopkeeper saw such a group of people, especially when he saw the dusty Liu Ruyan, his eyes went straight. Then he looked at a few other people, who were not bad in temperament, and hurriedly nodded and greeted them. Yi Chen was also in a happy mood and directly asked for a few upper rooms. Ordered down. Tomorrow morning. Let the inn prepare the carriage. He also said to the disciples behind him, Tomorrow morning, you will purchase ore again here in Huangtu County. Buy more rice, flour, grain and oil, and iron ore, copper ore, any ore that can be used, as much as you can. Remember, buy more. Sun Wen and others hurriedly nodded. After all, It is their own master uncle, the main fighter obey. In the dead of night, in the room of the inn, Liu Ruyan gently knocked on Yi Chen's room door. Come in. Leaf Dust's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. Ruyan Lu pushed the door in, holding a hot tea in her hand. Master, it's been a hard day, now have a cup of tea. As soon as he entered the door there was a fragrance. Delicate white skin. A head of green silk waterfall covered behind him. Exquisite face, long curly eyelashes, eyes with a watery look at himself. Especially a dusty temperament and Ipin extreme purity and charming perfect combination. Aha! Yi Chuan took the teacup, and a warm feeling surged through his heart. The big head is warm, the small head is hard. Liu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen, hesitated, and asked softly, Master, we came to Ganzhou, is it for me? Yi Duan took a sip of tea, and his movements gave a slight lurch. You're overthinking it. I came to Ganzhou to do justice to the heavens, to root out the local assholes and return a clear sky to the people. By the way, I want to see the people in the secular world. Yi Duan spread out his hands. Do you think I'll take revenge because it's you who was killed by that dog emperor of the Golden Kingdom? Who crossed the bridge and dismantled the donkey? Trouble, too much trouble. Ruyan, you think of much. Liu Ruyan quietly looked at Yi Chuan and listened to his reply. Her eyes had already been filled with spring water and blue waves. Master is really tough talking. He obviously remembers everything. Of course. Leaf Dust cleared his throat. The patriarch also said that the Kushan spiritual desert is coming. So I'm just curious to come and see the lives of the people in this world. You don't really think I have anything to do with people dying under the sky, do you? Yi Chen spread out his hands and said with an indifferent face. What do I care? Look at that Li Go in Huangtu village? Damn. He's really worthy of that name. The dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for him. I'll help him rather than going back to my Spirit Spring Valley to fish. That's not a hot face on a cold ass for me. It's not worth it. Liu Ruyan watched Yi Chen break into a fit of vomiting. Well, disciple understands. Liu Ruyan's heart warmed as she looked at Yi Duan. The master was still the same mouthy master. A knife's mouth and a tofu's heart. It was obvious that he was worried about her. But he had to find so many grandiose reasons. It is obvious that he is not used to seeing the miserable life of the villagers of Huangtu village. And he has to scold them. So cute, said Liu Ruyan, who took the initiative to come up. Leaf Dust is still confused. Barf. It was a tantalizingly tender cherry. Yi Duan contained it and then swallowed it. Clear, moist, sweet. Master, I know you're not doing it for me. Ruyan. Leaf Dust looked at the moonlight teasing. Master, don't be in a hurry. When people finish practicing the lustful woman heart sutra, people, serving you. Holy Yi Duan thought about the contents of that book and his entire body burned. Good. Immortal merit technique is good. To learn it and master will find you. Ruyan Lu's face was so red that it burned. It was really shameful. Master is so bad, said briskly leaving. The scene shifts and the bathhouse at the inn is steaming. Sun Wan, as well as Li Chang, Jiang Hu, and the other 4 disciples of Red Flame Peak, comfortably soaked in the tub. The hot water gurgled and soaked several bodies. These past few days have suffocated me. Li Chang rubbed the mud on his body while just feeling his entire body go soft. Yes, finally I can take a good bath. Zhang Hu was also satisfied. Comfortable. After a few days of traveling, several people were fatigued, and even the cultivators were covered in dirt. Only Sun Wu, standing pitifully at the entrance of the bathroom, looked blearily at the few people inside. No, you really won't let me wash it? Sun Wu was full of grievances. What's the situation, brothers? Why won't Uncle Yi let me take a bath? I'm smelling bad here. Sun Wen and the others were also confused. Why don't you let Sun Wu take a bath? At noon the next day, after having Sun Wan and the others purchase the ore, Yi Chuan and the others directly boarded the carriage at the back door of the inn. Due to Yi Chen's wealth and willingness to add money, the innkeeper directly found carriages for several people. The group went straight to the village of Huangtu. Toward evening, we finally reached the entrance to the village. Just arrived at the entrance of the village entrance is a black crowd of a dozen people. It was the same acquaintance from before. Wang Mazi, at this time wearing decent official clothes, with a group of government officials, behind a few more people. Yi Duan detected it. Should be Wang Mazi called for helpers. There's Budo. Seeing Yi Chen and their carriage, Wang Mazi was ecstatic. GGG. Ha. Brat. You actually dare to come. Li Go, who had fallen to his knees, saw that Yi Chen had returned and wanted to cry. My immortal ancestor. Why are you here again? Wang Mazi waved his hand, and the magistrates behind him immediately surrounded him. Take it down for me. Yi Duan lifted the curtain of the car and stepped down. Now he is the governor of Fengshakou. The official is one level bigger than Wang Mazi's uncle. Wang Mazi, What are you doing? Do you want to rebel in broad daylight? Wang Mazi sneered. Rebellion? Ha ha ha. Let me tell you. I'm going to take you back to the county office today, so you'll know what happens when you offend this lord. Knowing that you have a few brats under you, I'll tell you that the ones I'm looking for today are my Yellow Sand Sect's outer disciples. All of them martial arts experts. I'll see how you should react. A couple of Yamen were about to come forward and do it. Leaf Dust unhurriedly pulled out a warrant from his pocket. Is that so? Wang Mazi, if I take out this, how should you respond? Wang Mazi snatched the warrant, unfolded it, and froze. Windsor Pass County Commissioner appointment? It actually has the governor's stamp and signature in the lower right corner. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and reconfirmed. How is that possible? Yesterday this guy was just a swindler of unknown origin. How come he became a magistrate in a flash? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He's obviously a merchant from Qingzhou, and today he's the governor of Fengshaku? It's not a slip of the tongue. He is also considered half of the official crowd. Ganzhou officialdom can be how black? How can it be watery? Scare who? You must have forged this. Wang Mazi shouted in a colorful voice. Yesterday you were a businessman, and today you're the governor? Do you really think our Ganzhou officials are freeloaders? Wang Mazi angrily rebuked. It doesn't take much thought to realize that the warrant must be a forgery. Just then, a man came down from the distant sedan chair. A middle-aged man dressed in silk, with a big belly. What's going on? Asako, what's all the ruckus? Egu, isn't this an old acquaintance? Wang Gang? Yesterday, I was whispering and groveling, but today I'm really glowing and holding my head high. Chapter 104, The Great Water washes over the Dragon King's temple, kneeling for the marrow cleansing pill. Wang Mazi jumped off his horse, his fat body carrying a wave of smugness. He ran to the palanquin, bending over with a fawning face. Uncle, you're here. It's someone posing as a court official. Egu, it's like eating a bear's heart. In broad daylight and a clear sky, how dare someone impersonate a court official? Looking for death? Wang Gang, who had his hands behind his back, his official voice, and his triangular eyes slightly narrowed, stepped out from the crowd, and the Yamen instantly made a path to get out of the way. Yesterday's lowly appearance at the banquet was a stark contrast. Let me see which one has eaten the leopard's guts and dares to act wildly in front of this official. Where is everyone? Wang Gang's eyes searched the crowd. When his gaze landed on Yi Chen, the official tone on his face instantly solidified. In its place was an incredulous shock. His eyes stared round. Wasn't this the Yi Duan who had wine and wine with the governor yesterday and even passed on the corrupt official's skills? He was well aware that Yi Duan was an immortal, and he had exchanged a marrow-cleansing Dan for the governor of this wind and sandmouth. Yi, Lord Yi? Wang Gang's voice was trembling a little. Wang Mazi froze, wondering if he had heard wrong. Whom does uncle call his lord? Isn't this kid a liar? He followed Wang Gang's gaze and met Yi Chen's smiling eyes. Uncle, did you recognize the wrong person? He's just a crook posing as a governor. It must be a fake. Yesterday he was a merchant from Qingzhou, and today he's a governor? Wang Mazi spat in his heart. If it is true, this officialdom is too outrageous. Wang Gang violently turned around, his fat meat trembling, a wild boar in a rage, and charged towards Wang Mazi. Pop! A loud slap, hard on Wang Mazi's face. Wang Mazi was directly confused. His obese body staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. A clear red mark instantly appeared on his face, and his face was on fire with pain. Uncle! Wang Mazi covered his face with a crying face. How did Uncle, who had a righteous face just now, suddenly take action against himself? Beat you? I'll beat you to death. You dumbass! Wang Gang kicked Wang Mazi in the stomach again. Ouch! As a result, both people fell down at the same time. After all, Wang Gang is too fat. Wang Gang was hurriedly swinging his hands. Come on people, help me. Help me up. Kill this dog. Dog, do you know what you've offended? This is the newly appointed governor of Fengshaku, Lord Yi, appointed by the governor himself. Wang Mazi's mind buzzed and went blank. The magistrate of Windsor Pass? The governor himself appointed it? How is that possible? This kid was a merchant in Qingzhou yesterday, and today he's the governor of Fengshaku, and appointed by the Lord Inspector himself. This officialdom is so dark. I thought I had already seen the darkness of the officialdom, but I didn't expect it to be nothing compared to now. And so again, he kicked Wang Mazi in the head twice. Kicked Wang Mazi wailed and wailed. It wasn't enough to actually lift a volcanic rock. Frightened, Wang Mazi was kowtowing and begging for mercy towards Yi Chen. Lord Yi, I was wrong. You are my 8th generation ancestor. Tell my uncle not to fight. I'm wrong. Only then did Wang Gang run his ass over to Yi Chen. Lord Yi, are you alright? It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. It's the little one's poor discipline that allowed this unworthy nephew to charge you. I really deserve to die. Wang Gang nodded his head and bowed with a respectful face. Where was there any trace of the official lord's authority from before? He rubbed his hands together and carefully looked at Yi Chen, afraid that Yi Chen would blame him. Lord Yi, look at this. You're a big man. Just take it as a joke and don't take it personally. Yi Duan laughed. This officialdom is a profitless thing. It was understandable that Wang Gang was polite to himself. This was clearly beating his nephew to death. It's not so bad, is it? Lord Wang, let's not talk in the dark. Just because your nephew bumped into me, this isn't as bad as beating you to death. Are you asking for something? When Wang Gang heard this, his body stiffened slightly, and the smile on his face was somewhat unnatural. He hesitated, then said carefully. Wang Gang came closer to Yi Duan and lowered his voice. This dog owes a beating. I hope Lord Yi will forgive me if I have offended you much before. A great flood has destroyed the Dragon King's temple. A family does not recognize a family. It's just that if there's something to ask, there's really something. If Lord Yi still has extra marrow cleansing pills in his hand, could you leave one for Mr. Wang? What the hell? The marrow cleanser? Hearing this, Yi Chuan's pupils dilated and he was even more shocked than Wang Gang. Wang Gang had a fawning face. Of course, Mr. Wang knows that it's an immortal object that can't be found, and I'm willing to pay 100 taels of gold for it. Yi Chuan sniffed, and his heart flipped. Holy, there are still people overpaying for the mudballs on this Sun Wu. Invincible. Really invincible. The marrow cleansing pill. He glanced at Sun Wu, who was standing behind him. Good thing I didn't let the guy take a shower. Wait for a moment. I need to refine this marrow cleansing pill. Good. Good things come in threes. Good things come in threes. Wang Gang's fat face trembled as he covered Yi Chuan's hands with a touched face. My humble servant will wait here for Lord Yi. Sun Wu. Sun Wan. Let's go into the village first. Yes. Seen your uncle. Inside the house in Huangtu village. The furnishings are simple. A square table with peeling paint and a few benches, but otherwise empty. Yi Chen signaled Sun Wu to come in with him. Sun Wu, come here. Sun Wu was stunned. The door to the house creaked shut, cutting off the outside view. Uncle Yi, what's the situation? Why couldn't I take a bath yesterday? Yi Duan covered his face with his hands. The mud pills rubbed off your body yesterday were given to the governor. Ha! Sun Wu could hardly imagine what he was hearing. What a niche text. The mud balls on his body were eaten? Yesterday I gave your mud pills as marrow cleansing pills to the governor, and they took it seriously. Me. On me. Mud pills are marrow washing pills? Sun Wu's stomach turned over at the thought. Kind of want to throw up. Ahem. I know it's hard to explain, but that's one of the things that's going on right now. So rub a few more in. You rub a few more down. Yes. More. Sun Wu started rubbing his hands together. Back, thighs, calves, armpits. A distinctive odor, a mixture of dirt and sweat, permeated the small space. Yi Duan frowned slightly. This flavor, it was really a bit on the nose. This group can still eat. Bull. After a long time, the table was a root, black clay bar. The strips of mud rubbed down were casually placed on the table by Sun Wu. Yi Duan looked at the limp strips of mud and frowned. What's going on? It was round yesterday. We left in a hurry yesterday and there was sweat. A little sticky today. Ha? Then can you sweat now? Yi Duan inquired. Sun Wu couldn't help but lift his feet. Not on my body, but I have sweaty feet. Leaf dust covered his mouth. I Nima. This is unbeatable if you eat it. Yi Chuan forced himself to hold back his nausea. Then try it with your feet. As expected because of the sweat, the long black strip became grainy and dark. An even stronger odor of sweat, mixed with the fishy smell of dirt. If the previous flavor was a topping, then the current flavor is a biological weapon. Sure enough, the stickiness should be enough. Yi Chuan called Sun Wan, with the lower grade spirit stones, make a box. Throw this elixir in it and give it to Lord Wang. Uncle Yi, this is, asked Sun Wan hesitantly. Marrow cleansing pill. Yi Chuan forced himself to hold back his nausea and said as if nothing had happened. Uncle Yi, how is it not the same as the marrow cleansing pills on the mountain? Can that be the same? If it was the same, there probably weren't many living people on the Nine Sword Sect. Sun Wu handmade it, so it must be a little different. Sun Wu, you still know how to make pills? As a result, he turned his head and saw Sun Wu making yet another batch of elixir. A pair of sweaty feet kneading a ball of clay. Thinking about the taste of his master's foot, the covered mouth couldn't take it any longer, spit it out with a wow. Vomit. Vomit. I spit. Sun Wan exploded. 10 minutes later, Sun Wan vomited and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Uncle Yi, is this stuff for the Wang magistrate outside to eat? I'm just making sure. Is it for eating? Chapter 105, he has to thank us. Yi Chen's heart was without fluctuation and his tone was relaxed. Sun Wan, You don't understand. Nowadays, the mundane people, they are happy to eat this. Understood, Uncle Master. Son 1, who was holding the marrow cleansing pill with a wooden stick and placing it into the jade box, looked deeply at Senior Uncle Yi, caught up in self-doubt. People in the mundane world are happy to eat this stuff nowadays? In thought, he took the marrow cleansing pill and pushed out the door. Outside the door, Wang Gang was humming and dancing around at the moment. Inspector Wang used the governor of Fengshakou to exchange for a marrow cleansing elixir. He only used 100 taels of gold himself to get a marrow cleansing elixir. It's an elixir that can transform his body and prolong his life. It's a good deal. It's a good deal. Yesterday, when he saw with his own eyes the radiant and refreshed look of the governor after taking the marrow cleansing pill, he was truly envious. Not to mention 100 taels of gold, or even 1,000 taels, he was willing to pay. Just as he was looking away, Sun Wen pushed out the door. Wang Gang sat up on his butt. Coming. The elixir has finally arrived. He rushed to meet him, a smile piled on his face. This little brother. But Lord Yi asked you to deliver the pills? Wang Gang's excited heart, trembling hands. Sun Wen looked complicated, closed his mouth and forced himself to resist the urge of nausea, and nodded stiffly. Gu. Thank you. Wang Gang smiled from ear to ear, hastily extending his hand to receive the marrow cleansing pill in Sun Wen's hand. Sun Wen rushed to let go. Lord Yi said that this elixir needs to be more potent than the one from yesterday, so I'll let you endure it. Sun Wen said as he held back his nausea. Wang Gang was moved beyond words, and it was even better than the governor's, touched to the point of paying homage once again. I have to thank Lord Yi for this. In the heart, all in the heart. If you need something in the future, just command it. Aha! Sun Wen nodded and turned away, making himself watch Wang Gang eat it. Can't do it myself. Wang Gang, on the other hand, opened the box and saw his coveted marrow cleansing pill. A faint smell of mud came over me, and gently reaching out, my hand was warm and sticky. Sure enough, it's freshly refined. Lord Yi honestly does not deceive me. This appearance is also exactly the same as what the governor ate yesterday. The thought of taking it and then being able to take it off and live longer. Wang Gang grunted again. The magistrate next to him looked at the pills in Wang Gang's hand, black with a strange odor, and frowned. Governor Wang, is this the marrow cleansing pill? How come it looks nothing more than that? Wang Gang glared fiercely. You vulgar man, what do you know? This is the essence. Understand? As the saying goes, the gold and jade are outside of it, but they are inside of it. It's the same thing the other way around. It's called gold and jade on the outside, gold and jade in the middle. Said Wang Gang ordered his men to find warm water and put the marrow cleansing pills in his hand into his mouth. Next, Wang Gang's face instantly turned pale. Just feel every single one of your taste buds explode, bouncing. It's worthy of being an elixir. The effect is immediate, and even stronger. Strange flavor filled his mouth. Wang Gang felt hot. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. Then the intuitive stomach rolled. An indescribable wave of nausea shot from his stomach straight up his throat. Wang Gang caught himself in the throat. This was followed by a startling dry heaving. Vom dash. The sound was more mournful and louder than the others. To spit out all his organs. The surrounding magistrates were so frightened that they were backing away. He bent over, hands braced on his knees, his whole fat body shaking. Vomwa dash. Finally the filth gushed out of his mouth like a flood from a broken dike. The viscous liquid mixed with undigested food scraps carried a sickening, sour odor. The yellow earth is full of dirt. The government officials around them were all dumbfounded. It's a marrow cleanser. Sure it's not a life-saving powder? Vomit. 10 minutes later, Wang Gang he sat helplessly on the ground, panting heavily. His face was covered in sweat, his hair was wet, and his whole body was weak to the core. Just after such violent vomiting. Instead, he felt much more relaxed. It was as if a heavy yoke had been removed and the body had become light. His breathing became smooth and his mind cleared. These corrupt officials eat greasy fish and meat every day, and they certainly feel refreshed when they spit it out. Wang Gang exclaimed, worthy of being an elixir. It is truly extraordinary. Wang Gang struggled to his feet. Divine medicine. What a divine medicine. Wang Gang looked at the dirt on the floor. Needless to think, this place is all about itself, all the impurities and toxins in the body. After spitting it out, relying on the marrow cleanser, it all came out. This body of his own is now in 2 words, healthy. It's not bad. It's Lord Ye's elixir. It's a spiritual medicine. Said the man who realized that Sun Wen did not take the gold and stomped his foot violently. This kid, really careless. Lord Ye's silver didn't even bring it with him. One must thank Lord Ye properly. Wang Gang tidied up his messy clothes, not caring about the dirt on his body, and hurriedly ran towards the direction of Huangtu village. In the distance behind the yellow earth village wall houses, Yi Chen and Sun Wu and Sun Wen were silently observing the situation over here. Seeing Wang Gang vomiting to death, Sun Wen's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Subconsciously, he took half a step back to keep a distance from Sun Wu. He asked cautiously, "Senior uncle, that Governor Wang won't blame us, right? After all, this marrow cleansing Dan." Sun Wen was really embarrassed to say the real ingredients of that marrow cleansing Dan. Sun Wu was also caught up in self-doubt about the mud pills on his body. Really edible? What flavor? Yi Chuan saw Wang Gang vomiting and throwing out furiously in the distance, but instead, he let out a long breath. It's okay. It's a relief to see him throw up. Don't worry. I've told you. The officials in this mundane world are happy to eat this. He won't blame us. He'll probably even thank us. Sure enough, just after vomiting, he saw Wang Gang come to the edge of the village with a trotting face. In his hands, he was also carrying a heavy cloth bag that looked like it was not light in weight. Lord Yi! Lord Yi! Wang Gang shouted as he ran. A fawning smile piled on his face. He ran to the edge of the village and leaned his hand against the wooden fence, holding the sack in his hand high above his head. My humble servant Wang Gang. Thank you Lord Yi for giving us the magic elixir. Just now your guards left in a hurry. You see, this thank you gift is forgotten. I hope your honor will smile. Sun Wen and Sun Wu were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They are self-doubting. This mundane people, they really eat this stuff? This is okay? They had thought they were going to get into trouble, but they didn't expect to receive thanks and gold? That, Lord Yi. Thank you. All buddy, you're welcome. Yi Chen laughed and pocketed the gold, turning his head to look at the dumbfounded Sun Wen. What are you waiting for? After an hour, Hadley go call everyone inside the village to the village entrance. This magistrate is going to have a meeting. Chapter 106 Wind and Sand Mouth Prefect. Yi Paopi takes office. Yi Duan was ready to give a collective speech to the villagers of Huangtu village. And before that, Yi Duan briefly looked through the local account books. Yi Duan looked through the Yellow Earth village's account books. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. The ledger was old. The paper yellowed. And the corners were a little curled. Sun Wen and Sun Wu watched curiously from the sidelines. Senior uncle, what's wrong with this account book? Sun Wen couldn't help but ask. Yi Chuan rolled his eyes. How dark. Not only is there a problem, but the taxes for this yellow village have been received since 2000, which is 2004 on the ING Western calendar. Yi Duan was just about to spit, when footsteps came from the doorway. At this time, Li Go ran over panting. Lord Yi, everyone has been gathered. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Li Go was in a complicated mood. Now Yi Chen was an immortal and a governor. They cannot afford to provoke. But before Yi Duan's style of action, Li Go felt that following their own heart of this governor needs to be good. Yi Duan closed the ledger and straightened his clothes. Never mind. Business is business. And this place, anyway, is a busted pot. Come on. I'll give a speech. Huangtu village is sparsely populated, and due to the harsh environment in which it survives and the banditry, there are only about 80 people today. Most are widows and orphans, women and children. Each was yellow and thin, short and dark, flanked by Sun Wen and Sun Wu. Yi Duan walked up to the makeshift wooden platform. He cleared his throat and swept his gaze over the crowd below. Folks and fathers, this prefect, Yi Duan, as of today, you are officially inaugurated as the county magistrate of Windsor Pass County. The crowd below applauded sparsely. It could be seen that everyone was very formal, and Yi Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. This is not even the climactic part by itself. No need to applaud. This governor is new to the area and needs to learn more about our Windsor Pass County. However, there is something that this governor would like to announce. The crowd below quieted down and listened intently with ears pricked up. 7 days from today, all people, no farming, no trading, no selling of any items, no commercial activities of any kind. When these words came out, the crowd below exploded. What? No farming? No business allowed? Then what do we eat? Is it crazy? For a moment everyone's eyes were terrified. Especially Li Go. Almost fainted. This went away a group of tigers and wolves. Came an old demon that eats people without spitting bones. With a look from Yi Chen, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Also everyone who has food stored at home, turn it all in, as public rations, uniformly distributed. These words came out. There was another commotion in the crowd. Some are even more desperate. Wasn't this driving them to their deaths? You're not allowed to work and you have to pay for food? Turn in food? That's all we have left at home then. Yes, my family's harvest was not good this year, and we are counting on this grain for the winter. Isn't this going to starve us to death? Gone are the bandits. Gone are the governors. And here comes a governor. How my life cries. Yi Chen frowned and gave another look. Li Go immediately signaled the village elders and children. Everyone was quiet again. Damn. Unruly people. What a bunch of bastards. I haven't even finished speaking yet. As of tomorrow, everyone, men, women and children, you must gather in the clearing outside the village for group labor. As for the labor, Leaf Dust paused. Keep it a secret for now. But scratch that. There's no payoff. It is your honor to contribute to the county. Get it? Honored. The villagers below were completely confused and mad. You're not allowed to farm. You're not allowed to trade. And you have to turn in food and then go to work without pay? What kind of sense is that? Isn't this going to drive them to their deaths? Well, remember, this is a notice, not a discussion. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he was about to leave. And the villagers present already had despair filling their eyes. Some even wanted to stand up and angrily curse Yi Chen. Li Go was immediately kneeling down on the road that Yi Chen had left. Immortal Yi, make it not. Make it not. You're pushing the townsfolk to the brink of extinction. What's the difference between not being allowed to do farm work, and having to work, and paying rations, and you killing us? Yi Chen looked at Li Go, who had fallen to his knees. Li Go, I understand the reasoning. Do I look like a bad person to you? Li Go looked seriously at Yi Chen's face for a long time before nodding. Lord Yi, like Leaf Dust. Well, as I said, this is an order, not a discussion. If you can do it, and if you can't, get out of Huangtu village. After saying that, he left, and the villagers of Huangtu village in situ faced desperate grumbling, screaming bitterly. This new prefect, what a tough guy. Yes, it's even more ruthless than the former governor Wang. If we are not allowed to farm and trade, is this not cutting off our livelihood? The way I see it, he's just trying to scavenge us in a different way. How my life, how to cry. Why don't we do the opposite? It's a death either way. Shoo, keep it down so he doesn't hear. So what if we hear it? Does he still dare to kill us? Is this an immortal? Immortal, I think it's more like Hades. The way I see it, he's a bandit in the skin of a prefect. As night fell, the village of Huangtu was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. The lights went out early in all the houses. But the houses, however, were filled with whispered complaints and sighs. Some began to hide food, while others began to move overnight. And in the darkness, a whole new name began to whisper among the villagers. Yi Pickpocket. This, with deep resentment and fear of the name, became the Huangtu village villagers of the new governor Yi Duan Love. They dared to be angry. Yi Pickpockets. Pickpockets, vampire-like prefects. The name soon spread throughout the Huangtu village. And inside Yi Chen's room, Sunwon had a confused look on his face. But, senior uncle, if we do this, what's the difference between us and those corrupt officials? The younger man was still inquiring about the reason. But Ruyan Lu was already looking at her master with a face of adoration. The master must have his reasons. Yi Chen finally raised his head and looked at them with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. You guys, you're still too young. Such are the rules of this mundane world. If you are not ruthless, others will ride on your head. Pour mountains and bad water out of unruly people, understand? This unruly people, I give them a good face in the future, maybe how to ride on my head. If I don't set rules for them, they don't have rules, understand? Sunwon and Sunwoo have been left as 4 disciples with skeptical faces. Liu Ruyan had a face of worshipful trust. Yi Duan didn't bother to explain to Sunwon and the others what it meant to use heavy rules in a chaotic world, or collectivism. Why? Because Yi Chen was clear that what separated him from them was not time, but history, the entire torrent of history. And one doesn't need to make everyone understand oneself. Leaf Dust laughed. Don't worry, if you few scraps can follow me down the mountain. 3 words steal the joy. Sun Wen and Sun Wu looked at each other, crying and laughing. Haven't seen bragging about themselves like this. The key, everyone knows that you are the biggest Waste Valley master of the 9-sword sect. It was late at night, and the village of Huangtu fell into a silence. Only a few occasional barks from the dogs broke the silence, but soon the barking disappeared, because Leaf Dust stated that dogs can eat it too, and it goes to the public. In the darkness, a sigh of relief. All the people in the village of Huangtu felt that they were finished. Everyone's heart is desperate. Tomorrow they are going to start their laboring career. Li Go lit a welding cigarette, smashing his mouth in the darkness. Old tears, this Huangtu village is about to be destroyed in their own hands. Chapter 107, Tolerating the Insufferable. Do you want to wait a little longer? The rooster crows 3 times and the east is white. The villagers of Huangtu village, milling about, came to the entrance of the village. Everyone is stoned and yawning. Last night, people heard barking, and then they knew when the barking was gone. There's such a thing as a wrongly named person, not a wrongly nicknamed person. This Yi Pickpocket, true to his name, doesn't even spare the dogs. Li Go walked at the front of the line, his face so wrinkled it could be wrapped in dumplings. Thinking about the provisions of leaf dust was a guilty pleasure. No farming, no trading, and working for nothing? Do they really think they're gods too? The crowd arrived at the entrance to the village with much reluctance. On the open field at the entrance of the village, there was actually an extra huge furnace. In the hearth, burning black coals and the air smelled burnt. That's right, this was exactly the furnace that Yi Chen had asked Sun Wen and Sun Wu and the others to build out overnight. As for the function, it is to make iron. The ancient way of making iron is very simple. The main thing is to build a furnace, mixed with high temperature and charcoal to scorch the iron ore, followed by non-stop forging and burning. Next to the furnace there was also a small mountain of iron ore pitted against it. Yi Dust looked down at a group of Huangtu village people, each covered in dust, with yellow faces and skinny bones. What are you waiting for? Come here. Yi Duan deliberately raised his volume, carrying his own hands and walking in front of the crowd in a dignified manner. Not bad for Yi Pickpocket. That's a pie. A proper corrupt official. Li Go was shaking his head as he watched. Yi Chen pointed at the huge smelting furnace and the piles of iron ore next to it. Speaking aloud, he said, "From today onwards, your task is to knock down the excess parts of the iron ore, and then throw the iron ore inside this smelting furnace, and take it out when the time is up. Understand? Iron making?" Li Go shook his head once again as he listened to Yi Chen's order. This smelting iron can't be eaten, can't be used, not to mention how much iron can be used for anything other than making swords and knives. Did you run out of farm equipment to make? Li Go even suspected that this Yi Chen did not want to rebel. They are all crop farmers with their faces to the ground. Where have they seen such things? Looking at the villagers in front of him, their faces were bewildered, as if they were demented. Leaf Dust growled. Sun Wen, Sun Wu, Yi Duan shouted. In. The two immediately stepped forward. You two make a demonstration. Yi Chuan commanded. Take these stones and throw them all in for me. With that, he pointed to the black ores stacked aside. Those ores were dark and metallic. Sun Wen and Sun Wu then followed Yi Chen's instructions in the morning and threw the iron ore into the furnace. And after repeating it a few times, they began to signal Li Go to lead the villagers to start smelting iron. Soon after Sun Wen and Sun Wu yelled, the villagers began to carry the iron ore. Most of the village are women and children. Children, the weight of the iron ore is not light. A moment of work tired of them panting. Pieces of ore were thrown into the iron smelting furnace with a dull sound. It's a good thing that both Sun Wen and Sun Wu also turned a blind eye. Leaf Dust, on the other hand, sat on the side and shook it. Next to her, Liu Ruyan watched this with mixed emotions. This furnace looked simple, but it was actually made by Yi Duan overnight last night. From the vent, the air inlet, and the height of the furnace, this furnace also occupies an area of about 10 square meters. And it is true that the master created it with aura little by little. It's obvious he's uptight, yet he's trying to act like he doesn't care. Especially listening to the laboring women and children and a few young men below cursing and swearing at Yi Duan. And she felt a chill. Throughout the morning, Li Go was constantly carrying ores and adding fuel to the iron smelting furnace. It's good that Sun Wen and Sun Wu both didn't force the line to not stop working. Especially when they thought about the fact that they hadn't been paid yet. The people of Huangtu village looked at Yi Duan with hatred in their eyes. This Yi Pickpocket, he really doesn't treat us like human beings. Yeah, it's more tiring than farming. This thing, sooner or later, will get retribution. Time, finally, came to noon. Yi Chuan came to the side of the furnace and nodded with satisfaction after seeing roughly a load of cooked iron. This is cooked iron, which now contains a large number of impurities and is excessively hard, but at least it proves that it works. Yi Chen turned his head and waved his hand. Rest. Hearing the rest, Li Go was letting out a long breath. With one butt, he sat straight down on the ground, took out a welding cigarette from inside his own pocket, and smashed it. Grandpa Li, when do we have to do this? At this time, a small doll of 10 years old came to Li Go with a crying voice. Is the village inside the small child? Wang Dog Egg. Wang Dog then spread out his own hands. The broken skin red, Grandpa Li, it hurts. Li Go's eyes reddened for a moment. He knows that he can't go on like this. Yi Duan, he is a thing. Li Dogman, don't cry, don't cry. Saying this, and putting away his tobacco pouch, Li Go got up. Endure no more. No need to endure any longer, said the shout. Huang Dashan, Wang Hei, Zhou Tai, follow me. It was one of the few young men inside the village who heard Li Go's yell and all got up. Li Go looked at the three. Let's go. Let's talk to Mr. Yi. As if they had a premonition of what was to come, the three men nodded silently and grabbed their wood chippers and hoes in passing. The four of them came to follow Yi Duan at the entrance of the village. Li Go looked at Yi Chen with a grave expression. Yi Da. As a result, before he could open his mouth, he saw that in front of Yi Chen was a huge black pot. It was black and shiny and looked like it was freshly struck, and it was over 2 meters long. and next to Yi Duan, there were 3 whole sheep, the meat of which was white and red, especially the fan of lamb chops sprinkled with salt and other seasonings. Yi Duan is cooking this? It's still mutton. 3 whole sheep. They definitely couldn't finish it. Could it be their lunch? What did Li Go and the others eat in Huangtu village on weekdays? The food was coarse chaff, corn mush, and it was good to have a sticky mush. Seeing Yi Duan cooking, or mutton, on the spot was brain dead. Lord Yi, what are you? What are you looking at? This house starts a pot to burn oil, then of course it's cooking, or else it's selling meat, isn't it? Ah, this meat is for? Li Go did not even dare to say the word we. This is all too magical, and even made him terrified. He'd forgotten how long it had been since he'd had a greasy meal. 6 months? At least a year. Last year, he cooked his own bowl of noodles with lard noodles, and Li Go is still recalling it. Saliva barfed and swallowed. And now, there's actually lamb. The expression was immediately hesitant. Next to Huang Dashan, Wang He, Zhou Tai, several people are also stunned. How the script is not quite the same as when they came before. Hurry up. Roll back. I have things to do this afternoon, so don't mind if I'm not polite. If there's meat, what more reward is there to be had? That's meat. Meat. A few people had green light coming out of their eyes, and when Yi Chen gave a rebuke, they didn't retort. The corners of his mouth actually couldn't help but rise. All I could think about was the fatty lamb and lamb chops, waiting to rejoin the villagers. A crowd gathered at once. Mayor, how's it going? What did that Yi pickpocket say? Big deal. Fight him. Li Go then came back to his senses. If it's really for them? Thinking of those 3 fat sheep, he looked at Huang Dashan, Wang He, and Zhou Tai again, and the 3 of them kept swallowing their saliva as well. Like himself, where was the thought of countering? Now all he could think about was eating meat. Want to wait no more? Li Go said tentatively. The villagers were just about to yell up to feel that Li Go let Ji Pipey to buy. Zhou Tai immediately opened his mouth. Yes, we also thought we'd wait a little longer. The only few men inside the village had spoken, and no one dared to say more. Over here, Yi Chen directly set up firewood underneath the cauldron and started boiling water. Using his own immortal Shen iron chopper, he cuts the lamb into large chunks and puts them into the pot. It wasn't thanks to the immortal chopper. This cutting of mutton was really fast. Add seasonings such as sliced ginger, scallions and cooking wine to deodorize. Yi Duan's purpose is either not to eat to eat comfortably. Gobble gobble. Yi Duan kept on starting to salvage the floating foam, and then quietly waited for the lamb to open the pot. A moment later the water in the pot boiled up, and the rich aroma of meat filled the air. The scent was so fragrant that the eyes of Sun Wen and Sun Wu and the disciples of Red Flame Peak beside him went wide. The food they ate in the Nine Swords sect wasn't much better. Most of the time it's also rice pudding and veggie noodles. As a result, Yi Duan today cooking and stewing, and various seasonings. It smelled so good. A few people's stomachs growled. Soon the mutton soup was ready. Creamy white broth with chunks of lamb floating in it. Wow! This was the sound of Sun Wen and Sun Wu, as well as a few unlucky people from Red Flame Peak, drooling all over the place. Chapter 109 Mutton Soup. Li Go cried. Don't drool inside the pot. Leaf dust pounded. A few people were immediately serious. Look at this bit of talent you guys have. Yi Chuan sized up a bowl of broth and handed it to Sun Wen. He served up a big bowl full of haggis, mutton and lamb intestines. Sun Wen couldn't wait to take it, not caring that it was hot, so he blew on it a few times, just to slurp it up. Yi Duan raised his hand again. Scallion. Scallion. How can this not be put in to relieve the greasiness and have a fresh flavor? For the first time, Sun Wen knew that there was such a thing as eating mutton. After putting in the scallions, snow white, milky lamb broth and green onions wafted. Grunt. Sun Wen couldn't help himself. It felt like I couldn't control the flood of power in my body anymore. His stomach hissed and growled. Slugged it down. Ah! His eyes widened momentarily. Geez, how delicious is this? The rich soup mixed with the freshness of the scallions. Eat a piece of lamb. Firm, soft, LOL. The sovereign lord is above. Drink up. It's too good to drink. My Uncle Yi, you're a masterpiece. When Sun Wu saw such an exaggerated expression on Sun Wen's face, he also counted on immediately serving a bowl. Again, I couldn't wait to take a sip. My goodness. Senior uncle, is this really mutton? Sun Wu was also completely insane. Rich broth, without a trace of fishy flavor. The meat is tight and full. It melts in your mouth. The body warmed up at once. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Yi Chuan again served another 4 bowls and handed them to the Red Flame Peak disciples standing aside. You guys taste it too. Thank you, Uncle Yi. The 4 took it respectfully, with a hint of restraint and curiosity on their faces. A few people from Red Flame Peak. These 4 people were Zhao Taihammer, Xian Mengniu, Sun Monkey, and Zhou Dashan. In the next second, the four of them had the same expression as Sun Wen and Sun Wu, their pupils quaking. Zhao Taihammer, Uncle Yi, this mutton soup, it's absolutely amazing. Oh, I haven't eaten how good it is in Red Flame Peak. Qian Nangniu, don't say it's senior brother. These years in the mountains, cultivation doesn't work, and now it seems that meals aren't being eaten properly. Sun Monkey even ate slurred. Ye Master Uncle, you this craft, my god. Leaf Dust shook his head. I like the fact that these guys haven't seen the world myself. You know the Chinese cuisine, that is profound. This lamb can also be dipped. Sesame sauce, soak bread. Liu Ruyan stood not far away, watching all this, watching a few disciples eating for crying out loud. I thought of the first time I ate a master's cooking. Master really is the best. Saying that, Yi Chuan also gave Liu Ruyan a bowl, and Liu Ruyan looked at Yi Chuan with affection, taking a sip of the broth. Her mouth curved into a crescent moon all of a sudden. You're not bad for a master. It's really good. Yi Chuan looked at Sun Wen and Sun Wu. Two people are wolf swallowed. Will be in front of the broth that is eaten clean. Not a drop left. Hey, 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 hey. You two, don't patronize yourselves. Go, call Li Go and the others. Yes, senior uncle. Both men, which were well fed and well drunk, promised to be mid-sentence. The two of them immediately put down their bowls and ran towards the villagers who were resting with gusto. Not long after, Li Go led a group of villagers and carefully arrived at the village entrance. Other than Li Go and the others who had seen the mutton earlier, everyone else had a hidden hatred for Yi Chen. Lord Yi. Li Go came to Yi Chen and shouted stiffly. Just suddenly someone twitched their nose. Everyone then jerked their heads and started to look up. It smells good. What a great smell. What is it? Meat? It's meat. I don't know who said it, but everyone snapped to attention. The villagers' eyes went straight. What did they see? Lamb. It's really lamb. And it's a big pot full. For these villagers who eat chaff all year round, meat is the luxury of luxuries. It's considered New Year's Eve when you get a little bit of meat in your mouth. And wasn't it lamb that was stewing inside that black cauldron at the entrance to the village? That rich, meaty aroma hits your nose. Tumbling in the pot was a creamy white broth and clearly visible chunks of lamb and lamb chops. And by the looks of the portion, it was never for myself alone. Gulp. Again. I don't know who. Gulped. And everyone began to swallow. Everyone's stomachs, which were beginning to growl indiscreetly, cooed. They remembered the coarse chaff and wheat of old, and then looked at the steaming lamb soup before them. Could it be that this mutton soup is for them? Once the idea popped up, it grew wildly in the villagers' minds like a weed. Their eyes, dead set on the cauldron, had a green light in them. The children even shouted without hiding their emotions. Mother, is that meat? Mother, it smells so good. I want to eat meat. They couldn't remember the last time they had smelled such a tantalizing aroma of meat. A year? 2 years? Or longer? That longing, that hunger, instantly took over their entire thoughts. The anger and resentment from before, in this moment, dissipated. Yi Duan looked at Sun Wen and Sun Wu in front of him who were still happily watching the villagers' mouths. Yawning, with an impatient look on his face, he said. Yi Duan was happy. Didn't you guys hear what I just said? Sun Wu and Sun Wen then reacted. Yes. Uncle Shifu told them to hand out meat. Yes, 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 Uncle Master. The two immediately ran to the cauldron and banged on the iron pot. Come on, it's time to eat. Everyone get their own bowl from home. The villagers instantly dispersed in a flurry, and almost instantly gathered again, with all sorts of extra pots and pans already in their hands. Then Sun Wen and Sun Wu began to start the broth for the villagers. All of it, it was like a dream. Li Go was the first, and as he held his earthen bowl, the hot temperature traveled from the bottom of the bowl, holding the steaming bowl of mutton soup. It's gravy. It's really gravy. And a bowl of broth with knobbly chunks of lamb. The milky white broth is covered with tantalizing lamb fat floating on top, with large chunks of lamb and lamb chops, clearly visible, and bright green scallions dotting the surface. Li Go greedily sniffed the broth. In Huangtu village, he himself was so frugal that he couldn't even afford to buy half a piece of pork for New Year's Eve. Nowadays, it's amazing to have such a big bowl of lamb soup. Crystals spilled from his cloudy eyes. This is so. He choked so hard that he couldn't speak, and the next second Li Go directly picked up the bowl, put it to his mouth, and violently drank a large mouthful. Well, the rich soup slid down his throat, and the warmth of the mutton soup instantly warmed all of Li Go's veins. He felt every pore of his parched body stretch open. The taste buds are like a long drought. In my own life, I've had the best lamb soup I've ever had. In the next second, Li Go picked up a piece of mutton and put it into his mouth. The soft lamb was just the right texture plus the removal of the fishy smell and the seasoning of the leaf dust. A perfect balance was achieved. Li Go closed his eyes and 2 lines of hot tears flowed down his gray and dirty cheeks. Chapter 110 Aura Refining Iron. How long has it been? How long has it been since you've eaten meat yourself? The flavor of that grease smoothing in his mouth made Li Go feel like he had renewed hope in his life. Happiness. Too much happiness. This happiness is full and humble. He took another careful sip, and the piping hot soup instantly warmed his organs. He was caught up in a fantasy. If I could have such a hot bowl of mutton soup every day. There was meat at every meal. Let's not even talk about getting yourself to turn in that food. It's all about selling your life. No, it's not just selling your life. You can sell your ancestors. It smells so good. Excited hearts. Trembling hands. The villagers one by one took the earthen bowl looking at the whole bowl of mutton soup. Many hands are shaking. This is meat. How long has it been since I've eaten meat? There is that old villager. Hand shaking so much, directly as almost Parkinson dropped the bowl. There was an old woman who screamed bitterly on a regular basis, cursing the government, her husband, and the immortals. It was honest now, too, barfing it down. The young daughter-in-law, looking at the large chunks of lamb in her bowl, secretly gulped. She carefully picked up a piece and blew on it before she could spare it for her own child's mouth. Where has a small child seen this battle? A bite down, mouth full of oil. Mother, it's delicious. The voice was childish, yet reddening. 1, 2, 3. The villagers were drinking the broth in silence. The sound of gurgling and gurgling came and went. How long has it been? How long has it been since we've had meat? Everyone's muscles, which had been stiff from exertion, began to relax. An indescribable feeling of comfort emanated from within. The villagers ate their meat in silence, and no one spoke anymore. This was followed by muffled sobs and cries. Many began to wipe their own eyes. Those were tears of happiness. It had been really too long since they had eaten meat, especially some of the old women who had thought they wouldn't be able to get a meal when they went into the ground. Everyone licked the bottom of their bowls clean, shiny. After eating, many villagers still licked their lips unreservedly. Sun Wu looked at the villagers in front of him, especially when it was time to fight for his food. He felt something he had never felt before. That's power and attention from others. It's not a big spoon he's holding in his hand. It's power. It's the villagers who have the power of life and death, especially with everyone smiling at themselves in a curt and kind way and everyone looking at them. Where did you get this kind of treatment at Sword Peak? It was being yelled at like a dog. When he was at Sword Peak, the daily practice was boring. Feng Wuhan always had a stern face, as if the whole world owed $1 million or $800,000. But following senior Uncle Yi Duan, he subconsciously felt relaxed. Maybe it was also because Uncle Yi always gave off the feeling of unreliability. All in all, life under the mountain doesn't seem to be as bad as one might think. With a light smoky, down-to-earth feel. Sun Wu didn't want to admit it, but he enjoyed feeding people. 30 minutes later, Yi Chen lazily opened his eyes. Had enough. Ha! He resumed his position on that improvised wooden platform, towering over the crowd, eyes looking out of the corner of his eye, like he was looking at a bunch of trash. Alas, these unruly people, eating their own meat and being lazy. Eat your fill and get to work. Leaf Dust shouted from the stage. Unruly people. A bunch of unruly people. You don't know how to work unless you're smoked. Hearing Yi Chen's curses, this time the villagers were not the least bit dissatisfied. Instead, one of them stood up nimbly, patting the dust from his ass. Then silently, he walked towards the furnace and began to carry the iron ore onward for calcination. It's all about the meat. What else is there for people to say? Yi Pickpocket is really not giving anything, but manage the food. It's a tube of rice or broth. Li Go, on the other hand, looked at Yi Chen who had been lying on the wooden platform just now. If he was not mistaken, it seemed that Lord Yi had not eaten yet. Lord Yi, aren't you going to eat? Leaf Dust's hand was empty. Not even a bowl. He rushed forward. Lord Yi, do you eat? Oh, that kind of scraps of trashy stuff. It's just what you dodgy people like to eat. I'm telling you, what my lord eats, that's all that flies in the sky, runs on the ground and swims in the water. If you want to eat it, you should also eat the chicken stewed with the 1,000-year-old Lingji and the fish cooked with the 10,000-year-old snow lotus. Yi Duan said and rolled his eyes. Those, do they deserve it too? Li Go froze. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma stewed chicken? Fish cooked in 10,000 years of snow lotus? What a divine day that was. However, at this moment, Li Go looked at Yi Chen in a less obtrusive manner. Understood, Lord Yi. All right, get to work and get out of the way. Yi Chen waved his hand and chased Li Go away like a fly. It was just that Li Go suddenly realized that this Lord Yi didn't seem to be as annoying as he had imagined. If his own senses were correct, he seemed, well, to care about them? You're afraid of stealing food from them, so you're saying that on purpose, aren't you? The more Li Go thought about it, the more he felt that was the case, and his eyes became a little moist. Leaf Dust watched this with satisfaction. This group of unruly people really do owe it to themselves to clean up. After seeing that he possessed 3 whole carts of cooked iron, Ye Chuan estimated that the time was ripe and called a few disciples from Red Flame Peak over. Leaf Dust is ready to plasticize cooked iron. Zhao Tai Hammer, Xian Mangniu, Sun Monkey, and Zhou Dashan. The 4 lets were called out to Yi Duan. The 4 of them had gravy today, and the 4 of them have been idle. Now that they heard that Yi Chen had something for them, the 4 of them immediately got into the spirit. Seeing that Sun Wu and Sun Wen were very useful, they were anxious. Sun Wu, in particular, had mud pills on his body that could be used as marrow cleansing pills. It was even more so that Zhao Tai Hammer regretted it when he found out and exclaimed that he shouldn't have taken a bath. Several people were afraid that they were useless. After all, Yi Chen was their only hope to return to the Nine Swords Sect. Yi Duan looked at the 4 stupid big men in front of him. Alas, it was true that those who were eliminated by Red Flame Peak and Sword Peak more or less gave off a naive feeling. But look at the 4 guys off the top of their heads. You 4 are talented. Uncle Yi complimented us? The 4 men were flattered. Now, there is a very important task before you. There are also very important tasks. Excitement appeared on the faces of all 4. Finally something that would work. Uncle Shifu, go ahead. Next, I want you to use the kung fu you learned at Red Flame Peak to heat the cooked iron that the villagers have refined. Red Flame Peak are practicing fire attribute techniques used to refine iron. As a blacksmith, simply don't be too appropriate. Xian Mangniu froze for a moment, pointing at the red-hot cooked iron blocks. Senior uncle, are you saying, use our gong method to refine iron? Leaf Dust nodded. Yes, to put it bluntly, I'm using your aura, using your kung fu, to take these pieces of iron and turn them into the shape I need. Chapter 111, High Precision Iron Making. For example, swords and spears, plows and harrows and hoes, and lightning 5 consecutive whips. The 4 men's eyes went black. This was the big thing that senior uncle had said? Iron making? Isn't that what blacksmiths do? Isn't it a big deal to make iron for people who cultivate immortals? Ye Dust looked at the 4 people expression hesitation. Ye Dust once again dawned to the reasoning absolutely not a pie blow hi-hat. In fact, I've always had my eye on the talent of the 4 of you. I've always felt that the 4 of you are not below the Red Flame Peak disciples in terms of talent. You're just lacking in opportunity. When these words came out, they instantly spoke to the hearts of several people. The one who could enter the sect was not once a proud son of heaven, and all felt that they were a talent. Right, Uncle Yi. Qian Mangnia slammed his thighs, only feeling that he hated meeting Yi Chen. Yes, right now you have a chance, as long as you do a good job. I will guarantee that you will return to the Nine Swords Sect in the future, and the doors of my Spirit Spring Valley will be open for the 4 of you, said Yi Chen with an arrogant expression. Received the money Mangnia's several people actually have complex expressions. Qian Mangniu, Uncle Yi, it seems like you can't learn anything by joining Spirit Spring Valley. Ahem. Yi Chen once again skillfully laid out Liu Ruyan. Stupid. You guys don't trust me, but you still don't trust your senior sister? She's talented. Think about my Spirit Spring Valley's position in the Nine Swords Sect in the future. When these words came out, the 4 of them were immediately brightened up. Yeah. Oh, Ruyan Lu's talent was the crown of the world. If she cultivated out in the future and they were also in the Spirit Spring Valley, wouldn't the status rise? Hi. Instantly one expression perked up. Uncle Yi, what do you say? Your Red Flame Peaks technique cultivates the fire attribute. Catalyze it with internal energy to create a natural high-temperature furnace. A furnace that is controlled and fine. That's right. Yi Chuan was going to let the disciples of Red Inferno Peak help him to mold the iron. If it was those blacksmiths, hammering it one by one, it would require a lot of manpower and material resources, and it might not be able to reach his own requirements in terms of precision and hardness. However, the auras of Red Inferno Peak were all high-temperature fire systems, which could greatly increase the precision and the difficulty of fusing the ores. The most crucial thing was that by relying on their aura to be plastic, Yi Chuan felt that he could greatly improve the precision in time. Hearing Yi Duan's demand, Zhao Tai Hammer laughed. Pat yourself on the back. Uncle Yi, don't worry. How hard can it be? No need to trouble a few of my brothers. I'll come alone. Wasn't it just iron smelting? People in the mundane world could do it, and it was certainly even easier for those who practiced immortality themselves. Zhao Taihuang clearly didn't put this matter in his eyes. Leaf Dust nodded. Yi Chuan took out a dozen pieces of cooked iron and put them in front of Zhao Taihammer. Begin. Zhao Taihaim took a deep breath, and in his dantian, a rolling warm current slowly rose up and traveled along the meridians throughout his body. He stretched out his large bushy hand and carefully placed it on the hot piece of iron. Coming into contact with the pieces of cooked iron, he urged his inner strength and a stream of hot flame surged into his palm. wrapping around the dozen pieces of cooked iron. Fiery palm. His hands were seared by rolling flames, reaching a maximum temperature of close to over 1,000 degrees. The originally crimson-colored iron block became brighter and brighter as his aura wrapped around man. Gradually, the hard iron block, under the effect of Zhao Tai Hammer's internal force, began to become soft, like a piece of heated clay. Saying that Yi Chen hurriedly took out the drawing and put it in front of Zhao Tai Hammer. Follow this, pinch. Oh, don't worry, small problem. That originally angular piece of iron, in his hands, slowly became rounded. Zhao Tiaowang's hand began to pinch. In making the bright red clay change, Zhao Taihuan looked at the drawing, which was a thin tube and was hollow. He began to rub it delicately, slowly rubbing it, and in his hands, it began to take shape in Zhao Taihuan, who was already in his infancy. Phew. Half an hour later, Zhao Taihammer exhaled a long breath, beads of sweat already covering his forehead. He had originally thought that using Red Flame Peak's Burning Flame decision, he would be able to succeed quickly and easily. That is, Yi Duan was very demanding about the implements needed. This is completely different from the requirements for releasing feats. What is required is not more, but precision. Zhao Taihammer looked at the fledgling tube in his hand, sweating himself too much to continue. He stopped the flame in his hand. He was also only just in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and wasn't able to consistently use the beginner rank technique for too long. And the thing that makes him most uncomfortable is this job. It's not right. Red Flame Peak's technique emphasized the word explosion. It's the fury of the flames, the catharsis of power that burns him at the drop of a hat. Or rather, what almost all feats pursued was power and might, the destructive power of releasing all the auras. But Yi Chuan's requirements were very different. He needed himself to have extremely precise control over his aura. If before, the use of Reiki was like hitting with a hammer, now, it was like embroidery. Yi Duan pointed to the fine lines on the drawing. Here, be a little finer. See, this hole, make sure it's even. Zhao Taihammer felt like he wasn't smelting iron, like he was carving jade with flames. Yi Duan didn't lower his requirements because of Zhao Tiaowan's cessation. Instead, he flagged Zhao Tiaowan's deficiencies. Zhao Taihuan nodded, realizing that things weren't simple. His own palm wasn't heating iron. It was holding a chunk of ice that could break at any moment. The flames that were originally whistling. He was forced to use his aura to start suppressing, carving, and the flames began to carefully lick at the iron. Leaf Dust didn't stop and turned around. Yi Chen picked up another drawing and handed it to Qian Mangniu. Mangniu, this is over to you. Qian Mangniu took the drawing and glanced at it. Good guy, densely packed with holes, more than the pores on his face. Uncle, what is this? Never mind. You do it. Qian Mangniu. He did not dare to ask more questions, and could only follow the instructions on the drawings and began to carefully control the flame. Similarly, Chimangyo immediately ran into problems with the pair. Sun Monkey received what looked like a drill, pointed and threaded. Senior uncle, what about this one of mine? Don't ask, do. Leaf Dust did not explain. 4 parts, all carefully controlling their flames. Beads of sweat oozed from their foreheads. Precise manipulation of aura and violent output were very different abilities. Yi Duan also noticed that smelting the parts, things didn't go as smoothly as he had thought. Foundation stage disciples, they can be sustained daily high temperature output of high temperature can also last 20 minutes roll. The next need to meditate and rest for a whole hour. More importantly, they were not adapted to the accurate manipulation of this aura, which was a blind spot in their cultivation. As for the 4 parts that he had made, they were drilled holes, water pipes, bearings, and spiral blades. That's right, what Yi Duan wanted was to make out a water well. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, first build roads. But Huangtu village is the villagers. Even the basic production is not guaranteed. The core reason is the lack of water. He's going to drill the first water well here in the arid, barren land of this yellow village. Chapter 112. I suspect you're driving, but there's no proof. Leaf Dust pondered slightly and readjusted his thoughts. Don't rush. Try to make your aura input smaller and weaker, but focus more on accuracy. Think of this as refining, and the art of refining is supposed to be about calmness of mind, not impatience. Just do your best. There's no rush. Yi Duan thought that Zhao Taihammer and the others were now doing something very similar to the refiners in immortal cultivation, so he followed a similar logic to enlighten the 3 people internally. And I hope the 4 don't feel any pressure. Zhao Taihammer wiped his sweat and revealed a naive smile, and the remaining few people also had their hearts warmed. If he were in his own mountain peak, he would only have been called a stupid pig by his own master by now. Uncle Yi, nice guy. Yi Dust's encouragement worked, and the 4 people were once again energized and began to start smelting and processing parts according to Yi Dust's requirements. The villagers also raised their spirits when they saw that the immortal cultivators were all serious about smelting. Many of them were getting up close and personal with the cultivators for the first time. The entire entrance of Huangtu village was devoid of any idle chatter for a while. The villagers were honestly carrying pig iron or to be smelted in furnaces to become cooked iron. The 4 red flame peak disciples then silently used their fire technique to smelt the cooked iron, molding them into the shape of the parts that Yi Chen needed. Finally, after another hour had passed, Zhao Taihuan loosened the flame in his hand. He carefully cupped the slender tubular object in his hand and handed it to Yi Chen. This iron pipe, which looked inconspicuous, exhausted Zhao Taihammer. "Senior uncle, take a look." Zhao Taihammer handed the tubular object to Yi Chuan's heel, and Yi Chuan was delighted in his heart. The water pipe in front of you is about a meter in length, with uniformly thick and thin walls and holes that fit perfectly into your own requirements. Good job. Leaf Dust gave a rare compliment. Receiving Yi Chen's affirmation, Zhao Tiaowang's face burst into smiles. Immediately after that, Chen Mangniu and the others also completed their parts manufacturing one after another. Looking towards Yi Duan, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. They were confused as to what these things were useful for. One must know that within the Nine Swords sect, they had never seen anything like this before. Turbines, spiral blades, water pipes, drills. Uncle Yi, what's the use of this? Zhao Tiahuan watched Yi Duan organize and pack all the parts. Drill a well and get water. Drill a well and get water? Zhao Tiahuan's tiny eyes were greatly puzzled. Not only him, Chen Mangniu and several others also had a hard time connecting the cold metal device in front of them with the water source. Leaf Dust didn't explain too much. Yi Duan called out, "Li Go." Li Go hurriedly bumbled over. "Lord Yi, what is it? Bring the young and strong ones from the village. Come here." Li Go hurriedly called on Huang Dashan, Wang He, 2 people. Chen Mangniu, a few people also followed. They are also curious. How to get water from these devices that Uncle Yi let himself do. Li Go, excavate right here. Lord Yi, what are you digging for? Li Go saw it and looked puzzled. Dig in. Yi Chen handed the spiral drill bit in his hand to Li Go. Li Go took the drill. It was cold in his hand and the front end was sharp. Li Go was still skeptical. Huang Dashan had already aimed the drill at the ground and gently began to rotate it. An amazing scene appeared, as Huang Dashan's hard sandy clay layer began to be drilled out of the soil by the drill. Dirt flopping. Not long after, a half-meter deep, fist-sized pit appeared in front of the crowd. Huang Dashan shouted, "Ego? What is this thing? How powerful is it? It really saves energy." Hearing Huang Dashan's praise, Sun Monkey held his head high. Huang Dashan looked at Yi Duan, who shook his head. "You guys take turns digging. Keep digging, deep or." Leaf Dust ordered. Li Go. Huang Dashan and Wang He took turns to use the drill to keep rotating, and the soil was brought out little by little. The pit grew deeper and deeper, gradually going deeper and deeper. But there's nothing but dirt. Each time even the dirt that came out, Leaf Dust would scrutinize it. About 5 meters deep, still dry and sandy. "Lord Yi, what are we doing? Dig a well and get water." "Water?" Li Go, the first person, reacted. Huangtu village is located in the arid zone. The most lack is the water source. If there can be living water, the whole village will be very different. So the force of the men worked harder. Another 3 hours later, another 5 meters deep, still dry and sandy. It was getting late. The entire Huangtu village was already in the midst of dimness, except for Yi Duan and the others at the entrance of the village. The others had already gone home to rest. Li Go and the others were already panting from exhaustion. Huangtu village has been in a drought for many years. Can there really be a water source underground? Leaf Dust pinched the dry sandy soil, shook his head. Not deep enough. Yi Duan said indifferently. Keep digging. More digging? Li Go's expression was stunned. This is afraid are more than 10 meters deep, or dry sandy soil. Then the hole really let him shocked. Underground really have water? Not only him, but everyone had similar doubts within their hearts. Huangtu village, generations of drought. If there is really water, their whole village is only to Yi Dust to set up a temple. Generations of worship. Lord Yi, this is a waste of effort. I'm afraid. Huang Dashan was the first one to sit on his butt on the ground, panting from exhaustion. Yi Duan's eyes were as usual. My advice is for you to believe in yourselves. No water means it's not deep enough to be natural. What you need is to step it up and speed it up. And if it's fast enough and deep enough, it's definitely out of the water. Yi Chuan spoke with a decisive voice, and next to him, Liu Ruyan's pretty face was fiercely flushed and red. Scenes from the Lustful Woman's Heart Sutra came to mind. Ruyan Lu's hand gently pinched Yi Chen's arm. Master, don't say that. It's annoying. Ha! Leaf Dust touched his nose in embarrassment. I suspected you were driving, but had no proof. Ahem. Yi Duan coughed awkwardly twice. That, Sun Wu. In. You two go down and help with the drill. Lay. After all, they are cultivators. The two of them, Sun Wen and Sun Wu, picked up the drill and more than tripled their speed. The second person checking the soil was also changed to Huang Dashan, who kept pinching the soil brought by the front part of the drill. 3 hours later, the time reached midnight, and everyone was yawning. Huang Dashan originally felt about to be disappointed again. Suddenly, Huang Dashan's entire body was jolted. Squeeze the dirt in your own hands. Loose. Moist. Could this be the water that Lord Yi said? He raised his right hand and exclaimed, wet, wet. Hearing this, the pupils of Li Go and the others, who were originally sleepy, all snapped open. Is it true that water can really come out of this underground as Immortal Yi said? Li Go was rolling to the side, pinched the wet clay, cool and moist, with a delicate granular feeling from the palm of the hand. Li Go pupils earthquake. Really? This mud is wet. Chapter 113, Temple of the Yellow Earth Nymph. It can't be torn down. He reached out with a trembling hand and squeezed the lump of dirt once more. Wet, cold. It's not an illusion. It's really wet. Water. There really is water. Li Go's tilted the sky, his voice throbbing. How many years? How many years had one not had clean water? If we can really get water inside the village of Huangtu, things will be really good for everyone from now on. Li Go rolled and crawled, running all the way toward Yi dusty earth house. Knock, knock, knock. Heard the knock on the door. Yi Duan inside the earthen house slowly got up. Li Go looked at Yi Chen, so excited that he was incoherent. Lord Yi, it's really as you said. Moist. The land is really moist. Saying that, he handed the black moist soil in his own hand to Yi Duan. Leaf Dust yawned. Fuss. What a fuss. Li Go hurriedly was bending down to apologize to Yi Chen. Yi Chuan grabbed the black soil and twisted it with his fingers. And sure enough, the soil was moist, and there was still moisture when gently pinched. It looks like it should be close to a groundwater source. It's a first step. Finally. Come on, get it together. On the way to the village entrance, Li Go was incoherent with excitement. Lord Yi, is there really water underground? Can we still use it? Li Go licked his dry and cracked lips. The terrain near Huangtu village was complicated and the climate was arid. The terrain is broken, with a large number of plateaus, mountain beams, mountain mounts and ravines in the surrounding area. In the past, villagers used to go to one of the shady spots to search for water to store and bring back to the village. But commute is long and life-threatening. If water can be taken from the village of Lus at a later date, it's benefiting the whole village. Yi Chuan looked at Li Go's dark face with dry and cracked skin and a wrinkled face. Never mind whether you can use the water or not. You'll have a good wash when the time comes. Wash your face? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Go simply couldn't agree. Wash your face with water. Immortals live in luxury. In the middle of the conversation, the two had arrived at the entrance to the village. At this time it was already late at night. The cold wind attacked people, and the Huangtu village was flying sand. The villagers were sleeping peacefully. Only the entrance of the village still stood Huang Dashan, Wang He and others. After seeing Yi Chen, everyone rushed to greet him. Yi Duan walked to the pit and ordered everyone to take out the drill, gesturing with the water pipe. The wet clay is roughly 20 meters deep from the surface. Yi dust due to the lack of electric motors in this era. Yi dust to make lever-type water wells. The principle is to rely on atmospheric pressure to let the underground water to give pressure out. Now the problem is, 20 meters might be too deep, not enough air pressure. Yi Chunran thought that if he could survey the trend and direction of the underground water source through this deep pit, maybe we can find the underground water source closer to the surface. Yi Chuan did not think much, gently stepped on the ground with his feet. At this time Yi Chuan foot a burst of azure blue Chimanburo jumped under his feet. Open up the water vein, and the birth helps the earth to anoint. Yi dust through his own Chi Men Bureau, his eyes clearly through the ground veins, a slow flow of hair color blue lines, like tree trunk branches spread throughout the underground. At this moment, Li Go and the others were at a loss. However, Sun Wen, Sun Wu, Zhao Taihammer and the others who were far away from Yi Chen were all slightly stunned. As foundation stage cultivators, they clearly detected a momentary trance dislocation in the space near them. It's Uncle Yi Chuan who's performing the technique? The instantaneous manifestation of the aura of one's master or a powerful cultivator can make a strong visual and perceptual impulse different. Uncle Yi used his aura, moist and silent, and did not make any aura fluctuations felt in the presence, but it gave several people an illusion. Uncle Yi, very strong. They were completely unable to treat him as a chi refining realm cultivator. While the crowd's shock and dismay hadn't dissipated, Yi Chuan started walking along the Chi Men Bureau under his feet. Lowering his head along the glowing blue water source, Yi Chuan began to move forward. Li Go's group of people glanced at each other and hurriedly followed with the parts. And so a comical scene unfolded. Yi Dust lowered his head and did not look at the road. followed by a group of people with a butt of black pressure. Li Go. 3 minutes later, Ye Duan stopped. Finally, one finally found a water source close enough to the ground. Ye Duan laughed, but looked up but saw a black hole, a house, and again looked down at the water source under his feet. It's in the way. Ye Duan pointed his finger at the house in front of him. Li Go. Lord Yi, in. This is called to be torn down in the morning. Re-drill the well at the foot of this house. Who knew that once these words came out, Li Go looked at the darkened house that Yi Chen was pointing at. The entire person was a jolt of fear, and with a fluttering sound, he knelt down on the ground for Yi Chen. Lord Yi, it can't be torn down. If this thing is torn down, the villagers are going to be in chaos. What's going on? You're afraid to tear it down? Yi Duan joyful. Really think it is developing dragon country not? How can you get rich with the word demolition? Sure enough, they are unruly people, and they have to negotiate with themselves for demolition. Yi Chuan was just about to retort, only to see that the three people behind Li Go, Huang Dashan, Wang He, and Zhou Tai, were even shaking like a dustpan. Immediately, he knelt down for Yi Duan. Lord Yi, we can't touch the yellow earth nymphette. If Huang Tu Nyang is gone, our Huang Tu village will be gone. The lady of the yellow earth? Yi Duan froze and looked up to see that the black hole house in front of himself was a temple. Inside the temple were 4 offering platforms, and in the center stood a clay figure of a man dressed in yellow robes with a phoenix crown on his head and a duster in his hand, which, judging by its appearance, resembled a bodhisattva, and was supposed to be the Huang Tu Nyang Yang, as Li Go had said. At this time, Yi Duan also came to a sudden realization. It turned out to be a temple of the yellow earth nymphette. Seeing Yi Chen's hesitation, Li Go rushed forward to explain. Lord Yi, Huang Tu Nianjiang is my Huang Tu village shelter god. Legend has it that with the wild beasts that roam around near the opposite side of the wind and sand mouth, viciously coming and devouring the villagers from time to time. At that time, Huang Tu village was flying with sand and rocks, and the environment was bad, and then Huang Tu Nyang Yang blessed to rise up the mountain range. That's why we have a stable day today. That's why Huang Tu village has a special festival dedicated to the Huang Tu maiden every year. And if it's dismantled, misfortune will befall us. This is really not I scare you. Ye adults. Back then the village inside the child Wang Dog Egg is too hungry. Stole to eat the Huang Tu maiden tribute. Stomach ache for a night. If you are demolished of, the consequences are unimaginable. Li Go didn't dare to say much after that. Yi Chuan looked at Li Go's expression of fear and trepidation, as well as behind him Huang Dashan, Wang He, and Zhou Tai with the same expression of scorn, knowing that counting on this group to dismantle this yellow earth maiden was only hopeless. In his heart, he couldn't help but spit out. This Huang Tu village is so poor that it's hard to have a full meal. How can we still have food for this mud? Feudal superstitions do a lot of harm, but this well drilling must be done, and it's not like we can violate the beliefs of the locals. Yi Duan originally wanted to come with a hand of vivid teaching to break the feudal myths, but later pondered that most of this Huang Tu village were older ladies who valued their lives more than anything else. It's never the truth that speaks to them. It's the eggs. Then if hard doesn't work, let's go soft. Yi Duan pondered slightly before saying, alright, then you guys won't tear it down. Phew. Hearing this, Li Go and the others let out a breath. Li Go, in particular, was afraid that Yi Chen would dismantle the only faith of the old people inside the village. I'm afraid Huang Tu village will be in chaos by then. There may be rumors circulating in the village. The next second Yi Chen looked at Sun Wen and Sun Wu. You too, tomorrow, besides cooking, tear this place down. Chapter 114, the next moment to witness a miracle. I can't. Li Go's sobs were coming out. This Lord Yu was really not letting himself rest in peace, giving himself a billion-point shocks every time he thought things had stabilized. Before, he was messing with Lord Wang, and now he's trying to smash the temple of the Yellow Earth Maiden. He was used to it himself, but it was just the nerves of the people inside the village that couldn't take it. Lord Yi, if this is demolished, Huang Tu village will really turn upside down. I beg you. Lord Yi, Li Go thumped his head. Just do me a favor and spare the Lady of the Yellow Earth. His forehead hit the ground with a dull thud. This is the Lady of the Yellow Earth. What will you do if a plague falls on you? Li Go, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Still not in a hurry? My Lord Yi, you're standing around talking. Don't worry, it will be torn down tomorrow for sure, and it will be done beautifully, cleanly, and with everyone clapping their hands. Li Go jerked his head up, wanting to cry. Himself and the villagers were not in awe of the Lady of the Yellow Earth, and he now felt that the sky was falling. You go and inform everyone. Tomorrow morning, get them all here. I'll be sure to give you a satisfactory answer. Lord Yi, if I don't go you? Don't worry, it's all the same. Li Go suddenly felt drained. This Lord Yi didn't talk like an immortal or an official. Like a scoundrel. Early the next morning, a black crowd gathered right in front of the temple of the Lady of the Yellow Earth. Li Go is knocking on the door with his eyes averted, only to say that Lord Yi asked the villagers to gather in front of the temple of Huantunyangnyang. Thanks to the mutton dinner yesterday, there's no objection to a group gathering. There is even something to look forward to. The village chief said that Lord Yi wanted us to come here. Is there something good? An old man stroked his beard and asked curiously, is it meat again today? It would be nice to eat meat every day. Another villager shook his head. When we arrive at the temple of the Lady of the Yellow Earth, surely we must make offerings to the Lady of the Yellow Earth. An older woman guessed. Many of the villagers nodded when these words came out. Feels like it makes sense. Maybe Lord Yi is thinking that it's thanks to the blessing of the Yellow Earth Queen. Right. I even think that those 3 sheep yesterday were the offerings that the Yellow Earth Maiden rewarded to our Yellow Earth village, and Lord Yi could have nothing to do with it. An old woman clasped her hands together and paid her respects to the temple. Thank you for the blessing of the Lady of the Yellow Earth. Li Go stood in the crowd, heard everyone's discussion, and kept retreating backward. He was afraid that he would be affected in a moment. In particular, many of the villagers had already begun to take the initiative to spontaneously kneel down to worship the Yellow Earth Maiden, which he could hardly even imagine. A moment later, when Yi Duan smashed the sculpture of that Yellow Earth Lady, the expressions of the crowd. Near noon, Yi Chen brought Sun Wen and Sun Wu to the temple hill, leisurely looking down at the villagers. Villagers, you had a hard day yesterday, and I have gathered you all together once today because I have an announcement to make. Everyone was silent, looking at Yi Chen with expectant gazes. Yesterday it was mutton, today it's beef? Many people fantasize about it, or it's an offering to the Lady of the Yellow Earth. As a result, Yi Chen's gaze turned to Sun Wen and Sun Wu. 2 words were softly spat out. Do it! Sun Wen and Sun Wu looked at each other. The mind spat mercilessly, thinking about yesterday's conversation with Yi Duan. Uncle Yi, are you really going to smash this Yellow Earth Nymphet's temple? What if it triggers anger when the time comes? It's you guys who smashed it. What does it have to do with me? Yi Chuan, listen to this. Is this human talk? But Yi Chen's order the 2 didn't dare to disobey. One could only choose to trust Uncle Yi. The 2 men, Sun Wu and Sun Wu, picked up the hammers in their hands and walked over to the clay statue of the Lady of the Yellow Earth. Hey, Sun Wen, Sun Wu, what are you doing? What does it mean? What do you mean? Some villagers noticed something was wrong, stood up and shouted. The 2 men, Sun Wen and Sun Wu, silently raised the hammers in their hands. Sun Wen swung his hammer and heaved it at the sculpture of the Lady of the Yellow Earth. Bang! A loud bang shattered the early morning quiet. The hammer slammed down hard on the clay statue of the Lady of the Yellow Earth. Clods of mud splattered, and the center of the Yellow Earth Maiden's abdomen cracked open. Bang! There was another loud bang. Sun Wu also swung his hammer and smashed into another part of the statue. Click! It cracked behind the Yellow Earth Lady as well. The entire scene, in an instant, froze. All the villagers were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. No one spoke. No one even made any noise. The hammer felt like it hit them directly in the face. Straight into a daze. They're not wrong, are they? Are they right? They're actually smashing the statue of the Lady of the Yellow Earth? Aren't they afraid of retribution? Bang! Bang! Boom! With another hammer blow from Sun Wu, there was a snap. A head made a parabola in the air and rolled to the ground. The head of the Lady of the Yellow Earth, flying. Silence. Deadly silence. All the villagers froze in place, their minds going blank. Their faith, their god of refuge, just smashed alive? Unbelievable. Unacceptable. Fear, anger, shock, all kinds of emotions were intertwined in the villagers' hearts. Finally, someone reacted. Dog officer, you dare to smash the Yellow Earth Mother. An old man's fingers trembled as he pointed at Yi Duan, his voice hoarse. You goddammit, an older woman cried out. I'm going to fight you. You're trying to get us killed. What will we do without the Lady of the Yellow Earth? Everyone stood up. Yi Chen stood up, and with a light look, he instantly caused those angry villagers to harden and stop in their tracks. Yi Chen looked around with a calm gaze. The powerful aura made the villagers afraid to make a move. Guys, I know you're shocked and angry right now. He spoke slowly, his voice low and strong. Said the man looking over at Sun Wen. In a dream yesterday, the Yellow Earth Maiden sent a dream to Sun Wen, and the Yellow Earth Maiden said that she knew that there was a shortage of water in Yellow Earth Village, and that she couldn't bear to see everyone suffer, so she put herself in her place, and couldn't bear to see everyone suffer, so she had Sun Wen smash her temple and take out the water source below. Yi Duan pointed at the pile of broken mud. True refuge, she said, is not a clay figure, but an actual source of water. As soon as his words left his mouth, a whisper rang out from the crowd. A dream from the Lady of the Yellow Earth? Let them smash their own temple? How is this possible? If you don't believe me, I'll let Sunwon fetch water in public now. It will only take a quarter of an hour to see the water. If it doesn't work, there was also no waiting for everyone to retort. Ye Duan directly blocked the way. Sunwon, willing to remake the temple, and to atone for his sins with his death. Sunwon had a black question mark on his face. Uncle Yip, isn't it a talking dream? How come you've added a line? To die for your sins? Ye Duan explained in a low voice in Sunwon's ear. They're a bit emotional, so I'll add a bit of emotion so as not to make a scene. Sunwon wanted to cry. Uncle Yi, I really thank you. At these words, the fruitful angry inhabitants briefly fell silent. It would be fine if they could remake the temple and die for their sins. Then he turned his head to the villagers. Gentlemen, the next moment is to witness a miracle. Everyone stared at Sunwon. Sunwon was watched by countless eyes and stiffly picked up yesterday's drill. Sunwon honestly took out an auger bit. He walked over to the pile of broken mud and took a deep breath. Aimed the drill at the base of the statue of the Lady of the Yellow Earth from earlier. It began to spin up hard. The drill slowly drilled into the dirt. Sunwon's forehead began to sweat. Is there really water down here? Chapter 115 is out of the water. Long live the Lady of the Yellow Earth. Sunwon's arms shivered nervously. Although he himself was a cultivator, his mental level was not like that old man Yichun. A book of nonsense is something he can't do. Being looked at straight in the eyes of 70 to 80 villagers in this lust layer, he was fuming inside. The villagers won't go crazy if they can't drill their way out of the water. Will they? It was just that deep down. He always felt that senior uncle Ye Duan was very sure of himself. Following Ye Duan around, he had also developed an invisible trust in Yi Chen. As the auger kept digging out the dirt, at first it was dry, hard loam and rocks. The villagers watched with skeptical eyes and patience. Suddenly Sunwon found a softness in his hands. Sunwon's heart stirred and he hurriedly increased his strength. Put! There was a soft thud. Sunwon felt a softness coming from the drill. He stopped in a hurry and jerked out the drill. At the tip of the drill is dark, wet dirt. Sunwon was shocked in his heart. Really? Sunwon grabbed the dirt and the soil is dark in color and ticks when gently squeezed. Water stains drip. The scene caused the pupils of the nearest few villagers to quake, looking at the blackened dirt with glowing eyes. Out of the water! Out of the water! I don't know who shouted. The original silent crowd. The entire entrance to the Huangtu Nyangyang temple instantly boiled. All the villagers excitedly rushed forward. Sun Wu, give me the hose. Yi Chuan knew that he should have tapped into the underground water source. Sun Wu hurriedly handed the previously refined iron pipe to Yi Chen. Leaf Dust inserted the hose into the hole that had just been drilled. After another half-meter of depth, the water pipe was successfully installed, followed by the simple leverage device that had been set up earlier for water extraction, to be stabilized above. Yi Duan looked at the nearest Li Go. Old Li, come up here and try. Li Go was bewildered, but he went forward with a stiff upper lip. Lord Yi, this? How? Press this lever. Understood. Li Go walked to the lever and pressed on what Yi Chuan called the lever. It was a long cold metal rod. His own hand touched it, and a cold metallic coolness came from it. Li Go exerted himself, much more easily than expected. Squeak dash. The lever made a somewhat strange sound. The piston attached to the iron pipe began to squeeze downward. Crunch crunch. As Li Go pressed, the entire water pipe made a crunching sound. This is a big deal for the entire Huangtu village. If the water could really come out, then Yi Duan would be a great benefactor to their Huangtu village. If you can't get out of the water, Li Go didn't dare to think further. Finally, the ports of the iron pipes, something began to ooze out, but it wasn't clear water. Instead, it was some murky mud with some black dirt mixed in. This scene, however, stunned the villagers present. What kind of amazing craftsmanship is this? How can you turn a water source out of the ground? It was mud, but everyone could feel that it was mixed with water. There is a serious water shortage in the village of Huangtu, and this mud can be drunk after standing and filtering. Lord Yi, come out. Seeing the emergence of mud, Li Go got excited. Keep pressing, he said in a hushed voice. Li Go nodded vigorously, the corners of his wrinkled old face rising uncontrollably. It's true, water appeared. He had more strength in his hands. Squeak dash. The levers got louder. There was also more mud pouring out of the iron pipe ports. There's just less and less mud in it. Suddenly the mud pouring out of the ports of the iron pipes was no longer black, but much clearer to the naked eye. Immediately afterward, some tiny droplets of water began to mix with the mud. There's water! There's water! The sharp-eyed villagers immediately shouted excitedly. Everyone's spirits were lifted and they surged forward like mad. Li Go uncontrollably increased the force in his hand. Really came out, crunching and gushing out less and less mud. In its place, more and more clear water. Whoa dash. Finally, a clear spring of water gushed out of the port of the iron pipe. The water splashed and filled the barrel that had previously been placed in its place. Out of the water. It's really out of the water. Oh my god. It's really out of the water. God bless Huangtu Village. God bless Huangtu Village. The Lady of the Yellow Earth has manifested herself. The Lady of the Yellow Earth has manifested herself. The whole scene instantly boiled over. The villagers went crazy and cheered, kneeling down, thumping their heads non-stop. Some of the seniors were even in tears. Their Huangtu Village, at last, will have its own water source. Li Go was even more excited and trembling. Clear spring water, clattering into the barrel. In the eyes of the people of Huangtu Village, the clear water source of gold does not change. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yi Duan gave a look to Sun Wen next to him, who instantly understood. Follow the script from yesterday. Sun Wen raised his hands, raised his head, and shouted, "The Lady of the Yellow Earth has manifested her spirit. Thank you, Queen of the Yellow Earth." This shout instantly triggered the villagers' emotions. Long live the Lady of the Yellow Earth. Thank you, Mother Yellow Earth. Blessed be the Lady of the Yellow Earth. This time, no one was hesitating. Yi Chen's words. All the villagers fell to their knees and kowtowed to the pile of broken mud. They kneeled in reverent and snotty worship, thanking the Lady of the Yellow Earth for her gifts. They had all but forgotten their previous anger and resentment. The clear flow out of the water caused everyone to close their mouths. Yi Chen looked at the kneeling frenzied villagers and called for Li Go. Lord Yi, Lord Yi. Li Go took the initiative to step forward and asked, "What are Lord Ye's orders?" Li Go was now looking at Yi Chen with eyes full of fervor and respect. He had never dreamed that Yi Chen had really gotten out the clear water source. He truly changed the fate of everyone in Huangtu Village. Unlike the other fervent devotees of the Lady of the Yellow Earth in the audience, Li Go profoundly knew that deep down Yi Chen disdained and ridiculed the so-called Huangtu Niang. He had long been certain that there would be a water source down there. Arrange for the villagers to line up for water. Remember, timed and rationed. Absolutely no waste. Don't worry, Lord Yi. I'm going to make arrangements. Li Go nodded repeatedly. Yi Chen's words were now an oracle to him. Right. Wash your face. Wash your face. Anyone who comes to work in a dirty state, don't work for me. And don't try to get water. Understand. Understood. Understood. Yi Chen violently shook off his hand and returned to his room, and began cursing under his breath. A bunch of unruly people. Watching Yi Chen fling his hands away, Li Go suddenly felt that Lord Yi was not scary and vicious at all. Instead, there's a hint of cuteness? Although, Li Go didn't know why Lord Yi insisted on making everyone wash their faces. Hey, what a pain in the ass. Leaf Dust returned to his room and rocked his chair. The Huangtu village is penniless, so the villagers should clean themselves well. Otherwise their faces will be dusty every day, and some of them still smell. Shame on you. Yi Chen brought Liu Ruyan and the others back to the room to rest for a moment. The villagers were frenzied to share the water and had nothing to do themselves. Just got back to the room. Leaf Dust then got a hint. Ding! The system rewards the disciple with cashback. Golden dollar, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, obtaining cashback top-grade spirit stones of 1 million. The corner of Yi Chuan's mouth curled up slightly. In recent times, every day his income was hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, and today it actually reached 1 million. It seems like that kid, Jin Yuan Bao, is doing quite well in the Nine Swords Sect. This Spirit Springs Valley Bank and Immortal Luck Token deal is also doing well. In the meantime, Liu Ruyan, who was following behind Yi Chen, looked at her master with eyes that were glistening now. Nor did he care that there were actually a few disciples of Red Flame Peak present, who actually took the initiative to pull up Yi Chen's arm. Master, that's awesome. Listening to Liu Ruyan's praise and those adoring little eyes. The most crucial thing is that this Liu Ruyan has a proud figure. Those plump and rounded peaks were touching on his arm through his arm. Cozy, cozy. Hey, it can't be helped. Who asked me to be the parental officer of the people of Winsong Pass? Sun Wen, who had been following Yi Chen around, couldn't help but ask. Uncle Yi, there is one thing that I don't know about. Clearly you surely know that there is water down there. Why should this credit be given to the Lady of the Yellow Earth? No. 116 will make a house of cards for you. Yi Chen looked at Sun Wen's tiny head and the big question mark inside his eyes. You want to know too? Zhao Tai Hammer, Xian Mangniu, and Sun Monkey, the 4 Red Flame Peak disciples, all nodded as well. Zhao Tai Hammer scratched his head and asked gruffly, Yeah, senior uncle, I don't get it either. You knew there was water underneath, so why did you say it was the work of that what's her name, the Lady of the Yellow Earth? Yi Chen also yawned and explained. Never try to change someone's perception, but rather capitalize on it. This Huangtu village, the development of the fear of decades, 100 years, this Huangtu maiden, in their hearts worship the existence of that the concept is deeply rooted. Several people still looked confused. Leaf Dust could only give an example that was easy to understand. Then let me give you an example. I think that the Nine Swords sect, all the management except for me, the Valley Master, are all stupid. Do you guys think so? At these words, several people's expressions were stunned at how it felt. Uncle Yi used an example to bring out the truth. Because the reality was that all the Nine Swords sect people felt that Yi Chen was the one who was a waste. Several people rushed to shake their heads. You see, because all of you defaulted to the idea that I was the loser. I'm the one that said it all and people wouldn't believe it. It's the same as what's happening now. This group of villagers, having decided that the Lady of the Yellow Earth is looking after them, then simply make them feel that it does. Besides, can they understand me when I talk to them about science and reason and underground water veins? Instead of going through the trouble, go with the flow and take advantage of their perceptions. That way, we can get to our goal faster and more efficiently. Understand? A few people were puzzled and uncertain. However, looking at the villagers outside the house one by one to the Huangtu Nyang Yang sculpture constantly kowtow. There are villagers will be sculpture to put into the arms of the treasure as if to bring home. Yes, if Uncle Yi Duan really said that he found it himself, would this group of villagers believe it? Sunwen suddenly felt that viewing the world according to Yi Chen's perspective was radically different, and he had a feeling of enlightenment. The others were also in deep thought. It was Sunwu who felt a little pain in his brain. Feel like I'm going to grow a brain. Damn, it's so hard to understand. It's still easy to rub mud balls. Liu Ruyan stood on the side, her eyes as if they contained a pool of spring water, gazing at Yi Duan in fascination. Master is really something. Looking at the disciple's adoration towards Yi Chen, she also felt her little face light up. Not only was the master powerful and so wise, he was also so kind to himself. It really is just perfect. She looked straight at Yi Duan, fearing that the master would just run away. She secretly vowed in her heart that she must cultivate harder. 1 month. 1 month's time she must cultivate the lustful woman's heart sutra. Because Ruyan Lu had no doubt that if the other female disciples saw such a powerful master, they would be snatched away from them. No, we must take the master soon. However, isn't a month too slow? Or should I let the master get a taste of it myself first tonight? Bite your cherry red lips. Use it. Ruyani thought about the image of her face blushing strangely. Humph. Master is so bad, just letting myself see it is unbearable. Just then, a sharp knock sounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Yi, Lord Yi. Only to see Li Go bringing 3 young men from inside the village. Precisely the 3 Huang Dashan. The 4 of them came to Yi Chen. With a flutter, he fell to his knees. Knock, knock, knock. A couple of loud bangs rang out. Scared Leaf Dust shivering. Strange. Do not know people think they play drums. My brother, what are you guys doing? Get up. Li Go stood up and kept wiping his eyes. Lord Yi, I, Huangtu Village, am unable to repay you for such great kindness. Go back and I'll make you a longevity monument to put inside the ancestral shrine and offer it for the rest of your life. No, children and grandchildren, always offer it to you. Huang Dashan and a few others also took a stance. Lord Yi, we are the same. We will absolutely set up the tablet for you. You have saved the lives of all of us in the village with this great kindness. You haven't even left yet, and you're setting up a house of cards for yourself? Don't, can't afford it. That's all because of the Lady of the Yellow Earth? Don't mess with me, you guys. I'm still human. Li Go and the others were wiping tears from their eyes. The villagers didn't know, but Huang Dashan and a few others knew it clearly. Lord Yi had known for a long time that there was water down there. The reason why he said it was due to Huang Tunyang was merely to smash the Huang Tunyang temple in name only. It's a hard life in these lust village times, and the average person would be lucky to get a bite of what they're fed. Leaf dust alone changed the lives of an entire village of people. Such a great favor, such a great grace. Huang Dashan and the others directly stated. Lord Yi, from now on, a few of our lives are yours. We will not go west if you tell us to go east. If you tell us to kill a chicken, we will never slaughter a sheep. Yi Duan looked at a few people who were so hot-blooded and was happy. There's really one more thing you guys need to do here. Lord Yi, just give us your orders. It's up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, we can do it for you. Good. What I want is this attitude. Yi Chen was clear that he wanted to develop Huangtu village. Firstly, because he wanted to see life in the mundane world. Secondly, his ambition was the Golden Kingdom. Thirdly, it was the Aein spiritual desert a year later. One needed a solid base in the mundane world. And the current population of Huangtu village was, by far, insufficient. Your Huangtu village is now at 80 or so mouths to feed, and with no young adults or laborers at all. I need far fewer hands. So your job is to recruit. Recruitment? Li Go thought for a moment and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Lord Yi, I have a way. Meanwhile, the edge of the jungle at the mouth of the wind and sand, 2, dressed in black, came out of the jungle. Senior brother. It's lucky that you have quick hands, or else you would have let that heaven-swallowing python sneak up on you. This is afraid that it is close to the dimming destruction realm. Bloodthirsty, Jin Dan. Limb-swallowing, Yuaning. Spirit-slaying, transformation. Annihilation, refining the void. Tao Tai, refining the void as well as above. The one who spoke was tall, carrying a heavy black sword, and was panting at the moment. Cynical face and mischievous eyes. Mo Feng is one of the dark swords of the Nine-Sword Sect. The sword is treacherous and vicious, and will see blood when it strikes. The middle-aged man on the right, on the other hand, was quite a bit shorter, with a slightly thin face, holding a slender curved knife with a blade like a crescent moon, which was covered in bright red blood. Behind the two men was a giant python that was 100 meters long, with its huge head swinging like a tricycle, but the body and head are rounded and smooth at the incision. Moon Shadow, also one of the Nine-Sword Sect's dark swords, had a bizarre and unpredictable stance, like a ghost. Both of them were members of the Nine-Sword Sect's special department, the Dark Sword, specialized in carrying out some unseen tasks. Their strengths had all reached the middle stage of the refined void realm. Jin Dan, Yuaning, transformation of the divine, refining of the void, harmonization, Mahayana, transition, and ascension. They were the strongest fighting force of the Nine-Sword Sect besides Beimu Chen. At this moment, Mo Feng raised his head and looked in the direction of windy Sandy Mouth County, his voice low and magnetic. Senior brother, are you sure Ruyan Lu is here? Moon Shadow nodded, his hoarse voice as low as a night lord. The information can't be wrong. The Patriarch personally ordered us to secretly protect Ruyan Lu's safety. If necessary, one can step in and root out anything that could be used against her. It's just that I have a question. As far as I know, Yi Chuan is only at the cultivation level of the Qi refining realm, and a few of his disciples are only at the foundation establishment level. So how can they traverse through this dangerous jungle in the northern mountains of this Nine-Sword Sect? This statement was made. Mo Feng also revealed his doubts. That's right. Himself and his senior brother are in the middle stage of the refined void realm. Two people could traverse the primitive jungle of this northern mountain, all messed up and exhausted. How could Liu Ruyan and the few of them traverse over? Chapter 117, Changes in Huangtu Village. Edge of Windsor Pass County. Mo Feng slightly tilted his head sideways, feeling the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. I feel it, an aura of a Yuaning stage cultivator. Over there, it should be Ruyan Lu. Follow the direction of Inkbrand's finger. Moon Shadow slowly raised her head, her gaze piercing through the flying sand and rocks, looking distantly toward the Huangtu village on the high slopes in the distance. A small village in the middle of nowhere, without any aura. This one called Yichen is really stubborn. There was a slight hint of dissatisfaction in Moon Shadow's tone. So we're now? Lurk in the dark, observe first, and if there is any danger, then strike again, and also let that fellow learn a lesson. Moon Shadow was expressionless, but deep down inside she was dissatisfied with Yichen. If it wasn't for him, Dark Sword wouldn't be on such a lowly mission with an extremely high risk factor. Nowadays, I am afraid that there are not a few people who know the news of Ruyan Lu. Inkbrand, the heavy sword behind Mo Feng dissolved, melting the pitch-black ink to cover the two men. The two figures were once again hidden in the darkness, as if they had never appeared, with only the night wind blowing through, emitting gusts of whimpering. At the same time, in various parts of the distant Tianyuan continent, one after another, a stream of powerful forces and sects came flying in. Ganzhou, a state capital that was not insignificant in the Tianyuan continent. If there was a map, a number of cultivators dressed in strange clothing quietly entered the territory of Ganzhou. Their purposes varied, but they all pointed to a common center. Tianyuan continent. It is rumored that he is the only one of the world's greatest talents, Liu Ruyan, who was able to cross the threshold and ascend to the Yuaning stage in the generation where the spiritual qi is thin. A creak in the yellow village. The heavy wooden door full of dirt was pushed open. Li Go straightened his back, stretched a big lazy waist, and strolled towards the entrance of the village. Today, he even felt a vapor in the air. Thinking back to the previous days of water shortage, Li Go inwardly a burst of fear. The kind where your throat smokes, you keep licking your dry cracked lips with your tongue excruciatingly, and your skin peels. As for the homesteaders, families are limited to growing drought-tolerant crops like corn. In those days, villagers would often argue and even fight over a little bit of muddy water, not to mention fresh water, but even muddy water. The water tank in the house was always empty, and washing and bathing was a luxury. When there is a drought year, the crops in the field are not harvested. They all gnawed on tree bark themselves and risked their lives to dig for wild vegetables in the mountains to barely make ends meet. Those were not human days. Today, looking at the well at the entrance of the village, it relies on lever presses. Bubbling clear well water flowed. Every time they saw this scene, Li Go and the slightly older people inside the village couldn't help but wipe their tears. After being able to line up for water yesterday, I was working myself into the middle of the night. The water tanks in the homes were full. People are really dehydrated and scared. As for the banker, Li Go smiled even more broadly. Next year's harvest will definitely be good. As for the reason for all this is because of Lord Yi. He could not let Lord Yi down. Li Go thought and walked out of Huangtu village. Now he had a difficult task on him. Recruiting people for Huangtu village. In a corner of the village, inside a separate earthen house, Yi Duan had a sheet of drawings in front of him. He had a charcoal pencil in his hand and was carefully sketching the different bits and pieces on a board that were the basis for plumbing and modern parts. The four people from Red Flame Peak's Zhao Tai Hammer carefully observed the details of the drawings. Hammer, a little thinner here. Make sure it's tough. Yi Chen pointed to a place on the drawing and said to the hammer, what the four disciples of the Red Inferno Peak have to do is to smelt the villagers to cooked iron and this calcination. Some alloys are added and smelted to become precision zero devices. After 2 days of trying, these four disciples from Red Flame Peak had gradually mastered some techniques. They can successfully coalesce aura in their hands and fabricate the shape they need. Yi Duan now needs a large number of zero devices to replace the entire village. The two most critical points are industrialization and population dividend. At the same time, Yi Duan also modified the Huangtu village day to Monday through Friday. Modernized the village of Huangtu. On the other hand, the two of them, Sun Wen and Sun Wu, were responsible for feeding the villagers. In particular, the working days in Huangtu village were modified to Monday through Friday, and the only meals during the week were squash and millet porridge. There was no meat, but for the villagers of Huangtu village, who had experienced prolonged starvation, this was already very tasty food. Everyone received a steaming bowl of millet porridge and a small dish of savory and delicious squash to eat. You know, that's rice porridge with grains of rice. Sun Wu felt empowered every time he took the helm, and he loved the job. When they were in the Nine Swords sect, they practiced every day, tirelessly pursuing power, and everyone was an enemy, a rival. Now, coming to the village of Huangtu, the group is free from pressure and ridicule, but it felt a sense of groundedness and fulfillment that I had never felt before. As for Ruyan Lu, in her room, practicing the lustful woman's heart sutra diligently. Nightfall, a bonfire was lit in the clearing in the center of the village. Dry firewood on the yellow earth is resistant to burning. High temperatures, and orange-red flames burn. Sun Wen, Sun Wu, Zhao Tai Hammer, and 6 other invalids abandoned by the Nine Swords sect were sitting around a campfire at the entrance of the village. While roasting the fire, he couldn't help but make small talk. Auntie Li even told me today that thanking us means that Sun Wen should not shake his hands in the future. Sun Wen flirted. What nonsense! Where did my hand shake? All around the group was laughing out loud. Zhao Tai Hammer added a few pieces of firewood to the fire, and the fire burned even more vigorously. When we first got here, they looked at us like they wanted to eat us. Now, one by one, we are treated with courtesy. Yeah, that's quite a change. Li Mang lamented. It's all because of senior uncle. Zhang Shan scratched his head and said naively. Sun Wen and Sun Wu looked at each other with a complex look in their eyes. Although they also addressed Yi Chen as senior uncle now, the feeling in their hearts was very different from before. Previously, everyone present thought Yi Chen was a waste, an outcast from Spirit Spring Valley. And now, they realized that there was a kind of magic in Yi Chen. Whenever he says something, he always does it. It was as if he had opened the eyes of heaven, and he's very easy to convince. All the way from the well water to the development of the Yellow Village, he was only a third level of the Qi refining realm, though his power didn't seem to be an ability. Rather, the words follow the law. Originally, a few people were kicked off the mountain and thought their lives were over. Now a few people thinking have changed. Yes, Sun Wen couldn't help but sigh. Sun Wu nodded, deeply sympathetic. The campfire crackled, reflecting the 6 young faces. Yo, you guys, you don't call me for little meetings now? Chapter 118, Night Talks Under the Moon. A voice with a smirk came out. Sun Wen and the others beside the campfire hurriedly stood up. By the light of the fire, they could see the visitor. It's none other than Leaf Dust. Uncle Sherfu. Several people hurriedly shouted respectfully. Yi Chen waved his hand, signaling them to sit down. He sat on his ass on the rock himself. Alas, one really doesn't want to be part of this gathering of young people. It's always girls, cultivation, and spirit stones. But Yi Duan had to come out. Nowadays the development of Huangtu village needs a lot of talents, and he himself is not a god. You can't eat a big fat meal in one bite, so it's just a matter of cultivating a little bit of screening from these guys. With the crackling of the campfire, Yi Duan looked at the 6 young men, his eyes still clear with a slight hint of stupidity. Feeling okay lately? It just feels pretty good. After all, I was kicked out of the clan, and hey, It feels like I've been abandoned. He paused and continued. Especially after you. Holy, Yi Duan spat. These guys, they were really no big deal either. Is there no future with me? But it's not bad now. Not bad? Not bad at all. Yi Duan nodded and was just about to paint a few guys to add fuel to the fire. Sun Wu then grabbed the danger and inquired. Senior uncle, we've always wondered how you knew that there would be a water source underneath that dry, yellow soil? And, also, knew to dig down with that weird drill. Yes. Several other people also looked at Yi Chen with curiosity in their eyes. It's a question they've held in their hearts for a long time. Zhao Taihammer, yeah, I've also found out that. Uncle Yi, you're not very good at cultivation, but you know a lot of strange and weird knowledge. Strange knowledge? You mean drilling a well? Leaf Dust smiled. That's a pretty odd set of adjectives for these guys. Truth be told, the matter about there being a water source under the ground is actually recorded in some ancient books. You guys look like I've been swinging for the fences in Spirit Valley for 200 years. Don't you? In fact, for the past 200 years, I've been erudite, reading ancient books, poems, and literary classics daily in that mountainous countryside bureau chief. That's why I am who I am today. What? Upon hearing Yi Chen's lie, the six people's eyes were filled with respect and admiration. It turned out that Master Uncle Yi Duan was not an invalid. He had been learning about the mundane world. Sun Wu was violently agitated. I know. This is an indication that Uncle Yi is a hidden and powerful figure. A hermit. Right. Leaf Dust also went along with it, making it up anyway. I am indeed a hermit. Nowadays everyone only knows how to cultivate. Few people will pay attention to these seemingly useless things. As for the method of drilling a well with an auger bit, it's also something I've read in some of my miscellaneous books. The books say that this method can drill through the soil more efficiently and make it easier to find water. After all, I read a lot. Yi Duan sold himself without any psychological pressure. A few people came to a realization, and their eyes became worshipful as they looked at Yi Chen. Well, enough of that. Yi Duan clapped his hands and looked at a few people, speaking in a serious tone. Now the situation of Huangtu village. You all have seen it. Although the problem of the water source has been solved, more manpower and more talents are needed if we want to really develop. He swept his gaze over the six young men in front of him. Although you are disciples who have been abandoned by the Nine-Sword Sect, I don't think so. It seems to me that each of you has your own strengths and potential. If you are willing to work hard and put in the effort, you will be able to make a difference in the future. In my mind, you are misplaced trash. Misplaced garbage? Sun Wen instantly puts on a mask of pain. Ahem. No. Misplaced treasure. Yi Dust hurriedly changed his words. Being abandoned by the sect had always been a thorn in their hearts. Now that they heard Yi Chen say this, they felt as if they had regained some of their self-confidence. Touched. Moved. Although they knew that Yi Chen's cultivation was not high, it was very correct for their perception. But the long period of suppression and failure still keeps a few people from admitting it. Senior uncle, we know what you mean, but can we really do it? Yeah, what can we do? Sun Wen's query also represented the thoughts of several others. After all, they were once the trash abandoned by the clan. They've been put down and caricatured all their lives. Immortalism is a huge system. From clan selection, to gungfu selection, to weapons and your chosen path. The niche of each one distinguishes a lot of people. And Sun Wen and others, not so much. Yi Duan looked at the confused six people in front of him. The first one looked at Sun Wu. Sun Wu, don't you think you touched a hint of power when you held the spoon? Sun Wu heard. The whole spirit of the person was revitalized. As if it is indeed so, their own Don't Huangtu village people are concerned. Pleasing, respect. He developed a strong sense of presence and joy. That's what you're good at. Ah, Uncle Yi, do you mean that my forte is beating the rice? What's wrong with beating the rice? Fighting rice takes patience, the arc of a shaky hand, and a love of food. Yi Chen had a serious face. You can't cultivate, but I'm sure you'll become an outstanding rice beater. Yi Duan pondered for a while before saying, that would be the rice beater immortal. Dining? Dining immortals. Dining? Can you be a strength by eating? If it was anyone else, a few people would have dismissed the guy as an idiot. But the person who said this, Yi Chen, a few people began to believe it. Next Yi Chuan looked at Zhao Taihammer. You like to make iron, right? I can tell that you're more attentive and composed than a few of the others every time. As soon as Zhao Taihammer heard this, he trembled. This was all discovered by Uncle Yi. It's the same with ironing. Just find what you yourselves love to love and you'll be able to fulfill your potential. Then Yi Duan looked at the six people. What do you think the Nine-Sword Sect means to you? Yi Chen looked at the six people present. I'll tell you. You may think that is the basis of your foothold. The Nine-Sword Sect was founded 1,000 years ago. Countless strong people, waste, heavenly pride, fell and took off. These became the underpinnings of my sect, yet the so-called underbelly is the past to me. And here's the cruelty of it, no matter how much you wail, grieve, agonize, weep, fall away, or regret, it can't be changed, and all you and I have is the present, the so-called ascension and transmigration, crowning the world with 1,000 years of dominance, the eternal, in the long river of time, all of them are nothing but dung, turning into dung before turning into earth. The long flow of time will not stop because of any one person, but to the Nine Swords sect, you mean nothing. It doesn't matter that you exist for no reason, that you're powerful, that you're dead or alive. What really matters to you is that you need to find your own way of living that you love, and spend your life the way you want to. There's no one left to talk to, because at this moment, the 6 people present felt that their souls had undergone a washing, and Ye Duan's angle and direction made them feel that their souls and perceptions were shivering under Ye Duan's world vision. So such words came that no one in the room could answer. This has touched on the most innate codes and answers of everyone's heart. Go through your life the way you want to. What a surly response. Sun Wen's body was trembling. Then, Senior Uncle, what about you? What kind of life do you want to live? What kind of person do you want to be? Several other people also looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen pointed at himself and slowly said, swinging and lying down is the life I want. Don't forget that I'm the Nine Swords Sect's biggest waste of a valley master. The prefect of Wind and Sand Pass. Yi Pickpocket. Ha ha ha. Chapter 119 Ruyan's New Tricks. At this moment, upon hearing Yi Chuan call himself a waste, Yi Pickpocket, it suddenly dawned on the crowd present. It turns out that Uncle Yi knows everything. He knew the villagers' disdain and hatred for him. He was aware of the gossip outside the Nine Swords sect. He knew the whole world was full of malice toward him. But so what? He doesn't care. He was just doing what he wanted to do. A person is not powerful solely because of aura and cultivation. In this moment, Yi Chen's image made the words materialize. The campfire crackled and burned. Yi Chuan stretched a big waist and looked at Sun Wen and Sun Wu, who had fallen into deep thought. It's just a matter of hoping they find what they're looking for in the village of Huangtu. Well, it's getting late, and you probably can't talk while I'm here. Leaf Dust cheerfully patted the dust on his pants leg, getting up to leave. Not far away at this time, Liu Ruyan had just stepped out. When she heard everything Yi Chen had described, the entire person's eyes were filled with Yi Duan, especially the plot described by Yi Chen. She was choosing to deeply believe in it. At the same time began to brainstorm the life he wanted. In the next second, Liu Ruyan's face was crimson and hot, and she was, right now, filled with thoughts of being with Master. If she could have 2 children, oops. Liu Ruyan was getting more and more shy the more she thought about it, and as she watched Yi Chen get up and leave, already arriving at the door of her own room, she could no longer hold back the throbbing in her heart. She surged forward and embraced Leaf Dust from behind. Yi Chuan only felt 2 soft masses on his back, gently leaning against it. Master. In the dark air, a regal fragrance drilled into Yi Chuan's nostrils. Yi Chen's entire body was tingling. This disciple of his, overdeveloped 2 slender hands wrapped around Yi Chen from behind. Yes, Ruyan Lu didn't want to wait. If she lived her life as described by Yi Duan just now, she was the master. Ruyan, you, master, you're too good, I really can't help it. Yi Chen turned around, and Liu Ruyan could no longer control it and took the initiative to push Yi Chen against the earth wall. Bark a bite. Well, greeting Liu Ruyan was an even hotter response from Yi Chen. Liu Ruyan felt her legs soften, her own eyes became mesmerized, and at this moment for Yi Chen desire reached a peak. The 2 men wound their way into the earthen house. It was also at this moment that Ruyan Lu began to recall everything inside the lustful woman's heart sutra. Master, I'll do my best. Liu Ruyan gently pulled down her own green veil. A large area of snow-white skin was so dazzling even in the darkness without lights. There was a hint of longing and complexity in that petulance. Liu Ruyan's white hands gently pushed Yi Chen down. Ruyan, Yi Duan was still in thought, because he suddenly realized that Liu Ruyan was so enthusiastic to give himself a whole not too good. She is cute and her body is absolutely amazing. It is just that the environment of this Huangtu village makes Yi Duan dislike it. If it's with Liu Ruyan, maybe it should be at the palace that feels more in line with her persona. Leaf Dust was still squirming. Liu Ruyan looked at Yi Duan, her cherry mouth dainty. At this moment, the absolutely beautiful and cold features are filled with the tenderness of the hook. Master, I'll do it. Liu Ruyan smiled tenderly. Where was there still half a bit of the high spirits outside? Holy, Yi Chuan closed his eyes. Ruyan Lu would actually still be like this. As the moonlight assaulted her, Ruyan Lu gently leaned against Yi Chuan's side and shyly burrowed inside Yi Chuan's chest, full of blush and heat. Master, it's really bad. Hey, Ruyan, you're awesome. Master, you're so annoying, stop it. Liu Ruyan hugged Yi Chen, feeling her heart and Yi Chen leaning together, lightly touched, slightly warm and hot. After experiencing that scene just now, Liu Ruyan was now certain that her heart, soul and everything belonged to Master, and the Master really, very good. It was the same with that file. It made itself horny before it even started. When one's lustful woman's heart sutra was accomplished, one really didn't know how comfortable one would be. Yi Chuan wrapped his arms around Liu Ruyan. Ruyan, there's one thing you're right about. In fact, coming to Ganzhou, I do want to the ING Golden Kingdom. Ha ha. I know, Master. Liu Ruyan leaned on Yi Chen's shoulder, feeling inwardly more solid and satisfied than ever before. I know Master is the best. Leaf dust hemmed and hawed. That's right. All along Yi Duan didn't want to admit that he had done too much for the sake of his disciple and the residents of Huangtu village. A small country with a small population does not fear virtue or authority. Oftentimes, one just needs to achieve one's purpose. It was only in Liu Ruyan that Yi Chen also began to reveal his true feelings. Looking at Liu Ruyan in his arms, Yi Chen tenderly stroked the latter's hair. Kisame, your family's revenge. I'll avenge you. Master. No, it's my business. I'll do it myself. It is enough that Master has this heart. Ruyan Lu looked at Yi Chuan with deep affection. Her head leaned into Yi Chuan's arms and kept rubbing against it. Spoiled, it's good to have a master. Hey! Yi Chen wrapped his arms around Liu Ruyan and barfed a kiss on her forehead. Liu Ruyan's entire body was crispy. Being with the master is always so reassuring and blissful. Feeling Liu Ruyan's rolling in affection for himself in his arms, Yi Chen was also in a happy mood. Suddenly, Yi Chen gently looked out the window. Yi Chuan felt two powerful forces. It was not in the least bit weaker than his own senior brother and the Sect masters of the Nine Swords Sect. The opponent was at least at the void refining stage. They were outside the Huangtu village, hiding and quietly monitoring everything here. Oh, it didn't look like it was about to make a move against Huangtu village and Liu Ruyan. By the looks of it, it seemed to be someone from the Nine Swords Sect. Since they were friends, two such powerful boosters, Yi Chen did not intend to let them go. But this also gave Yi Chen a wake-up call. If the Nine Swords Sect's people were able to find this place, then other Sect forces, sects from various states should be able to find their way here as well. That being the case, it's time to make some of the preparations that should be made. Yi Chen kissed Liu Ruyan's forehead. Ruyan, you rest first. Master is going out. Okay, Master. Be safe. Right now. Ruyan Lu was obedient to Yi Chen. Yi Duan pushed out the door and walked to the entrance of Huangtu village. At this time, outside Huangtu village, flying sand and rocks were flying, and the wind and sand were whistling. Huangtu village, on the other hand, was silent. Yi Dust looked at this pale yellow village and searched from his spatial ring. Found a tanned banner. With this, would it be too much? Yi Chuan was just about to take it back, but after a little thought, he still took the black flag out. The black flag, with a white bone flagpole and a flag sail made of unknown fur, revealed an eerie and bizarre appearance. Yi Chen walked to an abandoned kiln cave and inserted the black flag into the ground. There wasn't any wind in the clear kiln. The dark flag suddenly shook, hunting and making noise. At this moment, the moon shadow not far away suddenly had a stagnant expression. It's not right. It's not right. Chapter 120, Bandage Ghost. Shen Zhu Tian. Moon shadow fiercely condensed his surrounding aura and focused on his figure. Moon shadow steps. Aura spread all over Moon shadow's 7 meridians and 8 veins. Moon shadow's figure was like a residual shadow just wanting to move forward in the direction of Huangtu village. The next second, a hideous ghostly shadow appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The ghostly shadow's face resembled a withered one, a low-grade specter. Moon shadow raised the twin blades in his hands, and 2 flashes of cold light passed by. The ghostly shadow was instantly split apart by the moon shadow. Mo Feng looked at his senior brother. Senior brother, why are you suddenly using your own formation and this ghostly shadow? Moon shadow looked toward the distant Huangtu village, his expression getting grave. Mo Feng, just now for a split second, didn't you feel that the surrounding Earth's chi and pattern changed subtly? Change. Moon shadow's gaze was grave. If I myself didn't feel it wrong, just now all the earth veins and patterns in this vicinity changed. And if my senses aren't wrong, we're now in the middle of a formation, and the eye of this formation is in the Huangtu village. Formation. Mo Feng was stunned. To array is a skill that can only be initiated by high-level cultivators. The cultivation level is at least Yuaning stage or above. Moreover, the opening and manner of the formation often required a great deal of aura and resources, and the ground shook or the sand flew. It was impossible for someone to be able to cast out a formation without the knowledge of himself and Moon Shadow. Senior brother, are you fooling me? What kind of person can instantly envelop this neighborhood within a formation, concealing it from the eyes of the two of us? No one. Moon Shadow voiced his judgment. Bad. Activated, it should be that someone mistakenly touched the eye of some mighty formation to activate this formation. And this formation eye is at least an immortal product. Immortal magic weapon. It left Mo Phone momentarily stunned. If you don't believe me, you can try using your own aura now. If my perception is not wrong, this formation is treacherous and eerie. The aura you release attracts the corresponding level of evil spirits. There, how evil. In doubt, Mo Phone gently raised his heavy sword behind himself. Ink blade. He raised his heavy sword and swung it out of the air, and that center melted into a dark ink stain that passed through the air. Roar, roar, roar. A giant ingrate crawls out of the ground, fat and full of holes, with bulging pupils. Without any hesitation, Mo Feng's blade slashed above the giant ghost's obese body. The ink blades were like ink, staining the body of the grievous spirit, but the latter's figure was easily split apart. Mo Feng's expression was serious. He really was in the middle of the formation without God's knowledge. And this formation revealed a hint of weirdness. Senior brother, how big is this formation in your perception? If my perception is not wrong, just now, for a moment, there was a hint of detachment between the pattern in the Huangtu village and the entire world, and then that formation began to spread along the earth's chi under our feet, and now, the entire wind and sand mouth has been enveloped by this formation. In other words, every line of cultivators who want to crystallize the Huangtu village, need to face the formation head-on. The use of any aura in it will attract the corresponding grievous spirits, the evil spirits. Mo Feng was once again deeply disturbed after hearing this, which was definitely good news for the duo protecting Ruyan Lu. After all, if no one could use aura in it, everyone would be ordinary people, and Ruyan Lu's safety factor was greatly increased. Just what kind of person could cast a spell that enveloped 100 miles around without either himself or his senior brother realizing it? He was puzzled. However, what was different from the confusion of Mo Feng and the others was, at the edge of the wind and sand mouth, a man with a head full of bandages gently placed his hand in the yellow sand in front of him, gently squeezing it. The ecstasy and exuberance in his eyes could not be suppressed. The tone was hoarse and excited. Heaven help me. God help me. This person is one of the sect masters of the corpse sect, and people in the immortal cultivation world give him the nickname, Bandage Ghost. Shin Corpse Sky. The realm had reached the middle stage of the god transformation stage. Shin Zutian dug graves, exhumed graves, and killed cultivators by him. Their bodies were refined, their flesh and blood were swallowed, and their abilities were melted to become part of himself. Like the underworld sect, the corpse sect was also an evil sect, and its reputation was slightly better than the underworld sect. In fact, when Liu Ruyan news was sent out of the Tianji Pavilion, more specific news was not entirely provided by the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion. One must know that the chaotic heavenly tribulation, at that time, even Mu Beichen did not dare to face it directly, and there was almost no one in the world who could face it directly. More specific information about Ruyan Lu was provided by a person from within the Nine Swords sect, Morong Jia. That's right, Morong Jia completely crazy, because Liu Ruyan he lost all his spirit stones, completely without any hope of cultivation, and 3 times the blow so that his whole person has been bewitched. He left the Nine Swords sect, and was bound to make Liu Ruyan suffer retribution, not by himself. Then let the people of the world, everyone knows about it, he will understand all the news, are sold to the Tianji Pavilion at a low price, which is more Liu Ruyan rendered powerful incomparable, talent demon. And not surprisingly triggered the world tends to rush. He had even bought out the porter at the sovereign's entrance and others just to get first-hand information about Ruyan Lu. Yi Chen had brought Liu Ruyan to Ganzhou, and it was him who revealed it. The piker is not guilty of a crime. Liu Ruyan, a yuaning stage with an immortal magic weapon, was a piece of fat meat in the mundane world. Die for me. Morong Jia quietly waited for news every day. He still didn't believe that there was no one under heaven and earth who couldn't kill Ruyan Lu. And having gotten the news, all the major clans, immortal domain families, good and evil factions are all gathering towards the wind and sandmouth at this moment. Shen Zutian was the one to arrive. He brought his 2 favorite disciples, Tiger, Disappointment. 2 people arrived in the night, in order to be the first to arrive. Liu Ruyan killed and refined into a corpse Dan. He had no doubt that it was definitely a great tonic. When he was about to enter the direction of Huangtu village, he was once again ecstatic as he sensed an evil spirit aura. Himself if he hadn't sensed it incorrectly. It's a formation, and it was an evil formation. If for other cultivators it was the sky falling, but one is an evil cultivator, a necromancer. The use of different skills in this formation can also attract similar grievous souls, which one can't shoot, and even kill 1 or 2 of them as a great tonic. Shin Corpse immediately entered the mouth of the wind and sand at a fast pace, and went straight to the Huangtu village. What he wants is to go in and kill Liu Ruyan. If he can find the eye of this formation, it must also be a heavenly treasure. Harvest yourself a bountiful harvest this time. Moreover, according to the intelligence, Ruyan Lu herself was only at the yuaning stage of cultivation, and her master and the rest of them were not worth mentioning at all. The only thing to beware of was the hidden secret department of the Nine-Sword Sect. However, in the formation, one was not completely sure of killing it, but one was confident of retreating in one's entire body. Chapter 121. The eyes are not right. The moon is boundless. In the middle of the night at the mouth of the wind and sandflies and ghosts flicker. Even the temperatures were lower than usual today with the wind and sand gusts. Shen Zitian and his 2 disciples, earthbound. The wind and sand filled the ground. A mound of dirt scurried towards the village of Huangtu, and Shen Zutian perceived through his soul sense that there was a yuaning stage cultivator within Huangtu village, and a group of wastes too. At this moment, he could no longer suppress his inner madness. Bandages fluttered all over his body. It's Ruyan Lu, now the daughter of a demon who can ascend at the yuaning stage. If she can be refined into a corpse pill, one's own ascension is just around the corner. Shinjintian bandages fluttered and shook from all around. Suddenly, however, all 3 stopped at the same time, only to see a man stepping out furtively in the distance next to the fence. Has it been discovered? Shen Zhuotian instantly locked his soul sense and realized that there was no aura thinning on the other party. Alchemy realm? Rubbish. Shen Zitian laughed and realized that he had been overly concerned. However, just to be on the safe side, he was still prepared to catch a tongue so he could ask Ruyan Lu how she was doing, just in case the gutter has turned. Shhhhhhh. Comfortable. Yichuan took off his pants and pissed down against the fence. I just inserted myself into the 10,000 souls, and this came out as a bubble of old piss. It was really comfortable, gurgling and bubbling, taking away the discomfort and the swelling in my abdomen. Kid, ask you something. Shen Zutian appeared behind Yi Chen with his 2 disciples. Holy! Yi Duan instinctively flung back. A trail of urine flew to Shen Zitian's body. Shen Zitian froze. The 2 apprentices behind him were also stunned. I can't believe there's still this operation. The bandages on Shen Zitian's body began to shake. This actually peed all over himself. Abstractions. This seed is going to kill this. Shen Zitian was just about to make his move when Yi Chen violently lifted his pants and stepped back, gesturing a defensive posture. You're the one who bothered me to pee. It's all your own fault. But I know Kung Fu. My master Ip Man. Ip Man? What are you 3 doing here in Huangtu village on a dark and windy night? Looking at Yi Chen's comical appearance, Shen Zitian couldn't help but laugh. This guy, I'm afraid he's not a clown? Can't you see how serious this is? Oh boy. You're funny. What do you think we're here for? Come to? I'll pull your ancestors. Shen Zitian felt that this kid was here to play with himself. This seat doesn't have time to talk more with you now. This seat asks you, do you know Ruyan Lu's identity and bottom card? If you know, this seat will leave you a whole body. Yi Chuan measured up Shen Zitian in front of him, covered in bandages, revealing a pair of black eyes, wearing a cloak, his body constantly emitting a deadly aura. What about cosplay? No wonder it was able to enter the formation of the 10,000 soul streamer. The 10,000 soul streamer is an evil sneaky immortal magic artifact. It can attract evil spirits and evil souls within 100 miles into the field, and anyone who uses Gungfu and aura will be met with a swarm of them. If it was an evil practitioner, it did have less impact. A whole corpse? Ha, do you know who I am? Yi Duan raised his volume. Who are you? Shen Zitian froze, including the tiger devourer behind him who couldn't help but be curious. After all, what Yi Duan said was in the middle of the air. Is this kid a big deal? Wind and Sand Pass. Prefect. Yi Dust. Windsor Pass? Governor? In the mundane world? Shen Zitian froze. Damn, this kid is a cutie. Not to be. Damn. This kid is just bull ting himself. Tiger. Ghost. Shen Zitian chided in a low voice. A ghostly shadow leaps out of the ground. It was a 2-meter long black tiger with sharp teeth, a face like a water basin, and black fur all over. Saliva kept dripping from the 20-centimeter long tiger's teeth. Spittle dripped down onto the ground, which niggled, and potholes eroded out of the wind and sand gouges. It was a tiger ghost, comparable to a yuaning stage demonic beast. TSK, actually being able to cycle demonic beasts. This kid has something. And on the back of the tiger ghost was a baby-sized figure, short in stature, with a fierce face and sharp teeth. His eyes looked straight at Yi Chuan with a ferocious face. Then it actually mouthed the words, "Little brother, there's something behind you." It was a ghost of a devourer. As the saying goes, to be a tiger for a tiger. This despair was the result of the human grievances that had been eaten by the tiger ghost, and instead of resenting the tiger ghost, he joined in and parasitized the tiger ghost, helping it to deceive others. obviously saying that there was something behind Yi Chen was the clumsiest deception. However, Yi Chen's attention was not on the two people at all, because Yi Chuan saw the acid that kept flowing down from the tiger ghost's mouth. It's something. It's acid. It has been of great help in its own industrialization process. Acid and alkali, chemistry, chemical raw materials are the core foundation of almost all modern industries. If there is this tiger, one might not have to refine acids in the future. Good. Yeah, this tiger disappointment still didn't know that they were trying to figure out Yi Duan's life, and Yi Duan was already trying to figure out the latter half of their bodies. At this time, Shin Corpse also saw the oddity, because this Yi Chen was actually not afraid in the slightest. Those eyes actually glowed. What's going on here? Could it be that this guy is scared out of his mind? Do it! With that, the tiger ghost violently pounced on Yi Chen. The devourer on his body was a thin hands lengthened violently, and two black shadows attacked towards Yi Duan. The black shadows flashed, and the three continued to look. Thing, give me death. Shin Corpse didn't even turn around, the waste of the chi refining stage. However, behind them came Yi Duan's shout. Hey, what's the situation? Shin Zitan turned around violently and realized that Yi Chen was standing intact. The two tiger devils were also staggered. What's the situation? Did the two of them fall short of their attack just now? Yi Chuan laughed and didn't explain too much. Instead, he looked straight at Shin Zitian, who was, on this guy, covered in bandages. Leaf Dust fumbled with his chin. If it was tough enough, maybe it could be used to make rubber, curtains, medical bandages, beds, bedding and other household items? Or maybe include the car's tension band? Yi Duan suddenly realized that he had been hasty before. Following yourself is a bunch of crap, but the person who came to pick on Ruyan Lu was definitely not. At least it's a yuaning stage. It's not half the battle to get them to work for you. Nope. Arrest them all. Mandatory work. None of them are any good after all. He or she is kind of doing God's work for him or her. Yeah, bravo. One really is a genius. Leaf Dust himself couldn't help but laugh at the thought of meat. Looking at Yi Duan looking straight at himself with a hook in his eyes reveals I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to get out of this. Shin Zutian was certain that Yi Chen's eyes just now were not an illusion. He was covered in bandages and there were still people who had such emotions towards him. Could this be true love? Snap. Shin Zitian then slapped himself in the face. Is this the time to think about that? No. The man in front of her was really coveting herself and the tiger's accomplice. I can't believe I felt the hair on my back for the first time. He was clearly nothing more than a chi refining realm waste thing, but his eyes, surveying himself actually looked like he was surveying goods. What a joke! He was a member of the corpse sect. That is, he was covered in bandages and had black pupils, and everyone who saw him or her was trembling in their souls. The timid ones even just pissed their pants and fainted. For the first time he saw a man looking at himself with eyes full of covetousness. It's like looking at a beautiful woman, the kind with no clothes on yet. Evil. Shin Zitian suddenly felt that the Yi Chen in front of him was even more evil than himself. Who the hell are you? Wind in sand mouths. Governor. Shin Zutian's right hand violently slapped at Yi Duan, and the bandage instantly lengthened by a few meters and swept over toward Yi Duan. The touch of decay. Chapter 122 Being Brothers in the 10,000 Souls. Rotten tentacles. If swept by this tentacle, it can quickly suck the opponent's flesh, blood, aura, and soul consciousness. It can be vicious. Moreover, this tentacle bandage is extremely fast, and it can also stretch, so it is difficult for ordinary people to avoid it. Death. A refining realm scumbag. Give me death. Shin Zutian fiercely exerted himself, and this time he stared at Yi Chen with a deadly stare. He didn't believe that Yi Chen could dodge it. Yi Duan did not dodge. The word Koan Earth River Car. Rumble. The ground surged, and a huge mud dragon broke through the ground, instantly blocking Shin Zitian's bandage. Shin Zitian yanked back violently, trying to retrieve the bandage. As a result, it had been crushed by the dirt, and Leaf Dust grabbed it with an overhand grip and pulled it fiercely and violently in his direction. What a powerful force! Shin Zutian was brought to Yi Chuan's heels, and Yi Chuan's fist flew to Shin Zutian's face. Rumble! Shin Zutian's body flew out like a cannonball, skidding on the sandy soil for more than 100 meters before stopping. At this time Shin Zutian was already dying. Shin Ian stood up with difficulty, looking at Yi Chen in front of him. Who the hell are you? This is the chi refining realm? Without any pre-shape to cast spells, the force of a gentle fist was hundreds of tons. It was comparable to a body refining expert of the god transformation stage. Yi Dust looked back at the tiger devourer in place. The disappointed ghost rubbed his two small slender hands together and looked at Yi Duan with a pleasing face. My lord, that devil is full of evil and deserves to die. Then he gently patted the tiger ghost on the back, seemingly looking as if he wanted to slip away. Yi Chuan laughed. That's not so bad. You guys still have a great use. I will let you redeem your sins. Redeeming the crime? Although Leaf Dust was evil, it wasn't so bad that he wanted to capture himself and his tiger devourer. There are 100 means of escaping this place by yourself. 100. I'll be back. Shin Zutian left a vicious sentence. The body's bandages began to fall, and in an instant his body transformed into countless black mosquitoes streaking off into the distance. The tiger devourer similarly vaporized his body and transformed into a black shadow. The two people originally thought they would leave. The gloomy wind is bleak. Grievous spirits wailed. Thousands of ghosts and spirits on the internet came whistling. Hundreds of ghosts walking at night. Before they could come back to their senses, the three people were already surrounded by countless layers of grievous spirits. It's not right. Something's wrong. How is this possible? Shin Zitian looked around at the evil spirits that surrounded him. The eye grudge with one eye walking on one foot. The bloodthirsty red-robed woman in a red robe with pale skin. With dark skin and evil eyes. The gourmand boy. There were also countless grievances assembled and the grievous fat man who kept hissing on his body. They surrounded themselves, looking straight at themselves. These are great evil things in the formation. Why do not they lay hands on the guy in front of them is? Why? They don't go down on you. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed out loud. It's very simple. Because the treasure that is the eye of this formation is mine. Yes you? It can't be. It's absolutely impossible. Shin Zutian couldn't believe it. This was an ancient strange formation. And the treasures in the eye of the formation were at least immortal grade, and it was an extremely evil and sneaky immortal grade artifact. Such a rushing resentment and fury. If this kid can cast it, hey, it's not too important whether it's possible or not. It's all about other things you guys need to do right now. Yi Chuan's eyes became covetous once again, and a strong bad premonition struck his heart. Yi Dust slammed his foot on the ground. In the next second, the cloudy winds roared. Countless unjust souls surged madly as if they had found a vent. Shin Zutian and Tiger Disappointment only felt a blackness before their eyes. The next moment was like falling into a bottomless abyss. Open all around are miserable screams, like countless severe ghosts hissing in the ears. All sorts of rotting stench, blood and gore, came over the place. Where is this? Tiger Disappointment's voice was trembling a bit. His illusory body seemed to be torn apart by the surrounding yin qi. It was violently transformed into a slight solidity. Shin Zitian was no better. The bandages on his body, under the erosion of this endless yin qi, even began to decay and fall off into black powder. To their horror, they realized that they were in a dimly lit space. The sky was a muddy gray, like a cloudy day that never cleared. The ground was parched and cracked, not an inch of grass. And in the distance were countless twisted black trees with black trunks that had human faces growing out of them. And they are surrounded by countless ghosts. The weak souls were like walking corpses, their eyes empty and wandering aimlessly. Some powerful souls, on the other hand, still maintain their pre-birth forms. A general spirit wearing armor and holding a lance was letting out a silent roar into the sky, saying that the square heavenly painted halberd was waving. The spirit of a richly dressed woman, holding a bloodied baby, weeping tears of blood. There were also oddly shaped spirits, some with only a single giant eyeball, others a patchwork of countless limbs that gave off a sickening odor. What the hell is this place? Tiger Despair was completely flustered. He felt like he had fallen into a giant meat grinder. Shin Zitian also forced himself to be calm, his legs trembling slightly. Himself is from the evil clan, the Corpse Clan. It was also the first time he had seen such a horrifying scene with so many severe ghosts and spirits. It was beyond his knowledge of ghosts. Could it be that we've been pulled into a mana space? Tiger Disappointment's face became even more ugly when he heard this. A magic treasure that can hold so many ghosts. What level does it have to be? Moreover, these ghosts have resentment and fury, as well. Transition realm. How many living beings must have been killed to form this? They were all from the Corpse Sect, and they had usually come into contact with many evil spells. However, compared to the mountain of corpses and sea of blood and rushing grievances in front of them, those things were simply child's play. It's him! Shen Zitian snapped out of it as he thought of the last words Jichen had said. The magic treasure of the Array's eye. It's mine. Could it be that this terrifying space is the interior of that formation eye's fabulous treasure? Tiger Despair also reacted. Master, how is this possible? That kid is clearly only in the chi refining realm. To be able to possess such a terrifying magic treasure? And to be able to manipulate such a powerful formation? Instantly, the two men got chills down their backs. But in hindsight, they were very wrong. Yi Chen wasn't any ordinary chi refining realm cultivator at all. He's a powerhouse, a superpower, and hidden extremely well. Thinking of this, Shin Zitian and Tiger Despair both felt a pang of fear. They had actually incurred such a terrifying existence. Welcome, both of you, to the 10,000 souls. A slightly concerned voice came. Shen Zutian and Tiger Despair turned their heads violently and saw Yi Chen's smiling face with a hint of teasing. He stood just a short distance away, watching the two men cheerfully with his hands behind his back. Alas, it is pitiful. This old saying, cultivate without effort, and be a brother inside the 10,000 souls. You. Shen Zitian gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Chen. He had been caught and humiliated. This was simply a strange shame. He, how do you two feel? The scenery of my 10,000 soul streamer is not bad, right? Who the hell are you? 123rd Yellow Earth Village Supernumerary. Shen Zutian forced down the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice. He knew that now was not the time to get carried away. He had to figure out Yi Chen's identity and purpose. Me? Yi Dust pointed to his nose and said with an innocent face. Didn't I say that? Feng Sha Ko, Prefect Yi Duan Ah. Bull ********. You're the ING Hammer Prefect. Shen Zitian cursed angrily, no longer able to maintain his calm. This kid playing? A prefect can possess such a terrifying magic treasure? To be able to manipulate such a powerful formation? Do you think we're 3 years old? When Yi Chen heard this, the smile on his face became even wider. Awesome. You saw that coming? He said smiling in mock surprise. Actually, I'm rather low-key and don't like to make a fuss. So, just a little bit of hiding a billion points of strength. I didn't think that you guys would find out after all. These words, in the ears of Shen Zitian and Tiger Despair, were nothing short of naked mockery. What the hell do you want? Shen Zitian didn't understand why Yi Chen was flirting with himself so much and still didn't kill himself. To only drop. The struggle between the cultivators is often a fight between you and me. Both sides are eager to instantly kill each other in seconds. As a result, was Yi Duan teasing himself? Like he himself used to tease his prey. You want to die by teasing me like a dog or cat? Right. Yi Chuan. Teasing? Yi Dust hurriedly shook his head as he looked at Shen Zitian with an expression of death. Holy, I don't have that kind of free time to waste with you. Yi Duan said and walked to Shen Zitian, reaching out and grabbing the bandage he had wrapped under his skin. I've been meaning to say for a while now. You've got a pretty good material for a bandage. Yi Duan pulled off the remaining bandages on Shen Zitian's body with one hand. Shen Zitian wanted to resist, but he realized that he couldn't move at all, as if he was bound by an invisible force. This technique of mine is called the Wind Queen's Strange Door, and in my realm, I am the king, time, space, and even rules I can control. And the scale and size of what I can control depends on my aura. What the are you trying to say? I'm not here to hear you play. Just don't struggle unnecessarily and cooperate with me. Shen Zutian opened his mouth wide, wanting to break into curses. His own hallowed mid-transformation spirit stage expert. One is as helpless as a child before this heal. He could only allow Yi Chen to drag his bandage off. The first roll of bandages was then just dragged off. 30 centimeters long, light gray, slightly wrinkled, tough and flexible. Leaf Dust took the bandage and held it with a gentle hand. Not bad for a bandage used by an expert at the Goddess of Transformation stage. And it comes with its own toxicity. Not bad, not bad. He pulled from side to side. Wash it. You can use it as medical gauze. And the tensile strength is good. You can also use it as a rope for dragging. So there are many uses for it. Ha ha. Leaf Dust was in a good mood. Well, not bad, not bad. Shen Zitian's face was blue. He felt as if he had been stripped naked. Shame on you. He was a powerful member of the Corpse Sect, a transformation god realm expert, but he had fallen to such a state. Strange shame. You. Shen Zutian stared angrily at Yi Chen, killing intent in his eyes. Take it easy, take it easy. Leaf Dust waved his hand and walked over to Tiger Disappointment again. Before that, it seemed kind of fun to look at the slime on your teeth. The tiger ghost twisted its head violently when it saw Yi Duan coming and closed its mouth. Yi Chen directly pressed down on the tiger ghost and moved its teeth, and a stone bucket appeared. Yi Chuan pressed the tiger ghost's head and pushed its teeth against the side of the stone barrel, squeezing violently. Shen Zitian, who was watching from the side, sucked in a mouthful of cool air. It's too relentless. Along the rim of the stone barrel, the acid came down, nourishing and smoking. Well, it's very acidic and corrosive. Acids can be used to make batteries, waste materials, textiles, treatments for metal surfaces. In general, a lot of uses. Shen Zutian and Tiger Disappointment were completely confused as they listened to Yi Chen's comment. They realized that Yi Chen didn't even treat them as human beings. Rather, they are treated as some kind of resource that can be utilized. Toolman. Naked toolman. This knowledge made them feel immensely humiliated and angry. Especially Shin Corpse Sky. It was always him who killed teasing others. Now that the identities were swapped, he felt that it was all of you who were humiliated. Very well, both of you. I now announce that you have become a member of my Huangtu village, Leaf Dust said in a good mood. I see that the two of you are also quite capable, so staying in Huangtu village is a good use of your talents. I can set you up with some work that I can do. For example, fellow Daoist Shin can be in charge of producing bandages, and fellow Daoist Tiger can be in charge of extracting dental mucus, food and shelter, and if you do well, you might even get paid for your work. Yi Chen's words were like a bolt from the blue that struck Shin Zitian and Tiger Despair's heads. Employment? Make them part of the village of Yellow Earth? Also responsible for producing bandages and extracting mucus? This is simply the greatest insult to them. Yi Chen, don't even think about it. Shin Zutian roared in anger as he felt that his dignity had been ruthlessly stepped on by Yi Chen. This seed would rather die than give in. Better to die than to submit? Yi Chen pulled out his ears, laughing, and you'd rather die than give in? Wake up, old man. This is not a request. This is a notice. Slowly he stepped aside and picked up a stone that looked like he had casually picked it up off the ground and tossed it in his hand. I have decided that you are now supernumeraries of Huangtu village and enjoy the same treatment as Huangtu village villagers. 9 to 5. Double time off ha. As for the pay, tentative. After arranging this task, Yi Chen said that he was really greatly conscientious. In a previous life this didn't work for 20 hours? Shin Zitian was so angry at Yi Chen's glib demeanor that he was shaking, and the anger in his chest was almost ready to explode him. He was a god transformation stage expert, but he was going to be reduced to someone else's slave? And with a bunch of mortals? It's simply a slip of the tongue. He was just about to rage again. Pop! A crisp ringing finger. Immediately afterward, two masses of black mist appeared out of nowhere and instantly coalesced into two tall ghostly creatures. The two ghostly creatures were covered in cold blue flames, with green manis on their heads, wearing worn Japanese armor, and holding rusty, ghostly head swords in their hands, with ghostly green flames burning in their eyes. Shin Zutian and Tiger Despair's original roars came to an abrupt end. Feeling the powerful pressure emanating from those two ghostly creatures, their hearts were appalled. This was actually a peak transformation stage ghost general, and there are still two. Yi Chuan could even summon such a powerful ghostly creature at will? How is this possible? These two, they're old friends of mine. Yi Chen pointed at the two ghost generals with a smile. They don't usually have much to do. They just like to help me with the, disobedient ones. The two ghost generals received Yi Chen's eye gesture and took a step forward at the same time. The ghost-headed greatswords in their hands rubbing on the ground with ear-piercing sounds. The icy killing intent instantly locked onto Shin Zitian and Tiger Despair. Shin Zitian felt like he was being pressed down by two huge mountains. His body was stiff and he couldn't move. As for Tiger Despair on the side, he originally wanted to be tough for a few moments, but at this time, when he saw these two ferocious ghost generals, he immediately wimped out, and the ghost of the Devourer's eyes chased a turn, piled up a fawning smile and said to Yi Chen, Yi Duan, actually I think what you said makes sense. It would be our honor to serve Lord Yi Duan. You see, my master is an expert at the god transformation stage, and even though he's a bit injured now, he still has no problem doing some physical work, manufacturing bandages. Well, I can look into that and try to make softer and stronger bandages. Extracting mucus, this is even easier, guaranteed in large quantities. The ghost of the Devourer spoke while secretly observing Yi Chen's expression, fearing that he would say something wrong and cause a killing. Oh, but I'm useless. Why don't you let me go? Not bad for a ghost. Now it's even playing itself as it should. Useless people. I usually just kill them. The disappointed ghost was scared to death. I'm useful. Lord Yi. I know all the secrets of my master and the tiger ghost. So much. I'll tell you all. My master was a eunuch before his time, and he practiced corpse sect in order to receive his treasure back. Tiger ghost loves to lick his own ass, and he loves to eat. Big blowout. Gee, that's an absolute hell of a mole. I can still be the overseer. Overseer, making sure they don't stop working. Shen Zhu Tian, Tiger Ghost? Chapter 124 Making Towels. Seeing that the two men were still in shock, Yi Duan didn't care. What he wanted now was efficiency. Efficiency. There's no time to rant with two brothers. Yi Chen nudged his mouth towards the two peak god transformation stage ghost generals. What are you waiting for? Get to work. The two ghost generals led the way and didn't nag. This seat will not yield to you. Shen Zitian struggled. Yi Chen, on the day I get out, I'm going to slaughter the entire Huangtu village. I'll make the entire Huangtu village pay in blood. It was a strange shame for him, a spirit transformation stage cultivator, to be treated like an animal. Alas, Yi Chen shook helplessly. Brother, you're undergoing labor reform in the 10,000 soul streamer. You don't think that you can still go out, do you? Shin Zitian had just screamed twice. The bandages on his own body were roughly ripped off by the ghost general, like a young daughter-in-law being stripped of her clothes, like a pumped-up toilet roll. Grunt. all in all it's light. Hiss. Shen Zitian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Although his body was no longer in pain, this feeling of being stripped of his clothes, it was more unbearable for him than the physical pain. Shame. Shame on you. He was a man. And he was actually stripped of his bandages by two ghost generals. At this moment, Shen Zitian actually developed a trace of aggression within his heart and wanted to cry. Tiger Disappointment's side is no better. The ghost general pinched the tiger ghost's chin, forcing him to open his mouth and press it against the side of the stone bucket. Vom dash. Tiger Disappointment let out a hard, dry heaving sound, tears coming to his eyes. It didn't want to secrete mucus, but this ghost general's hands were really rough and squeezed hard. Ye Dust stood on the side, his hands clasped on his chest, smiling as he watched the scene, and commented on it every now and then. Egu, old Shen, this bandage of yours is of good quality, quite sturdy. Tiger Disappointment. Push harder. Look at your efficiency. It's like squeezing toothpaste. Soon, the ground was littered with whole dozens of meters of bandages. The stone bucket was also filled to the brim with slime. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, but then gave an order. You guys continue 9 to 5 every day. Don't stop. Shen Zitian looked at his empty body with gray skin underneath, and then looked at Tiger Disappointment's twisted face. He hates, but his eyes soon went cold. Yi Duan, you like to be a saint? And you like to make some bull establishment for the people of Huangtu village. On their own bandages, there is corpse poison. Even Yuaning stage cultivators can turn into a puddle of pus when they come into contact with it. As for ordinary people, dead, all dead. After Yi Duan put away the bandages and acidic slime, he prepared to return to Huangtu village to study it properly. By the way, you guys are kind of supernumeraries in Yellow Earth village. So well, our people will not forget you for your contribution. And this, you keep. Look at your contributions. Ha ha ha. Saying that, Yi Chen placed a huge stone in front of the two men. Spirit Mirror Stone. Injected with aura can see the scene of other areas. Yi Chuan had already decided that the objects produced by this high-ranking cultivator were unattainable. Hire a few supernumeraries yourself. This spirit realm stone is considered to be a relief for them. Likewise, rehabilitating prisoners has to show them value. Show them that they are not trash. Let them be useful to society. And the huge spirit realm stone in front of Yi Chen was aimed at his own Huangtu village. Huangtu village's small workshop. The square. Shen Zitian looked at the spirit realm stone in front of him, which was a reflection of the small workshop and square of Huangtu village. He had evil eyes. Tomorrow morning, he would be able to see the entire Huangtu village, turned into blood. Yi Duan, you go regret it. The next morning, the chickens crowed 3 times. Shen Zitian hadn't slept all night, and he finally saw Yi Chen appear in the spirit realm stone. He couldn't wait to see Yi Chen regret it. Only Yi Chen stretched his lazy waist and cheerfully took the bandage and came to Liu Ruyan's front. Ruyan, can you detoxify the corpse poison on it? Corpse poison? Detoxify your own corpse poison? Ha ha ha. Letting a Yuaning stage cultivator detoxify his own corpse poison. Yi Chuan, you are. Wait a minute. Shen Zitian looked at the stunning woman in the picture and suddenly had a stunned expression. This woman. Could it be the legendary Yuaning stage that triggered the ascension heavenly tribulation of the ancient wonders? Ruyan Liu? If it was someone else, Yuaning stage to solve their own corpse poison would never be possible. But if it was Liu Ruyan, fruity. Liu Ruyan stretched out her slender hands, and green lotuses surged out from her palms. The green lotus bloomed and merged into the bandage, and the originally grayish-white bandage was entwined by countless vibrant green vines. Sure enough, it's her. Shen Zitian hated it so much that he gritted his teeth. Is this the gold content of the unparalleled genius? Tiger Ghost, Master. This girl can cure your corpse poison? This is the wood origin power she has. Give her time. She should be able to. As a result, in the next second, the gray bandage wrapped by the green vines became snow white, crystal clear and even shiny. The corners of Shen Zutian's mouth twitched. Tiger Ghost, where's some of the promised time? Shen Zutian felt a hint of frustration. Was this a genius? Of course, what made it even harder for him was that his plot had failed. In the spirit mirror stone, Liu Ruyan curiously picked up a snow-white bandage that had been washed by the light of the green lotus. Master, what are these things for? Ruyan Liu had a confused look on her face. Shen Corpse also instantly perked up. Right. Ye Dust had expended such tremendous energy, financial resources, and even went so far as to use immortal magic weapons to apprehend himself. Let the wondrous Liu Ruyan purify the corpse poison. He's going to use these bandages. For what? This is good stuff. Ruyan, Leaf Dust laughed. Give that bandage a hard yank. Pull up. Look. This stuff, it's absorbent and hard-wearing. Perfect for towels and rags. Think about it. Our Huangtu village. Every family, who does not have a need to wipe tables and stools? Towels and rags? Towels and rags? When Ye Duan mouthed the towel and rag, Shin Corpse's eyes widened into bronze bells. Leaf Dust stripped himself naked so he could use his bandages as a towel and rag? Ye Duan. %. And asterisk. Shin Zitian cursed words that were too dirty and directly blocked them. He points to break the defense. The defensive and attacking moves condensed by his own god transformation stage expert. He actually used them as towels and rags. 10,000 grass mud horses raced past in Shin Zitian's heart. Shin Zitian forced himself to calm down. Liu Ruyan, now the world's wonders of the world, know their own ideas of this oddball master. Consume a lot of aura to purify the corpse. Poison bandage must be furious. However, in the spirit mirror stone, Liu Ruyan blinked her big clear eyes and immediately let out praise and adoration. Woozer. Master. This is also fantastic. Hearing Liu Ruyan's reply, Shin Zitian's entire body was petrified on the spot. That's great. 2. Used a lot of his own aura to purify the corpse poison just to make rags and towels. My god? Big sister. Are you the most talented person in Tian Yuan continent today? Because bandages make towels and rags. This says fantastic. For a moment, Shin Zitian was petrified. Chapter 125 Village Appearance. He suddenly felt like crying. Yi Chuan slapped his thighs, with an expression of a child can be taught. Of course it's more than that. Look at this bandage. Cut into small pieces. Sew an edge. What a great towel. From now on, we in Huangtu village will use this high-grade product, which is clean and hygienic. Shin Zitian felt like he was going to black out. He was a god realization stage cultivator, a mighty man who had overrun a party, and his personal bandage had to be reduced to a rag for mortals to wipe their faces? It was a travesty of his dignity, a complete denial of his existence. And Ruyan, these leftover edges can't be wasted. Cut into small squares and use them as dust rags to wipe down tables and benches. How nice! Make the best use of what you've got. Ruyan Lu hid a light smile and nodded her head vigorously. Master is so wise. Looking at Yi Chen with a face full of admiration, he said as he continued to start purifying up the corpse poison. Yi Duan continued to add, and bandages are also good for stopping bleeding and fixing bruises. This family makes bandages that work great. Ruyan Lu sniffed and nodded thoughtfully again. Well then, don't worry master. Ruyan has already cleaned up the corpse poison and is now cutting it into towels right away. Ruyan Lu pulled out a long sword from her space. Shin Zitian stared at the picture in the spirit mirror stone, watching Liu Ruyan take his shroud and start cutting it like a tailor. Only Liu Ruyan's jade fingers flipped, and spiritual energy was injected into the flying sword, emitting a buzzing soft sound. This is the Green Lotus sword technique. Imperial swordsmanship to be a tailor? She's not, really, going to make towels and rags out of her bandages. Shin Zitian was really going to cry. Liu Ruyan first laid the entire bandage flat on the stone table, then used her spiritual energy to condense into an invisible ruler, measuring the dimensions precisely. The imperial sword then traveled. Click, click, click. Crisp sword energy echoed through the small workshop, cutting evenly across the bandages. Cut a long strip of bandage into uniformly sized squares. Some were cut into palm-sized squares, and the edges were carefully locked by Liu Ruyan with spiritual power to prevent stripping. Some are cut into smaller lengths and neatly stacked. Liu Ruyan's cutting speed is extremely fast. Not long, the stone table is piled up with various sizes of towels and rags. Tourniquets. Shin Zitian looked at all this and covered his eyes with his hands, unable to bear to look at it. His body began to tremble slightly, aggravated, in pain. After breaking defense, it was a sign of anger to the core. He couldn't take it. Absolutely unacceptable. He had gone to great lengths to cultivate, to seek power, to seek immortality. And for what? Is it to be a rag to wipe the asses of the villagers of Huangtu village? Is it to stop the bleeding of those ickle mortals? It was a mockery of his lifelong quest, an insult to his existence. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Shin Zitian's mouth. His eyes were crimson as he stared dead at Yi Chen in the spirit mirror stone. Yi Duan, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to break you into pieces. He completely broke his defense. The Taoist heart of many years collapsed and disintegrated at this moment. All of his reasoning, all of his calmness, was shattered by Yi Chen's seemingly casual, but actually heart-executing arrangement. Tiger disappointment was shivering on the side, although it also felt suffocated. It hadn't reached the level of Master's collapse. After all, it was just a tiger ghost with a thick skin and a relatively high tolerance for such things. But Shin Zutian was different. He used to be at a level comparable to the vice sect leader of the corpse sect, a high-level transfiguration stage cultivator who possessed a formidable status and power. Just this, Yi Dust is indeed too inhuman. I can't believe I'm using the master's bandage as a towel. Yi Chen seemed to have heard Shin Zitian's angry roar and waved his hand in the direction of the spirit mirror stone, still wearing that beatific smile on his face. Old Shan This bandage of yours is really effective. Ha ha ha. Look how much you've contributed. In the future, the villagers of Huangtu village, using your bandages to wipe their faces, how grateful they must be to you. That's a good thing to do for the good of the world. Yi Chen's words were like pouring oil on the fire, causing Shen Zitian's anger to intensify. He felt every inch of flesh and blood inside him burning, every nerve pulsing. He couldn't wait to immediately rush out of the 10,000 soul streamer, tear Yi Chen into pieces, and then raze the entire Huangtu village to the ground. The picture of the spirit mirror stone continues. Ruyan Lu put the cut towels and tourniquets in different categories, then looked up at Yi Chen. Master, I send it to the villagers now? Yi Duan rubbed his hands together and nodded with a smile. Towels, just free to the villagers to use. Damn, a group of unruly people dirty, look annoying. As for this rag, well, according to the points, in the future, everyone made a shared. There are points for rags. This tourniquet is even more important. You keep it for now, for the master to use it freely and wonderfully later. Ruyan Lu once again. Elena looked adoringly at her master and gently responded. Yes nah, master. When Shen Zitian heard this, he only felt his eyes darken and almost fainted. Free distribution? Points exchange? Own magic? Yi Chuan actually intended to make the best use of his bandages and maximize their value. The defense item that one has vomited his heart and soul and consumed his fury to smelt out, actually let this work so well. Shen Zutian broke his defense, which was even worse than killing him. He roared, Yi Duan dog thief. This seat and you are irreconcilable. Unfortunately, Shen Jintian hissed. Yi Duan couldn't hear him. Next, Shen Zitian saw an old man with a stooped body and a face full of folds walk in. The dead old man, that would be the village chief. Li Go cheerfully came to Yi Chen. Since coming to Yi Duan Huangtu village, although Lord Yi Duan is mouth-to-mouth an unruly people, but to everyone is really nothing to say. Millet porridge every day is enough, and in this chaotic world, it's already comparable to a bodhisattva. And what a mouthful of wells for everyone. There is something to look forward to. Now that he heard Yi Chen summon everyone, Li Go was all energized. Old man Li, gather the dilettantes and tell them that this governor has a big announcement to make. Li Go's eyes lit up when he heard this. Big deal? Is there meat again? He quickly nodded his head and hailed. Alright, Lord Yi. You wait a moment. I'll go now. Li Go's legs were quite sharp, and in no time, he brought all the villagers of Huangtu village to the open space in the center of the village. The villagers were crowed. A black and gray face. Leaf Dust was once again sure that it was true that they needed to be cleaned. It's a bit of a strange job, but at least it's filling. Yi Duan looked at the ragged villagers in front of him, and his face became a bit angry. The heart didn't make much of a ripple. He cleared his throat. Folks and fathers, what about today? This lord has brought you a little gift. With that, he made a wink towards Sun Wen and Sun Wu. Sun Wen and Sun Wu immediately understood, and one of them walked out holding a large stack of cut small squares of scarves. These small squares of scarves were precisely cut from Shen Zitian's bandages. The villagers looked at the white fabrics with puzzled expressions on their faces. What the hell is this? Leaf Dust smiled as he picked up a square scarf and shook it in his hand. The villagers looked at each other. Finally, it was Li Go who carefully asked, Immortal, is this cloth? That's right. Yi Duan nodded. This is good stuff. It's called a towel. It's perfect for washing your face and wiping away sweat. With that, he scooped a ladle of water from a nearby bucket of fetched water in front of the crowd, then soaked the towel and wrung it out. Watch this. Yi Duan signaled Sun Wu to use it. Sun Wu dipped a towel in water and rubbed it vigorously against his face, and after a moment's effort, Sun Wu put down the towel. Sure enough, it was a lot cleaner. See, isn't it much cleaner? The villagers took a closer look, and it was true. All of Sun Wu was 2 or 3 years younger. Alright, you unruly people, dirty every day, seriously affecting the appearance of my Huangtu village. So, one day each, and when you get back, wash your dirty faces well. Understand? Understood. Thank you, Lord Yi. Is this a wash? I'll try it. Within the spirit mirror stone, the tiger ghost looked at his Shin corpse sky and exclaimed, Master, why have you fainted? Chapter 126 Establishment of the Militia. Gosh, this fabric is so soft. Yeah, it's so nice to rub on your face. I used to wipe a handful of it on my sleeve, where it was so good. The governor is a great man. The villagers slammed the bandages on their own faces as hard as they could. Everyone used to be rough and dehydrated. Now enough fresh water and a resilient towel? In a short while, the villagers, who had washed their faces, had a new glow on their faces. The dirt was wiped away from his face, which had been gray and puffy, revealing his original complexion. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the refreshed villagers in front of him. Well, not bad. it finally looks a lot better. He walked over to Li Go and tapped him on the shoulder. Old man Li, from now on, you have to supervise everyone washing their faces every day. This governor will not spare him. Anyone who doesn't wash it will have his food docked. Li Go hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Who would dare not to wash their face when they can have such a nice towel? The key, of course, is the buckled rice. In the spirit mirror stone, Shin Zitian stared deadpan at the jubilant villagers in the picture. Oh, a bandage for this seat. Surely it's good to see a bunch of ants so happy over a piece of his shroud? Hearing the praise for the towel from the villagers' mouths, Shin Zitian's heart, which was originally burning with anger, actually calmed down a little. This fabric is so soft and it's so nice to rub on your face. It used to be a wipe on the sleeve. Nonsense. That's my aura condensing. Shin Zitian once again raised his head proudly. It's a big deal to use it to wipe the faces of these mortals. However, hearing their heartfelt praise, Shin Zitian's heart, surprisingly, rose a strange feeling. Is that an illusion of being recognized, of being needed? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at the villagers who were washing their faces with his shroud with complicated eyes. There was no way for himself to get out now, or he still wouldn't spare Yi Chen. Just a little bit. That dog thief Yi Chuan. He definitely wouldn't let go. At the same time, Shin Zitian developed even greater confusion as to why Yi Chen wanted to help this group of ordinary villagers. Is there a descendant of his in there? According to Ruyan Lu's talent and his Yi Chuan's ability, he was completely able to live nourishingly in this heaven and earth, in the spirit realm stone, only to see Li Go once again bumblingly come to Yi Chuan, smilingly rubbing his hands. My lord, the men you asked for have been brought to you. Will you see what they do with it? With a wave of his hand, a group of people poured out behind him. It's called a surge, but it's more like being driven out. Shin Zitian through the spirit mirror stone, interestedly surveyed this group of new hard brothers and sisters. These people, rather than people, are humanoid rag heaps. The rags were all black, and some didn't even have shoes. Stepping barefoot on the dirt floor, the hair was a mess, tangled like a bird's nest and so greasy it reflected. His face was even dirtier, unable to distinguish his original skin color. Only a crisscross of mud marks could be seen. They were all yellow and thin, with deep-set eyes and high cheekbones. A complex mix of sweaty, earthy, and unidentifiable rancid smells emanated from the armpits, and from the feet. Some of them have ticks on them. Fleas. It's real. Bottom of the barrel. Struggling to survive drifters. This time, Shin Corpse was once again sure that this Yi Chen just wanted to be a saint. A living Buddha. This kind of straggler wants it. As a result, the corners of Yi Duan's mouth twitched and goosebumps rose. Thought about miserable. Didn't think about how to be miserable. This group of people don't meet their standards at all except for being the right age. It was a problem to afford a hoe, let alone plow a field. Li Go, is this the militia team you found for me? Damn it, what is this militia team that he is looking for? What is this that Li Go has found for himself? Li Go's body trembled, and the smile on his face stiffened for a moment. Then he replaced it with a bitter expression. My lord, you also know that our Huangtu village, that's a notoriously poor and remote place where birds don't. Who wants to come this way? These are all nearby stragglers and some beggars who just can't survive. I've done my best to find these people. As he spoke, he secretly observed Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm the displeasure in his heart. Never mind. It's better than nothing. Yi Duan pointed at Huangtu village and said, have them run around the village 5 times. Yi Duan pointed to the crooked circle of fences on the outskirts of Huangtu village. After the run, go to the well and wash yourself. Wash it clean. Then, go to Sun Moon and register. And finally eat rice porridge. Those stragglers looked at me and I looked at you. A blank look on their faces. Running? A bath? And register? They had all come because they had heard that there was millet to eat. And now that they had heard about Yi Duan's arrangement, they were slightly bewildered. Li Go hurriedly yelled at them. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear the words of the governor? Go now. With Li Go's reminder, the stragglers woke up as if in a dream, and began to move their feet with fear and trembling. The group of people circled the village of Huangtu and began to run askew. They were slow, one might even say scooting, and within a few steps they were panting and sweating, but no one dared to stop, for fear of angering the governor Sama, who just didn't look like he could be messed with. After all, he didn't look like a very nice person to talk to. And that was the governor who could hold the power of life and death over them with a word. In front of the spirit mirror stone, Shin Zitian looked at the stragglers who were running hard on the dirt ground. This bunch of waste, it's a waste to refine them into corpse parasites for themselves. Yi Duan actually accepted it as it was. Sure enough, likes to be a bodhisattva. After running 10 laps, each of those stragglers was as wet as if they had been fished out of the water, puffing and panting like a cow. It feels like everyone is dying. Ye Duan silently watched the group of stragglers from the side. At least it'll hold up. Call them dishes. They are all bamboo-like and dirty. But surviving also means a hard life and being able to build. They lined up and made their way to the well at the head of the village. The villagers didn't look kindly on the uninvited guests, but in the way of Yi Chen's order, buckets of well water were still brought up in front of them. A group of stragglers began to wolf down the water straight away. Gollum, drink your fill and wash yourself down with the cold well water. Dirty black water ran along the feet of the stragglers. One by one, they were changed into the clothes of the villagers of Huangtu village, most of them in the style of an older woman. It was only then that the group of people came back to Sunwon to start registering their names. Zhang Sanli Si, Wang Er Ma Zi, a name that sounded passerby at first glance was registered after. Sun Wu cooked rice porridge for a group of people. Seeing the rice porridge, the group's eyes finally glowed. Finally a warm meal. 5 hours later, these 30 stray airheads were concentrated at the entrance of the village. It's always slightly more human than before. Yi Chen appeared with his hands behind his back, yawning slowly. Good. It looks less obtrusive after all. Yi Chen also directly stated their roles without any nagging. The task you have to do is very simple. The purpose of you coming to Huangtu village is to protect the safety of the people of Huangtu village, and you have to guard the territory of my Huangtu village. The first task for all of you is simple, fight bandits. What? Fighting bandits? My lord, you are not joking, are you? When these words came out, a group of people, legs and stomachs had begun to shiver. Some people directly covered their stomachs. Ouch lord, my stomach hurts. Are you kidding me? The people here, most of them can't even feed themselves as stragglers to fight and kill bandits? Which one of the bandits is not a tall horse? Fierce? Isn't that sending them to their deaths? In the spirit realm stone. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Shen Zitian froze, then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, fight the bandits. Holy, fight the bandits. Tiger Ghost, did you hear what this lunatic Yi Duan said? Do these crooked people know how to hold a sword? Chapter 127, The Fate of Griffins. Shen Zutian looked at the group of crooked stragglers on the stage. Unable to help himself, Yi Duan was completely whimsical. The sky is the limit. Ha ha ha, with this bunch of softies? Let them fight bandits? In Shen Zitian's eyes, even ordinary cultivators did not have any qualifications to utilize. Yi Duan actually expended a lot of energy and time on being the bottom of a group of ordinary people. Tiger Disappointment was also silent, but his expression said it all. Yi Duan's order was really a bit absurd. He looks like he just came down from Spirit Mountain. I think. In front of the Spirit Mirror Stone, Shen Zitian waited to see Yi Chen's joke. Yi Chen didn't say much as he walked to the ring and looked at the group of stragglers below. Dignity is only above the blade of the sword. Truth is only within cannon range. If he just wanted to really help Huangtu village develop and utilize the power in the secular world to overthrow the Golden Kingdom, then he had to have an armed force of his own. So the construction of a militia belonging to the village of Huangtu was imperative. Yi Duan believed that people could be molded by their environment, and a strong army needed not only weapons and equipment, but also steel-like will and true faith. It was important to realize that in his former life in the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom army was the only army in the world that had entered the capital city without burning and looting. In Yi Dust's opinion, a leaf knows the autumn, because the Dragon army truly carries the will of ordinary people, and from that moment on, it is only a matter of time before the Dragon Kingdom becomes strong and takes off again. And he himself also built the team of Huangtu village. Yi Duan did not expect them to be as iron-blooded and tough as the Dragon Kingdom army, but they should have a spine of their own. And now, one has to build up their fighting spirit, take their broken spines, their destroyed wills, and mold them back together. Yi Chen swept his gaze over the group of stragglers in front of him. They were dressed in rags. Their faces were yellow and thin, but their faces were clean. Yi Chen raised his own volume, and at this moment, Yi Chen's eyes were as sharp as a falcon's. His tone steepened. Some of you are here because of the disaster in your hometown. Some people are harshly taxed and cornered. Others, because of banditry, have lost their loved ones and their homes. Sounds like you're all pathetic. These are the lives of your kind. Lives. Yi Duan looked at the people on the stage. Calamity, backstabbing, and abandonment. Anyone who became a straggler was bound to carry pain and despair on their body. Those past events were like maggots on their bones, gnawing at their souls at all times. They are uprooted from their homes. They are uprooted from their homes. They are underfed and underclothed. They live on, like maggots and cockroaches. Just like the food chain, they are the lowest end of the food chain, and they don't have any other choice but to be slaughtered. Each one knew very well that they had come here for that bowl of rice porridge. Your lowly lives, you have no choice at all. Clans, cultivators, dynasties, nobles, landowners, officials. Which one can't ride on your heads? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed. He had a look of disdain in his eyes, as ugly as the general ugly faces of the people Yi Chen spoke of above. The kind of look that pained and tormented everyone in the room, yet they were powerless to refute it. That's right, all this is their life? But, Yi Chen suddenly changed his words and looked at the stragglers below with a frivolous tone. Fellow cockroaches? On what grounds? I would like to ask you, by what right are these your lives? Why do you have to live like maggots to be eaten? Why can't you be the ones who eat meat? Yeah. On what grounds? On what grounds? The eyes of everyone present revealed bewilderment, pain and deep confusion. That pain of being bullied, deprived of a wife, watching a loved one die helplessly, abandoned. Why them? Leaf Dust answered their questions. Simply, because you don't deserve it. You never had the courage or the opportunity to fight for what was yours. But now, you have the one and only chance you'll ever have in your lives. Yi Chen swept his gaze over everyone present. Now, each of you will have the opportunity, by choice, to join the Yellow Earth Villagers' soldiers. Yi Duan's tone became low and deep, his language revealing some kind of magical magic. It's as if he's telling a story about a future that's about to happen. You can fight for yourselves. You can gain everything you have never gained. Dignity, character, wealth and respect from others. You get to personally avenge yourselves on the enemy who took everything from you, and take back what is yours. For once in your lives, and only once in your lives, I, Fengsha County Governor, Yi Duan, assure you that Huangtu Village is just the beginning. Yi Duan looked at the stragglers present, each with a short sword placed in front of them. Yi Duan gave them a choice. The environment could influence and change people, but not everyone. Now make your choice. Cut off your damn long, braided hair with your knives and you can join the militia of the village of Huangtu. And the rest of you cowards, get the hell out of here. Inside the 30 stragglers, each of them looked straight at Yi Duan. Cut off their braids? Long hair? In this day and age, most people still think in terms of how can you cut off your body from your parents. But if you can eat rice porridge, maybe you can really get everything that Yi Chen said? Within the 30 men, one of them, a young man, who was the first to step forward quickly and without any hesitation, cut off his long hair with a short knife. Yi Chuan noticed that one of his eyes was a muddy gray. One eye? The young men's eyes blazed at Yi Duan, and one after another. Some took a step forward, perhaps to eat, perhaps to cut off their own ate-up lives. 25 people ended up cutting off their long hair. The remaining 5 men left the village of Huangtu in ashes. Looking at the backs of the 5 people leaving, Li Go went up and asked, Lord Yi, Yi Chen shook his head. Tell them to get lost. I don't want trash, said Yi Chen as he looked at the young man in front of him. One eye, my lord, what's your name? Leon. The young man immediately fell to his knees. Very well, Leon, from today, is the captain of the militia. Now, you are to begin a month-long special training program. Understood, my lord. Yi Chen rebuked in a loud voice. Don't call me lord. From today onwards, your answers will only be yes or no. Also, don't call me lord. If there's anything going on, it's not lord you need to call. It's report. Yes, Leon responded in a loud voice. The teenager responded, with a growl and defiance. He looked at Leaf Dust with rolling eyes. Yes, he believed it. He believed this absurd promise of Yi Chen. They, a bunch of stragglers, can change their lives. Chapter 128 Leon's Memory. Leon looked at Yi Duan. Adult. No, it's Governor Yi. Leon looked at Yi Duan and listened to him hiss and question them. His eyes glowed and burned. A strong sense of resignation grew within him. Leon's only memory of his childhood is 2 words. Hunger. That feeling of hunger that his stomach could never be filled. The burning of the fire. The incessant squirming of his stomach was seared into his bones. The first thought that came to him when he was shown all of it was whether he could eat it or not. So every time, he licked the rice gruel from Huangtu village clean. Most of those painfully dark memories are blurred. Only one memory was seared into his mind. The day the village was looted by mountain bandits. He hid under the hearth and covered his mouth to escape with his life. The 2 mountain bandits sliced the hen's neck with their knives and threw it onto the campfire with a laugh. At that moment, Leon covered his mouth as hot tears kept flowing down his dirty cheeks. The chickens that my father and mother regarded as their lives. The hens that everyone in the family fed with all the food they had. He'd forgotten how many times he and his brother had rumbled with hunger, but still had to feed the chaff to it. Even after my brother got sick, my father looked at the hens instead of my brother. It was the family's only possession, and my father said that when the hens grew up in the coming spring and had eggs to hatch more chicks, the family would have money. The parents valued that hen more than their own lives. Yes, he then witnessed the 2 mountain thieves laughing and giggling, gently slicing the hen's neck with a woodchopper and throwing it inside the campfire. After a subsequent bite, one of them spat out a mouthful. Yuck! It's undercooked and smells like a bloody mess. Ha ha, then take it back and feed it to the dogs. He didn't understand. He had a hard time. He was in pain. Why the whole family had suffered so much and had poured their hearts out. Something valued more than life. They can kill so hastily. He even looked at it for so long that he caused himself to be blinded in one eye. Even if more than 10 years have passed. He blurred the scene when his parents were killed. And he forgot about the mountain thieves who burned the entire village amidst the strange cries of the mountain thieves in the roaring fire. And yet, I still remember the two men killing the hen, roasting it over the campfire, and tearing into the chicken before one of them spit it out onto the ground like garbage, and then took the large chunks back to feed the dog. That day, after Leon climbed out of the stove, he picked up the spit-out raw chicken pieces and shoved them hard inside his mouth, chewing hard. The fishy flavor of the meat spreads through your mouth. Yummy, so yummy. Click, click. Bone crumbs and grease flavors spread through the mouth. It's good. It's really good. He covered his face and bawled. There is no home for myself. From that day on, Leon learned the truth that people are not the same. And when Ye Duan said all that on the stage, he once again awakened the memory of that day when the village was plundered and two mountain bandits ate the pheasant. On what grounds? Why should these be their lives? Why should they live like maggots? At the mercy of others? Why can't they be the ones to eat the meat? Powerful humiliation and resentment made him join the militia without any hesitation by cutting off his long hair with a short knife. Remembering back to the present, Lord Yi in the ring didn't describe too much, but waved his hand to signal the people in front of him to follow him. Liang and the remaining 24 people left the clearing. They arrived at Huangtu village. Everyone, form a line. Leaf Dust ordered. 25 men, quickly lined up, crooked and uneven. Leaf Dust frowned. Everyone, stand still for me. Leon, step out. Yes. Leon walked out and Ye Duan made his move. Yi Chuan closed his legs tightly, clasped his hands tightly on both sides of his thighs, and shouted with an upright posture. Military posture. All men, stand at attention. Whoosh. Everyone led by Leon clumsily mimicked Yi Chen standing up in military posture. Leon, regulate everyone as I have done. For half an hour. Yes, Liang answered in a loud voice. He didn't understand Ye Duan's intentions, but he had a whole new understanding of this prefect today. What he needs is absolute obedience. There were no extra thoughts, just standing. It's a move that seems simple, but is actually very abrasive. Sweat ran down the group of stragglers, and their arms began to ache and tingle, twitching and aching, but no one dared to say a word. It was because the pressure emanating from Yi Chen was very different. Another reason was that quite a few of them were looking forward to that millet porridge and the life described by Yi Chen. Even Liang felt that this half hour was exceptionally long. After half an hour had passed, Yi Chen walked to the front of the crowd, at ease. The militia then dared to relax. The next drill has only one event. Running, 5 laps around the village of Huangtu. Ye Duan didn't explain, but just said in a cold voice, around Huangtu village, run 5 laps. Those who can't finish running, no dinner. Dinner? Leon, here. At Ye Duan's order, Leon nodded his head and took the lead to run out. Leon and the others followed close behind and began to run around Huangtu village. Leon didn't have any doubts. He just ran with the stragglers behind him. If running could change his destiny, he could run forever. This was simple training for Ye Duan. This group of stragglers were too weak. The most crucial thing was that Yi Chen needed to incorporate the concept of military training and rules into their minds. Only an army that truly had rules and obeyed orders could truly win. Obedience is absolutely ironclad. These don't come out of thin air, but physical fitness, group exercise, obedience, a little bit of training. It's a combination of the will and the flesh. At this time, the women of Huangtu village who were chewing the cud were in a completely different tone and demeanor. At the head of them is Mrs. Zhang. What is Lord Governor doing? Running with a bunch of beggars? I heard it was a militia team? I think it's more like a callow squad. These outsiders know how to eat our rice gruel and drink our well water. Your Honor is so confused. Yes, for the villagers of Huangtu village, they don't like this militia team. They not only want to eat rice porridge, but also drink well water. Seeing that the days of Huangtu village have just gotten better. This is another group of vampires that have come. That's why the villagers of Huangtu village didn't have any good looks for this group of stragglers. Especially the rice porridge. Everyone is a village woman. Older women. That can eat much? This group of stragglers can all be young guys in their 20s and 30s. And that's a lot of food. No, everyone's rice porridge was noticeably thinner at lunch. Many people aimed their spears at the group of stragglers. Chapter 129 Betting on the Militia, which no one favors. Inside the 10,000 souls, Spirit Mirror Stone Shinkorp Sky looked at the image in the mirror and shook his head once again. He originally thought that Yi Chen had some 1,000-year plan for imprisoning himself and Tiger Ghost. The result? It actually helped the villagers of Huangtu village. A bunch of losers. Humph. That was boring. Running with a bunch of dirtbags? Is this what he calls training? Shen Zitian shook his head. It's a waste of time. In Shen Zutian's eyes, this group of stragglers were all weak wastes in their bones. The slightest bit of real danger and you're still running like hell? Master, do you mean that Yi Chen is not helping in this way? Ha ha. Shen Zutian laughed. Tiger Ghost, you've followed me for so long. Don't you understand what kind of peeves the cultivators and mortals in the world are? Ha ha. Each one of them has a mouth full of righteousness and justice, but inside they are harboring dirt. Tell me, how many human cultivators know of this seat's cultivation and aren't trembling and betraying their Taoist friends, disciples, to mete out a life? Hearing this, Tiger Ghost agreed. Cultivators under the sky are all masters of bullying, let alone mortals in the mundane world. Shen Zitian was just about to continue waving his hand. The ghost general pressed down on his head and slammed it into the ground with a thud. It smashed out a huge crater in the ground like a dump cake. Go on, get to work. Asterisk. Got it. Shen Zutian covered his head and continued to start smelting up the bandage with his own fury. Over here, the figure of Yi Chen, who had finished his training, suddenly appeared within the 10,000 soul streamer. Shen Zitian raised his head. Why are you free to come to my place, Lord Prefect? Yi Duan cheerfully walked up to Shen Zitian. Old Shen, you've done a good job with the bandage towel. It's very effective. That's very efficient. Way to go. Ha ha. The corners of Shen Zutian's mouth twitched. Damn. This Yi Duan's speech is really cheap. Thanks for the compliment. Still, I did make some contribution than wasting time training a bunch of losers. Yi Chen's eyes stared and smiled. Old Shen, do you mean that this group of people are trash? Shen Zutian had a confused expression, then released a laugh. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, you're really pretending to be confused when you're trying to understand. You mean you make this group of stragglers run and shout a few slogans every day? You expect them to protect Huangtu village? It's a joke. Yi Chuan, I know you must have stayed moldy in your cave and had nothing to do, so you came down the mountain to be a saintly living Buddha. Ha ha, but I'll tell you what, all the people in this world are of the same mold. Is that right? Yi Duan looked at Shen Zitian's confident expression. You don't believe that this group of them will become an army? The Iron Guard? Put. Shen Zitian laughed. And the army, the Iron Guard? Shen Zutian didn't hide anything. This group of people, if they don't run away when they see the mountain bandits, Shen Zutian, will take your surname. Oh, interesting. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Shen Zutian looked at Yi Chen. Yi Duan came to be interested. What's the bet? I bet this group of stragglers absolutely will not stay for the Huangtu village. That is, they can go out to kill a mountain bandit counts them great. I'll bet you. Ha ha ha. Shen Zutian laughed out loud. In his eyes, Yi Chen was bound to lose. Lord Yi, you're really confident. Since there's a bet, why don't we have a little wager? Yi Duan nodded his head as Shen Zitian said what he had long wanted to say. If I win, you have to set me free. Let me out of the 10,000 souls. Shen Zitian's eyes were imperative. Yi Duan looked at Shen Zitian. So what if I win? You don't seem to have anything on you that's worth betting on? Shen Zutian laughed. If you win, I'll tell you a secret. A secret that all cultivators in the world are interested in. About what? Koi and spiritual desertion. Oh, after Yi Chen's eyes flickered slightly, he smiled faintly. Alright, the bet is on. Inside the next period of time, everything in Huangtu village was organized. The training of the militia team still continues. With 24 team members, Liang ran around Huangtu village, over and over again. Their pace, no longer as scattered as before. Their eyes, too, had a touch more calmness and peace in them, for every day was now organized into a mere order. Running, working out, rice porridge, push-ups, and carrying iron ore. The daily training had drained almost all their physical and mental strength. At the same time something changed in the eyes and bodies of this militia group. Running, military posture, formation. With these seemingly simple drills, it became obvious to Leon that he wasn't rambling, and his daily goals became simple and pure. And my own body is gradually adapting to this intensity of physical labor. The villagers of Huangtu village are still busy. The furnace fire that smelts the ore burns brightly. They weren't quite sure what the Lord Prefect was up to, supposedly smelting rifling or something this time. Of course all they have to do is obey. But the villagers of Huangtu village, their attitude towards the militia team still hasn't changed much. Look, it's running again. Let's see. They'll be the ones who run the fastest when the time comes. Exactly. A bunch of freeloaders. Might as well be at home farming. The chatter, it goes on and on. No one looks favorably on this so-called militia. If it wasn't for Yi Duan holding down the fort from above, Perhaps they had gotten into a brawl with the villagers of Huangtu village, but Lian and the others had no inner turmoil. Inside, they are quietly changing. They also began to get serious, taking every drill seriously and memorizing every command. They were no longer scattered. They had brand new names for each other, comrades in arms. And the Lord Prefect told them, it's normal for the villagers to resent you, because people, they don't talk the talk, they walk the walk. You are the militia, guarding the village of Huangtu. Only if you truly guard the village, really do, you will get everything you want. An opportunity. This is what is on the mind of every militia team. Leon couldn't describe the change within himself. Except, he realized that he might actually have the courage to face bandits and thieves, or even an army, head on. Nightfall. The mountains at the mouth of the wind and sand. The water and fog rose up in the midst of darkness. Silence in the mountains. A steel-skinned black python the thickness of a faceplate bucket drilled out of the mountain forest. Its yellow kernel vertical pupils staring down the mountain at the Huangtu village, spitting out bright red letters. It was a low-grade foreign beast, but at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. It smelled the flavor of humans in the air, and in the jungle, unable to devour heavenly treasures or other powerful exotic beasts, spirit beasts, and ferocious beasts. This steel-skinned black python could only target the Huangtu village at the bottom of the mountain. There were also the smell of a few monks among them. At this moment, the two people, Moon Shadow and Mo Feng, opened their eyes. Mo Feng had just drawn his own heavy sword behind him, but Bu Yuing stopped him. Elder brother, you let this Qi refining realm 9th level foreign beast go down the mountain to that Huangtu village? Moon Shadow nodded. Mo Feng, let him go down the mountain. Don't you want to see what kind of medicine is being sold inside the gourd? Mo Feng retrieved his heavy sword. Yes, he wanted to see it too. Chapter 130, Attack of the Fae. Mo Feng looked at the Huangtu village in the distance. That's right, he was inwardly curious as to what exactly Yi Chen was doing. Without entering the formation, the two of them, himself and Moon Shadow, observed everything in Huangtu village from afar. After all, they only cared about Ruyan Lu's safety. When there's nothing else to do, the two men watch in secret. The two people coincidentally looked at the Nine Sword Sect's first Waste Valley master, Yi Chen, regarding Liu Ruyan becoming Yi Duan's disciple. Mo Feng commented on this as a flower stuck in cow dung. As for what Yi Chen did every day, it was also an eye-opening experience for the two people. Yi Chuan never cared about Liu Ruyan. Every day he just commanded the villagers to smelt iron ore and supervised the militia to run. And sanitation? Writing signs so villagers can't defecate in the open? What the hell? Every day, he calls himself a prefect, completely forgetting that he is a monk, and really treating himself as a prefect. Ruyan Lu was simply delayed when she followed Yi Chen. As for letting the stragglers go against the bandits, Mo Feng, as a sword cultivator and as the Nine Sword Sect's dark division, he believed that personal power was the only true power. This reliance on a bunch of rabble-rousers is completely comical. The steel-skinned black python moved, its 100-foot-long body weaving out from the mountains and forests. The crush breaks off rows of trees with a crackling sound. This demonic beast, if Liu Ruyan didn't make a move, he wanted to see how Yi Chen would respond. In the Huangtu village, Liu Ruyan snapped her eyes open. She opened her eyes and the green lotus bloomed crisply behind her. Demon beasts. Ruyan Lu walked out of the house with a low gulp. Sun Wen, Sun Wu, and the others also came out in a hurry, and they also sensed the aura of the demonic beast. Ruyan Lu, there's no need for you to make a move for such a small matter, Sun Wen immediately said. Sun Wu also immediately nodded his head. That's right, now that you are the #1 person in my Nine Sword Sect, you don't need to make a move for this demonic beast. Let us do it. The two were about to storm out of the room. Hey, you three, what are you doing not sleeping at night? Yi Chen yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes as he walked out of the room. Uncle Yi, the two of them, Sun Wen and Sun Wu, looked at each other. Master Ye's cultivation was only at the Qi refining realm. It was normal that he couldn't feel the demonic beasts. Uncle Yi, there are demonic beasts. The two of us are preparing to go forward and kill them. Yi Chen looked at the two people, Sun Wen and Sun Wu, who were eager to try, and balked. For the time being, there's no need to go first. Yi Chen gave the order. Yes, this demonic beast that had suddenly intruded into the Huangtu village. For Leaf Dust it was a whetstone for himself to see the results of the militia's training in the recent period. He didn't expect the militia to succeed in fighting back. All they needed to show was courage. Not going? Sun Wen and Sun Wu both exclaimed at the same time. But, Senior Uncle Yi, Sun Wen emphasized once, fearing that Yi Chen would not understand what was at stake. Let the militia go. Yi Chen's words caused the three of them, Liu Ruyan, to freeze. Militia? With those stragglers with sticks? Against a Fey beast at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm? Is that any different than just sending them to their deaths? Uncle Yi, this is too dangerous. You're letting the militia team face the alien beasts? Sun Wen was incredulous. What's the difference between you and letting them die? Yi Chuan laughed. There really isn't much difference between starving to death and dying in battle. But what I want to see is if anyone in this group has the courage to face death head on. If you know what I mean. They won't really die. I'd at least like to see courage in them. At least one of them has it. Without any questioning, Ruyan Lu directly chose to obey. Under Yi Chen's order, all the cultivators, including those from Red Flame Peak, all hid on the earthen houses at the edge of Huangtu village, quietly waiting for the Fae to arrive. As for Yi Duan, he was also curious to see if Leon and the others could surprise him. Toodaloo. The shaking ground and smoke rolling in the distance really attracted the scouts and the militia to alert them. And at this point it looked like they were doing a good job. Leaf Dust saw a giant rumble of rolling smoke in the distance. Alchemy Realm. 9th level? It was indeed tricky for this group of new recruits. Hearing the horn, Leon's eyes snapped open. He gripped a spear in one hand and charged out. He waited this moment for the opportunity he wanted. When the group of people arrived at the entrance of Huangtu village, the rolling yellow sand and the powerful sense of oppression made Liang and everyone else freeze in place. Bandits? Mountain bandits? No, neither. This is actually a Fae. Leon felt his hand get wet as the spear began to slide. He clenched his own teeth, forcing back the fear within himself. Liang took deep breaths again and again, and his mind actually began to go through the motions as he began to recall everything that had happened in Huangtu village. Rice porridge, running, push-ups and a positive step. During his own 20 years on Earth, the power of the cultivators, the brutality of the officials as well as the ferocity of the foreign beasts were every bit as hearsay must be listened to. And now, they were actually facing a foreign beast straight on. A foreign beast that could devour cultivators. His legs began to weaken. His grip on the spear began to shake uncontrollably. How was this possible? Closer, closer. By the light of the moon, they saw a scene they would never forget. It was a huge python, like a small mountain. Black scales, wrapped around his entire body, shimmered with a metallic luster. The water bucket thick body, full of black scales, was stirring rolling yellow soil with every surge. Yellow vertical pupils, staring at each silhouette in death. It spat scarlet letters and hissed, and the ground began to tremble. A 2-foot wide snake's head, a steel-skinned black python. The militia members, utterly dumbfounded. The wooden sticks in their hands were a joke in front of the python. Impossible. Is this a creature that an ordinary person could face? If it was a bandit or a mountain bandit, Liang thought that he still had the courage to face it head-on. But facing a foreign beast was a death sentence. Leon stood his ground as he took a half-step back. Courage? Determination? It's all a joke before living. The steel-skinned black python rushed to the edge of Huangtu village in a flash, and facing the half-meter-high fence, it directly opened its bloody mouth. Muddy, stinky, fishy smells come crashing down. Boom! The house with the fence away from the village entrance had half of its earthen wall, with the fence instantly chewed to pieces. Wood splinters flew and dust flew. The house collapsed in half. Inside the earthen house, it was the long-tongued woman. Zhang Danian. She looked up and saw the boa constrictor, covering her mouth with her hand. A piercing scream followed. Ah! Ah! The screams instantly coerced the entire village of Huangtu. The entire village of Huangtu was awakened from its slumber, and the militia shouted out to no one in particular. Run! There wasn't a single hesitation on the part of anyone. Dropping to their hands spears, wood chippers, and hoes, they ran wildly all the way. Leon stood still. He closed his eyes and turned violently and wildly. Chapter 131, The Yellow Earth Villagers Soldiers. I am a soldier. The spirit realm stone trembled slightly, and Shinzitian laughed in the 10,000 soul streamer. GGG. The corners of Shinzitian's mouth finally rose on that pale face. God has eyes. The heavens have eyes. It was off-duty time himself, and of course more than anything else, he was in a pleasant mood. He saw with his own eyes the militia fleeing in haste, and at this moment he could not control the ecstasy within him. Leaf dust lost. Mortals are mole crickets. They are not useful at all. Shinzitian was in a happy mood and laughed. The bet was a win for himself. One finally doesn't have to be the damn beater. But 3 days, now Shinzitian has a deep disgust and hatred for work. 9 to 5 in the morning is a crime. And on the distant mountains, Emofong and Moon Shadow stood side by side, the two of them stepping on a tree trunk. Moon Shadow's cool eyes quietly watched what was happening below and shook her head in disappointment. A farce. I thought he had some brilliant tactics. Moon carried a faint hint of disappointment. Mortal? Mundane? Ridiculous to the core. The cultivation of the Qi refining realm is really just the eyes of the Qi refining realm as well. Amofeng's evaluation of Yi Chen in his heart lowered once again. They had originally held a hint of curiosity towards Yi Chen, but now it seemed that everything was a joke. On the roof of the earthen house, two people, Sun Wen and Sun Wu, had already drawn their swords. They don't want to see Huangtu village damaged. Sun Wu's aura floated, ready to strike. Uncle Yi, the militia team doesn't seem to be very good. Why don't we make a move? Yi Duan looked at the fleeing militia team, letting out a sigh. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. It looks like letting this group of new recruits who have been training for a few days go into battle. Maybe, really, it was a bit of a rush, he said in his heart, and also began to reflect on whether his plan was too idealistic and overestimated the ability of this group of stragglers to endure. Expecting a group of hungry, stick-wielding stragglers to have the courage to face demonic beasts head-on in a short period of time was indeed a bit of a stretch. Maybe they had a shred of courage to face the bandits. Ruyan, if this python takes another step forward, do it. Ruyan Lu nodded her head gently and gently raised her hand. Instantly, countless aura veins surged underground in the surroundings, and green-colored vines were ready to appear at any moment. Leon closed his eyes tightly. Both legs kept turning around ready to run wildly. There is no possibility of defeating that kind of monster. At this moment, Zhang Danyang sat paralyzed by the half-collapsed earthen wall, covering her mouth. What's the situation? What's going on? Isn't he just a little mouthy in his own life? How suddenly the house collapsed and a big snake came in. She watched the huge snake's head. Zhang Danyang's mouth opened wide. Her two legs began to shiver, and an odor of urine came from her. The huge head of the steel-skinned black python poked into the collapsed house, and the fishy stench hit the air. The giant python spat out its letter and directly wrapped the two chickens fleeing from Zhang Danyang's room into its mouth. Click, click. Bones shattered and chicken feathers flew. Zhang Danyang's tone shivered. Looking at the chicken she had raised for 2.5 years, her tone trembled again. Oh, my chicken. My old hen. That's what poor people do. They care about their chickens when their lives are on the line. Yet Leon in place stopped. Chicken? Old hen? The moment he heard the word chicken, Leon's body instantly stiffened in place. He struggled to open his eyes. Watch that python swallow two chickens. Zhang Danyang slumped to the ground, shivering unceasingly. In a flash, his eyes instantly reddened. He looked at the python, and his mind instantly conjured up. Back then, his own parents, the chickens that they valued more than their lives, were being fed to the dogs like garbage. He looked at Zhang Danyang, who was still crying over her chicken at this point of death. He thought of the year he had crawled out from under the stove, picked up the spit-out raw chicken pieces and chewed them hard. Leon looked up and looked at the python, the yellow vertical pupils looking at him silently, cold, scornful, unconcerned, like it's saying it just ate two chickens. Leon felt his scalp burn and heat up. He thought of the blank stares and jeers from the villagers, calling them freeloaders. He thought of how he had insisted on running wildly even though he was clearly out of breath, and how he had gritted his teeth even though his muscles were sore. It occurred to him that due to Yi Duan's adoption of the continuous sitting method, where one person did not complete, everyone was punished. So everyone finished the physical training with each other every time, and they began to call each other comrades. They laughed and said that if any bandits really hit Huangtu village they would definitely be the first to run. At this moment, Leon fiercely gripped the spear in his hand. He looked at the python with scarlet eyes and hissed, *******, proposed Grandma. Let you eat chicken. You eat a chicken hair. With all his strength, he threw the spear in his hand ferociously at the python. He was not willing to be able to bully himself. Why can he do the same? Snap! The spear poked the python's head, then fell to the ground like a cotton swab. No harm done. The giant python froze, clearly not expecting this mole cricket to actually attack itself. Leon raised his own hands high as he roared at the steel-skinned black python. ******* in hell. Come on. ****** thing. Want to destroy the Huangtu village? You kill old me first. Dead silence. All the fleeing militia teams looked at Leon, who stood still. That's their captain. Him? Crazy? Isn't the deal just a pretense that he's really playing hard to get for Huangtu village? Leon looked left and right, picked up a rock on the ground and smashed it into the steel-skinned black python once again. I'm telling you, I'm not a coward. I'm not a freeloader from Huangtu village. My name is Leon, and I'm the captain of the Yellow Earth Villagers soldiers. I'm a soldier. I'm a soldier. These words, like a thunderbolt, it exploded in the minds of every militia member. For the past 3 days they've been training every day, running, push-ups, mocked by the people of Huangtu village. Their mouths say it doesn't matter, but inside they all want to prove themselves. Why prove themselves? Because they are not freeloaders, because they are a soldier. And Leon's actions froze everyone in their tracks as two forces began to pull at each other in their thinking. Command in life. Leon raised his right hand violently, clenched his fist and hissed, all militia units of Huangtu village are at your service. Attention! Charge! With that said, Leon, alone, raised the stone and rushed towards the iron python. Ah! Leon hissed to brace himself. At this moment, he didn't care if there was anyone behind him. He was alone. Upon hearing the halt, all 25 men of the militia stopped. It's an instinct they've trained over the course of 3 days. No one moved, because the charge was the first time they had heard the command. But looking at Leon's actions, they understood. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, the big deal is death. I, Zhao or Motzi, am not a freeloader. Charge! Tell my mother I'm not a coward. In the next second, all the fleeing militia teams rushed towards the iron python. The hissing of this small group of stragglers. I can't believe I'm shouting about 100 large armies. Chapter 132 Ruyan Lu strikes. The significance of the militia team. Eyeing a group of militia pairs charging up. Charge! Zhao or Motzi roared and followed suit. 1, 2, 3. All the militia moved. They were like ants crawling up. For the village of Huangtu. For not being a freeloader. To prove myself as a soldier. Leon rushed to the front. He held a rock in his hand and smashed it hard towards the steel-skinned black python. Bang! The stone hit the scales of the steel-skinned black python with a dull thud. However, it didn't care about Leon's attack. Its yellow vertical pupils. After all, in its eyes, Leon and the others were nothing more than ants. It opened its bloody mouth, and a fishy odor came over it. This time, it was directed at Dame Zhang. Those sharp fangs were about to bite the scared pants-wetting Zhang Daniang. Ah! Leon let out a roar and flew wildly, stepping on the mound and jumped in, hugging Dame Zhang as she rolled over 3 times on the ground. The python bites empty. And seeing the python bite empty, Zhang Daniang was like sifting chaff. Unfortunately, that's the end of it. Leon looked up at the behemoth. The shadow of the python loomed over the entire house. The loss of the bite it had just taken causing it to become sulky. It exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Leon closed his eyes in despair. The next second, snap, 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 one by one, the rocks hit the python's head. Leon's eyes snapped open and it was actually his comrades from the militia. Zhao or Motzi kept waving his hands. Obviously both legs were shaking, still cursing and roaring. Come on, come here, come to me if you dare and let go of our captain. Listening to the shouts of one individual, Leon puffed and laughed. With this group of comrades, damn, this life is worth it. This 100 feet long python was not moved. It stared at Leon and opened its fishy mouth. The aura on its body prevented Leon from moving. It was the instinctive fear of a weak individual facing a powerful force. Just as everyone was in a moment of despair, a leisurely voice came from the roof. Only Yi Chen yawned and commanded, Ruyan, do it. Liu Ruyan gently raised her right hand as the wood origin power surged. Rumble. The vines that were hidden in the ground just now instantly broke through the ground. The ground instantly ripped out 10,000 thick vines, instantly wrapping around the python's head and torso. It was followed by a heavy tug. Boom! The python was instantly smashed into the yellow sandy land by a deadly tug. Unable to move. That black vertical pupil was also violently dilated. Ruyan Lu once again raised her right hand and gently clenched her fist. The vines violently increased their strength and strangled. Spinning. The muscles of the steel-skinned black python's huge body instantly deformed, trying to struggle, but actually not moving at all. There was 1,000,000 pounds of force on each of those vines. The python struggled, its pupils painfully overflowing with blood. Puff, puff. There was a crisp explosion in the air, the sound of the python's muscles and internal organs being chewed raw. Another raised hand. The vines pulled away from the python's body, and the python's torso drooped in place. Black scales fell off its body and it no longer moved. The steel-skinned black python at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm was killed in a single move. Dead? Monty Python. Dead? Just die? The militiamen who had charged forward all froze in place as well. They looked at the woman on the roof in the distance. She had an immortal aura, a proud figure, and a face that was absolutely stunning. The alien beasts they didn't have the courage to face were killed in seconds by her breath. Everyone was silent. Even the 2 people, Sun Wen and Sun Wu, were slightly stunned. Only after standing beside Ruyan Lu could one deeply feel the surging and powerful aura of Ruyan Lu. You guys did a great job. Leaf Dust yawned and leisurely jumped off the roof, about to play B. Ouch. Covering his right leg, he ended up falling. It made Sun Wen and Sun Wu slightly embarrassed. This Uncle Yi. This. The same cultivator, how the difference is so big. Several militia teams rushed forward. Yi Duan patted his butt and laughed. It's fine. I'm fine. You, the militia team, did a good job this time. By the way, a few of you collect all the scales of this python for me. As for the snake's meat and blood, bury them in the sandy soil. Ordinary people should never eat the blood and flesh of foreign beasts, or else they will explode and die. However, Yi Dust is not prepared to waste. In Yi Dust's plan, The python scales are very good raw materials for armor and weapon smelting. As for the flesh and blood, it can be used for composting, and later used as fertilizer. Nowadays Huangtu village is poor, and the main one is making the best use of what is available. Yes, Leon and the others received the order and began to gather up one palm-sized black snake scale, which was shiny, sharp, and heavy in their hands, like metallic obsidian. Yi Chuan picked up a piece and carefully observed it, gently aiming the snake scale at a piece of pork pate inside his storage ring. The pork panko was smoothly sliced. Yi Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alas, it's too late to go down the mountain. Too late to go down the mountain. This was simply the perfect material for a proper chopper. If he had gone down the mountain earlier, wouldn't he have been able to use it a long time ago? Yi Dust was lamenting when he would find a few high-ranking cultivators similar to Shen Zitian, so that he could easily get some modern living materials. Leon came forward hesitantly. Report. Leaf Dust looked up. It was Leon. This kid did well this time. At least he didn't make himself lose face in front of that bastard Shen Zitian. Ha ha, it's off-duty time. Leon, you don't have to be formal, have something to say. Leon glanced at Liu Ruyan and Sun Wu and the others. They were plainly dressed with an extraordinary demeanor, and they looked like immortals. My lord, you have such a powerful cultivator by your side. Why do you still train us commoners? The Huangtu village is already safe with that fairy's presence alone, so if you can't solve things, how can we? Yi Chen heard the implication of this was already obvious. If Liu Ruyan couldn't solve things, they were even more useless. Leon's question was exactly the same question that was in the minds of all the militiamen. Yes, with such powerful cultivators around, what can they, ordinary people, do? What's the point of their training? Anyway, even they are a drag. Hearing Liang's words, Yi Chen smiled and shook his head, looked at the Yellow Earth villagers present in the troopers. You guys feel the same way, right? You've worked hard all your lives to be able to kill mountain bandits and become officials, but you're doomed to be untouchable in the face of powerful cultivators. To be silent is to acquiesce. Leaf Dust laughed out loud after yawning. Leon, here. Sun Wu, Uncle Yi, disciple is here. 5 days from now, Huangtu Village Square, a tournament. Sun Wu thought he had heard wrong and confirmed once again. Uncle Yi, did I hear you correctly? You said that you want me to compete with Liang, in a martial arts match? An ordinary person? He was a mid-foundation establishment stage cultivator. Beating up Uncle Yi was bullying, but also with an ordinary person? Even Liang was baffled. How could he, an ordinary person, compete with a cultivator in martial arts? Yi Chen didn't explain to the people present and smiled mysteriously. Sun Wu, prepare well. Ha ha, don't lose too badly then. But before that, tomorrow at noon, the Yellow Earth Villagers Soldier Corps, the Recognition Assembly. Ha ha, said Leaf Dust cheerfully returned to his room. Give and you shall be praised. As for the bout, Yi Duan was certainly not on a whim anymore, because in Yi Duan's opinion, the militia team was no longer a bunch of cowards nowadays under the leadership of Liang. Being able to face a steel-skinned python head-on was enough to show that they had overcome their inner fears. As soldiers, it's about time they had their own real weapon, a gun. Chapter 133 Kudo's Assembly. The chickens crowed 3 times. Master, get up, get up. Yi Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at Liu Ruyan, who was shaking herself next to him. Gee, from the side, Ruyan's body is spectacular. I'll definitely be making silk pajamas in the future. Why are you so early today? Didn't you say today that you were going to honor the militia? Leaf Dust slapped his head. Oh, right. It was only then that he reluctantly got dressed and walked to the center of the room. On the high wooden platform, Yi Duan arrived late, still with that lazy look and yawning. The 2 men, Sun Wen and Sun Wu, stood at attention behind him. The bottom of the square was filled with villagers from Huangtu village. The villagers consciously quieted down, their eyes flickering to the wooden platform. Sun Wen cleared his throat. Yellow Earth villagers troopers, form up. As the voice fell, Leon led the militia team into the center of the square with a square step, head held high. There was a hint of elitism. The villagers looked at the militia team with no more contempt or sarcasm in their eyes, because last night, this group of people really rushed up for the lives of the people of Huangtu village. Although a few of them had sprained their ankles running away on their own, Yi Chuan treated it as a workplace injury. After all, cohesion and prestige are what's needed most right now. And today is their kudos party. Sun Wen unfolded the roster in his hands and began calling out each name. Leon, here. Liang took a step forward as he proudly looked at the crowd of villagers in Huangtu village. And the villagers no longer looked at them with the contempt they had before, but with respect. Step out. Sun Wen shouted. Leon took another step forward and stood at the front of the line. Leon, leading the militia team, not afraid of danger. The first battle with the beasts, although there is a retreat. but the situation is justifiable. Commanded properly. Organized. The merit is greater than the fault. This is a special commendation. 3 acres of good land. For encouragement. Wow! A commotion rang out in the square. 3 acres of good land. It is also a great asset to the barren yellow village. Leon himself froze. 3 acres of good land. 3 acres of good land. What an honor to have your own land as a straggler. No, this has been a boon. In this day and age, what kind of people deserve to own land? Rich peasants and landowners. Yi Chen actually gifted himself 3 acres of good land. He looked at the yawning Yi Chen and now hated to give his life to Yi Chen. Even the villagers talked about how nice it would be if they could join the militia themselves. Sun Wen continued to read. Zhang San, present. Another member of the militia stepped forward excitedly. Zhang San, the pioneer of the militia team, rushed forward, despite the panic, but the courage is commendable, and is hereby rewarded with 1 acre of good land for encouragement. Wang Wu, here. Wang Wu, militia team, commendation, 1 mu of good land. Sun Wen read out the names one by one, and each militia member whose name was read out received a commendation from Yi Duan. And the militiamen whose names were called trembled with excitement. It was land. What was the ideal life for this ancient people? 3 acres of land, a cow, a wife and children in a hot bed. This is already a God's day. What a lot of them could never own an acre of farmland in their lives. They were vagabonds a week ago, hungry and underfed. No one cared if they lived or died. But at this moment, they had become the center of attention of the entire village, owning good land and becoming heroes personally honored by Lord Yi Duan. All the militiamen were so excited to receive the commendation that they could not tell whether it was snot or tears on their faces. Many thanks, Lord Yi. Thanks to Lord Yi. I'll die in Huangtu village from now on. Long live Lord Yi. It really was as Yi Duan had said. This was their rebirth. Cry cry cry. What a thing to howl about. How many times have I told you to answer yes or no when talking to an officer? Quit right now if you don't want it. It worked, and all the soldiers straightened their backs. Yes. After saying that, Yi Chen looked at Sun Wen and signaled him to continue. Also, in recognition of your militia's bravery in killing the enemy and defending their homeland, we hereby award Huangtu village with the first batch of the Soldier's Medal of Honor. After Sun Wen finished speaking, he walked over to Leon and personally placed a medal on his chest, carved out of black scales with clay and a spear. The medallion is more honor than form. Leon, this is an honor that belongs to you. Leon straightened his chest, and as the medallion was worn on his chest, he had to admit that he wouldn't hesitate to stop in front of everyone in Huangtu village next time. He shouted excitedly. Yes. Sun Wen walked over to Zhang San again and similarly put the medal on him. A medal was placed on the chests of the militiamen. At this moment, their eyes and aura changed completely. If before it was bullying, now it's a strong sense of belonging that they are wanted. The villagers in the square looked at the militia and their eyes changed completely. The original contempt and ridicule had long since disappeared, replaced by envy. Even Zhang Dinyang clapped her hands. She was really saved a life. In particular, villagers who were not selected for the militia team. Some said they would recommend their relatives, and even villagers from their own villages clamored to sign up. Leaf Dust nodded in satisfaction. That was the effect he wanted. Land and medals are not only material rewards, but also spiritual incentives that can greatly enhance the morale and cohesion of the militia. And the change in villagers' attitudes meant that the militia team was truly recognized as an integral part of Huangtu village. Only when they have their own wealth do they really put their lives on the line. As the award ceremony ended, the stage erupted in applause. Surrounded by countless people, Leon walked off the podium. Leon, Leaf Dust called out. Here. Leon immediately responded, his voice loud and strong. He had just received his commendation, and he was now full of energy. Starting today, the militia will begin advanced training. Yi Duan took out a training sheet. Advancement training? Leon wondered. What he wanted was the Iron Guard Divine Army. As of today, your training grounds are shifted from the village to the back mountain range. Every morning we leave the village and run to the back of the mountains and back again. Carry 30 pounds. Every day, rain or shine. Yi Duan's words caused the militia to suck in cold air. Running from the village to the back of the mountain and back again is not an easy journey. Not to mention carrying 30 pounds of weight. But this time, no one was in denial. They would only think about how to better accomplish the mission. Yi Chen's training proved to be meaningful when faced with the threat of death. It was by trained instincts that they were able to quickly rally and counterattack. Though it's still weak, I guaranteed to complete the mission. Leon responded loudly. Leaf Dust nodded in satisfaction. After disbanding the militia team, Yi Duan looked for Zhao Taihammer, Xian Mengniu, Sun Monkey, and Zhou Dashan, who were the top priority today, and the four looked at the group of militia members and gulped. They didn't care about the good land. but the feeling of standing on a wooden platform to receive an award was just majestic. Chapter 134 Ye Duan's Confusion. Leaf Dust waved his hand to dismiss the agitated militia. The noisy square gradually quieted down, and the villagers dispersed in twos and threes, talking. The topic naturally centered on the militia members wearing medals on their chests, and the land they had acquired. Zhao Tai Hammer, Xian Mengniu, Sun Monkey, and Zhou Dashan were 4 people, but they were still standing in place with their eyes burning, staring at the backs of those dispersed militia. The 4 of them, eye candy. It's not that they are greedy for those few acres of thin land. They are people who have seen the world and know the value of land. But what they envy more is the feeling of being in the limelight. One must know that the 4 of them had no presence in Red Flame Peak, especially that kid Liang, who usually looked wilted. Today, with a black scale hanging on his chest, his backbone was straightened by 3 inches. Damn, they're all cultivators. Are they still no better than a few guys in the mundane world? Uncle Yi. Zhao Tai Hammer jogged all the way to Yi Duan. You asked us to stay. Is there something you want to order? Xian Mengniu, Sun Monkey, and Zhou Dashan. Yi Duan looked at the eager eyes of the 4 people. The mouth does not want. In fact, it seems that they all want to go on stage as a conspicuous bag. Uncle Yi, when do you think we can go up for a commendation as well? Said and embarrassedly rubbed the back of his head giggling. Yi Chen looked at the 3 people behind Sun Monkey, and all 3 of them were also happy. The meaning was self-evident. You all want to go up there and fool around? Xian Mengnio hurriedly nodded. Uncle Yi, those few mundane people can do it. Why can't we? Last night, if you hadn't stopped it, surely the disciples had struck out. Yi Chuan laughed. Really, any time? This little red flower is from kindergarten to immortal cultivator. There is no way to resist. Alright, you guys can do this right today. You will receive the highest commendation in the entire Huangtu village. The highest commendation? Hearing those 4 words, Sun Monkey was happy. Higher than the militias? That's for sure. As soon as I heard that, the 4 men's breath caught in an instant. Being able to go on stage and be honored? Tell me, Uncle Yi, what do you want me old Zhao to do? I promise to complete the task. Zhao Tai Hammer immediately straightened his back. His voice was a few points louder, where there was still half a bit of naive appearance. Living a strong man who was eager to perform. Xian Mengniu, Sun Monkey, and Zhou Dashan were not willing to show weakness, and they all took a stand to ensure that the task was completed, and even began to squeeze each other, scrambling to be the first to take credit. Yi Duan looked at the 4 guys in front of him who were overwhelmed by honor and rewards with satisfaction. A man is a teenager until he dies. And who doesn't like to be a conspicuous bag or to be recognized? Good. Since you're all so motivated, I'll be straightforward. Yi Chen took out a drawing. On top is a complex mechanical structure with rifling barrels. Just in case, I'll show you once. The 4 of them looked at each other with some confusion. Smelting iron, or hadn't they done it before? And succeeded in making wells. And Master Yi is only at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. He's giving them a demonstration? By then it wouldn't be that the aura was overdrawn and suffocated. Uncle Yi, this smelting of iron ore, don't we have it? Let us do it. Zhao Tai Hammer said with some confusion. No, your smelting precision is too low. Yi Chuan shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of faint, yet irrefutable confidence and contempt. Smelting precision too low? The expression on the faces of the 4 Zhao Tai Hammers froze. All of them were users of the Red Flame Peak's fire technique. Uncle Yi Chuan, you're only at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. Can you do better than them? Yi Duan picked up the cooked iron ore. Puffing, a small handful of yo-yo flames began to burn in the palm of Yi Chen's hand. It was so faint and fluttering, yet it was completely impossible for the 4 people present to ignore, and they could clearly feel the hot and blazing temperature in it. If their aura was spread out at the foundation establishment stage, Yi Chuan's aura, although it was only at the refinement realm, had completely coalesced into a pinhole. This kind of terrifying aura manipulation technique, terrifying as hell, visible to the naked eye. Cooked iron ore, and then, the red light became brighter and brighter, and the temperature became higher and higher. The iron ore began to melt. In Yi Chuan's perception, the impurities within the iron ore were being rapidly decomposed by the high temperature, and the pure iron elements were slowly precipitating out. It was a very subtle feeling, and Yi Chuan realized that his searing could clearly melt out the iron elements in it, diluting a large amount of excess impurities. Soon, a smooth and rounded barrel appeared in Yi Chuan's hand, without a single slit on the barrel, and on the side. Several people from Zhao Taihuan were shocked. Has Uncle Ye's cultivation in manipulating aura reached such a level? And what's with his aura? When they used fiery feats, such as the Fiery Palm and Thunder Fire Fist, they could only last for 30 minutes at most, and that was soaking wet and panting. On the other hand, Senior Uncle Yi, Scorched for half an hour. His face as normal. Is he really at the third level of the Qi refining realm? The third level of the Qi refining realm possesses such a deep aura of inner strength? Leaf Dust didn't explain too much. Instead, he looked at the barrel of the gun in his hand, lost in thought. According to the encyclopedia gifted by the system, Ye Duan was clear that manufacturing modern machinery was almost always industrial grade with an error of less than 1 mm, and for military grade, even less than 0.005 mm was required. So one has to make sure that this barrel is exactly as it is on the drawing board. The second point is the stiffness of the barrel. Ordinary cooked iron ore. The last time to make a water well is not at all hard enough to withstand the strength of the musket. One needs to make steel with a carbon content of not less than 0.8, also known as high carbon steel. This means one needs to add a lot of other alloys to it again. Yi Chen himself was able to successfully smelt and extract the elements he needed from the ore. But what about the others? Obviously, the Sun Monkey, Xian Mangniu, Zhou Dashan and the others in front of himself were completely incapable. The ore they smelt was a whole iron ore mixed with a lot of impurities. This point made Yi Duan curious. That is, why? In Yi Chuan's opinion, it was obvious that his realm and cultivation was higher than a few people, but the technique and flame used was the same. And the smelting method wasn't any different. What's the difference? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chuan realized something violently, and Yi Chuan put down the iron ore in his hands. Sun Monkey, go get Ruyan Lu. Good, Uncle Yi. Soon, Ruyan Lu was called, and Yi Chen placed 2 pieces of cooked iron ore into the hands of Sun Monkey and Ruyan Lu respectively. The 2 men looked confused. You too, try smelting and purifying this piece of cooked iron at the same time. The 2 of them, Ruyan Lu and Sun Monkey, immediately did as they were told. The flame began to scorch the cooked iron ore, and soon, 2 pieces of dark gray iron ore appeared on the table, and each one grabbed the 2 pieces of iron ore and clashed them against each other. Snap! Chapter 135, The Secret of Smelting. Yi Chen lifted the 2 pieces of cooked iron ore up. Bang! A dull impact sound came from the place where the 2 pieces of ore collided, leaving just a little white mark. Other than that, nothing has changed. The surrounding people looked at Yi Duan with confused faces. Yi Duan didn't have any explanation. It was really the same as what he thought. Yi Chen waved towards Ruyan Lu. Ruyan, come here for a moment. Yi Chen lowered his voice and whispered a few words in Lu Ruyan's ear. After hearing this, Ruyan Lu nodded thoughtfully, a hint of realization flashing through her eyes. Yi Chen once again handed the 2 pieces of cooked iron ore to Sun Monkey and Lu Ruyan. Try again. This time still smelting with your auras. Although Sun Monkey still didn't understand. Nowadays, he listened to Yi Chen's words. He mobilized his entire body's aura, and the flames rose up once again. This time, they were even more raging and hotter than before. Ruyan Lu did the same, casting flames again. An incense stick of time passed. 2 pieces of smelted, cooked iron ore reappeared on the table. When the 2 pieces of iron ore appeared, everyone clearly noticed the difference. The cooked iron ore smelted by Sun Monkey was still dark gray, almost indistinguishable from its previous color. On the other hand, the cooked iron ore smelted by Lu Ruyan was significantly lighter in color, showing a faint silver-white color. What's going on here? Xian Mengniu was dismayed. Zhao Tai Hammer, Zhou Dashan were also full of incredulity. They were both fire technique users. They could clearly feel that just now, there wasn't much difference between Lu Ruyan's flame aura and Sun Monkey's. So why did the iron ore that appeared this time become white? Without explaining, Yi Chen once again picked up 2 pieces of iron ore and collided them. Bang! This time the voice, however, was very different from before. Crisp, loud, like metal on metal. The dark gray iron ore smelted by Sun Monkey, at the moment of collision, unexpectedly directly crumbled apart and broke into several pieces, scattering on the table. And the iron ore smelted by Ruyan Lu was intact. What's going on here? Even Lu Ruyan was slightly surprised. Obviously didn't expect the difference to be so huge. The same cooked iron ore, the same they smelt. Why is there such a huge difference? The Sun Monkey smelted it, and surprisingly, it shattered like a fragile stone at the slightest touch, and Lu Ruyan's smelting was the same before. Now how could there suddenly be such a huge difference? Yi Chen looked at the scene in front of him and did not have any surprises. Sure enough, one's guess was right. Sun Monkey and the others, although they possessed auras, could manipulate flames, and could smelt ores. However, their understanding of smelting remains at the most primitive stage. They simply use the flame to scorch the ore, melt it, and then solidify it into shape. They simply don't understand that the real meaning of smelting lies in purification. It's about removing impurities. It's about changing the internal structure of matter. In their eyes, iron ore is iron ore, a whole, a generalized concept. Or rather inside their world, there was no concept of elements at all. They don't know what elemental iron is, they don't know what impurities are, and they don't know how to purify and refine it. Unlike yourself, one has the knowledge of modern chemistry. One knows that iron ore is a mixture of elements. One knows that the purpose of smelting is to get purer iron, high-quality steel, so one distinguishes and smelts. He himself had just quietly told Ruyan Luan this reasoning, as well as the concept of the iron element after. Liu Ruyan in the smelting process, not only to use the aura to burn, but also to use the aura to sense, to distinguish, to remove the impurities in the ore, leading the iron element. As expected, the results were immediate. Ruyan Lu managed to smelt the iron ore and easily shattered Sun Monkeys. This is because pure iron is less hard, but has better ductility and toughness. This discovery put Leaf Dust in a happy mood. This was because it meant that the biggest difference between cultivators and themselves was not in gong methods and auras, but in cognition. If one has shown them how to structure, to perceive things, they can smelt pure iron in the same way. Even alloy purification. Interesting. No one could calm down when they saw the shattering of the ore smelted by Sun Monkey. Sun Monkey carefully observed and looked at Liu Ruyan's intact silver-white iron ore, puzzlement written all over his face. Why? The two of them, himself and Liu Ruyan, didn't have any changes in either their feats or smelting times. Even condensing more aura on his own had resulted in such a drastic change? What the hell is going on here? Sun Monkey was a small head with big questions at this time. Uncle Yi, why is this? Simply because your perception of this world is wrong. Yi Chen looked at the 4 red flame peak disciples present. Leaf Dust threw out a completely new concept. In your perception, iron ore, which is iron, only needs to be smelted and hammered to obtain hard pig iron, right? The 4 red flame peak disciples present nodded. This was not their perception. This was almost the consensus of all blacksmiths. But the iron inside the iron ore is not pure iron. Yi Duan continued to explain. Impure iron? Iron, actually, is a very, very small thing. The element iron. Elemental? Everyone in the room froze. It was a completely new concept. That's right. The elements, the most basic things that make up this world, along with carbon, hydrogen, iron, copper, and so on. Leaf Dust tried to explain it in a more graphic way. It's as if, to build a house you need bricks, tiles, and wood. Everything in this world is made up of different elements. Iron is one of those elements. Inside the iron ore, there are other elements mixed in besides the iron element. These mixed elements we'll call impurities. Yi Chen pointed at the dark gray iron ore that Sun Monkey had smelted. Sun Monkey, your smelting is just melting the iron ore with a flame and then resolidifying it. It doesn't remove the impurities inside, so it's still the same. The color is still dark gray, but of course that's just the surface reason. The deeper reason is that you don't know the composition of the iron element and the principle of smelting. Yi Chen pointed at the silver-white iron ore that Liu Ruyan smelted again. And Ruyan, I told her to use her aura to sense, to distinguish, to weed out the impurities. She managed to remove most of the impurities inside the iron ore, leaving more of the iron element. So the color lightened to a silvery white, and it's also harder. Dead silence. Hearing Yi Chen's words was undoubtedly shocking in the ears of the crowd. The world is made up of elements, and the purpose of purification and smelting is to remove impurities. Isn't the world made up of 5 elements? This simply overturned all their previous perceptions. Uncle Yi, what you mean by that is that this thing has a lot of elements in it, not the 5 elements we always talk about. Gold? Zhao Taihuang stammered as he asked. Not only him, but everyone else present was still having trouble understanding. It was because Yi Chen was overturning their decades-old knowledge of immortal cultivation. Exactly. Leaf Dust nodded affirmatively. It's only right that you guys can't understand. After all, the 9 Swords Sect's cuties, the guys don't quite understand this common sense. Is this really common sense? Big brother. Such an inverted Big Dipper. Shocking words can only be said lightly by Master Uncle Yi Duan. I'm afraid, practice is the best proof. Without much explanation, Yi Chen directly threw a few cooked iron ores into the hands of the 4 men. Now you try. Inside your heads, use Reiki to perceive. Instead, use Reiki to burn and destroy. You go and find the iron in it. Then strip it of the other impurities. Remember what I just said. Use your aura to perceive, to distinguish, and to weed out impurities. Yi Duan emphasized once more. Zhao Tai Hammer, Xian Mengniu, Sun Monkey, and Zhou Dashan, each of them held a piece of cooked iron ore with a grave expression. Stunned, shocked, puzzled, curious, and a touch of fear. Because if what Yi Chen said was true, they might have been living in a false world before. They took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in their hearts as they began to mobilize the aura in their bodies. This time, they were in a very different frame of mind than they had been before. They no longer simply scorched the ore with their flames, but sensed the elements within. The flame began to scorch on the cooked iron ore. Chapter 136, Smelting Firearms Successfully. It's a done deal. Zhao Taihuan was the first to cry out in shock. The iron ore in his hand, its originally rough and dull surface, was emitting a faint silver-white glow. Although the shine wasn't as dazzling as Ruyan Lu's, the color had changed to the naked eye. Qian Mangniu, Sun Monkey, and Zhou Dashan did the same. It really was as Yi Duan had said. The ore they smelled took on a different silvery white color. Although there are slight variations in color, some whitish and some grayish, they are all clearly distinct from the black cooked iron ore that preceded them. This iron ore has really turned white. Sun Monkey was amazed. This feeling of the knowledge inside his brain being corroborated made him feel a sense of satisfaction and joy. Grow your own brain. Zhou Dashan also picked up the silver ore in front of him. I made it too. Yi Chuan looked at the iron ore that had clearly turned white and was happy. The children can be taught. It looks like they are also able to understand the basic principles of it. And now it should not be a big problem to help themselves smelt high-hardness high-carbon steel. Yi Chuan's gaze condensed as he gazed at the two people, Zhao Taihammer and Qian Mangniu, who could not be seen by others, but could easily sense it himself. Their auras were creating violent fluctuations. Is this a breakthrough? Leaf Dust was staggered. Sure enough, the auras of Zhao Taihammer and Qian Mangniu were strengthening at a rate visible to the naked eye. The people that Zhao Liang dismissed must have all been hangers-on with stupid natural talent. Sure enough, the two people's realms were actually starting to loosen up at this moment. Boom! A powerful wave of qi violently erupted from Zhao Taihammer's body. The two actually reached the peak of Foundation establishment at the same time. Holy, what the hell? Sun Monkey looked at his two senior brothers who had broken through in disbelief. Even Yi Chuan was slightly stunned. He hadn't given the two of them scraps the boot. It was important to know that every breakthrough of a cultivator required a long period of accumulation and precipitation, as well as a sense of the aura of heaven and earth. But Huangtu village, without any aura, without any gong methods, these two people actually broke through, without the aid of any elixir, without even running a cultivation technique. Both Ruyan Lu and Jin Yuanbao had their own reasons for breaking through with their ingredients. The two felt the change in their realm and laughed. I've broken through? Peak Foundation establishment? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhao Taihuan also looked at his hands in disbelief, flipping them over and over again. What's going on? What's going on? Holy, what is wrong with you two? Sun Monkey saw the two break through and got anxious. As the saying goes, if you are afraid of your brother's suffering, you are afraid of your brothers driving a Land Rover. They all came out of the Red Flame Peak, and seeing that the two brothers had broken through, they were instantly panicked. Yi Chen looked at the two people in front of him. Could it be because the smelted iron ore had enhanced their cognition? If understood scientifically, cultivators are, in effect, containers that store auras and subsequently transform the auras in the containers into forces of various different attributes. The size and amount of power that is converted into power becomes the rank of the monks respectively. But if the cultivator's cognition was raised, meaning that their transformation and efficiency for power increased, the realm would naturally rise. The more Yi Chuan thought about it, the more he felt so. It looked like this world's development of aura and cultivation was still less than 1% off. Cognition determines a cultivator's understanding of the rules of heaven and earth and his control of his own power. When the four of them came into contact with the brand new concepts of element, impurity and purification, their cognitive level was undoubtedly greatly enhanced. This cognitive enhancement might have directly touched some sort of bottleneck in their cultivation, thus prompting a breakthrough in their cultivation. If my guess is correct, it would be the ores they smelt that have a deeper understanding of power and the elements, so it causes their aura to be more efficient. If you guys smelt with your hearts, maybe it'll work too? After Yi Chuan spoke out his guess, the two of them, Sun Monkey and Zhou Dashan, looked at each other. Smelting iron ore? It can enhance cultivation? One had to know that cultivating in Red Flame Peak would cost spirit stones, meditate, and hunt foreign beasts. If the words of smelting ores in Huangtu village would work, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would definitely think that Yi Chen was fooling around. Both Sun Monkey and Zhou Dashan's eyes were red. The two were immediately grabbed the cooked iron ore again and started smelting. 1, 2, 3. When the second and third iron ores were smelted out respectively, the two men snapped their eyes open, their eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. Holy, not bad at all. Sun Monkey directly exploded, his voice trembling a bit. Zhou Dashan was so excited that he was incoherent, and his huge body trembled slightly. Peak Foundation establishment. In unison, the two men shouted out their realms. Surprisingly, they broke through as well. And just like Zhao Taihammer and Qian Mangniu, he directly rushed to the peak of Foundation establishment. 4 people, all peak Foundation establishment. This would be absolutely unbelievable if it was placed in Red Flame Peak. One must know that before They were only the most ordinary disciples at Red Flame Peak, with mediocre talent and slow cultivation progress. Who would have thought that coming to this bird-like Huangtu village, within a short period of time, there would be a collective breakthrough? Good. This cultivation has increased, which is now immediately start working for yourself to start one step closer to building your own firearm. Before Ye Duan could open his mouth, the four men directly took the initiative to reach out. Uncle Yi, the high-carbon steel you said before and the drawings that need to be smelted? Drive it to us. You can improve your cultivation by smelting iron. What's the difference between this and lying down and practicing? Look at the four men with excited and exuberant faces. Somehow, watching four hangers-on can be a breakthrough. And they've volunteered to work overtime. Leaf Dust felt lit up. Yeah, overtime is good. Yi Qin immediately unfolded the previous drawings and handed them to the four men. You guys have improved your smelting quite a bit now. Look at that. The four men came forward, and Ye Duan began to explain. This next material you will need to mix a variety of elements, preferably carbon, which you will perceive and record for yourselves. This is the barrel. It needs to withstand a burst of aura, so the material should be hard and the inside should be smooth. This is the gun mechanism, which is responsible for loading and firing the gun, and it has to be constructed with precision and a tight fit. This is the spring that provides the power and needs to be flexible and not easily deformed. Yi Qin looked at the three people after briefly explaining the task. The four men's eyes were glowing. Moreover, Uncle Yi meant that the matter was so important that they could still go up to the Huangtu village's high platform as a conspicuous bag. The four men were now pumped up to 120. They were also skillful, dividing up the work, each responsible for smelting different parts. Sun Monkey was in charge of the barrel. Zhao Tai Hammer was in charge of the gun mechanism. Xian Magnia was in charge of the spring, and Zhou Dashan was in charge of some auxiliary parts. Fiery Palm. Flame Decree. Different flames began to scorch. The four men carefully controlled the fire and adjusted their smelting techniques. If it was Zhao Liang who saw it he would have cursed. I taught you the gongfu. You used to pump iron. Shame. Red Flame Peak's great shame. Aura flowed in their hands, and the flames were like invisible carving knives that melted metal. They strived to smelt every part to perfection. It's the one thing they've been so serious about wanting to do well in their lives. The four of them actually smelted until midnight. Looking at the four people's vigor, Ruyan Lu pursed her lips and smiled. Master is so powerful. No matter what, it seems like people are always full of energy when they are near him. In the latter half of the night, the barrels, gun mechanisms, as well as springs and extra auxiliary parts smelted by the four men were placed on Yi Duan's heels. Yi Chuan stroked the barrel of the gun. Cold, hard, and the basal stage hitman was really extraordinary. Not bad, better than I expected. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, and Sun Monkey and the others looked at Yi Chen curiously. The parts in front of them were completely unrecognizable, and everyone was better off. So what could this thing do? However, everyone was very serious and concentrated. They had now taken Yi Chen as their spiritual totem and faith. Yi Duan gently he picked up the barrel and began to assemble the firearm. Barrel, receiver, spring, trigger. When Yi Chen assembled the magazines, in front of the crowd was a handful of oddly shaped contraptions, things they had never seen before. A magic weapon? The crowd didn't feel any aura fluctuations on it. Cold War? How can you hit someone when it's so short and doesn't have any sharp edges? Several people's eyes revealed bewilderment. What's this? Instead, it was Yi Duan who breathed in sharply because it was a gun. Its modern name is the Thompson submachine gun. Chapter 137 Test Firing Italian Guns. Yi Duan was breathing heavily. This was a gun. There's no man who doesn't love guns, women, and cars. Uncle Yi, what is this? Sun Monkey couldn't help but be the first to ask. After all, they had spent a great deal of Reiki and energy. The other three also had inquisitive faces, their eyes staring straight at Yi Chen, waiting for a solution. This is good stuff. As the first character to invent a rifle in this era, Yi Duan was not prepared to take a common name. 2nd Battalion Commander. Pull over my old Italian guns. Li Yunlong's hissing appeared in Yi Chuan's mind and ignited. At that time, the opposite side was a group of cultivators holding flying swords, and their side was a torrent of steel, aura guns, missiles. That scene, haha, it's fun to think about. It's the Italian cannon of the cultivation world. Italian cannon? What the hell is an Italian gun? The four Sun Monkeys looked at each other in bewilderment. Where is Italy? And what's a cannon? It sounds like it's awesome and immodest. Uncle Yi, what kind of cannon is an Italian cannon? It was Sun Monkey who was bold and inquisitive, directly pursuing the question. Leaf Dust. An Italian cannon is a powerful, long-range magic weapon. In order to make it easier for them to understand, Yi Chen could only lean towards the magic weapon. After all, It was too much effort to explain a super-age weapon like a firearm, so it would be better to just apply the concept of a magic weapon. A remote magic weapon? Zhou Dashan scratched his head, but I don't feel any aura fluctuations. Yes, Uncle Yi. This thing, can it work? Qian Mengniu also raised a question, with a hint of skepticism in his tone. Although Zhao Tai Hammer didn't say anything, he also had a puzzled look on his face. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Yi Chen could understand. After all, they were all immortal cultivators, and their knowledge of magic weapons was that they all had to have aura fluctuations and be able to invoke the aura of heaven and earth. It's for regular people. After Yi Chen spoke these words, the four people present showed horror and shock. A magic weapon that ordinary people can use. My God, are you kidding me? How heaven-defying is Uncle Yi? But every word Yi Chen said made them involuntarily believe it. That's right, this Italian cannon is a magic weapon that allows ordinary people to utilize the power of an immortal cultivator. It's not right. It's not right. This is absolutely impossible. Ordinary people, without spiritual roots and unable to cultivate, how could they possibly utilize the power of Reiki? It was all simply paradoxical. How could an ordinary person without Reiki use it? Looking at the four men with disbelief on their faces, Leaf Dust laughed. Oh, wait and see. Of course he knew they didn't believe it. After all, who would easily believe in something like this that transcended the ages without seeing the power with their own eyes? The best thing to do is to let them experience the power of the Italian guns firsthand. Let them know what it means to have the power of technology. What do you mean by a descending blow? But now that we have the Italian guns, there's one thing missing, and that's bullets. As for the bullets, Yi Duan had also figured out a way to manufacture them a long time ago. Ha ha ha, see you tomorrow afternoon, in the backcountry. With a thought, he directly drilled back into the 10,000 souls sale, leaving the four men talking and, Italian gun. It's as dominating as it sounds. Can ordinary people use it? A few people couldn't think out what it was even if they tried. Inside the 10,000 souls sale, Yi Chen's figure appeared out of thin air. Seeing Yi Chen's sudden appearance, Shen Zitian's eyes were complicated. Poof. He snorted coldly. Originally he was the one who wanted to see Yi Duan's jokes, but as a result, he didn't expect that the militia team would actually charge up with no intention of losing their lives. This really upset him. Luck. This must be luck. He is definitely not admitting that he lost. When he saw Yi Duan, he flung his face at Yi Duan. As a result, Yi Chen ignored it, which really embarrassed him. Yi Duan came to the tiger ghost. Yi big brother. You. The tiger ghost was shivering and was just about to show his goodwill when Yi Chen gave him a look. Squeeze again. The ghost will press directly against its teeth, squeezing viciously. Hashtag UN%. And, hey, thanks a lot. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose as he looked at the four large barrels full of acid that he had accumulated earlier. Now it's all about making black powder. To make black powder, you need three main ingredients: saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. Saltpeter, Yi Duan used the nitric acid secreted from the tiger ghost's teeth. For sulfur, you can use spirit sulfur collected from the volcanic area within the 10,000 souls. Charcoal, there's no shortage of dank wood in the soul streamer. As for ratios, the classic black powder ratio is saltpeter, charcoal, sulfur equals 75 hours 15 minutes and 10 seconds. However, Yi Chuan intended to slightly adjust the ratio and increase the proportion of saltpeter to enhance the power of black powder. Yi Chen first purified the tiger ghost acid. The tiger ghost looked at his dental saliva being poured into the boiler by Yi Duan and steamed up, wanting to cry. Is this a human being? I can't believe you have to use your own saliva? He was curious, though, and it was plausible that his master's shroud was used as a towel. Your own saliva. What can you do with it? Leaf dust was repeatedly distilled and the concentration of nitric acid gradually increased. Yi Chuan used his spiritual energy to sense that the concentration of nitric acid was high enough. This concentration is enough to make black powder. Next, sulfur. Yi Chuan had the 100 ghosts bring him sulfur, and similarly purified it with his own soul flame. And finally, charcoal. Yi Chen directly dug out a few of the gloomy wood inside the 10,000 souls sail. The wood of this next shade wood is hard and the charcoal that is burned is of very good quality. A few hours later, the charcoal was finally burned. Black charcoal with a faint charred scent. With all three ingredients ready, the next step is to mix them. Yi Duan took out a stone mortar and put nitric acid, sulfur, and charcoal, in the ratio of 75 hours 10 minutes and 15 seconds, into the mortar. Then he picked up the stone mortar and pestle and began to grind it. Yi Chuan carefully controlled the strength and speed of the grinding, slowly grinding. In the mortar, the three ingredients gradually mixed together and turned into a black powder. Black powder. Preliminary production completed. But this is not enough. According to the encyclopedia sent by the system, to improve the performance of black powder, it is also necessary to pelletize. Pelletizing, which is taking black powder and making it into granules. Black powder in pellet form burns faster, is more powerful, and is more stable. Yi Chen Suidong's own aura made the flame powder spin centrifugally at high speed. Soon centrifugal success. Black grains, uniform in size and with a smooth surface, look like black grains of rice. Leaf Dust held a handful of black flames. He. Now load them into metal and they are bullets. Bullets are relatively simple to make. Simply load the black powder into the cartridge case and load the slug. However, Yi Duan had an extra thought. Before Yi Duan wished to use spiritual qi to replace gunpowder as power, but obviously the tech tree provided by the system does not describe this. However, if one were to apprentice a scientific researcher, with 100-fold cashback, one should be able to instantly master Reiki technology. Now we can only work on the material. Yi Chuan smelted the iron ore into the shape of a bullet shell and filled it with black flame. At the front end of the bullet, Yi Chuan rotated the snake scale of that python. The snake scales were melted down and manufactured to become the front end of the bullet casing. Snakeskin bullets. Manufacturing complete. A bullet that emitted a metallic luster was neatly arranged in front of Yi Chuan. Modern black powder. Peak Foundation Demon Beast. Scale slug. Once fired, it was enough to tear through the defenses of a Foundation stage cultivator. The Italian gun. At last, can roar. The two people next to him, Shin Zitian and Tiger Ghost, looked at Yi Chen, giggling and poring over things they couldn't understand at all. Master, what is this Yi Duan pouring? Spells? Or, Shin Zitian also couldn't understand what Yi Chen was doing, but his eyes were filled with a cold smile. Fancy, meaningless, with this effort it would be better to cultivate. This Yi Duan, he's always up to something strange. What does this thing do? It looks like a weapon? Tiger Ghost voiced his judgment. Ha, a weapon? Is this thing used by mortals or cultivators? It doesn't have any aura. It doesn't have any sharp edges. If you ask me, it might as well be a hoe. Yi Chuan ignored Shin Zitian, installed the bullets, and looked at Shin Zitian. Hey, this feel good should also try the power of this Italian cannon. Shin Zitian seems to be in the transformation realm, so he should have no problem firing 2 shots. So he directly picked up the Italian cannon and aimed it at Shin Zitian. Ka-ching! The crisp sound of a bolt. The next moment, he aimed at Shin Zitian and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Chapter 138 Aura Weapon Fantasy. A series of deafening explosions were like thunder on the ground. Shin Zutian's figure retreated violently. The aura in his body operated crazily, and a layer of bizarre black light instantly surfaced above his hands. The aura of the transformation stage gushed out. Ghoul protection. The black light around Shin Zutian's body flourished, and countless black bandages wrapped around him. Bang! 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 Dense bullets poured in like a torrential downpour, crashing hard against the black bandages. Dang! 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 The sound of metal crashing was as continuous as rain hitting a banana. Each bullet carried a huge impact, hitting the barrier and stirring up a circle of black ripples. Shin Zutian's eyes gradually stared. He could feel that the power of this thing reached Tsukiji. The key was that it was very dense, swift, and completely beyond one's expectations. It was a means of attack that one had never seen before. Yi Duan, you, what the hell are you up to? Shocked or shocked? Cursing is still cursing. Shin Zitian had a belly full of fire, but he was no match for Yi Chen. He could only bear it defensively, not daring to fight back, and could only scream and curse twice to vent his anger. After a shuttle was finished, he looked at Shin Zitian who did not move. Yi Chuan thought about it briefly, and sure enough, he still couldn't break through the defenses of the God transformation stage. The rate of fire is enough and the power should be the limit. It looked like it would need to come to real aura industries and Italian cannons later on should be able to break through the defenses of the transformation stage. But it's a great feeling to hit a target. Leaf Dust couldn't help it. Leaf Dust changed magazines again and clicked. Bang! 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 Come again? After another shuttle shot, Shin Zitian's face was gloomy and ugly. He could see that Yi Chen was playing with himself here. Yi Duan finally stopped firing, wisps of smoke still coming from the muzzle of the Italian cannon. He smiled. What do you think of the power of this thing? Shin Zitian loosened the black bandage with an irritated expression. He himself was Yi Duan's target. It's just a middle stage of foundation establishment in the district. It's not worth mentioning. Looking at Shin Zitian's still arrogant appearance, Yi Chen grinned. Middle stage of foundation building? But what if I told you that it's something an ordinary person could use? It works for ordinary people? Hearing Yi Duan's words, Shin Zitian's pupils violently quaked. Right. This thing. Doesn't he even have any aura fluctuation? From start to finish, the weapon did not emit any trace of aura. There was no aura released from Yi Chen's body. Battles between cultivators relied on aura, spells, and magic weapons. And the weapon that Yi Chuan used just now, Yi Chuan did not use out any aura. What do you mean? Exactly. Yi Chuan threw the Italian cannon in his hand into Shen Zitian's hand. This thing only needs to gently pull the trigger to be able to exert the power of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. You can understand it as a mortal weapon. Mortal weapons. Shen Zitian's entire body froze in place. Did Yi Chen mean that any ordinary person would be able to use this weapon to execute such a dense mid-foundation establishment attack? It can't be in. It's absolutely impossible. If this really is a weapon used by mortals, what does that mean? Meaning, mortals can also have the power to fight against cultivators. Meaning, monks are no longer exalted, invincible beings. It meant that the entire landscape of the immortal cultivation world would be turned upside down as a result. If that was the case, Yi Chen was shaking the foundation of the immortal cultivation world. Be aware, even now, the power of the entire weapon could not allow itself to be underestimated. One bullet middle stage of foundation building power. This if a few hundred or 1,000 rounds. He was able to resist at the transformation god stage. But the transformation god stage was rare in the entire immortal cultivation world. He had no doubt that the Jindan stage might even be beaten into a sieve. Don't believe me, do you? Here, let's give it a try. Leaf Dust said, clicking his tongue and unloading the magazine again. Reloading a pike of bullets, he handed it to Shen Zitian. Shen Zitian received the weapon. Into the hand too, but not heavy. The hand came from the cold feeling. Leaf Dust helped him click and push the bullet to load. The cold body of the gun went into his hand. Metallic. A feeling he had never felt before. This is the trigger. You pointed at the dirt in the distance and just shoot. Shen Zitian gently pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot. It's not right. Really. He had only gently pulled the trigger and used the power of waving his finger. But he had actually fired an attack from a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Daze. He couldn't resist pulling the trigger again. Bang! 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 Several shots rang out in quick succession. Bullets poured out like rain. And several ghosts that happened to pass by within the 10,000 soul streamer died miserably. Shen Zitian froze. He felt the weapon in his hand. Felt the vibrations of the bullets as they fired. There's really no aura fluctuation. From start to finish, not a single trace of aura leaked from this weapon. He really just moved his finger himself. Shen Zitian was silent. He looked down at the Italian gun in his hand with complicated eyes. An attack without aura. This was a reversal of one's worldview. After a long time, Shen Zitian slightly shivered and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you can still make it more powerful? Ha ha ha, yes, but now it's imperative that we get this stuff and arm every militia team with it. Imagine a militia with a handful of Italian cannons. What's the scene? When Shen Zitian heard this, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. The militia. Shen Zitian had seen that group of soldiers. They were previously coy and greedy, but now they were definitely qualified dead soldiers. If one man had a weapon like this, Shen Zitian didn't dare to imagine that picture. That's a bunch of humanoid beasts. A foundation stage cultivator? Even in front of hordes of Italian guns. You have to kneel down and call your father. A Jindan practitioner? It might also be able to resist for a moment or two, but it definitely didn't dare to fight hard. After all, this stuff doesn't cost anything. Pike after pike after pike. Who can stand up to it? The more Shen Zitian thought about it, the more frightened he felt. Isn't this the fighting strength of a small clan? And from what Yi Duan was saying, this thing didn't need spirit stones or resources, only people. Lean. But, Shen Zitian turned his thoughts again. It seems, not such a bad thing to follow such a madman. After all, he was now considered someone who worked for Yi Chen. Looking at Shen Zitian's silence, Yi Chen rushed forward and patted his shoulder. Old Shen, don't worry. I'll definitely be the first to tell you when there's progress. You're my best employee. Shen Zitian looked at the bandages on his body and wanted to cry. Yi Dust heatedly smiled. His Italian cannon is now a submachine gun. The follow-up sniper rifle, howitzer, grenades, intercontinental missiles, satellites, can be the need for people to test. They can be hard to find. A cultivator of the goddess of transformation stage can give themselves as a physical target. Make sure you take care of it. Right. Yi Dust gave a sweet date, and again inquired about the previous bet. You said before that Ain Spirit Wasteland. What exactly is going on? Chapter 139, Who's the villain? This time, he had come down from the mountain to help Liu Ruyan take revenge. And secondly, he also wanted to take a look at the mundane world of the Ain Spirit Wasteland. Listening to Shen Zitian, he seemed to know some inside information. Shen Zitian sniffed, also nodded silently. The militia team indeed did not escape. he indeed lost, willing to gamble to admit defeat. I read a statement in a secret text that the Kashan spiritual wilderness was, in fact, a sacrifice. Sacrifice? Shun Zitian nodded and continued. The appearance of the Kashan spiritual desertion was not a natural disaster, but man-made. I've heard that it's the top immortal domain families that did this on purpose, and all the families are involved. Why is it so bloody? Yi Duan listened to Shen Zitian's conspiracy theory fell into confusion. This guy will not be from where to find gossip news to fool themselves. Shen Zutian eyed Yi Chen's skeptical eyes and hurriedly pulled out a bone jade from his storage ring. The bone jade is percolated and yellowed, so I'm afraid it's 10,000 years old. An ancient jade indeed. This is a secret message that I inadvertently obtained from the blockade of the ancient family. Leaf Dust looked at the words on it. There is a deficiency in the heavenly Tao. The aura has dried up, and the Kashan rebellion has tipped the heavens and overturned the earth. The only way to survive and risk heavenly pride is to offer sacrifices in order to seek peace in the world. The message was short, but it was also something that Yi Chen instantly understood. It's nothing more than the foreigners using the pride of our clan as food. Ascension is a hoax. It's a conspiracy of the Fae. It's true that the world is a giant pyramid, a food chain. The top eats the bottom. But Leaf Dust laughed. Ha! He's been swinging for the fences himself for 200 years, just in time to try to make something big happen. If it's a big war between the lower and upper levels, or even an alien war, won't that only show how awesome the aura industry is and how talented you are at swinging the pendulum? Shen Zitian looked at Yi Chen smile and couldn't help but be shocked. This guy, instead of a hint of fear on his face, he's smiling? You should know that when you first learned the secret, your back was chilled and you were in a cold sweat. The biggest crisis in the immortal cultivation world is man-made, and it's a conspiracy. It was still the default of all the immortal realm families. Didn't that make them fearful? You're not afraid? Things are starting to get interesting. Shen Zitian looked at Yi Chen's villainous smile. How did he feel? He was the Cultin villain. Yi Duan, ask you something. Ha? You say. Are you sure you're not from the Ghost Sect, Corpse Sect or the Underworld Sect? How I feel. You're the villain compared to me. Cough cough. Leaf Dust laughed awkwardly twice. Illusion. I'm a famous member of the Nine Sword Sect, but now Leaf Dust stayed up, and made an aura industrial era by himself. And the immortal realm, the Fae came to a great war. Shen Zhentian. Watch. I'm going to use the Italian cannon and blast out a new world. Ha ha ha. Shen Zutian looked at Yi Chen's maniacal appearance and suddenly felt that following this madman might really lead to a great cause. After all, this guy's brain circuits are just too clear. Yi Chuan. Shen Zitian hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth and asked, Are you really not afraid? Those people are the immortal domain, but there are countless supreme powerhouses, countless god transformation stages, and even rumored to be ascended ancestors. Afraid? Yi Chen froze for a moment, then laughed. Afraid of what? Fear of the Fae? Fear of sacrifice? Fear of Armageddon? Ah, old Shen, let me tell you, in my Yi Chuan's dictionary, there is no such word as fear. Besides, don't you think that today's immortal cultivation world is boring? I'm now eager to stir up this stagnant water and make something big out of it. After saying that, Yi Duan was in a good mood, humming a little song. Now he was going to go back to sleep for a while, and tomorrow he would directly arm the militia team, leaving Shen Zitian alone, messing around in place. He looked at Yi Chen's distant back and felt a great deal of emotion in his heart. He was now certain that Yi Chen was crazy. It's really nuts. But, following a crazy person seems to be quite exciting? Hell, why wouldn't he himself want to turn the entire immortal cultivation world upside down and make something out of it? Thinking about it, Shen Zitian smiled. Tiger Ghost, Master, and how I feel. You seem to be quite worshipping Big Brother Yi Duan now? Fart. This, day after day. Let us work. If a chance, I will make him die without a burial place. Returning to his room, Yi Chen slept beautifully. Leaf Dust climbed up from the bed in high spirits. He stretched, feeling energized. After posing for too long, especially knowing that the subsequent final boss might be an alien race, Yi Duan instantly became excited. Yi Duan washed up, walked out of the room, and called the militia team leader, Leon. Leon was running all the way. He now had farmland and was held in high regard by the villagers, all because of Yi Duan. He was now full of honor, but he had to perform well in front of Lord Yi. Report. Stand straight in military posture. Leon. Give the militia team a day off today. Vacation? Leon froze, wondering if he had heard wrong. Militia, and a vacation? You know it's never happened before with wind, rain and thunder. Watching the battle to be exact. You will have a match with Sun Wu today. Leon's eyes widened. Me and Lord Sun? Hearing this, Leon outright cowered. No matter how strong you are, you're still just an ordinary person. The scene when Ruyan Lu killed the big snake in seconds was still fresh in everyone's mind, especially the fear and powerful admiration for cultivators. It's so ingrained in the minds of this group. You can tell by the fact that he calls Sun Wu that big dumb adult. The militia did not expectorate for the immortals. Liang shook his head one after another. Lord Yi, I'm definitely no match for Lord Sun. He's a cultivator. Whether it's strength, speed, or reflexes, he's above me. Yi Duan threw the Thompson submachine gun to Leon's heel. Who said anything about letting you fight him with your fists? Here's your weapon. Take it. You have one morning to follow me and learn how to shoot and fire. Then go up against Sun Wu. Leon looked at the cold metal iron in front of him without any sharp edges. However, right now he only had 2 words for Yi Chen: trust. Yes. He answered Leaf Dust cleanly and briefly. Showed his attitude. A trace of inexplicable, uncontrollable anticipation also arose in his heart. Could he really defeat a cultivator? Man, it's a miracle if it actually works. If it was Lord Yeden's promise, it might actually be possible. Chapter 140 Trial Weapons. Next, Liang followed Yi Duan to the outside of Huangtu village. Yi Duan passed a Thompson gun into Leon's hands. A strange instrument appeared in front of Leon. It was an odd piece of metallic iron he had never seen before. It was about half a foot long, with a strange rectangle in the center, a hollow metal and iron tube at the front, and an oval curved structure at the bottom. It doesn't have any sharp edges, not even a grip. Lord Yi, this is a weapon? Liang realized that Yi Chen was hoping that he would use this weapon against the cultivators. Yes, do you see the hole in the center? Leaf Dust pointed to the location of the trigger, and Leon nodded. The arc in the center is called the trigger. When you aim, Yi Dust pointed his finger at a giant weathered sandstone in the distance. It was a hard, thick boulder, and if he wanted to destroy it, usually only a siege crossbow could do it. Next, you use the hole in the top, point it at a distant rock, and pull the trigger. Pull the trigger? Leon quickly understood and raised the barrel of his gun, aiming the sights at the giant boulder in the distance. Keep your breathing steady and quiet, and don't move your arms. After a few days of training, Leon's obedience to orders was ingrained. He kept his arm vertical and pulled the trigger. Bang! An ear-piercing boom rang in Leon's ears as a 7.62mm bullet whistled out. Bullets exploded against the stone, splattering the sandstone with crumbling dust. A hot shell casing fell to the ground with a clunk. Yi Duan temporarily set the Thompson gun to single-shot mode, aiming to improve Leon's accuracy. Leon's pupils quaked as he clearly perceived the vibration from his arm and the roar in his ears after he gently pulled the trigger. There was no trajectory of a bow, no divine speed of a crossbow, just a voice. His eyes couldn't even catch the flight of the bullet, and by the time he came back to his senses, it had already exploded against the hard sandstone. Bows and crossbows definitely don't have such terrifying speed as far as power. Go over and take a look. When Leon stood in front of the sandstone, the scene in front of him froze him. A clear jagged crack crumbled out of the middle of the 2-meter-high sandstone, which spread all around along the area where it hit. He couldn't help but gently run his hand over it. The edges of the sandstone crumble like cookies. Is this self-inflicted? Just a slight pull of the trigger? Lord Yi, I caused this? Leon couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe the sandstone he was seeing in front of him. Leaf Dust patiently explained. This thing, it's called an Italian gun. Or you can call it a gun. What you used just now was its easiest mode. If you use it skillfully, its rate of fire can be increased by 10 times, or even 100 times. Think about it, the power of that strike just now, multiplied by 100. Do you think an ordinary cultivator could block it? Leon looked at the fine cracks in front of him and was quite certain. An ordinary cultivator couldn't hit the attack just now, and it was even more impossible after the speed was increased by 10 times. Now he suddenly understood Yi Chen's meaning. How could one defeat a cultivator? That was with the weapon in one's hand. So, all you have to do is see the monk and then, if you can aim, react fast enough to hit it. You can even threaten early Jindan cultivators. Leon looked at the Thompson submachine gun in his hand and finally realized what Yi Chen meant. He began to get excited and his blood began to boil, because this divine weapon in one's hand did make it possible for one to defeat a cultivator. Now, all you have to do is practice how to hit the bullseye. Yi Duan knew very well that a person who truly possessed courage and will could do everything well as long as he was on point. As expected, Leon nodded vigorously at Yi Duan. Lord Yi Duan, I won't let you down. He held the weapon called the Italian cannon in a death grip and began a boring and long practice. A morning's time passed in a flash. When Yi Chen turned on the automatic firing streak mode for the last time for Leon, Leon was completely shocked. The spurting fire snake roared, and countless bullets embedded themselves in the sandstone. When the barrage of bullets finished, Leon looked at the sandstone in the distance. Its entire surface was riddled with holes, and in the terrifying roar of the Italian cannon, The outermost layer of sandstone directly turned into flotsam, with fine cracks spreading crazily along the sandstone. The tabletop-sized sandstone let out a porcelain crunch and shattered into 5 or 6 pieces with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, Leon's eardrums were still buzzing. But more than that, without any hesitation, a strong illusion arose in the mind of Leon, who held the Italian cannon in his hand. The cultivator was not invincible. Lord Leaf Dust really did what he said he would do. Why should they be inferior? With the Italian cannon, ordinary people can have combat power comparable to that of a monk. He developed a strong anticipation for the afternoon sparring session. In the afternoon, an exposed lush rocky hillside outside of Windsor Pass. Everyone in the militia stood straight, and not far away, there were Sun Wen and Sun Wu, as well as Zhao Tai Hammer and the rest of the crowd from Red Flame Peak. People in all three parties had different ideas. They had come, today, to watch a ridiculous sparring match. At least that's what everyone in the room thought. Liang, the captain of the militia team, will be taking on Sun Wu, a cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment. The place of the sparring, on the other hand, was on the slope of the Lush Rock. It was a back slope, with only the wind whistling, carrying coarse sand grains skimming across the ground and crashing against the layers of Lush Rock, making crackling sounds. There was no shelter, no cover, which meant that the two men would be facing each other straight on. In Sun Wu's eyes, this was a battle without any suspense. To a cultivator, killing an ordinary person was no different from crushing an ant. It's the equivalent of someone with 3 times your speed and strength taking on you. Moreover, Ye Dust actually chose the location in an open area without any cover or hiding place. This means that the two will confront each other head-on. A cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment facing a mortal? And it's still straight on, which is a death sentence. Sun Wu couldn't help but laugh at the thought of this image. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but it was the way he perceived the world. It's basic common sense. In fact, not only Sun Wu, but even the crowd of the militia team thought the same. But only Leon knew for sure that the area was chosen for better shooting. He looked at Sun Wu in the distance. There was still half an incense stick of time left before he himself would have to fight against the cultivator. His palms were already sweating. Chapter 141, Sword Chi vs Italian Cannon. Captain, way to go. We're behind you. Captain, charge, charge. A few of the Minutemen cheered at Leon, clapping enthusiastically, shaking their fists, and cheering at Leon. None of them uttered exaggerated words, but only expressed their spiritual support for Leon. Why? Because it was clear to everyone that Liang was fighting against Sun Wu with an egg. Many people even thought that Ji Chen had arranged this competition to give everyone a wake-up call, to figure out the highs and lows of respect between the militia and the cultivators. Compared to the militia, who were sitting upright, Sun Wen and Sun Wu were in a relaxed and cozy state. On the other hand, the 4 people, Zhao Tai Hammer and Xian Mengniu, Sun Monkey, and Zhou Dashan, were carrying a subtle sense of anticipation. The 4 of them had personally participated in the process of Yi Chen making that mysterious weapon. If it was really as Uncle Yi had said, this weapon can really defeat the monks if for their affirmation. On the other hand, as cultivators themselves, they didn't really want cultivators to be defeated by a mortal, because it meant a complete change in everything they were proud of. It was in the midst of the various complications of the crowd that half an incense stick of time passed. Yi Chen signaled both Liang and Sun Wu to walk into the battlefield. Ye Dust pointed to a roughly 300-meter radius. This lush rocky slope is the range. The battle begins. And the one who leaves the area or is defeated is the loser. Understood? Understood. Both Liang and Sun Wu nodded at the same time. Sun Wu couldn't help but smile when he heard Yi Chen speak. Uncle Yi, the way you say that, you're looking down on me and the Nine Swords sect a little too much. Sun Wu grinned broadly, not even drawing the long sword at his own waist. A mortal? Charge up there yourself and settle it with a single punch. With that said, he cheerfully looked over at Leon, who was standing across from himself. Leon, although you are the captain of the militia team, there is a strength gap between us. Don't worry, I'll be merciful. Ha? Sun Wu was worried that he would seriously injure Liang in a moment. Leon didn't answer, and after nodding his head to show his respect, he took a death grip on the Italian cannon in his right hand. He knew very well that he only had one chance. Taking advantage of Sun Wu's lack of reaction, he instantly let the Italian cannons pour out the snakes of fire and the shocking combat power. Aim and pull the trigger. Leon simulated everything he was going to do over and over again in his mind, as he concentrated and gazed, repeating Lord Yi Duan's teachings in his mind. A quick lift, a quick trigger pull, a straight arm, a steady hold, and a final pressure on the recoil of the gun. Leon repeated it again and again. He told himself profoundly, Liang, you do have a chance, even though the other party is a cultivator. It is not unbeatable. When he looked up, his eyes were like torches. The moment Sun Wu and Liang looked at each other, He actually saw blazing and rolling battle intent in each other's eyes, not the least bit weaker than a powerful cultivator. Surprisingly, it made Sun Wu wary. Was this the way a mortal would look at a cultivator? Yes, Sun Wu had gotten used to the fact that when he reported his name, the mortals were, for the cultivators, honored, feared, and fawned to please. And Leon didn't. His eyes only had pure blazing wariness. He really took himself as an opponent. But then, Sun Wu threw Leon's eyes out of his head. Leon, it's not bad to be the person chosen by Uncle Yi. You do have courage. It's just that courage alone is not enough. At this time, Yi Duan, who had been silent all along, suddenly looked at Sun Wu with a joyful ines. Sun Wu, let me give you a little advice. Uncle Yi, you command. In a moment, I advise you to go all out. Sun Wu was still confused, and Yi Chen had already given the order. Begin! Sun Wu snapped his head up to look at Liang, and Liang tightened his grip on the gun handle and violently raised the barrel of the gun to aim at Sun Wu in front of him. Sun Wu froze. It is? What the hell? Leon jerked the trigger. Bang bang bang! Sun Wu's pupils instantly quaked. A black bullet attacked towards Sun Wu, who originally did not cast any defense. The bullets were fired at a surprisingly fast rate. It was too late for Sun Wu to dodge. However, it didn't matter. He was at the foundation stage. His flesh was comparable to a brute. He could fight with tigers and fight for his life. Ordinary bows and crossbows couldn't hurt themselves at all. Sun Wu sneered. Strange tricks. My flesh is comparable to a beast. You weapon. Sun Wu was tough indeed, but it was only flesh and blood. And each of Yi Dust's bullets had undergone treatment, wrapping the front end of the bullet with snakeskin, enough to seriously injure an egg in its early stages. Puffing, drilling pain came from Sun Wu's left arm. Ah! Sun Wu violently took half a step back, forcing himself to endure the severe pain in his right arm. He looked incredulously at his left arm, blood staining his plain arm. Bleeding. When the militia team under the stage saw that Sun Wu was repulsed and had his left hand injured instantly, everyone's expression was one of surprise. Can mortals, really, hurt cultivators? This completely turned their world upside down. And the one who hurt the monks was their captain. For a moment, it set the militia in the room ablaze. It's literally a shot in the arm inside everyone. Captain, go for it. Captain, him up. Damn, get him. They waved their fists and shouted. And Sun Wu's forehead veins were exposed. He originally seemed to have reservations. But now, himself hurt by mortals, he was enraged. Yes, he fiercely drew his own flying sword at his waist. Sword chi wrapped. The aura coalesced into a shield of astral energy. You made me. With an arrow step, he stomped the ground and violently rushed towards Liang, the flying sword in his hand flying towards Liang's chest. Rushing directly towards himself, Leon jerked his head up. Good chance. The whole person is concentrated into a state of mind flow. Auto fire streak. Leon pressed the trigger violently. Bang, bang, bang. The barrel of the gun sprayed out a fire snake. Italian guns charge. Crackle. Countless bullets were fired towards Leon. Sun Wu's pupils quake. He clearly felt the powerful steel beads flying and attacking towards him. The damage, in no way weaker than any of the Peak Foundation establishment. How is that possible? Is this a way of fighting power that a mortal can exert? So swift. The force is strong. He swung his sword violently, slicing through the top row of bullets. However, the next second, bullets came in like a tidal wave. A bullet smashed into the astral aura, and he heard his astral aura shatter crisply. The next second, clang. The astral aura on Sun Wu's body exploded with a boom. A loud explosion rang out, and Sun Wu's entire body flew out like a leaf, smashing heavily into the ground, his huge body causing the ground to drag out a distance of 5 meters. He struggled to brace himself to stand up, and wow! A mouthful of blood spat into his chest. It hurt. So tired. The internal organs moved position. Why the severe pain and broken bones? The key thing was the misalignment of the bones in his body and the damage caused by the aftermath of the impact as well as his own cheating. Hot and raw pain. This feeling, Sun Wu was just about to open his mouth and looked up. Leon appeared on his heels. The blackened muzzle of the gun aimed right at the center of his forehead. Chapter 142, The Defiant Sun Wu. Bang! The entire hillside fell into an eerie silence. The rolling gunshot on Sun Wu's forehead made his temples jut. He knew very well that it was the blackened barrel shot just now. Get yourself seriously injured. Now he was in severe pain all over his body, and his left arm was a piece of lost consciousness. Fear. Sun Wu felt the threat of death, and it was under the weapon of a mundane. Liang's thumb on the trigger whitened slightly as his wrist lifted and the muzzle ground aimed at Sun Wu's head. Victory and defeat have been decided. Sun Wu admit defeat. Yi Chuan faintly reminded from behind. Sun Wu couldn't accept it. His tongue tasted the rusty flavor seeping from his lips. The 2 words of admitting defeat came from but were never able to come out of Sun Wu's mouth. He can't accept his defeat. Lost by yourself? Lost to a guy in the mundane world. No one, any cultivation. No aura. Sun Wu felt that his internal organs were churning, and the wound in his arm that was penetrated by the bullet was suddenly on fire, and the pain ran down the meridian straight to the sky. The hem of his own chest robe had at some point been set afire with charred holes, the flesh swollen with a purplish-red color. Winning! I don't know who in the militia shouted out first. Then the militia crowd was thoroughly cheering. They had maniacal eyes and maniacal expressions. What does that mean? That's regicide in the eyes of this militia team. Defeated a monk with a mortal body. Holy bull. Damn. It's too fierce. Captain Li is bullish. Wahahaha. The captain actually won. I can go back and brag about it for a year. Xian Mengniu, who was standing in place, was even more dismayed with his eyes, and his mouth was wide open, turning his head to look at Sun Monkey and the others. Several people had smelted the equipment of the Italian cannon. Of course they recognized the weapon in Liang's hand. Isn't this what Uncle Yi assembled yesterday? But the power of this Italian cannon just now completely overturned his perception. The monstrous waves raised by the aura of that attack were almost equal to the attacks of 2 or 3 peak foundation establishment stage cultivators. It's not that Sun Wu is too hot. It's that this thing is too raw. This thing? We made it? Looking at Qian Mengniu's surprised face, Sun Monkey and the others also came back to their senses. Right? A few people recalled what Yi Duan had told the crowd a day ago, a spell that ordinary people can use. Uncle Yi really succeeded. There was no cheering, no boiling. The 4 Red Flame Peak disciples were terrified and uneasy inside, because the 4 of them, they saw a future in which the gap between ordinary people and cultivators was erased. The 4 of them still made it all with their own hands. This sense of absurdity at the junction of the ages leaves them at a loss. That Italian cannon was tearing apart the protective astral aura of a foundation subversion cultivator at a distance of 300 paces, which already said it all. When Leon heard Yi Duan's words, he gently lowered the Thompson submachine gun in his hand. I can still fight. Sun Wu clenched his teeth and violently urged his physical Reiki again. This moment was unacceptable to him. Everything that was proud and inherent within him made him simply unable to accept his defeat. He is a monk himself, a friar. To actually be killed by an ordinary person in seconds with ease, without even harming the other party's skin. Then what was his decades of hard work? His faith? What was it? He couldn't take it. Ruyan. Yi Chen saw Sun Wu urging his aura again and spoke faintly. He would die if he went on like this. Liu Ruyan instantly understood. Her slender jade finger raised. 3 turquoise vines violently broke through the sandstone and directly bound Sun Wu's entire person into a twist. The winner is already divided. There is no need to compete anymore. Leaf Dust yawned. Defiant? Stubborn ass? If you can charge up against a gun today, understand that you can charge up against a cannon. Is that brave? It's stupid. Uncle Yi. Sun Wu aggrieved tears uncontrollably flowed down. How can one lose? Weakness and ignorance are never an obstacle to survival. Arrogance is. When you think you're so self-righteous that you don't put Leon in your eyes, you've already lost. Well, Ruyan, heal this guy? A moment later the heart vessels are taut and the person is gone. Liu Ruyan hurriedly nodded her head. The green vines began to wood aura into Sun Wu's body. The wounds on Sun Wu's body were visible to the naked eye began to heal, and the iron pieces in his body began to be squeezed out. A few minutes later, his entire body was nothing but weak and his traumas were scabbed over. Holy, this heaven-defying healing ability is like a walking medical team. Reiki still has application scenarios. After hearing Yi Chen announce the winner, the corners of Liang's entire mouth were uncontrollably rising. Success! He had really succeeded. He even felt like it was all an illusion, that he had really won. Liang's hand holding the gun shook imperceptibly, and he suddenly remembered the morning, when Yi Chuan had brought himself to practice with the gun. How the sandstone 300 paces away was torn into a sieve. He thought about how Yi Duan had told him how to aim, shoot, and press the gun. And before he left, this last thing Lord Leafdust told himself was, remember, mercy runs out before you pull the trigger. It's still true. I'm not convinced. Sun Wu's body just healed. Immediately is once again holding his long sword. Ye Master Uncle, just now is my light enemy. If it is to sacrifice the life-flying sword, alas. Yi Chuan looked at this Sun Wu's appearance of forgetting the pain after a good injury. It's really stubborn. Still not quite accepting that he failed. By the looks of it. What? It's still a beginner's Thompson submachine gun on its own, with the only change being upgrading the bullet casings with snake scales. You know, the Thompson submachine gun is primitive inside modern firearms, followed by AK-47, Gatling, QBZ-191, and grenades, howitzers, cannons, rockets, ICBMs. What's going on? Are you really going to fight it? Since Sun Wu felt that the slap wasn't loud enough, he could only increase the strength a little bit. Leaf Dust shook his head helplessly. Leon. Here. Load. Without any hesitation, Leon reloaded the Thompson again. Individual fire coverage. Aligned. Yi Chen looked at the cultivators present. Chen Meng Nyo Hammer and the others. Who is not too convinced? Take a step forward? Sun 1. Xian Mengniu. Sun Monkey and the others immediately took a step back. Just now Sun Wu's tragic situation was seen by everyone. There's no need to be a living target. Sun Wu actually took another step forward. Leon aimed his gun directly at Sun Wu. The militias is all about absolute obedience. I'm Nima. This bean is really not afraid of death. Yi Chen hurriedly stopped Leon. Don't shoot. Yi Chuan was afraid that he would really give this Sun Wu to be killed, and simply direct the sandstone in the distance. Fire coverage, shooting sandstone. Chug, 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 chugging. Countless bullets flew out, and the sandstone surface directly became splattered rubble, splattered in midair before being broken into pieces by the second wave of bullets. 1 clip, 2 clips, 3 clips. When the third clip had been fired, the barrel rolled and glowed red. The sandstone held in place for 3 seconds before clattering and collapsing to the ground. Yi Duan looked at sandstone and said calmly, "This is a militia team's attack, and the fire coverage is a minimum of 20 people, shooting together using Italian cannons, cross and uninterrupted. If you really fight, Sun Wu, do you think you're still okay? 20 people? An attack with uninterrupted power comparable to a foundation stage subversion. For 2 whole minutes? Sun Wu didn't speak anymore. To be precise, even just now when Leon covered the second time with fire, he didn't have any certainty that he could stop it. That iron ball? It was strangely fast, and when it hit, it hurt like hell. And next to him, Zhao Taihuang looked at what was in front of him, his mind going blank. Zhao Taihammer was the one who had made a breakthrough in smelting, so he was considered to be the relatively smart one out of the 4, and the power displayed by the Italian cannon was not a mundane person's magic weapon in his eyes anymore. For ordinary cultivators, he was profoundly aware that this was already a moving immortal execution formation. Even he suddenly felt that the kung fu he used to cultivate might not be quite right. The fire coverage described by Yi Duan just now, if it was 20 people, but if we continue to think about it, if only we could make these weapons available to every ordinary person? Days. Sun Monkey was also shocked and voiced his question. Gentlemen, do you think that Uncle Ye's research direction belongs to weapon refining? Zhao Taihammer didn't have any hesitation. This isn't refining. This is the ing way of heaven. Chapter 143 Fear of Under Fire. Turning his head, he pointed at Zhao Taihuang and the others behind himself. The militia team immediately calmed down and looked at Yi Duan respectfully. You mustn't be too proud of yourselves, for the Italian cannon in your captain's hand was made by the very people you defeated. The monks. Without their dedication, there would be no weapon. Instantly, the militia team's eyes changed as they looked at Zhao Taihammer. Such a divine weapon, of course, makes them for the producer's eyes admiration. Impressed. Not to mention that maybe they'll be able to use it in the future. And it's a lot of ass kissing. Wow. Awesome. Such a divine weapon. The 4 lords are in trouble. Strong. Too strong. Bull. It's awesome. Big brother, take my little brother's knee. It was clearly tinged with adoration and respect. Zhao Taihammer. A few people where have encountered such boasting and flattering. Even more cannot help but raise their heads. Heart thumping. A wave of heat rushed through his heart. A few people have lived for so many years in Red Flame Peak. To say that they are disciples is to say that they are handymen, tireder than a cow, eating the same pig food. Where have I ever been complimented in such a real way as today? Sun Monkey scratched his head and smiled heatedly. Where? It's all what we should do. Chen Mengniu also concurred naively. Yes, it's all because of Uncle Ye's guidance. Several people giggled, their mouths gaping, and kept waving their hands in a pretense of understatement. When Leon heard this, he was even more respectful with his eyes. And if it wasn't for the weapons of the several people in Zhao Tiawang's, they may never be able to harm a monk. Liang patted his pockets and cobbled together a bunch of copper coins. This was all he had left. Gentlemen, if you don't mind, go to the town today and have a drink, so that I can be grateful to a few immortals. The other militia teams, seeing the need for hospitality, also chipped in, and for a moment, Liang's hands were filled with several large strings of copper coins. This action looked at Zhao Taihammer Sun Monkey. A few people is inner touched. Them. Do they deserve to be honored so much? 2. Chen Mengniu was even more temperamental, patted his chest and said, Leon, other not to say, you this brother, I recognize. Ha ha. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit a smiling person. This invisible. This militia team and Zhao Taihammer and other people's exchanges in communication came up. It also no longer seemed like they had created some sort of barrier between ordinary people and cultivators. The opposite is the relationship between the soldier and the equipper. The group discussed just going for a drink, but before leaving, of course, he also looked at Yi Chen's face first. Yi Duan smiled and told them to get lost, hating the fact that he could not wait to be left alone to have a good rest. What Leaf Dust was happy about was that a great integration had begun in the Huangtu village nowadays. After watching the group of people leave, Ruyan Lu appeared behind Yi Chen. Master, what about you? What's the schedule for this afternoon? Yi Duan looked towards the yellow sand in the distance and thought of the story that Xin Zitian had told. Immortal domain families, ancient clans, and ferocious beasts of foreign races. If it's true, suddenly there's a phobia of under fire. The point is, if you can't get aura ICBMs, drone swarms, and aircraft carriers on your own, now suddenly you're anxious. It's just that right now the system only provides himself with the most basic aura industry. He has to swing for the fences and recruit an apprentice. The fastest way is to recruit a genius, a true genius of the aura industry, directly returning himself 100 times. Ruyan, Master is anxious right now. I need to recruit a disciple. Master, to recruit a disciple? Liu Ruyan immediately muttered, her small mouth, her eyes grumbling. Master, wouldn't you want to recruit a female disciple? Is having Ruyan not enough? Is Master this kind of person? Yi Duan was in a serious mood. Anything, Master needs to develop technology today. Technology is the first productive force. Men and women are not limited. What is needed is talent. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan immediately smiled like a flower. That's good. Hey, then what do you need me to do? Master, you help me issue a bounty order. It's the question. As long as you can answer up to my question. 100 taels of gold and 10 top-grade spirit stones. Understood, Master. Yi Duan quickly began to compose his own exam questions. There is a fat man who cultivates and uses 3 spirit stones on the first day, 11 on the 5th day, and adds the same amount every day. How many pills will he use on the 99th day? A 300-pound flying sword. How much force do you need to exert to make it accelerate 3 feet per second? What is missing from the reaction of burning basalt iron within fire and seeing the rust change back to metal? What's the principle of the transmission? These questions cover math, chemistry, physics, and modern science, respectively. In fact, Yi Duan wasn't sure of the answers to these questions. He was just very clear that this disciple of his definitely needed to be an all-rounder in chemistry, physics, and mathematics, so that he could do less and succeed in swinging for the fences. In this era, the illiteracy rate is 80%, so Yi Dust didn't hold too much hope. To be able to slightly rub the edge or close to it, have been considered a genius. There's no way anyone can get these 4 questions right. After letting Liu Ruyan post the bounty, Zhao Tai Hammer was the one who came back early from the drinking game and saw Yi Duan. He was stopping right away, with an inquisitive look on his face. Yes, Zhao Tai Huang was on the table, and it was a scratch, because he couldn't for the life of him understand why the mediocre Italian gun could unleash such terrifying power. This past day, what exactly did Uncle Yi use? So without waiting for the drinking game to end, he couldn't wait to get back. Uncle Yi, I am really not in the mood to drink. I just want to know, how did you get this Italian cannon? It clearly doesn't seem to have any killing power, as I recall, and when we pressed it yesterday, there was no reaction. This guy, he actually wants to work overtime. Yi Chuan pulled out a bullet and threw it into Zhao Taihammer's hand. Take a look. Zhao Taihammer hurriedly caught it, and in his hand was a conical object with a gust of metallic coolness coming from it. However, out of the instincts of today's blacksmiths, Zhao Taihammer felt that making it in his hands was not complicated. Inside an Italian cannon, that's what this is? Produced great power? That's right. This thing is called a bullet. Yi Chen nodded as he patiently explained. Inside this is gunpowder, which you can understand as a substance that can explode. Explosive charms? Clever. Similar. Yi Chuan pointed at the 7.62mm snakeskin bullet. The foremost end is wrapped with the snake scales of that Peak Foundation Establishment steelskin python from last time, so it can harm Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. You assembled the gun yesterday, including the rifling, barrel and magazine, etc. The only thing missing was the bullets. The trigger you press will instantly hit the primer inside the bullet, setting off a flame, and the gunpowder, or explosive charm as you call it, will instantly burn, explode, and trigger into a hot, high-pressure gas that pushes out the metallic, snake-skinned bullet. The bullet will fire quickly with the high-velocity gas added, and the gun user will feel a sharp impact and force coming from the arm. This is because of the recoil. So, when Sun Wu and Liang fought against each other, Liang actually went through rigorous training, and his victory was no accident. And of course the power is very considerable. It's not difficult. You should learn it very quickly. Silence. Zhao Tai Hammer fell into a long silence as he looked at the Italian cannon in front of him. This was the first time Zhao Taihame felt a power that was beyond his understanding. His eyes looked toward Yi Chen and he couldn't help but start to become worshipful. What kind of extraordinary imagination is this? What kind of powerful understanding of the world is this? Master Yi, even if he is a third level of the Qi refining realm, at this time, he cannot help but let him produce admiration. Uncle Yi, where did you, learn all this? Being too shocked, Zhao Taihuang couldn't help but ask. With heart, ha ha. Yi Duan snorted. His own cultivation, the heavenly tribulation was shrugged off to Liu Ruyan. How could he tell the truth? Did I tell you that I'm a 9-year compulsory education omission? I haven't had a good meal in the last few days, so I've been arranging one lately. Instead, Zhao Tai Hammer, who was standing in the same place, had his eyes rolling and blazing as he repeatedly recited under his breath. Use your heart. Use your heart. Right. As long as I put my mind to it, anything is possible. Saying that, he picked up the drawing that Yi Chen had left behind earlier. Burning fire technique. His right hand burned with rolling flames and rolled up. Chapter 144, Magical Answers. Nightfall. Leaf Dust lay down on the pile of wheat grass on the roof of his house, and both of his hands were placed behind himself as a pillow. Look at what's in front of you. The village of Huangtu, which was so poor that rats went around it, has undergone a change of its own. The well at the entrance of the village was surrounded by people with clay sculptures of the Yellow Earth Maidens. Everyone lined up for water on time every day, and the villagers never had a water shortage again. Originally black, gray and dry face, now clean a lot. The village head Li Go was carrying his hand, hanging with a dry cigarette looking around the Huangtu village. The way that head was held up, it was so dejected. If you didn't know, you'd think it was him. As for the village before the mouth of chewing the tongue of Zhang Damiang, now is looking at Liang and others as smiling, straight in the face of the giant python. When she was scared to her as the crotch is wet. Now, every time the militia is mentioned it screamed good. As for Liang and Sun Monkey and the others, after having the Thompson submachine gun manufactured, the two sides were chatting. Another drink today and a group of guys are hooking up and coming back from town. The last thing is that the fire is still smoldering inside his own workshop right now. It doesn't take much to figure out that Zhou Tai Hammers is now rolled up. I hope I won't let myself down. Yi Duan yawned. He indeed didn't let the villagers reclaim the wasteland. Originally the villagers thought they would starve to death. As a result, Yi Duan let the two people, Sun Wen and Sun Wu, distribute millet porridge and dried squash and radish every day. You should know that the villagers of Huangtu village ate chaff, mixed with sandy rice, inside their weekdays. Now that there are no more taxes and no need to farm, every day is just smelting iron ore. You can eat millet porridge and dried radish. Who isn't confused here? Moreover, Lord Yi had also set up an attendance and KPI system, and as long as he carried enough ore, he could also get extra millet porridge, which made everyone energized. Now that's a day in the life of a god. Quite a few people, now looking at Yi Duan, was just directly sliding and shouting godly grandpa. It scared Yi Duan so much that he didn't dare to go out during the day. The evening breeze rolled the fragrance of rice to paste Yi Duan's face. Yi Duan smiled. It looked like everyone was doing a good job. Li Go was looking around the Huangtu village at the moment, squinting at the smoke wafting up from the homes. 1 month this place was as dead as a graveyard. Now, families had millet porridge to eat, and towels to wash their practices, and there was no shortage of water. Li Go suddenly felt his eyes sour. This ing is called the day. The yellow earth ran out of the life. Everyone is finally simmering to the end of the simmering to the end of the ah. Of course, not everyone is so happy. At this time, Sun Wu was alone in his own bed, embracing the city in a ball, into a deep self-doubt. Is he really a waste? Yi Duan looked at his masterpiece. Now, he had sort of planted a seed in every heart of Huangtu village. The villagers believe they can have a better life. The militia realized that the monks were not unbeatable. As for Sun Wu, Zhao Taihuang and the others, they should have realized the power of technology and no longer feel arrogant and superior. Now, then, it's time for the next step. Huangtu village reform system. Yi Duan was ready to implement land reform. And the reason why he didn't let the villagers of Huangtu village work was also for this reason. The original land belonged to the local landowners. But now, they will begin to pit out new farmland under the Windsor Pass mountain range and distribute it uniformly. This was also the promise that Yi Duan had given to the militia team earlier, that they would pit their own farmland under the mountain range 2 kilometers away from Huangtu village, and have their land in the true sense of the word. The second step was accelerated industrialization. One must allow Sun Monkey and the others to batch build industrialized Thompson submachine guns. Saturation strikes were what one needed. But this condition was also slightly harsh as one needed to recruit a brand new disciple. The third step is a talent acquisition program. In fact, all along Yi Chuan had believed that everyone was equal, and did not think that cultivators could be any more powerful than ordinary people. But Shin Zitian and Tiger Ghost's trip had caused him to change. That is, industrialization, which does not necessarily involve raising tall buildings from flat ground. Powerful cultivators, the gong methods they cultivated, as well as magic treasures and magic weapons, could quickly and directly produce industrialized finished products. For example, the bandaged towel on Shin Jintian's body and the acid on the Tiger Ghost's saliva. If it was other cultivators, they should be able to provide help as well. And Yi Chuan estimated that it would only be somewhat useful for cultivators after the God transformation stage realm. Moreover, with the 10,000 soul streamer, one can shelter countless geniuses to help him industrialize, and he will not be discovered. Ha ha ha, Yi Duan thought well and nodded his head with satisfaction. He was really a genius. Leaf Dust was giggling when Ruyan Lu came in style. In his hand was a thick stack of straw paper, the very answer to Yi Duan's question today. Hey, how come you're getting busier and busier when you clearly want to swing for the fences? It's fine. As long as he recruits a slightly more powerful apprentice himself, he'll have someone to exploit. Ahem. No, it would have guided him well. Master, here are the answers I gathered back today. A whole 2,000 copies. Asterisk. How many? Yi Chen had also underestimated the temptation of 100 taels of gold and 10 top-quality spirit stones. After all, in this age of very low industrial survivability, that could almost change the fate of a family. Okay, I'll take a look. Yi Chuan stretched a lazy waist. Have Li go. Bring me more kerosene lamps over. Damn, I'm a really clean official. Put. Watching her master suffer, Ruyan Lu was heartbroken and adorable. Master is so cute. Right, Master. I got a rather strange answer today. Why don't I show it to you first? Ha ha ha. Leaf Dust laughed. Strange answer? Could it be some oddball? It was also true that the illiteracy rate in this era was roughly 80%, and Yi Duan had even prepared himself for the fact that they were all oddballs. The last time I looked for people in the Nine Swords sect were a bunch of oddballs. This time it's still in the mundane world, so I'm not sure how much talent there is. However, what Ruyan Lu said was strange. He still had to give face to this beautiful disciple of his. Okay, then show me the answer. Aha. Master, take a look, said Yi Chuan as he picked up the strange answer that Liu Ruyan said in her mouth. There is a fat man who cultivates and uses 3 spirit stones on the first day, 11 on the 5th day, and adds the same amount every day. How many pills will he use on the 99th day? From the equation of the equivariance series A_n equals A_1 plus N1, Dan equals A1 plus N1, D substitute to get 199. A 300-pound flying sword. How much force do you need to exert to make it accelerate 3 feet per second? 300 caddies equals 150 kilograms, 1 caddy equals 0.5 kilograms, 300 pounds of flying sword combined with 150 kilograms, accelerating 3 feet per second or 9 meters per square second. According to Newton's law F equals ma, the foundation needs 1485 in force. What is missing from the reaction of burning basalt iron within fire and seeing the rust change back to metal? Rust reduction lack of 3 elements. The temperature needs to break through the Xian iron spirit stagnation point, about 1580, reduction medium. It is recommended to use the fire bat blood to replace the hydrogen yin and yang balance. The yin fire belongs to the decalcitrant. Must be operated in the rising period of the Earth's chakra yang air at the time of the Yu time. Note that Xian iron contains meteorite essence gold. The conventional reducing agent is ineffective. Must add thunderbolt charcoal powder. 1. What is the principle of transmutation? The core is acoustic aura coding. The transmitting end records the acoustic spectrum with dragon's bane fibers to establish a quantum entangled channel with the help of homologous blood packs. The receiving end restores the acoustic waves through phoenix feather resonance. Limitations: transmission distance of 100 miles, affected by the curvature of the Earth, information density of 3 breaths, about 18 seconds. Exceeding the limit needs to be superimposed on the 10,000 mile transmission array. When he saw the answer, Yi Chuan's entire body froze in place. It's nifty. I can't even read it myself. But aren't these all physics, chemistry formulas? Could it be that this Nima has met a genius? Chapter 145, Very Individualistic Dressing. That's right. You got it all right? Yi Chen's entire body looked at the answer and repeatedly consulted the answer inside the system several times. Is there really a genius in this world? This B is Newton. Einstein? Reincarnated? Wait a minute. No, even if he's a genius, he can't be an all-rounder in all disciplines, in all fields, and even the symbols are identical. Suddenly a shocking idea slammed into Yi Chen's mind. Is it? It made his heart thump wildly with excitement. And someone else has traveled to this place too? Yes, that's the only explanation. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's entire body became agitated and grabbed Liu Ruyan's white wrist. Ruyan, where is this answer writer? I want to see it now. Immediately. Immediately. Ruyan Liu had never seen her master so agitated and realized that it was urgent. Master, if you don't look at the others, we received a total of 2,300 replies. What's the point of reading this? This is the standard answer. It's more knowledgeable than your master. 2,300 my ass. All but this one is dog-eared. Address. This man's address? I'm gonna find it right now. Master, I had everyone write down pre-addresses and contact information. I'll find it for you. Said immediately turned that rice paper over. The result was empty. This? Ha? He didn't write it? Liu Ruyan is also anxious. Are anxious to cry. A face of aggression. Their first time to do things for the master. Went wrong. It looks like there should have been so little time to answer the questions that he forgot. Yi Duan could not wait. If there was really another traveler, then he was like a tiger with wings. And there's something to be said for a common language with someone from the same world as yourself. On the answer sheet, there was no address. Just a simple name, Firecloud. It looks like this is the other person's name. It's good to have a name. Then, just carpet search. You were in Yellow Quarter County today, right? And you posted questionnaires for the reward in those places? Huangqiu County. 4 places. Huangqiu Water Street, Beishan Castle, Tianxin Tower, and Wenshu Temple. I'm mainly recruiting in these 4 places. Good. Yi Chen immediately had Liu Ruyan gather the militia team. He couldn't wait to find this guy now. Liu Ruyan was immediately went to find Liang and the others. Today in Zhao Tai Hammer and others drinking. Drinking is drunk. Each one was staggering and headstrong. Yi Chen directly made Liu Ruyan use the awakening technique. And Liang snapped out of it. Liang, there's an urgent mission right now. Ye adults are going to arrange urgent tasks. Instantly Liang back to his senses. Violently gave himself 2 slaps. And again to his man after a few slaps. Snap. Everyone was in high spirits. Cue. Swish. 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 The militia stood neatly. And I must say that the daily training was still paying off. What's the order? Boss? Urgent mission. Now immediately depart for Huangqiu County. Yi Duan took out the answer sheet. Now, you go and find me the person who wrote this answer. And the person who wrote this answer sheet is called Firecloud. The respondent of this answer sheet is in one of the 4 places, the Huangqiu Water Street, the North Mountain Fort, the Tianxin Pagoda, and the Wenshu Academy. Now, get going right now. I need to find this guy as fast as I can. Yes, Leon saluted again. A militia team is energetic and fierce. Seeing that Leon and the others were big and thick, they looked like they were going to kidnap someone. It's not a good idea if you give someone a fright. Yi Duan hastily added. Remember, be polite. Be sure to be polite. Invite the person back to me. If you scare them away, I'll hold you all accountable. There will be a heavy reward for those who find it this time. Yes, Leon and the others answered again. As night fell, Leon led the militia and began to march toward Huangqiu County. As a result, a group of people inquired all the way from Huangqiu Water Street, Beishan Castle, Tianxin Pagoda, and Wenshu Temple. Zhao Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zhang and Wang, all the 100 surnames are to be found. But surprisingly hard, there was no one called Firecloud. Now, it's midnight. Where are the people? Leon's group sat down on the steps with dejected faces. This time, Lord Yedwan has given a deadly order. Is this a ghost? Liang sat on his butt on the ground. His entire legs were aching. A few of the militia team next to him were also panting and skeptical. Boss, this guy isn't sleeping already, is he? Now Huangqiu County is pitch black. The night watchmen are out, and there are very few pedestrians on the streets. After Leon thought about it, there should only be this possibility that the man had gone to sleep. It's high and dry. Be careful of fire and candles. An old man, who was on duty, came slowly. Hello, you guys? It's the middle of the night. You're not resting, are you? Alas, with an attitude of trying. Master, we are looking for someone. Do you know of a person called Firecloud in this neighborhood? Firecloud? Doesn't seem like someone from our Huangqiu County. I've been on the night watch for 3 years and I've never heard of this name. No, wait. The old man suddenly seemed to think of something. The crazy man in the broken temple in the west of the city seems to have that name. The broken temple on the west side of town? Crazy? For some reason, as soon as he heard the word crazy, Leon had a strong premonition that he had found the right person. Others may not, but Lord Yedwan could really be looking for a madman. It fit well with what he knew about Lord Yi. The rush was to take out that test paper to confirm it. Has this one ever been seen by your old man? The old man actually looked at the test paper and thought. The old man looked at the ghostly talisman and got excited all of a sudden, in the broken temple on the west side of the city. That crazy man, who was godly all day long, wrote and drew like this. Thanks. Several of Leon's militia teams were heartened. Leon took the militia with him, winded, and raced along. At the end of the west street of Huangqiu County, a 3-meter-high temple gate appeared in front of the crowd. The vermilion paint on the door panels is flaking and rotting. The floor of the temple was paved with green bricks, and you could feel the dusty ash from a few meters away. Cobwebs cover the entire temple window, and in that temple door, a bonfire was burning. In the broken temple, there was indeed a man. The man crossed his legs and sat down by the campfire, holding a piece of rice paper in his hand and looking it up and down. His age was unknown, and his hair was thin and disheveled, with only a few strands hanging casually in front of his eyes from his forehead. The body was dressed in a tattered white dress. It's very ethereal and spontaneous. On his feet he wore a pair of straw shoes, his right leg shaking constantly, the soles of the straw shoes worn almost transparent, his toes peeking out of the torn holes. Even a beggar has a lot of personality. For some reason, seeing this unique look made Leon even more certain that he had found the right person. Chapter 146, Yellow Sand Sect. Going back to find the field. Dare I ask, sir, is it Firecloud? Leon gulped. Worthy of being the person that Lord Ye Duan had found, it was truly extraordinary. The other party shot a glance at Leon before looking down at the rice paper in his hands once again. Ahem, said Liang as he cleared his throat. This, Firecloud Senior? Elder, we are from Huangtu Village. Lord Ye Duan sent us to fetch you. Yellow Earth Village? Are you talking about the afternoon questionnaire? Yes, exactly. It's just a matter of being able to communicate well. A bun? Is there a bun to eat? Leon froze, then reacted that it was starving. There. Managed to get full, Leon assured with a pat on the back. Firecloud nodded afterward. The buns are manageable, so I'll be right there. With that, he got up, and at that moment, outside the Imperial City Temple, there were a few strange sounds. A group of cultivators wearing yellow Taoist robes walked in smilingly. The leader of the group was a man with a broad figure, giving the impression of a smiling tiger. He was followed by a dozen or so disciples, all with teasing eyes as well. Who are you people? Leon stopped in front of Firecloud. He knew very well that Firecloud was more important than himself nowadays. From the Yellow Sand Sect. It turned out that the Huangsha Sect would take a layer of the divine immortal tax for all sales and purchases in the entire Huangqiu County. And right in front of him was the administrator of Huangqiu County, the middle stage of the spirit transformation stage, Huang Badian. And in the afternoon, Liu Ruyan released the reward on the front foot, and the news reached the ears of the local sect master of the Yellow Sand Sect, Huang Badian. On the back foot, 100 taels of gold. 10 top-quality spirit stones? The money was a small matter. He had heard that the woman was heavenly immortal and that his own clan was looking for face. The other party is a cultivator who does things on his own turf without ventilation, so he was prepared to give the other party a little bit of warning. Of course that spirit stone and woman sweetness, he himself didn't mind taking some, so he got the news at night, and first the bounty news was available, and immediately came to stop Leon and the others. Hearing the 3 words Yellow Sand Sect, Liang's entire body tensed up. The other party was a cultivator. Although he was no longer as fearful as he once was, he felt the oppression. After all, he had no Italian guns in his hands. Hurriedly lowering his stance, this divine lord, we are just following orders. Please make it easier. Convenient? Huang Badian laughed. Brothers, we are also reasonable people. Our Yellow Sand Sect's rules. Yellow Sand Sect's trading. We have to draw 5 layers. You leave 50 taels of gold, 5 pieces of top quality spirit stones. People you take away is, ha ha, 50 taels of gold and 5 top-quality spirit stones? 50% tax draw? What's the difference between that and robbery? This Lord Divine, tomorrow I'll have our prefect send the gold. And the spirit stones, shall I? Leon also knows what's good for him, and now immediately concedes. Huang Badian heard that Leon was still bargaining with himself. Ha, a mere mortal, how dare you bargain for me? Slammed his hand up. A stream of yellow sand crashed into Leon's chest. Leon's entire body flew out and hit the wall. Wow! A mouthful of blood spat out. A few young and energetic lads in the militia team rolled up their sleeves and were about to rush forward as soon as they saw that Leon was being beaten. Stop right there. All of you! Leon roared. He was profoundly aware of the gap between cultivators and ordinary people. They do it, they all die here. A few of the militia gritted their teeth and bruised their veins. Captain, they really want to go up there and fight for their lives. Leon covered his chest and shook his head slightly. That's an order. The word command appeared, and the militia immediately understood and hurriedly bowed their heads. Lord Immortal, you are generous. The little ones don't know any better. Don't be so familiar with them. Leon forced himself to endure the pain and nodded his head as he smiled apologetically. Huang Batian looked askance at Liang as if he was looking at a mole cricket, and gave a cold snort of disdain. He, that's what you mundanes have for cultivators. Understand? The Yellow Sand Sect disciples behind him followed suit and laughed. Listening to the taunts, Leon wished he had an Italian cannon. Lord Leaf Dust, also a cultivator, never does. Now, the people stay and you get out. Tomorrow morning, bring spirit stones and gold. Come to the Yellow Sand Sect and pay up. Ha ha. Saying that, he led his disciples away. A few members of the militia rushed forward to help Liang up. Captain? What now? Go back, Huangtu village, and tell Lord Yi. Yi Duan waited anxiously for a night, and the next morning, woke up early. What he saw was Leon lying flat on his back with serious injuries, and his whole eyes instantly went cold. Looking over to one of the militia team next to him, where are the people? Lord Yi, we found Mr. Fiery Cloud yesterday, only to be stopped by the Yellow Sand Sect's people. Halfway, someone from the Yellow Sand Sect? Yes, he told you to hand over gold and top-grade spirit stones to go over there, and then you can take the person away. Leon, he's the one who hit it. Yes, the latter agreed in a small voice, knowing full well that cultivators cared a lot about strength amongst themselves, especially between clans. They tend to be well-watered. They won't do it for the mundane crowd. Not to mention, the Yellow Sand Sect was the #1 sect in the area. Who knows? Yi Duan blurted out. Damn it, how dare you touch my men? Leaf Dust cracked his mouth. Son of a, I really gave them face. You, what's your name? Report. Lu Bing, do you want to avenge your captain's death? Report. Think. Where are the rest of you? Think. All the militia hissed in unison. Yi Duan directly snapped his fingers and snapped. Zhao Tai Hammer hurried out of the workshop. Eyes are black eyes. Last night, he was all night to make a Thompson submachine gun 0 device up. Practice makes perfect. Now can make 5. Yi Duan took out his Thompson submachine gun and asked. This thing, have you guys seen it before? Lu Bing's eyes instantly blazed. Wasn't this the divine soldier that had defeated the other side when the captain and the cultivator dueled? Seeing it, the crowd was instantly energized. Lord Yi Duan was going to let them take their own revenge. Thinking of the humiliation they felt watching their captain get beaten up, they could do nothing about it. Everyone was now holding a fire in their hearts. Now they really have a chance to get their revenge. Zhao Ironhammer, you assemble these 5 Thompson submachine guns for me right now. Lord Yi. Leon, alive? My lord, it's fine. Just a little weak. Your afternoon. Verbally instructing your crew in training. Yes, row, all of you. At the 11th hour of the night, travel to Huangqiu County. After saying that, Yi Chen walked out of Huangsha village and came into the 10,000 soul streamer. Looking at Shen Zitian, who was wrapping bandages. Old Shen, you've been working hard lately. There's something. Do you mind helping out? Yi Chuan wouldn't be foolish enough to let a group of ordinary people of his own fight with an entire clan of the other side. There had to be high-level cultivators. Shen Zhentian is the very perfect candidate for a hitter. He's a villain. After all, Yi Duan, what do you take me for? Shen Zhuotian was furious. He certainly knew the ins and outs through the spirit mirror stone. Yi Chen actually let self go to help a mundane person out. Chapter 147, I don't share evil. Shen Zutian broke defense on the spot. What a joke. To allow oneself to avenge a mundane person as a fighter? This was simply an insult to one's character, as well as the irony and trampling of being a cultivator. What is he? The master of the corpse sect. Which of his disciples isn't trembling at the sight of him? Infamous amongst cultivators. When he saw ordinary people, he used to kill people. But now Yi Duan actually asked himself to give a young man in the mundane world a chance to get back at him. It's simply a slip of the tongue. Shen Zitian sneered. Yi Chen, what do you take me for? Do you really think I'm your lackey? A mere mundane is worthy of my presence? If I were not in this 10,000 soul streamer, I would just prefer to die. Gu, take it easy, take it easy. Old Shan, we're all buddies. I'm asking you to help me go out and find a way back. It's not like I'm forcing you. Leaf Dust was smiling, his expression as ever. If you don't want to go out, fine. Start today's 007. When Shen Zitian heard this, his expression was slightly hesitant. 007? What does that mean? That's 12 hours, working 7 days, all year round. Oh, according to you that's dawning. When Shen Zitian heard this figure, an indescribable uneasiness and torment appeared amongst his entire eyes. Damn, this daily ghost general's picking and pulling bandages off their bodies. That's just a mean one. It's a continuous rotation without stopping. Before Yi Duan seems to be called 996. Every time he worked after work, he was just lying directly in his room, directly closed his eyes and slept. The whole person was called a sweet When have I ever looked forward to sleep before when I was practicing? Now every day is a day to look forward to vacation and getting off work. This was what one looked forward to every day. And now, Yi Chen actually gave himself another 007, meaning that he had to work for 5 more hours? It's better to just kill yourself. Yi Duan, are you a human being? It was hard to imagine that these were the words of the corpse sect master, the evil arch-villain. Yi Chen hurriedly comforted up. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Old Shen, I told you, it's not like I'm forcing you. Of course, if you're willing to go. From today onwards, you'll be working from 9 to 6 every day, with double weekends, plus you'll be given a small salary of, say, 1 month, 2,000 spirit spring coins. How? Simply a great conscience. Isn't this still forcing me? Yi Duan, you simply put a knife on my neck. Shen Zutian choked in aggravation. Yi Chen, do you really have a conscience? My conscience is alive and well. Before, Shen Zitian was still hesitant, but now he started to waver. On one side is 007, and on the other side is a 9 to 5 and also a salary. Shame. Shame on you. I can't believe I have to go out on a limb for the mundane. But, he was beginning to falter now. By the way, what is this spirit spring coin you speak of? Shen Zitian asked suspiciously. Oh, since the query was issued, it means we can talk. Yi Duan laughed and directly began to draw a pie to start. As you can see, now that my Huangtu village is thriving and the people are living and working in peace and contentment, there will definitely be many industrial products as well as ancillary product outputs in the future. And you will be able to use this spirit spring coin to purchase spirit stones, vegetables, fruits, eggs, and in my Huangtu village. Oh yeah, there are also cultivation props. You, as the founder of my Huangtu village, 20% off. The corners of Shen Zitian's mouth twitched. So, it's you who created the currency yourself? What's the difference between letting me spend money in the middle of the mundane world and paper? If you feel like wanting paper, it's not impossible for me to give it to you. I go to. Shen Zitian was just about to break out in curses, and after calming himself, he silently shook his head. Isn't this pure whoring? No, this He Dust is smooth talking. If he agrees, he might instruct himself to do something on this guy's day. As a result, Yi Duan couldn't help but sigh when he saw Shen Zitian falter once again. If you don't do it, someone else will. So he looked at Tiger Ghost. Tiger Ghost, if it's really not possible, it's fine for you to go. I'll give you a few more elixirs to boost up a bit, so you might be able to go through with the other side. The Tiger Ghost is not a man of any principles. As soon as I heard about the ability to reduce work hours, there was no hesitation. Boss Yi, you do understand. I do the hard work for my master inside the weekdays. It's something that fits me. Seeing his disciple agree, Shen Zutian instantly panicked. Damn it, adversary, want their master's work hours to increase. Slow. Shen Zitian chided Yi Duan as soon as he did so. I'll go, said the Tiger Ghost with a hard glare. It looks like it's already master and disciple against each other. Oh, it's not forced, is it? It's not like I'm forcing you. No, not reluctantly, I volunteered. Every word from Shen Zitian was squeezed out from inside his teeth. Ha ha ha, that's good, that's good. Yi Duan laughed out loud and said, patting Shen Zitian's shoulder and shouting, Shen Zitian, since you're willing to help me, I'll also send you a small weapon. Ha, Shen Zitian sneered. Yi Chen, don't I understand you? You're just painting me a cake every day. Do you really think I'll care about your 2,000 spirit spring coins? And what about this so-called weapons? I have long seen through you for the villain you are. It is a cripple to whom you can put the abduction. Egu, I'm actually like this in your mind. Leaf Dust put on a terrified expression. He said, pulling a brass bell out of his own pocket. In that case, I'll keep this fallen bell for myself. When that makeup like a copper bell clock appeared, Shen Zitian saw all kinds of evil ghosts and evil gods carved around the top. After this thing appeared, the surrounding space slightly distorted. Oh, this is but mortal. Spirit, treasure, immortal products. After sensing the grade of this fallen clock, Shen Zutian was not calm on the spot. The entire person pulled Yi Chen's wrist with one hand. It was because he suddenly realized that the immortal grade magical weapon. This was an immortal magic weapon. For any cultivator, a single immortal magic weapon was enough to stir up a storm outside. And Yi Duan was actually going to gift this immortal magic weapon to himself as a weapon. Not to mention letting himself help out in the mundane world. He could even destroy a county. After all, he was not a famous man himself. Yi Duan, Leaf Dust? Nope. Governor. Shen Zitian immediately changed his tone, his eyes sincere, his face full of flattery. Big brother, if you said earlier that there is this thing, I will definitely go Governor Yi. You mean, I painted you a picture before? Governor Yi. You misunderstand me. I think you are giving all of us encouragement and spiritual strength. This is not a pie in the sky. This is the ideal to pursue. It feels like you were reluctant to help my Yellow Earth Village people out before you did? Prefect Yi. This is where you misunderstand me. Shen Zitian's tone was grave and his expression was serious. Ever since I saw the villagers of Huangtu village working diligently, I am happy for them from the bottom of my heart. That, needless to say, Shen Zitian gently held the fallen bell. From now on, I don't share the same fate as evil. This Yellow Sand Sect's people bully the people. They deserve to be killed. Ha ha ha. Alright, at night, let's go. Chapter 148. There are no evil cultivators, only evil cultivators of the people. After respectfully watching Yi Chen leave, he looked at his fawningly smiling master. Tiger Ghost let out a sigh. Master? What's up? Hey, hey, hey. Shen Zitian held the fallen bell and laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. Immortal magic weapon. Giggle. One can actually own an immortal magic weapon in one's life. Giggle. The look and attitude you just had. You looked like a dog. Shen Zitian disdainfully blanked the Tiger Ghost. Actually miraculously did not have any anger, but instead laughed. Tiger Ghosts. What's wrong with being a dog if you have an immortal magic weapon? Master you. Woof. Woof. Woof woof woof. What about the promise to die rather than give in? What about the promise that I'd rather be broken than be destroyed? Tiger Ghost looked at his master. Yet deep inside that was filled with envy. Ordinary cultivators. The ceiling in this life is only a treasure product. And Prefect Yi directly gave the immortal product. He is sour. I wanted to be a dog myself, but I didn't get the chance. 11th hour of the evening. Outside the village of Yellow Earth, Li On, who had just recovered, stood next to Lu Bing leading a group of 20 militiamen who stood upright outside the Huangtu village, waiting for Yi Chen to give the order. The 5 men at the front of the group were armed with 5 Thompson submachine guns. They are the ones who are going to the village of Huangtu to avenge their captain's death. If it was before, if they were to be asked to avenge the cultivator, they would definitely think they were crazy. But after seeing the power of the Thompson submachine gun with their own eyes in the afternoon, as well as the use of it, they all had their own measure in their minds, and the ordinary cultivators were not their opponents. And Yi Duan also hurriedly came to the front of the crowd and nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at the entire crowd that was ready to go. But beside him, there was an extra person wearing a cloak, and underneath the cloak it was so dark that his face could not be seen clearly. It was just that Sun Wan and Zhao Tai Hammer and the others beside him sensed that this person revealed an evil aura. Uncle Yi, Yi Duan, your foreign aide this time. Just call him Old Shen. The cloak is small. And Shen Zitian's mouth twitches. Lord Shen, take care of yourself. Shen Zitian glanced at the few lads in front of him, and he clearly perceived that although they were slim, their bodies were full of qi and blood compared to ordinary people. It looked like Yi Chen's training had really taken effect. It's getting late. Now get going. Right. Yi Duan reminded Shen Zitian. This time, you must bring back that person called Firecloud for me. If you can, there will be a heavy reward. Shen Zitian just nodded slightly in order to disguise out his high-flying persona. Said a group of people wanting to think of Huangsu County all the way to run wildly. Just going out. Lu Bing looked at Shen Zitian and smiled. The expression was enthusiastic. The person who could let Lord Yi Duan call in as a helper must be deeply not bad, and must be a cultivator. So the attitude is very respectful. And in order to draw close to the relationship and so take the initiative to open the conversation. Lord Shen, have you used the towel sent by Lord Yi Duan recently? Shen Zitian under the cloak had a black question mark on his face. Bastard, do you know what you're saying? Yes, Lord Shen. The Minutemen began to blow up. That towel is tough and very absorbent. Whether it's washing your face, wiping the table, or washing the dishes, that works. Yeah, I'll do the dishes next time I'm good enough to get another one. What about Lord Shen? Have you used it? Shut up, Shen Zutian. With a chortle, if it wasn't for Yi Chen's face, he would have turned this group of people into corpse water by now. However, at this moment, Shen Zitian also deeply felt Yi Chen's unfathomable depth. Previously, he had always thought that this 10,000 soul streamer was able to trap him, not because Yi Chen's cultivation realm was strong, but because of the magic treasure he relied on. However, when he stepped out, only then did he feel more and more the unfathomable depth of Yi Chen's ability, because the 100 miles in a radius of one's passing, all of them were shrouded under the scope of the 10,000 soul streamer, meaning that ordinary cultivators were unable to use their aura at all, and this formation was actually so vast. The 10,000 soul streamer might not be an immortal item at all, but rather a supreme item that was unparalleled in legends. Moreover, he had repeatedly confirmed that the fallen bell that Yi Chen had gifted to him was likewise the superior of the immortal products. If it was outside, It was by no means an exaggeration on one's part that this fallen bell could trigger a bloody and deadly battle between entire sects. Yi Chen, on the other hand, gave it to himself lightly, which showed that Yi Chen didn't even look at it. For a time, his head couldn't even imagine how terrifying Yi Chen really was, and now it seemed. There's really nothing wrong with being a dog for Yi Duan. With Xin Zutian's spectral ghost steps added, the group instantly rushed to the broken temple outside Huangqiu County. Xin Zutian looked at Liang, who quickly stepped into the middle of the broken temple, only to see that Firecloud was still wearing a thin and tattered Taoist robe, next to the bonfire pile, and not far away, sitting with a toothpick picking the mouth of a cultivator. Foundation establishment early stage. He was none other than the person left behind by Huang Batian to guard Firecloud. Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was ordered by his own master to guard the Firecloud and saw Liang and the others arrive. These mortals again? Pity. Yuck. Spitting the toothpick onto the floor in one gulp. Spirit stones, did you bring the gold? Liang was just about to open his mouth. Who knew that? Huang Xian laughed. AI. What a pity. My master said that if you guys want to take this kid, you'd better let the fairy who posted the reward that day come. My master only talks to beauties, said the heckler. If it's anyone else, it's exempt. Liang was just about to step forward to explain. Xin Zitian directly walked up to Zhang Xian and raised his hand to slap him. Snap, directly hitting Zhang Xian. He spun in place 5 times and became a gyroscope. Xin Zitian was not in a beautiful mood right now. He had let Yi Chen coax him to come, and was asked about the towel by Lu Bing and the others along the way. And now he had to let the stray fish taunt him? One is angry now, and the consequences are dire. Zhang Xian only felt that his body was cold through and through, and his body was heavy as he raised his eyes to the cloaked figure in front of him. 4 words instantly popped up in his mind. Cultivator. Evil cultivator. The entire face instantly showed unnameable fear. Brother, you let me off the hook. Just kidding. If it was you, I'd go to the master right now. Xin Zitian didn't say much and kicked Zhang Xian directly. Zhang Xian directly flew 5 meters away. Covering his chest, he stumbled out of the broken temple. This group of people actually found an evil cultivator to come. This is looking for death. The entire immortal cultivation world. For each of the evil cultivators that is everyone's kill before quickly. Having released the message himself, this man will surely die. And of course, the words cultivator, evil cultivator fell into the ears of Liang and the others without any reservation. Xin Zitian looked behind himself at Liang and the others, waiting for them to be fearful, uneasy and afraid. Yes, the people from their corpse sect were so infamous that even in the cultivation world, they were an existence that everyone shouted at. Ordinary people were scared to death of cultivators, and for them, it was even more fearful to the point of despair. However, the expected fear, screaming did not exist, only to see Liang and the others' face as usual, still eyes dead staring into the distance. This took Xin Zitian by surprise. You guys? Hear that? I'm a cultivator, and an evil one at that. Report! Liang shouted loudly. Lord Shen, Lord Yi Duan said that there are no cultivators or ordinary people in Huangtu village. There are only workers and peasants, and everyone is for the people. For the sake of the people? Hearing this, Xin Zitian suddenly realized. This group of people, they really believed Yi Duan's bull *********. Just, one is suddenly a bit touched because of what an evil cultivator himself could be. Accepted? So this is what it feels like to not be feared and scorned? Pondering, he looked to the other militia team. Lu Bing, you, what do you think too? You guys aren't afraid of me either? Report. Yes, even if you are an evil cultivator, you are still an evil cultivator of the people. We are not afraid of you. I am in awe of you. Yes, in their eyes, there was no fear of themselves. Timid, only a hot and fiery conviction. At this moment, Xin Zitian suddenly produced a kind of trance. Leaf dust, could it be that everything you said is true? Is there really a group of people in this world who can put other people's lives above their own? Chapter 149, Difficulty? Difficult to do, then don't do it. Looking at the group of guys in front of him, Xin Zitian suddenly felt that things were interesting. Good. Just based on the words of this group of guys, Xin Zitian was in a happy mood, and he managed this matter. He looked around at the militia, and smiled in his heart. This group of people. A group of people. But silly cute. I'd like to see who has eaten the guts of a bear and dares to sow their wild oats in my Huangsha Sect's territory. Huangqiu County. Before the words fell, a burly, cross-faced cultivator walked in with a team of people in great numbers. The visitor was none other than Huang Batian. Following beside him was Zhang Xian, who had been obsequious just a moment ago, as well as a row of aggressive Yellow Sand Sect disciples. Huang Batian stepped into the broken temple and looked around, his gaze like a sword. Zhang Xian, say, who hit you? Who did it? Zhang Xian shivered and pointed at Shen Zitian. Master, it's him. He is an evil cultivator. Evil cultivator. Huang Batian sneered in his heart. Now that he was at the god realization stage, what did he have to worry about with the evil cultivator in the district? Oh, broad daylight, clear sky, you evil spirit. I killed it by hand. It is also considered to do justice for heaven. However, he had just finished his harsh words when he sensed that something was wrong. Huang Batian looked Shen Zitian up and down with a slight frown. The other party was indeed permeated with an evil and sneaky aura. And what was even more alarming to him was that he actually sensed a realm not weaker than his own from the other party. The goddess of transformation stage? Huang Beishan's heart flinched and screamed that it was not good. Evil cultivators had always been murderous and had strange methods. And under the same realm, evil cultivators were often stronger. What's more, the other party was still from the corpse sect. He was instantly alert and his tone softened a few points. Dare I ask the name of this cultivator? Shen Zitian slowly took off his cloak, revealing a face wrapped in white bandages. And under the bandages there was a vaguely grim aura. Corpse sect. Bandaged ghost. Shin corpse sky. Huang Baotian's face changed. Corpse sect? Bandaged ghosts? He had heard of the name murderous. Murderous, and his favorite way to mummify and dry out cultivators. Against him, one's chances of winning were low. Fighting for a mortal? It's not worth it. The Yellow Sand Sect disciples behind Huang Batian also sucked in a breath of cool air, their faces turning pale. Huang Batian forced himself to be calm and arched his hand. So it's patriarchal. Disrespectful. However, this fire cloud is ultimately in my Huangsu County's territory. If you take away the person, it's not good to deliver within the sect. How about, you mean it? He softened his tone, trying to de-escalate the situation. Shen Zitian looked at him coldly, the corners of his mouth under the bandage rising slightly. Meaning? Meaning? He laughed. This kid, he didn't really think today was about reasoning, did he? Whether it's a Thompson submachine gun in the hands of the militia or a falling bell in your own hands, you're hungry and thirsty right now. Seeing that Shen Zitian was silent, Huang Batian spoke again. Sect Master Shen, you are making it difficult for us. Shen Zitian cocked his head, his voice under the bandage cold and piercing. Difficult to do? Hard to do, then don't do it. As for the meaning you want, I'll give you the meaning. Before the words fell, Shen Zitian violently raised his bandaged right hand, and the snow-white bandages swept out like vipers. Huang Beishan's pupils shrunk as he shouted, "Crouch down!" All the disciples scrambled to get down as the bandages grazed the tops of their heads. Boom! With a loud bang, the bandages sliced through the walls of the broken temple, and the tables, chairs, and benches inside the temple were instantly reduced to pieces. The walls of the broken temple collapsed with a loud bang, covering the sky with dust. Huang Baotian's face turned blue as he gritted his teeth. Shen Zitian, don't give an inch. Sure enough, it's an evil practitioner. Say do it. Do you really think my Yellow Sand Sect is afraid of you? Huang Beishan's fists clenched, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from him. Behind him, the wild sand roared. Yellow sand erupted from the ground, forming a huge salon roll. He turned his head to the disciple behind him and yelled, "Go! Notify the clan and have them send someone over." Yes, a disciple flew away. Huang Batian sneered. Everyone else, kill his followers. Kill your own followers? Shen Zitian laughed. Ha ha ha. This Huang Batian was smart enough to know to stall himself and then kill Lu Bing and the others. The ploy was good. Only, unfortunately, he was doomed to disappointment. This group of militia members was carrying Yi Chen's brand new weapon, the Italian cannon. Shen Zitian had personally experienced the power of that bullet. Ha ha ha. With these few Foundation establishment stage minions you brought with you, you want to kill my people? Ha ha ha. For some reason, Shen Zitian realized that he called the militia his own people. Huang Batian laughed sorrowfully. Shen Zutian, are you out of your mind? There are all Foundation establishment stage cultivators on my side. Do you really think these mortals can fight against cultivators? It's simply a fool's dream. In his eyes, mortals were nothing more than ants, and a cultivator could take their lives with the snap of a finger. Shen Zitian looked at Huang Beishan's lofty appearance and laughed coldly in his heart. It turns out that the face he once had was just as ugly. He was now suddenly looking forward to the expression on Huang Beishan's face when he saw the power of the weapon. Yes? Then I'll show you what it means to cover fire. Shen Zitian shouted loudly. Lu Bing, present. Lu Bing stepped out of the militia line and stood at attention. Saluting. Fire coverage. Stand by. Yes. Lu Bing responded loudly, then gave orders to the militia behind him. Prepare. The militiamen raised the Thompson submachine guns in their hands, their blackened muzzles aimed at the Yellow Sand Sect disciples, and an icy murderous aura filled the air. When Huang Batian saw this scene, he was first stunned, then he laughed out loud. He thought it was an unknown magic weapon at first, but it turned out that there was no aura on it. With these broken pieces of copper and iron, you want to injure my disciples? It's simply a joke. He simply didn't believe that weapons in the hands of mortals could pose a threat to cultivators. The bodies of cultivators had been tempered by spiritual chi and were incredibly tough, making it difficult for ordinary swords and knives to injure them in the slightest, not to mention the fact that they also possessed powerful defensive magic weapons. Pitting mortals against monks? Shan Zhu Tian. Crazy. Completely insane. Huang Batian laughed maniacally. Kill for me. Kill them all. The Yellow Sand Sect disciples instantly made their move. The Yellow Sand Sect was located in a region of dry yellow sand, eroded by the astral winds all year round. The disciples needed to adapt to the extreme environment. Their gungfu used sand as a medium, and emphasized on gathering and dispersing, rigidity and flexibility, specializing in protracted battles and ranged control. Hearing that their master had asked them to make a move, each of them condensed their aura and refined the gravel into weapons. Sand knives. Sand condensed into sharp weapons in their hands. Sand python. Sand coalesced into beast form on several people. Flying sand. Countless gravels came like a rain of arrows. Of course, they all rushed forward in flesh and blood. The Yellow Sand Sect's cultivators rushed towards the militia team in a furious manner. On the contrary, on Liu Bing's side, the militia just calmly raised their guns and spat out 2 words. Fire. Chapter 150 Mortal Weapons. Fire. In an instant, tons of scarlet fire erupted from the muzzles of dozens of Thompson submachine guns, and a storm of metal racked the air with shrill whistles. Zhang Xian bore the brunt of the attack with a sandy knife in his hand. He's ruthless. He let Shen Zitian bully him. Can he still let a bunch of you mortals bully him? Die. Die. A bunch of mole crickets, and they still dare to fool around in front of themselves. He was going to show this group what fear tasted like. Then, Zhang Xian heard 2 words coming from his ears: fire. Dang. No one cared. No one defended. Because in the eyes of this group of cultivators, mortal weapons? It's the joke. Swords, guns, and axes? It's impossible to hurt them in the slightest. Countless bullets poured out. Watching a group of Yellow Sand Sect disciples rush towards the rain of bullets, it made Shen Zitian, who was not far away, sigh in his heart. Turns out, someone is braver than yourself. People aren't taught. They're taken. Ta-da-day. The first batch of bullets instantly came into contact with the Yellow Sand Sect's cultivators. The few disciples at the front flew out like paper mache. Zhang Xian, who was at the forefront, instantly reacted, his back instantly overflowing with cold sweat. He clearly felt the powerful force crashing in. Dead? His own disciples are just gone? By mortal arms, he instantly cast a defense spell. Yellow Sand Shield. Unlike other clans, what Yellow Sand Clan Sin prided itself on was its defense. He had just enveloped himself all over with a yellow sand shield, and tada! He could clearly see his defense. The surface of his sand shield cracking with spiderweb-like lines. This? What kind of power is this? Me. At this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly developed a strong uneasy emotion. Fear. The fear of death. Put. The moment the bullet penetrated the sand shield, Zhang Xian's eyes widened as he clearly saw an iron egg penetrate into his abdomen. A cultivator's flesh, tempered by aura, was far stronger than a mortal's. Ordinary swords and knives couldn't hurt them in the slightest. With a sharp pain in his abdomen and blood gushing wildly, Zhang Xian fiercely covered his abdomen and prostrated himself on the ground, blocking the damage with his companion's corpse. Watching his disciples fall one by one, the roar of thunder and the shrill whine of metal came to his ears. Zhang Xian clutched his head with his hand in death and curled up into a worm, shivering under the gunfire. Fear spread along his nerves and tears flowed down his face uncontrollably. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. At this moment, Zhang Xian had all but forgotten his previous arrogance and cockiness as a cultivator, and there were only 2 words in his mind: fear. Pure fear. One is not invincible against mortals. Huang Baotian stood still. He didn't even look back. When he came back to his senses, there was wailing and death all over the place. The dozens of disciples he had brought with him, 10 or so died. They were killed by the weapons in the hands of those few mortals. No, it's impossible to fire such a weapon continuously. As if to confirm his suspicions, Huang Batian shouted loudly, kill them. There's no way their weapons can fire continuously. That's right, even casting feats took time, and such a high frequency of power just now was at least an attack from a peak foundation establishment stage cultivator. Several people looked up once again as they heard their master's words. Could these mortals' weapons be faster than they could cast their auras? This is absolutely impossible. Second wave. Change ammo. Liu Bing shouted softly. Zhang Xian also looked up. Zhang Xian watched as those mortals drew the metal magazines from their waists and pressed their thumbs on the latches, and the empty magazines came off automatically. The entire process took no more than 2 seconds. That amount of time would not be enough for him to pinch a yellow sand trick. The sound of a neatly loaded gun sent chills down Zhang Xian's spine. He suddenly realized that the mechanical sense of these mortals' movements was even more precise than the yellow sand sect's most rigorous sword formation training. There was no undulation of breath, no fluctuation of spiritual energy, and the 5 submachine guns were raised at the exact same angle, as if they were being manipulated by the same invisible silk thread. The other side is more trained than they are. At this moment, he had even brainstormed. They're not mortal, he hissed. They're puppets. They must be corpse puppets refined by Shen Zutian. The comfort the thought brought lasted only half a breath. That's right. How could mortals be so well trained and organized? They were corpse puppets. That was the only explanation. However, the second wave of bullets came again. Chut dash. The second wave of projectiles was more intense than the locust plague. The remaining dozen or so disciples believed Huang Beishan's bull **** and turned around to charge up. Then instantly, Zhang Xian saw a disciple strangling halfway through the sand shield technique. And just as his palms gathered sand grains, 3 bullets drilled into his brow, throat, and heart in a zigzag pattern. Before the body could fall to the ground, it was torn to shreds again by subsequent bullets, exploding in a mist of blood mixed with the characteristic earthy odor of sand. The last few people standing were also gone in an instant. Zhang Xian's pupils quaked and he buried his head inside the land. One really believes in one's own master's bull *********. You call that not being able to sustain an attack? Is that called not being able to attack at high frequency? Zhang Xian felt like he was really daydreaming at the moment. Huang Batian stood in place for a long time before returning to his senses. Gone? All of your foundation stage disciples? All gone? Huang Batian's pupils reflected the undoubtedly hellish scene. The sand was maroon with blood, and limbs and flesh were strewn across the scorched earth like torn ragdolls. The 30 disciples under his discipline are all gone. What? What kind of evil weapon is this? Huang Batian hissed as he stared dead at the smoking barrel in Lu Bing's hand. He was answered by another round of cocking sounds. Clack! Kata! Clack! Demonic arts! Shen Zutian! What kind of demonic arts are you using? You evil, demonic art killed 30 disciples of my yellow sand sect. I want you to pay for your life. Lu Bing and the others were just about to shoot when Shen Zitian gently raised his hand, signaling everyone to wait. Instead, he laughed at Huang Batian, whose expression crumbled. I really wanted to see this guy's pissed off expression myself. It's so cool. It turned out that Lord Leaf Dust saw his expression like this. Hey, don't you dare say that. It's not my doing. It's called. Half-heartedly unable to think of how to describe it, looked at Lu Bing. Lu Bing replied in a serious manner. Reporting to your excellency, the power of technology. Yes, the power of technology. Shen Corpse Sky, you die for me. Huang Batian's body dissipated. Burning essence blood catalyzed the yellow sands. Behind him countless sand waterfalls rose up to the sky like a tsunami of sand. The militia of all present wore uneasy looks. Transformation stage. Full force. They must die. Shen Zitian looked at Huang Batian in front of him. If it was before, it was quite tricky. But now, he grinned and pulled out the fallen bell. Immortal magic weapon. He himself had long been hungry and thirsty. Seeing Shen Zitian holding a small bronze clock in his hands, the surface of the clock body was covered with hideous ghost faces, and 9 white bone chains wrapped around the clock body, locking up countless evil ghosts. The end did not enter the void. The wall of the clock was engraved with 8 bloody ancient seals. Falling Spirit Thriller, Yellow Springs opens the door. This is a treasure-level technique of mine. Together with my essence blood refining, Shen Zutian, you will die. Is that so? Shen Zutian gently shook the fallen bell. Demented voice. The sound of that bell was like the wailing of the 9 ghosts, and black blood seeped out of Huang Beishan's 7 orifices at the same time from the yellow sand bell. To his horror, he realized that the yuaning inside his body was twisting. The sound of that bell could actually directly shock the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The divine sense defense that he had been cultivating for hundreds of years was unexpectedly unbeatable in front of this ancient medieval artifact. This was an immortal magic weapon? Chapter 151, Palace Jade Liquor. Immortal magic weapon. An evil cultivator of the Corpse Sect could actually possess an immortal magic weapon. It's not scientific. Huang Batian could hardly express the shock and fear in his heart. In the face of absolute power, one's own gongfu, essence blood, was completely unbeatable. That was an immortal magic weapon that countless cultivators could only dream of. Shen Zutian picked up the fallen bell and once again gave it a gentle tremble. Jingle. Demented magic sound. Once again, it strikes. This time, it was like a ghostly cry from the 9 hells. Huang Batian came face to face with the sight of countless evil spirits and ghosts. He covered his ears in pain as more and more black blood oozed from his 7 orifices. Ah! Huang Batian fiercely covered his ears. wailing with his heart and lungs torn apart, and the monstrous yellow sand behind him, breaking the dike, collapsed with a bang. A pinprick sprang up on the Yuanshan inside him. Shen Zitian looked at Huang Baishan's painful and tortured appearance, and a familiar feeling surged to his heart. Himself. Sure enough, it's still the villain. That makes sense. One manipulates the life and death of others at will and enjoys their screams. Ha ha ha. That's the real you. Just as he was about to continue torturing Huang Batian with glee, he suddenly recalled Yi Chen's serious expression in his mind. That work cycle, 007. Frightened, his evil smile instantly dissipated. No, something's not right with this Yi Chuan guy. Shen Zitian, calm down. Yi Duan is the villain, and his expression instantly tightened up. It's just a matter of getting it over with so it's not so tiring later. Shen Zutian violently shook the fallen bell. The bell sound effects are elevated and instantly poignant. The second level of the fallen bell, Yellow Springs, leads the way, only to see, within that fallen bell, countless evil ghosts, great ferocious things, and yellow skeletons appeared, surging out. Thousands of troops rushed forward with swords and spears in hand. Huang Batian spread out his own hands and tried to block, but realized that his Yuanshan had dried up. No! Huang Batian hissed. 1,000 armies rushed past on that Yellow Springs road, and Huang Batian hissed, fiercely mobilizing his only aura grid to follow him. After the thousands of armies in the Yellow Springs road, Huang Batian slowly stood on the ground. He was drenched in blood, and most of the skin and flesh on his body had been melted away, revealing the white skeleton underneath. At this moment, his aura was exhausted, his flesh and blood were broken, his body was weak, and his expression was agonizing. He looked at Shen Zitian with a complicated expression. Why? Shen Zutian looked at the fallen bell in his hand. Alas, it is so good to have an immortal magic weapon. Solving a cultivator of the same level was a breeze, and in the past, he must have had to expend 9 cows and 2 tigers of effort himself. Why do you want to make a move against my Yellow Sand Sect? What's in it for you? At this moment, Huang Batian only wanted an explanation. He couldn't understand what Shen Zitian was fighting against the Yellow Sand Sect for. Aren't I for them? Them? Huang Baotian followed Shen Zitian's finger and saw Liang's group of mortals. Mortals? A bunch of mortals? Shen Zitian is for a bunch of mortals? You offended my Yellow Sand Sect for a group of mortals. Are you crazy? Blood spilled from the corners of Huang Baishan's mouth and his eyes dilated as he questioned. Reluctantly, unwillingly, he realized he was going to die. And more importantly, Huang Baotian couldn't believe that the reason Shen Zitian killed himself was because of a group of mole crickets. They're a bunch of mortals. And you're going against the Yellow Sand Sect for them? Cough cough cough. Huang Batian coughed violently. You evil cultivator. Are you a madman? For the sake of a bunch of mole crickets, you will be placed under a hunting order by my sect. So what if you have immortal magic weapons? The depths of my sect master, the Yellow Sand Sect, are not something you can imagine. You will regret it. Huang Batian issued a threat. Shen Zitian, who was standing in place, looked at Huang Batian, who had such an incomprehensible and shocked expression. Yeah, how can he understand? That he himself would do it for a bunch of mortals is something he couldn't understand if it was a month ago. Wanting to open his mouth to retort, he thought of the 10,000 soul streamer, thought of the Huangtu village, and thought of everything Yi Chen had told him. Make some fun of the world with mortals. He suddenly realized that he didn't need to explain too much, because there were too many reasons, and an even bigger reason, because his boss was, indeed, a madman. You're right, I am indeed a madman. Ha! Shen Zutian shook the fallen bell for the last time. Ding bell. This time the bell instantly condensed a point and went straight for Huang Baishan's brow. The Yuanshan within Huang Batian's body shattered into powder. His pupils dilated and his body fell straight down. Shen Zhentian looked at a bloody scene on the ground. Before, he might have squeezed the aura of all the people present alive, corpses and bones, for his own use, cultivating to become a corpse puppet. But today, he found it tasteless. All he wanted now was to bring Fire Cloud back to Huangtu village. And more than cultivating himself, he wanted to take a look at that world described in Yi Chen's mouth. He opened his right hand and swung it violently. The corpses and bones of all the cultivators present began to dissolve, leaving behind only a few bags of spirit stones as well as 2 or 3 storage rings, and Zhang Xian saw the right moment to abscond with a fierce sand escape technique. Shen Zhentian of course noticed it, but he didn't chase after it. If it was before, he would have rushed to the end of the world. Now he only felt troubled. After looking at the fire cloud in place, bald, white shirt, and open-toed straw shoes, it wasn't thanks to the person Yi Duan was looking for. This dress, it was really personalized. Let's go. Back to Huangtu village. Lu Bing and the others instantly stood straight up pensively. Yes, right, Lord Shen. Say, Lu Bing looked at Shen Zitian. Do you also use the towel given by the prefect? Your attack should be the inspiration for the towel given by Prefect Yi, right? I see it's exactly the same except for the color. Shut up. Shen Zutian violently turned his head and chided. This militia team. They're nice people. They just don't talk to each other sometimes. Huangtu Village. The governor's temporary office, a large house built at the entrance of the village and isolated from the villagers. Yi Duan was leisurely drinking well water and rocking in his eunuch chair. An immortal magic weapon, plus a mid-transformation spirit stage cultivator, plus 5 Thompson submachine guns. If with all this equipment, Shen Zitian didn't have the means to bring Firecloud back, he would be a real waste. My lord, people are coming. Li Go hunched his back and came quickly. He is now looking at this governor, is full of joy. After Lord Yi Duan came, Huangtu village days are better. Coming? Yi Chen hurriedly got up and walked to the door, in a happy mood and full of smiles. The person who can answer his own question. Can that be an ordinary person? He was almost certain now that the other man must be a traveler like himself. Ha ha ha. It's nice to meet someone from another country. He greeted them with quick steps. However, when he saw the person coming before him, Yi Chen's eyes revealed deep doubts. It was because this person's clothing and dress actually resembled the Firecloud evil god. White short sleeves, straw shoes, shorts, and also bald with just a few hairs on the top of his head. And it's called Firecloud. That can't be a coincidence by any means. He looked over at Leon. Seriously? What about this cosplay? My lord, these clothes and straw shoes are quite a novelty. If we can help him organize, he should have a future. Yi Chen looked at Firecloud and gazed at the other party for a long time. There was a slight hint of wisdom in these eyes. Yi Chen decided to test the Firecloud evil god in front of him. Palace Jade Wine? Chapter 152, The Benevolent Firecloud Evil God. Yi Dust had a black question mark on his face. This time he was 100% sure. This kid definitely could not be a traveler. I'm just asking. That, Brother Firecloud, don't you have a full name that is Firecloud Evil God? At this moment, Firecloud's eyes became spirited at this point, and he looked towards Yi Chuan. How do you know? Holy. Sure enough, Leaf Dust was now certain that no matter what the reason was, this kid must be more or less related to his world. Yi Duan decided to figure out the situation first. You answer me, who told you the questions on the paper? My master taught me. Firecloud replied honestly. Your master? Yi Dust really numb. This kid really is their own ask a sentence answer. My master is so good to me. He knows astronomy from above and geography from below. He knows everything and can do everything. Firecloud said with a look of adoration. Yi Duan hurriedly pursued the question. So where is he now? Yi Duan was happy. That's right. This kid's master must be a traveler. It's on. Lit. Yi Dust can't wait as long as dead. Firecloud's tone became sad now, and a faint hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. Yi Chuan's entire body was almost petrified on the spot. Could a traveler also die? Couldn't resist the extra question. At the risk of asking, how did your master die? Firecloud's expression became even sadder. I was originally a beggar and was adopted by my master. The master was kind to me, giving me buns and sugar plums and telling me about knowledge. Only he said I was dumber and to be the first to fly. He said. Firecloud choked out a couple of sobs. Let me go to my epiphany under the fruit tree, and when I see the fruit fall under the tree, I'll be able to gain an epiphany. Maybe it could increase my knowledge. Makes sense, thought Leaf Dust. That's quite a nice guy. Having him under a tree, isn't that emulating Newton? As a result, while I was having an epiphany under the tree, my master saw it, and the fruit smashed down, and my master was smashed when he pushed me out of the way to save me. Smashed to death. Cough cough. Yi Chuan coughed violently. Dare I ask your old man then? We were at the beach and the fruit tree seemed to be called something like a durian tree. Yi Chuan at the moment had a black line on his face. This brother? What a talent. Isn't your own master letting your old man get screwed over? That, and condolences. Yi Duan didn't know what to say. Before my master died, he gave me a lot of books, and he told me to make sure that I learn it thoroughly. Learn it well, and I will definitely be able to accomplish something great in the future. So I just started learning. Speaking of his master, Firecloud was unable to stop sobbing. Alas! Yi Duan was also heartbroken for this brother of his, on the verge of death, still thinking of paving the way for an otherworldly person, and as a result, he had learned all the knowledge, still wouldn't have any use for it if it wasn't for myself. He's still a beggar. Maybe he's heartbroken too. Brother, in that case, your disciple and your expectations. Let me carry them forward. Good. Firecloud, I see that you have amazing bones and are a wizard at reading. Why don't you worship me as your teacher? Yi Dust decided to fool the talent first. After all, he is 100 times the return of knowledge. According to the current knowledge of this kid, it is estimated that he can directly toss out drones. Leon and Li Go both revealed shock and dismay. The governor, in fact, wants to take this man as his disciple. Next to them, Sun Wen and Shen Zitian were even more shocked beyond words. Who is Yi Chuan's other disciple? The number one person in the world today. The terrifying existence of the Yuaning stage ascension. Liu Ruyan. Shen Zitian, on the other hand, was well aware that Yi Chen possessed countless heavenly materials and treasures in his hands, as well as unfathomable auras and abilities. I can't believe I'm taking Bean as my disciple. Damn it! They had actually developed envy and jealousy towards the uniquely styled Fire Cloud evil god in front of them. The results were even more shocking later. Sorry. Fire Cloud simply refused. There was hardly any hesitation. What the hell? Hearing Fire Cloud's reply, the four men directly exploded. Is Fire Cloud stupid? Actually refused the governor Yi. Why? Leaf Dust has froze. This kid, actually unwilling? I'll give you meat every day. Fire Cloud remained firm and shook his head. My master's knowledge has yet to flourish, and I will carry on his legacy. My master said that I would surely become something great in the future. I believed everything he told me. He believed the knowledge he gave me, and I killed the master. So I must one day prove for him that he has shown the world that I am his disciple and that I am not ashamed. I can't have a second master. Fire Cloud's gaze was calm and open. Yi Chuan looked at this slightly naive Fire Cloud evil god. This kid froze a little, but also really a sentient and righteous person. Well, I respect your choice. It's just that he doesn't really want to miss it. That's 100 times the knowledge back. You might have gotten an aura carrier out of it. After pondering for a long time, Yi Chen explained once again. Fire Cloud evil god, how about this? I'll give you a chance. You worship me as your teacher. I impart knowledge to you that you can succeed in realizing your master's vision. And in the future, you don't need to publicize that I am your master. Your master is still the same as the original one. What do you think? Everyone present who heard Yi Chen's was stunned. Yi Chen actually lowered his bottom line so much in order to accept the Fire Cloud evil god as his disciple. What does leaf dust mean? It means that he passes on the knowledge of the Fire Cloud evil god without needing anything back from the Fire Cloud evil god, and that in the end, the fame of the world is all the Fire Cloud evil gods and his original masters. As the saying goes, chasing fame and chasing profit, the world under heaven, after all, cannot escape these four words. However, now, Yi Duan not only didn't want it, but also had to vomit his heart and soul to help other people to realize it. Leaf Dust is a cutie. Can't make it? In the presence, only Liu Ruyan remained calmly looking at her master, her eyes full of joy and affection. This is his own master. Forever so different. What he wants is never the same as anyone else. Even Fire Cloud, who had stood still, was stunned. He looked at the man in front of him in amazement that he was willing to help his master prove it. He was also willing to pass on his knowledge and didn't want any fame. So what's he after? The Fire Cloud evil god looked at Yi Chen and spoke the question in his heart. You are Lord Yi, right? Dare I ask Lord Yi, what do you figure? Everyone's eyes looked towards Yi Chen. Shen Zitian, Sun Wen, Liang and Li Go's eyes all revealed the same confusion. Yes, what does Lord Yedin want? Figure your 100x rebate? Perhaps this was part of it, but at this moment, Yi Duan laughed, looking at the Fire Cloud evil god in front of him, thinking of his compatriots who crossed over to such an ideal realm. He couldn't help but take off, to establish the heart for heaven and earth, the life of the people, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to establish peace for all ages. This is AB. Pretend it yourself, begrudgingly, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to continue the great learning for the past saints, and to establish peace for all ages. The people present, when they heard a sentence words, silence, all of them fell into silence. Liu Ruyan chewed repeatedly. Stars had already appeared in her eyes. A good heaven and earth to establish the heart, the living people to establish the life. The master is always so different. Several other people were also stunned and shocked as they looked towards Yi Chen, their eyes looking up. Even the always cruel Shen Zutian had a rare serious expression. This kid, he's really different. The presence of the Fire Cloud evil god, but also red eyes and hot tears, plopped down on the ground. My lord, thanks for understanding. His voice sobbed as he wiped his tears hard with his arm. My lord, I am willing to worship you. For these words, my master has said, the 153 chapter feud shouldn't be too big. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. The Fire Cloud evil god kowtowed 3 times to Yi Chen. A prompt instantly sounded in Yi Chuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting an apprentice. The 100x cashback reward has been issued for industrialization of aura. The system beep sounded in Yi Duan's mind. A huge stream of information surged into Yi Chen's mind. making him feel his head buzzing. A moment later, Yi Chen digested the information. Industrialization of Reiki, design and manufacture of Reiki motors, principles and applications of Reiki military material emission, Reishi-based superalloy smelting technology, Reiki agricultural irrigation systems, knowledge of all Reiki full fields from agriculture, military, chemistry to farming. Yi Duan was touched. Brother, you are really a ing genius. Looking at the knowledge inside, especially the Aura AI at the end, the Aura Air and Space Carrier, and the drone vault matrix and the mech. If this is all realized, Huangtu village will directly take off in place. This Tianyuan continent. One directly pushed it flat. By myself, I just swipe videos every day, watch beautiful women with long legs, and play games. Gee, these days, it might even be better than your old world. Ha ha, this fire cloud evil god collected it himself, so it's really not a bad idea. Yi Chuan directly took out a copy of Aura Basic Industrialization and Aura Industrial Basic Military Manufacturing from the system space and handed it to the Fire Cloud Evil God. Fire Cloud, take these 2 books and study them first to create the things on them. Yi Chen looked behind him at Liang and also Li Go and the others. Everyone has full authority to cooperate and spare no resources. Yes, Liang and Li Go, 2 people hurriedly agreed. Looked at the Fire Cloud eyes have produced a change. This Fire Cloud is really powerful. Having just arrived in Huangtu village, he was treated so favorably by Lord Yi Duan. The Fire Cloud Evil God accepted the book with both hands. Flipping through the pages, the Fire Cloud Evil God's eyes instantly glazed over. With ordinary people being able to use Reiki and produce great productivity, energy is conserved. The basic principle of an aura engine. Looking at the words and mechanics on it, almost instantly, Fire Cloud's eyes changed. It became hot and the blood seemed to boil. The Fire Cloud Evil God was trembling with excitement, and his eyes were moist. All along, what he had learned was theoretical, and he could be sure from the sun and moon rising in the east and setting in the west, and all things changing that what his master had imparted to him was true knowledge, but he never succeeded in applying them, and what Yi Chen had given himself convinced him that he saw the possibility of this becoming a reality. Master, at this moment, the Fire Cloud Evil God's eyes reddened. I will succeed. I will make your name resound throughout the continent. With that he knelt down towards Yi Chen once again and kowtowed violently again. Then he picked up the book. Lord Yi, can you send some food inside my room? I want to go back to my room and start researching now. Yi Duan nodded with satisfaction. This is the spirit and attitude of scientific research. Lian, bring food to Fire Cloud later. Yes, the corner of Yi Dust's mouth rose, and soon one after another, he began to gain all kinds of knowledge, away as well as constructs. The heavenly books and formulas that he couldn't understand before were now as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The corners of Yi Duan's mouth rose, picked up the drawings of the village of Huangtu. The arrival of Fire Cloud managed to fill an important part of its own industrialization. Now that the development of Huangtu village is about to enter rocket mode, what one lacks is not knowledge, but only execution. Hey, all that's left to do is the final step. After land reform, building roads, and dispelling the anxiety of one's own under fire phobia, Leaf Dust was then ready to lay flat. In order to lay yourself flat, you have to have someone in every department and segment to cover for you. Next, I'll make a brief announcement. From today onwards the smelting workshop is called as the Yellow Earth Village Military Industrial Research Institute. The first person in charge is Fire Cloud. The militia became the Yellow Earth Army. Commander-in-Chief Lian. Minister of Industry, Cho Tai Hammer. Logistics, Sun One. Ministry of Agriculture, Li Go. Everyone in the room listened in awe. But after a long time Li Go was the first to react, and his face smiled into a chrysanthemum. What do you mean, Governor? I became an official? Egu. The head of his own village has become this minister of something. He must have been promoted. It was a glorious thing to do. He couldn't keep his mouth shut. Yi Chen nodded. Indeed. After all, we may have to face the Yellow Sand Sect's retaliation next, so we need to make preparations earlier to divide the work clearly and vigorously. Ha ha, it's good to be an official. It's good to be an official, Governor Yi, to be under your guidance. Our Huangtu village's days that are definitely flourishing, getting better day by day. Li Go smiled and stroked his own beard, as a result of which suddenly he returned to his senses. A stirring cry came out. Wait, Lord Yi, Immortal Elder, did you just say? What are we going to face again? Why did he feel like he'd just heard words that weren't quite right? Li Go felt his ears buzzing. Why? Every time I was just having fun chatting with Lord Yi, very unholy words would appear. I can't stand my own heart. What's going on? The Yellow Sand Sect's retaliation. Yi Chuan repeated it in a cloudy manner. Retaliation? The smile on Li Go's face instantly froze. Huansha Zone. That was the largest immortal cultivation sect in 100 miles. Who in Ganzhou isn't in awe when they see it? He himself used to kowtow and call the immortals when he saw the Yellow Sand sect. Not to mention himself. It was the nearby governor who had to call out to the immortal master when he saw one of them. Now Lord Ye Duan actually said that he would face their retaliation? What do you face? The sick in the old in Huangtu village? The 20 militia members? That's not a giant python. It's a group of true 2-bit cultivators. Li Go felt like his soul had begun to leave the house. His heart began to roar madly. God, what kind of sin did he create? It was hard to become a minister of agriculture. The ass has not yet sat hot. His own minister of agriculture is digging a pit to bury the townspeople? But it shouldn't be enough to get you killed to pick one up. The grudge shouldn't be too big. There should still be room for maneuver for Huangtu village and Huangsha clan. Lord Ye Dust is also a cultivator. Surely he understands the principle of leaving a thread of truth behind when one is a doer, so that we can meet again in the future. Ha ha. Yi Chen looked at Li Go's constipation-like expression and knew that he had been scared silly, so he was ready to show strength so that he would not be so afraid. Say, Old Shun, how many people did you kill this time? How many people have been killed? Hearing this, Li Go felt that his soul had gone out of his body. Not only offended the other side, killed someone. This beam is definitely next. Reporting to Lord Yi. This time, we've taken out a total of 10 or so foundation establishment disciples of the Huangsha sect, as well as a sect master. Shen Zutian yawned, his tone disdainful. Killed the Yellow Sand sect master? Li Go was already crying without tears. Chapter 154 CPU burned. That would be like killing Lord Shangshu in the mundane world. Is this a grudge? This is a stab in the dark. Wouldn't the Yellow Sand sect come out in force and raze Huangtu village to the ground? Li Go's eyes went black and he almost fainted. He had already seen a group of Huangsha sect cultivators raze Huangtu village to the ground, looking up at the ceiling at 45 degrees with tears pooling in his eyes. You've just started this good life for yourself, and it's gone? Yi Chuan didn't have any dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Instead he laughed out loud. Well done. Yi Duan knew very well that if it was not the Yellow Sand sect's people who died, it was the militia team. He had been here in the mundane world for some time and had already felt it. Those who are officials within the common people are fish and fowl. These cultivators, moreover, do not treat ordinary people as people, is the roadside chickens and ducks, said to kill. That's why he has no inner turmoil. Instead, Yi Duan came to be interested. Now that everyone was in a state of high morale. Zhao Tai Hammer. Yi Chuan looked at Zhao Tai Hammer. Zhao Tai Hammer stood out in high spirits, as excited as if he had been pumped with chicken blood. For some reason he was actually excited to hear that his weapons power was so raw, especially since the booster commoners took out the monks. The second stage of weapons development can now begin. Within 5 days, cannons, grenades, get them all out for me. Yi Chen gave a new order. Yes, Zhao Tai Hammer loudly agreed, a frenzied light flashing in his eyes. Cannon? Grenades? Don't know what it is, but it sounds awesome. If you have any questions or concepts that you need, you can go and ask Firecloud. Yi Chen added. Understood. Zhao Tai Hammer once again stood at attention and saluted, and he was now following the militia's example of agreeing. After all, now that he was at least an official, his expression and eyes were different. Li Go. Yi Chuan's voice sounded again. Li Go had a jolt and hurried back to his senses. Make arrangements for the village. Next, we're going to build a road. Yi Chen said, taking out a map and pointing to the area between Huangtu village and Win San Pass. Road repair? Li Go froze for a moment, not understanding what Yi Chen meant by repairing the road at this juncture. Shouldn't we be thinking about how to fend off the Yellow Sand sect's retaliation now? What's the point of building roads? An escape route? My lord, you are truly an ancestor. You want to build a road to escape? My lord, what a time to build a road to escape. You are too pretentious. Yi Duan had a black question mark on his face. Who said I'm running away? This road was built to be used by our Yellow Earth village itself. Running for your life? You're overthinking it. Yi Chen glanced at Li Go, his eyes filled with caring tenderness. This road, it's used to transport ores. Yi Dust pointed to the location of the Winsand Pass on the map. Otherwise it would be too troublesome for me to buy ore in Huangxiu County every time. Also, this road is going to connect our newly reclaimed farmland as well. Yi Duan pointed at the large open area under the mountain range again. Li Go looked in the direction of Yi Chen's finger and was dumbfounded. Iron ore? Farmland? What's the time to think about digging and farming? The Yellow Sand sect's retaliation is coming. But Lord Yi Duan is actually still thinking about these trivial matters? Li Go felt like his CPU was burning. Just leave the matter of fighting the war to Liang and the others. Yi Duan's tone was bland. Alas, you're just too young. You're the Minister of Agriculture and you're only responsible for planting and building roads. Young? Looking down at Yi Duan's handsome face and his own creased face, Leaf Dust added, I'm 300 years old. Ahem. Then I am indeed young enough to be my ancestor at your age. Just farming and building roads. Li Go cried and laughed. Dare I say that this Lord Yi Duan didn't put the Yellow Sand Sect in his eyes at all? What kind of backbone does he have to say such things? A bold idea suddenly popped into Li Go's mind. Could it be that Lord Yi Chuan's cultivation was already so profound that he didn't fear the Yellow Sand Sect at all? Right. That must be it. Lord Yi, dare to ask about your cultivation? Asked Li Go carefully, his eyes full of expectation. Hey, something's up. It must be the Mighty One. At least, a god of transformation? Third level of the Qi refining realm. Yi Chen said proudly. Refining Qi. 3 layers? The smile on Li Go's face instantly froze. Third level of the Qi refining realm? Is this a ing joke? Any foundation stage disciple of the Yellow Sand Sect could slap a cultivator at the third level of the Qi refining realm to death. Not to mention the Yellow Sand Sect master. They were all at the god transformation stage. Lord Yi Chuan is actually only at the third level of the Qi refining realm? Li Go felt like his worldview was collapsing. He opened his mouth to say something, but realized he couldn't say anything. Inside, it's like a million horses running and an army of straw horses whizzing by. Lord Yi Dust was going to let the militia team to face the thousands of foundation establishment, Jin Dan and even Yuanian cultivators of the entire Yellow Sand Sect. It's just. Thinking about Yi Chen's previous masterpiece this time, Li Go realized that there was nothing he could do. What's wrong? You seem scared. Li Go cried and laughed. Lord Yi Duan, do I have a choice? I can only choose to believe you. Then Leaf Dust looked at the road Leaf Dust was going to repair. Is next door to the primitive jungle of the broken edge of the mountain to the wind and sand mouth of the Huangtu village. A full 5 or 6 miles of road. Huangtu village. These old and sick. At least 1 year to repair. 5 or 6 miles of hills is no joke. That broken 1,000 mountains, with its rugged paths and jagged rocks, was a struggle to walk across, not to mention building a road. Most of the villagers in Huangtu village are old, weak, sick and disabled. So it's not a joke to ask them to build the road. Lord Yi, this road repair, inside our village, it will take at least a year. A year? 7 days. Yi Chen stretched out a finger. His tone firm. 7 days is enough. 7 days? Li Go's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. 7 days to fix 5 or 6 miles of trail? At this moment, Li Go swallowed his retort again. Being able to get the militia to fight against the cultivators, which took 7 days to build a good mountain road, was much more reasonable in comparison. Anyway, in the face of Lord Yi Duan's speech and thinking, he could already only choose to believe it now. Understood. I'll go inform everyone of what your honor needs us to do, whether to carry stones or find hoes, or to gather men like last time. Write slogans. When Li Go heard Yi Chen's words, his entire body paused for a moment. What the hell? Li Go realized that he couldn't keep up with Lord Yi Duan's brain gyrations at all. Killing the disciples of the local number 1 clan was like pitting the militia against the monks. 7 days to repair a road of 5 or 6 miles. Even road construction is not a matter of preparing equipment and recruiting manpower, but of writing slogans. Lord Leaf Dust is really out of the ordinary. Yi Duan nodded his head vigorously. Yes, you didn't hear it wrong. Ha ha. Li Go, your task is to write slogans. Fill the entire Huangtu village with slogans for me to get rich. Build roads first.